You are a poor loser, but unexpectedly activated the live broadcast task system. You wanted to rely on the system to counterattack and become a handsome and wealthy man. But the tasks released by the system were more and more outrageous. Either you had to pretend to be a time traveler and ask about the year in the supermarket, or you had to go to the seafood market with a fishing rod to fish. In order to gain abilities different from ordinary people, you shamelessly completed them all. However, this time the task made you hesitate. Just because the system asked you to send a mass confession message, and your contact list has more than 1,000 people, including your stepmother. So when you saw this task, every cell in your body resisted. But if the task was not completed, the system would uninstall itself. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, you decided to send it. After all, it's not disgusting to yourself. After figuring it out, you take out the live broadcasting equipment directly to get ready for work. The live broadcasting equipment provided by the system is only about the size of a button, not only capable of live broadcasting from a god's perspective, but also displaying bullet comments in a way that does not obstruct the view. Once ready, you open the live room and put up a title. Then take out your phone to start editing the message. What is this anchor doing? Judging from the title, it seems to be sending a mass confession message. Wouldn't it be awkward to send it to teachers or leaders? While netizens are discussing, you are also racking your brains to express your thoughts in the message. After writing for more than 10 minutes, just when netizens are getting impatient with your inaction, your message is finally edited and ready for mass sending. Unfortunately, the maximum number of people for mass sending is only 200. So you have no choice but to select 200 names and send them in batches. Your actions have aroused great interest among netizens. I think there's no need to take it so seriously. Just select the ones you want to send. Then check a few more. Expand your horizons. Who says you can only confess to one person? Even in the game, the king can take on 1v5. Why should love be limited to 1v1? The key is that he is not picky. He also responds to men. Amid the enthusiastic discussion of netizens, you successfully sent out the first group. Just as you were about to send the second group, someone replied, "Sorry, I love my girlfriend very much. Please do not disturb, or I will report you if you send again." It was clearly a man who replied to this message, and you felt awkward on the spot, with your mouth corners stiffening. Seeing you like this, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter instantly. The humor of being rejected is 100%. And the humor of being rejected by a man is 100,000%. One failure doesn't matter. As long as you don't give up, you will eventually get used to it. You haven't been paying attention to the live broadcast room all along, and now you are surprised to see the barrage constantly flashing in front of your eyes, only to find out that there are so many people watching him confess. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not familiar with him, you casually explained, and continued to select group sending. When you sent out another set again, you quickly received a reply. Don't give me this nonsense. 200 for once. 500 for overnight. The price is the same for relationships. Upon seeing this text message, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who are the people in your contact list? This is outrageous. Where is morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is the position? Receiving such a message is already embarrassing, and upon seeing the comments in the barrage, you couldn't help but furrow your brow. Fortunately, the task does not require a successful confession. Otherwise you would have to die here today. Taking a deep breath, you continue to send messages to the group. Third time sending, Xiao Yang, I am the neighbor's grandmother. Are you serious? Fourth time sending, brother, you finally made a move on me. Seeing all this, you feel dirty. Looking at the last set, you sent them all with the attitude of dying early and being reborn early. Mission completed. Get a chance to draw. Hearing that the mission has been accomplished, there is no need for live streaming anymore. Let's end it here today. But just as I was about to end the stream, how could I let go of the viewers who were just getting interested? No way. Just a few minutes of streaming and then ending it. Have you saved enough dowry? Have you paid off your mortgage? If we don't stream, do we have to build our happiness on the suffering of the streamer? Otherwise, everyone is single and doing fine. If he succeeds in confessing, won't we lose face? You didn't expect to succeed in confessing in the first place, but seeing them say that, suddenly you really hope that a girl will accept you. Just then, a text message alert sounded on your phone, and when you saw the text, you were stunned. It only had 8 simple words. You brat. Just you wait. Note, Auntie. Auntie? Su Yang was an orphan, and as a matter of fact, he didn't have a sister-in-law, but he has an adoptive mother, and his sister-in-law is his adoptive mother's sister. According to seniority, it's right to be called sister-in-law, but this girl was 2 years younger than herself. It's now estimated to have just turned 20. It's a bit of a complicated relationship if you ask me. His foster mother's mother died young, and his father renewed his marriage to a younger one. And the sister-in-law, her father's oldest daughter. My sister-in-law was 3 years old when I was adopted myself. Suffice it to say, he carried his sister-in-law for the years he was there, wipe her nose and send her to kindergarten. The two had a good relationship until he himself was later sent back to the orphanage, which broke it off. It was only when I visited my foster mom on my own a few years ago that I reconnected. Now that he saw the text message she was raising, Su Yang was furious and laughed. Childhood memories sweep in. A round-looking milky donut with a punch bowl crossed her arms in front of him. Milkily, she yelled at the boys who were 2 heads taller than her. I'm his sister-in-law. If you dare to bully him, I'll bite you. Oh, I can be mean and mean. The corner of Su Yang's mouth couldn't help but raise high at the thought of that milky voice. But then I thought about the tone of my sister-in-law's text messages. He instantly felt his scalp tingle again. It couldn't be that he misunderstood that he was thinking about her and was coming to clean himself up. Thought the biggest danger of mass confessional texting is being taunted by your adoptive mother. But I didn't realize there was such a hidden bomb. If she really misunderstood, she wouldn't spare herself. The wish is really damn good. Just a bit of disregard for him. As his sister-in-law was on her way, Su Yang began to panic. Unlike Su Yang's mood, netizens exploded with laughter when they saw the content of the text message. Ha 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 ha, confession text messages sent to elders. Is there any more social death than that? I can already feel my sister-in-law's anger through the screen. The anchor is in danger. I even thought of the resident aunt. Never in a million years did I think it was my sister-in-law. I mean, can't you just split the group? Even send relatives? Laugh me to death. Don't turn off the live broadcast. I want to see the anchor get beat up. As the live broadcast continued, the popularity of Su Yang's live room increased. It was just over 100 a few minutes ago. Now it's up to 500 plus all of a sudden. After hearing that the anchor mass confessional texted to his sister-in-law, a whole lot of them lived in excitement. People nowadays live a stressful life, and they are not yet happy to see anything too unusual. They watched social death scenes like this one with great interest, and the chatter went on. Actually, it's not like Auntie can't. Are you kidding me upstairs? His sister-in-law is his mom's sister, by blood, not his sister-in-law. Knockout CP can be cold, but not evil. Putting aside everything else, at the age of the anchor, how his sister-in-law is also in her 30s or 40s. You guys really can eat anything. Young people don't know that their sister is good, wrongly regard their sister as a treasure. The anchor can't do it, but I can do it with a 30 or 40-year-old sister-in-law. Who says the anchor can't? Maybe he wants such forbidden love? You guys are really so sick that I often seem out of place because I'm not sick enough. When the live feeds get crowded, so do the bullies. Say anything. They had gotten their way, but Su Yang's live broadcast was starting to be in jeopardy. That's something he wouldn't have to do if he was judged to be leading the wrong values. So he hastened to explain the relationship with his sister-in-law. Thought it would be nice to explain, but I didn't realize they were more excited. A 20-year-old sister-in-law who is not related by blood and grew up together. Isn't that a childhood friend? I'm a little repulsed by backed literature, and I think it's nice when you're a childhood friend. Knocking everything down will only hurt you. Knocking down everything will only make me nutritionally balanced. Hey, where's the focus of your attention? Auntie is obviously coming over to raise hell. A 20-year-old sister-in-law violently beating up her 22-year-old great-nephew looks good too. Crap. It seems to make sense. Anchor in a while you have to carry this beating is not in vain. Brush a gift to make up for your soon-to-be injured body. These people are really willing to give it up just to see what's going on. Someone started the ball rolling, and several of the more expensive gifts suddenly came crashing down. Converted to soft sister currency, it's more than $1,000. That's more than he's ever made in a week of live streaming before. As the saying goes, taking someone's hand is short, and Su Yang is not in a good position to mention the next broadcast. Instead, he was wondering how to explain it to his sister-in-law. If you really get beat up, don't you have to wear more? I don't know if my sister-in-law's beating still hurt now. Just as he was thinking about his response, the doorbell suddenly rang. This sudden bang directly scared Su Yang. The sense of oppression from the sister-in-law. The person has not yet arrived. First to scare the anchor. How tough is this sister-in-law? Scaring the anchor like this. 5'8", tiger-backed, pudgy, and presumably with a pan in his hand. No way. Only 20 years old. So buried? You guys think about the college students nowadays. That disgusting dress one is more outrageous than the other. My sister-in-law is only 20 years old, so I guess it's the same. Most likely. My sister-in-law is in a hurry to come over and kick some ass, and I don't think she'll be dressed up. Just when the netizens were incredibly curious about their sister-in-law, Su Yang walked to the door with a heart to die. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Auntie, let me explain. Ooh, what took you so long to say that? Su Yang had only just opened his mouth when he was bumped into. the words came to an abrupt end. Su Yang Man was dumbfounded. The netizens in the live room were also dumbfounded. The pop-ups were quiet for a moment before exploding. Crap, is this the sister-in-law? Shao, sister-in-law, you're blocking the camera. Move to the side. Upstairs, I advise you to mind your own business. This collarbone, this swan neck. Good Kano. No, am I the only one whose attention is on my sister-in-law's face? Blow it off. You can see the face in a flash? Eyes faster than hands? As the live broadcast equipment was pinned to Su Yang's chest, the camera was naturally blocked when my sister-in-law lunged for this life. In the shot, you can clearly see your sister-in-law's pale skin and smooth neck. Su Yang was actually also a bit confused by this hug. By the time he reacted, the netizens in the live room had long since clamored. You, what are you doing? Su Yang pulled her away with one hand. Didn't you come here to beat him up? Why are you crying yourself? Pulled away. Jiang Yan Yan had a look of displeasure on her face. Her mouth is so pouty you could hang a frying pan, and her eye makeup is so bad it smudges like a panda. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a total loss of face. Looking at Su Yang was disgusting, but the dislike was more of a worry. Say something. Are you being bullied? Seeing that his sister-in-law kept crying and didn't say anything, Su Yang was inexplicably a bit flustered. Just like when he took care of her as a child. He took out a tissue and started wiping her tears. Bullying my ass. Who can bully me? As soon as he snatched the tissue, he sniffled and wiped himself. Su Yang rubbed her and could still know where to rub where it was dirty. Let her get it on her own. It's a smear. The already miserable face was even more buried. Su Yang couldn't stand it anymore and twisted her up and headed for the bathroom. I still have things to do. Jiang Yan Yan took one step and turned back 3 times. Something to wash up about. Su Yang didn't give her a chance at all. Pulling open the bathroom door, he pushed her in. Isn't it just to settle a score with him? It's not like he's going to run. The interaction between Su Yang and his sister-in-law made the netizens in the live broadcast room look a bit dumbfounded. Who's the elder anyway? Why do I get the feeling that my sister-in-law is like the more taken care of one? How is this different from raising a daughter? The one who just said that my sister-in-law was good-looking came out to get beaten up. I think there's something wrong with your aesthetics. I think it's fine. Wash it and still want it. Face value aside, the body is still pretty good. Looking at the pop-ups in front of him, Su Yang smiled helplessly. Is he the only one who knows how good his sister-in-law's face can look when it's cleaned? He never denied his sister-in-law's face. It's just the character. Can't unscrew a bottle cap on the outside, but can flip his canopy at home, says she. Older daughters are naturally pampered and raised. She's got a temper. She'll turn the roof over if she doesn't get her way. Although this was also the first time Su Yang had met his sister-in-law, but the original owner's memories were too deep, making him unconsciously substitute for them. She called her sister-in-law with her mouth, but in her heart she thought of her as a sister. Even if she was washing up in the bathroom, Su Yang was waiting outside the door without moving an inch. 10 minutes later. I'm done washing. The bathroom door opened and Jiang Yan Yan walked out with a clean little face. While a hint of amazement flashed under Su Yang's eyes, the LSPs in the live broadcast room were also in their original form. I'll be damned. Sister-in-law is so good-looking? Pretty girl. Crikey. Whoever just said I have aesthetic problems, come out and apologize. Anchor, are you missing an aunt? There's no need to trouble you. Great nephew. With such a small matter as taking care of your sister-in-law, let me do it. You're making calculations that I've heard abroad. Why do I think my sister-in-law looks a little familiar? Upstairs. That's an outdated way to strike up a conversation. The pop-up exploded. Netizens are clamoring to be Su Yang's aunt. Pure and simple taking advantage. Who can I talk to about this shit? But the netizens are unified in their aesthetic. A veiled Jiang Yan Yan does look good. Waist-length hair stood high on the back of her head. Standard googly-eyed face. Delicate eyebrows. Straight nose. Rosy lips. Even if Su Yang was that picky he could give her a 90 out of 10. What are you on fire for? By her. Su Yang had put the group text message behind him. But that's what Jiang Yan Yan came for. Oh, of course it's because of it. Taking out his cell phone, he opened the SMS interface and held it up in front of Su Yang. This is... Su Yang just wanted to explain, but Jiang Yan Yan, a small face, directly came to the front. Big eyes blinking. I like you too. A few simple words directly caused Su Yang to explode in place. Blood pressure spiked instantly. What do you mean she likes herself too? Not to mention Su Yang was confused. The netizens were also confused. Crap, is this a successful confession? No way. That easy? Who said he couldn't possibly succeed just now? Single dogs already feel sick. Why show me this? Is mass confession texting that effective? I'll try it too. Isn't the anchor spoofing the whole job? Hiss. I don't know who mentioned this, but the pop-ups suddenly went silent. Su Yang's confession text message was an indiscriminate mass mailing. Not personal at all. That meant that Su Yang wasn't really confessing. Understanding this, the pop-up exploded. It's over. It's over. My sister-in-law is going to be sad. The first victim appeared. Help. I wonder what my sister-in-law's face would look like if she knew the confession text was sent as a group. Although I sympathize, why am I so happy? Happy +1. Anchor, to be honest, you must come clean, and you don't want to make a mistake out of it. Yes, confessed and immediately sent on 3 airplanes. I'm afraid of my brother's suffering, and I'm afraid of my brother's driving a Land Rover. This was the state of mind of the netizens at this time, fearing that Su Yang would get off the hook as a result. It's just that the internet is apparently a little overly concerned. Even without the generational relationship of sister-in-law, it was impossible for Su Yang to lay hands on someone he regarded as his sister. The original owner didn't have that aspect of feelings for Jiang Yanyan, and neither did the current Su Yang. Auntie, don't be ridiculous. A sister-in-law made Jiang Yanyan explode on the spot. She puffed out her cheeks. Don't call me sister-in-law. You treat my sister like a foster mom. She doesn't remember having you as a foster son. After saying that, he pointed to the tip of his nose. Here, read after me. Jiang Yanyan. The words are correct. Such a childish scene made Su Yang want to laugh. Okay, sister-in-law. Su Yang was thinking about how to explain to her when Jiang Yanyan's little head came over again. What? You don't like me? It's hard for a man to be asked that rhetorically. The heartbeat quickened by a couple of ticks, but Su Yang was still sensible. Not to mention the fact that there is an aunt and nephew relationship, but in his current state of 3 no's, no car, no house, no savings, aren't you holding people back? And what her family thinks. Little girls can be ignorant, but not him. I was trying to organize the language to say it politely, but now it's straightforward. It even added fire. Confessional SMSs. Someone said yes first. You're early next time. Su Yang's move was too ruthless, rejecting it while blocking the road. Hearing Jiang Yanyan didn't even react for a moment. Time seemed to stop for 2 or 3 seconds. After she reacted, a pair of beautiful eyes stared in disbelief as she cried out. A mass mailing? Su Yang nodded without fear of death. At this moment, Jiang Yanyan's eyes were filled with surprise, disbelief and skepticism. The CPU burned in this moment. Thought it was a confession to her, but it turned out to be a mass mailing. There was also a promise first for her to be early next time. What the hell is he doing here? Recruiting? Jiang Yanyan was so angry that she wanted to kill him with her eyes. The live broadcast room also completely exploded at this moment. Ha 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 ha. The anchor is really brave. God damn it, someone said yes first. Don't be so hard on yourself. Thought no one would say yes to the confession. Now I realize that the anchor is playing a high-end game. And such a beautiful girl was actually rejected by him. I could laugh at that look in my sister-in-law's eyes for a year. This anchor whole job is a twofer. I'm dying of laughter watching it. This whole job is not illegal, but the lack of morality decisively followed. The opening of the broadcast I still come to see. The anchors are so powerful. The planes promised by the big boys hurry up and brush up. No money to swipe. Can I just call him? Upstairs. Don't make me scold you in such a happy place. Human beings are not connected in their joy. And the live streamers were as happy as New Year's Eve. All kinds of gift effects dominate the screen. But Jiang Yanyan was so angry that she was about to pinch herself. She covered her face in shame at the thought of what she had just done. The more I think about it, the more angry and aggravated I feel. The weak shoulders shook involuntarily. In all her life, she had never been so angry. Once a beautiful woman commiserates, naturally many netizens rush to comfort her. The anchor is such an animal. How can he make his sister-in-law sad? Punish him for going to the toilet without paper. Yes. And then punish him for buying instant noodles without a seasoning packet and hand-me-downs that are Indo-Pacific fried. How can you make a girl cry? Anchors are so bad. Not me. I only make girls laugh. You guys are proper lickspittles with all this behavior. I don't agree with that. Licking dogs is what they were called the year before last. Last year they called our kind the great grudge breed. And this year, disliked. Deeply handsome men like me are being addressed as boiling goats. Crap. You're still proud. Jiang Yanyan took several deep breaths before she was able to slow down and her emotions stabilized a lot. She looked at Su Yang and said in a conspiratorial manner, Great nephew. Say you're dedicated. You're a groupie. Say you're a philanderer. You only need one again. It's one thing to make a fool of yourself, but you have to get back the face you lost. Just call your sister-in-law. It's not worth not wanting this great nephew. Say, how many yes did you get from your group? Hearing this, Su Yang knew that his sister-in-law had passed this hurdle. As long as she didn't have that side of her mind, it was much easier for him. As soon as he was relaxed, he began to talk out of turn. What's the point of asking? What? You want to cut in line? It wasn't that Su Yang intentionally wanted to flirt. It was mainly because he would be laughed to death if he told those cowards. He also wants to save face. I can't just ask. Zhang Yan was also gossipy as hell. The oops turned his head and forgot about it, and began to wonder about Su Yang's relationship status. Don't let you talk for nothing. Give $100 for telling one. Zhang Yan continued to seduce. The attributes of a small rich woman exposed. But how dare Su Yang ask for her money? I can only continue to talk with my mouth full. Auntie, do I look like someone who was short of the $30,000 to $50,000? 30 to 50,000? 3 to 500 successful confessions? Zhang Yan showed her teeth in anger. Scum! Lifting his leg and kicking Su Yang, the force, more or less, carried a bit of personal feelings, then angrily opened the door and left. Even though it hurt to be kicked, the corners of Su Yang's mouth never came down. Looking at his sister-in-law's back as she left, he even shouted in a bitchy voice, "Is sister-in-law leaving already? Do not stay for dinner? Take care, sister-in-law. Sis-in-law, cross the street and watch out for the traffic light. Auntie, get out." Okay. Only when he couldn't see his sister-in-law's figure did the smile on Su Yang's face let go. I didn't expect to play a mission and blow up such a big melon. That girl has always been heartless, so she should forget in a few days. But when he thought of her tearful appearance just now, Su Yang had a deep grudge against the system. It's so fucking unethical. It's not enough that he's being badgered himself, but he's also bringing his sister-in-law into it. But then again, Su Yang was only a little guilty. After all, this sister-in-law was one of the few warmth for the original owner throughout her childhood. Such a girl, Su Yang naturally could not bear to hurt. Right now, all he wants to do is get money. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. When his sister-in-law left, Su Yang moved his eyes back to the live broadcast and was shocked. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room was actually as high as 2,000 plus, and the screen was constantly being refreshed with various gifts. This kind of pomp and circumstance was something Su Yang had never seen before. At a rough calculation, today's gift income would be at least 5,000. Before that, I had toiled for a week on my own, and with various balance increase cards, I had barely saved 1,000, now 5,000 at once. I was kind of complaining about the internet fooling around a while ago, but now I think those are heavenly. Thanks to Windblown Panty Butt for sending the rocket. Thanks to pissing 5 miles in the top wind for sending the plane. Thanks. Su Yang followed the example of other anchors and thanked them one by one, and the chatter on the air never stopped. In terms of pretending to be a cop, I'm only convinced that the anchor, just not missing your 30 or 50,000. I can learn for a year. Ha 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 ha. That's a bit of an anchor, that's quite an animal, but I just love to see him being a bitch. Next time the whole job I suggest to say yes to one, preferably with the internet voting on who to say yes to. Crap, you guys are more animal. What's wrong with animals? There can be no good people watching live. Passerby, how can I be scolded for watching a live broadcast properly? I do think it's kinda classy that the anchor didn't go down on his sister-in-law. Though, if I were, I wouldn't think so much about it. I'd be scolded for a while if I ate it, but I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I didn't. Big pattern indeed. Even Zhang Yan refused. When this pop-up was sent out, other netizens scoffed. Showing you off. Everyone who watched the live broadcast knows that sister-in-law's name is Zhang Yan. No, saying Zhang Yan doesn't make sense yet. Saying Zhang Yan, why does this name sound so familiar? Looks familiar too. Your sister-in-law just left and you guys are getting close. Not to be condescending, but it's really familiar. Hiss. Crap. It's her. Who's that? Don't be a fucking goddamned fart. This time, all the netizens raised their curiosity. More and more they thought the name really sounded familiar, especially some young people who like to follow the stars. Think about it, if your sister-in-law put on heavy makeup and a double ponytail, wear another Hatsune Miku outfit and stand on stage. This reminder made many netizens unconsciously conjure up an image, overlapping the image that came to mind with the look of his sister-in-law. At once, it was as if they were in a state of shock, eyes wide and mouth unconsciously open. She. It's Zhang Yan. Who is it? See how excited you guys are. Is sister-in-law an internet star? Farting netizen ah. Zhang Yan that hottest idol singer. Otaku girl goddess. Crap, it's really Zhang Yan. Am I the lone voice? Hurry up to Baidu. Zhang Yan, debuted with a ballad at the age of 18. 2 years of times won countless music awards. And because of her love of cos anime characters, so she appeared as an anime image on stage a lot of the time. No matter whether it's in the music circle or the anime circle, it's all on fire. I remembered. My sister-in-law has also cos of Wang Zhaojun from King of Kings, and that image was swiped in my jitterbug for 3 days. She's actually Zhang Yan. Why didn't I recognize her just now? Zhang Yan on stage is all heavy makeup and styling. so it's not surprising that she can't be recognized. I'm guilty of being a fake fan, but my goddess really looks good in her plain face. I've heard her songs too, and they're genuinely good. The pop-up exploded. At this time, Su Yang was also surprised. He knew that his sister-in-law's cosplayer image was out of this world, and that she sang well. But how is it that when the two are combined, my sister-in-law becomes a big star? It still looks hot. This girl is quite something. While Su Yang was relieved that his sister-in-law had a good fortune, an ominous feeling of foreboding came over him. Anchor, what on earth did you just do? You actually made my goddess cry? You were confessed to by the dream girl of countless men, and you actually turned her down? And said someone said yes first. Let her be early next time. Do you think you're standing in line for eggs? I can't tell you how cheerful I'd be in my life if I had a singing cosplayer for a girlfriend. For nothing I just swiped all those gifts. I'm underage. I want a refund. Anchor, come hear the sound of my heart breaking. Draw your sword. Can't stand it a bit. Anchor, take your life. Either I die or you live today. The pop-ups wailed. Su Yang was also confused plus lying down. He had only been in this world for a week. Nor do they pay any attention at all to what goes on in the entertainment industry. How could he have known that his sister-in-law was doing so well? The point is, weren't they the ones who told themselves to say no? He had just taken a gift and demanded that he should come clean. And now he was blaming him. It's hard to be human. It's harder to be an anchor. But these people were yelling for refunds in a hurry. But he didn't see anyone actually refunding them when he looked in the background. The netizens were so intense that it was assumed that fewer people would pay attention to him. I didn't expect it to also increase instead of decreasing. Just now the number of people who paid attention to him was more than 500. But now it was almost more than 1,000. Looks like this nerdy girl's name is not a cover. It invariably brought him a wave of traffic as well. And the pop-ups were even denser. Not stopping for a moment. And don't give the anchor a hard time. If he accepts it, you guys will curse even harder. Yes, sister-in-law is for everyone. Don't cheapen the anchor alone. Anchors should focus on their careers. The other party is so good. Don't ever think of choosing between screwing money and screwing women's money. Upstairs you are really educated. Just want to warn the anchor not to eat soft rice. No, I'm trying to caution him to stay away from my goddess. Already concerned. I'm going to come and keep an eye on him every day. Geeks are scary, and I'm paying attention. Looking at these pop-ups, Su Yang was also quite helpless. Still staring at him? As for that, what about trust between people? Reject it on air and then go back to it in private? He couldn't be more of an animal to do such a thing. If you are being supervised like that, then you will get the task of letting people die socially in the future. Wouldn't that be the end of it? A man's word is his bond. I don't eat back when I refuse. You guys don't have to pay too much attention to me. Other anchors are afraid that no one will pay attention. When it came to Su Yang, he was afraid of being noticed too much. But the more he did, the more counterproductive it became. Good job, anchor. Firing the first shot against dog licking. Paying attention. Live the whole thing well and be sure to continue to support it. I don't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. I'm going to follow. I'm going to watch. Don't worry about the netizens' business anchor. The anchor is so afraid of us paying attention to him. It can't be that he's afraid that we'll find out that he can't do it. Or else how could he even reject Jiang Yin? It's quite possible that all the fear stems from a lack of firepower. Crap. That's all the more reason to pay attention. Su Yang sort of understood that this group of netizens all had their own backbones. If they say they won't do something, they have to do it. Just a moment ago, there were only over 1,000 people following him, and in the blink of an eye it directly soared to 1,500. Keep in mind he only has 2,000 plus viewers on his livestream. That's a ratio that a lot of big Netflix anchors can't do. Fans are money. One gains something and loses something at the same time. Isn't it just social death? You can die without money. Su Yang swings for the fences. However, he also analyzed the psychology of netizens' concern about themselves from it. Part of it was indeed trying to supervise him. I'm afraid of my brother starving. And I'm afraid of my brother driving a Maybach. If you get off on your own by mistake, what does that make the single dogs look bad? The other part, naturally, was that Su Yang's actions did satisfy the psychology of many doglickers. The high and mighty star was rejected by a small anchor. It's more or less dark. Su Yang refused. And rounding up counts as their refusal. That kind of emotional value. But you don't get to experience it on other broadcasts. And this matter for Su Yang. Besides a little self-blame, there was no other special feeling. But it's just a matter of completing system tasks. Speaking of system missions, Su Yang thought again that he had just obtained a chance to draw a prize. So it was ready to shut down the live stream. Brothers, that's all for today. Thank you all for your gifts and attention. See you tomorrow. After saying this, he didn't give the netizens a chance to retort and decisively went off the air. Faster than you can lift your pants after the fact. The job was done. The gifts were received. The mission was accomplished. And they were given an extra show to see Big Star. It's now or never. Just after closing the live broadcast, Soo-young couldn't wait to open the system and prepare for the lottery. Have a balanced doubling card. I want to be a millionaire. The income from the gifts, plus his own kitty, had amounted to nearly $7,000. Even just drawing a 50% increase card would break $10,000. Soo-young's calculations were quite good, but the final draw was, congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, amateur fighting technique. Seeing this skill, the bottom of Soo-young's eyes were filled with disgust. It's not like anchoring is a high-risk profession, so what's the need for fighting skills? Still amateur level. In Soo-young's opinion, it wasn't useful at all. But if you think about it, a little bit of kung fu would be good. After all, in this society nowadays, some people are really unqualified and unreasonable. With this, even the crankiest person can talk to you calmly and nicely. Alright, accept it for now. Soo-young had gotten the better of him, but when the skill was integrated into his body, he realized that the effect was even better than expected. A wave of warmth filled his body and his muscles began to tighten and strengthen. What had been a sub-healthy state of health was a time when I felt energized all over. Lifting the shirt, you can clearly see the outline of the abdominal muscles. Unlike the muscles that protein powder feeds, these abs are tight and unassuming. He'd love a body like that for a guy, let alone a girl. And what's more, although the system rating for this skill is amateur, but the physicality and reflexes are the equivalent of half a career. Soo-young estimated that he would have no problem hitting 3 or 4 at a time. With regard to those oddball quests released by the system, Soo-young began with more or less resistance. But now, Soo-young wanted to say that it smelled really good. While Soo-young was immersed in the joy of obtaining new skills, a video about him had quietly spread rapidly on the internet. In just a few hours, the video had tens of millions of views, and it's still going up like crazy, and at one point it was forming a discussion. Anchor sends out mass confession text messages and Jiang Yan's door-to-door display of love is rejected? What with what? An anchor confession. And Jiang Yan show love? There is no melon eating understand to me under the science. It's a whole live anchor who sent a confession SMS to Jiang Yan. And as a result, Jiang Yan not only said yes, but also showed his love at the door. Crap, is it that explosive? No, the Jiang Yan you're talking about is the Jiang Yan I know? That's her. My brother was watching the live broadcast at the time. He said Jiang Yan's veiled face was beautiful. That must be. My Yan Yan no matter makeup or plain face is beautiful. House girl goddess is not blowing. I dare say that the person who can refuse Jiang Yan has not been born yet. It's already born. Didn't you read the headline on the back? Jiang Yan has been rejected. Are you fucking kidding me? That's Jiang Yan. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. The video is in full bloom on all major platforms as public opinion festers. Even the author of the video didn't expect it. He was merely watching a live broadcast and found it interesting enough to record the footage and put it online. I didn't realize it had actually attracted so much attention. Again, because the video had Jiang Yan in it, the fans went down. Is the man blind for rejecting our Nian Nian? Nian Nian don't cry. From now on we'll concentrate on our business. Yes, love dogs don't even talk. Men only bring misfortune. But he's really taking care of us Nian Nian A. Live streaming is fun too. It seems like it's not so bad to like a guy like that in your ignorance. Nian called him his great nephew. They have no chance. The fans' downfall sent the relevant phrase straight to number 1 on the Hot 100. The following discussion is more than a few. Is this anchor so animalistic? Decidedly pay attention to it. I don't think the content blows up enough. It's the anchors themselves that blow up. At first it was so embarrassing that my toes buckled, but the more I watched it, the more it became too damn funny. Being able to reject Jiang Yan is also a talent. Strictly in front of the camera. And behind the camera they've probably cried off 2 rounds of toilet paper. It does take more paper than I can watch a movie. What's the movie? Brother lend a hand. All of this happening on the internet was not known to Soo-young until the next morning. Crap. Who in the hell did this? I was afraid of being seen by too many people. But now it's just exploding all over the internet. It's not like the community died more completely. Yesterday off the air with only 1,500 followers. He just slept on it and has 100,000 plus followers. Refresh it casually and it's 110,000 in seconds. If this were before, he wouldn't even dream of doing it. However, this heavenly riches made Soo-young only want to curse his mother. A rise in popularity is good for any anchor, but for Soo-young, it was a sky-splitting disaster. The more fans there are, the more people will come to see him live. Yesterday, with over 2,000 people, he felt he could still endure. If he's surrounded by 100,000 people he'll die? That's just killing me. Gone are the days of sneaking in a live broadcast to frantically woolgather the system. Su Yang could only keep reassuring himself that fans were money. Don't mess with the money. The mental build-up took a full half-hour to do, and he reluctantly accepted it all. After a brief wash, the day's tasks opened up again. Today's live mission, to rectify the matchmaking market. Mission requirement, complete a blind date and reverse PUA. Reverse PUA includes, 0 dowry. Reverse asking for a car or a house for dowry or making the woman recognize reality. Seeing this mission, Su Yang's entire body cracked up. Doesn't he know how hard it is to get the fairies in the dating market? Blind dates not to mention reverse PUA. Just let him die. Su Yang wanted to curse. This dog system, it really doesn't do a single thing for personnel. It's never the most outrageous, only more outrageous at a time. Abandon the mission and the system will be automatically uninstalled. This voice directly held Su Yang's lifeblood. It smelled really good yesterday. Today, that's just it. All of Fate's gifts have been marked with a price tag in the dark. Let's do it. Take out your cell phone and change the live title. Today's edition of The Whole Job, Rectify the Dating Market. Come and watch. Opening the live broadcast, Su Yang also stepped out of the house. A blind date can never be at home. Got to find a marriage bureau. With the opening of Su Yang's live broadcast, netizens who had been waiting for a long time flocked to him. The number of viewers increased from a few thousand to 10,000. Then it spiked to 20,000 and rising. Anchor, I'm coming. Clock in. I'm first. What, you're first? I'm ahead of you. So what? I'm a girl. You have to let me. Mud. Watching a live stream and punching. Stop arguing. Let's just watch the anchor live the whole thing. Is it still a group confessional text today? Not anymore. Can't you see the headline has been changed? As soon as this pop-up floated out, the nearly 30,000 netizens in the broadcast room all looked towards the title in unison. The pop-ups exploded. Rectifying the dating market? Crap. That headline is too fucked up. Ha 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 ha. It's back to the whole new job. Looking forward ing. It's time to go ahead and straighten out the ones that can't carry their weight. And I put my hands and feet up in favor of that. I'm already laughing at the title. What to straighten out? Fine word. Isn't this more fun than yesterday's group confession? Online output isn't enough. But you have to dislike the face directly offline. 666. I mean, isn't there a bottleneck in his live content? As far as this mental state of the anchor is concerned, I wouldn't be surprised to see what kind of tricks he comes up with. So let's all just wait to show our teeth and have fun. Presenting the victims? Netflix, a whole lot of anticipation. More than anything else, I was blown away. Yesterday's group text was explosive enough. I didn't realize it was directly offline against the line today. What is the existence of a matchmaking woman who hangs out at the dating agency all year round? Not all of them, but more than 80% of them are old farts. The vision is unbelievably high and the demands made are outrageous. Those like Su Yang were afraid that they would be eaten to the bone. And reorganize? It's not certain who will actually straighten out who. But the netizens don't care about the results. They only care about looking happy. While the pop-ups were hotly debated, Su Yang didn't rest. Out the door and onto the subway towards the largest marriage agency in the city. On the other hand, an upscale residential area. Jiang Nian was lying on her big warm bed and swiping her cell phone. Another departure from yesterday's outfit. This time she was dressed in cartoon pajamas with a little yellow duck hairpin on top of her head. The lotus root-like calves were high up in the air, and the 2 feet were as delicate as white jade. Today's Jiang Nian was completely unaffected by yesterday. A heartless look. Swiping short videos, crunching and giggling. Until someone said yes first. You're early next time. I don't know which talented netizen edited the footage of her interaction with Su Yang into a video. It's also set to spooky music. The comedy is drawn out and looks particularly funny. And the video is so hot that there are over 700,000 comments alone. All of them dripping with joy. But Jiang Nian saw it but felt ashamed of herself. Get under the covers like a turtle and pound the bed in chagrin. Why do you have to be so impulsive yourself? Just bear with it. Thought it was a love that ran in both directions. I didn't realize it was a two-way running joke. Even now Jiang Nian couldn't figure it out. How can you turn her down? She's a big star. Can sing, dance and cosplay. With yourself. Today Sailor Moon. Tomorrow Cherry Blossom. Just can't be too happy. Okay? How is he so illiterate? Great nephew. You mountain hogs can't eat fine chaff. Serves you right for being single. After shouting out these words, Jiang Nian's heart felt much more comfortable. Thinking that Su Yang even rejected her. He shouldn't be looking at anyone else either. But just then, a push popped up on the screen. Today's copy of The Whole Job, Overhauling the Matchmaking Market. Just seeing these words, Jiang Nian snapped on the spot. Su Yang, you asshole. Reject her yesterday. And today it's a blind date. Where's the knife? She's going to take a knife to him. But when she finished the headline, the whole thing was dumbfounded again. Reverse PUA, get your ass kicked. His mind unconsciously conjured up images of Su Yang being surrounded by all sorts of oddball blind date women. At a loss for words, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth high at the mere thought. After seeing the evils of society, I realized that I am the best. Decidedly, I clicked into the live stream and watched with great interest. At this time, Su Yang had already gotten off the subway. He also studied the mission carefully during his time on the subway. Thought it was just a matter of completing one of the reverse PUAs. I didn't realize it was all 3 to be reached. That's a lot of work, but since I've come all this way, there's no reason to back out. Walked into a marriage agency that looked pretty good and got right to the point. I want to find a date. Call out all the unmarried young women in your area, knowing that he's here on a blind date. If you don't know, you'd think he's ordering a lady at a KTV. With that tone of voice, he would have to come out with a group of hot girls in hot clothes, bowing in unison and shouting hello boss. That's the right flavor. The commotion made the people at the marriage agency look dumbfounded, and the netizens on the air weren't much better, instantly bursting into laughter. Anchor, are you here for a blind date, or are you here to crash the party? What's the difference between that and I'd like to pull a heist and hand over all your money? Nice guy. Straight up anticlimactic. The whole job was done right at the door, and it didn't disappoint. Other people go on blind dates and are wishy-washy, but when it comes to anchors, it's straight up heavy. This is getting to the point? Not a little foreplay? I don't know if it's because I've been on this broadcast for so long, but I always feel like there's something in your words. Netflix looked hilarious. The staff of the marriage agency also came out to receive Su Yang after making sure that he was not a prankster. Young man, you're only 22 and you're on a blind date? The golden red maiden, Big Sister Ma, asked in surprise while helping Su Yang register. I can take my time picking out a 22-year-old blind date, waiting until I'm 32 for a blind date, then someone else will have to pick me. These words came out of Su Yang's mouth. The key makes it sound like it still makes sense. Well. I said how come all the people I meet on blind dates nowadays are crooked? It turns out that the good ones have been picked off by your group. Mud, why didn't you tell me earlier? That's how core competencies are lost. Is there a possibility that it has nothing to do with age? It's still a matter of strength if you can find a good one. I'm going to go. Almost got carried away by the anchor. He's a whole live anchor. You guys believe what he said? Trust has collapsed. And I don't even believe the anchor's words in the future even with punctuation marks. Boy, you are sober. After giving her assessment, Sister Ma asked, do you have any specific requirements for your future significant other? Hearing this, he only saw Su Yang raise 2 fingers. First, female. Second, live. It was supposed to be about getting the job done. And there it is. What more bike? Okay, pay the 380 membership fee and I'll arrange for you to meet. Talk amongst yourselves back there. Sister Ma had been working as a redresser for more than 10 years, and she probably hadn't come across a few that were as simple as Su Yang's request. Other people either make a bunch of conditions or ask for this or that. Just get to him and be able to breathe. And the lad's not bad looking and nice to talk to. That mustn't take the opportunity to introduce those oddballs. What if the king looks at a green bean and sees the right one? Maybe even earn a matchmaker bonus along the way. After making up her mind, Martha made the connection, and Su Yang, after enduring the pain of paying the 380 membership fee, got high on melon seeds and waited patiently. 5 minutes later, Ma hung up. Boy, that girl will be here in a minute. Let me give you the basics about her. Speaking of the introduction, Su Yang immediately interrupted her. Auntie, I trust you so much. Don't screw me over. Being seen through, Big Sister Ma's face was unnatural for a moment, but the ones she introduced were just demanding and a bit unusual in their brains, but they were all good looking. It's not a pit stop by any stretch of the imagination. After figuring this out, Sister Ma even put on a posture of complaining. We are the best marriage agency in the city, and our members are all very high quality. How can I screw you over? Is it hard for me to fool you by insisting that the girl is only 5'4" and I say that she jumps up to 5'6"? Sister Ma thinks she speaks with humor, but Su Yang nodded his head incomparably seriously after hearing this. I've heard about your words arts. 200 pounds says steady. Ugly looking says virtuous. Sitting in jail and saying you're established. Bringing up 3 kids and saying you're fertile. Isn't that right? Although Su Yang wasn't picky, but after all, a short contact was needed. It's not too much to ask for a blind date with a normal person. Su Yang being so outspoken and provocative caused Big Sister Ma's face to darken by 2 points. A million straw horses raced by in his mind. Thought he was a good talker. Didn't realize he was a prick. At this point, Big Sister Ma was frantically spewing profanity in her mind. The netizens in the broadcast room, however, or watching with more than a little amusement. I'll go. The anchor is branching out today. Not embarrassing himself, but embarrassing others first. You're so good at saying you don't want to die. Matchmaker's mouth, deceiving ghosts. The anchor is right. Once the matchmaker introduced me to a woman. Said it was like Louis Fay. I asked where it was like, and she said the gender was like. But, ha 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 ha, god damn the gender resemblance. Then I also look like Wu Yinzu, who still believes the words of the matchmaker these days? Before meeting, people are honest and don't say much. After meeting, people are old and don't tell much truth. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing at this broadcast sooner or later. This gold medalist bride is no slouch either. Su Yang was so close to his face and open wide, and Big Sister Ma only changed her face slightly before returning to normal. She put on a professional fake smile and said, "How come? No one else dares to say, but my Ma Daisy has a great reputation in the industry. Anything is the truth. Take this girl I introduced to you, not to mention handsome in appearance. She's also the right age for you, only 28. A woman's eldest hugs a gold brick, and if you guys make it, you'll be hugging 2 whole gold bricks. Isn't sibling love all the rage right now?" Su Yang had always known that the Red Queen's mouth could turn black into white. He had seen it all today. But 28 is okay. As long as it's not the whole 40 or 50 that comes, he's not here for the pussy. Seeing that Su Yang didn't say anything, Big Sister Ma continued, "Little Su, there's something I still need to make clear to you. And this girl, divorced twice, but no children. Marriage and divorce are all too common these days. But that's a side note. People wouldn't think of tying the knot a third time if it wasn't a good idea to get married. You bet. Thought hugging 2 gold bricks was outrageous enough. I didn't realize there was a more explosive one. If marriage is bad, no one else will think of tying the knot a third time. It's a fallacy he can't actually refute." Big Sister Ma had been rambling on and on, while the netizens in the live broadcast room had been waiting for Su Yang's reverse PUA. Waiting and starting to get impatient. Why hasn't that woman arrived yet? I've been waiting for the flowers. If you can't, can you talk to a random girl? Who understands? I've been hiding in the company bathroom watching it just to wait until the main show comes on. Still in the bathroom after all this time? You're all smoked in. You're not out of paper, are you? Which company? I'll call your boss to send it. The world is still full of bad people. Stop being poor. You guys, look if it's the one in black silk. I guess so. That body is fine. Just the face? It's okay. It's all the same with the lights off. It's true that you can't trust the words of a matchmaker. The victim appears and rubs his hands together in anticipation. It's just that this woman is shrewd at first glance. Can the anchor be a match? The netizens had seen the people, and naturally Su Yang and Big Sister Ma had seen them as well. Here, let me introduce you. This is Su Yang. Looks like he's relatively young, but talks very well. This is Ran. Good looking, isn't she? She's the most popular imperial type right now. Talk amongst yourselves. Sister Ma left in a blaze of glory after giving the 2 introductions. Left alone they sized each other up. This Ren must have been in the dating market for years. People are more realistic. Su Yang's face value was a plus wherever he was placed. Only here it wasn't very popular. At least for the lady in front of her. She didn't treat Su Yang better because he was handsome. His face was slack from the moment he came in, and he didn't even smile politely. While she was sizing up Su Yang was also observing her. Big Sister Ma said she was only 28 years old, but in Su Yang's opinion, how could she be in her early 30s? It's just that it's dressed pinker and covered up with makeup. Makes her look much younger than she really is. However, Su Yang didn't break it down. After all, one has to count on people to help with the mission. So Su Yang first broke the silence. "Ms. Ran, want to have a drink next to the cafe? Coffee? Ha?" She seemed to be reluctant to do so, probably also thinking of more or less saving face for the first meeting. Ren reluctantly nodded. "Okay, but I only drink Starbucks." Su Yang nodded. "No problem." Neither of them talked on the way to Starbucks. Su Yang was doing it because he was wondering how to complete the mission. And Ran, I'm afraid she didn't look at Su Yang either. Just wanted to rub a cup of coffee and leave. These two aren't talking, but the pop-ups aren't idle. No, is even one like the anchor being disliked? What about us ugly ones? People who have been there tell you that in the dating market, face value plus any of wealth, family history, and a good job is a king's bum, but the only single out is a dead card. And people will think you are a soft-eating white boy. So how can they treat you? Seems like it, ha. A lot of blind date women are trying to change things by marriage. They don't like to be upside down. If you don't have money, you don't deserve to get married. What's the point of getting married if you don't have any money? It's just a little bit of money. Doesn't it smell good to keep it for yourself? Crap, so angry. Anchor, hurry up and cure these gold-digging women. Don't worry, the anchor will step in. In fact, Su-young didn't define someone as a gold-digging woman based on his first impression. It always seems like there are still normal people looking for a good match in the dating market. If the other guy is sincere, he may have to move on to the next target. After all, what he was about to do did have the suspicion of spoofing in it, and it wasn't good to put people in harm's way. But if the other party treats him like a cuckold in a wishing fountain, then don't blame him for not being polite. Apparently, Ren is in this latter category. I'll have a cup of Colombian coffee, a slice of Black Forest cake and 2 matcha macaroons. What about you? Ran ordered 3 of her favorites with great familiarity. That natural look, as if this was her usual level of spending. However, Su-young was secretly staggered as he looked at the prices of these 3 items. A cup of coffee costs $188, a piece of cake costs $158, and a piece of macara, which is just a little bit bigger than a coin, costs $58. Just her order alone works out to almost $500. It's a money grab. Who the hell is consuming something so expensive? I'll just have a cup of coffee. Su-young endured the pain and ordered himself a cup as well. I haven't even done the mission yet, and I've lost 1,000 yen first. His heart, that pain. Su-young's painful bill made Xiao Ran's face become a little better. The first thing she said after taking her seat was, "Handsome, you're quite generous. You used to be on a blind date with me, and you actually bought me a honey snow ice city. It's really too low." Hearing this, Su-young couldn't help but curse in his heart. You're the one who's low. Your whole family is low. It's nice to know it's not going to work out. It's nice to know they're buying you a honey snow ice city. If it wasn't for getting the job done, and he's not going to be the wrongdoer. Handsome, what do you do? Ran asked again. Su-young originally wanted to say being an anchor, but after thinking about it, he changed his words and said, I'm doing self-publishing. Self-publishing can sound taller than anchoring. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. And in this world, self-publishing is well developed. Just saying it gives the impression that the income is not low. Sure enough, a smile finally appeared on Ren's face as soon as she heard it. That should make a lot of money, right? Su-young smiled without saying anything and picked up his coffee to take a sip. That's too much of a rush to ask directly for income, so can he or she also ask her for an elemental face photo? It's good to know what's going on. It's good manners. Sometimes not answering tends to give more room for the imagination. Su-young's move was then taken as a default. Ren's attitude was better. I didn't realize you were so capable at such a young age. Did Sister Ma tell you about my situation? Su-young nodded, said something. You don't mind if I'm divorced? When Xiao Ran asked this, she even purposely moved to Su-young's side. As of now, she was satisfied with Su-young. Handsome, young, and well paid. I didn't want to find my brother before because I was afraid of spending money on him. It would be different if she had a brother to spend her money on. Moreover, she felt that Su-young was so young that he must be very easy to cheat, and as long as she took him down, she guessed that he would be able to agree to any request she had. The mere thought of her taking her brother's hand made Ren feel good. There's been nothing groundbreaking in the way things have gone so far. The netizens in the live room couldn't help but get a little anxious. Anchor, you take action. What's the point of dilly-dallying? Just tell her she won't pay the dowry and ask her if she'll marry. If the anchor dares to say that, believe it or not, this woman can run a 100-meter sprint. It can't be that you really want to look everywhere, right? Don't Jian Yen want this? Bad eyes can be donated. Anchor, are you insulting me? Beware of losing your ass. If I can't get it back, I'm going to be off the charts. Anchor, hurry up and start the whole job. Speed. I want to see this woman break defense. Netizens were anxious for Su-young, but he's not slowing down. Don't mind. I think divorced people know how to live. Su-young replied as a matter of course. Is it his turn to mind? It's not like he's marrying her himself. Just how is the reverse PUA going to unfold? Su-young didn't really have a clue for a while and could only take one step at a time. And that answer, it just about moved Ren to tears. She approached Su-young again. I think we can try. Since it's a genuine office, can I ask you about your monthly salary? Thought I was a fox of 1,000 years, but I didn't realize I was still so indolent. So Su-young thought of a number that wasn't too high or too low. 18,000. That number didn't make Ren particularly happy, but it was good that Su-young gave her a good impression and didn't mind that she was divorced. So acceptance was also expressed. It's an okay paycheck. $20,000 a month as long as we're together. The days will surely be great. Xiao Ran was very satisfied, but Su-young almost sprayed out the coffee in his mouth after hearing her words. $20,000 for both of them combined? It's like she's making $2,000 a month. So how does she manage to come and spend money in a place like this? Su-young was astonished. The pop-ups exploded at this point as well. Crap, that's a little plan. Departure. His father opened the door for departure. Departure is home. How dare she? How high up on the pillow did you sleep at night before you dared to dream like that? $2,000 a month and she dares to pick like this. Who on earth gave her the courage? Liang Jingru? No wonder it's been a blind date. There really isn't no sense in it. Can't you just slap her awake? What a daydream. But anyone who has a monthly salary of $1 or $2 million is unlikely to be looking for a divorced woman in her third year of life. Not to mention that the anchor is so handsome. I've kind of seen the horrors of dating women today, and this is an image that I have to show my mom as well. The netizens in the live broadcast room were filled with righteous indignation, while Su Yang was trying to control his facial expression, not letting the other person detect their displeasure. While I was prepared to know it would be outrageous, I didn't expect it to be this outrageous, and as it turns out, there is no such thing as the most outrageous, only the more outrageous. Su Yang's inactivity made the other party get even more aggressive. Even though we're making $20,000 a month, but I'm spending over $10,000 a month on shopping, beauty treatments, and getting my hair done. The rest want to buy a house at all, so you also have to prepare a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house downtown. By the way, for me to feel secure, the house still has to be in my name. Hearing this, Su Yang became even more helpless. You make $2,000 a month, but you spend $10,000. How did she manage to take it so for granted? Who the hell is the big bad seed? And a comment about insecurity requires the house to be in her name? Do you know how expensive it is to have a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in the city center? At least $5 or $6 million. It's hard for the average person to afford it without parental support. Even if you bought it with the support of your parents, add the woman's name because she said so. It's okay to get by with a good one. If you meet a heartless one, find a reason to just split half of it. Before he could PUA his opponent, Su Yang broke his defense first. He was really confused, but the play goes on. Any more? Su Yang's rhetorical question was taken as agreement by Xiaoran. She laughed her ass off, laughing for a full minute before asking again, do you have a car? Su Yang shook his head. Come here or take the subway. Where did he get a car? Does 11 Road count? Hearing that Su Yang was a carless person, the smile on Xiaoran's face collapsed by 2 points. There's no car. That's okay, just buy it later. The tone was rather disgruntled. After saying that, the words changed. If you don't have a car, then the dowry can't be less. As you know, counting you this time, I'm the third marriage. According to our rules over there, the bride price for a first marriage is $188,000. The bride price for a second marriage is $288,000. Then the bride price for the third marriage is naturally the $388,000. Do you accept this one? The netizens didn't react particularly well when Ran asked for a car and a house before. After all, it's a regular operation in the dating market. They have more or less seen it too. But when they heard that the bride price for the third marriage was even higher, the netizens in the live room collectively couldn't hold their breath. Crap! What zoo did she escape from anyway? What a living hell. Does anyone know where the hell that rule is? I'm going to walk around that girl over there when I see her from now on. It's common knowledge that used cars are no longer guaranteed, let alone third hand. A blind date is a good blind date. Why the sudden robbery? This woman may be ugly, but she thinks beautifully. According to this logic, wouldn't 10 marriages be $188,000? Crap. A new direction to get rich. Anchor, you hurry up and run. You can't play with her. If you don't run, I'm going to come and carry you. The live bloggers are opening their mics with passion. None expressed exasperation, but Jiang Nian, who was watching the live broadcast, was so happy that she rolled all over the bed. Oh great nephew, you've kicked the bucket. I'll see how you get off the stage today. Despite the jokes, her actions were real. Slender fingers kept poking at the screen. It's a bit unseemly to think she's liking it. She's swiping a gift. The most expensive carnival in the platform is 10 a swipe. That screen full of special effects shocked a bunch of netizens. Crap. Where did the dirtbag come from? Doesn't the carnival cost anything? ID or female? Rich sister, look at me. People are looking at the anchor, so you guys shouldn't rush to lick it. I have to lick it. Just that oddball blind date girl had the guts to do that. What's wrong with me licking a rich woman? Ha ha ha. It's all no-cost stuff. If a woman can do it, so can a man. Fight it. Bike to motorcycle. 18-year-old me scoffed. 28-year-old me analyzed it verbatim. 10 carnival smashes made Su Yang's live room immediately hit the favorites. The number of people online, which was originally maintained at around 30,000, also directly broke through to 100,000 people. The topic of dating is already easy to discuss, and at this time the pop-up screen has become a large trolling scene. Anchor met this is not called extreme. I met a woman, directly asked me to buy a house for her brother, or not to marry me. Buying a house for my brother is not bad, My friend got a blind date with a second marriage with a child. The woman insisted that my friend change all the surnames to be the same as her son, saying that she was afraid that the child would grow up to be suspicious. Another friend from nowhere. What the hell is wrong with these matchmaking women these days? Upstairs. What do you mean? It's just the women? The dating market has its fair share of oddball men. Yeah, I was on a blind date with a lower head guy at New Year's Eve, and he actually said he wanted to try it out first, saying that he was afraid of ex-life disharmony in the future. So I was speechless. I've met the same guy who asked me to send fruit photos. Has he never seen a woman before? The Gmails are so pathetic. Men like that should be physically castrated. It's horrible that there are so many oddballs in the dating market. Isn't the anchor trying to straighten out the dating market? Why don't you do it yet? The netizens in the live stream are buzzing, and Soo Young had thought of a way to accomplish the task. Just before that, he wanted to see just how greedy this woman across from him could be. There's the dowry. Isn't there the 3 golds? Soo Yang's question was completely right in Xiao Ran's face. It also ingrained the image of Soo Yang as an ingrate who was stupid and had a lot of money. Everywhere else it's 3 gold. But our rules over there are hardware. Hardware? Daily hardware or architectural hardware? Soo Yang suppressed the corners of his mouth that wanted to laugh and signaled her to continue on. Hardware you don't even know. It's necklaces, rings, bracelets, earrings, anklets and all that. Hey, you guys don't get it either. When the time comes, you give me the money and I'll just go buy it myself. Ren was so thoughtful. And Soo Yang just smiled after hearing that and said, is there more? He'd like to see how much it costs to get a wife these days. Soo Yang's reaction made Xiao Ran so happy that the corners of her mouth were grinning to the roots of her ears. Since he asked, it had to be there if it wasn't. Who's got too much money? It wasn't easy for my parents to raise me that way. You have to mean it. It doesn't need to be much, just 88,000 per person. By the way, I've always been looked down upon by my relatives and friends because I've been divorced twice before. And since you're my husband, naturally you'll have to help me hold up the facade. So the wedding I want to do in Sanya. There is more upscale. Invite them over to see the world. The round-trip airfare is your responsibility. And the wedding dress. The reception. Wait. Xiao Ran was still about to continue, but was suddenly interrupted by Soo Yang. If you want to go on a blind date, you should do it properly, and if you want to make a wish, you should go directly to the temple. Okay? Soo Yang really couldn't take it anymore, and his tone of voice became not so good. He thought the woman could take it for what it was worth, but he didn't realize that the more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Red packets for parents, airfare for relatives and friends. She's really daring. The netizens in the live streaming room were originally still upset by this woman, but now that they heard Soo Yang suddenly come up with this sentence, they all exploded with laughter in unison. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn wishing to go to the temple. Go to the temple. The temple has to run. That's a job the Bodhisattva wouldn't dare take. Temple, with that power I'm still missing your incense? The king of the wishing fountain wouldn't dare make a wish like that. This dislike of the anchor has soothed my whole body and will speak many words. The netizens laughed, but Ran wasn't too happy to hear that. I'm going to marry you. Can't you spare this much money? That? She can't make those demands without a few $1 million. How come it's so easy coming from her? That's not a bit. Soo Yang said matter-of-factly, but never try to reason with a woman. They all have their own set of logic. Just spend the money and earn it again. After all, you're getting married for the first time. How can you settle? Nice guy. Throwing the question directly at him. Thought that was the end of it. Didn't realize there was more. I'm all about you. I can't believe you're still ungrateful. I'm angry and you have to coax me. I'll forgive you if you're penalized for transferring $10,000 to me. It had been enough for Soo Yang. And now it was enough. It's just so damn boring. No self-awareness and made. To meet people like that, it would be better to live with a dog. Soo Yang is an eye-opener. And the netizens' debate has risen from blind dates to the entire state of marriage. Look how hard it is to get married these days. I can't find a wife without a car or a house. But my grandfather says that if you find a wife and work together, you'll have it all. But where can you find a wife without money? It was like that in Grandpa's day. Not anymore. When you got married in the 70s, you had food. When you got married in the 80s, you had a bicycle. When you got married in the 90s, you had a TV. When you got married in 10 years, you had a house. When you got married in 20 years, you had a house and a car. Now get married and get sick. Or blame the bride price for being too high. The state should just step in and straighten it out. It's shameless to try to empty your hands on marriage. As soon as this was said, the statements of individual netizens began to be extreme. All the reasons why they can't get married are blamed on the high bride price. And even the people who propose the bride price come under fire. The woman is described as a gold digger. And the woman's parents are described as selling their daughters. Soo Yang's live broadcast room was not just male viewers. A large proportion of them are also women, accused of high dowry. They can still put up with it. After all, it's really the status quo. But call them gold diggers, they will never admit it. My mom raised me this way, all more than spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. And asking you for 100,000 or so when you get married is gold worship? Don't you men have any idea what kind of a man you are? Of course I can suffer with you, but once you are rich, can you enjoy the happiness with me? I would like to not have a dowry, but I've personally seen men sweep their chaffing wives off their feet after they've developed, so who dares to gamble on human nature? It's the free ones that won't be cherished. The dowry I insist on. It's an attitude. The netizens in the live broadcast room directly quarreled. Each has a point. This kind of ancient problem has been argued for decades without any right or wrong, let alone in Su Yang's small live room. The bickering pop-ups were refreshing in front of my eyes. There was also Ran in his ear making a heavenly request for a transfer. Su Yang a whole scorched numb. The woman's mouth was pretty much known to him, and he didn't want to waste any more time. So Su Yang decisively asked, "You've mentioned so much to me. So what dowry do you have?" Dowry? The word seems to still feel foreign to a woman who has been married twice. She asked in surprise after several seconds of reaction. And a dowry? If she hadn't looked so well-traveled when she mentioned the bride price earlier, Su Yang was convinced that she didn't know there was such a thing as a dowry. Of course, marry and give a dowry for marrying, and naturally give a dowry for marrying. Su Yang spoke with incomparable seriousness, making Xiao Ran feel bad about fooling around, hesitating for a long time before squirming. My family's conditions are very average. Average condition. But the math is thieving. What were the terms of that? Su Yang continued to ask. To say it was in average condition would be an exaggeration. In the case of Xiao Ran's family, with 2 younger brothers below her, her parents will not prepare a dowry for her at all. That's why she's trying to change her fate through marriage. Maybe she also relied on the fact that she had a few good looks and thought that Su Yang would also let her have her way just like the previous 2. So she was a bit of a trickster and blunt. I have nothing. The marriage is divorced. The ring is taken. And I am clean. That's the deal. Translated, this means that if you want money you don't have it, but if you want a person you have one. Such women abound in the dating market. It wasn't just a lack of dowry. Ran thought to herself it was no big deal. However, she looked at Su Yang as if he minded it, and was wondering how to convince the other party. But before she could think of a way, she heard Su Yang's surprised voice come. Netting? Ren was about to nod. But then you hear, and the ring was awarded to someone else? But, As soon as Su Yang said this, before Xiao Ran could react, a small burst of laughter came from the next table first. The laughter was punctuated by the sound of something being spewed out of his mouth. At that moment, a lady sidled up. Sorry, the coffee's too hot. Su Yang turned his head to look. It was a smartly dressed professional woman in her 30s, and what she called hot was a cup of iced coffee. I think he heard the conversation between him and Ren and didn't hold back his laughter. Eavesdropping is eavesdropping. Su Yang didn't care. There were more than 100,000 people in his live broadcast who were listening brightly. It doesn't matter if there's one more of her. Su Yang nodded as a greeting before looking at Xiao Ran again. Xiao Ran obviously didn't expect Su Yang to come up with such a sentence, and was directly dumbfounded by the fuck. At this point in the broadcast, the netizens were still quarreling hotly over the issue of the bride price a second ago, but now the atmosphere has become joyful again because of Su Yang's whole sentence. Crap, this sudden commotion almost flashed my back. Ha 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 ha. The ring is also awarded to others. You want to laugh me to death. What kind of carbon-based creature has brain circuits like that? It's a shame that the anchor's mouth doesn't go into comedy. May I ask if dying of laughter is considered a workplace injury? I'm already embarrassed for the woman. What's it going to take to get back? Wait online. It's pretty urgent. Fine. Don't let yourself be embarrassed. Now you're embarrassing others instead. Right? That's the way to do it. Inexplicably relieved, the pop-ups became cordial again, and netizens continued to enjoy watching. But Ren's face turned a shade of red and white as she reacted. I guess it would have looked better if it wasn't so thickly powdered. Probably also feeling that she is not dominant in this area, Ran chose to show weakness to gain sympathy. The sound clips in as well. That's just the way it is with me. You don't mind me, do you? It's not for nothing that pampered women are the best. This fluffy soft-voiced general men really can carry. But Su Yang is in the second class. Not too much, he returned decisively. It's not a matter of dislike at all. It's a matter of triangulation. Since she doesn't have a dowry, the task is a good one. And after listening to her bullshit for so long, I even bought her coffee and a snack. It shouldn't be too much to hurt her little ego next. Not too much. Su Yang answered for her. Hearing Su Yang say that he didn't mind, Xiao Ran was overjoyed. So can we start getting ready? She was even more anxious than Su Yang. But at this time, Su Yang looked at her bitterly. I just did some math. How can it be $10 million to fulfill those demands of yours? I may not have that kind of money. Once she heard that she needed $10 million, Ran was also a bit staggered. It didn't mention anything. How could it need so much money? But the breakdown seems to be true. The house is in the millions. The car is in the hundreds of thousands. And the bride price red envelope is in the hundreds of thousands again. There's the wedding dress, the venue, the airfare to and from the venue, etc. Don't count it. It's a shock. What then? It's really hard to come up with that much money all of a sudden. She hoped Su Yang would give a solution, but not a word about lowering the requirements. So let's think of a compromise? What's the compromise? Su Yang held back his laughter. Let's each take a step back. You won't pay the dowry. I won't pay the bride price. What do you think? Mission progress 1/3 complete. Out of the gate. Out of the gate. The anchors are finally out of the gate. Well, what a compromise. Anchor has played this empty glove game skillfully. I admire it. How did he manage to be so proper and say such beastly things? Anchor, it's all in my hands. You guys, look at the look on that blind date's face. It's so good. After laying the groundwork for so long, Su Yang finally said this out loud. When he first received the mission, he also thought that the mission was simple, as long as he said the corresponding words. But after getting to know it, I realized that the system has its own set of rules, and that the tasks have to be completed under logical conditions. Suddenly saying it outright doesn't count. Otherwise, Su Yang wouldn't have chatted with her so much. It's been laid out for so long. The task was somewhat accomplished, but Ren was not happy on the spot at the suggestion. That's how it works. You want a wife for nothing? What do you think? She may not bring a dowry, but the bride price must be there. But I don't have that kind of money. If you don't have money, go to your parents. Ren said it as a matter of course. But Su Yang is an orphan and has no mom and dad. Even if he did, he wouldn't drain his parents' savings because of such an insatiable woman. So, I don't have a mom and dad. Su Yang's tone was slightly sad. Xiao Ran didn't know the situation, but many netizens in the live broadcast room knew about Su Yang's life. The anchor is an orphan. This woman is really a pot calling the kettle black. Shit. You don't even deserve to get married without your parents' support. Don't feel bad, anchor. You still have us. Yes, we'll always be there to support you and brush you off with a loving hug. I have no money. Free flowers for you. Must be strong. Su Yang's unconscious selling of misery harvested the sympathy of many netizens. Many gift effects floated down on the screen one after another. There are expensive ones and cheap ones. It's all in the mind of the internet. But Su Yang could gain the sympathy of the netizens. But he couldn't shake Xiaoran halfway. She tilted her head high in the air, not in the least bit fazed by it. It's almost written on her face. Don't marry her if you don't have money. Actually, I have another idea. Hearing this, Ren became interested again. What way? The corner of Su Yang's mouth hooked. I can go borrow money to marry you. When you marry me, give me your monthly paycheck to take to pay off your bills. What do you think? It had to be said that Su Yang's brain was just fine. One way at a time. What a little wit. Before the netizens could even praise Su Yang for his many ways, Xiao Ran blew up first. She was so angry she stood up and yelled, borrowing money to marry me? And then use my paycheck to pay off the bill? Isn't that marrying myself with my own money? That's a good calculation. In the face of such accusations, Su Yang did not agree. Don't think too highly of yourself. You only make 2,000 a month. That's not enough to pay your bills. In his heart, he spat, but Su Yang's face was still smiling. Don't get mad. Just calm down. Su Yang first pacified her to sit down, then continued, can your pattern be opened? What do you mean you borrowed money to marry you? Let's think of it another way. You're the woman I'd borrow money to marry. Would it be much more comfortable to think of it that way? Ahem. Su Yang had just finished speaking when a cough came from the next table. This time Su Yang turned his head first. The coffee is still hot? The lady nodded shyly. And a bit. At this moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast were once again boiling. Ha 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 ha. I laughed straight you. This is reverse PUA? This operation is too slick. Anchor, please accept my knee. Can't think of an answer like that without a 10-year brain clot. Low EQ, I'll borrow money to marry you. High EQ, you're the one I'd borrow money to marry. Learned. I told you you could learn something watching the live stream. I'm going to use this to propose to my girlfriend right away. Please report the name of the anchor when you get punched. The netizens in the live room once again exploded with laughter. But Ren was not comforted in the least, but became even more angry. She stood up a second time. What do you mean? You just aren't sincere about coming on a blind date. Even if Xiao Ran was stupid, she should have realized that she had been teased by Su Yang. Borrow money to marry her? Is that something a normal relative could say? If you have money, you have money. If you don't have money, you don't have money, and you borrow money. It's even more odious than the boss painting a big picture. Luckily, she still regarded Su Yang as an ideal marriage partner. I didn't expect to do this to her. Don't be mad. Just sit down and we'll talk slowly. Su Yang was also good-tempered and didn't get angry even after being said so. Instead, they are still calm and reassuring. I'm sincere about the match, but look at all the demands you're making on yourself. Come up here and ask for a car and a house. Just how many people can afford those two things at once now? Not to mention all that other mess. Would you be angry if I came up to you with these demands? Su Yang spoke calmly and reasonably, but those words fell on Ren's ears. She resisted the urge to keep standing and questioned aloud. I'm a female. Shouldn't I be mentioning this? You're a guy and you want a car and a house and a dowry from the woman? You're out of your mind. What's the point of dating a poor man? Su Yang reasoned with her properly, but she spewed profanity with Su Yang. Can this be tolerated? So Su Yang's voice also got louder. I think you're crazy. You haven't realized what your disadvantage is. The previous conversation was small, and it was just a lady next to me who was listening surreptitiously. The sound was loud now, and many people throughout the cafe looked toward them. In China, the gene of liking to see things has been deeply embedded in people's bones. Not only were they not stopped for this intrusive behavior, instead, several others walked over to sit closer to them, just so they could hear better. Seeing this scene made the netizens laugh again. Ha ha ha, these are the first line of eaters. Really envious. I'm just far away. If it was closer I'd run to the scene. There's something really magical about watching something like this. And once I froze on the bus for an extra 5 stops listening to two people arguing. What's that to you? A while back we had a police raid on pornography over here. It was a dozen kilometers from my house. My dad heard the news and drove over there. I saw him on the news half an hour later. Upstairs, your dad is more or less shooting himself in the foot with this hilarity. At this point I'm just ballast scurrying through a melon field. Not only are there people eating melons offline, but online is not idle either. The pop-ups were a hoot. The two protagonists, meanwhile, remain at sword's length. Ren said defiantly, what disadvantage do I have? A beautiful person with a great body. It's even a blessing for you to marry me. Like you, you'll never get a wife in your life. That's where Ren's perception comes in. The belief that if you have the advantage of physical appearance, you must marry well. Unbeknownst to many people in positions of power, skin looks are actually the least important. Not to mention the fact that she really doesn't come close to being beautiful. The body is just so, and the self-perceived prettiness is nothing more than makeup. With the makeup off I guess it's not even passable. Such a person may be okay with the average blind date, but wants to marry well. The advice given from Su Yang's side was to go to bed early, so he was ready to fulfill one of the parts of the mission to get her to recognize reality. But before that, there's another one that gets done too. You still don't know yourself. Speaking of this, Su Yang simply stood up, as if he were giving a speech. He put his hands behind his back and said as he walked, men and women are equal in this society nowadays. Then why is it that you women can ask for a car, a house and a dowry, but not us men? Upon hearing this question, Ren was actually a little confused. Hasn't it always been like this? But if she really had to make a case for it, she couldn't. However, Su Yang's question resonated with many men on the scene. Man, you are so bold. If I had been as sober as you when I got married, I wouldn't have spent so much money. Men and women are equal, and so should they be. Isn't having the woman pay for all this just like joining the family? There is a car and a house and a bride price. It's okay to join the family. My family doesn't have a throne to inherit. It's not just a family name. I don't care with whom. Nowadays, some people raise children all their lives, and in the end, they're not even their own, not even by blood. So who cares about a last name? Hearing the comments of the people around her, Ren's face darkened to the point of dripping. She hasn't been boxing online based on her female identity much, but I didn't expect retribution to come so soon. Xiao Ran's face is not good, but Su Yang is talking more and more vigorously because of so many cries of joy. We can't get wives. 90% because we're poor, and 90% of the reason you can't marry is because you're not good looking. We're already poor. We can't marry a poorer one, much less marry a poor, unattractive one. If you look at it that way, then there's nothing wrong with me asking the woman to have a car, a house and savings. Mission progress is February 3rd complete. Nothing wrong. Right on. Before Ran could say anything, there was a wave of uproar around her. Some of his buddies even gave Su Yang a thumbs up. Crap. The anchor makes a good point. This crooked reasoning is coming out of my mouth, and I can't believe I have no way to refute it. Ha 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 ha. You can't get poorer when you're already poor. Solid and true. Translate. Looking for a rich woman. Well, soft food is hard, isn't it? I have a bad stomach. I was born with a soft food saint body. Is my rich sister from earlier still there? Look at me. Netizens are numb with laughter. And Ren's face had long since darkened beyond recognition. She also stopped pretending, and directly broke into a curse. I've really fallen into bad luck when I met you. Pushin goes down on his head again. Pushin? Down the head? These two words really made Su-yang laugh in anger. From the beginning of the blind date, he's always been a gentleman. Even if the other party made such an outrageous request, he would just smile and forget about it. He didn't even swear. Now I can't believe I'm being scolded like this. How can you take that kind of heat? Cursing he hadn't lost yet. Lao Tzu has a saying, if you say dirty words out loud, your mouth becomes dry. If you swallow them, your heart becomes dirty. So Su-yang decided to curse back on the spot. But before he could say anything, Ren wailed. I'm just trying to marry better. There's something wrong. That look was as alive as if he was bullied by Su-yang. It made Su-yang all screwed up. Isn't it a good scolding? What's with the crying? Ren's cry made the netizens in the live broadcast room a whole lot confused. What's with the crying? I'll testify that the anchor didn't do anything to her. Forced interruption of spell casting. That expression on the anchor's face. He's probably gone over the curse words in his mind. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I can't curse if I want to. I can be suffocated, right? If you can't hold it in, you can go crazy. Not to mention the anchor. As far as I can see, I want to curse. I can only say that the quality of the anchor is still not low to a certain extent. I can't believe for a moment I couldn't tell if you were complimenting him or scolding him. To be honest, although Su-yang's quality wasn't high, he couldn't do anything to step on someone else's feet again when they were crying. He symbolically soothed. Come on, don't cry. You've got the right idea. But let's consider the practicalities as well. On those terms you proposed. Afraid of hitting her. Su-yang stopped in the middle of his sentence. But the meaning is clear. On her pie-in-the-sky terms, she was undoubtedly daydreaming. It's impossible to find. After crying, Ren was much more stable. She stammered. I only dared to mention it that way because I thought you were young and gullible, and I'm not usually that outrageous. Speaking of this, and as if it had touched her sadness, there was a noticeable sobbing tone in her voice again. I really don't usually ask for much in the way of dating, but I just fail at it once. I've been on 24 consecutive blind dates since my divorce. All fail. Hearing that the blind date failed 20 times, Su-yang couldn't help but feel a little bit like laughing. Still a dating special. However, Su-yang did want to know exactly how she defined the words not demanding. What exactly did you ask for? Su-yang asked. I asked for something simple. Age 30 to 38, bachelor's degree, 175 plus, and just have a $200, 000 or so a year. Is that too much to ask? Compared to before, the requests Ren is making now are simply not normal. Even the netizens on the air felt that such a request was not excessive in the dating market. If I had mentioned it like that, I wouldn't have gotten scolded. It's still useful to be disliked twice, and look how normal it is now. It shouldn't be hard to find a man for that requirement. It's all pretty basic requirements, except for the $200, 000 a year salary. But that's a middle-of-the-road salary in the Magic City. Wouldn't that have been the end of it? Now don't want a garage or hardware. Anti-PUA success. The anchor should indeed be credited for even being able to clean up such a demon. That's the way it should be. Don't come up here like you're a robber. The netizens in the live chat room all agreed that with the requirements Ran was now raising, it wouldn't be hard to succeed in a blind date. But Su-yang was not that optimistic. That's really not a lot to ask when you look at it separately. But there aren't many who want to fulfill all of them. And there aren't many who fit. Su-yang wanted to complete the mission while at the same time trying to make Xiao Ran recognize reality. At the same time he wants more girls not to be overly ambitious. Cherish a good man when you meet one and don't always think the next one is better. Isn't that all that's required? And isn't that a lot of it in Mordor? How come not many of them fit in your mouth? Seeing that she didn't believe it, Su-yang was ready to talk with Big Data, only to see him take out his cell phone and casually flip through it a few times. Then said, in Mordor, there are about 1 million unmarried men between the ages of 30 to 38. Ren nodded, thinking, isn't that a lot? Su-yang continued, you require a bachelor's degree, but with our 41.6% undergraduate rate, out of those 1 million people, there are only 400,000 left who meet your requirements. So much less at once? Ren herself was shocked. Just one item sifts out so many people, but that's just the beginning. You require a height of 175 or more. According to Big Data, the average height of men in the Magic City is 172, with 40% above 175. Then there are only 100,000 people left who can fulfill your conditions. 2 conditions turned 100 people into 100,000. Ren's face was starting to look off. And how many of those over $200, 000 a year are left? She asked, feeling bad. Speaking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but be surprised. Although Mordor is a big city with a developed economy, the big data shows that it is only 1% that can stably maintain an annual salary of more than $200,000. That is, there are only 10,000 unmarried young men who fulfill Ren's conditions at the same time. So little? Ren was also stunned to see the data. She's clearly asking for very little. But how come only 10,000 people qualify? There are so many people in Mordor. These 10,000 are simply not enough. Thought that was it. But Su Yang hadn't finished. Is marriage preferred to non-smokers, non-drinkers, and non-gamers? Ren nodded instinctively. It's natural to want such good quality. Remove 60% of the smoking and drinking, and another 20% of the gaming. There are 2,000 more eligible. Not waiting for Xiao Ran to respond, Su Yang added, is it still necessary to get by in terms of looks? Can't be too fat or bald? Ren continued to nod. Seeing this, Su Yang spread his two hands. Then it's estimated that only 100 or 200 people are eligible. There are roughly 500,000 women in the Magic City's dating market. What do you think your chances of winning are when you go for 500,000 to compete for the 100 or 200 that are just the entry requirements? Mission accomplished. Get a chance to win a lottery. The system voice came on as expected. However, Su Yang's words caused all the surroundings to go silent. Ren was even more shocked and overwhelmed. She had always thought she was a steal, but when she looked at it this way, she had no advantage at all. The little Ren was stupid. And Su Yang's words hit the netizens in the live broadcast room. Crap. The requirements are so low, and the talent to fulfill them is so little? What did you expect? How can quality men circulate to the dating market? They'd have been shortchanged long ago. Indeed. I used to work in a marriage agency. I know how deep the water is. Ordinary as it sounds at first glance, this fine taste is heavenly. It's over. I'm getting anxious after listening to the anchor's analysis. Not only did the anchor straighten out the blind date, but he straightened you out too? This whole job has a level of class. Don't even mention the blind date girl. I've broken my defense. The pop-ups are buzzing. And Xiao Ran was silent for a long time after hearing Su Yang's words. The proud self-confidence fell apart at this moment. Even the ones with such ordinary conditions don't get her turn, let alone the others. I'm a little sick, so I'll go first. Ren made an excuse to escape. Su Yang, whose mission had been accomplished, no longer stayed with her and instead continued to sit and drink coffee. It's so expensive. It can't go to waste. As soon as Ren's side was gone, a looker leaned over next to him. Handsome. From what you just said, men are still in short supply. But why can't I get a girlfriend? Su Yang looked up at her. Somewhat helplessly, he rubbed the bridge of his nose. You know what's the biggest pet peeve about finding a date? What? The man asked. Lying about your gender is most taboo. You're obviously a girl, but a short haircut makes you a boy? The girl's looking for a girlfriend. Think about what? Su Yang was speechless. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were completely taut. Anchor, you be a man. Is it appropriate to be so direct? Handsome guys have boyfriends, pretty girls have girlfriends, and all that's left are us single dogs. Homosexuality is true love. Heterosexuality is only for offspring. I'll be damned. That's a lot of gay lesbians blowing up at once. There is a long-winded one. Anchor, today this job, let me see. If I am that woman, go back to take a block of tofu to hit the death. Really trampled, too embarrassing. What's wrong with that sister? She just wants to marry a normal person. That's right. The anchor is too beastly. Stripping people down to their bottoms. That girl is going to go back and cry her eyes out, begging for a sister's psyche. The pop-ups were abuzz. Su Yang also joyfully looked at the various gift special effects that kept refreshing on the screen. Today was another rewarding day. Looks like the $1,000 wasn't wasted. I was thinking of leaving after this cup of coffee, but I didn't expect another person to stand next to him. It was the same acquaintance, the professional woman who had been listening to their conversation. You need something? It's quite a business today. One after the other. The lady's name was Jo Chi and she was an executive of a nearby company. Not particularly good looking, but good looking. Gives a very dry look. Today she came to the cafe for a small sitting as usual, but she didn't expect to meet Su Yang on a blind date. Since she was having trouble with this herself, she listened to an earful. I didn't expect the hearing to surprise her. Her surprise didn't stem from the other blind date's various odd requests. Rather, it comes from Su Yang's unique analysis. She herself is facing the dilemma of a pushy marriage and wants to find a suitable other half in the dating market. But after listening to Su Yang's words, he suddenly felt that there was so little hope. It was also because she felt that Su Yang knew more about this area. So she didn't hold back from coming over to ask for a second opinion. Yes. Mind if I sit down? Su Yang smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. seeing another beautiful woman appear. It immediately aroused the interest of the netizens in the live broadcast room again. What kind of dog luck is this for the anchor? One gone, another one coming. It's just that this one's a bit old, isn't it? 35 anyhow, not a good match for the anchor. I don't agree with this marriage. I still kowtow to the anchor and Zhang Yin. You still dislike on? She may not be able to look at the anchoret. You see the bag she carried did not. Crocodile skin. How to be more than 100,000 yuan. Rating. Rating less? 100,000 or so for a bag. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. She looks like my future wife. Look at Lin Jiling from afar. Quan Qilin up close. And my darling on closer inspection. Don't get too far out of line, guys. I still say that too big of an age difference just doesn't go well with an anchor. But I'm also 35. So it's just right for me. Crap. So many shameless ones. Come on, some people line me up to nourish and wake them up. Diabetic ones don't want it. Save them the sweetness. The pop-ups are blowing up. And Su Yan also knew her name from her self-introduction. Ms. Zhou, what is your business? Called Ms. and collectively referred to as Miss. Though as a child he was taught to call those with breasts aunts and those without breasts sisters. But now that he's older, that formula doesn't work. Still moderately all called Miss. It's not easy to get yourself into trouble. It's not much. Zhou Qi hung his eyebrows and said with a bitter face, I myself have encountered a bit of annoyance on a blind date. Just looking for someone to talk to. Seeing that it was still early, Su Yang didn't reject her chat request. After all, Su Yang also likes to eat melon. To tell you the truth, I've been through a few blind dates, but none of it came to fruition. Another blind date to no avail. She's obviously not the same kind of person as Ren. Though, Ren is hoping for a better life by marriage. Chuchi clearly isn't, and she can get by quite well on her own, and probably did want to talk to someone too much. Before Su Yang could answer, Zhou Qi continued, my requirements aren't too high. I make $800,000 a year. It's not too much to ask to find someone who makes $1 million a year. Su Yang nodded. Well, it's not excessive. I have a house and a car myself, and it's not too much of a stretch for me to ask the other person to have a house and a car. Su Yang continued to nod. It's not excessive. I'm 35, and it's not too much to ask that the other person be around 40. Su Yang nodded again. It's not excessive. Then how come I can't find it? When he asked these words, Zhou Qi stared at Su Yang tightly with one pair of eyes. It was as if he had to hear the answer from him before he would stop. It was supposed to just act as a listener. Why are you still smoking him to answer questions? Su Yang was confused. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room also started a new round of discussion because of Zhou Qi's few words. Crap. I thought that if the penniless ones are worried about getting married, the rich ones are worried about getting married too? It's so unconscionable that you can't get married when you're this good. It's the better women are that they can't marry because they're looking for better. It's also true that a woman of that condition would never look at a loser like us. So wake up those who want to be around rich women. These two people today, they are completely at opposite extremes. But then again, if you're really looking for a wife, find one weaker than yourself, too strong to hold. I'm just wondering what I need a man for when I'm that good. There are some things that still have to be done by men. What is it? Can't understand going to the kids' table. The pop-ups are buzzing. Su Yang also pondered how to answer under Zhou Qi's gaze. Seeing that he kept silent, Zhou Qi changed his questioning style. If you made $800,000 a year and had a house and a car, what kind of wife would you want? Say it. Zhou Qi steps up. Seeing this, Su Yang could only gulp and said with an open mind, if I make $800,000 a year and have a house and a car, then I'd like to find an 18-year-old. When these words came out, Zhou Qi froze on the spot. The netizens in the live room also let out bursts of laughter in unison at the first moment they heard it. Ha 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 ha. Trying to find 18-year-olds? Too true. Shrimp and pig's heart. Don't you want to die? This anchor, he really dares to say anything truthful. Men are more exclusive and will always prefer 18. If you don't understand, why does it have to be 18? Because any smaller and you're breaking the law. See, another one is pissed off. The anchor is really desperate. I'm treading straight into a pig's ear laughing. How many sins did these two people create before they met such beastly anchors? Embarrassed enough to pick my toes out of a set of magic fairy castles. This whole job cracks me right up. At this time, Su Yang's live broadcast room had just entered a climax, with the amount of pop-ups exploding while the heat was also rising. At its highest, it can squeeze into the top 10 of the Hot 100, and while the more than 100,000 netizens in the live broadcast room were frantically brushing their pop-ups, their gift-giving hands weren't idle either. Airplanes, rockets, it's like they don't have any money. They're hitting it hard. The heat is on. Compared to the hustle and bustle here, Jiang Nian on the other side of the room was furious because of Su Yang's phrase looking for an 18-year-old. 18? Not if you're 2 years older? Does it have to be stuck that dead? Jiang Nian lay on the bed, treating the doll in her hand as if it was Su Yang desperately ravaging it. A fit of rage followed by a quick self-healing. It's okay, my old lady will always be 18. That mentality, simply. When she thought of the whole job Su Yang had just done in the live broadcast, Jiang Nian's smile returned to her face. Kiddo, see how much you amused me. Sis will reward you with a few more. With a small hand, the gift effects instantly dominate the entire screen. Mama yeah, sister model is back. 20 carnivals, the anchor sent. Crap, I'm purple with envy in my base ear. Is it too late to become a whole live anchor? Upstairs, do you have that much work to do? Fuck, there's already no conversation to be had by asking this. I'm actually starting to look forward to tomorrow. Ha ha ha, me too. This live room is now my source of joy. Not only were the netizens happy to see it, but Su Yang was also smiling when he saw so many gifts. Only 1,000 spent, but tens of thousands in. This business is nothing short of profitable. If membership fees are still refundable. Refund? Are you short of that 3 guineas? Anchor, you're too stingy. What's the point of backing out? Keep dating. I haven't seen enough. Yeah, there are almost 200,000 people in the live room now. You don't want to get off the air at this time. Nothing can be said to let him go today. Roll him up for me. That's right. Look at the side of the anchor. People have not been off the air for 2 days. And then look at you. Live a whole finished run, with a ghost chasing you like. It has to be added to the broadcast today or I'm going to have to make a scene. Su Yang also did not expect that he just mentioned this mouth. The netizens' reaction was actually so big. Not only do they not allow refunds, they don't allow them to get off the air. This was difficult for Su Yang. It's impossible to go on another blind date, and I'm already exhausted after dealing with one. But downcasting doesn't work either. As the netizen said, there were nearly 200,000 people watching in the live broadcast room, and it really wasn't too good for him to go off the air now. You know, a lot of the big network stars don't have this many people in their live rooms. He's more or less off the air now. Besides, an extra minute sown is an extra minute gained. Su Yang's attitude towards money has always been that if you have money and don't earn it, it's worse than losing money. Podcast. Must broadcast. He didn't want to continue with the blind date, so Su Yang tried to fix something else. Didn't you used to draw a skill for playing games? How about a little game anchoring? Su Yang was thinking about what to broadcast, but the netizens were already so anxious that they were urging endlessly in the pop-ups. Anchor, go on and on. I'm pinching myself that the next one is absolutely normal. Don't give up a whole big forest because of 1 or 2 oddballs. Think about your 380 just one blind date. Will not feel loss? Money's hard to come by these days. Can you please respect it? Don't you ever want to fall in love sweetly? In order to persuade Su Yang not to go off the air, netizens used every trick in the book. Even the sweet romance moved on. But what decent person who is in love nowadays? So Su Yang decisively took out his cell phone. Brothers, you will know sooner or later. The one who pulls you into his arms is Zhong Kuei. The one who's willing to hug you is Shield Mountain. The one who's willing to hold you is Ming Shirin. And the one who can sit on you and make a scene is Yao. The one who sends you home no matter how far it is De Qiao. The one who goes over mountains to chase you is Han Xin. And the one who is willing to give birth to your child is Milady. The one who took an airplane to find you is Nikelyalu. The Zhang Fei who can lay down his life to protect you. The Nyo Demon. And the Lian Pa. So, what's the point of being in love? Get me on the horn. It was only when he had been hacking with his netizens until the evening that Su Yang returned home. Not to mention, even though that game skill is only elementary, it can crunch and kill in the king's game. He took several girls flying in one afternoon. The gifts from these girls alone are in the thousands. Su Yang pondered. If and when the system was gone, he could make a living as a game host. After simply washing up and lying on the bed, Su Yang couldn't wait to open the system and prepare for the lottery. Just come up with whatever you want. Master has the money now. I used to be poor and always wanted to draw balance increase cards, but today he had withdrawn more than $50,000 in gift income alone. And with yesterday's, he had almost $60,000 saved in his petty cash. The wallet wasn't as tight, and he didn't demand as much from the system. Anyway, he knew that if he was serious about his mission, he would have everything. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for gaining eloquence plus 10. It was said that there were no requirements, but when he saw this, Su Yang was still a little disappointed. Even though he's not picky, don't dismiss him like that. I think I'm pretty good at eloquence, and with 10 more points, I don't feel like it's going to do much. However, when the attributes were integrated into his body, Su Yang felt that his tongue was terribly flexible. Mind blown. This is serious eloquence? After learning about it, I realized that I had misunderstood. Whether a person is eloquent or not, while the mind keeps up, depends more on the flexibility of the tongue. The fundamentals of the mouth practiced in the broadcasting department work on the tongue. That's why they can manage to be well-spoken and articulate even when they are speaking very fast. As soon as he thought that he had thought wrongly, Su-yang was still a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Hey, life's wasted time had turned him from a man of all shapes and sizes to a man of color. Shame. Shame on you. After adding the attributes, Su-yang once again opened the system panel. Name, Su-yang. Age, 22. Physical fitness, 95, normal person 100. Intelligence, 102, normal, 100. Face value, 110, normal person 100. Eloquence, 110, normal person 100. Reaction, 95, normal person 100. Assets held, bank balance 60, 000 plus. Possesses skills, junior game master. Veteran driver intro, amateur fighting. Once upon a time, Su-yang only thought of himself as an NPC with no illusions. Feeling alive is the main task. Now that he saw that everything was changing for the better, he suddenly felt that the days were still quite promising. Su-yang was prettily fantasizing about the feeling of success, and on the web, his video also festered like crazy. With yesterday's previous experience, many bloggers and marketing numbers have paid attention to Su-yang. It was as if they had found the traffic code and played Su-yang's video after creating it twice, or even 3 times. The heat is unprecedented, even hotter than yesterday. A big part of the reason why yesterday was so out of the loop was due to Jiang Niannian's appearance and the push from her fans. And today, it was entirely by Su-yang's personal charm. While he amused the crowd with his golden words, he also aroused discussion on the current situation of marriage. I showed the video to my mom, and she never forced me to go on a blind date again. Against all odds, my mom was against it for 3 years, but ended up agreeing to it after watching the live broadcast, and said that my boyfriend, with that condition, is already considered okay. Simply, when I watched it, I cursed along with the anchor, only to watch the replay and realize that I was so outrageous on my previous blind date, so I've cursed myself out. I guess, I still stand by the point that anchors are brutes, but he does have a point with some of his words. Holy shit, you guys can watch a live stream and still have so many epiphanies? Am I the only one who just grins and giggles? No, I'm not happy. I'm even angry. What did the anchor do to you? Tell us what you're angry about to cheer us up. I'm just going to ask why I'm still chasing and killing that last set when I've crossed my blinks. Ha 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 ha. What kind of cross-chat is this? No martial virtues. No understanding of Jianghu rules like handing over a flash and not killing. Yes, this anchor is too beastly. I'll pay attention to it first. With all the buzz on the internet, the topic has dried up right into the hot seat. There was supposed to be a lot more melons today, with whoever's persona was crumbling and whoever was quietly having a baby. In the midst of all this blossoming entertainment news, Su-yang killed his way into the top 3 with his invincibility. Even those diner women who like to do data are desperately trying to catch up, but they can't shake their position. Some curious ones clicked in to see what made Su-yang so hot, but at first glance, you can't get out. With his face in the river, Su-yang's face value was already resistant to beatings, not to mention that he had an interesting soul. It made a lot of rice circle women decisively climb the wall and choose to pay attention. At one point, the number of Su-yang's fans soared from over 100,000 to over 500,000. 2 days, 2 live broadcasts went up 500,000 fans. It directly envied countless people and moved many agencies to want to sign him. Starlight Entertainment, to which Jiang Niannian belongs, is one of them. Early the next morning, Jiang Niannian was woken up from her sleep. Aha! What kind of demon? Disturbing people's dreams is like killing their parents. Before her eyes even opened, she did a clusterfuck. Couldn't get her to sleep more yesterday when she was up until midnight brushing up on videos. Nian. The company wants to sign Su-yang. Do you know that? The one who spoke was her manager, Su Li. Hearing this, Jiang Niannian, who was still in a daze, snapped out of it. Surprised, he rounded his eyes. Sign him? Sign him for what? Su Li shrugged. What else can I do? He's pretty hot right now. Sign to bring in the goods. Making waves of fast money. The old company operation. Carrying goods? Hearing these 2 words, Jiang Niannian directly soared to a high pitch. It shook Su Li, who was on the side, to cover her ears. In the entertainment industry there exists a chain of contempt. Those who act in movies look down on those who act in TV dramas. Those who act in TV dramas look down on those who act in web series. And those who act in web series look down on those who engage in live broadcasting. And bandwagon anchors are still the lowest category on the air. It's not only deep water, it's also frequently mined. It's pandemonium. Now that the company wanted to sign Su Young up for this, Jiang Yan was the first to disagree. Whoever mentioned it, I'll find him. She was also fiery and said she was going to jump out of bed, a look of someone who had to get into a fight. It may be too late. The company sent someone over first thing in the morning to negotiate. Su Li was right. At this moment, Su Yang was talking to someone from their company. Mr. Su, as long as you sign with us, the company will create a better platform for you. The income is also several times what it is now. What else are you thinking about? The one who came to negotiate was the supervisor of Starlight Entertainment's live broadcast business department, Prey Ben Hong, who already had more than 3 dozen anchors under her hand. Anchors with millions of followers or more account for almost half of the total. As a matter of fact, she couldn't look at Su Young, think he's just a flash in the pan and won't be popular for long. But there was no way that someone above him would favor him. She had no choice but to condescend to make the trip, but she did minimize the terms of the signing within her power. A signing fee of $5 million a year, a live broadcast of no less than 12 hours a day, and a deduction from the signing fee if you fail to complete the required performance? That's a clause that capitalists must shed tears when they see it. In fact, Su Yang was not repulsed by being a bandwagon anchor. After all, after doing the system's tasks every day, he still had plenty of time. Being a bandwagon anchor is just one more side hustle to add to your income. However, this signing condition of the other party was obviously squeezing him. 12-hour workdays, dogs have to shake their heads when they hear about it. That's just what the contract says, but you can also get off the air early as long as you finish your performance. Praying for Ben Hong has signed too many anchors, and she doesn't have to go over her head to say these words. But the reality is not so rosy. They have a live business unit that goes by the name of volume. If your liver doesn't die, it's going to die. Thought Su Young took it well to cheat, but he has been a social animal for a lifetime, and he is clear about the twists and turns here. No, I'm not interested. Decisively, he returned the contract. If the signing fee was a little higher and the workload was a little less, he probably would have said yes, but now it was clear that he was being squeezed. Ghostbusters, are you afraid you won't finish the job? That's nothing to worry about. Don't you young people like to stay up late? Just stay up a little late. Live banding night is the prime time for sales. How many anchors will stay up late in order to rush performance? Here in Prayer Burn Red, it feels like staying up all night is just the right thing to do. She also thinks that anchors who don't stay up late just don't work hard. Hearing this, Su Yang also nodded his head quite approvingly, but what he said came out as something else. I do like to stay up late, but I don't like to work late. You'd better come back. It was so hard to have an easy life, and now they want him to become a social animal. He's not kicked in the head by a donkey. Xie Benhan guessed that he did not expect Su Yang to refuse so dryly. She had never seen such an unmotivated young man, and she couldn't help but ask, "You're so young. You can't even take this kind of pain?" Hearing this, Su Yang deflated his mouth. Who's the PUA here? It's all he's tired of playing with. I can eat, but I can't suffer. You may return. When Jiang Yan arrived, she was just in time to see Chi Ben Hong walking downstairs in a very angry manner. Young people don't know how to get ahead. Let's see how far you can go solo. Even though the people were far away, the cursing voice still came through. By the sound of this, it's definitely a deal breaker. This made Jiang Yan happy. Great nephews are awesome. To be able to infuriate the extermination master like this, there's a bit of my style. He was about to rush upstairs after saying that, but before he could take 2 steps, he was pulled back by Su Li. My aunt, you're starting today. I gave you a day's delay yesterday, so I can't do anything today. If she hadn't refused to go yesterday, Su Li wouldn't have come straight to the door to arrest her today. There was no way in hell he was going to let her slip away now. We're here, let's go up and have a look. Jiang Yan pouted, confiscating cell phones. For simple words are powerful and unemotional. Jiang Yan instantly wimped out. If I get my cell phone confiscated, I won't even be able to watch the broadcast today. The big orange is heavy. She endured. I love work. Let's go. He was smiling on his face, but in his heart, he had already played a set of combinations against Su Li. It's too bitter. It was all the way downstairs and still carried back to work. So desperate to cry and so in need of a cuddle from a fierce man with 8-pack abs. 6 is fine. Besides, Su Yang sighed. He was disturbed by uninvited guests so early in the morning that he hadn't even had a chance to look at today's assignment. He couldn't wait to open the system as soon as Kibben Hong left, though he spits out the system every day for letting him die socially and for letting him live in a whole awkward way, always thinking about swinging for the fences. But really, he's not used to not being on the air, typical of those who cry out for resignation every day, get full attendance every month, scold the leaders behind their backs, and sing a thankful heart at the end of the year. But when he saw today's task, that desire to swing for the fences came back. Today's task, to set up a stall in front of a psychiatric hospital or clinic to help inquirers with their psychological problems. Mission requirements, at least one favorable review. This dog system, hard to get, is really something. No bottlenecks at all. Yesterday it was the odd blind date woman. Today it's the one with a mental illness. Why aren't there any normal people? And even if you're going to set up a booth, you can't go on someone's professional turf. Isn't this smashing and begging for a fight? And he knows a hell of a lot about counseling. Bullshit gets you beat up too. And to get good reviews? Su Yang man went numb. Numb as he was, he knew he couldn't say no. Who told him to get his wings now? Even if you don't know how to do it, you have to do it. It's just a chat. How hard can it be? Su Yang cheered himself up while secretly swearing that when he mixed up enough rewards, he would voluntarily uninstall the system. Never again to be poisoned by it. After cursing in his heart for a while, Su Yang prepared to go live. Logging onto the live broadcast platform first, when he went to the data growing in the background, his cursing voice was slightly weaker by 2 points. The account has 550,000 followers, which is a little over 400,000 more compared to yesterday. After tasting the sweetness of the fans, Su Yang was naturally delighted in the face of this situation. That's a lot of money for nothing. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before he became $1 million anchor, or even a $10 million one. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Looks like I'm going to have to be surrounded by more people today to watch me live my whole life. Although his mouth was grumbling, his actions were not slow at all. Taking out the only white tablecloth in the house, he scrawled 4 large letters on it, counseling, and found another folding table. The stalls are ready for the guys and gals. Modify the title of the live broadcast, today's share of the whole job. In front of the mental hospital stall counseling. After doing this, Su Yang positioned himself at the largest psychological clinic in Magic City. This clinic is very famous in Magic City. And I heard that the doctor in there wants $800 for a half hour of talking to someone. And you have to book in advance. It's hot as hell. Su Yang either doesn't do it or plays the high end of the game. It's one thing to get it done, but the push has to be there. And as soon as Su Yang's live broadcasting room was opened, nearly 100,000 netizens flooded in. Ha ha, squat for me today. The peanuts and melons are ready, just waiting for the anchor to get the whole job done. I'm more addicted to catching up on this live stream than my mom is to catching up on an 8 o'clock dog and pony show. Crap, so many people today. Don't you all have to work? Is the brother who hid in the bathroom yesterday to watch still there? Yes, but I changed today. I came out of the restroom after watching the live stream yesterday and found my boss walking out of the next compartment. It was so damn embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Is there a possibility that your boss is hiding in the restroom watching too? Maybe it's even popping up and interacting with you. Then this is horrible. What a hoot. I'm new here. Is there anything I should be aware of when watching this live? Should I watch or laugh first? Laugh while you watch. Just a minute into the show, the field heated up. Netizens come to the live room as if they were home and have endless things to say. The speed at which the pop-ups refreshed was horrible. Waiting for them to make a few small talk before paying attention to the title of the broadcast. This look is collectively taught again. Anchor, have you drifted off? You're going to go to a mental hospital and smash it? Didn't get it. The anchor is going to counsel someone? And it's still in front of a mental hospital? Be confident. It means what you think it means. It's so bombastic. I'm already picturing him getting thrown out by security. What kind of good person can go to a mental hospital? Aren't you afraid? Anchor? It won't be taken for a psycho. Anchor, I'd like to interview you about what mental state you were in when you came up with this. What a day. I can't believe I want to watch something so outrageous. Want to see +1. Whatever. I'm not the one who's getting beat up anyway. Anchor, you go to the psychiatric hospital by the way and get yourself looked at as well. The netizens in the live room were really shocked. Previously, Su Yang's 2 strikes were already enough to shock the crowd. But I didn't expect this to be even more explosive today. What kind of brainwave is it to think of going to the door of a mental hospital for a whole job? And what exactly motivated him to accomplish this? It's too crazy, too bombastic. Just this state of mind is decades directly ahead of them. Many people wondered just how much of a social cow this anchor was to be able to pull off so many anticlimactic and ruthless jobs. Many netizens were embarrassed for Su Yang while frantically trying to watch. And at this point in the footage, Su Yang is on the subway and has no time to interact with netizens. The netizens were all cowed and had nowhere to go but to frantically click and send pop-ups. The heat in the live room was instantly fired up. The number of viewers surpassed 300,000 and went straight to the top of the hit list. And that's just the opening. Kibin Hong returned to the company, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Which time when you sign an anchor, the other party doesn't browbeat and flatter and flatter. How is it that when it comes to Su Yang, he is so unpopular? It's outrageous to be invited out at the end of the day. Whenever she gets angry, this exterminator, Kai Ben Hong, likes to take it out on the people under her hand. At this point, she wanted to go and find a soft target to pinch and give herself out of it, like she always did. But before she could act, she saw the big boss Chen Yashing leading a young man over. Supervisor Prayer, has Su Yang signed yet? Just as he approached, Chen Yashing couldn't wait to ask. Now is the windfall of live bandwagon. More people bandwagon. More income. Being asked about this, Chi Ben Hong just happened to be able to tell on him in passing. Boss, you really don't know how unselfish that Su Yang really is. I went to him so early and made such a good offer, but he actually kicked me out. Chen Yashing immediately frowned after hearing this. So rude? I don't see him like that when he's live. It's all about establishing a persona. Kai Ben Hong's tone was certain, and continued to step on Su Yang after he finished. That young man is overly arrogant. I think it's risky to sign in. Hearing this, Chen Yashing felt doubly sorry, but his live broadcast is really quite interesting. Seeing that they had been talking about someone else, the young man who had come with Chen Yashing was a bit unhappy. The man is called Dabin, better known in the industry as an outdoor whole life anchor. Fans are up to 5 million. The popularity of the live stream is also good, and it normally stays around 500,000 people. That's a stat that would rank in the top 5 in the anchor circle. Originally, he wanted to hit the top 3, but in the past 2 days, Su Yang's live broadcasting room had risen to prominence and shared a lot of his traffic. Let the usual 500,000 people plummet to 200,000. In search of development, he had no choice but to sign with Starlight Entertainment. It's all about using the company's support to get him back on top, but he didn't expect that after signing himself the other party still wanted to sign Su Yang. You have to know that he and Su Yang are in competition. If Su Yang came in, he would definitely share his resources. That was something he didn't want to see. It was a good thing that they weren't very happy with Su Yang, and for his own benefit, Dabin couldn't help but interject in. I've heard of that anchor, too, and live the whole thing, but brainiacs like that don't come along every day. Dabin didn't intentionally suppress it either, merely stating the facts as he perceived them. He had seen Su Yang's live broadcast, and that whole live was just heaven-defying. There's something to watch, something to laugh at, something to get you hooked. Even he couldn't get enough of it. Ask yourself, such a live effect can't even be done by him. And one of the rarest things about Su Yang was that his style was hard to copy. He's not as funny as he is, and he's not as open-minded as he is. Awkward and funny, not as good-looking as him. Relying on all of this formed a perfect closed loop that made him unique in the live streaming world and successfully out of the circle. This has become his unique competitive edge. I'm sure it won't be long before I surpass myself. That is precisely why he chose to look for a company to sign him up for a better career. Who else would want to be restricted by a company and have to part with the money they earn? And Dabin's words were really useful and pleasing to praying Ben Hong. She laughed and said, Su Yang won't be able to go far. As long as his inspiration dries up, the heat will soon fall off. It's just a flash in the pan. Signing it would have smashed your hand, too. Hearing this, Chen Yaoxing sighed helplessly. Then don't sign it for now. Good thing I signed up for Dabin. They all chatted for a while before Chen Yaoxing remembered to introduce Dabin to Prayer Ben Hong. You should have heard of this one, right? Outdoor live broadcasting a brother. The whole network fans more than 5 million. It's very close to that Su Yang's live broadcast style. You give him a good plan and try to be better than that Su Yang. Upon hearing the name Dabin, Kai Ben Hong's eyes lit up. 5 million followers isn't much, but it's pretty good to be able to do this in the realm of outdoor live streaming. I was thinking about who to use to share Su Yang's traffic, but I didn't expect the person to be delivered to the front. It can be done. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure to make Dabin the most popular anchor. After sending off the big boss Chen Yaoxing, Chi Ben Hong immediately urged Dabin to start the broadcast. She wanted to see if Dabin's popularity could rival Su Yang's, and Dabin really didn't let her down, managing to reach 100,000 viewers just after the start of the show. The numbers are good. It's just that the pop-ups are more hostile. That kid is at it again. One fancy job a day. So what? No matter how flowery he gets his whole life, he can't compare to a hair on the head of our brother Ben. What carbon-based creature dares to compare itself to our Ben? Those who ran away are not righteous. And don't think about how our Ben treated him in the past. That's right. How much joy Ben has brought us over the years. What a delight. It's okay. It's good that the wallflowers are gone. The ones that are left are diehard fans. Dabin was still a little embarrassed to see his fans like this. Supervisor Prayer, the netizens nowadays, thinking that praying Ben Hong would be dissatisfied. I didn't expect her to be happier instead. It's okay. It's good to have sticky fans. Don't worry about the live broadcast. The company will immediately cast a stream for you to do publicity. That Su Yang is definitely no match for you. Praying for a strong sense of action. Kibin Hong finished his speech and handed over to the people below him to start planning. The netizens in Dabin's live room heard their conversation, and the pop-ups boiled throughout. Brother Bin is mighty, signing up for such a big company. See, it's still our brother Bin who's capable. That Su Yang can't do it at all. Now there's a company backing us, so let's do it with him. Yes, the pinnacle produces hypocritical embraces. The dusk witnesses devout believers. Brother supports you to the end. Show him who's the outdoor live one. Receiving the support of his fans, Dabin's confidence returned. The plate is so big that if you don't compete yourself, you will be eliminated sooner or later. Although he didn't have Su Yang's brainchild and couldn't fix up so many heaven-defying things, but the good thing is that he has seen a lot of segments and has a humorous style of broadcasting. It's not a bad comparison. And Su Yang's so intense creation must not last. He shared the same thoughts as praying Ben Hong, believing that Su Yang's peak was just a flash in the pan and would soon fall. He, on the other hand, is the evergreen tree. Good. Fuck him. Dabin barked an order and the fans were suddenly excited. Bin, you are my god. Punch punch punch. There is Bin in front of him and the sky behind him, and the repercussions are smoking day gods. The whole outdoor job. We're getting it up too. Dabin said to do it. Directly also opened the outdoor whole job. It was also a coincidence that the place he chose happened to be passing by the psychological clinic that Su Yang was going to. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at his destination, AL Psychiatric Clinic. Despite its name, the clinic is large. The clinic is established inside a park, with greenery and grass everywhere on all sides. It feels close to nature when you walk in. Not to be outdone by the psychological aspect of the service, this is very humanizing. There are some psychological glitches that are naturally alleviated a few times through contact. Walking inside, even Su Yang felt much more relaxed. He circled around inside and realized that there were not only patients who came to seek treatment, but also a lot of grandparents walking. And at the entrance of the clinic, a promotional table was set up, and a few young ladies in pink nurses' uniforms were publicizing mental health knowledge to those who came to ask questions. When Su Yang appeared here, it also caused them to look sideways. It couldn't be helped. It was really because Su Yang's look was too weird. In his left hand he carried a folding table and in his right hand he held a tablecloth with the words counseling written in large letters. It's not like you're here to seek medical attention or to walk the streets. Makes it completely unreadable. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all happy to watch their confused expressions. Ha 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 ha. The main broadcast arena is the center of attention. There should be BGM here. They don't realize what the anchors are up to at all. But no one in their right mind would think that someone would go to a booth in front of a mental hospital for counseling. Then let the anchor give them a little shock. It's so bombastic. It's something that will definitely shock these little nurses for a whole year. The anchor is really brave. This person already wants to escape. I'll just stand up and watch. Feeling these probing gazes, Su Yang himself was a bit embarrassed, especially with the thought of staking out the booth in a little while. One-time extrovert for a lifetime introvert. What kind of crap is this system? TMD. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang still walked over with a hard head. As the crowd watched, the small table was set up directly next to the publicity stand. With a handsome fling, the tablecloth hung securely over the edge of the table. Counseling was written in large letters directly in front of it. To prevent the tablecloth from being blown away by the wind, he also carefully picked up 2 stones to press on it. Outwardly not panicking, inwardly duang. After doing all this, Su Yang was already sweating. Crap, I'm already buckling my toes to the ground just looking at it. That's a psychological quality that's really not comparable to the average person. I'm convinced in capital letters. Heifer is on an airplane. The anchor bull is in the air. Ha ha ha. Those nurses next to me looked dumbfounded, due to Su Yang's behavior being too strange. The people next to him were watching silently, and surprisingly none of them came forward to stop them. Or maybe the people who get to show up are more or less sick. Su Yang's actions, although incomprehensible to them, showed respect, until he yelled that, free counseling, just give a good review if you're satisfied. Nurse, passerby, road dogs, all dumbfounded. One of these female nurses was a short, chubby girl, looks a bit like Xinxia who has gained 20 pounds. She looked at the signboard of the clinic, and then looked at the stall in front of Su Yang, and for a while, she was actually in deep thought. The sudden quiet is what I fear most. It was a standoff for a while before a female nurse came over and asked, what are you doing? Set up a stall. Su Yang answered with a straight face. It's already very social. Can it get any more social than this? Going out on a limb. Pendulum. Pendulum? The nursemaid's pupils widened in surprise. She even went around to the stall to make sure. You're really here for the stall? Or stall counseling? My mommy. The nursemaid's triple vision was shattered. Because it was too difficult to accept this anticlimactic operation, so shocked that she couldn't help but shout for her mother. The female nurse's voice startled other nurses and passers-by. Even the old man playing chess in the pavilion next to him looked this way. They were first stunned, and after realizing that Su Yang was not joking, they were all stunned. The gaze that looked at Su Yang was filled with incredulity. It's a horse's ass. Come to the counseling booth in front of the psychiatric clinic for counseling. What's the difference between that and setting up a stall in front of the city police? Everyone was flaxen and frozen, especially the two older men, whose mouths were open as if they could fit 2 eggs in them. Seeing that the passers-by were reacting in this way, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. Ha 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 ha, the anchor fucked everyone dumb by himself. I'm on the verge of dying of laughter. These people have one cut of an emoji. Subway grandpa looking at his cell phone, photo, JPG. Someone trying to understand that he must have his reasons for doing so. Passerby, is he sick? Goosey. I laughed outright at the goose call. These female nurses have probably never been so speechless in their lives. Female nurse, sometimes it's kind of tempting to call the police on a shift. The pop-ups were hilarious. And there was a count of people around them, each one taut. It was Shen Xie who was the first to react. She ran over with a shake. Handsome, you can't set up a stall here. Are stalls not allowed here? While Su Yang sincerely asked the question, his eyes looked to a place roughly 50 meters away from him. There's a toy vendor over there. That means it's obvious. He can do it and I can't? You're targeting me. Being asked such a rhetorical question, Shin Xie was also dumbfounded. This place is a public recreational area and stalls can certainly be set up, but this booth he set up. For a while, Shin Xie unexpectedly did not know how to retort. It took several seconds of thought before I came up with what I thought was a brilliant solution. Handsome, why don't you go over there and set up a booth? Maybe someone over there will need it. We're a psychiatric clinic here. It was clear enough that she couldn't set up a stall here. Counseling booths in front of psychiatric clinics. This anticlimactic operation, if it were in ancient times, it would be beaten up. But after Su Yang heard it, he rightfully said, there are more talents needed here, right? Hearing this, Shin Xiaoyi's already round eyes glared even more roundly. They are a medical clinic, and they certainly have a lot of patients coming in for treatment. Is this a halfway robbery? Shin Xiaoyi only felt a wave of dizziness. She couldn't keep up with Su Yang's brain circuits at all. After defeating Shin Xiaoyi, another nurse came forward. No, you're interfering with our work here. This nurse was a little tougher. To prove that she was telling the truth, the female nurse also took out the questionnaire they had publicized. We're completing 500 psychological questionnaires a day. You'll get your pay docked if you don't finish. So you, before the female nurse could finish her words, Su Yang jumped the gun and said, what if I find someone to finish these for you? What if I get someone to finish these for you? When Su Yang said this, they first froze for a moment. Immediately afterward a little nurse came running over holding a stack of papers. Yes, you can. Just get someone to finish these questionnaires for me and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Eyeballing that pile, there were 50 or 60 copies anyhow. This little nurse's behavior seems to have inspired these people. Their eyes lit up and they followed suit. The dean is not here today, so I can let you set up your stall. But you'll have to help us finish these. You'll have to register information for these. You'll have to get more people. Just help us through it and we'll even help you with the stall. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang was surrounded by a group of female nurses. That crowded stance, as if they were still afraid that Su Yang would not agree. I don't blame them for being like this. It's mainly because 500 copies a day is just too much. Sometimes it takes a lot of talking to convince someone to fill one out. Many times tasks are not completed, often criticized by the leadership, and money will be deducted. Now that they have someone to help, they are naturally happy to do so, and they're all by appointment here. There's no stealing customers by setting up a booth at the door. So what if we rob customers? It's not like the doctor's performance has anything to do with them. They only care about getting their job done. It's not like there's a rule against stalls here anyway. Not writing can't is permission. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hold it in again and flirted. Oops, the anchor is surrounded by beautiful women. Ha 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 ha, it wasn't allowed just now. What about your insistence? Sister nurse, I still like it when you righteously refuse. Refused? Who helped them fill out the questionnaire if they refused? Envy numb? Let's just say, can I take this shift for a while? Better not. 500 questionnaires can make you cry. Yes, the anchor takes it on himself. Didn't he say so himself? All of fate's gifts come with a price tag in the dark. Handsome, can you really help? I have 100 copies here too. Shin Xiaoyi also squeezed in, anticipation written in her round eyes. It's been so long since she's been at work, and she still has 100 copies in her hand. So it does seem like a difficult job. Su Yang casually took one and looked at it. Just fill it out, right? Shinjiai hastily nodded as she pointed to the QR code on it. It's fine for you to send this to the group and have your relatives and friends help fill it out online. There's no need to come over here in person. Seeing as it's like that, it's not better. He doesn't have many friends and family, but he can't help but have a lot of netizens in the live room. A full 300,000 or so. If these netizens can't do any better, 500 copies can be accomplished, right? Alright, get it right away. Su-young pretended to shoot the QR code, but in reality, he was pointing the camera for the netizens to see. The words mean something, brothers. It's time to show what you're made of. It's up to you guys if I can set up a booth. The netizens in the live broadcast room were still laughing and watching the fun, but now when they heard Su-yang say this, a whole lot of them couldn't hold their breath. What do you mean? The anchor is trying to get us to fill in? Be confident and take the word think out of it. No, you blow the bull. We do the work? I'm just watching a live stream. How did I even trigger a quest? Help! I have to fill out a form at work, and I have to fill out a form to get online. Bastard! I'm attached to your heart, and you're actually playing with my brain. What else can I do? Fill it in. Netizens say no with their mouths, but their bodies are still honest. While cursing, his hands were not idle. 500 copies is enough in the blink of an eye. Holy shit, that was fast. The group of nurse ladies were shocked, thinking that Su-yang was filling out the questionnaire haphazardly with whatever technology he was using. He realized that the answers on the questionnaire were all different when he checked it carefully. Even the advice and suggestions are written in a detailed and serious manner. Such a high-quality questionnaire made the female nurses happy. He also became more and more attentive to Su-young. Water was poured, chairs were moved, and melons and fruits were taken out of them. This made the already unbalanced netizens more and more sour. Fucked up. The clown is actually myself. The work we do, the welfare hosts enjoy. This to find who to reason AI. In the end, Jinlian looks pretty, and Dalong drank the medicine with tears in his eyes. It can only be forgiven once. Next time it can't happen again. With the help of the nurses, Su-yang's stall was in good shape. People passing by can't help but stop and take a look or two. Soon, it was surrounded by 3 layers. Gossip is human nature. The new arrivals were unsure of what was going on and didn't ask what was going on, so they tried to squeeze in to see what was going on. But after squeezing in and seeing Su-yang, who was sitting upright, and the stall in front of him, jaws dropped to the floor in shock. The heart was even more. Tens of thousands of grass mud horses galloping past, counseling booths in front of mental hospitals. It's a real knife in the ass. It's an eye-opener. At that moment, but anyone who looked at it would feel a shock to their soul. 3 views become shaky, and not a few of those watching were patients who had come in for a consultation. There was already a mental illness wanting to talk to a doctor, but the moment he saw Su-yang, he suddenly felt that his problem was not too serious. It didn't matter what time they had made an appointment with the doctor. They just gathered around Su-yang to watch the fun. Ha 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 ha. Too much social death. It's me. I'd dig a hole in the ground. I'm already starting to get the heebie-jeebies. Look at the skeptical look on that older woman's face. It's almost like she's playing me. This would be proper performance art if it were abroad. Still behavioral art. I think it's a social death scene. You guys are really good at finding compliments for the anchor. No monkey in the zoo has ever been so mobbed. Ha ha ha. Sell tickets. I'm not kidding. Even if Su-yang hadn't done anything yet, the netizens were already laughing until they were short of oxygen. They even thought that this live was funnier than the previous 2. Mass confessional texting and straightening out blind date women are just one-sided laughs. The generation is not very strong. Instead, this one is continuous, and you start experiencing that immersive sense of social death right from the opening credits. This is especially true for those who are sociopaths and can't bear to avert their eyes when they look at their toes snapping to the ground, and awkward in wanting to watch, and social cows like Zhang Yan, who are active in front of the screen from time to time, also watched without being able to control the flood of power in their bodies, jumping up and down in the RV. Great nephew. I even look socially terrified compared to you. It's awesome. It's awesome. No matter how much of a scandal you make on stage later, just think of what you've done. I even think it's a small case. Ho 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 ho. Su-yang was surrounded like a monkey, and his sister-in-law was happy like a monkey. Being able to run in both directions isn't always love. It can be a condition. Netizens were happy to watch and the rewards took off. What with all the airplanes, rockets, and sports cars, it was a mad dash on the pop-ups. Previously, Zhang Yan rewarded 10 Carnival, can easily become Su-yang's live broadcast list of big sister. But there are just too many bigots swiping gifts today. Even with Zhang Yan's financial strength, she could only barely make it into the top 5. Crap, this live broadcast actually attracted the old king next door. That's a godly man. The old king next door? What's he so happy about coming? Not green enough for his hat? This old king is not his old king. This old king next door has always thrown away money watching live broadcasts, hundreds of thousands of dollars a night. Not only old Wang, but also Xianzhong's first deep love is here, who has always only rewarded rubbing female anchors. It's all about the Lord who likes to throw money at it. Shit. What kind of person is that rich? Once these tycoons come, our model sister won't even make it into the top 3. I don't understand it, but I was greatly shocked. While netizens were buzzing, I don't know who said, my roommate is watching Bin's live broadcast, he's also in this neighborhood. This pop-up immediately caught the attention of many netizens. Dabin? He's lived so early today. Has he started too? I was thinking of going over there after watching it over here. Don't go there. Dabin's live streams only make me feel bland and uninteresting now. Don't say that. The veteran anchor's strength is still there. He can't compare to Su Yang just because he's not as shameless as Su Yang. What a great thing to say. For Dabin, netizens who like to watch live broadcasts are naturally no strangers. Even many of Su Yang's fans came from Dabin's side. Even if some netizens don't know about it, they are more or less aware of it as popularized by others. Again, because the two live broadcasting style is a bit similar. Watching the watchful netizens began to make things happen again. A well-known veteran anchor and a rising star. Let them fight a PK. Ha 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 ha. This can be had. Fight fight fight. Shall we let them set up a stall next to it too? Crap. You've got a great idea for this. Dabin, there are bad people on the net. A big bad conscience. But I like it. Naturally, Dabin didn't know that netizens were talking about him in Su Yang's live broadcast. It's a coincidence that it would be in the neighborhood. Crossing this park to get across the street saves a good portion of the trip. But I didn't realize there was action to be had in the park. As you know, the park is a match for the village information station. The gossip that comes out of their mouths can shock the average person for 3 to 5 years. He liked to listen to it himself. And so did the people on the air, so he didn't even think about it and pushed his way in when he saw the crowd. However, after he had tried his best to squeeze into the crowd and saw what was going on inside, a body of goosebumps from the soles of the feet straight to the head. The feeling as if there are ants crawling all over the body. The first time I visualized so well what it means to blow up. Motherfucker. He saw something. A counseling booth was propped up under the brightly lit sign for a psychiatric clinic. Behind the stall, Su Yang was getting high on melon seeds and chatting with people, asking them if they had psychological problems that needed counseling. Seeing this scene, Dabin almost turned his back with 2 black eyes. That's his whole job today. What an anticlimactic thing. Dabin's whole body was bad. And those netizens in his live broadcast room also became silent at this moment. The live stream of over 100,000 people was silent. Only rarely did a few sporadic pop-ups float out. A whole lot of them were stunned. I knew that Su Yang would be able to fix the job, but I didn't expect to be so good at it. Sitting in front of someone's house in a big way to steal business. The key is that the nurses in their clinic are still pouring tea and peeling fruits for him. Even the chess-playing grandfather moved the board to his side, playing chess while listening to his off-key divine conversation. This image, undoubtedly, was not a strong shock to their 3 views and intelligence. It took several seconds to slow down. It's confusing to watch. It's so outrageous that his father opens the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. It's not just playing awkward, claptrap, clown. Who loves to watch this kind of live broadcast? I have to go beforehand. Unlike the atmosphere in Dabin's live room, the netizens in Su Yang's live room all laughed miserably when they saw Dabin's expression. Dabin's reaction. Every frame is an emoji. He's confused. He's confused. Ha 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 ha. He must be wondering, where am I and who am I? Laughed so hard I pounded the table. Being able to shock others isn't a skill. And having this old man of the whole living world confused like this is 10,000% funny. Then don't cry. Everyone was just the same. Hello everyone. I just came from Bin's livestream and I'm trying to laugh as quietly as I can. Why whisper? Give me a big laugh. It's not fitting to not laugh in this live room. The pop-up screen turned over with joy. And this wave of operation also directly made the number of viewers in Su Yang's live broadcast room push straight to 500,000 people. On the contrary, Dabin's live room, for the first time, there is a situation in which there are fewer and fewer people. There were over 100,000 when it opened. Now there aren't even 100,000. And he was so busy watching Su Yang's whole job that he actually didn't even realize that he was slowly losing his popularity. Because of the added eloquence, Su Yang could talk to anyone, but none of these people around watching had any mental problems. It was an ineffective consultation and didn't get a favorable review. Gossip was heard a bunch of times. You can't get it done without favorable reviews. This caused Su Yang to be a bit anxious. But anxious as he was not at all bad at service. No matter what the question is, there is always an answer. Thought it was impossible to run into people with real mental problems at the stall here. Until Don't even try to talk me out of it. I'm going to die with her. A mournful hiss came out from the clinic behind him, and Su-young hurriedly turned his head to look. Found on the top floor of the clinic, a middle-aged man was standing on the edge of the top floor holding a lady hostage. Faintly, a doctor in a white coat could be seen engaged in persuasion. It was a pity that the more the middle-aged man was persuaded, the more agitated he became. The two men by the top floor were already in a very dangerous state. This clinic is not very high, only on the 5th floor, but below are all the rockery rocks. If this fall, either death or injury. Seeing this scene, Su-young did not even think about it. Put down a sentence, call the police, and directly rushed inside. He wouldn't have been so impulsive in the past. After all, saving someone's life is contingent on their own safety first. But now he had skills on his side and his physical fitness was not bad. Then never do nothing. Even going up there to help stall for a bit until the police arrive would be good. There was such an episode during the live broadcast, and the netizens were confused. Crap, someone jumped off a building? It's scripted, isn't it? Traffic comes up with this whole dead out drama. Your sister. They're falling off. Shut up if you can't talk. The anchor just yelled for the police. Did they call the police? Yes, I saw the nurse call. I don't think you guys need to be so uptight. People who really want to die do it quietly. They don't make such a big deal out of it. But where there's a big fuss, it's usually because the terms haven't been negotiated. I agree with that. Just like me. Even if I say I want to die 800 times a day, I can't have any problems with my medical report at all. Ha ha ha, one can die actively, but not passively. It's one thing to say it's one thing when it's really another. At this point in the live broadcast, there are panicked people who want to save people, and there are also those who feel that they will not really jump, as a fun to watch. But fortunately, Su-young didn't see the voices that were uproariously saying hurry up and jump. This is the time of the year when you are most afraid of getting up in arms. Whether or not the person in question really wants to dance, they are easily agitated when egged on by coaxing. But the more you fear something, the more you get. When Su-young panted and climbed up to the 5th floor, before he had a chance to take a breath, he heard a yellow-haired man screaming from below. Jump? Why don't you jump? You won't be able to jump when the fire and police come later. Hearing this voice, Su-young's blood pressure came up in a blur. Hurriedly, he ran to the other side and yelled down at the bottom. Shut the fuck up. And Su-young's words were obviously not much of a deterrent. Yellow Hair is still full of care and shaking his legs to continue to look up. This immediately made Su-young feel distracted. When he was down there, he felt that the pair were in a dangerous situation. But when I got to the top, I realized that the situation was worse than I thought. There was a guardrail on the rooftop, but the man had tumbled over it. The woman was still inside the guardrail, but the guardrail couldn't stop the man if he insisted on pulling her down. Besides, the man was still very emotional at this point. Although two female doctors were persuading, the effect was not very obvious, and the security guard who just ran up is even more unreliable, older than his grandfather. Can't count on it. Su-young actually didn't know what to do for a moment. Just as he was trying to figure out what to do, the yellow hair got restless again. Why are you still jumping? Do you have to wait for an auspicious time? When hearing this voice again, Su-young wanted to pick up a rock and throw it down to knock him out. Su-young was just thinking like this, but someone below had already acted. Shut up! Dabin drops yellow hair with a straight elbow. He often ran outdoors and was always in good physical condition. Taking down a yellow hair was a breeze. As soon as Dabin struck, the old men and women around him couldn't hold back. He took the cane in his hand and greeted him. Bastard doesn't speak human. I'll teach you a lesson instead of your parents. Something that has no family and lacks upbringing. It's just a beating, and the old lady doesn't spoil you. Yellow Hair was immediately hit with a zippy scream and ran away with his head in his hands. Seeing this scene, the netizens in Dabin's live room were excited. It's still Arbin who's bossy and cleans up straight away. Too handsome to do what I'm afraid to do. Positive anchor? Bingo YYDS. The netizens have blown Dabin up, but only Dabin himself knows. He didn't charge straight up like Su-young because of his timidity and chagrin for that. Now that he had a role to play, he was naturally obliged. Seeing that the following had subsided, Su-young let out a long sigh of relief. He crept closer, but when those two female doctors saw Su-young, they froze. Who are you? One of them opened his mouth and asked. Su-young pointed down. Doing counseling. My last name is Su. He's not exactly lying, is he? Don't not make a career out of swinging. And Su-young replied, obviously making the other party misunderstand. Thinking that he was a new psychiatrist. Hastily, he invited him over. You come and talk to him. Try to talk him down. There's really nothing else we can do. Through the female doctor's short narration, Su-young learned what happened to the man. The man's name is He Chang, a contractor with small assets. The woman he's holding hostage, on the other hand, is his wife. named Yang Xiaomei. The couple had 3 sons. It would have been a very happy family. However, at a medical checkup a year ago, He Chang actually found out that none of his 3 sons were his own. This fact made him fall like an abyss. After taking such a big blow, he became emotionally paranoid, irritable, and in many cases self-harming. Have always been treated at this clinic. He was recovering well, but today when he was over here doing his therapy, his wife actually came after him, and holding up divorce papers for him to sign. This caused him to relapse and become cranky again straight away. And then what happened now? After listening to the doctor's words, Su Yang hadn't reacted much yet, but the netizens in the broadcast room suddenly got hot. Crap, 3 kids that aren't even your own? What kind of great injustice is this? Treadmill. This is a crime against heaven in a previous life. I can actually eat melon when I watch a live broadcast, or this kind of amazing melon. No, it's been a little over 6 months since a year ago, and you found out that you're not even getting a divorce, but also the woman to take the initiative to mention? I don't think the kids are too young to be raised by themselves, judging by their age. That's no way to be a grudge breeder raising children for someone else. Some people have inscrutable ideas, but then again, are there fewer people helping others raise their children these days? On a solid note, the fact that you can't have a private paternity test speaks volumes. This is a heart stabbing? This is going to rip my heart out. The pop-ups are blowing up, and Su Yang is still communicating with the doctor. As a rule, the patient's privacy is not to be spoken of, but now that human lives are at stake, it doesn't matter so much. Dr. Su, as a professional psychiatrist, you know the process of unraveling the knot is long, but now he's irritated again and can't listen to anything. We want you to talk to him more from a male perspective to help stabilize him, at least until the dean or the police arrive. He Chang's problems started because of women, and now that he's irritated, there's no way for a female doctor to gain his trust. It might help if a different male doctor could empathize and talk to him. Su Yang came up originally only wanting to give a hand to see what he could do to help, but I didn't expect him to be asked to pick a fight. Su Yang was a bit hesitant. He was afraid that he would mess up, but there was no better way to do it now, and he had no choice but to tough it out. Isn't it just a chat? He's very chatty. I'll try. Su Yang was ready to take 2 steps forward when he finished speaking, but he had only moved his foot a little before he touched He Chang's sensitive nerves. Don't you move. Come over here and I'll jump. He Chang's emotions flared up again. I'm not going over there. Su Yang stood in place with his hands raised. When they all thought he was going to start persuading them, Su Yang suddenly came out with a sentence. Big brother, do you really want to die? When these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. The 2 female doctors simultaneously threw puzzled gazes towards Su Yang. Asked you to talk to him, and that's what you did? What's the difference between adding fuel to the fire? Both of their hearts began to beat faster involuntarily, and He Chang was so angry that he held his face red after hearing this. He thought that Su Yang was provoking him, and was on the same level as the yellow hair below. Under his anger, his grip on Yang Xiaomei's hand tightened uncontrollably. Yang Xiaomei might be afraid of heights and kept her eyes tightly closed. Now that he was in pain, that face was even more terribly pale, as if he was going to pout over at any moment. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the broadcast room couldn't sit still. Anchor, this is not the time for you to live a whole life. Human lives are at stake. Just now you were berating others, so it was affecting your play. I thought you were up there to help, but it turns out you were up there to rub it in. Shame on you. Fuck. I thought you were good a minute ago. Off the charts. Making fun of human lives and eating human blood buns. It's fucking disgusting. The anchor probably didn't mean it that way, so let's not spray it just yet. He went to fan the flames when someone else was about to jump off a building. How can that be a wash? Wash grow a brain. This kind of anchor should be banned. He naturally saw the netizens' verbal attacks on Su Yang, but he had no way to explain it. All he knew was that for someone who was emotionally charged and at risk of doing something extreme at any moment, the first thing is that he needs to be calmed down. No amount of preaching and persuasion will help at this time. The best thing to do is to divert attention. And all he could think of to divert attention was bullshit. Disrupt your opponent's thinking and get people to follow your rhythm. Once the initiative is taken, the chances of that persuasion are far higher than being led by the nose by the other side. As expected, Su Yang's words made He Chang angry and at the same time couldn't help but refute him. You think I'm kidding? At this time, if Su Yang but nodded his head, He Chang would do something stupid to prove what he said. Then Su Yang would really be the culprit. Good thing he was quick to deny it. No. Su Yang quickly waved his hand. I didn't take it as a joke. It's just that I don't recommend you die now. Hearing this, He Chang became even more angry. What's the difference between dying now and dying later? You want someone else to decide your own life? Perhaps it was also because he had too much weighing on his mind, but his voice took on a distinctly weepy tone at this point. Do you know what I've been through? Don't want to live another day. You're actually suggesting that I don't want to die now. So what do you say? When is the right time for me to die? The two female doctors on the rooftop had hoped that Su Yang would be able to persuade them properly. Get the man down. But how could I know that as soon as he arrived? He was talking to people about when he was going to die. Even if they were psychologists, they couldn't carry such bombastic behavior. One was so scared that his legs went weak. The other was so scared he wanted to let himself die first. She really didn't want to see the scene continue. People really have to jump. She, a psychiatrist, has to see a psychiatrist. At this point in the live broadcast, the tirades were still there, even more so compared to just a moment ago, and Su Yang's attention was always focused on Yi Chang. It was found that he hadn't done anything overly aggressive except get a little emotional. It is also in the direction of its own guidance, so Su Yang decided to continue. He pretended to sound relaxed. Big brother, it's really not the right time to die, because, easy to vote for a 3-child family. When he heard the first half of the paragraph, Yi Chang stretched his neck and wanted to curse. May listen to a whole sentence. It was as if his throat was blocked, and he couldn't spit out a single word of cursing, knowing that Su Yang had come to advise him. But such a persuasive method? Su Yang's unorthodox behavior actually made Yi Chang confused. The force in her hand loosened by 2 points, and Yang Xiaomei's eyes opened after she took a breath. The two female doctors next to her were slightly relieved to see this. However, the eyes they looked at Su Yang were still complicated. What teacher in the world taught him to be so persuasive? Su Yang's strange brain circuits not only overwhelmed the people at the scene, even the netizens in the live broadcast room were all in the clouds. The anchor is advising, right? Not arching the fire? That's a pig's brain on your head. That's not persuasion. Crap. Sprayed early. I'm sorry, brother. I apologize for what I just said. I'll kowtow to you first. I just told you guys to hold off on the spraying for a while, so now it's okay. Upstairs, I know you ID. You're the one who spewed the most just now. Your keyboard is on fire, isn't it? Someone else just said the anchor was rubbing it in. What's wrong with rubbing? A little? Don't talk so much. Spray the wrong person with a few gift swipes to make up for it. Then the anchor can pick up the car. Knowing that they had misunderstood Su Yang, the netizens were quick to recognize their mistake. In apology, the gift was not swiped. And after savoring the passage, netizens admired Su Yang's strange trick. It's so solid and realistic that it's now dead easy to be reincarnated into a 3-child family. Is it bad to have 3 children? Nowadays, those who can have 3 children are rich families. Nowadays, with 3 children, the older siblings on your head are not treating you well, except for your parents, who would like to have an extra person to share the family fortune. Yes, almost all of those who put together a 3rd child are middle-aged people in their 40s, not yet adults themselves. And their parents are in their 50s and 60s and can't help a bit, so it's all up to them. It's so solid even when analyzed like that. This anchor has great wisdom to think of something so deep to persuade. The brain circuits are also clear, which the average person would never think of. This is a very useful method. Even if it doesn't work right away, it can effectively delay time. Awesome. There's actually someone like that in the anchor circle. Because of this sudden event, a lot of netizens have been sniffing around. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room was only 500,000 half an hour ago, and at this time it once soared to 800,000. It went straight to the top 3 of the Hot 100. Again, because of Su Yang's words, he instantly attracted more than 100,000 fans. After all, in the eyes of passers-by, anchoring is not a very glamorous profession, and many times often linked to being uneducated. Now all of a sudden someone with so much substance appears. This has made netizens flock to the site, not sparing their likes and concerns, and at this point the scene did ease up compared to before. However, Su Yang still didn't dare to relax. He took advantage of Yi Chang's days and continued. Big brother, it's actually okay to be cast into the 3rd birth, but as you know, fertility rates in developed countries are very low these days. Karma has a good chance of pitching to Indo. That's something you have to think about. Su Yang's look was serious, completely like I'm doing this for your own good. If what he said wasn't so outrageous, it all makes it seem like he's just a good buddy who's close to your heart and soul. However, many netizens in the live broadcast room had seen Su Yang's lack of tone. They can't sub in and even feel like laughing. Well, 3 babies isn't enough. Now just go straight to the killers, is it? Indo doesn't thrive on pitching, unless you like handheld rice. This is persuasion? It's clearly a threat. Whether he's persuading or threatening, it works. Yeah, you guys, look at the older guy. He doesn't seem to be as emotional anymore. This anchor still has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Just as the netizen said, Yi Chang's emotions not only stabilized, but even the corners of his mouth twitched twice at Su Yang's words. I've seen people persuaded. I've never seen such persuasion. The point is that he still eats it up. The whole thing is so much easier. Little brother, where I want to die. It's just that I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Hearing this, even if Su Yang wasn't a psychology student, he could guess that He Chang was looking for someone to talk to. So he immediately said, "Big brother, I understand you. Why don't you come over here and I'll talk to you slowly." Su Yang's suggestion made He Chang fall into thought. In fact, he didn't really want to die, but sometimes it was easy to be impulsive when he was on top. Now that I've calmed down a bit, I do hesitate too. It's just that when he thinks about the fact that the child isn't his and his wife is getting a divorce, the sadness of being all alone still makes him think just die. Seeing He Chang's hesitation, Su Yang chose to continue talking nonsense, because he found that his style of speaking eased He Chang's emotions, just enough to ease it. Bullshit he's good at. Big brother, there's one thing I have to warn you about. There were times when people who wanted to give up on lightheartedness needed someone to hand them a step, and Su Yang was happy to be that step. What? He Chang looked puzzled. Seeing this, Su Yang carelessly took 2 steps closer, then continued, "If you jump like this, it is an unnatural death. As long as it's a non-natural death, your police uncle will find traces of you on the internet while you were alive, including chat logs, videos, pictures, even web browsing history. Private space can be turned over, even the ones that have been deleted. The police uncle will restore them all and give them to your immediate family. Think about it, what could those things show your loved ones?" Hearing this, He Chang laughed softly. He knew that Su Yan was trying to keep him from asking to die. A stranger, so painstakingly switching words to persuade him. That's a favor he accepts. He Chang was laughing, but the netizens in the live broadcast room felt a chill down their backs as they listened. Crap, does anyone tell me if this is real? I am the police, and I can tell you unequivocally that it's true. Oh my god, just those records of mine on the internet. It's a proper social death for others to see. People die, and they have to die socially again. Suffice it to say, as far as my chats with my BFF are concerned, even if I were down to my last breath, I'd have to get up and destroy my phone. Afraid to die because I can't see those records online. This segment should be popularized, and the suicide rate would definitely go down. At this time, He Chang also figured it out, and he suddenly let go of his hand. That's just it. Yang Xiaomei had probably been waiting for this moment, and as soon as He Chang let go, she rolled and ran over, and Heejin went over the railing ready to come back. Seeing this scene, Su Yang let out a long breath, and the 2 female doctors next to him also revealed smiles. Even the onlookers watching from below couldn't help but erupt in cheers, and with Dabin most of all. However, before Su Yang could fully exhale this breath, he heard Yang Xiaomei, who had just gotten out of the trap, but she let out a mournful and violent heckle. He Chang, you son of a bitch, you want to die yourself, don't drag me along. The words had no more effect at this point than a fire flying into a barrel of gasoline. He Chang's face changed dramatically, and the leg that had just crossed the guardrail immediately retracted again. His eyes were red and his forehead was bruised. It's over. He's irritated again. Sure enough, just after the female doctor finished speaking, he saw He Chang probing down to look. There was not the slightest doubt that he would leap in the next second. 1 second the following were cheering. This second all switched to screaming in unison. Netflix's heart lifted. Fuck, can't this woman shut up? If I'd known, I wouldn't have let her go. Don't do anything stupid. Brother, it's not worth it for a woman like that. It's only when you're dead that you're claiming someone else. 3 children are not yours. It's nothing. I've broadcast so many kinds of children, and none of them have come back to recognize me. Upstairs, is that fucking comforting? The netizens in the live room were anxious. Even if they knew He Chang couldn't see it, they desperately sent pop-ups to make him think about it. By this time, the police and fire had arrived. Firefighters laid life-saving air mattresses downstairs and police came upstairs to help persuade them. But once they heard that He Chang had a mental illness in this area, they all dared not act rashly. In the end, he chose to let Su Yang, who had already gained He Chang's trust, continue communicating with him. Instead, they controlled Yang Xiaomei to keep her quiet. Big brother, calm down. Su Yang's heart was also in his throat. He didn't want anything to happen to He Chang any more than anyone else. The fault is not his and he must not be made to suffer the consequences. Little brother, I know you want to help me, but you don't understand my suffering. 3 sons I've raised for over a decade and none of them turned out to be my own. That feeling you know? After saying this, a man in his 40s was bawling by the parapet. Su Yang wanted to say that he understood, but his age was here and didn't allow him to pull this lie, so he could only comfort from a man's perspective. Big brother, there are things that can't be forced. I see you're only in your 40s, so if it doesn't work out, let's get divorced. Divorce and find another one to have your own kids. Su Yang said it simply and directly. Although there is an old saying that it is better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a marriage, but this cuckold is at his feet, and it is a matter of a man's dignity, so he can no longer listen to his old ancestors. It's not a good idea to be an ingrate. Not sure why he dragged it out for 6 months without divorcing though, but what needs to be said still needs to be said. Speaking of divorce, He Chang shook his head. I'm an orphan. Ever since I was a kid, I've longed for a home. If I get a divorce, I'll be alone. Then what's the point of living? This feeling might not be understood by others, but Su Yang understood it very well, because the original owner was also an orphan. Ever since I was a kid, I've longed for a home. So even though his adoptive mother treated him so badly, he felt that he wasn't really alone with this relationship. He Chang's mindset was the same as when the original owner was adopted. But, there are times when the more you cherish a family, the less they will take you seriously. This was true of He Chang, and it was also true of the original owner. There are times when one has to know how to let go, but it's easier said than done. If the original owner had released it, he himself would not have been able to appear here. Then since he couldn't help the original master, Su Yang wanted to try to help the person who was connected to the same life as him. Su Yang was thinking about how to help He Chang. Instead, He Chang's words caused a huge controversy on the internet. That's all and you can't afford a divorce? Foolish. You guys haven't been through it and don't understand. But it's true that there are people who value their families more than their own lives. Yes, especially the older ones have such a mindset. Unlike the young people today, who make divorce as easy as eating. I think the rescue was just a momentary thing. And if we don't get out of the house, something like this will happen again. A divorce would be nice. Except that the man is deadhead and won't leave. The pop-ups are blowing up. It was constantly swiping in front of Su Yang's eyes. He naturally understands what Netflix is saying. It's just that he didn't know how to persuade him for a while, so he could only follow He Chang's words and continue. Big Brother is really a sentimental person, and also great in measure, and able to endure what the common man cannot. Don't want to get divorced? Guess it's because the kid has called you dad for over 10 years and has feelings, right? Hearing this, He Chang nodded. I've also been very upset since I found out the baby wasn't my own. But come to think of it, aren't those adopted kids not related by blood either? The child I raised is mine. Just give me a pension when I die. What do you care? Speaking of this, He Chang's emotions flared up again. He angrily pointed at Yang Xiaomei. Yet, she wants to divorce me now, to take the children to their real father. Isn't she just trying to drive me to my death? It was only at this point that the netizens in the live broadcast room finally got this melon. Outrageous. Haven't seen anything like it. To be an ingrate yourself is not to be pitied. All I can say is respect the fate of others. This man definitely belongs to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Anchor, don't waste your energy. You'll never wake up someone pretending to be asleep. The internet hates it. And that made Su Yang laugh. It's really right to say that some men are cheap, rushing to raise other people's children and dying when they're not allowed to. If it wasn't for the fact that he was standing in a more dangerous position, Su Yang wanted to scold him twice. Cursing is not allowed. Of course, but he will not be able to carry it on his back and he will be shady. That's just it. Sister-in-law is so wrong. Born and bred. I can't believe you want a divorce. The baby isn't yours, but doesn't it have your last name? Hearing this, He Chang seemed as if he had found a confidant as he nodded his head desperately. The child has his last name. It's his child. The kids take your last name and they still chase after your ass calling for their dad. Why don't they call someone else dad? Heejin continued to nod. That is, they only call themselves dad. Calling you dad again and taking your last name. Rounding it up doesn't make him your son? In order to worry about He Chang's emotions, Su Yang kept going along with his words. But the move angered the netizens on the air. What's the anchor doing? He seems to kinda approve of this kind of thing. What dad? It's injustice. There's something wrong with this anchor's 3 views, isn't there? Anchor, is your bottom line meant to be breached? Since it's so recognized, I also wish the anchor to raise a son for someone else in the future. It makes me want to curse when I look at it. Why the cursing? Can't you just calmly slap the anchor twice? Crosstown Valet comes out to take orders. This matter had already made the netizens angry, and now they saw Su Yang openly supporting it. They were even angrier. Sprayed Su Yang to the bone. However, Su Yang didn't have the time to pay attention to them right now, because he thought of a way to help He Chang. He Chang has been through psychotherapy, and 2 conventional methods don't work for him, so he has to do the opposite. Regardless of how the netizens scolded him, he continued on at his own pace. Getting 3 sons for nothing. Such a blessing is not something you can normally come across. When Su Yang said these few words, he immediately moved He Chang to the core. Dude, you still know me. He'd never been so understood. Now that he had suddenly met someone who understood him, the feeling was unmistakable. He also trusted Su Yang more. Big brother, it's quite dangerous for you to stand over there. Why don't you come over here first and I'll help you persuade your sister-in-law. We have to get Hee-chang to a safe place first, otherwise it will affect his play later. Perhaps it was also Su Yang's communication that had worked. Hee-chang flipped over after hesitating for a while. Seeing this, the police immediately wanted to come and take Hee-chang down, but when they were about to act, they were stopped by an old man with gray ears. This man is Dean Tian of the AL Psychiatric Clinic. Other people couldn't see Su Yang's intentions, but as a psychology expert, he understood. Saving lives is about saving hearts. If we don't help Hee-chang get his mind out of the gutter and let him figure it out on his own, with a brain like that, he's bound to do something extreme again. What they couldn't do after 6 months of treatment, perhaps this young man could. With the good offices of Dean Tian, the police stopped interfering. Yang Xiaomei is also authorized to speak, but the first thing she said was not well received. Hee-chang, whatever you're going to do today, I am definitely getting a divorce. Hearing this, Hee-chang's emotions fluctuated once again, but fortunately Su Yan was able to calm him down in time. Big brother, take it easy, I'll persuade sister-in-law. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Xiaomei. Sister-in-law, look at such a good man as Big Brother. You just don't get divorced. If you guys really get divorced, Big Brother might not even be able to eat a hot meal in the future. Think how pathetic. Hearing this, Yang Xiaomei immediately threw Su Yang a "you're sick" look. It's all about divorce. Who cares if he eats? She immediately wanted to angrily rebuke back, but before she could open her mouth, she saw Su Yang say squarely to Sun Pang, no one is cooking for you. Then you'll have to order takeout every day from now on. Barbecue today, hot pot tomorrow, pan-fried dumplings in the morning, then switch to crawfish at night. Is it hard for you to eat like that all the time? When these words came out, Hee-chang was confused. He knew best what kind of cook Yang Xiaomei was. It's hard to cook, not to mention that you don't get to cook more than a couple times a year. The family would have ordered takeout every day, only when it was his turn to eat. All that was left were scraps of food. Originally, he didn't care about this, but now that he heard Su Yang say this, he couldn't help but gulp. The sudden sharp turn by Su Yang confused Yang Xiaomei as well, but he continued to advise, sister-in-law, really don't divorce. Big Brother is a contractor. His income is designated quite a lot, isn't it? If he gets divorced, where is he going to spend all that money on his own? It's still a small matter of money not being spent. The point is loneliness. Once a man feels alone, he can only going to the shower, going to sing, getting a massage, going fishing. This time, not to mention Yang Xiaomei was confused. Even the netizens in the broadcast room were outright dumbfounded. The pop-ups were quiet for several seconds before they surged like a flood. What does the main anchor mean by these words? Isn't he supporting this man as an ingrate? How come I didn't get it? Is there any college student to popularize what the anchor is really doing? College students also said they were confused. Did any elementary school students come out to explain? Elementary school students, do not queue. Why does it feel like the anchor is playing a big game of chess? What kind of chess? Fine shagging? Haven't seen it yet. Che, whet the appetite. The netizens couldn't understand it, but the people at the scene guessed Su Yang's intention. The policeman seemed to have thought of something, and turned his head silently in surprise. It's simply intolerable. After being a cop for so long, he'd seen a lot of people who'd talked others out of getting divorced. They either mentioned the kids or the parents. Never seen anything like it. What a groundbreaking first. Is it hard to eat takeout every day after a divorce? Of course it will. It's hard not to leave sooner. All you can do after a divorce when you're bored is massage and bathe and fish? Even if he was a police officer, he felt that the days were simply not too comfortable. This anti-set operation, he called straight from the inside. Afraid that his expression would break his defenses, he simply turned his face away. No eyes. And at that moment, the two female doctors also looked towards Dean Tian in puzzlement, as if asking in their eyes, is this some new diagnostic and treatment method? It's so unusual, too. Could it be that the dean was biased and the new approach was taught to this lad alone? Receiving such a gaze, Dean Tian was also wronged. He had originally just asked the lad to open up with the intention of trying, but he's not only unprofessional, he's immodest. But the results were surprisingly good. It's not a proper slap in the face to their professional doctors. Although his face was bashful, Dean Tian's heart was still beautiful. I don't know where they found them, but Dean Tian is already thinking about a high salary. By mistake, they thought to each other that Su Yang was someone the other had found. This gave Su Yang room to play. As for the person in question, Hee-chang, after hearing these words from Su Yang, his eyes suddenly lit up, but then quickly dropped his eyelids again, wondering what he was thinking. Su Yang managed to capture this detail and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It does seem to work the other way around. So he continued, sister-in-law, look at you. You're also in your early 40s. Or don't toss it. You see, Big Brother is nothing but a little money and a passable look. If you don't want him, what good can he find if he wants to look again? Speaking here, Soo-young also deliberately paused for 2 seconds before slowly continuing. I guess I can only look for those in their early 30s. Those with a little bit of 20. Those who are 18 or 19 years old. He can't carry this old back. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hee-chang jerked his head up, his eyes shining with a burning light. What Soo-yang said was something he had never thought of before, but now that he thought about it so much, he suddenly realized what kind of life he had lived before. Days of exhausting work on the project, to raise the children. Every penny earned was turned in, but even when he did that, he never heard a good word, not to mention eating the kids' leftovers. Sometimes you have to look at your face when you want to make out with your wife, but if the money stays in your hands and you get another wife, just thinking about it made Hee-chang's heart thump. He faltered. Compared to Hee-chang's excitement, Yang Xiaomei's face didn't look so good. The reason why she dared to be so reckless was not because of Hee-chang's honesty and soft ears. That's what caused her to drift away, to the point where she was trying to pursue true love in her middle age. But now that Soo-yang had said so, she realized with a jolt that Hee-chang was still a quality stock. It's not a big boss, but it's a couple $100,000 a year. On the contrary, his adulterer is nothing but a sweet talker. There were times when she even had to ask her for money to spend. Is it really possible to drag your family to live with this kind of person? For the first time, Yang Xiaomei was pondering whether this decision of hers was too childish. Each of the two had something to think about. As things had developed to this point, even if the netizens in the live broadcast room were even more stupid, they all saw out Soo-yang's intention. The pop-ups were howling. Ah! Anchor, I was wrong. So you're a friendly. Swing for the fences with the 40-meter machete I just pulled out. I want to get divorced after hearing that. It's like my ideal life. This wave of reverse amenity, I'm exclaiming good guy. It's all been said and done, and it would be rude not to get a divorce. The temptation to leave looking for 18 or 19 is not a billion points greater. Bad back? 6 flavored D Huangwan applies to fight. The pop-ups are blowing up, apologizing and admitting their mistakes. But Soo-yang's performance wasn't over yet. He asked again. Sister-in-law, you must have a big house with a family of 5 living together. Yang Xiaomei was still thinking about herself when she was suddenly asked by Soo-yang so coldly. Without even thinking about it, she honestly replied, it's okay, 120-something square feet, right in the Minute Maid neighborhood. Hearing this, Soo-yang acted surprised. 120 a few square feet called not bad. Ah, the house over there is very expensive, counting 7 or 8 million always. Yang Xiaomei enjoyed Soo-yang's envious and shocked tone, and she just wanted to pretend that it was not worth it. But before she could open her mouth, Soo-yang's shocked voice came again. Sister-in-law, then you really can't get a divorce. Think about it, if you guys get divorced, Big Brother brings his newfound woman to the house. They're in the living room, in the kitchen, in the bathroom or on the balcony. Isn't it anticlimactic to be doing a restricted sport? You know, these places used to be you and... Stop it, Soo-yang blathered on and on, but was suddenly interrupted by Yang Xiaomei when he reached the key point. Netflix watched with great interest and suddenly wouldn't let it be said. They're not going to do it. Let him say what we VIPs can't hear. Ahem. This can't really be said. The live room is easily blocked. What the hell? Can you stop playing dumb? I think that's where the woman was cleaning. But, everyone else is on the highway and you're still here maka maka. At this time, Yang Xiaomei was completely taut. She breathed heavily, a bit backed up on her rash decision. Really, if she was divorced, everything she had now might be someone else's. The RV, the car, and Hee-chang, a man who is so obedient. It's not like love is a meal. That man can't earn a living, let alone a car or a house. He doesn't even have a regular income. Although she held Hee-chang's savings in her hand, she couldn't just sit around and eat it. It's not enough to raise 3 sons. You have to raise 4. After figuring this out, Yang Xiaomei immediately said impatiently, I'm not leaving, but at the same time, Hee-chang's voice also sounded at first, I want a divorce. 3 voices sounded at the same time. Yang Xiaomei's somewhat distraught and fearful voice, Hee-chang's voice of realization. There was also a voice that appeared in Soo-yang's mind. Receive positive feedback, mission accomplished, and get a chance to win a raffle. The voice surprised Soo-yang. He didn't expect to get good reviews for helping Hee-chang wake up. It looks like he's unraveled. In fact, Soo-yang also saw that Hee-chang is the typical kind of man with soft ears and no opinion. What others say is what they say. Again, taking family too seriously is the only way to take the bull by the horns on this one. Now Soo-yang let him understand that such a family is better after detachment instead. And that is a whole deconstruction. I guess now he can't pull back even 9 heads of cattle if he wants a divorce. At this point in the live broadcast, the netizens were as happy as the new year. Cool, that's a relief. It's soothing to my whole body and mind to hear that. Refusing to be a big grudge breed starts with me. The anchor deserves first credit. You guys have changed your attitudes really fast. Weren't you just scolding the anchor? Who cursed? I was cursing the dog. Dogs? Anchor, I am blessed to have you. The pop-ups were hilarious. And the amount of interaction skyrocketed while the gifts kept refreshing. And for the first time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. Straight to the top of the favorites at number 1. The netizens are in a good mood and are all buzzing with joy. The atmosphere of the scene also became relaxed. Even He Chang, who had been seeking death just a moment ago, now made a direct 180-degree turn. Not only was his face rosy, but he was also much more energetic. Only Yang Xiaomei. She obviously couldn't accept such a transformation from Yi Chang. She angrily questioned, "You're divorcing me? Who was the one who just begged me to death not to get a divorce? It was only half an hour before and after. How could the attitude change just like that?" And it wasn't just the attitude that changed. It was also He Chang's temper. He used to give in to Yang Xiaomei no matter what was right or wrong. It always feels like it's your wife and it's okay to take a loss. But not anymore. What Yang Xiaomei did disgusted him, and he responded to her with a less polite tone. "Why can't I divorce you? How good I've been to you. Handing over every penny of my paycheck. Considering how hard you work with the kids, I'll grab the chores. But how did you repay me? How can you do that when 3 children are not mine?" At the end of his words, He Chang was almost yelling. It was loud enough to startle Yang Xiaomei. She had never seen He Chang like this. In the past, when He Chang was a soft touch, she was able to stomp on her nose. But now that He Chang had branched out, she appeared to be short of breath. "I thought you didn't care? You also said that blood doesn't matter, as long as the child calls you father." Yang Xiaomei even tried to hold He Chang's hand when she said that. Wanted him to think about their relationship as husband and wife. But He Chang dodged it before he could touch it. He had said that yes, but at that point he didn't want the family to fall apart. But it's different now. Now that he's thinking outside the box. Since you're taking the kid to his real father, then go ahead and let him have a few years of comfort for himself. Besides, he says he doesn't care. But what man can truly accept his wife cuckolding him? Before it was all about holding back, but now he wasn't holding back. Seeing He Chang so determined, Yang Xiaomei's heart panicked even more. Without He Chang, she didn't dare to imagine how she could live on with her 3 children. She has been a housewife for over a decade and has become socially disconnected. Going back to work is simply not an option. And because all of He Chang's income had been handed over before, she was used to living in affluence. Now how is she going to get by with no money again? He Chang, without you, how can you let us orphans and widows live? In that case, I might as well be dead. Yang Xiaomei tried to hold his hand for the second time. After more than 10 years as a couple, she did know how to hold He Chang. Hardly a few more tears were squeezed out, and He Chang really ate it up. Not dodging this time. Seeing this scene, Su Yang Man went numb. "I guess I just did all that for nothing." Still overestimating him. You've said it yourself to that point, and you're still obsessed. He deserves to be a great injustice. Su Yang was dying of anger, and the netizens in the live broadcast room weren't much better. "Crap. Big brother, can you have some backbone? Anchor, just words you turn your head and forget. I'm literally going to be so pissed off at this. If this is even forgivable. I can be so pissed off I'm going to smash my cell phone. This woman's Tao is too high for an honest man to play with. Mud. My blood pressure's back up. I'm a woman looking at it and wanting to curse. Will you wake up?" Being a cow and raising someone else's son is definitely the most explosive news of the year. The anchor really tried his best. This man just deserves it. Leave him alone. The pop-ups are blowing up. Su Yang's face also became unsightly. Perhaps sensing that Su Yang's mood was not quite right, He Chang took the initiative to walk over. "Little brother, I know you're doing me a favor, but then I thought about it, and their mothers can't live without me. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid again. I will take my share of responsibility." Just now, Su Yang only looked bad. Now after hearing this he was practically spitting blood in anger. Who holds him responsible? Is it a problem with your own expression? Su Yang's entire body was bad. He was in a bad mood and his speech started to get grim. "I know what you're going to say. You're trying to say that even though they're not related by blood, they call you dad." He Chang nodded. "Even though the kids aren't yours, they're yours to raise." Heejin continued to nod. "Whoever raises the child owns it. It doesn't matter if it's not biological, as long as he's given him a pension later on." Seeing that He Chang still looked like he recognized it, Su Yan was directly exasperated and laughed. His mouth was as sarcastic as if he had spit poison. "Even though the children are not yours, they eat you, wear you, and use you. Although the child is not yours, you pay the tuition, you pay the dowry, and you buy the house. In the future, I'll help them get married and bring them grandchildren." Speaking of this, Su Yang had a flash of light in his mind. Suddenly new ideas opened up. He backhanded He Chang's hand. Big brother, they're not even related by blood anyway. Do you still lack a son? When these words came out, there was silence all around. They didn't go away when the danger was removed. They all continued to stay and watch the fun. Anyone with a discerning eye could hear the ironic sarcasm in Su Yang's tone. Thought he would give He Chang a good scolding, but he just caught me off guard with a sudden turn. Fuck them all senseless. But, ha ha. The silence was broken until a female doctor couldn't hold back a burst of laughter. The laughter seemed toxic. 1 passes 2, 2 passes 3, all laughing. Even Dean Tian, who was known for his seriousness, couldn't help but purse his lips and snicker. This kid's routine is completely untraceable, but every time it comes to the crunch it works wonders. Live recognition of the father? He's the only one who can do it. At this point in the broadcast, crap, should I curse or laugh first? Wasn't the anchor being sarcastic about him? Why the sudden turnaround? It's a feeling of having your brain on the highway and your car flipping over in a ditch. This anchor continues to play consistently. Just admit your father? Where's the modesty? What more modesty is needed when someone pays the bride price in the house? Big brother, still lacking a son? If I don't care about age, I'm probably still 2 years older than you. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die of laughter. Uncle, not recognizable. Not recognizable at all. The pop-ups are blowing up with laughter. But He Chang's face flushed red and white because of Su Yang's words. Why hadn't he thought of that? 3 sons, 3 dowries, 3 sweets. If the child was his own, he would earn that money back even if he was exhausted. But these 3 children are not related to him at all. If I can't do it myself later, my wife is going to take the kids to their real father again. Wouldn't that be a basket case for you? By then the money is gone and so is the person. Just thinking about it made He Chang feel shaky. Divorce. This marriage must be divorced. At this time, He Chang was already fully awake, and without saying a word, he yanked Yang Xiaomei's hand and headed downstairs. Go away now. I don't want to wait a day longer. Yang Xiaomei naturally refused to do so, but where was He Chang willing to follow her at this time? You're not leaving, are you? Carry on. When he carried it to the door, He Chang even took the time to turn around and thank Su Yang. Little brother, when I'm done with this, I'll make a banner and bang it over to you. If I had let a doctor like you treat me earlier, I wouldn't have had to suffer for 6 more months, he said and walked away without looking back. Apparently, He Chang also misunderstood. He thought Su Yang was also a doctor here. Doesn't matter though, Su Yang always does good deeds without leaving his name, so he can just write a diary when he goes back later. This dramatic scene came to an end with He Chang's departure. Police and fire dispersed with it, just as Su Yang also wanted to withdraw. Dean Tian suddenly stopped him. Young man, are you an intern here? Dean Tian had been reminiscing, but never remembered that they had this person in their clinic. In the end, it could only be assumed that Su Yang was an intern. If it's an internship, then we need to hurry up and turn him around. Otherwise, once the internship is over, I don't know how many hospitals will come for people. No. Knowing that they had all misunderstood, Su Yang decisively denied it. Feeling that he couldn't make it clear in a sentence or two, he simply led them directly to his stall. The humble stall. A tablecloth still stained with grease had counseling written on it in large letters. Even more outrageous was the fact that melon rinds and leaves were strewn all over the table. This is nothing compared to the clean and tidy clinic environment they have inside. Seeing this scene, those 2 female doctors opened their mouths wide in shock on the spot. The bottom he was talking about turned out to be here. And Dean Tian's reaction was even more dramatic, his eyes constantly switching back and forth between the stall, Su Yang, and his own lofty clinic, as if to determine the truth of it all. Seeing Dean Tian's expression like this, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed miserably. Ha 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 ha. At this point, an old man feels his IQ and 3 views being rubbed hard on the ground. Dean never thought in his life that someone would actually dare to do such a thing. The point is that the patients they can't handle in the hospital are being solved by a stall holder. So you can say you're angry. Having been a psychiatrist all his life he hadn't seen anything, but he was still confused when he saw this. Ha 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 ha. Who wouldn't be confused when they see someone setting up a stall in front of their own hospital to grab business? You guys better not laugh too loud. Did you just do the same? Being clueless just now is none of my business right now. I'm about to laugh. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups filled the screen with laughter, typing, posting love, and face texting, hogging the whole screen. A psychiatric hospital director being so shocked. That laugh is far better than shocking an average person. And the confusion and disbelief in Dean Tian's eyes practically overflowed the screen. What a laugh to watch over and over again. Seeing this scene, Jian Nian Nian, who was waiting in the recording studio, was practically going crazy with laughter. Reward. Must be rewarded. 10 carnivals in a row. The screen full of exploding special effects made her feel like the pores of her entire body were opening up. No wonder some people like to swipe gifts. It turned out to be so cool. And Zhang Nian's move also hooked all the other tycoons' desire to win. For a while, all kinds of gift special effects flew on the screen, so full that they covered Su Yang. Crap. This way, the gift doesn't cost anything. The anchor took me to see the world. I have never seen in any live room is so give gifts. Shocked and envious. If it's one of those rubbing female anchors, I'll curse high and low. But if it's Su Yang, I think he's worth it. That's right. This anchor has a lot of substance. I could tell when he rectified the dating market last time. Although he was rectifying the living, he was also unconsciously making people understand a lot of truth. I just watched that live stream before I became a fan of him, and it just spoke to my heart. Yes, yes, yes. Sometimes a word from him can be enlightening. Regret being late. I came in today after seeing the push. Just swipe 2 planes and think it's already worth the price of admission. Congratulations, guys, on discovering the treasure host. I was one of the first to powder. So please call me senior from now on. There were nearly 1.2 million people watching online in the livestream at this point. Not only is the livestream in the popular first place, its gift list also surged to the top 10 across the platform. Don't look at just the top 10. This strength can't be underestimated. The ones in the top 10 live broadcasts on the domination list, except for Su Yang, all of them have backing companies. To get on the list, companies drop money on gifts just to increase exposure. The likes of Su Yang, who relied solely on his fans to give him power, were completely unique. Not a drop of water. Su Yang's fans had thus surpassed the 1 million mark, becoming a million-level anchor. And all this in just 3 days. Having a huge amount of traffic and countless quality fans had undoubtedly allowed Su Yang to gain a firm foothold in the live broadcasting world. Some people are envious and jealous, while others beat their chests. Starlight Entertainment Limited. Conference room. Supervisor Prayer. Is this the person you said had no value in signing? Chen Yaoxing sat in the first place, tapping the table and questioning in a cold voice. And to his side, a huge display screen was playing Su Yang's live broadcast. A series of data is visualized on the right. They are reviewing. Highest number of people online. 1.3 million. Highest number 1 on the Hot 100. Highest number 1 on the outdoor live chart. Highest 6th on the gift list. Over 5 million interactions. A single live broadcast draws 500,000 plus fans. 82% of quality fans. Online retention is over 75%. As the broadcast continues, the numbers are changing, but no matter how you change it, it's a mind-blowing degree. A live stream of less than 2 hours can draw 500,000 fans. That's how many anchors are out of reach. And while the highest number of people online was 1.3 million, it was able to create up to 5 million interactions. What does that mean? Meaning that every netizen posted at least 3 or more pop-ups. No waterboys, no bots, all living, breathing people. That's an overblown statistic. The online retention rate, on the other hand, refers to those who clicked in to watch the live stream for more than 3 minutes or more. It is important to realize that the mechanism of this platform is that the only way to target recommendations and precise placement is to spend money. Without spending money, then it's just a matter of casting a wide net and getting swiped as you go along. This could be swiped by a grandpa or a grandma, or by a small child. It's amazing that there's a whopping 75% retention with just that undifferentiated placement. It's downright scary. This data also side by side proves that Su Yang's live broadcasting room is suitable for both men and women, young and old. As long as it's on, there's no shortage of traffic at all. And what's even more terrifying, with 1.3 million people watching the live stream, it's possible for nearly half of them to become his fans. And it's also almost always a quality fan. What is a quality fan? According to the rating rules of the platform, users who watch live broadcasts on the platform for more than 100 minutes per month and spend more than 2,000 on rewards are considered quality fans. In a nutshell, fans with money and time. And it's amazing that the vast majority of his fans are people like that. This is literally what all anchors dream of. Take up one item and thank goodness. But now all these buffs were uniquely stacked on Su Yang. The timing is right. And it's no exaggeration to say he's a gold mountain. Not to mention signing to live bandwagon. Even if they signed him to act as a star, there would be a huge buy-in. In the face of such a situation, praying Ben Hong could not lift his head at all. A few times I wanted to say something. She had to admit that she had looked away. Because of her mistake, the company missed out on such a wealthy man. Not to mention that Chen Yaoxing was angry. Even the people from other departments didn't try to spare her. Supervisor Prayer. I told you back then that Su Yang was a potential stock and told you to talk about it. And you brought back this news? The one who spoke was Liang Fei from the marketing department. He unintentionally swiped onto Su Yang's livestream and was simply amazed after watching one. It is said that there are thousands of good-looking skins and one interesting soul in a million. A good-looking and funny anchor like Soo Young. That was simply the best investment. Thinking of signing over while he's not particularly famous. I didn't expect to be screwed over straight away by Prayer Burn Red. When the company has a fortune cookie, people in other departments will benefit along with it. Just like when they signed Zhang Yan, which made them Starlight Entertainment from unknown, successfully among the top 3 in the Magic City, so far known. Now you can take it to the next level by signing up Soo Young, but now it's gone. How does that make anyone not angry? So just after Liang Fei finished speaking, Su Hong, the leader of the marketing department, couldn't help but snap. The influence of this live broadcast of Su Yang's far exceeds the previous 2. With the merit of saving people's lives, I guess even the officials will praise him by name. I'm sure it won't be long before he dominates the hot search headlines again. If there is no this live broadcast, signing him is estimated to be $10 million enough. But now, you hold $50 million to the door to find him. Do you see him care about you? Speaking here, Su Hong also deliberately looked at praying for Ben Hong. I heard that when you went to talk, you also deliberately lowered the price to $5 million. And all kinds of bars and boxes were listed on 3 pages of paper. Did you take money from someone's family to screw us on purpose? Su Hong is not polite at all. Speaking of something that wasn't there as if it was true. This instantly caused Chen Yaoxing's face to darken by 2 more points. It also scared praying Ben Hong to hasten to retort. There's no such thing, boss, you have to believe me. She was shattered. Being rounded up by her co-workers, not to mention her boss, has a crisis of confidence in her. At this point she was gutted. If she had known it was like this, she would have put her posture to the lowest level when she talked to Su Yang. Even if they begged their grandparents, they had to sign Su Young up. But now it's all too late. Not only did they mess up their boss's mistrust, but they also offended their co-workers. Thought bringing up Davin would salvage the situation a bit, but that's a no-brainer. 2, and I couldn't get up the flow for him a couple times. There are less than 50,000 people on the air right now. In the same time period, Su Yang had no opponent at all. The thought that such a money tree was let go by her made Prayer Ben Hong simply worse than death. So much so that no matter what she heard them say, she had to suffer in silence. At this time, Chen Yaoxing's face also stunk to high heaven. But with his knowledge of Prayer Burn Red, it is impossible to collect money to make trouble. But it is absolutely 8 or 9 times more likely that the price will be deliberately lowered and set. I didn't take it seriously when I didn't get into big trouble before, but I didn't think it would be this bad for one visit. Tell me, how can I remedy this? Chen Yaoxing continued to ask, but no one answered him. When Su Yang wasn't yet a hit, he might have needed the company's help in the background. But now he has so many die-hard fans that a live broadcast will make hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. The current Su Yang didn't need anyone's help. Even if they signed him as an actor and paid him millions for acting in one movie, they probably wouldn't be able to convince him. After all, actors don't have the freedom of anchors, and unless they make it big, the average actor really doesn't make as much as he does now. It just doesn't go up and down, and none of them have a clue. Until one person quietly raised his hand. Why don't we let Zhang Yan try? Zhang Yan is very familiar with Su Yang. Hearing this suggestion, Chen Yaoxing's eyes lit up. Thought I saw a glimmer of hope, but was quickly doused with a pot of cold water. Don't get this idea. Zhang Yan doesn't want Su Yang to be signed into the company. If you guys also want to lose the money tree that is Zhang Yan, you can go ahead and try. This was a meeting that Su Li could have not attended, but because it involved Su Yang, she was urged by someone to come over and listen. But I didn't think it was really about her. Don't look at Su Li as just an agent, but she has a high status in the company. Her words were what Zhang Yan meant. These words also directly dashed Chen Yaoxing's hopes, and he was suddenly furious. Look what you've done. Copied the document on the table and threw it towards praying for the red. This year's performance is fully deducted. Demoted to the business department to reflect on reflection. Too much time in high places and you don't know who you are. Dean Tian left resentfully. For the matter of Su Yang setting up a stall in front of his door, he didn't support or stop it. It seems to be pissed off enough. Dean Tian was gone, but the battle in Su Yang's livestream was going white hot. Old Wang, show your strength. You've been robbed by Shamrock of your list 1. This dude is so awesome today. The last time he was this awesome was in Social Sister's live room. The Social Sister is ruthless. Money she takes off, but brush so much to the anchor figure just for fun. If I had the money I'd swipe it too. That's true. It's too exciting. Sister model has lost the battle. We'll see who can grab the top spot today. Don't worry, the old king will step in. You guys are also watching the fun and keep arching the fire so they don't have to brush it. You don't understand. I'm supporting the anchor in a different position. Is this the legendary rich man's money show and the poor man's personal show? Stop it. Stop it. The old king is at it again. I'm going. 50 carnivals at a time. Awa. I'll be damned. Fondness, give me on and take back everything that belongs to you. Fight. Fight. Soo-young only had time to look at the live broadcast after he was busy with this. This look was a direct shock. What the heck? Two big gods fighting in his live room. By swiping gifts alone. One fan lampshades level 44 and another fan lampshades level 45. Although Soo-young didn't understand this leveling mechanism very well, he also knew that if he wanted to be upgraded to such a high level, the gifts must have been given quite a lot. He hurriedly opened the backstage to take a look. Today's gift revenue, $545. 560.00. Withdrawable income, $272. 780.00. Seeing this number, Soo-young's brain swooned. It took 2 counts on his hands to determine that he had actually received over $500,000 in gifts. Mom, yeah, that's a lot of money coming in fast. But the platform is also too dark. Directly deducted half. His own failure was horrible, but the platform's success sickened him even more. Do nothing and just take $200,000 or so. Soo-young's heart began to become unbalanced. But it can't be balanced. There is nothing he can do. He points to the live broadcast to eat. He has to abide by the rules of others. Still, I'll have to talk to the platform sometime to see if I can draw less. After all, it's all silver for nothing, and it hurts to give it out. The gift war continued in the live room, and among those IDs on the list, there was a familiar name. Beak up your mouth and move forward? Isn't this that little girl Jiang Nian Nian? Fan light sign level 42. Third place on the fan list. You're really willing to brush it off. Soo-young wanted to talk about her in that scene yesterday. Brushing the carnival as if it didn't cost anything. I know she's a little rich, but you can't build it like that. Especially knowing that half of the gifts she had given were still going to be siphoned off by the platform. It felt worse than if he had lost money. As a last resort, Soo-young could only step in to stop it. Brothers, your thoughts are appreciated. The gifts can stop. Thank you. Thank you. Other anchors can't wait for someone to swipe a gift. When it came to Soo-young, it was to persuade people to stop. In fact, Soo-young did not want to shout stop, who was not happy with money, but he couldn't help it when that little ninny Jiang Nian Nian got involved. Furthermore, Soo-young also knows how to be contented. Other people give him gifts that is to look up to him. He has to stop when others give him face. Soo-young's heart was clear that the netizens took the credit for these two godly men being able to fight on the head of the impulse to reward, but once calmed down is expected to regret. The news has also reported that some people are rewarded with misappropriated public funds or their parents' life-saving money. Soo-young didn't want to see such a scene, so he had to be persuaded. Sure enough, once Soo-young opened up this pattern, the netizens liked him even more. Look, this anchor is good, isn't he? He even advises people not to swipe gifts. That's more than 99% of the anchors. Serves you right for the fire. Who would such an anchor fan if not him? Brothers, pay attention. Not only did the netizens praise this move, even those two godly men initiated a rare pop-up. The old king next door, brother is so poor that he only has money left, but since the anchor has given his word, we'll fight again next time. The first deep love in Hong Kong, I'm afraid you can't do it, so I'll come by appointment anytime. The speeches of the two godly heroes were full of gunpowder flavor, and at the same time, it also added another point of interest to Soo-young's live broadcasting room. A godly man on a game board and a godly man on a beauty board. It was a blatant date in Soo-young's live broadcast. That would mean that every live broadcast of Soo-young's in the future might witness such a famous scene. This makes it inexplicably exciting to look forward to. After all, it's not all the time that God's men fight. Soo-young's live room was already invincible, and now there were two godly heroes holding the field. In a short period of time, it is expected that no one will be able to surpass it, and the gift war managed to alarm the platform's management. In order to keep Soo-young, they quietly reduced the gift draw from 50% to 30%. They are well aware that there are many platforms that can broadcast live. With Soo-young's current flow, he could go anywhere he wanted. In order to keep him, the platform has come up with a great deal of goodwill. Besides, Soo-young sighed. After seeing the gifts subside, he smiled and said, "Did you enjoy watching this job today? How about?" Before Soo-young could finish his words, a netizen prejudged him. "Not good. This sea is trying to run again. Can't. Haven't seen enough. There are more than 1 million people in the live broadcast room. Are you good enough to go off the air? That thought must not be entertained. Let us go on with the music and the dance." With his intentions being recognized, Soo-young could only smile. He purposely wrapped the camera around 360 degrees. "It's not that I don't work. You guys see anyone else next to here?" A farce was over, and the grandparents had long since slipped away to find someone to share the first-hand knowledge they had gained, and the female nurses returned to the clinic. Even the anchor named Dabin is nowhere to be found. How do you expect him to set up a stall when there's no one around? And it's not like you want to run when you're done. There's just no business. Blame him. Nobody? So many in the live feeds aren't people? Who says stalls can only be offline? This pop-up certainly gave new ideas to the netizens in the broadcast room, and some reacted immediately. Anchor, I've been having a hell of a time at work lately, and I don't have a good appetite. Seeing the first half, Su Yang was just about to suggest taking some stomach-enhancing tablets when the second half of the pop-up floated out again. Lately I've been eating too much of the pie painted by the boss and the whole thing is indigestible. One also feels on the verge of depression. Is there a way for the anchor to enlighten me? After reading the entire pop-up, the corner of Su Yang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. For rigor's sake, he also clicked on the netizens' homepage to have a look. It was found that he was not only a happy family man, but also a cheerful person, loves to travel and has dogs. A guy like that tells me he's depressed? Su Yang knew that his fans had learned the hard way and had begun to live wholeheartedly as well. Since the fans were so immodest, he couldn't be more immodest. You've got a job to do, right? Come on. While Su Yang was figuring out how to pick up the slack, the netizen statement also amused the other netizens on the air. Ha 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 ha, the pie that the boss drew. That's really not easy to digest. It's so damned real. You don't even have to bring food to work. There's a pie drawn by the boss, a melon given by a friend, a fish touched by yourself, a pot given by the leader, a customer's brain in the water, a competitor's additions to the mix, and your own fires, and the main focus is a nutritional balance. But, zing, we're not co-workers either. Why are we eating exactly the same? As much as +1. Sometimes you can't eat it. Turns out they're all bitter beatniks. Go to work bitter. Go to work tired. Go to work just to earn that little nest egg fee. Originally watch the live broadcast is quite happy. Now feel also to be depressed. It's the anchor's fault. So watch out. Anchor. You guys are moon landing bumper stickers. So I'll be depressed too. Not depressed and out of touch. Some people look at the fun. Some people look in the mirror. A lot of internet users talk about breaking the defense. The pop-ups have also become their tirades. Seeing this, Su Yang was also deeply moved. There's no such thing as going to work and not going crazy. He had also been a 996 social animal for a long time, and the feeling was one that was at a level that would be heartbreaking to recall now. However, Su Yang wouldn't really think that this group of sand sculpture netizens would be depressed. He had a good memory, and it was the same group that had just laughed the loudest. All depressed together now. Who's fooling? But with them making such a mess, Su Yang was willing to accompany them to have some fun. He was silent for a moment, just when the netizens felt that Su Yang was feeling guilty and was ready to comfort them. Just the corner of his mouth ticked as he began to list. Ambien at 150 a box, paroxetine at 130 a box, fluvoxamine at 400 a box, fluoxetine at 470 a box, and Cetaphil at 560 a box. $800 for a half hour for a psychiatrist. Speaking here, Su Yang paused for 2 seconds, then faintly asked, "Look at your wallets. Do you deserve to be depressed?" The pop-up suddenly went silent at these words. Instead of waiting for comfort, the wait was, the words "do you deserve to be depressed?" haunted everyone's ears like reverb on, straight to the brain through the ear canal. The pop-up exploded after a few brief seconds of silence. Crap, where's your conscience? Anchor? Fine. I'm pulling my heart out with you and you're poking me in the lungs, aren't you? I've seen zingers. I've never seen one this zingy. The other guy rejected your bumper sticker and backhanded you with a big pussy pocket. I don't deserve it, okay? I have to say it. My God, these medicines are actually so expensive? It's been a long time coming. The first time I've known that depression is still a rich disease. I can't afford to live. And I can't afford to be sick at all. I'm a loser. It's so hard to live without money. You don't even know what's the point of living. Su Yang only needed to make a slight move to make the pop-ups wail. Seeing that some of the netizens were speaking in a funereal manner, he couldn't bear to keep striking out. The conversation turned to comfort. Who says you're broke? You're all millionaires as far as I'm concerned. That comment managed to pique the interest of the netizens again. It's still hard to become a millionaire just by yourself in this society nowadays. But Su Yang actually said they were all millionaires. This puzzles everyone. So they began to frantically anticipate what Su Yang was going to say later. And Su Yang didn't dilly-dally, opening his mouth and, like us ordinary people, having a healthy body is undoubtedly worth millions. After hearing the first few sentences, the netizens had already guessed what he was going to say later. Isn't that just brainwashing poisonous chicken soup? Fooling the fans with this, they obviously aren't buying it. But just as they were about to protest, Su Yang's voice came out again. $750. 000 for a heart. $990. 000 for a liver. $1. $650. 000 for a kidney. Just those three add up to $3 million. Do you think you guys are millionaires? Once Su Yang said this, the netizens fell silent again. Call him making it up. It sounds reasonable. Call him reasonable. But again, it doesn't really seem to work. But when they thought about it carefully, they suddenly realized, crap, everyone looks like a millionaire this way. I can't believe I'm actually making sense. For the first time in my life, I feel so valuable. Okay. When I go on a blind date and people ask me my worth, I'll just say millionaire, proud face. Always felt cheap. Didn't realize it was worth it. There is indeed comfort in that. It's simply impossible to think of emo in this live room. This anchor is too able to make a whole living. Amusing you in minutes. It's not easy to emo? A word from me. Blow it off you. Say something to make me emo one try? You asked me to say that. Ahem. While each of your organs is astronomically expensive, it's only 3,000 a month assembled on you. Fuck. Shrimp and pig heart. Take it easy. Look on the bright side. Maybe it's the brain pulling down the market price of the whole body. Aha. Fork him out. Fork him out. The pop-ups were hilarious and the atmosphere was hot as hell. And among these 1 million or so netizens, there is one person who is in deep confusion. He is Davin. Before that, he thought Su Yang's success was just a coincidence and felt that his fire was just a flash in the pan. But I realized that today after seeing it with my own eyes. He's dead wrong. Su Yang's level and depth were incomparable to his. Whether it's the great wisdom that just manifested itself on the top floor, or the interaction with the netizens when they came down, all heights he could not reach. It may seem like you're living the whole life, but there are all sorts of profound connotations in there. Every flashback is overwhelming, and the fact that one had just presumed to surpass him was laughable. After understanding this, Davin sighed long and hard. Surpassing was impossible. Trying his best to lean on Chi was the real thing. Besides, Su Yang, after teasing the netizens for a while, he finally managed to decisively go off the air. It was really because he was a bit tired from today's long broadcast. I left the house in the morning and now it's almost evening. And chatting with his online friends was physical work. So much so that his throat was on fire. For the sake of his voice, he still endured the pain of saying goodbye to the more than 1 million netizens in the live broadcast. After casually finding a small store to deal with a dinner, Su Yang returned to his rental house. Withdraw live streaming revenue first. Hiss. This platform knows what it's doing. When he saw the amount that could be withdrawn, Su Yang was still slightly surprised. Turns out, the platform has reduced the gift draw percentage from 50% to 30%. Today's gift revenue, $611. 720.00. Withdrawable income, $428. 204.00. If he looked at it like that, Su Yang was satisfied. For that percentage, I'm sure many of the big anchors can't get it. And the platform executive sent an exclusive broadcast contract via private message. It includes traffic support for each of his future broadcasts once signed. And the gift draw could be reduced by another 10%. It's a proper giveaway. Gift reward is only 20, which looks at all live platforms cannot find the second. And this contract has a lot of free limits. There is no requirement for live hours. And the contract is signed for a short 1-year period. After reading it several times, Su Yang couldn't find a reason to reject it. Sign it. Who's messing with money? Su Yang is like this. As long as the other party is sincere, even if they don't show up, this contract can be signed. Without sincerity, it's useless even if you come to the door in person. The electronic signing was very efficient, and after getting the contract, Su Yang started the lottery again. Originally, he was still happy to feel that signing up for the platform income would become higher, but after seeing the skills he got from the lottery, he couldn't smile a whole lot. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Master Singing. Masterful singing? At this moment, Su Yang's entire body was dumbfounded. Because of the system's setting, the probability of wanting to obtain a master skill was less than 1 in 1,000. He had drawn so many skills before, and almost all of them were beginner, entry level, and amateur level, not even an intermediate one, let alone a master. Now he was given a top-tier skill straight away, or one that he could normally use. Should have been happy, but just 5 minutes ago, he signed up for the platform, and it's still under an exclusive broadcast contract. What does an exclusive broadcast contract mean? Meaning you can only perform appearances on this platform. Although the contract also allows you to develop externally, but that share percentage. Platform 9. Su Yang 1. That's simply working for someone else for nothing. If the contract is terminated or breached, it would take even more sky-high prices. Could have swept the music industry by entering the entertainment industry with his masterful vocals. Become the envy of everyone at 2.08 million. But now it's just going to continue to be a little anchor. Though he could also switch to being a singing anchor. but it's a far cry from the entertainment industry. At this moment, Su Yang's heart was so repentant, totally picking up the pieces and dropping them. Even if the contract was only for 1 year, the loss made him barf. His dream of stardom, his 2.08 million, just missed it. Regret. Contracts can't be signed indiscriminately. This is a bloody lesson from Su Yang. You can't enter the entertainment industry for a while, but this skill can't be wasted. Su Yang immediately decided that he must go to KTV and sing and cry 5 princesses to ease the situation. Say it and do it. Su Yang not only has a clear brain circuit, but also has superb mobility. The subway was out of service. He froze and swept a shared bike to ride to the KTV. Entering the door was a yell. Get a room and call me 5 more princesses. When you have money in your pocket, you can talk with confidence. The voice froze and shook the hall with echoes. A manager-like person was startled by Su Yang's battle. She hurried over to inquire. 5 princesses? Can you eat? At this time, Su Yang was also obviously uptight, thinking that the other party thought he didn't have any money. Immediately broadside swept $10,000. Just 5. Hurry up and arrange it. Seeing the money, the manageress's face was all smiles. 5. Just 5. And I'll personally pick the prettiest ones for you. After saying that, he hurriedly greeted a waiter over. Lead the handsome man to the specialty box. Serve the fruit plate. Serve the wine. And serve him well. Entering the box, Su Yang directly pounced on the jukebox. This skill is indeed bull beer. The moment he had just fused, Su Yang felt countless music theory knowledge pouring into his mind. How to enunciate, how to transpose, all sorts of singing techniques are simply like one with him. It made him anxious to try the effects. So he came in and just clicked around. What love songs, ballads, rock, and even opera. He didn't spare any of them. Su Yang's actions directly stunned the waiter. She muttered in surprise, this one is really here to sing, isn't he? It wasn't until Su Yang had ordered almost 50 to 60 songs that the female manager pushed the door in. Handsome, look what I picked out for you. Still satisfied? As soon as the manageress finished speaking, 5 princesses in dainty clothes entered the room. Sweet, high maintenance, sexy, all types. When Su Yang saw them for the first time, he felt that the profession of princess was not a good one. Several were so poor that their skirts barely covered their thighs. When they smiled and bowed, Su Yang didn't even dare to look. Handsome, that's Yen Yen. This is Bing Bing and Ni. And those 2 are Baby and Mei. This is all the best technology we have here. Still satisfied? Speaking of technology, Su Yang even smiled disdainfully. He's a master class. Can you beat him? However, Su Yang also counted on saving face and didn't directly retort. Instead, he smiled and said, alright, I'll try it in a while and I'll know. Speaking of trying, the manageress's eyes lit up so brightly that the corners of her mouth went up to her ears. And, handsome, seeing as you've been so generous, I've got something for you to take care of as well. Hearing this, Su Yang also became interested. Yo, the KTV service is so thoughtful now, even permaculture is whole. Then give me a quick try. These words made the manageress smile without saying anything, and after signaling those 5 princesses with her eyes to take the initiative, she quietly left the box herself, and even brought the door with her hand. Next, the 5 princesses' soft and fragrant bodies huffed and puffed Su Yang up, and none of these princesses came empty-handed yet. One of the princesses stuck to Su Yang and said in a delicate voice, handsome guy, take care of your car first. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. Car? Su Yang was obviously stunned. Where did he get a car? Does bike sharing count? Su Yang didn't know what was going on, and while carefully distancing himself from the princess, he looked towards the object in her hand. Oysters? Su Yang's pupils dilated. What maintenance to use oysters? Seeing Su Yang so shocked, that princess even kindly explained. Eat oysters and maintain your engine. Hearing this, Su Yang detected a hint of something wrong, but before he had a chance to think about it in detail, another princess posted, handsome, I think we should start with the loincloth tablets to boost our motivation. No, 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 eat the leeks first and maintain the fuel cartridge. Why don't we start with the tiger and just change the oil? A few people were fighting for it, and they were as enthusiastic as they could be. Both felt they should eat what they had in their hands first. Even if Su Yang was even a little white, he understood what was going on. This is not a proper karaoke. These pussies aren't any good. Su Yang was confused. He just wanted to sing a song. Is it that hard? Hurriedly peeling people away. You, guys don't do that. I don't need it. Who dares them to maintain it? After the maintenance comes the annual inspection. And after the annual inspection comes the overhaul. He didn't want to hand over what he had treasured for over 20 years just like that. It's okay to get high, but it's not okay to get serious. But it's all come to this, where the 5 princesses are willing to let him go. Handsome, Your excuse will break our sisters' hearts. No singing if the car is not maintained. By the way, handsome, is your car an automatic or a manual? We can all owe. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Su Yang appeared in the police station, trying to sing and encountering an immodest KTV. He was finally forced to call the police to get out of it. No, he was also called in to cooperate with the statement. It's just that business is extraordinarily good at the police station today, and there's a line to make a statement. Handsome, what crime did you come in here for? Su Yang had just sat down when a chubby man came over to gossip. By the looks of him, he should have been invited for a crime as well, but the offense should have been relatively minor, and the police didn't handcuff him. Hearing that he was asking himself, Su Yang also thought about it. Saving lost women should be considered doing good deeds, so he rightfully returned. I didn't do anything wrong. I came here to do a good deed. Good people? As if he had heard a joke, the fat man pointed to a few people around him and said, "Where are the good people in this house?" There were about 5 or 6 people in this room at this time. The smaller ones were the same age as Su Yang, and the older ones were estimated to be in their 40s. There's not much of an age difference, and it's naturally easier to talk when someone opens up the conversation. The fat man had just finished speaking when the oldest uncle was not happy. Who says there are no good people? I wasn't brought in for doing good. It was fine if the older man didn't speak, but when he did the whole room laughed. Su Yang was unsure, but also curious. How do you get caught doing good? Where's the laugh? Is he laughing at this uncle's plastic putangwa that belongs exclusively to Cantonese? But Hiromu's pronunciation does make for a comedic sound. They are said to be unable to say each country has its own national anthem in full, and I don't know if it's true, but the atmosphere was all here, and Su Yang was also very cuddly and laughed along, laughing before asking, "What the hell is going on?" That uncle had obviously been carried out and told a few times as well, and at this time he didn't even need to be reminded. He started his nth narration. I was out for a late night snack when I got hungry and came across a lost child, so I helped file a police report. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Isn't that normal? In his place, he would have done the same thing. But how did this little incident land him in the police station? Su Yang's nature is also anxious. Do not understand, immediately asked. What the hell are you doing? Being asked about this, the older man was still a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. The fat man's temperament was even more urgent than Su Yang's. Seeing the older man being so abrasive, he directly came up and grabbed the words. I'll say it, you'll learn it for you, and you'll know it. With that, he gestured a phone call to start reverting to the plot. Even the details of the older man's accent he noticed. Crooked. System demon spirit? I robbed, picked up, a child. I have the kid now. Contact the kid's parents. I don't have much patience, and it's in everyone's best interest to move quickly. You guys don't want the kid to not see his parents either. As soon as the fat man finished learning, he slapped the table and laughed. Everyone else couldn't help but laugh along, even if they had all heard it before. Su Yang also unkindly covered his mouth after reacting for 2 seconds. This dude is a real talent. Calling the police like that is also too criminal. Who can tell him from a robber? It's not a bad idea to make this trip. Su Yang also didn't expect that a trip to the police station would have this kind of fun to listen to. If he wasn't afraid that someone with a heart of gold would purposely bring up the tempo, he would even want to open a live broadcast to make the netizens laugh along with him. But think about it, it's him who is very penalized for broadcasting what happened in the police station live. For his kind, the police have a complete set of arrest methods. Handcuffs have a complete set of handcuffing methods. The court has a complete set of sentencing methods. The prison has a complete set of locking methods. Can't mess with it. Can't mess with it. It's better to be honest. And the fat man covered his stomach and laughed and added, you don't even know. Just because he reported this alarm, even the snipers were deployed. Hearing this, Su Yang also really couldn't hold back his laughter. Alarm funny level 100%. Getting snipers out all over the place is 10,000% funny. Thought that was the end of it. No sooner had the fat man finished speaking than another tall man interjected. This uncle has a really big heart, too. It's all surrounded by police and SWAT. And he's still cheerfully saying that the law and order is so good, and so many people have come to report a crime. This time, Su Yang couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. Ha ha, can't stop laughing. It is said that there are many strange things in the police station. I did not expect to casually pick up and laugh for half a day. Chatting away, Su Yang asked the chubby man again, what about you? What's wrong with you? Being suddenly asked this question, the fat man's face collapsed in this second when he was smiling with his fat face jumping across the room 1 second. He seemed to feel that he had been wronged by the heavens and pulled Su Yang to ask him to judge. Handsome, I really didn't do anything wrong. I happened to be well on my way to driving, and then I was brought here. No sooner had the fat man finished speaking than someone unceremoniously demolished him. Don't listen to him, little brother. He's DUI. Originally, Su Yang did not understand why he was arrested for driving, but now that he heard the bystanders say so, he understood. So it was a DUI. Then who to arrest if not you? The fat man was kinda upset at being broken up. He stalked back. What's wrong with a DUI? Is it illegal to drink? No one answered him. Drinking is certainly not illegal. And is it illegal to drive? The fat man asked again. Still no one answered him. If it's illegal to drive, the streets are full of prisoners. No one answered but made the fat man more energized. He craned his neck and let out a soulful rhetorical question. Then why is it illegal for me to drink and drive? Up? This question actually left Su Yang speechless. And this troper was simply a logic ghost. Doesn't look too smart, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. No one is talking to the fat man. Thought that was the end of this chat. I didn't expect another one to jump in. Then according to you, I'm not breaking any laws. The man followed suit and started asking questions as well. It's not illegal for me to date girls, is it? Su Yang just wanted to nod his head, but he felt that things were not that simple. The other people presumably know what this person is guilty of, and do not help or respond, just so happy to see the fun. This guy also sings the same one-liners as the fat man. Even if no one responded, it didn't stop him from continuing to ask. So it's not illegal for me to give girls money, is it? Hearing this, the corners of Su Yang's mouth had begun to twitch. He already knew what this guy had done. Sure enough. Next. Then why is it illegal for me to do both together? Well, that's the way to play it, isn't it? If this wasn't even illegal, then he wouldn't be here. Where there is a crouching dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. These two are absolutely brainwashed. Oddballs are hard to come by, but it's possible that they come in bunches. There was a young man about his age sitting next to Su Yang who hadn't said anything. Su Yang was idle, so he asked him tentatively, "What about you?" Hearing this, the lad raised his hand and pointed toward the man who had just spoken. Just like him. Hearing him speak so frankly, Su Yang still felt that he had met a normal person. So then he asked, "So you think you're breaking the law?" The lad's answer was, as usual, unexpected. "How am I breaking the law here?" His tone was emotional. "Alone in a foreign land, in this strange city, do you know how hard it is to meet a girl you like? But then I came across it." The boy seemed to be reminiscing, and after a 2-second pause continued, "Just last night, she was standing there in the faint light, so quiet, so beautiful. She smiled at me and I fell in love with her at first sight. We'll be together soon." But 20 minutes later, I calmed down. What's the point of talking about love when you're just drifting around? I'm all alone with nothing. I can't let anyone down. Love doesn't have to stay together. So I came to my senses and broke it off and gave her $200 for the breakup. We couldn't be together, but she was destined to be a wonderful memory in my life. After finishing with great emotion, the young man looked up at Su Yang. "My love was but short-lived. How can you say NPC? Su Yang." These words dried Su Yang into silence. You never know how strange things are in a police station until you've been there once. The logic, the writing. He was strongly opposed to Mr. when he first withdrew from the literary world. Make sure you keep it up. You'll have to explain it that way to the police later. I thought that I would be done after listening to the fun. But when they finished, they looked straight at Su Yang. "It's close to having "Is this illegal for me?" written on his face. It seems that the fun wasn't for nothing. He had to say something about the highs and lows. Su Yang's eyes rolled and his tone became serious. "Brothers, pleasure is legal. It's illegal to be especially happy. But, ha 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 ha." The fat man was the first to burst out laughing at this statement. The others laughed along in unison. It's illegal to be particularly happy with God's tramp. It's fun to drive and it's fun to drink, but it's too much fun to do both together. Illegally. NPC. That joy is simply doubled. More illegal. That's a really spot-on summary. After laughing enough, the fat man patted Su Yang's shoulder and asked, "Handsome boy, so what did you do that was particularly pleasurable to be caught in?" All night long they were poisoned by the rhetorical questions of their souls. After hearing this, Su Yang also turned on his rhetorical mode of questioning. Other people have money and keep a woman for 365 days. They just have a problem with their style. I don't have money and keep a woman for an hour. So how can you say NPC and want to arrest me? Other people have money, buy a few houses and sell them at a markup. Call it real estate investment. I don't have money, buy a few tickets and sell them at a markup. How can you say that I'm a scalper and arrest me too? Other people have money, buy futures and speculate on stocks. Called investment and finance? I have no money, play mahjong and play cards. How can you say that I'm gambling and arrest me? Is it that hard to be broke? Su Yang's rhetorical question made their laughter so loud that it could topple the roof. It made everyone in the room laugh. A few people even had tears of laughter. The commotion drew the police in. "All be quiet. The policeman scolded and then pointed at Su Yang. Come, it's your turn to make a statement. The entire transcript lasted half an hour. When I came out again, it was 1 in the morning. The process of taking the statement went smoothly. After all, Su Yang really didn't do anything illegal or disorderly. He doesn't necessarily have the quality, but he certainly has the bottom line. Today, I guess, he wouldn't have called the police if he hadn't found a small red rash on the skin of one of the princesses. This kind of thing can be big or small. A little carelessness can ruin a person's life. In fact, it's okay to be infected. After all, the virus does not tolerate high temperatures, and it will be fine if it is sent to the incinerator to be burned. However, just to be on the safe side, Su Yang went to the hospital for a physical examination. I came home and took a shower and sanitized my whole body. It took a good 2 hours to get it all cleaned up. This night has been like a disaster. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many things today. Even though it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang still didn't have a bit of sleep. Boredom is all you can do is swipe your phone. This brush is not bad. Su Yang realized that his live replay today had caused a huge stir on the internet again. Not only are there a lot of likes and comments, but even many official accounts are retweeting it. This was actually expected by Su Yang. The content of today's live broadcast was very good at driving public opinion. The plot is dogged and reversed, and the ending is a relief. A proper visual sense of a cool male genre. And the incident itself was educational and made many men wake up and recognize the truth. It's not surprising that such an event is so hotly debated that it hits the Hot 100. But, above this hot search phrase, there is a more prominent one. That would be a live replay of Dabin. At the beginning, he was making a big deal about Su Yang's success being just a flash in the pan and not a climate. But then the picture changed, and his words turned into Su Yang standing at a height that he couldn't match. Ghostly editing with magical brainwashing music. Let's make this video blow up straight away. It's also something you can't help but watch over and over and over again. The comments below are even more laughable. Dabin, both are born to be bright. Look out. The dude's in a bad mood. Is this a bad mood? It's a bad quote. Why isn't Dabin smiling? Was he born not smiling? Don't go too far out of your way. Dabin, you're good. Believe in yourself. But I still prefer Su Yang. If you can't beat them, join them. There's a lot of competition in the anchor profession. There's no way around it. A person who has come to tell you, do anchor must rely on the precipitation of time, slowly accumulate popularity. Others broadcast at 8 o'clock. You broadcast at 7 o'clock. Others broadcast at 9 o'clock. You broadcast at 10 o'clock. You must be able to withstand loneliness. Do anchor cannot be anxious? No one to see is normal. Time is long. Naturally adhere to not give up. Crap. Are you sure? Maybe Dabin himself did not expect that the only hot search on this life was sent up by Su Yang. It's even hotter than when he was at his peak. It's hard to know whether to be happy or sad about this effect. Besides, Su Yang sighed. I don't know when I fell asleep. It was 12 noon when I woke up again. In the past, Su Yang usually started broadcasting at around 9 in the morning, and not later than 10 at the latest. But today it's 12 o'clock and nothing has happened. This made many squatting netizens start to get antsy and start hyperventilating at the black screen. What did the anchor do last night? Why isn't it on yet? The beautiful ladies of the Lotus are online to rush the broadcast, and the anchor opens the door. It can't be that we've reached a bottleneck and won't start the show without a new job? Bold. How dare you question the anchor? You fake fan. Arch out. I heard from a friend that the anchor seemed to have been arrested at the police station last night, and I don't know if that's the reason why he's not on the air. Police station? Why were you arrested? Quickly ask that friend of yours. I heard it was because of PC. A PC sentence straight up makes the pop-ups all blow up. PC? How can that be? How is it impossible? If you are a man, you have needs. The anchor is not a man. I believe my great-grandfather went PC. I don't even believe the anchor will be PC. You guys don't think about it. He's the one Jiang Nian likes. It's not like that says anything. A lot of you here are married. Aren't you guys thinking about outside flings even if you have wives? Don't deny it. Upstairs, why do you say everything outwardly? I don't want to lose face. If you want to test whether a man is philandering, you only need to probe his nostrils, but all those who have gas are philandering. That's not polite to say. No matter what you guys say, I can't believe the anchor would do something like that. Then tell him to get on the air and dispel the rumors, or I'm going to start a rumor. Yeah, I'm going to start a rumor. If it doesn't start, then I'll just have to believe the rumors. Cops, then I'm going to start making arrests. Just kidding. Don't start rumors. Don't spread rumors. Don't believe rumors. Don't play Yao. The pop-ups are all active as hell. But Su Yang was still brushing his teeth and washing his face without slowing down. Would have liked to wake up and see what today's assignment was as well. But he was so scared by those previous pits that he always thought it was because he hadn't washed his hands that he was so backed up. Today he made a point of washing up before turning on the system. Today's mission, to comfort the elderly who have been left behind. Su Yang was still relieved when he saw this mission. Thinking it's too easy is also doing good. Mission requirements can be seen at Mission Requirement, hit the intelligence station at the entrance of the village and obtain the gossip while reversing the output. Su Yang, who had already been severely beaten by the system many times, was also considered to have experienced great storms. Still, he couldn't help but break his defense when he saw this quest requirement. It's outrageous. What is the Murakuchi information station? A passing dog gets a few words, let alone him. Not to mention the grandparents and the information station at the entrance of the village. Even if you go to the vegetable market and find an aunt selling vegetables, you may not be able to talk to her. Now he's asked to go to the line with the grandpa and grandma in the intelligence station at the entrance of the village. Isn't that like lighting a lamp in the toilet and looking for shit? The point is that punching in isn't enough. You have to reverse the output. All those grandparents could drown him with a mouthful of spit. Cam, play him to death. It took Su Yang a full 10 minutes to calm his mood down. A mission is like a QJ. Can't resist then enjoy it. Can't he just enjoy it? What is reverse output? Su Yang asked. The so-called reverse output is to get the villagers to accept what you are saying and be shocked by it. If he understood it that way, Su Yang accepted it slightly. At least there is no requirement to get a favorable review or complete a particular requirement. Although those old men and women have lived their entire lives and have developed their own inherent impressions of many things, commonly known as an old codger. But Su Yang wasn't a vegetarian either. After all, he's reached a certain level of bullshit power. Then do it. Open the live stream and type in the title, Reverse Output Village Entrance Intelligence Station. Come and watch. And at this time, the argument in Su Yang's live broadcast room had entered a white-hot stage. The anchor just didn't go on air because he was tired. So you guys should stop rumor-mongering and bringing up the tempo. Your anchor is either arrested or has no life too organized to dare to open the broadcast. Don't give him around. Whoever said that, the anchor never lets us down. Don't smear on purpose. Anchor read to them, a bunch of little hacks. These little hacks are all 50 cents a pop for a hired sailor. So don't fall for it. The rightful owner of the smear shall collapse the house. Laughing my ass off, my rightful owner went in to step on the sewing machine and couldn't collapse a bit. Shit. This one amuses me. A bunch of retards. The anchor went in to step on the sewing machine too. And you guys still have the nerve to laugh. Hiss. Just play nice against the line. Why are you complimenting me? Qua. Do you have cat cakes? But. Ha 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 ha. Sincerity is a surefire way to screw up Blackie. Ha 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 ha. The fights are giving me a laugh. Even if it's not on. This broadcast can make me laugh all day. When Su Yang opened the first moment of the live broadcast, a screen full of pop-ups pounced on him. What's going on? Su Yang froze as a whole. Taking a closer look, a sentence of MMP popped up in his heart. It's not even on and there's over 500,000 people online and they're still arguing? What the hell? If these guys are too idle, can't they find a class? Su Yang quickly skimmed through the pop-ups while spitting. Upon learning that the netizens' quarrel was an anti-blackout on his behalf, a wave of warmth surged through his heart. Su Yang himself knew that his explosion of popularity had moved many people's cakes. Being hacked was also prepared. Didn't intend to care either. But now that a fan is helping him out, it's still a pretty good feeling. Silent praise. Excuse me, are you done arguing? Or should we go live first? Su Yang greeted with a smile. The netizens in the live room were arguing about enemies and friends, and no one was paying attention to the screen. This voice of Su Yang had startled them. Crap. Something dirty. Dirty your sister. It's the anchor. He's on. The anchor is on the air. So the rumors can go away, right? Keep on dancing. Little darkies. Whoa 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 whoa. Anchor, you're finally on the air. I'm swinging my keyboard out of fire against Blackie. Anchor, if you're any later, they'll probably all have to fight. I don't know if it's a fight or not, but I'm about to die of laughter as a passerby. What's wrong with anchors when their fans are so terse? Don't worry about watching. Everyone, the anchor will never let you down. Then I'm starting to look forward to the job I'm going to straighten out today. Su Yang's appearance made the rumors go away and ruthlessly slapped the face of those little hacks. And his fans hope that Su Yang's anticlimactic and ruthless work will shut up the little hacks who think he's a jungle. But what a surprise. When they saw the title of the live broadcast, the fans and the little black man went silent. The pop-up exploded after a few seconds of silence. Ha 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 ha. Holy crap. The anchor is challenging himself again. A counterpoint to the Village Gate intelligence station? For real? I thought the previous job was explosive enough, but I didn't realize there was an even more explosive one. Say, whose ministry are you really in? Anchor, I'd like to interview you. What is it that makes you want it so bad? When I went back to my hometown in the new year, but whenever I came across the intelligence station at the village entrance, I would rather take a 2-mile detour than pass by them. And you have the audacity to go to the right line? The anchor who fucks the blacks and the fans out of their minds by himself, plugging in and dry humping a passerby. I'm going to start shaking straight away. When it comes to the village intelligence station, netizens simply can't stop talking about it. This anchor is too brave. He is not experiencing the oppressive feeling of that group of grannies and grandparents. Let's put it this way. It's a cold at the head of the village. At the end of the village it's terminal. Ha 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 ha. It's so true. I come home as a guest and say I can't drink, only to hear them say the next day that I won't live long. Passing away passively? Then I'm not so bad. I'm delivering in Yanjing. But once I pass from their mouths, that's when I have a piece of land in Yanjing. But, you guys are trying to kill me with laughter. There's no such thing as the most outrageous, only the more outrageous. I say I'm coy and gullible. They say I'm running a scam in northern Maine. This is nothing to you all. I was obviously playing screws in Canton, but they had to say that I was attacking Oris. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Turns out I'm not the only one victimized. The anchor is too desperate. Take care, anchor. Help. I'm already starting to feel sick. Seeing the job that Su Yang was going to hold, even those little black men were shocked to the core. How many mouths did you have to grow to play like that against the village intelligence station? They work as water boys, keyboard warriors, and they hit the internet hard every day. Spare them the trouble of messing with those grandparents. Now this anchor is actually going to go and reverse the output, making them call out the good guys straight away. It also makes the little hacks want to keep reading. Seeing how lively the pop-ups were, Su Yang couldn't help but take the opportunity to clarify the rumors about his PC. Brothers, I did go to the police station yesterday, but I was just there to cooperate with the investigation. So Su Yang again gave a concise account of what happened last night. By the way, it also popularized hygiene. Never try to have a good time and put your life on the line. Of course, the funny stories encountered in the police station were told, so it was natural to share the fun with the brothers. But their focus seems to be a bit off. If you don't know, ask how hard it is to sing about the voice of the 5 princesses who cried. Don't build it, let the anchor sing one live. Better not. I've never heard the anchor sing before. If he's good, can he hold back until now? Pass it on. The anchor sings hot to the ears. Fake powder. All fake powder. Iron juice. Don't be outrageous, guys. Don't anchors want to lose face? The netizens were already trusting Su Yang and didn't take that rumor seriously at all. The fact that he's on the air says it all. It's the same whether you explain it or not. But they didn't miss the slightest opportunity to be able to flirt with Su Yang. Even if the things they heard were hilarious, they all focused on Su Yang's inability to sing. There was a lot of flirting in the pop-ups, and Su Yang didn't care. There would be plenty of chances to show them in the future. While interacting with the netizens, Su Yang went out. Since he was going somewhere far away, the subway couldn't get there. So Su Yang decided to be extravagant and chose to take a taxi. When the netizens in the live broadcast saw Su Yang standing on the side of the road, they talked again. Where is the anchor going? The village information station. Of course, go to the village, but the villages in Mordor are farther away. Can you come to our village? We have a lot of old people over here. Upstairs, you definitely want the anchor to go over there and avenge you. That obvious? And revenge. It's good enough for the anchor not to be educated by those grandparents. That's true. The life-threatening trifecta of questions. Have you bought a house yet? Did you get married? Have you given birth to a child? But where there's a no, prepare to be the hero of a dog-blooded drama. It's over. I'm already shivering. Netizens are gloating and watching. But when Jiang Yan saw the job Su Yang was going to organize today, her heart couldn't help but thump. Not for any other reason. The main reason is that her big sister, Su Yang's adoptive mother, is in Jiangxin village, which is not far from Mordor. And Su Yang was adopted in that same place. If he chooses to go there, will he be touchy-feely? As far as she knew, with her big sister chewing the scenery, Su Yang's reputation in the village was not so good. Wouldn't you get your nose pointed at you when you go back? If she could, Jiang Yan hoped that Su Yang would never go back. But she also knew that Su Yang was very nostalgic. For a while, she was actually more anxious than Su Yang. At this point, the live feed, Su Yang reached out and stopped a cab, got in and spoke out an address. Master, to Woolly Village. Thank you. Okay, buckle up. The driver turned on the meter, kicked the gas, and the cab roared away. Seeing that Su Yang was not going to Jiangxin Village, Jiang Yan was relieved. Woolly Village and Jiangxin Village are in the opposite direction. As long as you don't go to Jiangxin Village, you can go anywhere. Su Yang could not meet his adoptive mother. Jiang Yan should have been happy, but at this time she had a trace of inexplicable annoyance in her heart. Does not returning to his village mean that Su Yang has put it down? And began to care less about the nominal foster mom. If this relationship was gone, then did she? as a sister-in-law, become irrelevant. Ouch. How annoying. She is the one who wants to divest herself of the relationship, and she is the one who is worried about its suffering. I have to say, girls just tend to overthink things. Soo-young chose to go to Woolly Village only because he had checked on the internet that it had the most left-behind elderly people. It's not as complicated as Jung Yin thinks. It is true that a woman is a complex organism. Straight from the booth, the cab sped along. Soo-young in the back seat was also wondering how to penetrate the enemy. The presence of a stranger in the village by himself would surely attract attention. What if I'm taken for a bad guy? And it's not a good idea to go empty-handed if you're offering condolences. But he can't carry that much on his own. Soo-young couldn't decide what to do, so he discussed with the netizens in the live broadcast room. Going to offer condolences. What is appropriate for us to bring? The pop-ups were hilarious again at this comment. Good lord, you have to bring a gift when you go to a sparring session? That's very uptight. I have the right to speak on this one. Old people love grandchildren. Anchor, you don't have to do anything when you go. Just pretend to be a grandchild. Ha 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 ha. You guys are too damaged. You're really there to commiserate, aren't you? So how come you didn't bring a cameraman? Arrange for another reporter to do the whole show. You guys know the inner workings. I think it's most practical to go and comfort the elderly left behind and give money. That's decent advice. The netizens in the live broadcast room were talking. There were those who were messing up, and there were also those who were genuinely helping Soo-young with their ideas. In fact, Soo-young himself was more belligerent about giving some money. It doesn't have to be much, just a couple hundred for each person. It is also pitiful for the elderly to be left behind, as their children are not with them and they have to do everything themselves. It's good to have a little more money to spare. There may only be 100 or so old people in a village, which works out to just a few tens of thousands of dollars. He can throw away $10,000 when he goes to KTV, so Soo-young is still willing to give up this amount of money. So he decided instantly and so happily. Soo-young's move had undoubtedly won him a lot of goodwill again, and had even made a lot of little black people become his fans. I've only heard of those who circle money as anchors, but it's the first time I've seen an anchor who sends money out. It's true that anchors live whole lives and do good works. Yes, powder up. I hope that when this money is spent, Moncler Outlet Online, the grandma and grandpa will be able to keep their mouths shut. Ha 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 ha. Shouldn't we be dragged to say more? Seems like it, too. Sympathize with the anchor online for a minute. The cab traveled all the way and reached its destination an hour later. After paying the fare, Soo-young stood at the entrance of Woolly Village. Unsurprisingly, the sudden appearance of a stranger in the village caused the surrounding grandparents to look toward him. Not to mention the grandparents, even the passing dogs had to look twice toward Soo-young. However, at this time, Soo-young already had no time to care about this, because he had long been shocked by the scene in front of him to the point that he directly exclaimed in shock, "Is this treadmill rural?" No wonder Soo-young hadn't seen the world, because as far as he could see, it was all self-built villas, European, Chinese, detached, townhouse. One is more imposing than the other. The road is asphalt, and the greenery next to it is hundreds of years old trees. There were flowers and plants everywhere that he couldn't name but felt expensive. Great infrastructure, parks, supermarkets, hospitals, everything. He even saw an artificial lake dugout not far away. Soo-young was dumbfounded. What the hell is this countryside? Tease me. It simply shattered his perception of the countryside. At this moment, an old woman with white hair walked past Soo-young and grinned at him after scrutinizing him probingly for a while. A golden light appeared. The large gold teeth in his mouth simply blinded Soo-young's eyes. He was confused. The netizens in the live room were also confused. It took a long time for the pop-ups to float out. Crap, this is the countryside? Has the anchor come to the wrong place? This is the countryside, so what's this place I live in? A kennel? This is the countryside. Ah, our side of the countryside are like this, and this is just the general. There are a few villages in the scenic area. Go in and have to buy tickets. Holy shit, I got a direct hit. I'm thinking I've never been in jail either, so how come it's all developed like this out there? Just like that you still need the anchor to go and sympathize? Any one of them is richer than the anchor, right? Is 200 still holding? Pure malice. It's a token of the anchor's appreciation. Why can't you hold it? Villagers, thanks to Poor B for the 3 melons and 2 dates. Can you guys stop being so realistic? Don't keep linking your thoughts to money. The anchor gave away these $200. He gained a humiliation, and we gained a pleasure. Ha 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 ha. It's too damaging. The mountain is going to be taken over by you guys. The blow of reality had already made Soo-young helpless. The netizens' fall from grace called him even more heartbreaking. But this 200 naturally could not be given. He did not want to go and suffer this insult. But how do you get inside? When Soo-young was in a dilemma, a grandpa walked over. Young man, Are you a volunteer hired by the activity center? Hearing this, Su Yang was still confused for a moment. He didn't know what the Lord meant, but the volunteer he understands. Volunteer workers, they don't get paid for their work. And Moncler Outlet Store, the activity center, is supposed to be a place where a lot of old men and women congregate. Su Yang guessed that it should be Moncler Outlet Store, the wrong person. There was no other better way at the moment, so Su Yang decided to make the best of a mistake. Yeah, I'm here to help with the work. Su Yang lied without blushing. It's okay to contribute something without paying for it. He also happens to be going where there are a lot of old people. Ha ha, where's the work for you? Knowing that Su Yang is a volunteer, Moncler Outlet Store, his attitude has obviously warmed up. Pulling Su Yang, he walked inside. Talking to him as he walked, the children have all gone out. The most people inside the village are the elderly. Although the conditions in our village are good, it's inevitable that children will feel lonely without them. Who doesn't like children and grandchildren? But the kids are out there fighting, and we have to live our lives, just to reassure them. That's why the activity center often brings some volunteers back to talk with the seniors. It says volunteer, but we do pay $200 a day. And even though you didn't come in until noon, you're very much in my sights, and I'll give you the same as a day. How's that? I'm a nice guy, aren't I? Moncler Outlet Store. He is very cheerful and has an easy jumpy way of talking, like an old coot. But the attentive Su Yang still heard a hint of despondency in his tone. That's probably the state of society. You can't earn money at home, and you can't spend time with your parents when you go out. Even if people over here are so rich, they still can't get away from this. It's hard. So Su Yang immediately decided to abide by the agreement on helping each other's parents outside and help them do their filial duty. Okay, Moncler, then I thank you in advance. He was going to do the mission himself anyway, so he'd have a good afternoon nagging them. Seeing Su Yang agree, Moncler Outlet Store, his eyes narrowed with joy. Reaching forward, he pointed. The activity center is just up ahead. Let's go. Although Moncler Outlet Online smiling, but look in the eyes of the netizens is very heartbreaking. Missed my parents. Came out to work after New Year's and haven't seen them in months. The grandparents here have money to hire people to talk with them, but my mom at home has to wait for dawn and darkness all by herself. All year round it is only New Year's Day that I can go back. And when the firecrackers go off, the New Year's beasts run away and I have to go. And for a while I can't even tell if the firecrackers are driving the New Year's beasts away or driving me away. Stop it. My eyes are going to pee. It's obviously a whole live broadcast. Why does it make me want to cry so much? Crying already. Woo woo. Can't stand this the most. Anchor, you play something awkward and coax us. In the face of this situation, Su Yang was just very emotional. But many of the netizens in the broadcast room were flooded with emotions and began to feel sad. Su Yang also wanted to say a paragraph to coax them. But when he saw the grandparents sitting on both sides of the promenade in front of him, he just couldn't be bothered to take into account the emotions of the netizens anymore. Please, how do I get there safely? This statement immediately attracted the attention of the netizens. On the live feed, a long corridor stretching away can be clearly seen. The promenade sits on top of the lake, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, and the workmanship is exquisite. It breathes a strong classical flavor. At this time in early summer, a small wind blew, swinging the curtains on the porch, adding a touch of romance to the picture. The view is indeed beautiful, but first you have to ignore the people sitting on both sides of the promenade. At this moment, they were exchanging words, and even though Su Yang was standing at a distance, he could hear some rather explosive conversations. If I don't say it you must not know it. That son of the Chun family begged for a daughter-in-law who has been divorced twice and has a little boy. College students marrying 3 times with a child. It's too shameful. Nowadays marriage is free. It's nothing if Xiao Chen is willing. That daughter-in-law of the third aunt's family is the one who is not a thing. Her husband works hard outside to earn some money and sends it back. But she secretly gets involved with that kid who is a fishery producer. That kid, on the basis of his strength, specializes in hooking up with young wives. You can't rumor this kind of thing blindly, but I did hear that Master Wang's son was captured outside and hasn't returned for years. Tan Carpenter's daughter did not also 2 years did not come back. Said that outside the study. I see nah. Must be witch man adopted. People do not let her back. Although he was already mentally prepared, when he was really in this situation, Su Yang still wimped out. The most mysterious intelligence organization in China really lives up to its name. This would undoubtedly be gossip fodder for them if they walked over there. The thought of being the male lead in a choreographed story makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. Su Yang could hear this group of Moncler Jackets' outlet of conversation, and naturally the netizens could as well. By proxy, it instantly reminded them of the fear of being dominated by the sanguine women when they went home. I just wanted you to coax me. I didn't ask you to give me a harder one. It's working. It stopped being sad and now it's starting to get anxious. reporting a hint of ah, corresponding to myself. I'm the college girl they say is being kept. Ha 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 ha. Hurry back and punch them in the face then. Can't fight a bit. And when you go back you're just dumped by your godfather. Crap. Ha 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 ha. That's outrageous. Women don't go home to get knocked up. Men don't go home to get caught sucking D. After all these years, it's still the same. Nothing new. I just had to laugh. You never know how many years you've been sentenced to in their mouths. Oh, New Year's home to do nothing. Just every day to accompany these grandparents chatting. Simply do not dare to go. Afraid to go the next set is me. Ha 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 ha. So true. The netizens were just happy chatting to themselves. No one cared about Su Yang's death. At this point, his legs were like lead, and he didn't want to move a step forward at all. Seeing this, the grandfather next to him inquired, "Young man, what's the matter with you? Just down the hall is the activity center." "Why, that's a long way to go. Moncler Outlet Online. Want to see what you're talking about?" He's not tired of the road. He's tired of his life. Go over like that and you'll get a few words from both high and low. Social terrorism is already trembling. Seeing Su Yang like this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also watching the fun. "Anchor, go boldly forward. How are you going to penetrate the enemy if you're afraid to go this way? This is not a good way to go. Go around. Not to mention the anchor. Even a dog going past will be talked to twice. The risk factor is too high to walk, suggesting a direct diving swim. Harm. This term's netizens specialize in bad ideas, but the old minister seconded. Dog. Su Yang knew that netizens couldn't be counted on, and as they say, if you don't go this way, then you have to swim. That's just it. Su Yang mustered up his courage and said, "Let's go, Grandpa. I was going to sulk and walk past and forget about it, but this Moncler outlet store is another hothead." As he walked, he also introduced him. "This is Auntie Lu. His son is a leader in the district." "Hello Auntie Lu. This is Auntie Lee, a retired cadre from the City Women's Federation." "Hello Auntie Lee. This is Fengran, and the volunteer who often comes to chat with us." "Hello Auntie Feng." "Auntie Feng?" Su Yang's voice had just fallen, but a clear and cold questioning voice suddenly rang out. He kept his head smothered in greetings and didn't even have the courage to meet the eyes of these grandparents. It was only now that hearing such a young voice forced Su Yang to raise his head. This look was not to be taken in stride. This woman in front of me, how can I describe her? Long black hair, delicate features, slender figure, belonging to the kind of first-glance beauty. Even if she's just wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, she can still look and feel great. Not too old either. Estimated to be 23 or 24. It was just that such a superb beauty was permeated with a sense of detachment that could only be viewed from a distance. She and Jiang Yanyan were completely two extreme types. Jiang Yanyan is hot and fiery, heartless and can fight with anyone. She, on the other hand, is so cold and lonely that people are afraid to get close. Typical iceberg beauty. It wasn't that Su Yang was untalented and his eyes glazed over at the sight of a beautiful woman. Rather, there is no comparison. One such girl suddenly appeared in a group of older grandparents. Anyone who sees it will be impressed. If you can't imagine that image, brainstorm Akira turning around. Not only would Su Yang be like this, even the netizens in the live broadcast room had the same feeling. What kind of dog luck is this for an anchor to meet beautiful women everywhere he goes? This sister doesn't look like she's going to be easy to pick up. You're still trying to soak it up. Just look at it. Can't even think about it? What's the difference between not having a dream and being a salted fish? I may be ugly, but I think beautifully. That's right. All toads want to eat swan meat. What's wrong with the upstairs Xiao Xiao wanting to have a look at a beautiful woman? That reasoning succeeded in convincing me. I'm actually starting to envy a volunteer job now. What's there to envy? It's only $200 a day. Not even enough for a cab fare. No, big brother, are you a sloth? The reflex arc is so long. Laughing my ass off, different frequencies and still talking to each other. Well, you guys are better than the anchors at making a whole job of it. The stage is yours. You guys do the acting. Calling such a beautiful young lady a big mom. Su Yang was also quite embarrassed. Sorry. When he tried to change his name, he suddenly got stuck. It's obviously wrong to call auntie, and it doesn't seem right to call her miss. That's not a proper word. Called ma'am? Not old enough. Sister? Kind of taking advantage. Called beauty? Slightly frivolous. What's that called? Either or. Su Yang's eyes lit up and called comrade. It's not about status. It's not about gender. It's not about being young or old. It's really equal and respectful. Simple and weighty. Just this one. Same. But Su Yang had only just opened his mouth when Fengran scared him to shut up with a look. Not a word had been said, and that oppression had drawn full. That look revealed the message that if you dare to scream again, you'd better think about where you're buried first. Well, gay isn't much of a word. Missy, excuse me, Eventually it went with the flow. This name calling wasn't a mistake, and Fong Ran didn't continue to bother with him. I thought it was over, but I didn't realize that a little chubby guy came out of nowhere. As soon as he hugged Su Yang's leg, he tilted his head and asked, "Brother, why did you call her sister? Ah, such a tigerish little child." Su Yang also liked it a lot. He pinched his fleshy little cheeks and was about to explain to him the difference between sister and young lady. The little chubby guy came straight out with, "You should call it auntie. My dad said that those with boobs are called auntie, and only those without boobs are called sister." Little Tubby's sentence directly caused the pop-up screen to explode. Ha 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 ha, god damn it, those with boobs are called aunts. I like that explanation. This little fatso has a future, and he knows the truth at a young age. His dad taught him well. Wow. Ladies on the air, are you aunts or sisters? Sister 36D, naturally auntie. I don't believe it until I see it. Upstairs, you're doing that math so well I can hear it from abroad. I don't think anyone likes to be called sister now. The pop-ups were a joy, but Su Yang's smile directly froze on his face after hearing this. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Is that what your father taught you? 3 thick lines fell along his forehead. The point was that Su Yang was shocked as much as he was shocked. He was still not afraid to look towards Fong Ran's chest, as if to verify whether she should be an aunt or a sister. This is a great look. It directly met Fong Ran's blushing face. Next, hooligans. Ow. Hurts. 2 voices sounded at the same time. Su Yang's instep inevitably received a heavy blow. The pain made him grimace. The netizens in the live broadcast room had been the little fat peer's speech was so happy that he was about to laugh. And now it is a whole burst of laughter like thunder. But, you still go to see it? Ha 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 ha. See a result yet? Is this beauty an aunt or a sister? You're blind. It's just not too auntie. Skinny is skinny. There's meat where there should be meat. That's not necessarily true. Many times you need to look beyond the phenomena to see the essence. You can't trust what you don't see with your own eyes. It's still you cultured people. You make playing a hooligan sound so refreshing. Are you guys so archfire that you're afraid the anchor hasn't gotten enough of a beating? Promise me you'll punch me in the face next time. Promise me you'll step on the anchor's third leg next time. Anchor, what the fuck are the people who fan me? The pop-ups are buzzing. Jiang Nian Nian, who had been watching the live broadcast, also laughed with crunchy joy. Suddenly, as an afterthought, she lowered her head, pulled up the collar. When only a little shallow gash was visible, she wailed out, "And, I don't want to be a sister." The howl startled the surrounding staff. They all gathered around in unison. What sister? No crying. No crying. We're not being proper sisters. Let's be sisters. No, we're princesses. And Zhang Nian is a little princess. Wherever Jiang Nian Nian was, it was almost always a group favorite-like existence. When she cries, everyone else starts comforting without asking why. Princess? Princess Taiping? Wow, it's better not to comfort. But when I do, the cries get louder and louder. Human rejoicing is not connected. Jiang Nian Nian was wailing, but none of the grandparents on Su Yang's side were laughing. Old people are very tolerant of their children. Such childish talk is still a sign of intelligence to them. Some old people even praised him for his quick reaction. Kudos to him for being organized. It made Tubby's butt wiggle with glee. Seeing this, the grandpa who brought Su Yang over scolded helplessly. Little fat, go find your grandmother. Don't talk nonsense here. Fatty sniffed and made a face and ran off. Sorry about that, kids don't know any better. Little Fat ran away before Moncler Outlet Store, he said with an apology. In fact, Su Yang didn't take it seriously. It was his own failure to control his eyes that got him stepped on. He deserved that kick. On the contrary, Fong Ran didn't look too good. That air of being uninviting intensified. Su Yang was puzzled. A single word from the little chubby peer could make her so angry? Or had she just offended her with that glance? But one clearly didn't see it. Just as soon as that thought came to her, she interrupted the spell casting with a kick. Su Yang was puzzled, but now was not the time for him to ponder this. Fong Ran did not speak. Then he had to pick up the slack. Otherwise people can't get down. It's okay, that little chubby guy is kinda likable. Being made such a mess by little Tubby. Su Yang had adapted to the environment. Now that he's acclimated, he needs to get down to business and start getting things done. What shall I do, my lord? Su Yang took the initiative to solicit work. Seeing Su Yang like this, Moncler Outlet Online, he nodded with satisfaction. He pointed to the front. Over there is the activity center. There are chessboards, mahjong, and pool. The lake can be fished and you can do tai chi. You see what you like to play with and go play with them. Of course, you can also stay here and sunbathe and chat with these grannies. Moncler Outlet Store Su Yang was given a lot of choices. Not to mention, there's a lot going on here. However, Su Yang's mission was to penetrate the inside of the intelligence station, listen to their gossip, and also reverse the output. So he said at once, I wouldn't know anything else. Then I'll stay here and chat with my uncles and aunts. Obviously people who could be his grandparents. Su Yang froze and directly shouted uncle and aunt. This instantly made the netizens in the live broadcast room unable to resist opening their mics with passion again. Anchor, you don't face. Where's your bottom line? I asked, where's your bottom line? Slaps table. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to call out uncle and aunt? How did you manage to shout? That old lady has no teeth and you call her auntie? For a while before that, I thought auntie was a good word. Okay, so play it right. Naya, it's still you. The netizens do not buy it, but the name is particularly popular with these Moncler Jackets outlet moms, so happy they added 2 more creases to their faces. He also warmed up to Su Yang. Young man, come to our place. We were just talking about old King's daughter-in-law cheating on him, so come over and join us. Okay. Thinking how hard it is, this is not the first step. When Su Yang joined the Big Mama chat group, he also purposely glanced over to Fengran's side. She was found staring out at the lake in a daze. You can't get out of it with that? Su Yang once again felt that women were really good strange creatures. However, his attention didn't stay on Fengran for long, because as soon as he took his seat, he was attracted by the gossip that came out of the Moncler outlet store's mouth. They make up those stories. It was a devastating experience, shocking to those who heard it, and explosive to those who smelled it. Even though Su Yang knew that it was all fake, he still listened with great interest. At this moment he finally understood the fun of those marketing numbers making up melons. This is more of a dogfight than an 8 p.m. episode. There's no one up to 99, down to just walking. Who doesn't love it? But Su Yang didn't listen for nothing. He uses his full complement of humor germs to act as a comic relief, and the emotional value is pulled right through the roof. The laughter in this clump never stopped. It also attracted more people to participate in, surrounded that is a 3 layers outside. Even Fengran looked toward them from time to time. But how do you reverse the output when the punch-in is in? Seems like he'll have to pull out the stops himself to shake them up a bit. Aunts and uncles, you guys just talked about so much, and I think it's all missing the point. Want to hear me tell one? It's still a true story that happened to me, and it's guaranteed to shock all of you when you hear it. Su Yang's words directly made him the center of attention among this group of grandparents. Once a person gets old, he is idle and bored and his mouth is broken. I'm tired of hearing the same old tricks that I use to make people up every day. Now I hear someone say something new or true. They were all interested at once. The eagerness was so great that it was almost like taking a knife to Su Yang's neck and forcing him to speak quickly. And when the netizens in the live broadcast room heard that Su Yang actually had private gossip that he hadn't shared, they all started to make a scene without being too big. You have gossip without telling your brother first? Are you not treating me as a brother? That's right. Thanks to the fact that I've been fanning you for a day and 8 hours. Sad. Vini $5 to cozy up. Your sadness isn't worth much. Is this a money thing? It's a matter of running both ways. And I thought I was the best thing in the world with you. And you ended up treating someone else like a piece of treasure. That's true. The way I get along with my brother is that you have to be the first to tell me if there's something wrong. And even if you're doing something beastly, as long as I enjoy the first right to know, I'll be able to stand by your side with a clear conscience. Not to mention, it's true. Ha ha ha, broken heart. You shine brightly. Upstairs, why can you voice? The netizens are making a scene, but they're just livening things up. There was no upshot. After making a scene, he instead began to urge Su Yang to speak quickly. They want to hear just how bombastic this story can be. And Su Yang didn't dilly-dally, playing to his eloquent strengths and began to narrate. I have a friend. Stories always start off dramatically, and it only took 5 words for the internet to start laughing. Ha ha ha, a friend from nowhere. Anyone who doesn't say their name will be treated as if they were in person. Anchor's personal experience? Quick shift. Can't sleep at night. The story gradually starts to get interesting. The surrounding Moncler outlet store moms are not as cerebral as the netizens. No one intentionally interrupted the whole job. All perked up their ears and waited for Su Yang to continue on. That friend of mine is rich. As you know, some rich people's private lives can be rather messy. That's what my friend does. He likes to fuck around. He has a big family, and his wife at home can't do anything about it, so she has to turn a blind eye. Live stream. Knock on wood. This friend is rich. Ruling out anchors for starters. Family size also precludes it. Having a wife, again, rules it out. Ruling them all out leads to one conclusion. This friend is not an anchor? No. The conclusion drawn is that the anchor is a loser with no money and no wife. But, ha 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 ha, what are you laughing at? You have money and a wife? Shit. The pop-ups are active as hell. And Su Yang's words also made the surrounding Moncler Jackets outlet people have a strong sense of participation. It came with a lot of large melons, by the way. Rich people like to mess around. Old man who is 60 years old and the daughter-in-law he married this time is not even 30. Mr. Zhang is also messing around with the young nanny every day, and saying that he's going to give the house to the young nanny. It's just a mess. Nowadays, if you have money, you can get your grandchildren as wives. It's outrageous. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Those who have money end up in love. Those who don't witness it, get on the internet less. Learn some new words and use them indiscriminately. Stop blathering and listen to the young man as he continues on. This man will never end well. That's just the beginning of the conversation. And the mood is already up. Soo-young laughed and continued. That friend of mine has been just spending his days like this. But suddenly one day he learned he had an illegitimate daughter. And when he learned that his illegitimate daughter's mother had died, he tried to get her back. Everyone knows that an illegitimate daughter coming back is a way to split the family fortune. Naturally, my friend's wife is not happy about it. But she had no say in the family and ended up watching her husband bring home two beautiful little girls. You heard right. It's two O's. When he said this, Soo-young also made an exaggerated two gesture. It made one of the older women ask the question. Didn't he just have an illegitimate daughter? How did you bring back two? Soo-young explained. There's another one who's a good friend of the illegitimate daughter. Also an orphan. Can't a bastard girl bring her best friend along when she's having a good time on her own? That's a reasonable explanation. I'm sure the two had a hard time when they weren't recognized back by the tycoon. The camaraderie of having suffered together is something that no one else can match. There's no shortage of money anyway, so raising one more is considered a good deed. The Moncler outlet store parents were very understanding. But the netizens in the broadcast room exploded after hearing this. Crap. One man's a man. On the importance of making friends. From there, he became the rich girl's best friend and went to the top of his life. Isn't this the plot of my fantasy? My best friend gets rich and then adopts me. Ah, envy numb. Just hung my brother up and beat him to death. And he's dead set against admitting he's the illegitimate son of some rich guy. Add BFF. I hope she gets it. Soo-young's voice continued. My friend was happy to get these two little sisters back, but his wife was devastated. It's just as well that the illegitimate daughter came back to share her son's family fortune. I didn't expect to bring back a flowery little sister. She knows best what her own husband is like. How can she not eat meat when it comes to her mouth? That's why she's on guard day and night, afraid that her husband will move in that direction. But it's defensible? His husband really has his eye on the little girl the illegitimate daughter brought home. You guys think this is the end? No, there's more doggone it. Guess what? Not only does the husband have eyes for the illegitimate daughter's little sister, but her son actually has eyes for the illegitimate daughter. Do you guys think it's outrageous? Such a bloody plot. Simply create Fly Moncler outlet store 3 views. They're all old farts who make up people all the time. But nothing compares to this. Compared to that, the ones they have are child's play. The old man looks at his daughter's friend. The son looks at his own sister. My God. They're related by blood. That can't be allowed. Outrageous. Outrageous. Sins. This is just a family affair. If this gets out, shame on you. This woman is pathetic. Her husband is like this and her son is like this. Messy. This world is messed up. The grandparents are already in the wind. Lower limits and 3 views are stomped on and repeatedly rubbed against the ground by this dog-eared plot. Speechless, amazed, shocked. All sorts of complex emotions filled their already less than lucid brains. Under the substitution, it was replaced by anger, helplessness, and celebration. It would suck for anyone's family to have something like that. It's all in the family. Watch the fun and be secretly glad it didn't happen in your own house. Seeing that they were reacting like this, the corner of Soo-young's mouth hooked up slightly. The mission seems to have been stabilized. The surrounding Moncler outlet online women are shocked beyond belief. And the netizens in the live broadcast room are also talking. It's a shame such dog-eared gossip isn't made into a TV show. My mom must be the audience. Gossip? Didn't the anchor say it was true? He has a friend. You believe his nonsense? Probably just made it up off the top of his head. Have you guys forgotten the anchor's mission today? As soon as the mission was mentioned, the live broadcast went silent. And then the pop-ups boiled over even more. Crap. His mission. The anchor's task is to reverse the output to the Moncler outlet store mother. Not to make up. Where is so explosive gossip? I've been eating melons and eating them in. And now you're telling me they're fake. Well, it's okay to make up melons on the spot for the sake of the mission. Just ask if you blow up. It's so pedal to the metal explosive. I want to laugh at how much these grandparents are listening to it. The anchor is so badass. This would look good on their faces if they knew it was all made up. I'm already looking forward to it. The netizens in the live broadcast room resumed their usual sand sculpture, listening to the fake melon while watching the Moncler jackets outlet various laughable reactions. And these Moncler outlet online women did not let them down. Contributed countless exaggerated emoticons. The golden words are even more frequent. The live effect pulls full circle. The number of people online surpassed 1 million. And it was hot as usual. And the story wasn't finished yet. Su Yang's voice continued. It must have been a cock-up for the family to be stumped like that. His wife is getting brain bruises from the anger. But she's still got a head on her shoulders. Knowing you can't be so passive. You sneak around and get a paternity test done on 2 little girls. What do you know? Here comes something even more explosive. Speaking here, Su Yang also deliberately sold a pause. At this pause, the Moncler outlet store women froze. Each of them stared at Su Yang with wide eyes. It's like chasing a TV show to the climactic episode without blinking an eye. That state of mind. Just don't get too involved. Not to mention that these grandparents were mesmerized. Even Feng Ran couldn't help but be attracted. The eyes were looking away, but the ears were perked up high. Seeing Su Yang being so appetizing, she even pouted in dissatisfaction. That look, on the contrary, made her iceberg beauty persona crumble a bit. Having not been able to wait for Su Yang to speak, the Moncler outlet online women couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't you stop, lad. Go on. Aya, why are you like those storytellers? When it comes to the critical time, you just come up with a sentence, and listen to the next explanation. Don't hang up everyone's appetite. Raise the money. I'll give you an extra 100 today. I can let you take back 2 of the little yellowtail I just caught. 2. What's more explosive anyway? Is it that the paternity test is not blood-related and it's a fake to fight over the family fortune? When he heard this assumption, Su Yang happily looked at that grandpa. Clever, you guessed half right. This paternity test, found out that the illegitimate daughter really has no blood relationship. This big melon smashed down, and immediately made Moncler Jacket's outlet the expression of that wonderful. Some were dazed, some shook their heads back and forth, some were offended, and some just looked at the fun and just grinned and laughed. Of course there are those who have found the flashy spots, and what's the half that didn't guess right? Hearing this, Su Yang didn't answer directly. Instead, he continued on at his own pace. Who would be happiest with an illegitimate daughter without blood? Of course it's that son, right? Not your own sister. Then you can be together. But how could you not guess that the little girl that the illegitimate daughter brought back is the real daughter by blood? Being a father looking at his own daughter. What do you call this? Su Yang also pounded his chest with great devotion after finishing. The look was like his heart was starting to infarct from the shock of such a ruinous thing. And the reactions of the surrounding Moncler outlet online women were even more exaggerated. Some stared roundly. Some of them opened their mouths wide. It was more of the same tangled look of wanting to believe and not being able to believe. Trying to digest the information. Just looking at it makes me want to laugh. But Su Yang tried hard to hold back. He was afraid to laugh. But the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't have so many scruples, and laughed so recklessly. Ha 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 ha. These grandparents never dreamed that they would actually have their day. At this point the corners of the anchor's mouth are harder to press than AK. Just this gossip is enough to keep them talking in the village for 10 days and half a month. Today is a day that can go down in history as the complete defeat of the most mysterious intelligence organization in China. The story is so well made up that I was strongly opposed to the gentleman's withdrawal from the literary world in the first place. Publish a book. I'm not kidding. I'm not watching the next installment of Storytime without you. Why do I feel like this story is so familiar? Just listen to it. Can you not be familiar with it? This is the end of the narrative. Su Yang gave an open ending for the grandparents to make up their own minds. Dog blood story, meandering plot twists and turns, a collection of mansions, abusive love, incestuous love, resentful women and other kinds of gossip hotspots. Straight away, it makes Moncler Outlet UK the appetite for discussion explode. Started hot chatting in groups of 3 or 2. The sounds around us at this point were literally louder than a food market. And Su Yang also heard the system's prompt. Mission accomplished. Get a chance to win a lottery. Can complete this task, but also thanks to the blessing of the previous life of the mother. That time nothing by the mother dragged to watch those family ethical drama. I've seen it so many times. It's a mouthful. Just as Su Yang was gloating over the ease of completing the task, Feng Ran sat down beside him. Well made up. The beauty's proactive approach also made Su Yang a little embarrassed. Only what she said wasn't so pleasing. Su Yang immediately retorted unhappily. Where did I make it up? Didn't you know this was such a big deal in the first place? Seeing Su Yang so serious, Feng Ran couldn't help but guffaw, saying it like it's true. She was in a bad mood just now, and was much better after listening to Su Yang's gossip. Talking to Su Yang now also made her feel that Su Yang was the kind of person who wouldn't add negative energy to people. A more important point was that Su Yang looked at her without aggression or scrutiny. It made Feng Ran feel good. Su Yang is also really a straight man. Feng Ran's change in attitude he has not felt at all. Instead, he has been more serious on the gossip, he said. Really? At that time almost all spread throughout the country. You can't not know. Hearing this, The smile on Feng Ran's face deepened by 2 points. She didn't believe Su Yang's bullshit. How could she not be impressed if the impact was that great? Seeing that she still didn't believe it, Su Yang frowned. No way. Really haven't heard of it? It was a big deal. Families were eating melons. The names of those 2 little girls were raked over the coals. One is called Violet and the other is called Little Swallow. But, Violet? Little Swallow? Nima. No wonder why this gossip sounds so familiar to me. Careless. The returning Cluck level 10 scholar actually didn't even hear it. I thought you were making it up. But you're not. But I wish you were. Dare I ask, brother, is that friend of yours surnamed Aizen? Auntie Zhonyao, come on. Here's the pen. You write. Shit. I was so mesmerized. You're making me look stupid. You know that? I didn't think so when I was watching TV, but now this sounds pretty damn outrageous. A proper descending blow. The anchor is at the limit of gossip when he strikes. Ha ha ha. This routine. I'll serve you if my old lady doesn't help. Su Yang's summarizing sentence directly made the netizens laugh miserably. I was already laughing and engrossed while listening to the gossip, but now I know that the gossip is actually a TV show that they grew up watching. Just retelling it in his own words. The reaction instantly makes you feel like you're in the eye of the beholder. Taste it again. Tot. ZZ laughs and explodes. As soon as the atmosphere came up, those financially free netizens began to furiously swipe gifts. What with the airplanes, rockets, and yachts that appear on the screen one after the other. Dazzling and enviable. So many gifts. How much money must it cost? The average person watching the live may know white plagiarism. Watching at the same time can help you point is the biggest support. Swiping gifts that is simply not possible. Such a status quo allows some people who like to make a splash and have a little money to find a stage for pretending. Just swipe a gift of 10, 000 or 80, 000 and ascend to the position of Big Brother in List 1. You will be able to reap the favor of the anchor and the netizens' bragging rights, and experience a sense of superiority over the people. A lot of people in the livestream at this time were also brushing with this mindset. It used to be easy to get to the top with a brush of 10 or 20k at someone else's place, but today in Su Yang's live broadcast, this set seems to not work. You can't even get into the top 10 with 30-40k swipes, and it's even harder to get to the top of the list, because there are so many dirtbags in this live room. You just grab the number 1 spot and quickly get pulled down by another dirtbag. The tycoons are all temperamental and good at saving face. If you can be number 1, you can never be number 2. Just like that, Su Yang's live broadcast once again rushed up the gift ranking, and the ranking was still moving forward. On the live feed, Feng Ran was also apparently a bit stunned by the words. A pretty face filled with confusion. The gossip she'd heard from the beginning was actually. It took several seconds before Feng Ran snorted out a laugh in spite of her image. Oh, you're such a funny guy. These words were interpreted by Su Yang as a compliment. Su was aware of this girl in front of her before and after the change in mood, and then felt that she just had a bad mood more or less their own reasons. As an apology, Su Yang intended to make her laugh. At such a good age and so good looking, there's no need to have a stern face every day. It's still funny. Ha, I used to be even funnier. No one could tell a joke without laughing, but I haven't told jokes since I went through that. These words managed to pique Feng Ran's interest as she asked with wide eyes, what have you been through? Not to mention that Feng Ran was interested. The netizens in the live broadcast room also perked up their ears. Starting to blow up your own secrets again? You better be telling the truth this time. Come on, let's see what else you can make up. I'm going to call the police if I apply the plot again. The pop-ups are buzzing. I only saw Su Yang converge the smile at the corner of his mouth and continued. I used to really love telling jokes, but I haven't told a joke since I told him one at my brother's house and he didn't laugh. Hearing this, Feng Ran was visibly stunned. You care that much about your brother's feelings? If he doesn't laugh, he doesn't laugh. Everyone laughs at different things. There's no need to be so strict. But Su Yang still shook his head. My brother didn't laugh, but the dude under the bed laughed. Feng Ran obviously couldn't keep up with Su Yang's jumpy brain circuits, confused again for several seconds. After realizing what that meant, a scarlet blush crept up her cheeks and she twisted her head to cover her mouth and snicker. Compared to Feng Ran's subtlety, the netizens in the live broadcast room that were laughing too freely. But, what? The dude under the bed laughed? Ha 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 ha. I seem to know something unimaginable. Since when does telling a joke catch adultery? I'm convinced. This anchor is an escapee from the De Young Club, right? The water I just drank into my mouth squirted right out of my pants. Upstairs. Is that how you explain laughing at pee? I just can't carry on. I'm going to die laughing in this live room sooner or later. Bastard. Beast. A simple joke from Su Yang could push the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to another climax. While everyone is bursting with laughter, more and more tycoons are joining the battle for the top spot. Various gifts were once swiped to the sky and the sun. Newcomers to the site look at the rarity and exclaim that it's shocking and awesome. But the older fans just think it's average. After all, they've seen yesterday's Battle of the Gods. That guy, he swipes carnivals like they don't cost anything. In contrast, this scene is now only considered a village gate armed fight. Still, some netizens noticed something different. Where's Sister Faye? Why isn't Sister Faye here today? Isn't she always active? So quiet today. If Sister Model doesn't come, the live broadcast is a lot less fun. You want to see her swipe a gift. Ha ha ha, what a great thing to say. It wasn't that Zhang Nian didn't want to swipe the gift, but when she watched the live broadcast again after she was busy, she happened to see Su Yang telling jokes to a beautiful woman. With her little nature, naturally, she was not happy about it. Oh great nephew, grow a pair. Pretty women are tigers. Zhang Nian's tone was sour. Although she knew there was nothing between them, she just couldn't resist the urge to make a few sarcastic remarks. Along with that, Fengran was also innocently shot. Su Li, who was beside her, raised her eyelids when she heard this. Did you forget yourself? Relentless trolling from the agent. Hearing this, Zhang Nian was so angry that she crossed her arms. Sister Li, if you keep this up I'm going to make a scene. After saying that, he also looked at Su Yang in the cell phone with a puff of air. What about saying that there is no woman in your heart, and that you can draw your sword and be a natural god? Why don't you come and tell your sister-in-law a joke? Is it that sister-in-law doesn't deserve it? Still no turn for sister-in-law? The resentment in Zhang Nian's heart at this time was so great that it could resurrect evil sword immortal. And how innocent Su Yang was. It's clear that he didn't do anything. Froze my sister-in-law. And under her scattered associations, Su Yang has just become a scummy man who has started and ended his life. With nowhere to vent, she could only end up turning all her anger into a self-deprecating remark. Nah, my best friend is almost 3, and I can't believe I haven't even gotten a spare tire yet. Zhang Nian's side was so angry that she was about to jump out of her skin. Fengran, on the other hand, opened her heart because of one of Su Yang's jokes. It was nice talking to you. Just now. It's not you. Fengran's words stopped halfway through, and it was clear that she wasn't very articulate about this. Still, Su Yang understood it in seconds. It's just a reference to her inexplicable anger just now. Since she took the initiative to mention it, Su Yang asked an extra question. It's not because of me. Then because of what? It can't really be because of that little chubby guy. Su Yang only dared to slander this latter sentence in his heart. He was not so rough and tumble that he dared to say it directly. But even just asking so simply, the corners of Fengran's mouth that had just been raised converged again. She clearly did not want to mention more. Seeing this, Su Yang guessed that she had encountered something troubling. With the idea that acquaintance is destiny, he enlightened. In a person's life, apart from birth, old age, sickness and death, where is the big deal? Not that I'm bragging, but I can easily fix any little thing with 4 words. This bull is really blowing a little big. The netizens in the live broadcast room cannot stand to watch. Look guys, is there a cow flying in the sky? Oh, so it's the anchor blowing on the ground. What's the point of having a court of law if 4 words can solve the problem? Everyone calm down. Don't we all know what kind of behavior the anchor is? Can you believe what he says? Can't believe a bit of it? You know you're not holding your farts when the hook is puckered. The anchor's animal image is already this deep? That's pretty solid. I won't say a word about the good things he does, and I'll take a bullhorn and shout about the bad things he does. This edition of the internet is more or less with a bit of backbone in it. Netizens when Su Yang is bragging, and Fengran naturally did not believe it. But an older woman sitting next to them was listening. Not only did they listen, but they were curious. She pulled Su Yang and asked, 4 words can solve the problem? You're not making this up, are you? This big mom's voice was very loud, and when she asked this question many people looked towards Su Yang's side. I guess Auntie Chiongyao's dogged script has lost them. Now there was new fun to be had, and they were suddenly excited again. Although Su Yang's task for today was accomplished, he still had a job to accompany these grandparents to chat. It wasn't his style to give up halfway. Seeing that someone had asked, Su Yang nodded naturally. No nonsense. A lot of little things in China can be solved perfectly with 4 words. Again the tone was still more certain. This couldn't help but make Fengran even believe a little bit, thinking that Su Yang might actually be able to do it. Really? One Moncler outlet store still doesn't believe it. If it's as easy as you say it is, there's no way someone on our side would be fighting for 3 days. Hearing this, Su Yang smiled. Then why did they fight? Tell me about it and see if I can fix him in 4 words. The moment Su Yang said this, the surroundings suddenly became lively again. Not many people actually believed it, but it felt like fun, which made them all enthusiastic. Immediately, an older woman asked a question. Young man, 2 days ago I had a fight with a relative over a small matter. You settle it in 4 words? The conflict between relatives. if unfolded, could probably be talked about all day and night. Solve it with just 4 words? How is that possible? Just when someone wants to sing the praises and say it's impossible. Only Su Yang shrugged his shoulders. Big Mom, you said the answer yourself, and asked me? Upon hearing this, the older woman who asked the question was a bit confused. She wouldn't have asked if she knew the answer. Big Mom didn't react, but someone else figured it out. The lad can. In a nutshell. At this statement, the surrounding Moncler outlet UK women were even more confused. What can Don't play dumb, okay? Say it clearly. What's the big deal? Seeing this scene, the netizens in the broadcast room were also confused. What do you mean? Am I not as good as a grandpa's brain? Don't worry. You're not alone and I didn't get it. Ding and Ding don't know. And Shoes don't know. I told you to study more. You had to go and raise pigs. Now well, you don't know anything. You know what you're talking about. I don't get it. I'm just a pig farmer. Oh, laugh your ass off. Sincerity is always a must. Don't live a whole life. Is it possible that the anchor can really solve the problem in 4 words? No, that's too anticlimactic. Netizens have put away their jokes and gotten serious. Even Fongrang cast a puzzled look at Su Yang. Su Yang saw that only one person could understand him was also helpless. His hands were spread out. They are all relatives. You said it yourself. The older woman still didn't react when she heard that, but at that moment, many people around them had a sense of enlightenment. Gee, that's true. Hiss. This works too? Don't tell me. It really solved the problem in 4 words. Ha ha, they're all relatives. Can. After hearing the explanations of the people around her, that Big Mom also understood. She knocked herself on the head twice. A word to the wise. Boy, are you something. At the Moncler outlet store point of view, the live streamer also came to a realization. Crap, it's really only 4 words. Why didn't I think of that? Those are the 4 words my mom always talks about. They're all relatives. What's the point? They're all relatives. Not outsiders. How can they hold a grudge? They're all relatives. Just a couple of words. Convinced? Those 4 words just hit the nail on the head. Let me kowtow to the anchor for my ignorance. It was me who had eyes to see. Anchor's brain is not for mere mortals like me to understand. The netizens who had questioned Su Yang earlier were all slapped in the face at this moment. Thought it was bragging, but he just gave the answer so easily. The point is that the answer isn't nonsense, and everyone still thinks it's reasonable. This immediately made the netizens in the live broadcast room admire Su Yang, but there are those who think it's just a coincidence that they can answer. After all, there are just too many little conflicts like this, and all sorts of other things, where it can really be solved with just 4 words. Netizens don't believe it, and neither do the Moncler jacket sale people on the scene. As soon as that older woman finished her question, another older man asked, "Young man, I just had a bit of a falling out with old Zhang Tu when we were drinking. I'm not related to him, so don't you dare try to fool me with those 4 words." Moncler outlet online. There was a bit of complacency after the question, thinking that he had made it difficult for Su Yang. But Su Yang blurted out 4 words the first time he heard it. It's all in the wine. The answer was so quick that even the Moncler outlet store was confused. It has also managed to suspend the other's motivation. Another person asked, "A fight with your partner. What can I leave? My son doesn't listen. It's pro-life. Being given a hard time by co-workers at work. All part-time. Long-time friends. A friend." By the end of the questioning, even the volunteers who came to serve were involved. The phrase "all working people" makes them feel useful while at the same time a whole big break in defense. Good answer. Don't answer it next time. At this point in the broadcast, crap, the anchor isn't bragging, he's really bragging. I can't tell you how much I actually think it all makes good sense. Ha ha ha, fight with your old partner. What can you leave? Pithy, this must be shown to my parents. It's all part-time work, so don't give anyone a hard time. It's heartbreaking to hear. The social animal indicates that the killing power of these 4 words is simply explosive. The child is disobedient? It's pro-life. Put up with it. If it's not biological, that's another story. The most eloquent or that one is all in the wine. Nothing a glass of wine won't get you through. If it does, then too, hear the applause. Life isn't easy, so without further ado, let's drink up and we'll be good friends. Taking the culture of the table literally to death. I told you you could learn something by watching it live. Cultured people are different. Heck, they always have something new to give. The pop-ups are boiling over. There was no longer a single person who felt that Su Yang was bragging. The practicality of those 4 words made them all want to crawl over along the net to let Su Yang answer their dilemmas. The same is true of the netizens. Fonran, who was the closest to Su Yang, was even more keen to experience that shock. From questioning, to believing, to admiring to the core. At first the Moncler outlet online women were quite disciplined one by one. This more or less gives you some time to think. But then, when they saw how reasonable Su Yang's answer was, one by one, they couldn't hold their breath. It's like going to the supermarket and grabbing eggs. They all gather around. 7 mouths to feed. Sometimes when others only said the beginning, Su Yang could accurately give the corresponding 4-character word. Not a word more, not a word less. It's just so straight to the point and appropriately good. How could Feng Ren not be shocked by such thinking ability and reaction speed? So much so that her mouth was slightly open the entire time and she didn't even notice. And Su Yang still underestimated the fighting strength of these grandparents. I thought a few token demonstrations would be the end of it, but I didn't realize they were getting more and more aggressive. Even if he has answered so much, there are still constantly Moncler jackets outlet UK large men and women squeezing into the room. Keep in mind that they were still sitting on the porch next to all the water at this point. Although I don't know the depth of the lake, but if I fall one then the consequences can be imagined. So Su Yang hurriedly stood on a chair to maintain order. Everyone stop crowding and be safe. In fact, almost all of your little parental problems can be solved with these 4-letter words I mentioned. Early in the morning, at noon, at night, on New Year's Day. What a big deal. It's a blessing to suffer. Put your heart in the right place and understand each other. Look at my face. None of this is easy. Just kidding. No offense. After all, elders, or children, not outsiders, pregnant all the time. Get over it. He talks straight. Take my advice. For your own good. Get used to it. It can all pass. Think differently. Forget it. Su Yang said more than 34 character words in one breath, dumbfounding the grandparents present. Hearing them, that was a blast. Su Yang took a breath and continued. Combine it with your own questions and be flexible, he said before getting out of his chair and hurriedly taking a sip of water to wet his throat. After this operation, not to mention the Moncler jackets outlet, even Feng Ran and the few volunteers were subdued. Every word that Su Yang spat out was a shock to them. Until now, they had never realized that Chinese culture was so profound. I didn't realize that a few simple and ordinary words that are often used in everyday life, actually contain so many profound meanings within them. It can play a vital role in resolving some minor conflicts. It's like the Chinese New Year period. Nothing that a big New Year can't solve. Having a drink and getting into trouble with someone is a time when someone comes out and says he's drunk more than anything else. Parents fight and get divorced. Send it for the sake of the children is worth 10,000 kind words from others. A word of mutual understanding would have turned it into something else. A no offense could have prevented a confrontation. The truth contained therein. The more you think about it, the more wonderful it becomes. Not to mention the people at the scene were stunned. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room felt shocked by it. It's all dry and we recommend that you memorize it in its entirety, so you can definitely use it in the future. It's already been used. Just now my brother came to complain that he had a fight with his wife, and I dumped 8 words on him on the spot. Marriage is over. Understand each other. Anyone who gives me a hard time at work from now on, I'm going to take the initiative with all part-time. And when you have a setback, say to yourself, I'm young, it will pass. It's just so useful. If I had known earlier I wouldn't have suffered so much. It's not too late to find out. What a whole living anchor. Simply my life coach. Just as the entire staff was shaken to their core, Su Yang had a flash of insight. Right. There's still an ultimate. People are dead. This sudden addition from Su Yang was like a spark splashing into a bucket of oil, causing the pop-up screen to directly explode. Good. And a blast at the end. These 4 words are like a king bomb out of the gate. People are dead. What's not to get over? Indeed. I can reconcile myself to everything when those 4 words come out. Fair enough, but I hope I won't have to use it. Anchor, this brain is also absolute. If he is dissected out into science high and low to shoot 3 episodes, your description, the anchor didn't pull the plug on you, is totally true love. Ha ha ha, the anchor is angry, I'll say. Just kidding. You guys do understand what it means to live and learn. Read more, and I'll pop out 4 words and 4 words later. Hiss, why do I think those words are more explosive when used together? I don't know which talented netizen suddenly sent out this pop-up. It immediately opened the others to new ideas. The picture of the pop-ups was originally very positive and upbeat, and this one went straight off the rails. Listen to my advice. It's a blessing to suffer. You're still young. Think about it. It can all pass. What's so explosive about it? It's SOSO. Conceived are pregnant. What else can be done? How big a deal? All relatives. Don't be too calculating. Shit. Carry all. Just get used to it. He drinks too much. After all, the elders. Crap. A good answer turned into an ethical crime scene? You guys are a real show. Come on. It scares me to fuck like that. Good point. Next time don't say it. I'm starting to have a little trouble looking at those words straight. Netflix are playing high. In this live room. You can't know how to work, but you can't know how to do the whole job. All sorts of stems are thrown around so often it's not even funny. Even if you are an honest person with a stuffy personality, you will gradually become sandy in such an environment. Su Li is one of them. As Jiang Nian's agent, she tended to present a professional and serious image when she was mixed up in the entertainment industry. She could even refrain from smiling if she didn't have to. However, when she watched Su Yang's live broadcast for a while, she saw so many strange and hilarious pop-ups again. Also a whole lot of tautness. It was manageable at first, and it was just a couple of snickers with my mouth covered. But in the end, I couldn't stand it any longer. So I lay down on the couch and started laughing uncontrollably. At this time, Jiang Nian was so angry by Su Yang that she was about to bite. And at this time, she heard Su Li's laughter. That's just like adding fuel to the fire. Li, do you know what I've been through? You're still laughing? Su Li is also innocent. What has she been through? Is it obvious that Su Yang has done nothing right? She's seen too many people in the entertainment industry to be able to see people's little minds at a glance. Su Yang's eyes were clean and frank, completely devoid of that aspect. On the contrary, it was that Feng Ran who looked at Su Yang with some changes in his eyes. But isn't it normal to show favoritism in the face of a good male? Look at her jealousy flip. Originally, he also wanted to sign Su Yang as an artist. With his face value and emotional intelligence, he should be able to harvest a lot of girlfriend fans. But now I see that Jiang Nian cares so much. If I really do that, she will not be soaked in vinegar every day. Thought better of it. It had to be said that Jiang Nian was still the most important piece of treasure in her heart. Now Pei is angry and has to be coaxed. But how? Su Li remembered the 4-character motto that Su Yang had just taught. The corner of her mouth ticked, and she decided to live and learn. Nian, do you believe I can take the edge off with just 4 words? What? Jiang Nian was really attracted to it. Seeing this, Su Li converged the smile at the corner of her mouth and said with a straight face, give you a vacation. Ah, Li, I love you dash. As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Li's ears were poisoned. Not bad for a singer. That's a big voice. It shook her ears. A nice vacation with my great-nephew. Naturally, Jiang Nian had a florid face. Just a moment ago, he was cranky and wanted to kill someone. But in this moment, he was like a child who had eaten candy. Numbly pack up and fire away. Remember, it's only half a day. Be at the office tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp. Bang! The only thing that answered her was a heavy slam of the door. Su Li was helpless and gave Jiang Nian a vacation. So she was idle. Pick up your phone and watch the live stream. She couldn't look at it in vain. And she followed Jiang Nian's example of giving gifts. This delivery is a big deal. Because of her status, she works with all the major platforms. Her account was also enabled with all sorts of exclusive features. And hidden gifts that could only be given if you spent a certain level of money were as good as cabbages on her account. So she could give them away whenever she wanted. Of course, it costs money. But a gold agent like her would be short of money? Crap! What just swooshed past? Holy shit! Someone slapped me. I think I see the Golden Guardian. What Gold Guardian? Is it expensive? Of course it's expensive. 1 Gold Guardian is equivalent to 3 carnivals. That's not much more expensive. Just now old Wang made a bid for 20 carnivals. Carnival is something anyone can give away. But it seems like the Gold Guardian can only be given away if you have an account that spends more than $1 million on the platform. Shit. This is real dirt then. Before Su Li could act, the tycoons in the live room had all played around. Even the old king next door and the first deep love of Hong Kong joined the fray. It was already sword fighting and dim. And Su Li's appearance directly lifted this atmosphere into a new climax. All such tycoons are coming? Is it time to start the battle of the gods again? Let's see who dies today. Crap. It's still my brother Wang. 30 carnival in a row. No quality. Then win in quantity. Deep love YYDS. Swiping 50 at a time. How come you're so rich? Swiping such an expensive gift for fun. I'm going to pass out. It's not good to play something. Smash and play. Guys and gals, can you play something new for a change? Like coming to play with my feelings. Su Li herself didn't expect it. But just being in the way of a favor and brushing a gift actually caused the 2 great gods to face each other again. She wasn't Jiang Nian, who would be hot-headed and bloodthirsty with someone. Just mean it. More than a smash? No participation. It was also because of this unconscious action of hers that Su Yang's income directly doubled. Besides, Su Yang sighed. He continued to fulfill his job duties until 8 p.m. Also because of these few hours of contact, Feng Ran was no longer wary of him, and the 2 of them were able to chat a bit. Are you back in the city? Why don't I give you a ride? Although 8 o'clock wasn't too late, this side was still a long way from the city after all. It's more or less unsafe for a girl to go back alone. He was going back anyway, so he might as well drop him off. You sent me? Ran was surprised. Her surprise wasn't because Su Yang said he wanted to give her a ride. Rather, he was amazed at what Su Yang used to deliver it. There was only one car in the parking lot, and it was still hers. Yeah, let's hit. Before the word car and taxi could be said, Ran was seen walking towards a red Mini. It's better if I give you a ride. This time, it was Su Yang's turn to be embarrassed. Said he'd give it to someone else, but he didn't have a car. It's more or less a social death in there. At this point the broadcast was winding down and there was nothing to see. The number of people online has also dropped from 1.5 million at its peak to 500,000 now. However, the netizens who can stick around to see the end are all Iron fans, and the ones who can live the whole thing the best. They often wouldn't let go of any opportunity where they could flirt with Su Yang. Anchor, please, make that much money and buy a car. I'm embarrassed for you. You're driving a Mini and still volunteering? You don't understand the world of the rich. If you ask me, you should never get into a beautiful woman's car at this time. It's too humiliating. What more face do you need if you don't have a car yourself? Can't you sweep a shared bike and take a pretty girl back? Yes. How romantic. Romantic? How come the only image I can think of is puffing on the pedals? You pedal uphill. I pedal downhill. Ha 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 ha. There's a picture. You people are allergic to romance, aren't you? The netizens were so brainwashed that they could see the corners of Su Yang's mouth twitch. God damn it. You pedal uphill. I'll pedal downhill. He couldn't stop himself from laughing at the thought of that image. But face was something that Su Yang looked down on. It's also really that imagery is toxic. Seeing Ran's invitation, he directly followed. That would be troublesome. That's great. And it saves money on the car. Not to mention, a private car is really more comfortable than a taxi. Especially since the car was lightly scented and smelled so good. I had a great day. Thank you. The vehicle was traveling slowly. Ran gazed ahead and carelessly uttered these words. The car window was half open and the wind blew and lifting one side of her hair high in the air, giving it an extra airy beauty. I'm glad too. Su Yang was slightly rushed. It was crowded just now, and the two of them were comfortable with their conversation. But now in such a small space, he would be more or less uncomfortable. I'm really happy. Ran re-emphasized. This time, Su Yang could sort of hear something in her words. It had felt like she was in an erratic mood at lunchtime, and now that feeling was back. Did something happen to you? Is it convenient for you to say so and see if I can help you? Dabbling in cars is not for nothing. If there was something he needed help with, he was there. To show that it wasn't just talk, Su Yang added snidely, you know, I'm very resourceful. These words caused the corner of Ran's mouth to slightly raise in an arc. She'd seen it, and it did work. At least with the old men and women. It was able to take it completely. But those ways won't help her. Those four-letter words of yours won't work on me. Vaughn said it bluntly. It might also be that he didn't want to talk about his problems and be blunt so that Su Yang would give up. But Su Yang was just a bit stubborn. The more he denied him, the more he wanted to prove. My four-letter secrets are all different from person to person. Got away with old people. There's another way to deal with young people. What can young people be bothered with these days? The biggest worry is the lack of money. However, as long as you don't indulge in a mortgage, car loan, or the next generation, your paycheck simply won't be spent. And Ran obviously didn't look like he was short of money. The interior of this red Mini is all top of the line, and the market price is over $300. 000 anyhow. People who are short of money won't buy this car. Then naturally her annoyance has nothing to do with money. Not because of money. Then other aspects of the trouble Su Yang can be summarized in two words: internal conflict. Relationships, internal conflicts. Trouble at work, internal conflict. Negativity from parents, internal conflict. It was true that something like this was not a good solution. But Su Yang also had a way. After all, he was one of those people whose qualities were unknown and who were strong when they were strong. Letting others internalize won't even get you internalized. Be a happy person and make others unhappy. And Su Yang's words also managed to arouse Ran's interest. Oh, there are still young people. So tell me, driving was boring. So she took it as a pleasure to listen. Hearing this, Su Yang pretended to be mysterious and came closer. It's none of my business. Ha! I don't know if it was Su Yang's intentional proximity or the words he uttered were too inexplicable. Maybe both. It caused a flicker of panic to flash across Ran's pretty face. What ya? A quick reply was accompanied by a quiet exhale. It was good that Su Yang didn't notice this unusual point. He explained seriously. You don't know how well those words work. It's none of my business if a coworker chews the cud. It's none of my business if the targets aren't met. Being morally kidnapped is none of my business. See, doesn't it work? Not that I'm bragging, but those few words solve 50% of life's annoyances. Only after hearing this did Ran realize that Su Yang was becoming lawful in comforting her. But this comforting way? Putting aside personal qualities to enjoy a life of lack of virtue? Well, she admitted that such a state of mind was indeed effective in avoiding a lot of trouble. So that's only 50% of the solution. What about the other 50%? Fongran was very cuddly and continued to ask. None of your business. Ha, ha ha ha. Fongran froze for a moment, and was amused straight away when he responded. Knowing that she understood, Su Yang still gave an example. Being asked how much your salary is, it's none of your business. Being asked if you bought a house is none of your business. It's none of your business to be asked when you're getting married. Well, it's practical, isn't it? It was fine if Su Yang didn't cite these few examples, but when he did, Fongran immediately laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. The sedate pop-ups also came alive again. Crap, you've been in training with a mouth like that? Ha ha ha, I'm sleepy. Sober me up with another laugh. Call you outrageous? It feels kind of reasonable. Call you reasonable? It's pretty damn outrageous. Simple, brutal and direct. Can. Whether it can solve other people's troubles I don't know, but it can certainly solve a lot of my own. This mental state of the anchor is simply great. Never consuming himself internally, asking less why of himself and more why of others. Learned. Get someone on the line right away and wait for my good news. After laughing enough, Fongran also figured out quite a bit, also willing to open up to Su Yang. Actually, I just care too much about what other people say. It's often much harder for girls to mix with the workplace than it is for boys, especially if you're competent and good-looking at the same time. Fongran said it very subtly, but Su Yang still understood. He had been a social animal in a previous life and understood well the way things were played in the workplace. If a pretty girl gets promoted or rehired, there will always be people behind her who say right and wrong, says she got to the top by subterfuge or worse. To put it bluntly, it's jealousy. You're not capable and you don't want others to be too good, so it's a deliberate rumor to pull down the other side. As scary as the village intelligence station was, there was another place that was even scarier, the company pantry. You never know how many people you've slept with in the mouths of your coworkers. No wonder she was in such a bad mood when she listened to those grandparents making up about other people. Turns out she was a victim herself. For this kind of thing, Su Yang really didn't have any particularly good way to help her. One can only verbalize the consolation. Those that don't kill you only make you stronger. Opening his mouth with poisonous chicken soup, Su Yang was disgusted by himself, but he couldn't think of any other words than that at this time. Good thing Fongran didn't mind. Got it. It's been a pleasure knowing you. While speaking, Fongran opened his WeChat business card. Add a friend. Feel free to find me if you need my help. The beauty had taken the initiative, so naturally Su Yang would not refuse. Didn't necessarily need her help, but he understood the principle of many friends make a difference. The hour or so drive was spent in small talk. It was almost 10 o'clock when Su Yang appeared at the entrance of his neighborhood. After thanking him, Fongran left. Su Yang, on the other hand, walked slowly towards his home. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room was less than 300,000 people, and the first few times he was complained that he didn't make an effort and the live broadcast time was too short. Today it was on the air for almost 10 hours at a time, and only 1 in 5 of the netizens managed to make it to the end. All seem to be strong-mouthed kings. Brothers, this is the end of the day. Thank you all for the gifts, and please be early tomorrow. With that, he closed the live stream. He thought he would be able to rest when he arrived home, but he didn't realize there was a little ancestor waiting for him. Auntie, how did you get in here? Su Yang just entered the door and saw Zhang Nian, who was nestled on the sofa eating snacks and playing with her cell phone. To avoid suspicion, the house keys were never given to her, so how did this Nell get in? Seeing Su Yang come back, Zhang Nian's face, which was smiling happily a second ago, collapsed in this second. Great nephew, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for 5 hours. Zhang Nian complained with a flurry of complaints, but Su Yang's focus of attention was still. How the hell did you get in here? As he inquired, he couldn't help but look toward the lock of the door, and at that look, his blood pressure came up. Auntie, you pick my lock? If the landlord comes and fixes the damage to the lamp, he'll have to pay 10,000 bucks for it. It's just a broken lock. Zhang Nian pouted. You can't bear to let a girl wait outside, in case there are bad people. It was said like that, and looked pathetically innocent. However, Su Yang was thunderstruck and the corners of his mouth twitched. Her father was almost 50 before he had her, and he was afraid of being bullied for having a daughter in his old age. From a young age, I was required to practice taekwondo and never stopped. Strength not to black belt, but certainly to red belt level. Now she says she's afraid of bad people? It's because you're afraid you won't meet a bad guy, right? If you do, you'll be able to rip someone's head off in a minute. Who's afraid of who? However, Su Yang wasn't that low-spirited to tear her down. And in the end, he could only helplessly return, "Fine. Is there something wrong with waiting for me this late?" It was fine if Su-young didn't ask, but once he did, Zhang Yanyan became even more aggravated. She'd learned her lesson, though, and since the last time she'd made a scene, she didn't dare to be obvious about it, afraid of getting it wrong, so she could only find other excuses. "I wasn't very happy at work today, so I called it a day early and thought I'd come see you for dinner, and it turns out you're just coming back now." Hearing this, Su-young still felt a little guilty. "You should have told me ahead of time, or called." If he'd known she was waiting, he wouldn't have come back so late himself. Noticing Su-young's guilt, Zhang Yanyan was in a good mood, but the expression on his face remained still aggravated. "It's okay, I'm just in a bad mood. Why don't you tell me a joke to listen to, and I reckon I'll be alright." Women always have some weird desire to win, and the joke is a hurdle she still can't get past. But Su-young's answer disappointed her a little. "Where do I get off telling jokes?" Picking up her clothes and draping them over her. "You didn't eat tonight, did you? I'll take you to eat something first." "Can't tell a joke? Didn't you know how to do that just now?" Not when it comes to her? Zhang Yanyan was sad and her little temper came up. "I'm not eating. I'm not hungry." "How can you not be hungry after waiting for 4 or 5 hours with just a little snack to hold you over?" Su-young didn't believe it. "Just eat with me. I did something good today. Let's celebrate." With that, he was ready to go out again. "What's good?" Zhang Yanyan was also heartless, which was diverted. "Just a very small thing. I ran into a beautiful woman on my way back." Su-young pulled her outside while saying, "That pretty girl said she lost $1,000 and didn't have money to take a taxi home. Wanted to borrow $100 from me." Just before she said this, Zhang Yanyan stopped and asked, "You borrowed it?" Su-young nodded. "Borrowed it. It's only $100. Seeing Su-young talking so rightfully, Zhang Yanyan was a whole lot worse. "How can you borrow it? A liar by the sound of it. You're being lied to." Su-young didn't think so. "No, what she said is true. How could it be true? Dropping $1,000. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Besides, money dropped without a cell phone?" Zhang Yanyan relied on not leaving, and had to let Su-young know the viciousness of this society. "Of course it's true. Thou shalt not, because I really did pick up $1,000. Ka." The sentence that caught her off guard directly startled Zhang Yanyan's mouth wide open. "The CPU seems to be burning a bit." This state continued for several seconds before being interrupted by Zhang Yanyan's explosive laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, you really picked up $1,000. Ha 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 ha." Seeing her smile so happily, Su-young's mouth couldn't help but slightly hook up. "That's an okay joke." "Joke?" Zhang Yanyan reacted with hindsight, and immediately smiled with arched eyebrows. "Yes, very much so. Quite okay. One button trifecta." Affirmation from Zhang Yanyan. "Then can we go out to eat now?" Su-young asked again. "Sure. What are you going to treat me to? You guess?" Zhang Yanyan shook her little head. "Well, let's see. Buy me Japanese food?" Su-young shook his head. "Guess what some people eat?" Zhang Yanyan tapped her chin. "Then Guangzhou cuisine? Too bland. Fondue? Too on fire. Western food? Too much trouble. Barbecue? The fumes are huge." And so it came to pass that the streets at night were filled with this scene. Su-young walked ahead slowly with his hands in his pockets. Zhang Yanyan followed a few steps behind. Guess as you go. Guess one and get denied another. Until after being denied by Su-young no less than 10 times, Zhang Yanyan finally snapped. "Not after all my guesses. What exactly are you buying me?" These words made Su-young turn around with a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. "If you can't guess the egg fried rice, I'll let you keep guessing dash." "Egg fried rice?" Zhang Yanyan directly stormed out, yelling at Su-young's back. "You ass, you're not a nephew. You're an animal. Eat, then send Zhang Yanyan home." It was another toss and turn until midnight before Su-young returned to his rental house. "It was an exhausting day and I came home and fell asleep. I didn't wake up until 10 o'clock the next morning. Wash your face and brush your teeth, then turn on your cell phone." After yesterday's live broadcast, his fans had surpassed 1.5 million. Needless to say, yesterday's taping must have been on the hot seat again. He's obviously just a small anchor, but he's been on the hot 100 more times than many celebrities. In the past, Su-young didn't like to be so flamboyant, but ever since he ate the dividends of the traffic, he started to enjoy himself. Traffic is money, and yesterday's gift income remains substantial, arriving at a little over $700,000 after deducting the platform's draw. Together with the previous ones, he now has $1.2 million in savings. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder so many people like to be anchors. The money comes in too fast. Since it smells so good, strike while the iron is hot. Open the system and pick up the quest. Today's live task: hold roses and go downstairs to Jo Siyu's company to sing a love song. Wait for her to come downstairs and sell her roses. This dog system is accustomed to messing with people's minds. Su Yang's good mood just now directly dissipated. A million grass horses raced by in his mind. Who is Chao Ziyu? According to the original owner's memory, that was his white moonlight during his orphanage days. Not only is he good looking, but he also takes great care of the original owner. It was Jo Siyu who accompanied him during the hardest time after being abandoned. If it was just a love song confession, Su Yang still reluctantly accepted it as fulfilling a dream of the original owner. But tricking someone into selling her roses? What the hell is this? This mission directly broke Su Yang's entire defense. He was still more or less unconvinced by the netizens calling him an animal for the things he did in the past. But today this is done. You have to slap yourself twice. Jo Siyu was an unusual existence to the original owner. The status even surpassed Jiang Yanyan for a time. If the other party was Jiang Yanyan, Su Yang wouldn't be so resistant. After all, Jiang Yanyan's character was windy and fiery, and still heartless. Even if you get pranked a bit, you can probably coax it out quickly. With her personality, she would even find it amusing. But Jo Siyu was different. Children raised in orphanages were introverted and sensitive, and if she didn't handle it well, the consequences would be severe. From memory, the original owner even confessed, but was rejected. For that reason they haven't even spoken to each other in almost 2 years. So this is the time to do this again? Su Yang was so embarrassed that he wanted to have a seizure. If you refuse the mission, the system will be automatically logged off. And here we go. Blood pressure's back up. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Su Yang still decided to be an animal for once. Treadmill. Give me a singing skill waiting for today, right? Just thinking of this possibility, Su Yang's face changed abruptly. If the skills gained from the raffle are all voodoo, playing games, old drivers, fighting, well, play him to death. But then again, it looks like he has one more draw he didn't use. Forget about it. Poetry in faraway places can only be found after the immediate past. Draw. As soon as the words left his mouth, a roulette wheel appeared in front of him. The roulette wheel is spinning at a high speed before the needle falls in one place. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, professional level fighting technique. When he saw the skill, Su Yang was still frozen for a moment. Isn't this thing available? Can you repeat the draw? But it soon dawned on him. Previously the draw was at the amateur level. Now the draw is at the professional level. More professional and more awesome. And the primary one from before didn't go to waste. It was directly converted into 10 points of physique and added to the attributes. It seems like it's okay if you look at it that way. Nope. Su Yang suddenly thought of this unproductive virtue of the system. Giving this now won't make me more resistant to beatings after I've been a bitch. System, doesn't your conscience hurt? Although he knew it was this possibility, Su Yang still chose to receive it. Otherwise you can't return it? Next, countless fighting techniques were poured into Su Yang's mind, all from basic breathing to specialized practical combat. And his body, too, had been further strengthened. From muscles to bones, as if they had been tempered, they were leaner and more powerful than before. With a wave of the hand, pust, the sound of breaking air rang in his ears. A punch of wind struck his face. I'll go. It's okay. The effect shocked even Su Yang. It was a bit of a turnoff just now. In this moment, he once again and again really smelled good. What man didn't have a dream of martial arts when he was young? Who hasn't fantasized about kicking the Nanshan home for the elderly and punching the North Sea kindergarten? Ugh. Nope. Wrong word. Start over. What man didn't have a dream of martial arts when he was young? Who hasn't fantasized about kicking a tiger in the South Mountain and punching a dragon in the North Sea? What's more, Su Yang was the kind of person who could juggle a set by picking up a wooden stick with his hands. This skill, very good. After harvesting the skill and attribute points, Su Yang opened the system panel. Name, Su Yang. Age, 22. Physical fitness, 105. Normal person 100. Intelligence, 102. Normal, 100. Face value, 110. Normal person 100. Eloquence, 110. Normal person 100. Reaction, 95. Normal person 100. Assets owned, bank balance of 1.2 million plus. Possesses skills, beginner game master. Veteran driver introduction. Professional level fighting technique. Master level singing. Other than that it's okay. It's all above normal. Just how did it take 95 to get this reaction? Su Yang didn't understand. It felt like his reaction wasn't slow. This one is not allowed. Su Yang thought that the reaction was the body's instinctive reaction. Similar to how fast the brain turns, how quickly the body reacts and so on. Unbeknownst to us, emotional responses are also in the realm of systematic statistics. At that exact moment, Jiang Yanyan sent him a message. Do you like yourself? What kind of inexplicable question is that? But Su Yang was also used to Jiang Nian Nian's occasional madness. Seeing it in seconds. Love it. Who doesn't still like themselves? Soon. Jiang Nian Nian's message sent over again. Still too. What a coincidence that we like the same person. And our relationship is? The question was even stranger, but it was hard to beat. Since they like the same person. This relationship? After thinking for half a second, Su Yang quickly struck out 2 words on the keyboard: love enemy. After drawing the prize, Su Yang was ready to start today's live broadcast. In order to avoid being screwed by the system, he also specifically checked the mission requirements. Good news. No sales pitch needed for success. Bad news. Even if you don't need the sales pitch to be successful, the roses prepared must be 999 or more. He definitely can't hold so many flowers by himself. He still has to find someone to carry them. Then this is very social death. And to add to the social death is that the singing must be accompanied by a stereo. Social death plus one more. If he remembered correctly, Joe Siyu's company was in the CBD Park, which was the city center of Magic City, surrounded by nothing but malls and office buildings. The foot traffic is huge. He's going to be dragging around a stereo and hugging roses and singing love songs in this setting? Social death plus another plus one. That feeling already makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. And so on. Su Yang thought of something even more terrifying. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and flipped through Joe Siyu's chat records. The last message was still 2 years ago. Yang, great. I passed the Star Power Trading internship. Seeing this company name, Su Yang's heart thumped. Hurriedly, he found Phone Ran's business card again. Star Power Trade Market Group 2 leader. Phone Ran, Cam. They're still in the same company. Social death again and again and again plus one. This buff stacks straight up. Plus one more who must be there for every live broadcast. Jiang Nian Nian. A social death bureau surrounded by acquaintances. Oh, that's just it. Those previous missions were outrageous enough. But in front of this, let's just say the lower limit is being constantly refreshed. It took another half an hour to organize his emotions before Su Yang opened the live broadcast. He didn't change the title of the broadcast room as he used to do when he opened the show. Mostly because he thought it was really embarrassing today and knew that his group of fans would tease him to death. With the idea that it would be less awkward for a moment, Su Yang was ready to change the title when things were ready. At this point, the live broadcast had just opened, and 100,000 people had instantly flooded in. The numbers are still soaring. Ho ho ho. First one. Melon sodas are ready to go. I didn't look in the restroom today. The smell was too much and I switched to the storage room. The locker room? That's where I got fired for seeing the manager and the receptionist kissing in the storage room. Crap. Then this is a great place. That's an unusual thought for you. Seeing so many sand-sculpted netizens, Su Yang was also secretly glad that he had made the right decision. Being flirted with by so many people, the gods can't carry it off. Netflix also found the headline unusual after a flurry of hot conversation. The title hasn't changed? Still the same job as yesterday? As soon as this pop-up floated out, the broadcast room came alive again. Anchor, this is no life? No life can be not whole law. Unbridled. How dare you slander the anchor? Eat my move. What slander? I'm just being honest. Isn't it normal for inspiration to dry up after so many anticlimactic and ruthless jobs the other day? Also, it's really hard to maintain this level of creativity on a daily basis. Don't use your thinking to speculate about the anchor. Even if the anchor is fun to make yesterday's job whole again, let your rightful owner come. I'm afraid you can't make a single one of them. That's right. Little cubs don't be toothless. Last time also said that the anchor can't work. Not still being hit in the face? Deliberate smears are uniformly treated as Zheng Data fans. Che, the truth can't even be heard. I'd like to see what other tricks this anchor can play today. There were many people who embraced Su Yang, but there were also many people who wanted to see him laugh. After all, it's only when he goes down that the other anchors have a chance. Although there are sensible fans who think what these people are saying might be true, but this is definitely not the time to admit it. And a group of Su Yang's fans are from the rice circle, and what they are best at is controlling comments. Other people have a point, so let's not talk about that. Anyway, the title hanging in Su Yang's live room was still yesterday's, so they started to brag about the effect of yesterday's live broadcast. Yesterday's gossip just killed me with laughter. I turned to my grandmother and told her about it, and straight away she lost her big teeth. Lost your grandmother's big teeth laughing, and you're quite dutiful. It's those 4-letter words that are the best. And now there's no little conflict in the whole neighborhood that I can't solve. Yeah, I was simply amazed to hear it yesterday. The anchor is so educated. He knows everything. You guys only know 4-letter words. Haven't you read the 8-letter words? That's the proper survival guide. Having watched and having used it, it's awfully strong as far as my mental state is concerned today. How many books does one have to read to be so well stocked? He's a treasure. Anchor, you are my god. Super loud. Love you. Beef heart. Anchor, I'll marry you. Upstairs. Your ID is male. What's wrong with male? Gender don't get stuck so dead. Vomit. You. Su Yang is on his way to buy flowers and a stereo. He witnessed the whole farce in the live room. Actually, it's true to say that he can't straighten out new jobs, because they are systematically straightened out. If he had to think for himself, he'd die trying to figure it out. But it would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched to see his fans defending him so much. But he didn't want to tell the content of today's live broadcast ahead of time just yet. Just now he was trying to embarrass himself a little later. Now, it's just pure bad taste. That he's got nothing new to do? Give them a big pile on later for a little shock. And Su Yang also originally did not intend to interact with netizens. But he couldn't help himself when he saw the pop-ups getting more and more outrageous. Seeing that someone complimented him for being cultured, Su Yang shamelessly took over the conversation smoothly. As long as you guys read more books, you can be just like me. Change the subject to prevent them from snapping any further. Otherwise he's you next. Su Yang's participation made the pop-up even more active. Read a book? Can't read a bit. I get sleepy when I do. Shake a grip upstairs. Fellow traveler. I only read little yellow books. Does this count? Such a serious live room. And you're actually looking at that stuff? Confiscate it all and mail it to me. That's a calculation I don't even care to say. You guys just don't live the whole thing. The anchor is taking you off course again with this good advice. But it's really hard to read a book. Reading a novel is okay. Looking at the pop-ups in front of him, Su Yang smiled. Let me recommend some books for you then. I believe you will be interested. Netizen, it's not necessary. Anchor, your starting point is good. But please don't start. Would you like to read Daddy's Not Home? Pure Little Mom's Hot? Netflix, hiss dash. I take back what I just said. Su Yang, there's always a villain trying to rob my master. Netflix, Uggo. That's a great name alone. Anchor's book recommendation must be good. Seeing this face-changing reaction of the netizens, the corner of Su Yang's mouth raised a bad smile, and said a few more titles of books that, leaving the mansion, I became the favored one of the abstinence president, the foster, the amorous cousin in love with me. The love-hate relationship of 3 women and 105 men. Let's all read these first. Let me know if it's good after you watch it. It so happened that Su Yang found a flower store at that time. While he went in to buy the flowers, the internet talked about it. Which platform is the book recommended by the anchor actually on? How can I not search? There's no physical store either. Are there any of these books or not? He didn't make up the title of the book himself, did he? Fixing Us? Well, 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 not screwing the living starts screwing the fans. Forget this anchor's virtues, he's always been an animal. This time you guys misunderstood the anchor, and you can't read it and blame yourselves for being uneducated. What's with the personal attacks? You're cultured, you say? Isn't the love-hate relationship between 3 women and 105 men the water margin? Naya. By this netizen's point, everyone else in the live broadcast room instantly reacted. The pop-ups wailed. There are always villains trying to steal my master. West, Journey to the West? Shit. Is the title of such an evocative book Journey to the West? So by leaving the mansion, I became the ascetic president's favorite? Gen AI. Cough cough cough. My heart. So dad's not home and innocent little mom is in love with me? Thunderstorm. Foster. Amorous cousin in love with me. Fuck. I know. It's Dream of the Red Chamber. Congratulations. It's all up for grabs. This beast, even the fans are whole. Why do you insult me in such a way? Just ask you why. This is rubbing my intelligence on the ground. Oh, I'm angry. And the consequences are dire. Why get angry? Anchor also just wants you guys to read more. Anchor, where are you? I'll go to you with half-hanging full insurance. The pop-up exploded. And Su Yang went around into the supermarket next door after buying the flowers. 10 minutes later, he came out dragging a stereo. By this time, 1,000 red roses were also ready. It took 3 people to carry it to Su Yang. Seeing this scene, the netizens who had been cursing a second ago all froze. Is the anchor going to confess his love? Before they could knock out a word to inquire, the title of the live feed suddenly changed. Today's live task, hold roses and go downstairs to the goddess's company to sing love songs. Wait for her to come downstairs and sell her roses. Netflix A? Netflix B? Netizen C? In order for the mission to go smoothly, Su Yang deliberately replaced Zhou Siyu's name with goddess in the title. I'm afraid I'll let the cat out of the bag and let the mission fail. And the explosive title managed to silence everyone in the broadcast room. Especially those who had just clamored that Su Yang couldn't straighten out a new job. Now collectively dumb. Wasn't it a dry spell of inspiration? Aren't you having a creative block? What is this now? To see what they themselves were just talking about. The whole job is anticlimactic enough. And what terrorized them even more was Su Yang's ability to drive the emotions of netizens with a casual remark, getting everyone on the air to follow him and interact positively. Even unsuspecting sailors or little hacks can be taken in his stride. It means nothing. This meant that as long as Su Yang wanted to, his live room could always remain active. The platform's traffic distribution is based on whether you are active in your live room and have a high volume of pop-ups. No, by Su Yang, only 100,000 people at the start of the broadcast, but now it had already exceeded 1 million. That alone is an existence that many anchors can't achieve. What's more, Su Yang is so good at the whole job. Just the title. Even they wanted to applaud when they looked at it. Black can't move. It can't move at all. At this point in the live broadcast, the pop-up screen boiled up again after a short period of silence. OMG. Help. That headline just kills me. Ha 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 ha. Against the heavens, this person is already shivering. Just looking at the title of this one. I've got my toes in a 3-bedroom apartment. Lao Tai. Really don't be too outrageous. Holding a rose in your hand and singing a love song. Anyone would feel like confessing their love, but you're doing it to sell roses. Is this what people do? I'll ask you how you can say that? This job has shocked the blacks, hasn't it? They're all silent? Anchor, it doesn't matter. I'll take a shot. Blackie, it doesn't matter. I'll be at the funeral. Goddess, it doesn't matter. I'll throw a punch. Their focus shifted again when a netizen in the pop-up said this. Wait, who's the goddess? Is it the anchor's crush? What about sister-in-law? I'm going to get my CP split? Don't panic. Is there a possibility that the goddess is the sister-in-law? Crap. If it's the sister-in-law, Zhang Yan is going to be on camera again. I'll blow up first. Oh, why did you do this to my goddess? Don't, quickly, love, point, don't, hurt, think, look. I don't think it's my sister-in-law. We all know that my sister-in-law will be watching the live broadcast. If she knows that she still can't run away? Shit. Young brains are good. You're making some damn good points. What? My sister-in-law watches live streams? Then I'm watching the same live stream as her. Rounding up to her watching it with me. What causes you to be so restrained in your dreams? Be bold. You're together. There's still a difference between being wishy-washy and being delusional. The pop-ups are numb. Zhang Yan in front of her cell phone was staring blankly at the screen. Is it me? Gee, that's kinda embarrassing. Zhang Yan was frantically thinking. But after thinking about it, he became serious again. This beast can't be. Just by the fact that he wanted to be a love rival with himself you could tell that straight male attribute couldn't even hold down a coffin board. But, what if? Zhang Yan was torn again. Stick your chin up and start fantasizing. The afternoon sun was shining just right, and he was standing on the floor of the office. A beam of light hit his angular face just right. At this moment, he had a smile on his face and a smile at the corners of his mouth. People came and went around him, while his gaze remained deep and steadfastly fixed ahead. That's when a big stereo was dragged out of nowhere. Shit. And if that's when he clutches a bouquet of dirt cheap red roses and mouths a song about mice loving rice? Just the thought of it sent a nasty chill straight from the soles of his feet to his head. Zhang Yan's small fists were clenched tightly. No problem playing awkwardly in private. Don't blame her for a one-handed chokehold and crotch kick if you blatantly play like that. Besides, just Su Yang's cockney voice. Others are off-key. He's off-key in one sentence. Better to torture someone else. Zhang Yan was completely giving up on this daydream. This stupid nephew. Half a day of temporary extinction. But Feng Ran on the other side was also caught off guard by Su Yang's live content. She suspected it was herself, too. Although she had a favorable impression of Su Yang beyond the average male, it wasn't to the point where she wanted to confess her feelings. And what kind of confession is that? Showing up is very community dead. I don't dare to think about what words can come out of the company if Su Yang makes such a mess. Vaughn tried to convince himself that he was being self-serving. However, when they saw what Su Yang was going for, they still got nervous all of a sudden. Isn't this the location of your own company? I should have known not to tell him the address yesterday. What now? Not what to do. Feng Ran made up her mind. Even if Su Yang sang her throat out downstairs in a while, she would not go down. It's decided. At the same time, Su Yang moved both the roses and the stereo to Zhou Siyu's company downstairs with the help of the store clerk. Not bad. Handsome. Good luck with your confession. The clerk also cheerfully blessed Su Yang after helping. Oh, I thank you all. Although he was thanking on his lips, Su Yang's heart was simply more bitter than eating yellow fever, because it's exactly just after 12, which is the end of the day. The office building was full of handsome men and women out foraging for food, just in time for the crowds. The shock of 1,000 roses appearing at this point is no less than someone running around naked. He'd only been standing here for less than 5 minutes and already several people had stopped for him. Su Yang was embarrassed. And the people who stayed clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the problem and happily watched the fun. But awkward as it is, what's done is done. Just to see Su Yang dragging his stereo out, he shines. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. He's coming, he's coming. He's coming with his stereo. There should be BGM here. This I can do. Dong dong, I don't know how to play the song and learn to play the song Agar how to swing you how to swing. Crap. Hard Control debuted. My JNA, the ENA, the DNA is starting to move. Shouldn't I be carrying something at this time? That's a must. Carrying things is the soul. And those who don't have anything to carry can come over and carry cement for me. The music stops quickly. I'm on the toilet and it's hard to get a clip. Treadmill bunch of retards. Cerebral music can get you all high like this. Turn it up. You can't hear it in the back. Psychiatric director, this medicine can't be stopped. Weak question. To join you guys, do I need to submit a resume or do I need to submit a medical history? Ha 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 ha. Crack me up laughing. The netizens in the live room were numb. And Su Yang was still preparing in an organized manner. Those 1,000 roses were gorgeous and spectacular when they were beautifully wrapped. And in the center of the bouquet, Su Yang had the clerk arrange Zhou Siyu's name with pink roses. In a moment, if you just remove the thin veil on top, you will be able to clearly see who the person being confessed to is. After all, he had come under the guise of confessing his love, too, so he couldn't just pull up his voice and shout. He still has to sing. By the way, the system requires to also sing with a rose. It's impossible to hold this pile. It's okay to take one. And so you see a picture like this. Su Yang was holding a mic in his left hand and a rose in his right hand. Incredibly flirtatious. She stood before a large cluster of roses. The surrounding melon eaters originally didn't understand what Su Yang was trying to do, but after seeing this scene, their eyes lit up and instantly became excited. So it's a confession. It's a big hoot. Keep in mind that the vast majority of these people around here are young people in their 20s and 30s. Their favorite thing to do is to eat melon and chat about gossip. Confessions are something you may have seen in TV shows or short videos, but in reality it's rare to see at all. Now that I've come across it, it's a sight to behold. The youngsters watch the action, provide a full dose of emotional value, and act as an atmospheric group presence. Amidst their yelling, the number of onlookers on the road grew. They formed a circle with Su Yang as the center. The scene was nothing short of hilarious. Seeing that the passers-by were kept in the dark, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't live without laughing one after another. Ha 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 ha. They don't think the anchor is going to confess. With that kind of show, anyone who came would think it was a confession. Except, of course, a brute like the anchor. When they see in a while that the anchors are there to sell roses, they must have a particularly good look on their faces. I can't. I'm actually more nervous than they are. This embarrassment for people thing of mine, it's gotten a little worse lately. Come on, let's ask the anchor to give them a little shock. Who breath? I'm ready. Anchor on. Those who know, are you watching live? Those who don't, think you're about to offer yourself. It's not impossible. Come on. It's cheap. The netizens were looking forward to it, and Fong ran upstairs, had his heart beating faster when he saw the scene. One will sing and sell her roses. It's really too social to die. Help! She no longer knew what to do. The tips of his ears had gone red with impatience. One can only keep praying in one's heart that it is not oneself. It must not be oneself. While Fong Ran was praying, she happened to see Su Yan lifting the tool off the rose. Upon seeing the name on it, the redness at the tips of his ears spread to his entire face. No, it's not me. Oh, not me. Great. She seemed to be happy, but upon closer listening, it wasn't hard to detect a hint of disappointment in her tone. Disappointed in what? She doesn't really understand it either. However, being pranked a little wasn't out of the question if she had to choose. Seeing that it had nothing to do with him, Fong Ran wanted to wind down and work hard, but at the moment she was in a somewhat irritable mood and couldn't get anything done. Solely follow along and watch the fun. She probably also wanted to know what the person Su Yan wanted to confess to look like. Chao Si Wu? Why is the name so familiar? Fong Ran had mixed emotions, and the onlookers downstairs were agitated because they were in the first line of eating. Wow. I actually get to watch someone confess live. It's so romantic. I'm going to videotape it and show it to my boyfriend so he can study it too. This girl named Zhou Siyu is also too happy. The boy chasing her is also handsome. When can I have this sweet love? And I wonder what company this beauty belongs to. We all use the habit of calling them by their English names on our side. Otherwise we would have been able to find out which one it was. Whatever she is, she'll be out in a minute. It's so exciting. Together. The people eating around them were more impatient than the main man. Before Su Yang could do anything, their uproar had already risen in waves, alarmed the police. But instead of dispersing the crowd, the police came over and began to help keep order, maintaining order while still looking at Su Yang with an anti-smile on her face, as if to say, he was once crazy about love when he was young. The netizens in the live room were already laughing uncontrollably, and now that they saw the reaction of the passers-by, they were laughing even more. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. This wave is really a precision sales pitch. I swear on my life on the fourth floor that anyone here who watches the anchor's tawdry maneuvers will definitely be psychologized about confessions. You're noble. You're marvelous. And you swear on my life? Is it hard to use your own when human life is at stake? Fuck. What a day. In such a joyful live room you guys can actually argue. You each take a step back. The third floor goes to say dog. The fourth floor swears with his life. Those who argued and those who didn't were silent. The anchor's mental state was already worrisome. I didn't realize you guys were even better. I only sympathize with Joe Siu now. That's the anchor's personal behavior. It has nothing to do with us. Netizens in the frantic play Terrier whole live. Some people found that there is a man in the crowd in an abnormal state. Everyone else was looking on with big teeth, but he had a serious look on his face, like he'd been constipated for 3 days. This anomaly immediately caused a new round of discussion among the netizens in the live broadcast. What's that kid doing? Why does he look like someone dug up his family's ancestral grave? The last time I saw that look was when my friend was green. Not to mention, it's really like being cuckolded. By the way, when did your friend get cuckolded? Last week Tuesday night at 11 p.m. at the New Skin Hotel. Fuck, brother, how can you reveal someone's scars? But now that I've said it, let's expand on it. You also have just a few qualities, but not many. Do you guys think there's a possibility that this guy is Joe Siu's husband? The appearance of this pop-up was like a thunderous flash, hitting the deepest part of all netizens' hearts. They all unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. The pop-up exploded after a few seconds of silence. Crap, play that big? Even if you confess to someone else's wife? Where are the qualities? I don't understand but am greatly shocked. Pinch, oxygen. I can't carry it. Bastard. Won't your conscience hurt if you do this? It's so damned exciting to be caught red-handed by someone's husband. Anchor, you're the one who made a fool of yourself. Don't blame us if you get beaten up later. Take a beating and report my name. And the other guy might hit a little harder for my sake. The netizens' banter kept rolling in front of Su Yang's eyes, and he unconsciously looked toward the man. And when he looked, the man was glaring viciously at him. Frightened, Su Yang's neck shrank. It wasn't that he was afraid. It was mainly because he had a preconceived notion that this man was Joe Siu's new husband. After all, they hadn't been in touch for 2 years. If that's true, then he's being a bit unkind in this now. But on further reflection it didn't seem possible. If you were really Joe Siu's husband, could you still endure the drama? Should have come over to him a long time ago for a one-on-one. It doesn't seem to be the husband, not a boyfriend either. The famous ones won't be so indifferent. Therefore, Su Yang judged that this person was at most an admirer of Joe Siu. Just as Su Yang had guessed, the man's name was Qin Hao, and he was Joe Siu's co-worker, also a crush on her. After lunch, when he saw that there was a bustle, Qin Hao wanted to come and spectate. I didn't expect to run into someone confessing to a girl he likes. Girls like Joe Siu are the most sought-after candidates for wives nowadays. Her frugal, hard-working and orphanage-raised background also led her to be very family-oriented. This kind of girl married back must be a good wife and mother. Unlike some women every day for the sky and the earth to make trouble. So that people do not have a clean. It's good enough to have those qualities. The point is that Joe Siu is still good-looking. Innocent, to be precise. Kind of like a milkshake. Girls with this kind of looks are not aggressive and not only get along with girls, but are also especially popular with boys. Several well-endowed male co-workers in the company have pursued her. Unfortunately, they were all rejected one by one. Joe Siu was the typical kind of girl who was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. And because of that, he was attracted. Just don't dare to pursue it. Now that he saw that Su Yang was going to confess to the person he liked, Qin Hao was instinctively filled with hostility. But on second thought, it's good to confess. Making such a big deal out of it is nothing more than trying to moralize. And Joe Siu would definitely not agree. As long as she herself came to the rescue when Joe Siu was in trouble, wouldn't that make oneself more desirable and more hopeful? If he thought about it this way, Qin Hao's heart felt a lot more comfortable, and he was also content to watch the fun. Feel that hostile look gone. Su Yang was still wondering and shrugged, but he didn't have the time to speculate on the other party's thoughts. After all, it's not like you're really confessing. When all this was ready, Su Yang turned on the stereo. The passers-by were shocked again at the sight. Sending flowers isn't enough, but with singing? So romantic. Singing well is romantic. Singing badly is a car crash. It's all about attitude, whether he sings well or not. Harm. A boyfriend who's willing to go to the trouble for you is always someone else's. Envious. I want to have a great relationship. My parents didn't allow it when I was young, and now my husband doesn't allow it. It's so annoying. The eating crowd at the site seemed to be looking forward to it, but the netizens on the air were not so optimistic. Take my advice. Run away quickly. Everyone here take care to keep your fingers on the volume control buttons so that the sound can be turned off at any time. The killer squeal is coming soon. Attention! This is not a drill. This is not a drill. No way. Is it that hard for the anchor to sing? Do you think he could be a whole live anchor if he sings well? That's true. And how bad is his singing? It's not that hard to hear. Is it? That damage is just like Gao Jianli's already 6 godly outfits. Ha 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 ha. You guys do describe it. Then what are you waiting for? Run. It's okay if I don't describe it, but when I do I'd fucking love to hear about it. All the young men in this class carry more or less a backbone. Come on. I'm out of magic resistance and don't fear any magic damage. Just when the netizens were valiantly going to their deaths and the onlookers were expecting it, Su Yang picked up the microphone and gently fed it twice. The sound is good. Last time, if I had this stereo, I would have sung high and low and cried for those 5 princesses. But what song to sing? When Su Yang was troubled by this, a string of song lists suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. With a careful scan, Su Yang's face darkened. I knew the dog system was up to no good. Mice love rice? Lost the happy piggy? A love sale? Heartbreaker? What era of song list is this? Old and rustic. You haven't updated your song library in all these years? Su Yang had just finished silently spitting, but he didn't expect the system to actually talk back. Where is the old? So many years has been these songs. Do not open your eyes. We when the system is difficult. More to find their own reasons. Have not sung properly. Have not paid attention to the new song release. The first time he saw the system like this, Su Yang was still frozen for a moment. Okay. It's his problem. Blame him. Typical of you to be lazy and make excuses. These were songs he didn't want to sing, so he had to find one he liked. It had to be said that Su Yang still took the mission seriously. He could have just sung a couple of songs, but he chose to do his best. Of course, the first thing to rule out is that the mission itself doesn't do the job. God's POV networker can't rule out one thing. Beast. Su Yang thought about it and chose an old song that he liked better and tuned out the musical accompaniment. As a familiar melody slowly drifted out, silence fell around them. Su Yang also picked up the microphone and lightly beat along with the rhythm. The people around them all looked expectant. Only Qin Hao, who was originally happily watching the joke, but after hearing this melody, his eyes were almost glazed over. Are you sure about this? At this point in the broadcast. Crap. Sing this? Aha. Don't sing that. You're ruining the classic for me. The point is, you're stepping on a confession. How do you sing about forgetting an old love? Show. You do pick the tunes. How can you choose a confession balloon or a little lucky one like this to confess your love? Picking this one? You guys don't get it. The anchor tries to play the nostalgia card to make his roses sell more. Holy shit. Ha 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 ha. If you didn't tell me I forgot he was just a flower seller. It's hard to sing this song with flavor, but the anchor doesn't have any trouble with that. When he opens his mouth others don't even know what song he's singing. Other people sing for money. Anchors sing for their lives. Netizens are extremely tuned in to their instincts. And the focus of their flirting naturally Su Yang chose the song Love Is Not a Choice. It wasn't that Su Yang wanted to choose this song. It was mainly because he didn't know much. This song is one of the few love songs he never tires of hearing. As for whether it's for confessions or for remembering old lovers, he couldn't care less. Just have it. What do you need a bike for? It's better to sing this song than to sing Mouse Loves Rice. That's too blunt. It may be okay when he sings, but he's going to end up selling roses. If he really sang, Su Yang could not guarantee that Zhou Siyu would not cut him with a knife. At this moment, he finally understood why the system was giving him fighting skills and adding body mass. Turns out it was for him to save his life. The intro to this song is a full 20 seconds or so. The old classics are already great from the intro. In the pop-ups, the flirting was gradually replaced by the emotions brought by the songs. It's still the old songs that have flavor and you never get tired of hearing them. This song was literally the spiritual food of my youth. How pure the feelings used to be, and how instantly I felt old. At first listen it's long hair, but then it's all over the place. First heard as a virgin, then heard again as a mother of 2, mixed in with something weird. Nice guy, shocked me twice in one sentence. Let's not play the melodramatic bit in this live room. It doesn't incite a bit. Listen to the song and let the anchor's voice, which has been in the sauerkraut tank for 3 days, wash over you. Finally, with all eyes on us, the prelude ended. Su Yang took a deep breath and began to sing. It's hard to forget, meeting you for the first time, with a pair of mesmerizing eyes. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone around him nearly fell to their knees. How can it sound so good? The original song was deeply melancholic and full of regret, but Su Yang's voice was full of longing and beauty. It was like going back to that summer. The breeze is just right and the sun is not dry. It was just a normal school afternoon. He had just finished playing soccer and she had just finished her class, rubbing shoulders at the corner of the stairs. Obviously both pretended not to look at each other, but after a few steps they both turned back in silent agreement. The moment his eyes met, a heartbeat missed half a beat, a stair-stepping misses a frame. After smiling shyly at each other, they hurried away again, as if there were no intersections, but they know each other. That glance brightened their entire youth. Su Yang's voice was hot and deep, bringing people back to that time, and everyone was immersed. In the back of my mind, you're a figure that won't go away. It's really kind of breathtaking to hold your hands and feel your tenderness, your naivety. I want to cherish. The sight of you being wronged will break my heart. Only after the first few lines of the song, without even going into the chorus, the surroundings had become extremely quiet. The crowd was directly confused in place, and it was hard to believe that the song was performed live. The most unbelievable one was still Chin Hao, who comically rubbed his ears as if he was making sure if he was hallucinating. After making sure it wasn't, his mouth dropped open again in shock. No, buddy, are you that strong? Thought he was ready for a joke with his poor song choice, but his vocals can make you completely ignore the song itself. Give him even a children's song, and it's probably a horribly deep rendition. Mud. The competition is getting stronger. At this point in the live broadcast, the pop-up screen, after a moment's pause, also exploded as a whole. No! Someone tell me if this is true. Open mouth kneeling. Is this the level a funny anchor can be at? It makes my head spin to hear it without a little joke. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. Tramp. Who the hell is rumoring that the anchor can't sing? And this is still called can't? Then you tell me, what do you mean by can? Sometimes watching a livestream really makes you want to call the police. To have this level of skill and actually rely on the whole job to please fans. I'm just crying. He's so in love. The netizens who had just flirted with Su Yang were all slapped in the face at the moment. Especially the one who said that Su Yang's singing damage was as if he was in Gao Jinli's 6 godly outfits. His face was almost swollen. He really didn't know. Every live broadcast must be watched. Not to mention singing, not even humming a couple of lines ever. So he instinctively felt that Su Yang should not be able to sing. After all, who's going to be a whole life anchor if they have this mastery? The netizen was so aggrieved that he started banging on his keyboard to vent his frustration in the pop-up. Aha! Liar! You just did it on purpose. The netizen also just shouted out his heart, but he didn't realize that there were many other netizens who thought the same way as him. Naya, I just wanted to see you play awkwardly, and you end up putting me on talent? Still not letting people live. Refund your ticket. Your grandpa's ticket must be refunded. I can't accept people who are better than me. Take down, disown, and say they're going to step back in. The first person in the anchor world to flip on talent. Shit, no more watching. Guys, I'll go first. The netizens on the air were staggering, saying they were going to leave, saying they were going to take off. Made the Waterboys and the Blacks laugh. Thought Su Yang would just fall into obscurity. But I didn't expect this group of netizens to just get high on their mouths. Not only did no one take off their powder, but with them spitting in such a rowdy manner, the heat in the live room was soaring wildly. The number of people online surpassed 2 million. Fans surpassed 3 million. There are all kinds of gifts that are even more brushed up. Number 1 on the hot list. Top 5 gift list. That's still what was achieved with those super duper dirtbags not coming off the field. This reverse maneuver made the sailors and blacks just happy for 2 seconds. And B-face collapsed. To not be so counterintuitive. But the most shocking thing was not the netizens, not the passers-by, but Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan is a singer herself, or a gifted singer recognized in the industry. But at that moment she put away her usual mischievousness and became serious and grave. And her pretty eyes had long been filled with shock. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Other people would only think that Su Yang's voice was good, sang with emotion, and could bring people deeply into that atmosphere. However, Jiang Yanyan is a talented musician who knows how to sing well. She could tell that Su Yang's strength had reached a terrifying height. The bottom end is strong, the breath is smooth, the transition between true and false tones is smooth, and it's still expertly articulated using the chest cavity. She even heard a very faint American singing voice in the timbre. How difficult such a fusion was Jiang Yanyan could know too well. Incorporating Americana vocals to add richness to a lyrical song is a vocal technique used only by many great masters. It's easy to roll over if you're not careful. Spare herself the trouble of trying it. However, Now Su Yang did it with ease, and that degree of catching on was simply simpler than eating. This caused Jiang Nian to be struck by the whole thing. His own talent was already very unbelievable, but he didn't expect such a freak like Su Yang to appear again. Most of all, he even hid it from himself. Aren't they the best in the world? Jiang Nian was angry, and her way of venting was to furiously swipe gifts at Su Yang's live broadcast. I told you to lie to me. Sini hit you with money. Su Yang's song made more and more people around him. The midday sun was strong, but these people didn't want to leave even in the hot sun. Some people even brought small ponies and hugged half a watermelon while eating. The true eater shines into reality. And where Su Yang was standing, there happened to be a halo of light enveloping him. It made his whole body seem to glow and stunned many. Oh my god, that's so cool. I don't know which way to kowtow to have a boyfriend like that. I hope he fails in his confession so I have a chance. Don't dream. A man like that won't be your turn. Hey, it's not okay to dream. Excellent outward appearance, soulful singing, and 1,000 roses of romance at a stroke. Such men are most popular with unsophisticated girls. Several of the girls around them had a florid look on their faces. This also filled them with a strong sense of jealousy towards Josiu, who had yet to appear. And Su Yang's song continues. What a reason that I should meet you again. I really don't want to. Just fall into the trap of love dash. The chorus hasn't even started yet, and many are already shaken by the heart-touching lyrics. The tangled feeling of wanting to love but not daring to love. Wanting to get closer but not daring to get closer was sung by him in the best possible way. Many red eyes were heard. Who does not have a white moonlight in his heart, and who has not been in love? Where are the people you liked in your youth now? Would it have ended differently if I had tried harder? The thought of it makes the noses of many people sour. Nowadays, short videos are hot, and you often brush up on warriors who are charging for love. They still feel ridiculous when they watch it, but it was at this point that I realized how much courage it took. If they go back to the old days, they will probably not hesitate to choose to charge for love once, so that their youth will not have any regrets. Unfortunately, it's already too late. They were late, but now there was a man in front of them who was doing just that. He was so focused, so deep, it's like your younger self. At this moment, everyone unconsciously cheered for Su Yang. The support is for him and for his younger self. The passers-by around were touched, but the netizens in the live broadcast room are always clear-minded. Even if the atmosphere is so well rendered, they are still oil and salt. Wise men don't fall in love. TW belongs to ZG. When this slogan was shouted, those netizens who had just been immersed suddenly came to their senses. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog until you end up with nothing. It's most important for young people to get money. When you have money, can love be far away? It is recommended that you throw any love brains that grow in the trash and remember to separate your trash into red buckets. So close to catching love. Check the anchor. He's so licked. He must have a history. No need to look it up. Singing so deeply. Definitely the evergreen in Lickspill. The top dog in Joker. The mascot in McDonald's. And the big boss in Gotham City. Still the boiling goat of the Goat Village. The big and small king in poker. You're king in Gotham City. And you're the strongest in the circus. Get out and don't say you're my fan. Yuck. Don't say I'm your fan. Netizens have a herd mentality. If one person starts trolling, everyone else will follow closely. The formation was pretty damn consistent. Looking at Su Yang, he almost got distracted and ran out of tune. Good thing someone helped him get back in the game. Who wants to be a lickspittle if they don't really like it? A sentence that silenced all the netizens dry. The flirting was gone. Su Yang was satisfied with the effect that these words brought, although the meaning was not what he wanted. Not a big problem though. Without the netizens messing around, Su Yang focused his mind on singing. The climax is coming. I'm only afraid I'll fall in love with you myself. When he heard this, silence fell around him once again. The best part of the whole song. Jiang Nian's little hand that was rewarding her couldn't help but stop. Hold your breath and listen carefully. The strength that Su Yang had embodied in the first half of his life was already unquestionable. But the key to seeing the caliber of a person is also the climax. If the front was a small bridge and flowing water, then it is now the rushing yellow river. Whether or not you can emotionally blow up depends on now. This, too, is the hardest part of the song. Finally, I'm only afraid I'll fall in love with you myself and shouldn't let myself get too close. I'm afraid there's nothing I can give you, and it takes a lot of courage to love you. At this time, Su Yang steeply changed his breath. The others didn't notice, but Jiang Nian was so startled that she stood up. Is there any way to change your breath while lifting the tune? You're not afraid of. I was just about to say that this would break the sound and cause a singing accident, but the next second, Su Yang then used his strength to give her the answer. Not only did it not break sound, he also used his special singing skills to make the song come out in a more moving way. Hearing Zhang Yanyan's scalp went numb. It's simply incredible. She no longer knew how to describe it. It took half a day of stifling to manage to get those 4 words out. Su Yang's singing skills had reached a level she couldn't comprehend. Even if she has discarded all the emotions the song brings to the table to focus only on the technique, she can still be captivated. That's real music. It's also a real showstopper. All skillful, yet blended exceptionally silky smooth. Insiders and outsiders alike will be bowled over by such a song, bringing back memories. I'm only afraid I'll fall in love with you myself, and maybe one day I won't be able to help it. Missing has only made myself bitter, and falling in love with you was something I had to do. End of song. No sound came out of Su Yang's microphone anymore, but everyone felt that the song was still echoing in their ears. The netizens who had just teased Su Yang about being a dog licker also fell silent collectively. All they see at this point is a man with a lot of love. Stars movies have satirized everything but love. This is the moment when they have the most tangible experience. Su Yang put down the microphone and there was a dead silence around him. Moved, saddened, immersed, all sorts of emotions abound. For a moment, the eating crowd around them forgot to react. After a long time, the first applause rang out. It was sent by Qin Hao. Originally, he was the one who least hoped for Su Yang's success, but now surprisingly, he was also the first one to lead the applause. And then, ripple effects emerge. Together, 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 a mountain of voices came. The onlookers at this point all looked back, and the emotional ones even shed tears. For a while, applause and shouts instantly filled the entire square. Emotions were lit right up. At this time, the live broadcast room, also in this instant, completely exploded. Nima, actually sang to Master crying. I cried too. My makeup is smeared. The anchor lost money. What's it to do with the anchor if you cried listening to the song? What's the matter with the anchor? How do you talk? Taking a step back. Isn't the anchor responsible? So, taking 100,000 steps back, the netizens who watched the live stream are to blame? Anchor, 6. Netflix, 6. Don't pull those have-nots. There's a word for it. The anchor this singing, absolutely mentor level. Yeah, I'm the music student, and he sings better than my teacher. Bastard. Even if he is handsome, he sings so well. Isn't this pushing his brothers to the brink of extinction? Good-looking skin. He has it. Interesting soul. He's got that too, and now he's singing so well. Fuck. No more living. Is it hard to admit that someone else is good? I just think it's nice. Such a nice song. It's making my ears pregnant. That's right. My wife and I haven't been able to conceive a child in 5 years. And just now, after listening to this song, she said she's pregnant. Dude, you're all green and grassy and you're watching it live. I'm fucking laughing straight to death. Is that pregnancy of hers the same thing as this pregnancy of yours? Ha 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 ha. You can still eat melon when you watch a live broadcast. Rest in peace, brother. Your wife is taken care of. Su Yang's song moved countless people, but for the netizens in the live broadcast room, after the shock, it was just that, and the picture style of the pop-up screen gradually became sandy. Still, someone else got to the point. No, the anchor sang people's little girls to tears. Why didn't the female piggyback show up? Yeah, where's the confession? Confess your ass. You re-stroke. The anchor is here to confess? Su Yang's tawdry maneuver was so heaven-defying that it made the netizens once again forget what he was here for. It was only after this reminder that they realized with hindsight that it had been Su Yang who had been singing the monologue. The main man hasn't even shown up yet. The discovery caused the pop-up to blow up again. Crap. I just remembered when you said that. Focused on listening to the song. Directly forget about this. You stepped on the horse to sell a rose. Singing so deep for what? Ha 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 ha. This live effect is really pulling full circle. Say, why isn't that girl coming down yet? She's not afraid, is she? It's good to be afraid. So let the anchor keep singing and we'll just listen to a concert. Brother doesn't watch in vain. Brother gives you credit. No, I still want that girl to show up. It's hard for me not to see an ending to something this awkward. Yeah, my sister can't stand not seeing the end. What's your sister's business? Wrong type? I can't take it. At this moment, located on the 15th floor of this building, an office somewhere in Star Power Trading, there was a girl with a high ponytail sitting in front of a computer. A simple white shirt and 7/4 pants with a half-height heel showing off her delicate ankles. Her whole demeanor is clean and gentle. It made you feel like you could be healed for a short time even just by staying next to her. Of course, the first thing that had to be ignored was the strangely ugly pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of her tiny nose. The glasses, they literally sealed her face. SNNY. Please, no glasses. I happen to be nearsighted. Lend me a strap. A female coworker couldn't look away and took the glasses when she wasn't looking. For a moment, several people around them looked over. Some of them even made an exaggerated wow sound. It was true that Jo Siyu's face value was not such that her co-workers reacted this way, but there was no way she was well liked and her co-workers were willing to support her. But in the eyes of the vast majority of people, she was already considered beautiful. Hair is soft and shiny without coloring or perming. Fair skin. Standard almond eyes. The bridge of the nose is not high, but also exquisite and small. Not a big fan of makeup. Usually wear a lipstick at most. Because of this, the feeling she gave off could be described in one sentence: clear water out of a hibiscus. Not a first-look beauty, but very durable, and the more you look at it, the better it gets. Mimi, stop it. Jo Siyu wanted to go get her glasses back, but her co-worker had already taken a step ahead of her and set them on the bridge of her nose and looked down. Wowza. It's so busy down there. It looks like someone is proposing. That's not a proposal, that's a confession. Another co-worker got involved. This office was full of girls, and such gossip naturally caught their attention. Seeing that the glasses were not coming back for the time being, Jo Siyu also let them take it to play for a while. It's not a degree anyway, so it doesn't hurt to wear it for a while. And she herself continued to busy herself with the business at hand. Jo Siyu's workstation was by the window, and she had long heard the commotion downstairs. It's just that she's the kind of person who doesn't like to get into the action, and she had no desire to take a look at it from the moment she found out about it. She did hear that song from the beginning to the end, though. Nice singing, I must say. Even if her personality was so cold, she was still driven up in waves by the emotions in the song. But that's only for songs. Instead, her co-workers were more interested. What a confession! And such a big bouquet of roses. What's that word in the center of the rose? It's hard to see. SNNY. The glasses are as good as not wearing them. These glasses of hers were only meant to be decorative. They seem to be written in Chinese characters, and with our floors being so high, it's really hard to see without some eyesight. Written Chinese name. It seems that this handsome man did not do a good job of investigation. Many companies on our site who enter the job to give themselves an English name. Not a particularly good relationship. Press simply do not know what the Chinese name of others. No way. I knew your Chinese name. Zhang Suihua. Laughing at me, huh? I know you too. Co Jiao Di. The two co-workers fought instantly. At this point, someone suggested, why don't we go down and watch? This can be had. There was an immediate response. Before they left they looked at Jo Siyu. SNNY. Want to come along? Don't work during your lunch break. Hearing this, Jo Siyu raised her head. No need. You guys go ahead. Rejected. These female co-workers didn't react much. After all, they all knew that Jo Siyu was such a character. However, Su Yang downstairs began to get anxious. Why isn't it coming down after one song? Afraid they wouldn't know who he was looking for. He had deliberately written his name in the rose. Even if Jo Siyu couldn't see it, it was time for her co-workers to come down if they saw a reminder. Su Yang had indeed thought it through, but he had overlooked some small details. For example, this side of the corporate culture doesn't use its real name. Then again, several of Jo Siyu's co-workers couldn't put together a good pair of eyes. I can't blame them. 1,000 roses look pretty big down there, but looking down from the 15th floor, you can't read the words without a 2.0 vision. Just like that by mistake, Su Yang was in misery. After waiting for another 2 minutes, I still didn't see Jo Siyu come down. Su Yang was even more anxious. The mission requirement is to wait for Jo Siyu to come downstairs with roses singing a love song and then sell her roses. If people don't show up, he has to keep singing. Who the hell can handle that? It wasn't that singing couldn't carry the day. It was that the songs Su Yang could sing were really limited. One more song he really wasn't sure he'd be able to sing in its entirety. The song list provided by the system does show the lyrics, but which of those songs are singable? He didn't want to sing about mice loving rice. There are limits to social death. Su Yang's side resisted to death, but it was as if the people around him hadn't heard enough and kept yelling one more song. Some of the ones that don't have a sense of boundaries yet start ordering songs. Infatuation is absolute. The moon represents my heart. Love and death. I don't know if they did it on purpose or not, but earlier they were shouting at each other. But then they all shouted the same song in unison, Die for Love. These guys do pick their songs, and pick the hardest one. This is so much more difficult than love is not an option. It's all about watching what's going on. Good thing he has skills on his side. Singing is no problem, but he can't remember the words. In this day and age of the internet and the ability to do anything, that excuse really doesn't cut it. Su Yang compromised. Well, don't mind if I sing along with the lyrics. A boy got a rise out of that just as soon as it was said. Don't mind. If you really can't remember, I can lead you in the song. Young man, this is a good starting point for you, but please don't start yet. Think he's in an open-air karaoke bar. Su Yang didn't take care of him, and took out his cell phone and started do lyrics on his own. Seeing him about to sing again, the crowd stirred again. One is looking forward to it. Even Chin Hao was no exception. The main reason was that Su Yang's singing had really given him too much of a shock. It's simply straight from the heart. It made him partially eager to hear another one. And there were many others who had the same idea as him. Except for Jiang Yanyan. Is he crazy? How hard is this song he doesn't know? Jiang Yanyan was in a whole lot of shock plus confused. Saying it's hard is already subtle. This song is just sick. Looking at the entire Chinese music scene, one can count on one hand the number of people who can perform this song in its entirety live. Because the highest note of the whole song gets up to D3. What's the concept of D3? That's the true vocal limit for guys. It's fine if that's all there is to it. A bit of singing ability to spell it out still barely makes it up there. But the hardest part of the song is its chorus, the C3 high note that needs to be sustained. This requires huge lung capacity to support. You know, lung capacity can't be trained in a day or two. She didn't believe Su Yang would practice this every day. As soon as she thought of this, Jiang Yanyan instinctively began to worry about Su Yang. And at this time in the live broadcast room, the netizens were in a whole mess when they heard Su Yang was going to sing this song. No, anchor, you sing this? That's quite a span of song choices you've got there. This song is so hard that every time I have to sing it I have to run to the bathroom first. What does singing have to do with going to the bathroom? I'll title me. He's afraid of popping the shit out when he makes a push. Crap, there's a picture. The song can't even be sung by the original singer now. And the lead singer more or less doesn't know what he's doing. You're really working hard to sell your roses. Ha 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 ha. I can't hold my breath at the mention of that. Soon, Su Yang found the lyrics, and he was ready to continue singing at the top of his lungs. Turn on the accompaniment. There is no intro to the song, and the opening is a king-sized bomb. To die is to love. As the accompaniment rang out, Su Yang's super high notes instantly soared out. The surrounding melon eaters were still smiling in anticipation, and the moment the voice rang out, everyone's expressions froze in unison. The brain went straight to blank. It doesn't hurt if you don't get wet. How deep your feelings are, only this is enough to confess dash. After the first line of the lyrics were sung, they instantly felt as if they had been electrocuted. Scalp numbness and weariness swept through his body. This also made Jiang Yanyan suck in a breath of cold air as she listened. It took a long time before he swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Too strong." At the same time, Su Yang's voice shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. Fuck. Although I'm mentally prepared, I still can't help but want to curse. Bastard. How do you want us to live? Mud. That makes it look ridiculous that I'm singing my ass off at karaoke. You know? This son cannot be kept. Draw your sword. At this level, wouldn't you be robbed like crazy if you went to the stage of The Voice? Yang Cohen, you'll sing in my 32 concerts. I'll give you a fair comment. The anchor's singing is more than enough to be my teacher. IP location, Germany, Bolin Conservatory of Music. Yes, I hear shades of the blues in the anchor's tones. And that one call, one response singing style is perfect for emotional catharsis. So this adaptation is simply wonderful. It's the level that allows for direct entry into the conservatory. Among the many netizens in the live broadcast room, there were also those who were as knowledgeable as Jiang Yanyan. The rest of the world was even more shocked by their professional reviews. Crap, it's as terrifying as that? What do you mean? Say something I can understand. It's probably the fact that the anchor is already hexed and someone else just put out a gem. So I get it. So it's an existence that can directly abuse the springs. Awesome, awesome, awesome. With that kind of strength, it's a shame I don't go to work at Seabiscuit singing happy birthday. Sand sculpture. You guys always say something I don't expect. What does it matter to me if the anchor is awesome? He's awesome his. I'm awesome mine. Netizens are going crazy with the whole job. And Su Yang is singing extraordinarily deeply. From the intro to the chorus. From interlude to coda. The bass is melancholic and the treble is open-minded. Each word spat out seemed to have traveled through the corridors of time. Precipitous and complex. Everyone's emotions couldn't help but rise and fall to the rhythm. Sometimes regretful. Sometimes excited. Finally, the song was finished as well. At this time, Su Yang had already been surrounded by 3 layers. It started with just young people, but now it's people of all ages. Music knows no boundaries and no age. Many of the older people were infected, and their eyes were filled with heartache as they looked at Su Yang. Die to love. It's really so rare to find a relationship like that. Once upon a time, carriages and horses were slow, letters were far away, and there was only enough love for one person in a lifetime. But now, many of them reddened slightly at the thought. This also included Feng ran upstairs. She hadn't had such mood swings in a long time. And it was so hard to live a lifetime. If it wasn't a spoof, she would have envied the girl who was pursued so seriously by Su Yang. However, when he thought of his intentions in doing so, Feng Ran's flood of emotions collected again. Don't let me know who Zhou Siyu is, or I'll stop her from going down there. After the second song, Jo Siu still didn't come down. Then start the third song. The fourth. After singing more, Su Yang began to let himself go. The scene is listening to the heartbreaking love, but the netizens listened to a different flavor. Is there something wrong with my ears? How do love songs sound like mourning? I've long since realized that the anchor's current style is exactly the same as the one next door to my house for a white wedding. If someone had gone to pull him 2 more times at this point, ha 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 ha, that's more like it. I can't even look at the image straight when you guys describe it. That's a lot of girlfriends to run away from to sing so heartbreakingly. You have to eat the mat and listen to this stuff or you don't feel it. I have to have the anchor sing when I leave, and I'm not leaving until he does. The point is that passers-by are still crying from listening to it. So you're saying it's blowing up. It's all sung like a funeral. You think it's possible not to cry? Crap. Ha 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 ha. Netizens are laughing their asses off. But the scene was something else. Each of them was thrilled to hear it. All the emotions that filled my heart turned into a mountainous cry. Together. 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 At this point, all of them were thinking the same thing. Both wanted the singing young man to be with the girl he liked. Even those little sisters who were charmed by Su Yang. Although they were not comfortable in their hearts, they also hoped that a lover would become a couple. Relationships are more fun when you watch other people talk about them. Especially that Qin Hao. He was simply more anxious than Su Yang, constantly looking up and down the stairs. It's been a few songs now. How can Jo Siu still be steady? I was hoping I'd come to a hero's rescue, but now he couldn't wait to get up there and yank the person down and give them what they wanted. Coincidentally, at this time, Jo Siu's colleagues squeezed in. Qin Hao. Who's confessing? Seeing them, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Before they could even get a good look at them, they started pushing them out of the room. Go get SNNY down here. It's confessing to her. Ha, SNNY. Go, 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 go. These bitter co-workers started running back again. I guess I was thinking as I ran that the family would have to fall apart without them love security guards. At this point, the uproar around them grew louder and louder. At this time of the day, apart from those who are out foraging for food and hanging out, more people will choose to take a nap after lunch. Now that it's so noisy out there, some people are naturally not happy about it. Pushing the window open, he cursed, "Can you keep your voice down?" However, when they saw a group of red-eyed but incredibly agitated people below them, the expletives in their mouths were hardened and swallowed back. If this was cursed out, it would be torn apart by the group. If you can't beat it, join it. I can't take a nap anyway, so I might as well get up with it. Together. Marry him. I agree to this marriage. You just stand there, and I'll move the civil office for you. With such an uproar, countless more heads poked out of the surrounding buildings. A comedian pulled a red cloth out of nowhere, tied it to a stick and started waving it around. The atmosphere was in place, but Su Yang watched with a darkened face. Crap, don't be so fucked up. Just take a knife and stab him to death. And among these people, only Feng Ran knew Su Yang's purpose. It made me smile to see him die so socially. Serves you right. Knowing that there was going to be a good show in a few minutes, he grabbed his glass and tried to get some water. But when she went passing by the other offices, she suddenly saw a few girls rushing in great numbers. SNNY. Come on, there's someone down there confessing to you. The girl in the white shirt at the workstation was pulled down by the others before she could react. SNNY. See you? Feng Ran stood frozen in place for a moment. Then suddenly a light came on. Hiss. She is Jo Siu? That SNNY. You. She just wanted to stop it, but before she could finish her sentence, a few people had already disappeared. Feng Ran retracted his hand that wanted to block, and a hint of playfulness flashed under his eyes. They know each other. They shouldn't be mad. It took 2 seconds to make an excuse for himself, and then after catching a glass of water on fire, he went back to continue watching the fun. At this moment, the uproar outside was a wave, and the one who screamed the loudest was Qin Hao. He was seen shouting at the top of his lungs with his hands in the shape of a trumpet, his face all red from the lack of oxygen from shouting. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the broadcast room were also stunned. I thought the anchor was licky enough, but I didn't realize there was a grandmaster here. I thought they were love rivals. Did I misunderstand? It's the love rival. The way he just looked at the anchor I understand best. Fine shiver how to understand, and I'll tell you more about it in a moment. But this love interest has a really big pattern. Something he's really on. It's true the pattern is big. It's no different than helping to push ass. 2 stabs for the goddess. 2 stabs for the goddess for the brother. Ha 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 ha. I just couldn't hold it together. At this time, Jo Siu was colleagues hostage into the elevator, because the elevator in their building is mounted outside. Standing in the elevator you can get a good view of the plaza below. At first Jo Siu had a puzzled look on her face, but as the elevator descended, She only felt a blackout as she took in the familiar figure and the huge bouquet of roses. Su Yang? How could it be him? For Su Yang, Zhou Siyu was naturally no stranger. Both grew up in orphanages and have always taken care of each other. It's nothing like a childhood friend. She also knew that Su Yang liked herself and had even confessed. But her mind is on her work and she has no thoughts of starting a family. That's why he had made it clear when he rejected Su Yang. And for that reason Su Yang had broken off contact with her. I thought it was over, but I didn't realize that 2 years later he would come back. What can we do about this? Zhou Siyu wanted to run, but she couldn't help that her co-workers were holding her left and right. Then when she thought that so many good songs were sung to her by Su Yang just now, it made her originally closed heart loosen a little, but it was quickly replaced by reason again. Growing up with a life of looking over her shoulder, she knows deep down that a woman has to earn her own money and have her own business. Love, it was never part of her plan. This made Zhou Siyu firm up her thoughts. This time, it's still going to be denial. Just like 2 years ago, Zhou Siyu secretly cheered herself up and warned herself that she must not be soft-hearted. The elevator landed on the first floor. Su Yang had been keeping an eye out, and when he saw Zhou Siyu appear, his song came to an abrupt end. A long breath was let out, and the heart that was hanging in the air was finally released. Big sister, you finally shown up. Any more singing and he'll be wasted. Su Yang's action made everyone realize what was going on and they followed his gaze. The people in that direction also obediently made way. The elevator doors opened. When Zhou Siyu walked out with a touch of shyness, the cheers around her could literally turn the roof over. The main man is here. Together! Together! The surrounding crowd of eaters were excited, and the uproar was so loud that it could have buzzed one's ears. Knowing that the rightful owner had appeared, the netizens in the broadcast room couldn't sit still. Ah! She's coming, she's coming. Please welcome the victim to shine. Crap! I'm already afraid to look. Screenshot ready. It's going to look really good in a minute. Who understands? At this point I'm writhing like a maggot in bed. The beastly anchor is still going down. Zhou Siyu walks very slowly. It was as if every step she took was carefully considered. It's firm and it's pious. It's like the little daisies growing out of the cracks in the stone. Beautiful to look at, but also heartbreaking to protect. There was silence all around. As she got closer and closer, Zhou Siyu's appearance appeared on the live broadcast screen. Next, the pop-ups wailed. Crap, crap, is this Zhou Siyu? My type. Anchor please, leave her alone. What are you going to do to me? Don't be staggering. The anchor is just selling a rose. Spoofing such an innocent girl. Anchor, how can you bear it in your heart? Give me her contact information. I'll help you comfort her in a while. Come on man. I can do this question. I'm holding my breath. Marred. This operation of the anchor. A pervert feel perverted. Hurry up. I can't wait. Under this public attention, Zhou Siyu walked to Su Yang. On the way over she pondered how to say no to minimize the damage. But when she really stood in front of Su Yang, she realized that she couldn't say a single word. And at this moment, Su Yang was also torn to death. Really? Do you really want to talk about it? He still wasn't so thick-skinned as to take it for granted. Just like that, they looked at each other but none of them spoke. Seeing this, the surrounding eaters tensed up. They all clenched their fists to give Su Yang a boost. Say it. Say it. Go ahead. Make or break. Think about what you came for. OMG. I'm in a hurry. I'm sweating my ass off. At this moment, they all hated to help Su Yang to confess. It's on the doorstep. What's the holdup? Another 2 minutes of stalemate. Just as Zhou Siyu thought about how to refuse and was just about to open her mouth, Su Yang clenched his teeth and stiffly held up the rose. Want a flower? $10 of flour. Gah! Zhou Siyu was dumbfounded. A pair of almond eyes looked at Su Yang in puzzlement, as if she was trying to understand what this sentence meant. The surrounding eaters were also confused. It seems that the 9 years of compulsory education have all been in vain, and all of them have become 9 leaking fish. Every word is heard and put together to know what it means, but put in this context, they just don't understand a whole lot. The CPU is smoking. Each one had eyes clearer than a college student's, and none of them knew how to react. It was a long time before someone asked in a nebulous voice, "Does that mean what I understand it to mean?" These words were like a thunderbolt, directly bombarding everyone's scalp, and their pupils contracted violently. What else could that mean? Treadmill? Nope, definitely not that. Everyone's brain cells were dead and wounded at this moment, desperately looking for a remedy while desperately trying to deny it. The look was comical and funny. The one who was the most confused was still Zhou Siyu, who had been in a state of stupefaction since she heard those words. The mind was spinning even more. Is he irritated by something? Did he do this because he knew he was going to say no? Or is this his job? Something like performance art or something. If Su Yang knew what was in Zhou Siyu's heart, he could probably cry to death. She had thought of countless possibilities, but she just hadn't thought that this was Su Yang spoofing. Su Yang couldn't do anything about it. The prompt for mission success hadn't appeared yet, so he could only repeat it again stiffly. Joe, see you. Buy flowers? At $10 a pop. I have 1,000. This time, everyone heard it. Dead silence. There was dead silence all around. After ascertaining that this was not a hallucination, everyone's three senses collectively shattered. This treadmill is literal. This one is here to sell flowers. How can you sell flowers? Can't really understand it. Love songs, roses, atmosphere group. So well equipped. The heroine appears after 1,000 calls. Shouldn't this be the time to make a passionate statement saying I want us to be together? How can you sell flowers? Just ask how you can sell flowers. And 1,000 more. You're here to steal money. The people around him died of speechlessness. If you want to sell flowers you should have said so earlier. Why sing a love song and make everyone cry? Singing people to tears just to sell your stupid flowers? Oh, it's too early to die. How touched I was just now. How speechless I am now. Some of them had already started cursing. Those young girls who are not yet deep in the world and still have illusions about love. After seeing this scene, they only feel that their eyes are black, and their concept of love collapses. What love? What the hell is love? And those who are old enough to think they can witness a sensational love. I didn't expect to witness a rose marketing. It gave them an unprecedented shock to their three views. The whole thing was helpless and speechless. Seeing so many emoticons in the scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were completely tensed. Ha 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 ha. I can't live laughing. It's a relief to see the skeptical looks on each of their faces. At this moment, their minds are thinking about three of the most philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? If I had been there, I would have been so exasperated that I would have drawn my 40-meter machete on the spot and screamed, Anchor, I'll let you run 39 meters first. Well. The fact that these people didn't rise up in a group shows that they are still of high quality. When they see confessions in the future, are they all going to come up with, Che, another rose seller. Ha 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 ha. Then I'll just die laughing. Because you've gotten wet yourself. You're going to tear up other people's umbrellas too. Not that I'm saying, these people have to sit up in the middle of the night when they fall asleep and curse. No. He's sick. One-time extroversion for a lifetime of introversion. The netizens are just about rolling on the floor with laughter. The pop-ups were a joy. It's also true that these passers-by are so expressive. One's eyes were round and mouths were open. Disbelief was written all over his entire face. Little eyes were filled with great doubt. It was as if the look in their eyes said, they haven't done anything wrong, so why are they being shown this? The comedic effect is pulled right out of the bag when this is contrasted with the image of them shouting together in front of them. You can't help but burst out laughing when you look at it. The most hilarious of these joys had to be Chin Hao. Other people just feel like their three senses are being stepped on and rubbed against the ground. But he was the one whose entire worldview collapsed. The eyes were hollow, the lips trembled, the limbs drooped feebly, and the whole person seemed to be without support, and to fall at a push. He's like a clown. As a love interest, not only do you convince yourself to let go for love, but you also go out of your way to help. He was the loudest just now. Now you're telling me it's just to sell roses? Shame. Quite a shame. His behavior, too, is a real beast. What cowpeg has been kicked in the head to make it so clear? It's shameless. A talent like that only comes out 4 in 1,000. If he could, he wished he could transform into an octopus and spin around and slap him to death. Chin Hao was cursing, his anger all written on his face. But the angrier he gets, the happier Netflix looks. Crap. This expression contains uneasiness, struggle and deep self-doubt. This performance is recommended for inclusion in the acting awards. Upstairs, you know quite a bit. Tell me more. I can't. I had to feed the pigs when my mom talked me into studying. I can't make it up. Ha 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 ha. Is it also per capita teasing in the live room? The whole living big stage. Retarded you are. The main thing is that this job is just too counterintuitive. Letting your love rival help you chase the goddess. The anchor still has to be you. The point is that after people endure the pain and give up, all they want to do is sell roses. So you can say you're angry. Brother Lovebirds, wrong payment after all. Such a beastly anchor. Beidou can't even search for him. He can only use Sogu. And it's you cultured people who curse so well. Not that I'm bragging, but I'm going to die laughing in this booth sooner or later. The netizens are laughing their asses off. I don't know which big brother posted good living, when rewarded after the screen was again dominated by various gifts. Not only did superstars like The Old King Next Door and The First Deep Love of Hong Kong show up, there were also newly minted model brothers and sisters like Back to Abandon, Childish into Sex, and Lovekov who all came to Su Yang's live room. The gift effects are all over the place and it's overwhelming. It also makes people insanely envious and jealous. Unlike the flurry of flowers in the live broadcast, Jo Siyu's expression was still as blank as ever. It took a few moments of easing up before she managed to squeeze out a few words. Are you trying to sell me flowers? She obviously hadn't gotten over it yet, and her voice was stuttering a bit. No wonder she couldn't react. The main reason was that Su Yang's whole job was really counterintuitive, making her unable to figure out why it was like this. Can't understand a bit of it at all. One could only inquire again in a nebulous manner. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded. Yes, if you want it, you can get a 50% discount. The netizens in the live broadcast room were already bursting out laughing at Jo Siyu's reaction, and now the phrase 50% off even made them instantly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, goddamn 50% off. I could break your bones if I had to. And acting. You're a flush away from Da Vinci. I'm opening up the sky to talk dirty. Anchors are so not a thing. Just cursing won't solve the problem. I think a fight is in order. How can you fight? What if my son sees it and brings him down? Luckily I don't have a son. It was a false alarm. Tramp. I've got my knife out and you're showing me this? The netizens are watching the fun and the pop-ups are as sandy as ever. At this moment, Jo Siyu appeared to have reacted as well. Almond eyes suddenly widened. She looked at the bouquet of roses with her name in shock, and then looked at Su Yang who was full of sincerity. Finally a whole big break in defense. Thought he was confessing to her, but it turned out to be just selling flowers. And you can sell flowers if you want, but you can also handle the sales. The rose had only her name on it. What the hell? Caught her griping all by herself. Jo Siyu finally couldn't hold it together, and her usual calmness gave her the urge to scratch someone. It only felt like the 3 views and 5 senses had been shocked like never before. Su Yang is really damned. She suddenly wanted to cry. I'm so embarrassed. I thought it was a confession. I did so much mental construction just now. Even thought of a word for rejection. It turned out to be just a sales pitch. She wanted to find a crack in the ground. This one doesn't talk about martial arts. It's only been 2 years since I saw him and he's learned the hard way. Seeing this embarrassed and aggrieved expression on Jo Siyu's face, the netizens in the live broadcast room were both heartbroken and wanted to laugh. It's so lackluster. I tugged at my toes watching it. It was as if I heard the sound of a beautiful woman's 3 senses shattering. Miss, don't be angry. Let me apologize for you on behalf of the anchor. After all, it's his first time to be a human being. He doesn't have much experience. That's why he avoids what everyone should look like. I'm with you on punching him, and since the eyes can't follow him, the slaps. It's hard to find a 3-legged toad. 2-legged men aren't everywhere. Give him up and brother will support you. Upstairs, don't you have a mirror in your house to pee in? Look down on people is it? As long as to do my object. Every month to give you 50,000. And then to match a BMW. Really cannot. I then drink some can change your life and death book. I'll be damned. A few dishes. Drinking like that. Jo Siyu has been very broken defense. But I did not expect Su Yang at this time in good death to come to a sentence. Or not. Give you a discount? Su Yang's shocking words once again shocked the passersby's 3 views. What are you trying to do? Isn't that why you're making such a big deal out of it? To drive up the price? What's with the discount? The surrounding passersby tried to understand what Su Yan was doing and found that they couldn't understand it at all. The police uncle who was helping to maintain order just now even put away a face of anti-smile and fell into deep contemplation. Is this how young people play these days? Say he confesses. He sells flowers. Say he's selling flowers. And at a discount. What's the difference between that and giving them away? Is this the thinking of young people nowadays? That screwing for money and screwing for sex have to be one or the other? But he clearly takes neither. At this moment, the police marshal cast a sympathetic look at Su Yang. He reckoned that he felt that the boy had designated something wrong with him. And the police uncle had the same idea. There are other people, especially those who are older. Moncler outlet online. Ever since Su Yang said that he betrayed the flowers, their mouths hadn't closed. It was as if the words shocked them so much that their brains didn't work. For the first time, they were made to feel that the generation gap thing was real. Don't understand it, but greatly shocked. You're not human if you pull off such a counterintuitive maneuver. And the people upstairs who had been woken up and were ready to curse and then join the atmosphere group had all retracted their heads in unison at the moment. Treadmill. Had I known I was watching this, I might as well have had a coworker knock him out. Who says knocking out doesn't count as sleeping? These various images brought the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a new climax. And the pop-ups erupted in a blowout-like manner. Goosey, 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 laughing so hard I'm about to crack. Whose goose has run away? The last time it was this hilarious was the last time. To fuck everyone senseless by himself. There's no one else but the beast of an anchor. Atmosphere group, this makes me look stupid. What the hell was that uproar I just had? Anchor, count your voice. Ha 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 ha. Passerby, I thought I was witnessing a love affair, but I didn't realize it was a condition. They never expected the anchor to make such a big deal just to sell flowers. I laughed outright. Countless pop-ups spewed out, refreshing so fast that you'd have to miss a few if you blinked. And the various bigwigs also sought each other on the way to swipe the gift. At one time to fight the mountains and the sun and the moon. Even Fongren couldn't resist swiping a few sports cars. It can't be helped. The atmosphere in this live room is so good that it feels out of place not to brush. And Jiang Nian Nian, who had always had the reputation of being a model sister, saw that her stomach hurt from laughing now. That look of covering her stomach and still insisting on rewarding her, made Suli look at her with a blank stare. She even saw 4 words in Jiang Nian Nian's body, physically disabled. Obviously his own stomach was starting to cramp up from laughing so hard, but that little rewarding hand wasn't slowing down at all. For a moment, I didn't know whether to praise her or blame her. In the end she had to record the footage. In the future, whenever she has a problem and wants to go on strike, play this for her. If you can hold out for a bounty, what else can't you hold out for? On the live feed, Zhou Siyu finally still recognized the fact that Su Yang wanted to sell her roses. Very helplessly, he held his forehead and smiled. Damn you. After that, he added through gritted teeth, I don't need it. Not biting was her last tolerance for Su Yang. Really, the boys learned his lesson. Cut her off for now, until her anger subsides. At this point, mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. Hearing this voice, Su Yang finally let go of his heart. It turns out that you have to answer it for the mission to be successful. It's a good thing Zhou Siyu didn't just shrug it off. To be grateful to her, Su Yang added, what about not wanting money? It's no use taking these flowers back yourself, so give them to her. However, the role of these words in the present is undoubtedly to add fuel to the fire. Zhou Siyu just subsided, the fire rubbed up. No need. After saying that, he turned his head and walked away. If you don't leave, there's no guarantee she won't punch someone. However, when she turned around, she still deliberately stepped on Su Yang. The pain was so intense that he immediately revealed a mask of agony. Engage in a sneak attack. No martial virtues. Seeing Su Yang being stepped on, the netizens in the live broadcast room played up the fallout to the fullest. Ha 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 ha. This kick in my heart bar. It hurts. As long as the anchor is not happy, I am happy. The reason anchors exist is to come and ruin people's lives. Laugh out loud defense. If I don't post a pop-up in a minute, please call an ambulance for me. Brothers. At the moment, the corners of my mouth are harder to press than AK. Seeing Zhou Siyu leave, Su Yang didn't go after her. After all, going after them at this time would be begging for a fight. One could only wait a few days for her anger to subside before apologizing herself. Good thing the mission was accomplished. Su Yang let out a long breath. Just as he wanted to leave, he suddenly felt the incredulous gazes of the people around him. It didn't feel like it just now. It was at this moment that he truly realized what it meant to be like an on his back. Like a fish in his throat. It's too much of a social death. Zhou Siyu was gone, but these people still hadn't dispersed. Just like that, they surrounded Su Yang in the center and looked at him dumbfounded. The eyes gave him the visual sense of a zombie siege, and Su Yang instantly felt his scalp go numb. Big brothers and sisters, move over? Su Yang gathered his courage and said, too bad no one cares. These flowers are for you to give away, and you take them for yourselves? Still no movement. Su Yang man was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Give a damn if you're going to die. Sometimes doing a quest can be quite unhelpful. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed more and more wildly. Ha 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 ha, they're still confused. Whoever comes is confused. Let's see what you do now. Gloating, begging for the psychological shadow area of the melon-eating masses. Waiting online, quite urgent. Passers-by, in doubt of life, do not queue. Passerby, have you ever seen 1,000 roses? Have you ever heard the deepest love song? Have you ever experienced the wasted atmosphere of both at the same time? I was fortunate enough to experience it once, but Nas favored a rose seller, which is simply unforgivable. Roadrunner, forgive me for a life of debauchery and a narrow mind that can't tolerate stupidity. I go. So bet you are going to graduate school. Unsurprisingly, these people sleep at night and dream of roses. Ha 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 ha. Are you guys trying to laugh me to death inheriting my aunts, Jingdong Baijia and Meituan living expenses? In the end, Su Yan was able to get away with the help of the police uncle. It's horrible. When did anchoring become a high-risk profession? Only after the task was completed did Su Yang have the time to pay attention to the status of the live broadcast. This look was a direct shock. I can't believe 4 million people watched it online. Again, because of the fire in the live room, the account fans also exceeded 5 million. That's a smashing growth figure. And what shocked him even more was that the gift income from a single game today was actually as high as over $2 million. It's catching up to those 2.08 million in the entertainment industry. That's an outrageous rate of money coming in. Keep in mind that he's just an outdoor whole-life anchor who not only doesn't carry the goods, but doesn't even own a small yellow car. The source of income is all based on gifts from fans. An outdoor anchor is still a relatively cold in the live broadcast category. There is no way in face value anchor. Game anchor those then. It's horrifying that it's still that high just like that. Su Yang had to admit it. The system is inappropriate, but it does post very live missions. Okay, for the sake of this, less trolling in the future. While there were still a lot of people in the anchor room, Su Yang hurriedly thanked his golden fathers. Thanks to Back to Abandon for the gift. Thanks for the gift from Childishness Becomes Childish. Thanks to Burgers Without Cilantro for the gift. Thanks to 01 Zoo for the gift. Thanks to Watching Gods Dropping Birds for the gift. After a series of thanks, Su Yang was ready to go off the air. Perhaps it's because it was a fun day to watch live, and the network didn't have any objections. Quickly back home, Su Yang started the lottery while withdrawing his gift income. Huaxiao Bank, the account with the last number 0318 received a transfer of 2,107,152 yuan. Current account balance, 3,346,607.45 yuan. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 100% bank balance increase card. Seeing this reward, Su Yang froze for a moment, followed by ecstasy. I'll go. You finally know what I want. A 100% increase in bank balance is not a doubling card. Su Yang opened his cell phone again to take a look. The original balance of more than $3 million had turned into more than $6 million in the blink of an eye. The surprise came out of nowhere. It's only been a few days, and he got out of poverty and became rich? Su Yang couldn't believe it. Initially, when there were hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in every day, he still just thought it was fast and easy money. After all, that's all he earned by working hard every day on the air. But it was only now that he directly drew the doubling card that he truly experienced what it was like to have a heavenly fortune for once. The feeling. Yes, now that he had money, Su Yang pondered how to spend it. He, like the vast majority of ordinary people, wants to buy a home when he has spare money. So, should I buy a car or a house first? If others asked Su Yang with this question, he would tell them that cars are expendable and houses are just temporary harbors. In one's life, the cemetery is the final destination. So, buy the cemetery first. But if it's yourself, it's never going to happen. What cemetery to buy? Who cares if it's a good place to live when people are GA? If I get karma, you can throw me out on the street. It's not like I'm the one who's scared anyway. Be lenient with yourself and strict with others. World famous brand double label. So is it better to buy a car or a house first? Su Yang is still renting and living in a house, and buying a house is a must. But now the price of the Magic City, a little better location can easily be more than 100,000 a square foot. The cheaper ones can't keep up with the other amenities. Although he now had more than $6 million in savings, it was still difficult to buy a better house. Not to say that you should buy a mansion, but how can you buy 100 square feet or so? That would be almost $7 or $8 million. There's clearly not enough money. Mortgage loans are again not on Su Yang's radar, so he's still planning to buy a car first. A place to live is okay, but an outdoor anchor can't really do without a car. Su Yang managed to convince himself. Let me see what car to buy. Su Yang is over here to choose a car in a beautiful way, and at this time, a word about him on the network suddenly rushed to the hot search. Hashtag it makes sense for me. The whole live anchor. To steal who's job in order to sell flowers. Doesn't it? Hashtag. Whoever edited this entry must be a web writer. Otherwise you couldn't come up with such a bombastic headline without having a brain clot for 3 or 5 years. Just by looking at it, that strong middle-aged wind came over me. It may also be due to the rampant style of the headline and its content, which instantly attracts many people to click in. After the first few hot searches to brush his face, Su Yang had already been considered a minor celebrity. His unique whole lifestyle is also widely loved. Originally, people thought it was the right family buying the black heat. After all, how good can a whole live anchor sing? And stealing the rice bowl of the Chinese music industry? This is simply inviting blackness. But I didn't expect to go in a little bit and realize that it wasn't like that at all. Just opened the video, began to see the reaction of the people around, especially the police uncle that is full of ant smile expression. Everyone cannot live to laugh. But, as soon as Su Yang opened his mouth, those who watched the video just can't laugh anymore. Clueless, shocked, incredulous, unbelievable, equal tronfy everyone. What the hell? This is a song that a whole live anchor can sing? It simply kills a lot of professional singers. He's so good at singing on the sidewalk. What's the point of giving him a professional stage? Those singers who are out now, but who have 1/10 of his strength, can probably be blown up by their agencies. In this comparison, Su Yang was simply awesome. You know, the Chinese entertainment scene is not as good as it used to be. Fake singing, broken voice and so on. All kinds of singing accidents occur frequently, constantly refreshing the bottom line of the audience. True singing, the most basic professionalism as a singer, can now be held up as a point of praise. You can see how much poisoning the years of the internet users have endured. Now, when this video of Su Yang was out, the shockwaves on the internet could be imagined. The related words have up to 100 million views. The comments below are even more numerous. Holy cow, do you dare to believe that this was sung by an anchor? Are all anchors this professional now? Mud. Listening to the song made me realize what I used to listen to. His fans eat so well, I'm going to be his fan. These roadies are practically acting me out. And no, if I were there, my mouth would be open even wider. Make a debut. I'm not kidding. Singing so well just to sell flowers? I don't, sisterly. A cold piece of knowledge. The roses hadn't been sold yet and ended up being collected by the cleaning lady. Ha 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 ha, that's too funny. The amount of interaction online exploded. It quickly topped the #1 hot search. And the shock was even greater for those in the music business. I don't think he's really going to come and take our artists' jobs. It's nice to have a solo contract, but what if a company is willing to help him out with a breach of contract? Is there any chance we could sign over ourselves? I guess there will be a lot of people with that idea. And I'm afraid the competition will come down to a very high price. The platform owner won't let anyone go. With such a wealthy man to draw traffic to him, he has to stay at any price. All night long, related sounds have appeared on major music labels. Also, as they say, there are companies that want to sign Su Yang. And then there are companies that want to keep Su Yang. After all, he was now a traffic cipher, bringing in great wealth wherever he went. In the end, it was Su Yang's live broadcast platform that moved the fastest. The next day, Su Yang had just woken up when he received a new contract from the platform. He couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at it. Hiss, that good? In the contract, not only is it written that the platform will no longer take a commission on gifts in the future, but it also adds a signing fee of $10 million per year and the right to use a villa. Since Su Yang didn't know about his being on the hot search again yet, none of the other companies had come to his door yet either. He took it for granted that it came from the occasional conscience of a capitalist. It was good enough not to draw on his gift, let alone giving him $10 million and the right to use a villa. And again, the other terms haven't changed. Su Yang certainly thought that this was a good thing that came from the sky. He didn't even think about it. He just signed it. The money was quickly transferred, and the address and password of the villa were sent to Su Yang's cell phone. Looked at the address of the villa. It was in a good location. It was what he wanted. In fact, if Su Yang had known that he was so sought after by capital, he wouldn't have considered becoming a singer. Signing with a company was far less freeing than he is now. Plus he's already earning more than a lot of top-tier singers. There's no point in wading through that and being limited by people. Maybe it was also because he had been emotionally abused by the system. He still felt that this mode was simpler and purer. Of course, the first thing that has to be ruled out is the system moving to threaten him with uninstallation if he doesn't finish. Su Yang had just finished spitting out the system's motionless threat to uninstall, when a progress bar suddenly appeared in front of him. Current proficiency, 88%. This proficiency had appeared before, only at that time Su Yang was getting his defenses broken by quests every day, and simply didn't have the time to understand it. It was only now that it reappeared that he noticed the small print underneath. When proficiency reaches 100%, the system will bind on its own. The system will not be uninstalled even if the day's task is not completed after successful binding. However, without completing the current mission, the next mission will not be refreshed. I'm hereby informed. After reading the description, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Can it still be like this? Needless to say, the setup grew right up to his heart's chin, though he was always clamoring that one day when he got his wings, he would voluntarily uninstall the system. But he still couldn't afford to lose this baby. It's really a dream to be able to bind. And now proficiency is at 88%, counting that he had completed 13 quests. At this rate, he was averaging an increase of 6 to 7 points per quest. Then it's just a matter of doing 2 more quests if you want to be fully bound. This instantly energized Su Yang. You used to have to wash your hands and bathe and burn incense and pray before checking out a mission. I was in a good mood today and just clicked through. Today's live mission, experience kindergarten life. When he saw that it was this mission, Su Yang was still relieved. Thought it would be nice to go and play games with the kids like they did when they hit the village information station. Human cubs are so cute. This one is like a welfare board. But then I look again and realize it's not that simple at all. Mission requirements, be a kindergartner for no less than 5 hours, and make children cry 3 times in 5 hours. Su Yang rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread it. The mandate requires that, when kindergartners, he, a 6'2.4", straight-faced, bloodthirsty, strong man who can do 3 bowls of rice at a time, goes to be a kindergartner? Su Yang's expression instantly twisted into a twist. How many 8 walnuts did the system eat to come up with such a task? Although he does have 4 regrets in the area of reading. First regret: never went to college. Second regret: not getting into high school. Third regret: not graduating from junior high school. Fourth regret: I lost my elementary school diploma. But, who in their right mind would regret not having gone to kindergarten? The point is, go to kindergarten if you want, and make the kids cry. 3 more times? What's wrong with kids? Leaving mom and dad to go to school at such a young age and having to be made to cry by a weird uncle like him. Although a slap down would be a long cry, but he can't really fight it. The man was hit in the morning. He was not in the afternoon. What was a good mood got a little emo with this mission. But he hadn't had time to emo, because it was now almost 8 o'clock. According to the kindergarten school hours of 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., he could easily mix up the hours if he didn't hurry up. Cam, I was planning to pick up the car today, but it looks like I won't be able to. The fire quickly cleaned himself up, opened the live broadcast platform, and modified the title of the live broadcast room. Today's whole job: experience kindergarten life and make kids cry 3 times. While opening the live broadcast, Su Yang also went out the door. As soon as the show started, countless netizens flooded in. Yoo-hoo, pretty early today. One verbal commendation. I told you the early bird gets the worm. Have you guys seen the hot search? The anchor's video yesterday made the entire Chinese music scene tremble. Look. I got into the pit with that video and then spent the whole night archaeologizing his old live streams. It just cracked me up. Me too. I've been up all night and I have dark circles under my eyes. This whole living big family is getting bigger and bigger. Far back when I just powdered the anchor, his fans are less than 10,000. But this is only a few days. He is already sitting on 6 million fans of the big anchor, which makes me have a kind of my family has a child grows up feeling. Upstairs, I suspect you're taking advantage of the anchor, but I have no proof. $6 million? Wasn't it only 5 million yesterday? $1 million a night? Crap. It's true. This would have seemed outrageous to me high and low to anyone else, but to the anchor, it just makes sense. Whoever told the anchor to be so good at fixing jobs, came in to take a look at one without a squeak. That's true. There's no such thing as the most explosive, only the more explosive. The most bombastic is often the next one. So what's going to be my con anchor's whole thing today? After a few facepalms, there were significantly fewer hacks on the air. The pop-ups harmonized quite a bit. It opens today, and as always, they'll have a few hot chats before getting to the titles. This look cracked another whole smile. Ha. Did I read that right? Going to kindergarten? You're pretty damn talented. Naya, give me a jolt of fear. Can't you be any more of an animal? Finally got around to the little kids. As a kindergarten teacher, I can tell you very clearly that I can come after you for making a child cry once, let alone 3 times. Major kindergartens, back off. Nowadays, children are the baby of the family. If you dare to make them cry, not to mention the kindergarten teacher, their parents will see it and rush here with a knife in a minute. Is it bad to be alive? Help! It already feels like my scalp is numb. At this point, the other side, Jo Siyu had just finished punching in and sat down at her workstation. A night had passed, and her mind still kept replaying Su Yang's sentence. Want a rose? $10 apiece. Although Su Yang later called her and explained that it was for the effect of the live broadcast, she still couldn't forget that sentence. It's simply more magical than brainwashing BGM. She knows that the live broadcast industry is now heavily involuted, and many anchors will do inexplicable things to attract attention, like swallowing a live octopus alive or taking a bath in a barrel full of snakes. That's why Jo Siyu instinctively felt that Su Yang was also one of these types of anchors who relied on claptrap to make a living. At one point there was a lot of sympathy for his situation. Following that, he was forgiven. But forgiveness was forgiven. But she still hated the thought of yesterday's image. In order to avoid such a thing from happening again, she, who never watched live broadcasts, downloaded the live broadcasting software. Just after downloading, the push from the platform came over, and it was Su Yang's live broadcast. While clicking in, Jo Siyu took a good sip of her freshly brewed tea. Just think about having a good look at what Su Yang will get up to in a while. At this moment, she resumed that bland and serene look. But, the tea in her mouth instantly spewed out when she entered the live broadcast room and saw the blown-up title. Her lips were slightly open, her almond eyes were wide, and her quiet demeanor instantly disappeared without a trace. What is this filth? Besides, Su Yang sighed. He went out and realized that the greatest difficulty of the task was not going to kindergarten as a child or making them cry. Rather, it's how to convince the kindergarten to let him in for the experience. This is not the behavior of a normal person, and it is a small matter to be treated as a psychopath. Getting punched out by security is a big deal. It might even be possible to treat him as a child abductor and alert the police marshal. How will we explain it then? Explain that you're on the air? Then the lesser case is to be educated and the more serious case is to be detained for half a day. Then you'd have to be in trouble yourself. Not to mention accomplishing your mission. What's going on here? Su Yang began to have a headache. I can't think of a solution even after thinking about it. Just then, he saw a kindergarten enrollment site as he was passing through the park. Anyway, there was no trick. So Su Yang took the dead horse and went over to try his luck. The lady at the enrollment point was very enthusiastic. Sir, do you want to know more about our blue sky kindergarten? Su Yang was still a bit embarrassed, and only gave a soft Okay, our blue sky kindergarten is bilingual, enabling children to begin English language initiation at an early age. In addition to the required curriculum, our kindergarten also offers hobby classes such as paper cutting, painting, and brushwork, to enrich the early childhood lives of children. At the same time, we also provide lunch care service, and the lunch is carefully matched by hiring a senior nutritionist in China, which can completely take care of the children's nutritional needs. You can't go wrong with us. The young lady said so much in one breath and looked at Su Yang when she finished, waiting for him to answer. However, Su Yang really didn't know how to speak, so he could only respond with a again. Seeing him like this, the young lady could only continue on. Our kindergarten's faculty is still very strong. The entire school is located on 12 acres of land and has over 30 kindergarten teachers and 200 students, currently enrolling 3 to 5-year-old preschoolers to the public. Speaking here, the young lady looked at Su Yang. May I ask if your family has a child going to kindergarten? Su Yang gulped and hesitated for a moment before continuing to nod his head. How old is he? Let me see which class he fits into, Missy asked. Hearing this, Su Yang instantly snapped his toes to the ground, and finally clenched his teeth. 3 years old and 0. More than 3 years old. That just happens to be on the little. Before the young sister could finish her words, she saw Su Yang take a big breath before saying the second half of the sentence. 3 years and 230 months old. The young lady froze on the spot. 3 and 0. His lips quivered twice and froze, not having the courage to finish the last few words in their entirety. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room also instantly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. 3 years and 230 months? Holy shit. I'd love to dig into the anchor's brain to see how he can say that. I quacked and laughed maniacally. Straight out of a duck quack. Hello, I'm 3 years and 520 months old. Who isn't already a baby? Don't act young. You old thing. I just turned 18, wiggle wiggle. Crap. Monkey, there's a demon here. Bung boo live Not yet enrolled in school is so funny. Really let him into the kindergarten that still have to. Already I can imagine the chickens coming home to roost. Kids, is this school mandatory? Unsurprisingly, the young lady thought Su Yang was here to cause trouble and directly blew him away. He continued to roam the streets. It may be that with the recent school season, there are several enrollment sites like this one. Su Yang also had all the cheek to ask. Unfortunately none of them would take an older toddler like him. No one wants it at sticker price. Bumping into the wall caused Su Yang's mind to crumble a bit. He was on the verge of blowing up, but the netizens on the air had no heart and continued to fall in line. Anchor, I know you're in a hurry, but please hold off. Age is the limitation. Why don't we think of it another way? Maybe if you say you have an IQ of 3, it's not worth getting discouraged about this little thing. Isn't life all about ups and downs? Don't let one failure discourage you. Slowly you will learn that you won't fail just this once. Ha 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 ha. The anchor is simply blessed to have fans like you guys. Anchor, is this blessing for you to take or not? The virtues of this group of sand sculpture netizens Su Yang has long been surprised, and no time to fight them. It's almost 9 o'clock, and I'm afraid there won't be enough time if we don't enroll. He could only quicken his pace and continue his search. Su Yang's disregard didn't make the netizens tighten up a bit. They are getting more and more wild. A kind netizen couldn't stand it any longer and typed out, "Why don't you come to my kindergarten?" This pop-up was sent out and even Su Yang noticed it. This is certainly a snowball's chance in hell. Su Yang hurriedly replied, "Brother, where are you?" The netizen quickly sent him a private message with the address and explained that he was the kindergarten teacher at that kindergarten. Seeing the address, it wasn't too far from his location. A taxi is estimated at half an hour. So Su Yang hurriedly stopped a cab and rushed to his destination. Some netizens were still a bit disappointed to see Su Yang's dilemma solved. I wanted to see the anchor fail to finish the task and flip the car. This is good. It creates the conditions for him again. Upstairs, do you want to see the anchor roll over? Or do you want to see the anchor live whole? No more pretending. I want to see him make little kids cry. Ha 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 ha. Dude, you're definitely leading the wolf into the house. It shows that there are still a lot of good people in the network. So helpful. The netizens in the live chat room were buzzing. and I don't know who clicked on that netizens pop-up record. It turns out he's not a nice guy. He, like many of the sandy netizens, was the master of watching the fun. He'd be so kind as to help. Being seen through. That netizen stopped pretending. GGGGGG, come to my class. I want to show the anchor that there are still more bad guys in this world. The pop-up exploded at this statement. Crap, the mantis is catching the yellow bird? Anchor whole live. You whole anchor? Ha 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 ha. This is a high-end game. In that case, then I'm not sleepy. I take back the line about you being a good person. Your heart, vastly worse. I told you, there are no good people who are fans of anchors. Su Young quickly reached his destination. After paying the fare, he followed the location sent by his online friend. It is located in the outer ring, and there are many old neighborhoods and newly renovated buildings. Although it is not as prosperous and lively as the city, it is better than the greenery, and even the air is quite fresh. Following the route prompted by the navigation, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of the Rainbow Kindergarten. There is no need to determine if you are looking in the right place, for at that moment, a young man in front of the kindergarten was waving at him with his big teeth bared. Hello. Su Yang approached to say hello, but he had only said 2 words when he was given a bear hug by the young man. Ha 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 ha, I've finally seen a live one. These words managed to make the corners of Su Yang's mouth twitch. What do you mean finally seeing a live one? Won't talk. Su Yang didn't move and peeled him away, and began to measure the young man in front of him. It looks like they're about the same age. The appearance also looked clean, but Su Yang always felt that he should be holding some bad water in his stomach. The cunning in his eyes couldn't be hidden. It was also his fault that he hadn't been paying attention to the pop-ups just now, or he would have realized what was going on. Hello, you know where I'm coming from? Su Yang asked with some uncertainty. After all, you do get in trouble for doing this yourself. I didn't realize that the young man didn't care at all. He was even more excited than Su Yang. I know. You'll come to my sunflower class. From now on, I'm your little Mr. Chang. This young man was practically a self-acquaintance. Not a bit of rustiness at all. Pulling Su Yang inside. When Su Yang walked through the door of the kindergarten, a countdown appeared in front of him. 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, 4 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It looks like the first step has been completed. Then it's time to make the kids cry below. By now, it was past 9 in the morning. But there are still children coming to school one after another, and they greet Chang politely when they see him. Hello, Mr. Chang. A little girl had just finished her greeting and looked at Su Yang with wide eyes. Tiny minds are probably wondering if this is the new teacher. This instantly made Su Yang a little embarrassed. How can you say that you are here to go to school too? Before he could think of what to say, he saw the little girl bend over and bow 90 degrees. Hello teacher. The sound was crisp, and Su Yang was socially dead. On the sidelines, Chang covered his mouth with joy on the spot. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the broadcast room also laughed. Little sister, is there a possibility that he is your classmate? I can feel the awkwardness through the screen. I finally saw embarrassment on the anchor's face. Ha 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 ha, that's so funny. I told you to stay out of the way before and now you're being cleaned up. I wonder how much fun the kids would have if they knew their classmate was actually an adult. I don't know about anything else, but if you were in my son's class, he'd have to say, can't you even graduate kindergarten? Ha 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 ha, you can't even graduate kindergarten. Who the hell are you trying to laugh at? Topped with the most innocent expression and said the most solid words. The netizens were all bent on seeing Su Yang make a fool of himself. Chang is no exception. The little girl who just greeted us is in the older class and already knows something. And the class he leads is a small class. Those little devils were the ones that were the hardest to serve. The new brains all had strange ideas. It was just right to let them deal with Su Yang. Anchor, no, this little friend, let's get out of here. The corners of Chang's mouth were racing. He quickly adapted to his role, and even his address to Su Yang changed. And Su Yang could only follow helplessly. 5 hours, how is he going to make it? Oh, I want my mommy. Grandma, come pick me up. Teacher hug. They hadn't even gotten close enough for the sound of crying to come from inside. Su Yang immediately felt his scalp go numb. This is as powerful as a nuclear bomb explosion. You're crying like this before you've even played. So wait a while, just thinking about the deafening cries. Su Yang felt his brain buzzing. The netizens in the live room also had a headache when they heard this voice. Good lord, that's a lot of crying. Crap, one kid crying in my house is already too much to handle. Here's a bunch. Kindergarten teacher is not a good career. It only takes one little kid crying here to bring up a whole bunch. Yeah, my daughter doesn't actually cry in kindergarten, but she says everyone cries and she's embarrassed not to. Ha ha, don't cry and don't fit in right. Your daughter does know something about relationships. It hurts my ears to hear. What's the difference between this killing and terrorists? There's still a difference. The terrorists can at least talk. Ha ha ha, kids don't make sense, do they? Looking at the netizens' banter, the corners of Su Yang's mouth were also twitching madly. This is not doing a mission. This is clearly a robbery. Life is not easy. Su Yang sighed. Finally, they made their way to the classroom door. Hold on. Let me talk to my coworkers first. Xiao Zhang walked in after saying that, leaving Su Yang standing alone in the doorway. He also happened to observe where he was going to be for the next 5 hours. The classroom of the small class was decorated in a childish way. There were about a dozen children in it, and there were 3 teachers, except for Xiao Zhang, who brought him in just now. There was also a slightly older middle-aged teacher and a young girl. At this point, the young sister was calming the little ones, and Shang was making a pass at the middle-aged teacher. Since the cries inside were really loud, Su Yang couldn't hear what they were saying. One could only see Xiao Zhang pointing at his head one moment, and then pointing at his chest the next. Under his flurry of comparisons, the middle-aged teacher's eyes gradually looked at Su Yang with pity. It doesn't take much to realize that you've been programmed again. At this moment, Su Yan was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to find a crack in the ground. After about 5 minutes, Xiao Zhang walked out with a sly smile. It's ready. New students, go introduce yourself. Hearing this, Su Yang's face changed drastically. He was already embarrassed. Now he's going to have to introduce himself in front of a bunch of little kids. And that feels, he chose to die first. At this moment, he also understood that this water friend was uneasy. Just to embarrass him. Learned the hard way. All learned the hard way. Seeing Su Yang's expression, the netizens in the live streaming room immediately stopped laughing. Awa, I'm getting embarrassed cancer. A whole living anchor really isn't for the faint of heart. Introducing myself in front of a bunch of kids is retarded. All I can say is that this session of netizens are real animals when they are animals. How can you guys do this to the anchor? Go overboard. When the anchor introduces himself, it is recommended to clip his voice so he doesn't scare the kids. Ha 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 ha, it's all inappropriate. Clip anchor coming soon. The netizens rose to the occasion. It was good that Su Yan wasn't really called up to the stage to introduce himself, because the children in the classroom were crying too loudly. Chang was also called to coax the child. No one cared, so Su Yan was happy to be at home. Quietly, he walked into the classroom and chose a seat in the corner. There had never been a moment when he so expected to be treated as transparent. To say that Su Yang's ability to adapt was also really strong. He quickly reverted to his old demeanor after his embarrassment was over. Mixing enough hours doesn't get the job done. And to make little kids cry. Looking at Xiao Zhang's sweaty face as she coaxed the child, the devil factor in Su Yang's heart revived. He's got an idea. With the efforts of the 3 teachers, the children's cries diminished. The classroom slowly quieted down, but just a little quieter. Su Yang, however, came at this time in a good way. Mom and Dad don't want us anymore. This time, the cries exploded. Mommy and Daddy don't want us anymore. The effect of the words uttered by Su Yang at this time was no less than rushing into a bank and shouting robbery. You know, these human cubs were just sent to kindergarten by their parents. It's hard for such a young child to get used to being away from mom and dad, and emotions run high. Daring to mention this at this time, even the netizens in the broadcast room had to praise a warrior. Ha 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 ha. He struck out and opened his mouth with a king's bomb. Teachers, grow a pair. You can't keep this one. Still talking about fixing the anchor. You see, the anchor only needs to make a slight move, and it's already keeping them busy. It's almost laughable. Your nightmare has just begun. The same 9 years of compulsory education. Why the anchor can be so showy. Showy that my head is numb. I wonder how the parents over at the monitor felt when they saw it. What mood they were in I don't know. I had a good time watching. As soon as Su Yang said this, there was a prompt in front of him. Mission accomplished, 1 out of 3. Experience length remaining, 4 hours 47 minutes and 18 seconds. It only took 10 minutes to already complete a task. This efficiency Su Yan was very satisfied. He is also fully acclimated to the kindergarten environment. It even helped one up. Making people cry is a system task. Coaxing them to do so is the right thing to do. In other words, it was deserved. And his way of coaxing his babies is unique, which is to distract them with nonsense. Little friend, come let me read your fortune. I figure you should have just turned 3. Kids eat it up. Not to mention them. I was fooled by my dad with this when I was a kid. Speaking of his dad, a hint of sadness flashed under Su Yang's eyes, but it was quickly covered up again. After all, you couldn't be sad if you wanted to be when there's a little boy with a big snotty nose staring up at you. How do you know wow? The little boy asked. Sniffling. Su Yang smiled. I know a lot more. I also know that you must wear short sleeves in the summer and cotton coats in the winter, and that you must be younger than your father. Am I right? The little boy's eyes immediately lit up at those words. The little head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. This action of his caught the attention of a few more children next to him. and they all looked towards Su-young. It takes other kindergarten teachers half a day to coax one. It was only after Su-young had spoken nonsense that he coaxed 3 or 4 of them. There's no harm without comparison. Seeing Su-young coaxing the baby so easily, the netizens in the live broadcast room talked again. It's hard to tell. The anchor is quite good at coaxing children. Ha ha ha, they've suffered from being uneducated after all. But anyone with a kindergarten diploma wouldn't be showing this kind of worshipful look. Who cares if it's a black cat or a white cat? It's a good cat if it can take a rat. You do describe it. Ha ha. If you ask me, it's nice to be able to get a kid to do well. And a lot of people don't have that kind of patience. The anchor will be a good father in the future. Find a wife and have one soon. Just for me. Netflix is just a whole living joke. But Jo Siu froze for a moment when she saw the pop-up. As a rule, it is difficult for children like them, who grew up in the orphanage, to have the idea of conceiving the next generation. Because they have suffered themselves, they don't want their children to continue to suffer. But, when seeing such healing images, for the first time, it felt like there was something wrong with her idea. The picture of Su-young and her child together was so cozy that it made her feel that there was nothing wrong with having a child as well. And that was just one of the epiphanies she had gotten from watching the broadcast. Jo Siu's character had always been cold, and very few things could evoke her emotions. But she'd only been looking at it for a while, and already she couldn't help but laugh several times. What Su-young did was embarrassing and funny, and the pop-ups were sandy and interesting. The whole atmosphere of the live broadcast room is extraordinarily joyful and lively. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time, and one that she was unconsciously immersed in. The mood is also much better. Besides, Su-young sighed. He's so good with kids that even adults would freeze for a few seconds if they heard him. Let me count yours. Su-young grabbed the little girl's hand and even pretended to look at her palm prints. Nonsense comes out of your mouth. You have to sit down to eat. You have to lie down to sleep. And you must not have been there for your parents' wedding. After saying that, he looked at the other one. It's raining in the sky and slipping on the ground. And your father's last name is whatever your last name is. Just like that, the children in Su-young's circle stopped crying. One listened with wide eyes. They were happy to hear it, and Su-young was full of fulfillment. Just when I thought it was time to close up, another little boy came up to me. Uncle, you can do some math for me too. Thanks. Speaks politely and will offer his little hand. It's just that the title of uncle. I'm only 22. You're calling Uncle Chicken Hair. In normal times, Su-young didn't care what people shouted at him. Mostly, I'm in kindergarten right now, surrounded by a bunch of 3- and 4-year-old baby dolls calling for my brother. He's used to hearing it all. And now suddenly there's a kid calling him uncle. Then the fallout begins. A momentary lapse of control and even the chicken feathers came out. Just want to correct. But before he opened his mouth, heard that little boy incomparably serious said, Uncle Chicken Hair, you also give me a calculation. Thanks. This statement made Su-young all screwed up. Even he laughed when he reacted. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room also burst out laughing. Uncle Chicken Hair. Ha 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 ha. Just tell me if he understood it right. A little polite, but not much. A child's word. Like my son's. One mouth, you never know how outlandish his next one will be. There's a sense of having scrutinized the wrong question, but the right answer. True to form. Kindergarten is a lot of fun. Thank you. 4 voices. The pop-ups burst into laughter. One by one, the other children were coaxed by their teachers. Perhaps it was because Su-young got credit for helping to coax the child. Xiao Zhang didn't come to trouble him. I was going to screw him over, but I ended up getting screwed over myself first. Xiao Zhang let Su-young off the hook. But Su-young is an idol master. Coaxing is coaxing. Teasing and crying are 2 different things. The mission is only one completed. There is still a tough road ahead. Already acclimatized to his environment, he began to let himself go. When the classroom was quiet again, Su-young came to life again and, we'll all be sold. Nice guy. That's totally throwing a spark into a barrel of oil. In the classroom, the cries were suddenly loud enough to bring the roof down. The child who had just been coaxed back into action ripped out his voice and began to howl again. The Changs were stupid. Even the other 2 teachers looked towards Su-young. They get headaches. Before he could even catch his breath, he was back in baby coaxing mode. Mission accomplished, 2 out of 3. Experience length remaining, 4 hours 12 minutes and 52 seconds. Successfully teased to tears twice. This one was clearly more powerful compared to the earlier one. Just now, some children had to be held and coaxed by their teachers, but now they are not even allowed to touch them. When you get anxious, you start rolling all over the place. The classroom was a hoot. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded with laughter. You're pretty damn talented. What kids are afraid of you, say? Did you put surveillance in my house? Those are clearly my words to scare my son. Ha ha ha, my family does that too. the baby is crying. Why in the hell do I want to laugh so much? Later on, when you're drinking and bragging, you'll be able to say that you've had a lot of boys and girls crying over you with just 2 words. Crap. It's still true. But would it be bad for the baby to cry too much? It's okay to cry a little. I'm the pediatrician. And a little crying like that will also exercise your vocal cords and improve your lung capacity. Seeing Soo-young so lackadaisical twice in a row made the kids cry. This has caused a lot of internet users who are already moms and dads to be a little worried. But after hearing the doctor say it's okay to cry once in a while, each one of them grinned big and giggled again. And Soo-young wasn't just going to tease and cry. He will still help one up. And he's very measured and doesn't let the kids cry all the time. It's only been less than an hour and I've completed 2 quests. So it'll be nice to wait until the end to do it again. There's no need to rush. But those 2 times have broken 3 teachers. Especially Chang. He was the only male teacher and was responsible for many of the more mischievous children. When these little kids cry, it's heavenly. Several children on Soo-young's side were coaxed, but a little boy on his side was still splashing and rolling on the ground. The stubbornness was so strong that he couldn't even pick him up if he wanted to. Not only did this give all 3 teachers a headache, but it also got the netizens on the air talking. This kid is so stubborn. According to the words of our old country, it's a stubborn bull. I'm counting on my fingers that the kid has at least 5 dazzlers on his head. Still lined up. You say the boy has an Olympic on his head? Ha 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 ha. You guys always find an odd point to use for laughs. Really? Life advice. Don't get a stubborn bastard for a husband or you'll never know how stubborn the kids you have are. Yes, I know this very well. My son is stubborn, but my husband is not stubborn. I am. Ha ha, you're kinda proud. At one time I was known as one of the stubborn bastards of the area, until I met Wicker Fry. Seeing that the 3 of them were unable to do anything, Soo-young walked over. If you cause your own trouble, you have to take it on yourself. Just when the netizens on the air thought he was going to pull another stunt and rely on distracting the children to make them stop crying. But no one expected that after Soo-young walked to the little boy's side, he directly laid down on the ground and also began to wow and cry. Whoa. Cry together. Whoever stops is a puppy. The sudden scene left all 3 teachers dumbfounded. Simultaneously, mouths opened wide. Even Xiao Zhan was no exception, and he made a point of rubbing his eyes for fear that he had misread it. At this moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also became quiet all of a sudden. The silence was followed by a screen full of question marks taking over. What's going on with the anchor? Going the way of the little ones and leaving the little ones with no way out. I don't know who summarized this sentence. The netizens can't live without laughing after the reaction. Ha 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 ha. Is this the legendary defeat of magic with magic? I'm literally laughing my ass off. The anchors don't play by the rules at all. This anchor really doesn't have any idle baggage. He cries louder than that kid. Anchor, pediatrics. It's all left over from my play. OMG. This is so embarrassing. As long as you're not embarrassed yourself, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Just because you're so open-minded, I'll swipe you a few gifts high and low. The netizens are happy to watch and the gifts come with them. Various special effects exploded on the screen one after another. Soo-young's action also made that little boy whole. How can you have one when you're crying yourself? Finally, under Soo-young's persistence, the little boy wimped out. Wiping his own tears, he climbed up, not forgetting to pull Soo-young. Don't you cry, I concede. Who understands? He's just trying to get some snacks and toys by crying. How come one can cry more than him? It's getting harder and harder to bring up these adults nowadays. Seeing this scene, that middle-aged teacher was so shocked that he took off his glasses. The most rowdy and mischievous kid, the one who defies everyone, actually admits defeat? You know this little kid has to have a special teacher in charge of him once he gets rowdy. He can cry all day if he doesn't fulfill various requests. However, by Soo-young, he actually surrendered. What was even more and more infuriating was that Soo-young was still a bit faceless. I don't want it. How could a 3-year-old child pull Soo-young? He froze on the ground and refused to get up. The expression was very into the scene, but only he himself knew that holding back laughter was almost suffocating internal injuries. Against children, Soo-young had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. How many years has he been a bear? I've been a bear for 2 lifetimes. How can I fight? The little boy was also completely helpless with Soo-young. Again, he urged, get up. If he didn't get up he wanted to cry again. But when he thought of the battle that Soo-young had just had, the tears were hardened and held back. And pulling a fudge out of his pocket, here's my candy for you. You get up. This time, the 3 teachers stared at the same time. They can know best the significance of this candy. I guess the kid's mom and dad couldn't even get him to take it out if they came. Just give it to Soo-young? Not only giving, he also peeled off the candy paper and stuffed it into Soo-young's mouth. Eat and stop crying Zor. It was a picture that made them feel almost like they were watching a sci-fi movie. The little boy had made it this far. It would be unreasonable for Su Young to not give face. He stood up. Well then, don't you ever cry again either. Oh. Hearing this, the little boy nodded good-naturedly. Thought this farce was over. I didn't expect Xiao Zhang to still be angry. Su Yang let him coax the child twice, although he knew the purpose of Su Yang's visit. But what's not crazy about coaxing a child? And now there's a good opportunity to embarrass him, so naturally he won't let it go. This little friend, your classmate shared the candy with you. What are you going to say? Tailored education like this is common in kindergarten, though this time the subject was an adult. However, both teachers thought that Chan wanted him to demonstrate to the children, so they didn't stop him, even looking forward to hearing the standard answer. Su Yang knows very well the little secret in Xiao Zhang's heart. If you want him to die, it won't work. Any normal person knows to say thank you, but Su Yang was not a normal person, only to see him hold out his hand as a matter of course. One more, not enough. Su Yang's unorthodox behavior caused the corners of the three teachers' mouths to twitch madly. And you want him to demonstrate? I'm glad I didn't become a contrarian. This little friend, go back to your own seat. Watch your classroom discipline. Next time I'll have to ask you out. Xiao Zhang could not do anything at all with Su Yang, and could only secretly threaten him to never make children cry again. Twice in one morning. The gods go crazy. Su Yang himself didn't plan to act again. Just one last time. Wait until the time is mixed up. Otherwise it would be more trouble than it's worth to really piss this guy off and invite himself out. Okay day. Teacher. Su Yang answered obediently and returned to his seat. The clip sound with the pretense of tenderness and artifice instantly made Xiao Zhang shiver, and made the netizens in the live broadcast room feel sick to their stomachs. Fuck. Playing hard to get. I'm getting goosebumps. Who the hell is on the anchor? I order you to get your ass down here. You really don't care about the netizens at all. You really have a heart of gold when you step on a horse. Raoul's breakfast is going to be spit out. Anchor, as long as I'm not embarrassed. It's everyone else who's embarrassed. Su Yang did obey, and until noon, he didn't make any more trouble. The more you get along with the kids, the better you get along with them. Play games together, eat lunch together, take lunch breaks together. Rather, it was an easy life. Human cubs are still cute when they're not crying, so even if Su Yang didn't have a whole job behind him and the live content tended to be flat, the pop-ups were still lively. Their every move generates discussion. Not to mention, it's such a healing image. It makes me want to have a baby. Got a lawyer? Please ask how to fight strangers for custody. My wife and I have always wanted a girl, and after looking around, decided we wanted the one in the little pink dress. You tigers and wolves words simply do not be too criminal. Want to pack food and shelter cannot be so euphemistic. I'm just kidding, but they're really cute when they're not crying, especially when they're talking, eating rice, drinking water and asking for cuddles. It's just adorable. Doesn't that mean all the superimposed words are cute? That's not necessarily true. Like, call daddy. Ha 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 ha. Don't get too far out of line guys. Saying that the superimposed word is cute is only for kids. If it were your girlfriends or wives, it would probably drive you crazy. How come? It should be cute to say it in their place. Oh, you're still too young. Show me your cell phone. Buy me a bag. Tell me about your ex-girlfriend. There's a thing to talk to you about. Try not coming home. Give some money to spend. Get by if you can. Get away if you can't. Try yammering one more time. Cute? Crap. Sweating already. The pop-ups were buzzing, and the time in front of Su Yang's eyes was rapidly decreasing. 58 minutes and 45 seconds. As the last hour of the experience length remained, the afternoon session began. The class was taught by Chang and the young girl. The slightly longer teacher didn't show up, but the afternoon was just as orderly as the morning was much better. The children were all sitting in their places in a disciplined manner, with their little hands in their laps. Well behaved. Chang clapped his hands and smiled when the children all looked at him. All know that Father's Day is coming up. Then the task this afternoon is to prepare a sentence to say to Dad. Before I do, I'd like to ask you all, how is your dad? As soon as the words fell, the classroom erupted with a neatly harmonized reply. Yes. Not only did they answer, but they showed off their linguistic talents detailing how good their dad was. My dad can cook. My dad can make noodles. My dad is rich. Tell your dad not to get cocky. My dad is already trying. The children answered enthusiastically. The look was innocent and ignorant, and the voice was full of childishness. What it says is also particularly hilarious. It made many of the netizens in the broadcast room burst out laughing. Hey, 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 that little kid. It's no virtue for your dad to be in the bathroom for an hour. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Dad will gamble not Xing said this one's even better. Even his dad's love of stashing personal money. Does your mom know about this? Are you sure your dads will be happy to hear this? Thought all the kids were little coats. This is all foreign undershirts. True father's league of sorrowful men. A certain father, it's time to bring out the ancestral 7 wolves. 7 wolves dipped in iodophore and sterilized as they fought. The netizens were all happy to watch the fun. And there were also some careful netizens who noticed that Su Yang was not right. What's wrong with the anchor? He seems to have something on his mind. Bad. The anchor seems to have grown up in an orphanage. Isn't this topic zapping his lung tubes? Ha! The anchor is an orphan? How come I haven't heard him say that? Who even shouts with a bullhorn about this kind of thing? It's something only some old fans know about. It's over. It's over. This teacher didn't do it on purpose. Tomorrow is Father's Day. There's nothing wrong with doing this activity. Isn't it just a coincidence that the anchor is going to be sad? I thought he was always smiling no matter what he was facing, but I didn't realize there could be such a sad side to him. Tough anchor. I can't do much. Brush some gifts. The guy I never swiped a gift gave you his first. Netizens were heartbroken for Su Yang and all spontaneously sent gifts to comfort him. The pop-ups were again dominated by various gifts for a while. It was already in the top 5 on the gift list just now, and now it's straight to number 1. It confused the other anchors on the platform. Dancing anchor, it's not so hard to dance naked. Game anchor, is this another one of those godkin messing with a gift for one more head kill? Sooner or later you'll die on the keyboard for screwing around like that. Outdoor anchor, bullshit. Is it a parody of Beyonce eating maggots or drinking urine? Singing anchor, is this upside down singing or underwater singing? Is it so fancy to play? I'd like to check it out. With that, other anchors would choose to cut their numbers to take a look at it, even if they didn't care that they were on the air. This brings in as much traffic as you can imagine. There were already more than 4 million people watching online in Su Yang's live room, and now it had directly soared to more than 6 million. Number 1 all-platform favorite. When they learned that Su Yang had gained such a high reward just by using a melancholy expression, a whole lot to take in. Which of them, the big anchors, can't break their backs and beat their hands to death for a few gifts? How come it's so simple when it comes to Su Yang? Not a word was said, others rushed to deliver it. Don't be so angry, but it was reasonable to think about it. After all, Su Yang had brought them so much joy, and now it was rare for him to appear so hurt. Fans are naturally heartbroken. Once they're heartbroken, the easiest and most direct way to do this is in the form of a bounty. Many people who never give gifts choose to give 1 or 2. Su Yang's gift income was soaring with the naked eye, and among these people, it was Zhou Siyu and Jiang Yanyan who were the most distressed by Su Yang. They all knew that part of Su Yang's past, so they naturally understood how he felt. These two also have completely different styles of comfort. One sends small essay messages and the other goes on a gift-giving spree. Rather inexplicably harmonious. Just as they had guessed, mentioning the word father did make Su Yang a little sad. Not so much because of his orphan status in this life. After all, Su Yang in his previous life had a happy home and a father who treated him exceptionally well. It was just one thing that happened later that still makes his heart twist when he thinks about it now. At this point, Su Yang fell into deep memories. In his previous life, he had a very happy family and his parents were very good to him. The family is not rich, but very cozy. Su Yang lived a happy life throughout his childhood, until one day when he was in high school, his father was hospitalized for an illness. One check, cancer. When the bad news came, it was as if he felt the whole sky had fallen. Su Yang would always remember how that once robust man had been tortured by the disease to the point of being as thin as a bone. There he lay in that cold hospital bed, his face haggard, his eyes deep set. At first he was able to eat a little bit of fluids, but later he could not even turn over. Oxygen masks are being taken off for shorter and shorter periods of time, and monitoring instruments are becoming more and more expensive. His father had a hard life, doing the hardest work to give him a better life, willing to do anything as long as it makes money. But before he could succeed in his career, his father collapsed. He would never forget the way his mother took him around begging for money and being turned away. He will never forget the dilemma of being pressured by doctors to pay for medication even when he was in the hospital receiving minimal treatment. He'll never forget the strange looks the waitresses gave him when he went to the cafeteria to order only 2 bowls of rice, but had to fill a big bowl of free soup. Nor will he forget that the school podium, which he mounted countless times, later became the site of his endowment, holding up checks magnified dozens of times, standing like puppets, being posed for pictures, being photographed. He watched his usually well-connected classmates, smiling, drop $5, $10 into the box in front of him. It was a feeling he would never forget. The word father meant more to Su Yang than anything else. The man who always put him first, always looked out for him, and stood up for him. Even when I knew I was terminally ill, all I could think about was saving the money for treatment to pay for his tuition and give him something nice to eat. To this day, Su Yang remembers what his father said to him when he was dying. Yang, Daddy will go first. Don't feel bad. Daddy's just going ahead and getting ready to continue to be your father in his next life. In my next life I will work harder to make you happier. Yang, when you wait for your next life, will you still be willing to let me be your father? A pervasive sadness swept over me as I recalled the words. He is willing. Countless times I've cried out the words in my dreams, but it's been the next life. Where's Dad? At this moment, Su Yang felt that fate had played a great joke on him. He had obviously made a pact with his father, but why was he an orphan? Especially now that his wealth is approaching freedom and the future is looking up. This sadness is magnified infinitely. He's got money. It also has a career that I love. But what about Dad? They clearly had an appointment. Thinking of this, Su Yang's eyes reddened and a layer of water mist appeared before his eyes. He silently pressed and clenched his teeth to keep his emotions from showing. At this point, all the children in the classroom were responding enthusiastically. Xiao Zhang also noticed Su Yang's silence. He approached Su Yang as he did with other children and asked, "This little friend, does your father have any good qualities?" Actually, it's really not Zhang's fault for going about deliberately exposing people's scars. He powdered Su Yang for a relatively short period of time and didn't know Su Yang's life at all. If he had to say that he had a little bit of bad intentions, it was nothing more than wanting to see Su Yang embarrassed. Being asked questions as if you were a child does become quite awkward in the adult world. Xiao Zhang's question also made the netizens in the broadcast room nervous. This see which pot to piss in. On purpose. How is it intentional? It's not like he knows. Don't forget guys, the anchor is a kindergartner now. Isn't it normal to be jerked around and asked questions? I'm already aching for the anchor. Anchor, don't cry. You still have us. Hearing Xiao Zhang's voice, Su Yang also snapped out of his memories. Perhaps the emotions of longing were too strong. Su Yang actually overlapped his father's shadow on Xiao Zhang. He rose slowly, and after a moment's thought, answered with immense seriousness. My dad was a great guy, and as far as I can remember, he was good at everything. Just call out to Dad and he'll have no problem coming to my rescue. He would have helped me pave the way to a long life if the light of day hadn't stepped in. Actually, he's not good at everything, but becoming my dad is why he hates everything. Su Yang's voice contained strong emotions that made Xiao Zhang shudder when he heard it. He was moved. Suddenly, he felt that the small-mindedness of embarrassing Su Yang was a bit unseemly. Look how well they answered. No stage fright at all. A complete illustration of what it means when you throw mud at the other side and the other side uses the mud to grow lotus flowers. It's not just Chang who's shocked. Even the netizens on the air were deeply moved. Beautifully said. And in just a few words it outlines the greatness of a father. Is this an anchor's imagination or a childhood memory? You stay out of the anchor's business. Just ask if you're moved. It did touch me. I miss my dad. A father's expression of love. Have you eaten? Are you short of money? If you can't, come home. Not mentioning that he loves you, but loving you at every turn. Parents are here. Life still has a place to come. Parents go. Life only return. So while your parents are here to be filial, don't let yourself have regrets. Oh, I'm crying already. Su Yang's few words caused everyone to fall into deep nostalgia. Even the other kindergarten teacher young lady couldn't help but hide in a corner and secretly wipe up her tears. The atmosphere was all here. So Chang followed up with, so now if you had to say something to your dad, what would you say? Hearing this, Su Yang's eyes once again dimmed. He didn't answer directly, but was deep in memories that he couldn't get out of. I had a dream that my dad died. A faint sadness filled Su Yang's voice, but just as soon as he opened his mouth, some of the netizens in the live broadcast room already sensed something was wrong. Isn't the anchor getting too into it? Where did he get a dad? How can you have him without a father? But the truth is, never mind that, just listen. Why do I get the feeling the anchor is holding back a big move? Listen to me. Don't you feel it yet? At this point, some netizens have sensed that something is wrong, but he couldn't specifically say what was wrong, and could only listen carefully to Su Yang continue on. I had a dream that my dad died. Feeling that the wording was wrong, Su Yang changed his words again. To be precise, it's about to pass away. In the dream, he was very sick, tubes all over his body. I need a thick layer of glass to see him. He just lay still in his hospital bed inside, his life slowly fading away. My mom and I did everything we could to save him, selling the house and spending every penny of my savings. But it's still not enough. Relatives and friends who were once close see us like the plague because of the loan. To save money, my mom and I used to sleep in the aisle. It's not uncommon to be driven away and to be looked at. That's when someone told my mom, don't treat it, keep the money for yourself and get by. But my mom answered him very firmly, no, even if you dump your family's money, you have to cure it. Indeed, in the eyes of my mom and I, my dad was the pillar of support. Without Dad, we wouldn't have a family. Speaking here, Su Yang's voice choked a little. Xiao Zhang even cried directly from listening. The pop-ups also fell silent. They didn't know if it was true or not. But the story Su Yang told was just too deceiving for tears. Many of the ones with low tier points have already started whimpering. And Su Yang's voice continued. It's always been my dad who's been there to cover my ass and protect me. And I never thought that the man who was like a mountain would one day lie so weak in a hospital bed. It wasn't until that moment that I woke up to the fact that my father needed someone to hold up the fort for him. 2. Holding up the fort for your father? The lethality of this statement made many of the big old men hold back their tears, especially for those who are already dads. This quote can literally warm the cockles of your heart. Thought the question was just a walk in the park. Unexpectedly, Su Yang's answer raised the issue to another level. Xiao Zhan was also moved to tears and couldn't stop his tears. Su Yang's voice was still coming in. After I woke up from the dream, I cried a lot. I just hate that I'm not capable of saving Dad, and I hate that I was so naughty as a child, always worrying him. The words in my heart didn't come out until after Dad died. When he heard this, Chang volunteered to step forward. Speak now. He must hear you in heaven. If you have to say it to someone, then think of me as your father. You say it to me. Xiao Zhang's intention was to help, but of course there was also a little bit of wanting to take advantage of Su Yang. Who can resist being a human father? It's not like taking advantage and helping are in conflict. He also wanted Su Yang to voice out the regrets in his heart. It's a move that doesn't even sit well with the ever-boisterous netizens. They were even more looking forward to knowing what Su Yang wanted to say to his dad. At this moment, they even forgot about Su Yang's status as an orphan. Not to mention them, even Zhou Siyu had forgotten about it. She sniffled her already red nose and stared intently at the screen, afraid of missing a second. On Jiang Nian's side, it was a different scene. Sister Li, don't let him fool you. He just made it up. I don't know what kind of bad stuff I'm holding in my stomach. While Jiang Nian chewed and clicked on her chips, Su Li cried and squealed. The two are in stark contrast. At first she was fooled too, but then she looked back and realized it wasn't that simple. Hearing Jiang Nian say this, Su Li was still a bit unhappy. What do you know? Just because your family of origin is happy doesn't mean everyone else is that way. Knowing that Su Li was going to start her long-winded speech again, Jiang Nian hurriedly made a surrender. I was wrong. I don't talk. He finished with a zipper gesture on his lips. Indicates that her mouth has been sewn shut and she will no longer make any comments. However, she still deflated her mouth where Su Li could not see, and secretly slandered in her heart, little boy. You act. You continue to act. Hearing Xiao Zhang's suggestion, Su Yang's eyes reddened with flesh. It was prudent to look at Chang. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to say to you. Chang was also fully in character, nodding his head and encouraging him to be brave enough to speak up. You've worked too hard in this life. Never had a day of comfort. I want to say to you, if there is a next life, I hope, let me be your dad. All the torture and suffering, let me carry it. Su Yang's words were resounding, full of deep love for my dad. Hearing Xiao Zhang burst into tears. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also completely tense. Big brother, I'm at work. You make me cry at this time. My co-workers are coming to ask me if something happened at home. Who understands? I just squatted on the side of the road to wipe the tears. The result is that a big man passing by gave me $2, but also said that I want me to be brave. I am brave. A set of trade. Guys, I broke my defense. Who the hell said this was a funny live stream? I can't. Let me cry some more. Su Yang's words moved Xiao Zhang so much that he no longer knew what to say. It's very heartbreaking to bring it under. Again. It must have been hard for him during that time. In order to comfort Su Yang, he said in Su Yang's father's tone, Son, it's hard on you too. I know all of this. Just do what you say. I'll make you a father in your next life. Even up to now, Xiao Zhang hadn't found any problems, still trying to play the role of Su Yang's father. The son is heartbroken that his dad has had such a hard life that he wants to be a dad in his next life to fight back. How filial. But just then, Su Yang put away the sad expression on his face and looked at Xiao Zhang with a serious face. Yeah, then let's rehearse it ahead of time. What? Chang obviously didn't react. At this moment, the corner of Su Yang's mouth raised a bad smile, and he increased the volume and repeated, let's rehearse in advance. First call out daddy to listen. Chang. Emotional management fails instantly. 1 second he was moved to tears. The next moment embarrassment crept into his face. What's the point of waiting for him after all this time? But, the kindergarten teacher lady next to her reacted before Xiao Zhang did. The tears haven't even dried up yet, so I can't help but squirt with laughter first. Although the children in the classroom did not understand, but when the teacher laughed, all of them turned into the king of the audience, and laughed in a joyful way. Some slapped the table, some covered their bellies. I don't know why I'm laughing, but it's the right thing to do. Laughter rang throughout the classroom. If Su Yang just made Xiao Zhang a little embarrassed, then the moment is that the embarrassment lights the gas tank, the embarrassment blows up. At this point in the broadcast, crap, you stepped on a horse, damn it. Ha ha ha. I knew you weren't holding your farts, but I didn't know you were waiting for me here. I cried and laughed like a fool. The reversal came as a surprise. I really thought you were going the melodramatic route today. Everyone here is a clown. Made up? Made up again? You beast. I just swiped a gift for you. That's a day's worth of cigarette money for me. You give it back to me. What's your cigarette money? I'm swiping the money for a room with a goddess. Brother, you've sacrificed too much. He's so screwed up. Does anyone care or not? The pop-ups are blowing up and wailing. But this comedic effect was also pulled off by Su Yang's simple sentence. Cursing and laughing. Ha ha ha. Just now I said that I want to let the anchor know that there are many bad people in this world. Now I see that the worst is the anchor. Laughing me to death. I can only say that this handsome man is too honest and was tricked by the anchor. Handsome. I'd like to interview you about what makes you think you can take advantage of an anchor. Brothers, people hard not to tear down on the anchor so animal. He wants to cheat who cannot cheat. Just now was cheated quite a lot. Upstairs. Hurry up and retract your words. I'm going to break defense. Ha 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 ha. It's only funnier if he shouts. But, you're all so damaged. Chang slowed down for half a point before responding. The thought of what he had just done made him want to bang his head against the wall. It's so damn embarrassing. What the hell were all those tears just now? The point was, there was no way for him to blame Su Yang. He was obviously the one who was rushing up to find pain. Regret. Why mess with him? Why can't you think of inviting this great god back? Seeing Xiao Zhan like this, Su Yang held his laughter until his stomach hurt. There's no such thing as a montage of lies, with truth and falsehood mixed in. That doesn't fall for it. This state of Xiao Zhan continued until the end of kindergarten. He couldn't figure out how Su Yang managed to trick him without moving. But for Xiao Zhang, Su Yang was still quite grateful. After all, without him, he wouldn't have been able to complete this mission on his own. Thanks, man. I'll buy you dinner someday. Xiao Zhang deflated his mouth. If you have sincerity, today, what the hell is another day? Suddenly, he remembered that Su Yang's task today was that he needed to make children cry 3 times. Recall it carefully. Seems like it's only been twice. Su Yang's mission was not accomplished. This discovery instantly gave him back his confidence, and his appearance was dejected. It seems like you still have one more quest left to do. School's out now. You don't have a chance. Having recovered his honor, Chang's walk began to turn into a six-pack, but Su Yang smiled at this moment. The experience had been long enough, and he had been able to wait until now. Not just for one last mission. Look at me. Su Yang left this sentence and headed for the kindergarten entrance. It was the end of the school day, and outside the kindergarten were full of parents coming to pick up their children. And inside the garden, no matter whether it was a big class or a small class, they were all lining up neatly. You can tell that people are in their best moods, whether they are after school or after work. Everyone is jubilant. Several of the children who had gotten acquainted with Su Yang even smiled and greeted him. Seeing this childish face, Su Yang exhaled. Just as he was about to walk out of the kindergarten door, he violently yelled, "You will be sent back tomorrow." After saying that, no matter what the crowd's reaction was, he pulled out his legs and ran. The children, who were just now raising their smiling faces, all of a sudden turned from sunshine to clouds and clouds to rain. Su Yang had run out a long way, and the cries behind him were still loud. Seeing this scene, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room also exploded. Bastard! You still have a backhand. That's a harsh move, and they're going to have to deliver it tomorrow. So these kids aren't going to cry all night? If I were a parent I'd already be pissed. What a sorrowful grudge this is. Take the anchor alive and hang it. In the future, all the kindergartens will have to have a sign at the entrance that Su Yang and dogs are not allowed. Ha 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 ha. The genus is feuding. The netizens in the live chat room were talking. Su Yang was also in a good mood, and the prompt came as promised. Mission accomplished. Get a chance to win a lottery. Current proficiency 96%. A quest plus 7 points of proficiency was better than he thought. And that's a lot of gift income today. Almost 3.5 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. With this speed of money, you will soon be able to marry a rich white woman and go to the peak of your life. Wait, marrying a rich white woman? Scratch that. Married? Never get married in this life. For what he earns, he only has enough to spend on himself. As for how to spend it, buy a car first. Su Yang was on his way to the car dealership, and as usual, he thanked all the bigwigs who had sent gifts in the live broadcast. Thank you for the gift of the silent watching the stormy night, even Minka Big Brother. Thank you Main Yang who loves steamed Fukusa fish for the gift. Thank you Dragon Ghost for the gift. After thanking him, he closed the broadcast. Now that there is money, overtime is out of the question. The process of picking up the car didn't happen anything special. Su Yan liked a car before, Only that he didn't have the money to buy it at that time, but now that he had the money, he directly brought up a top-end model. The whole dealership kinda rocked when they chose to pay full price for it themselves. After all, there were not many customers as quick as Su Yang, who took it after looking at it before and after for less than half an hour. And it's still full payment. A full $1 million or so, paid without blinking an eye, even if you don't ink out. The key is that you look so handsome. This was simply the ideal candidate for a boyfriend. And many girls in sales were making secret glances at Su Yang. Unfortunately, Su Yang's mind was on the car, completely unnoticed. Broke another teenage girl's heart. After you buy the car, it's time to quit the lease and move. In order to avoid Zhang Yan Yan that Madahaha to pounce uninvited, Su Yang still sent the new address. Moving was a physical job, and Su Yang was busy until most of the night before he could barely pack up. Before he had a chance to admire his large villa, he had collapsed on the bed in exhaustion. But he's not done yet. Withdraw gift income first. Huaxia Bank, the account with the last number 0318 received a transfer, 3,517,152 yuan. Current account balance, 9,142,623.12 yuan. Bought a car and have over $9 million in savings. Looks like he's out of poverty and rich. Su Yang was in a great mood. And then came the lottery. As soon as the words left his mouth, a roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of him. As the roulette wheel was spinning, Su Yang realized again that the quest had also refreshed. Thinking that another quest would bind the system, I clicked on it in passing. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, roadside cooking. Today's live mission, you mutual neighborhood. Mission requirement, catch fish from the fish tanks of the neighborhood homeowners and treat them to dinner after cooking. Seeing this mission, Su Yang's brain buzzed again. What kind of hook-ate mission is this? Can't he just go buy fish to make friends with his neighbors? Is he short on dates? Don't limit where you can fish if you're not allowed to buy. After all, with his fishing skills, getting a few fish wasn't simple. But why fish in the homeowner's tank? What kind of retard came up with the task of treating yourself and then going to their place to stock up? That's a good game of empty gloves. Moreover, Su Yang had always known that the skills drawn by the system would be used. I just didn't realize that now it was a no-holds-barred. Give a cooking skill and then let him go treat himself. Su Yang was all pissed off and laughed. Row, you're awesome. Can't play with you. Cursing the system became a daily preserve. After the scolding, it was time to start thinking about how this mission was going to be accomplished. Going fishing at the owner's house? How can anyone else? This is a villa area, and there is a large open space in front of each house. Not to mention a fish tank. You could dig a fish pond out of it. But what does it take to be allowed to fish? And rich people seem to keep mostly ornamental fish. Can that stuff be eaten? Su Yang started scratching his ears. The question was pondered until the latter part of the night when I froze and couldn't come up with a clue. Eventually, I was so confused that I actually fell asleep. It was also because he had been tortured by the system so much that Su Yang was even dreaming of fishing. I woke up in the morning with a whole lot of giddiness. In the past he would have had everything ready before going on air. And today he had a brain fart. After washing my face and preparing nothing, I turned the live feed on first. Just after the start of the broadcast, a lot of netizens flooded into the live room. The anchor is still alive? Not beaten to death by the parents of the kids? I laughed. You talk to the anchor like that. The anchor wants to beat you to death. Come on, anchor, come along the net and hit me. I'm so terribly strong now that no one can possibly do me a bit of damage. Oh, real do fake do? It's simply truer than gold. And the defense value is off the charts. Friendly reminder. You guys pay attention to the background of the anchor. Netizens who have watched Su Yang's live broadcast remember the house he lived in before. Not to say that the conditions were grueling, but definitely not on par with a mansion. But in the background of Su Yang's live broadcast today, the house he lives in is called an opulent house. The 3-story cottage, decorated in English retro style, has a huge crystal chandelier hanging down from the center of the rotating staircase. Everywhere you look, the home furnishings reveal one word: expensive. It was also Su Yang's first time living in such a mansion, and he didn't know where to put a lot of things, so he could only run around upstairs and downstairs. This invariably gives the live streamers a tour of the entire villa. It also allowed him to play hard to get. Crap. How powerful can your defense be against this spiritual attack? Just said it was horribly strong and made me watch this? Simply dislike the face output. My own failures are horrible, but my friend's successes are even more gripping. Aha, I'm so jealous. Anchor, you beast. I thought you were bragging, but it turns out you're really bragging. Some live in Rome. Some live like mules. I'm just going to watch a live stream at the Tama. How come I'm still getting yelled at? Such a nice house must be very expensive. How could it be hundreds of thousands of dollars? Brother, are you here to be funny? This is the Magic City. Hundreds of thousands of dollars is not enough to buy a toilet. How expensive is this? Then this set mustn't cost tens of millions of dollars to buy? Poverty limits my imagination. Ugh, if I hadn't been cheated out of that $100 million, I could have bought a house here too. How did you get tricked? Burned the wrong paper at the grave? Pfft, ha 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 ha. The pop-up screen was originally still wailing, but the back can't help but some netizens are particularly sandy, and 3 words make the atmosphere joyful again. As Su Yang was looking for something, he also noticed that the netizens' mood was not right. He took the initiative to explain. This is a house arranged by the company. I can't afford it myself. The employment climate is so bad these days. Many people are running for their lives, and the fact that they are now suddenly rich will probably make some people feel unbalanced. In order to avoid trouble, it was better for him to choose to keep a low profile. With this explanation, the netizens were quite comfortable. Although everyone knew very well that Su Yang earned money fast, his low profile and not showing off made people feel good about him, instead of just condescendingly questioning if people can't afford it because they don't work hard enough, like some anchors do. Live streaming is also back on track. Some netizens noticed that the title hadn't been changed yet and asked about it in a pop-up. With this reminder, Su Yang also realized, it's almost as if I've been tortured by the system to the point of passing out, and I can forget even that. So he rushed to change it. Today's job, fishing the neighbor's fish tank, never the Air Force. What's the point of treating people when they're in the Air Force? Even if he still didn't have a clue, it didn't stop him from blowing the bull out of the water first. Su Yang headed for the basement after revising the title. Fishing was a hobby for many people nowadays, and he guessed that the owner of the house would be too. So it's a good idea to find out. It's not easy to earn money. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. Su Yang was looking for fishing tackle, but the netizen was once again and again in deep thought after seeing the revised title. The title. But anyone who looks at it will feel a shock to their 3 senses. Then the pop-ups blew up again and again and again. Crap. Starting to be inappropriate again? Look at you. When has an anchor ever been a human being? Fishing I get. Fishing for the neighbor's fish tank. Why don't I get it? Anchor, this whole job is more and more difficult for me to understand. Can you say something I understand? You guys know, my brain is not good. Bad brain +1. Straight up. This fishing guy looks stupid. It's broken. And IQ has gotten lower after being on this broadcast for so long. Where can't you go fishing? The river, the sea, but why the fish tank? Because there are fish inside the tank. It's over. My brain circuits are going to be on the same frequency as the anchor. Shit. This is too bombastic. The only one who can defeat the anchor is always the anchor himself. What's wrong with fishing your neighbor's fish tank in order to stay out of the Air Force? The last stubbornness of a fishing guy. Ha 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 ha. I'm already laughing. What kind of mental state does an anchor have to be in to think about fishing the neighbor's fish tank? Neighbor, don't you come over here. The netizens in the live room were shocked. I had thought that having seen Su Yang's whole job so many times, I would be able to resist a little bit, but every time I see a new title, I can't help but take another hit. They even wondered if Su Yang's brain had been caught in a door when he was a child. How else would you think to fish your neighbor's tank? The previous ones were more outrageous at best. This one is just completely against the logic of normal human thinking. This brainwave is simply not too far ahead of its time. A lot of people couldn't understand it, but were greatly shocked. As a result, more and more people flocked to the live broadcast, and it was only 9 in the morning. And there were already over 2 million people watching online. Besides, Su Yang sighed. As he suspected, there really was a whole set of fishing tackle in the basement. Although it was only entry level, it was completely sufficient for Su Yang. It's not like he's going to the river or the ocean. He's just fishing the tank. He's not that demanding on the rod. So Su Yang packed up and went out the door. It's also probably the closest outdoor broadcast that's right outside your door and not the furthest out of your neighborhood. At this time, Su Yang's mind also cleared up. He knew that skulking around blindly wasn't the way to go, so he decided to ask around first to someone who knew the area well. An older woman sorting paper cases up ahead was his target. Su Yang asked politely as he approached. Ma'am, do you know anyone over here who has a fish tank? It's one of those fish tanks for fish. The lady raised her head and said back in a local dialect, a lot of Lu. Several homes here have fish tanks. After saying that, she buried her head again and continued to organize her paper shells. Hearing this answer, Su Yang was delighted in his heart and asked again in a hurry. Which ones? You point me in the right direction? If it's outdoors, he fishes through the fence. That doesn't count as going to someone's home. It's even better if someone else's home. Maybe we can discuss it. I'll catch your fish and cook it up for your dinner. That's a bit of an outrageous reason, but it had to be tried or the mission wouldn't be accomplished. However, this question of Su Yang's was not answered. The older woman ignored him, so he couldn't resist asking again. This made the elder woman impatient with all the questions. She looked up and glared at Su Yang. No words were spoken, but the expression was close to saying, "How can you beg and not have a living in your eyes?" Su Yang understood in seconds. "Don't you just want him to help work with you? But there are just too many paper shells in front of us. It should be a large packing box that was removed from someone's home after a renovation. This paper shell is good quality and heavy. It'll take half an hour to organize it anyhow. I guess the morning will be over if I help her get to the scrapyard again." Su Yang didn't want to waste time on this matter, so he chose a different approach. "Auntie, how about this? Don't you get any of this stuff yet. First you point out which of my houses has a fish tank, and after that I'll give you $500. Su Yang thought to himself that $500 was already a lot. After all, that's all many people make in a day. Dame just needs to lead the way to get it easily. And this is a villa area. These paper shells are looted outside, but not necessarily wanted here. After leading the way she can keep coming back to get it." Su Yang was very confident that damsel would not refuse. But, unexpectedly, the lady was not moved at all. She left a sentence "who cares" and started to make these paper shells by herself. This put Su Yang are not going to be whole. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room are surprised. Crap, this dame is awesome. She doesn't even want $500? These paper shells will sell for $100 at most, so it's really a case of picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Some people, can't make money beyond his perception. Isn't it because the damsel is honest? As long as one's labor is exchanged. To put it nicely, it's honest. To put it badly, it's deadhead. And you can't get rich with that mindset. Don't be so uptight. It's normal for an older woman to have cured ideas when she's this old. Yes, there are some people who have no money and a lot of sense. Drool even when you're cured. While the netizens were arguing loudly, Su Yang rolled up his sleeves and started to help. He did this because, for one thing, he couldn't bear to see the older woman work hard. Secondly, it's also that there's no one else here to ask. Solely help to get it together. Not to mention, with the addition of Su Yang's efficiency was significantly improved. Folding, pressing, stepping, bundling. The action was crisp and clean. And the look on the older woman's attitude was much better. Quite capable. "Young man, in a moment, auntie will buy you a drink of water." At this time Su Yang which cared about drinking water he wanted to hurry to help finish letting the damsel point the way. "No ma'am. There are so many of these paper shells that it's a struggle for the two of us to get them out. You wait until I get a car." Su Yang was about to go back to driving when he finished speaking. Just bought the car yesterday. Although it was a little heartbreaking to pull paper shells with his beloved car, but help people to the end. Just when Su Yang wanted to make a trip back, the elder lady suddenly stopped him. No, my son is coming over. He has a car." Su Yang was still wondering when he saw a Rolls-Royce coming from the distance. The older woman took an arrow to the center of the road. When the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her, the older woman slammed the hood. "Brat, help your mother pull the paper shells back." At that moment, the window of the Rolls-Royce was rolled down, and a middle-aged uncle poked his head out with a helpless expression. "Mom, why are you picking up paper shells again? How can I have time to get it for you? I'm busy going to a meeting." Hearing this, the elder woman was not happy either. Her mouth was like a machine gun. "What meeting? Really think your mom is blind? I know you're going fishing. If you don't come down I'm going to take the fishing poles from your trunk and use them as firewood." Seeing this, the middle-aged uncle could only get out of the car helplessly. "I'm the big boss, shouting every day that I'll pull paper shells for you." It's a laugh. Although his mouth was grumbling, his movements were not slow at all. It also seems to be done often. Seeing this scene, not to mention Su Yan was shocked. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room were confused, and a screen full of question marks floated out from the pop-up screen. "What the fuck? This dame's son is a big boss in a Rolls-Royce? Ha. The clown is myself. I can't believe I thought she was a rag picker. No wonder she can't look at the anchor's $500. Is she short of money? Villa area outsiders can't get in, can pick up garbage inside and no one stops them. One guess knows the identity is not simple. It's all horseplay now, and just now they were saying this damsel is poor. Got punched in the face a couple times today. Sour. Never underestimate any older woman. We have a cleaning lady in our company. We always thought she came out to work because of her family's condition, but then we realized that she is the landlord of this building. And you can't underestimate Moncler Outlet Store it. There's a street sweeper in our area Moncler Outlet Store who has a whole row of storefronts. The world is a giant haystack, and I'm just a patchwork. No more talking. Let me cry for a while." It wasn't until the middle-aged uncle helped tie up all of the damsel's paper shells that Su Yang came back to his senses. The thought that he had just had to bribe the older woman with $500 sent a reddening to his ears. It's not even that awkward to give brother Si Chong a reward and hear him say thanks for the 3 melons and 2 dates sent by the poor bastard. In order to avoid further embarrassment, Su Yang wanted to slip away, but before he could move his feet, the older woman called out to him, "Come on, young man, let's go to the damsel's house for a drink." No need. The Rolls-Royce had already embarrassed him, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry it off if he went through the baptism of a top mansion. Don't want to find the fishbowl? The killer that the elder woman threw out made Su Yang freeze for a moment. Combined with what they had just said, it was a bright moment. Isn't this big brother in a hurry to go fishing? Will there be no fish tank in the house? The mission trumps everything. Embarrassing is embarrassing. So Su Yang numbly got into the car. Then I'll be polite. The middle-aged uncle was very talkative. Even if it was just a few hundred meters drive, he could chat with Su Yang for a few sentences. Little brother, you're a new mover, aren't you? It looks strange. Su Yang nodded. I just moved in yesterday, but it's the owner's house. I'm just staying temporarily. Unlike you, it's a really big boss. Su Yang replied without being condescending. With his current strength, he really couldn't afford a house here, but it should work later. It was also this frankness of Su Yang that made the middle-aged uncle have a good impression of him. They had a nice chat and, bigger bosses still have to pull paper shells for the old lady. You don't realize that pulling it once and touching up the paint will cost. Perhaps sensing that he had let his mouth slip, the middle-aged uncle stopped speaking halfway through. Still, Su Yang understood. Repainting a Rolls-Royce is not a small amount of money. I'm afraid that the older woman will be sad to hear that. I must say, the middle-aged uncle is so filial. Su Yang could understand it, and the big smart people in the live broadcast naturally understood it as well. The pop-up opened up another round of discussion, and touching up the paint. I can't even tell my mom how much a car wash costs. The older generation is used to being frugal. You have to tell her that washing the car is a big couple dozen at a time. Do you believe she'll quietly get up in the middle of the night to wash it for you? And maybe even use steel wool and detergent, just to get it clean for you. Ha 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 ha. This one managed to make me laugh. So filial. Deserve they get rich. Picking up rags and selling them for $8.08. Burning oil money for $28.08. Any bigger boss has to work for the old lady. Even the most luxurious car has to pull paper shells for my mom. Ha 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 ha. So bet. You guys are afraid you're not on too many birth control pills. Soon, it was time to arrive at damsel's house. Unsurprisingly to Su Yang, their family's mansion was clearly upgraded from the next few. There is actually a 100-year-old tree in the yard. The courtyard is decorated with craftsmanship at every turn. Must have cost a fortune. Of course, the first thing to do was to ignore the scrap of paper shells that had built up into a small mountain on one side of the patio. When Su Yang helped carry the paper shells in, he happened to see a fish tank enclosed in a corner of the courtyard. The small fish tank actually has a live water system. The tank is crystal clear and the fish are all fat. Looking at Su Yang, his eyes went straight. It was completely tailored to his mission. Seeing Su Yang looking at the fish, the middle-aged uncle said proudly, "These are all the fish I caught. Every day they are bursting. They simply can't eat them all. I have to go fishing in a little while, and when I come back with a full load, I'll cook fish for you." As he was talking, the middle-aged uncle saw Su Yang's fishing gear, and as if he had run into a fellow traveler, he became more and more enthusiastic about Su Yang. "Yo, you love fishing too. Where to fish later?" Hearing this, Su Yang rubbed his nose. "You're the one who's fishing." I thought so, but Su Yang didn't dare to say it. It was also at this time that the middle-aged uncle's phone rang, and by the tone of his voice when he answered the phone, it seemed as if his fishing buddies were urging him on. Without waiting for Su Yang to reply, he roared out the door, "It's a deal. Come back and treat you to fish." Hearing this, Su Yang really couldn't strain himself to laugh. How did you even steal his words? It's just that, uncle. You're really leaving? So many fish in the house. Don't you worry? Su Yang's small mind was completely written on his face. He was itching for uncle to leave quickly. It's still too embarrassing to get down without going. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Are all rich people so heartless? The anchor is holding the fishing tackle and he doesn't even realize anything? Who would have thought it? This wave of generics is leading to a thief. Rich uncle, don't go. You'll regret it. Uncle Rich never dreamed that he was out fishing and someone came to catch his fish. How much less of a detour is this treadmill? This thing that the anchor did is pretty much a blowout in the whole fishing world. To shock the rich uncle for a whole year. Uncle Rich, wait a minute. I guess it's going to shock rich Dame for a whole year first. She's coming. Dame, she's coming over. Looking at the flirting in the pop-up screen, Su Yang also felt more or less embarrassed. Especially when he saw the older woman coming toward him with water. A bout of dewy-eyed fear came over him. What kind of crap is this system? After taking a deep breath, Su Yang still changed his smiling face and greeted the older woman. "Ma'am, and for you to pour me water. How embarrassing. There's something to it. The damsel's attitude towards Su Yang was better than just now, and even invited him to sit inside after handing Su Yang the water, but being politely refused by Su Yang. His mind was not in it. By the way, you want to see the fish tank, don't you? Well, look, it's big enough for a fish tank. I'm the one with the biggest fish tank in this neighborhood. Dame did not tell a lie. The fish tank is really not small, comparable to a small pond. Apparently the elder lady had also misunderstood Su Yang's intention of coming here, thinking that he liked to look at fish or something like others. She completely failed to realize Su Yang's true purpose. That's normal. After all, no one in their right mind would think that fishing can be done into someone's home. No, I'm not just there to watch. Su Yang still intended to explain his intentions. So what are you in for? The older woman looked puzzled. Seeing this, Su Yang took a deep breath and spat out 2 words. Fishing. Even though this request was outrageous beyond words, Su Yang still said it. Just 2 words confused the older woman dry. She obviously didn't quite understand. Fishing. Fishing? The CPU was a bit burnt. The older woman muttered as she looked bemusedly at his son's precious fish tank. At last it was understood. You find fish tanks for fishing? I'm afraid that the elder lady had never encountered such an outrageous thing in most of her life, and she couldn't help but increase her volume a few points when she said this. Even his voice stuttered because it was too hard to accept this anticlimactic operation. The sound of the older woman's voice startled the neighbors to the left and right. Even the neighborhood janitorial and security guards couldn't help but stop at their door. The men were stunned, then bewildered. After determining that Su Yang was not joking, they all revealed unbelievable looks. Fishing in someone else's tank? Which track is this again? Guess why people have fish in their tanks? Putting this aside for fishing, this newly opened track is a bit too niche, especially the grandpa next door. People can't even stand up, being helped by the nanny to look this way. At this point he was so dumbfounded that he could probably fit 2 eggs in his mouth. Seeing the reaction of the damsel and the passers-by, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all laughing. Ha 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 ha, I just cracked up laughing. Still haven't seen the power of the anchor, and if you're willing to spend 5 minutes getting to know the anchor, then you'll realize you've wasted 5 minutes. Genus has given up the struggle, hasn't he? Such brain circuits of the anchor are beyond the comprehension of mortals. The last time I was this clueless was last time. The pop-ups are blowing up. All sorts of flirting and whole living abounds. Such a hilarious atmosphere drove a lot of netizens who just watch without posting pop-ups. The amount of pop-ups is skyrocketing, and one is funnier than the other. Who understands? They're just acting out the first time I watched it live. Director of Psychiatry, I'm sorry. I thought I was cured before I let him out. In terms of the whole job, I don't even hold up the wall. I just obey the anchor. Dame, I should have known not to bring him back. Now what to do? Waiting online. Quite urgent. Excuse me, is being laughed at while watching a live stream at work considered a workplace injury? Netflix is more amusing than one. The heat of the live broadcast room was also climbing, and it hadn't been long before the number of online viewers had already exceeded 3 million. And Su Yang also nodded his head twice heavily under the elder woman's incredulous gaze. Yes, I just want a fish. At this time there was no room for disbelief on the part of the damsel. Su Yang even brought his fishing tackle. She's familiar with that stuff. It was also because of such a discovery that the older woman was completely dumbfounded. The 3 senses were hit by an unheard of shock, and for a moment, they actually didn't know how to refute him. It took a long time to squeeze out the words. Young man, this is no place to fish. Why don't I call my son and ask him to come around back and take you? I have to say, the older woman was quite kind. Both were willing to let their son come back in a Rolls Royce to pick up a stranger. You know that his son is worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars and is in contact with a circle of people of the same caliber. But anyone with a little bit of brains knows that this is a totally great opportunity to expand your network. A little slip through the fingers of those big boys is enough to make you rich. The netizens were enviously numb and only hated that they were not Su Yang. The people watching around them also thought that Su Yang would agree. After all, opportunities like this are so rare that none of them believed he was really there just to fish. However, Su Yang's next words made everyone's jaws drop. No ma'am. You just let me fish here. There's plenty of fish here. Su Yang replied with a righteous and justified answer. Surprisingly, the older woman couldn't refute it. All the fish her son caught are here. Can there be more? At first she had thought that the lad was after her son. After all, there have been plenty of people in the past who have found all sorts of excuses to get close. She thought Su Yang was no exception. There might have been eye contact too, and she tried to help out a bit, but they didn't appreciate it at all. A mind to fish this tank. It's not going to straighten the damsel out. Indeed, the tank is full of fish. But what kind of person fishes in a fish tank? Is this kid out of his mind? No no no. Unable to figure out Su Yang's path, the elder woman could only refuse. Hearing this, Su Yang was instantly in trouble. I'd like to say that I'll pay for the fish I catch, but they're not that bad. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the paper shells stacked high next to him, and was struck by an idea. Auntie, how about this? You let me fish, and I'll pick up the paper shells for you when I see them from now on. Not to mention paper shells. What plastic bottles cans all. Before Su Yang finished his words, the grandfather next to him couldn't help but shout, "Young man, you come to me to fish. My house has a big glass tank with golden dragonfish. I'll let you fish." Don't listen to him. You're coming with me to my house. I dug the landscaping pond behind my house. It's got a lot of fish in it. It's better than here. People just want to fish the tank. Landscape pools are easy to air force. Or come to my place. The Chinook are biting. Your fish aren't edible. Mine are. And they're so lively they'll jump in your bucket. The passerby Amazons watching outside and the grandpa next door are on the verge of a fight. In order to compete for Su Yang, that was called a lot of effort. They say rich people have no worries, but the lives of these grandparents remain empty. They weren't born so rich. They've all suffered through it. Frugality became a habit. They may not be motivated by money, but if you say you'll help them pick up trash, they'll be very motivated. Not only do you get your own hobbies fulfilled, but you also have someone to talk to from time to time. This point was completely taken to death by Su Yang. Seeing so many people grabbing Su Yang, the elder lady was also anxious. Fishing. Fish right here. Just a moment ago, he had refused, but at this moment, he took the initiative to help Su Yang unload his fishing tackle. Fishing isn't just for a few minutes. If Su Yang was fishing here, then she wouldn't be bored this day. And the fact that there are people watching shows that the family is popular. Old people don't have much to look forward to anymore. They just want to have a good time. After thinking about it, the elder lady was busy making tea and greeting the nanny with fruits. Just fish right here in damsel. These are the ones my son caught. Feel free to fish. And don't you guys just stand around outside. Come in and have some tea. This is a big deal here in damsel. Not only did the next door neighbors come in, but even the homeowners a good distance away couldn't resist coming in to join in the fun. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hold it in and flirted. Ha 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 ha. Where is your insistence, damsel? Where's your bottom line? Oh damsel, I still like to see you righteous. Dame, having lived most of my life, I've become quite adept at what it means to be able to bend and bend. Soon, under the arrangement of the elder woman, Su Yang's fishing rod was also supported. A young man in his early 20s, a serious man, was fishing by the tank. The picture would have been comical. The key is that he also all processes one by one. Hit the nest, hang the bait, and then wind up flinging the hook into the tank. It really does look like that. The scene also drew more attention. Even the people living in the villa across the street couldn't help but lean over the window to watch. The number of people stopping at the gate is also increasing. Something like hilarity spreads faster than a virus. A lot of people who got wind of it came over with their own little benches. Like circus monkeys, Su Yang was surrounded by 3 layers of people outside who couldn't squeeze in but also stood on tiptoe to look at the inside for fear of missing a little bit of the action. But when they took the trouble to see Su Yang inside, a whole clan lived. Some of them even nearly fell over because they couldn't stand still. But everyone's expression, without exception, was shocked. Very shocked. There were a million question marks in my head and a million black lines in front of my brain. In his heart, there were even more countless grass horses galloping past. Nima, what did they see? A young man fishing for fish in a tank. Was he blind? Or was the young man sick? At this moment, they all felt a shock to their cognition and souls. None were spared. And there are veteran fishing guys among these guys. They go to quite a bit of trouble to find a good fishing spot. I'm willing to travel thousands of miles, even out of the country. However, now there are people who take a different approach and fish directly in people's tanks. What the hell? Su Yang's maneuver had directly fucked the gang silly. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were completely taut. Ha 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 ha. I'm losing my man. Joy to my soul. See that fishing guy? His eyes are glazed over. At this point, several anglers looked at the tackle in their hands in contemplation. On the anchor of this anticlimactic operation, Putru is not confused. It's not skepticism anymore. It's a cognitive collapse. This emoji has to be screenshotted and accompanied by the words raw and unlovable in big letters. If you can't beat them, join them, and refuse the Air Force from now on. Ha ha ha, you guys are so funny. Does your family know? This road-shocked and confused look on the face of the netizens appeared to burst out in laughter every time they watched it. If there was a camera on them, each one would probably be rolling on the floor laughing. The expressions of the passers-by have become a source of joy for them. Although there have been instances of this in the past, netizens just can't get enough of it. Every time it's fresh, every time it's bursting with laughter. The pop-ups were scrolling like crazy and the rewards took off at the same time. What with all the airplanes, rockets, sports cars, a whole lot to take in, that bastard Jiang Yanyan was among them. Gifts are swiped like they don't cost anything. In the past, when Jiang Yanyan's ID appeared, there would inevitably be some licking dogs rushing to tout it. But today, there are just too many big brothers who rewarded, and Jiang Yanyan became insufficient. The internet is buzzing and the scene is not quiet. Dane's yard has long been occupied by grandparents who have heard about it. Every time someone passed by and didn't understand what Su Yang was doing, they would also explain it with enthusiasm. All know that any word that passes through the mouth of Moncler outlet store a woman once, then it becomes tasteless. The lad's been in the Air Force too long and is looking for confidence. He was stimulated as a child and now he's like this. No, it's like his wife ran off with someone, and he's acting weird. Don't look at him like he looks normal. He's hurting inside. Don't all of you make things up. The young people call it performance art. Su Yang was already well aware of the power of the Huaxia intelligence station, but he was still made to twitch at the corners of his mouth by this statement of theirs. No, he can't be distracted. It's been half an hour since I sat down and no fish have even bit. Su Yang ignored it, but the people listening to the gossip outside became even more curious after hearing this. Even if the doorway is already blocked by grandparents, they will squeeze in to see what's going on. But when they had gone through a lot of trouble and managed to squeeze their way to Su Yang's side, when looking inside, eyes wide, features twisted, jaw on the floor, without exception, all of them looked like this. It was true that, as the netizens had teased, if you were willing to spend 5 minutes to get to know Su Yang, then you would waste 5 minutes. Treadmill. Crammed in to see this? The point is, how did this young man manage to sit upright and not move? The people who squeezed in were confused and then started toe-picking the ground again. It's a real talent to be able to take something so embarrassing for granted. The people here were also really idle. Even though they were all embarrassed for Su Yang, they all still couldn't leave. Guess it's if you don't want to see him Air Force, you want to see him catch one. Otherwise, it's like catching up on a show without catching the grand finale. It's not enjoyable. Seeing the growing number of onlookers, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed miserably one by one. It's a laugh that won't live. So many people watching. It would be funny if the anchor Air Force. Guess why he doesn't go fishing somewhere else? Ha 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 ha. So daring to say no to life. Are rich people so idle too? I thought it was just hobos like me who watch live streams. Looks like we're all the same. It's still not the same as having the money to see the scene. Su Yang was so surrounded that he was sweating. But the pop-ups were extraordinarily joyful. Especially their expressions at this moment. Speechless, confused, shocked, and somewhat incredulous. A random cut is an emoji. That's really a laugh to watch once. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yanyan laughed as she laughed directly on the sofa and came up for air. On the side, although Suli was a bit more subtle, her shoulders were also shaking like crazy. Watching Su Yang's live broadcast every day was now a regular program for them. Even Jiang Yanyan's work was purposely scheduled by Suli during Su Yang's off-air time. The two of them, right now, were simply Su Yang's hardcore fans. Naturally, they didn't watch for nothing and their gifts were swiped. Suli, in particular, had a privileged account and gifts that normal people couldn't see. Every time it's delivered, it causes a stir. Crap, this godly man is here to show us the world again. The old king just swiped 50 carnivals. You are just not mentioning it. Carnivals are seen every day. And this is the first time I've seen this golden dragon. It's just a rare sight. In terms of strength, I'm still only convinced by old Wang. Upstairs, try to ask where you put our Hong Kong's #1 deepest love. Who was #1 on yesterday's list? Che, the old king was top 1 the day before yesterday. Let me be fair, none of them are as good as me. As the pop-ups heat up, time is ticking away. Su Yang was quite relaxed, but he never saw the fish bite, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He's on the verge of becoming a nesting fairy. The lures were thrown in by the handful, but all those fish seemed to be smart and managed to get around the one with the hook every time. Su Yang began to doubt life. Just fishing in a fish tank and still getting Air Force? Seeing that Su Yang hadn't been able to gain anything, the pop-up screen became lively again. Ha 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 ha. Is there any mistake? Not a single fish has been caught in all this time? No way. This is going to be the Air Force. Fishing tanks can be airborne? Do you want me to go down and hook you up? You guys are so damaged. I'm already laughing. The strong never complain about their circumstances, the weak have no use for even the best of circumstances. It's a relief to see that it is. Anchor today's record, destined to be recorded in the milestone. In the future, but there is a fishing man Air Force. Will say a sentence, look at that anchor. In the tank cannot catch. I cannot catch it is also normal. Right. Ha 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 ha. Shrimp and pig heart. You guys are killing the anchor. Netizens are flirting. And when the older woman on the side saw that Su Yang hadn't been fishing, She started to get anxious for him. Will the lad stop picking up paper shells for him if he can't catch them? He didn't see it this hard when his son was fishing. Just as the older woman was worried about Su Yang's Air Force, she finally saw a fish bite. The fish wasn't big, and it flopped around so much that it splashed Su Yang all over the place, and it was also a relief for him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Crap. Hooked. OMG. Finally hooked. I've been waiting for this. Anchor busts Air Force rumors on strength. Suddenly I feel a little sorry for the fish that's going to be eaten. Nice one there, Hanging Debbie. Su Yang's success in catching the first fish made the pop-up screen buzz. It also agitates the people watching around them. Hey! Su Yang was also proud of himself, slowly closing the line, just to show off a little more. The elder woman hurriedly brought a clean bucket. Quickly, put it inside. She was more active than Su Yang, completely forgetting that this is fishing for his son. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live room instantly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, you weren't like that just now, damsel. So quick to throw in the towel. What are you going to say when your son comes back later? Fish, won't anyone speak up for me? Fish, damn. What's the deal with being caught back and insulted once, and then being caught up and insulted again when I'm fine in the tank? Look at that fish. It's as if its eyes are filled with intense resentment and anger. Look out for the dirty cussing. Ha 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 ha. Help. Can you guys be any more sandy? No more sand sculpture than the anchor. You can't stop the medicine. Having already opened, Su Yang's confidence was back. Hang the bait, dump the rod, and keep fishing. The Air Force spell was broken and it went much smoother back there. It didn't take long to catch another one. Before anyone could react, the fish bit again. Over the course of the afternoon, all the fish in the tank were transferred to the bucket. Watching that it was almost time, Su Yang then stood up and stretched a big waist. Fishing, it's physical work, too. Boy, have you had enough fishing? Want to go to my house? Seeing that there are no more fish in the tank, that grandpa still didn't forget to tell Su Yang to ooh-and-ah his own golden dragonfish. Su Yang shook his head. Enough is enough. No more fishing. It's getting late, so you guys should go back early too. It was only when they heard that there was no hilarity to watch that the people around them gradually dispersed. The people had dispersed, but the shock that Su Yang had brought to them was still there, and it still kept people coming back. Even the oldest man who was already 80 or 90 years old can't help but lament that this is a long time coming today. Only when everyone had left did Su Yang look at the eldest mother in embarrassment. This fish. I didn't realize that I had only opened my mouth to say 2 words when I was interrupted by the older woman. It's okay, I'll give it to you, Auntie Me. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Once people get older, time is especially hard. Although there is a nanny at home to chat with, it's always lonely. If you're in the old country you can still plant a field and raise chickens or something. Anymore, there's still folks to string together. You can come to the big city and everything changes. Not only was there no one to talk to, there wasn't even a job to pass the time. Picking up paper shells and getting yelled at by my son. I wanted to go and meet more neighbors, but I was afraid that I would lose face for my son because I was from the countryside. She had heard that the old ladies of Mordor were preachy, and she was afraid that they wouldn't get along with a roughneck like her. But she didn't expect that Su Yang's mess today had made her meet a lot of her neighbors. Not only the left and right neighbors, but I guess half of the old people in the neighborhood know each other. This conversation, I guess, revealed that everyone is like that. The sons and daughters are successful and earn money to bring them out from the countryside to fulfill their filial duties. But where they are used to it, they want to go back but they are afraid that their children will worry. So they just condemn themselves. It's all good now. Everyone knows each other. It's a good idea to make a day to hang out later on when you have nothing to do, so the days won't be boring. All of this was due to Su Yang. So how could Dane not be grateful to him? It was just a small gift of a few fish. Auntie's kindness is appreciated by Su Yang. However, he wasn't someone who liked to take advantage of people. And anyway, he was still one step short of his mission. So he immediately said, "Ma'am, I can't finish all these fish by myself. Why don't I take it back and make it for him and we'll eat it together?" Hearing this, the older woman's eyes lit up. "You can still cook fish. Do you know how to make Westlake vinegar fish?" When the older woman said Westlake vinegar fish, Su Yang's mind automatically generated the recipe and method. I didn't realize a roadkill skill set was that comprehensive. Even the Westlake vinegar fish can be made. Su Yang immediately nodded his head. "Will do. There's just the right amount of grass carp in here. I'll go right back and make it." After saying that, he carried the bucket and left. The elder lady had also invited Su Yang to cook right here. But the mission requirement was for him to treat himself. And what kind of treat is a treat in someone else's house with someone else's fish? To be on the safe side, Su Yang still decided to go home. When he was leaving, he also asked the elder woman to call a few more people over, fearing that there would be too many to eat. Su Yang took the fish and went home to get ready. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room opened up a new round of discussion after hearing that Su Yang was going to make this dish. Did I hear right? The anchor can cook? There are fewer men who can cook these days, so this is a definite plus. It's just, why do you want to make West Lake vinegar fish? Isn't this a famous dish over in Hangzhou? What's wrong with it? It's probably because Auntie is homesick. Oh, has anyone who has eaten West Lake vinegar fish come out and talk about the flavor? I had the honor of eating it once, and when I did, I only felt that the fish had died an unjust death. West Lake vinegar fish, well, I have eaten. 580, fish 80, throw the lake fine 500. Back in the day, 4 of us went as a family and froze, and no one dared to put down a second chopstick. Only 2 bites were taken after serving, 1 out of curiosity and 1 out of heartache for the money. Is it really that bad? Hang out and dispel the rumors. I'm a Hangzhou local, and those who say West Lake vinegar fish is difficult to eat, that's because you haven't eaten the authentic one, which is even more difficult to eat. You guys don't know about the culinary desert of Hangzhou? I think Su sure had to cook his own food to entertain him when he came here. I can't agree with that. Hangzhou still has the top 5 cuisines: KFC, McDonald's, Shaxian, Lanzhou Ramen, and Cassoulet. Told you to dispel rumors, didn't tell you to stonewall. 5-star General MacArthur said, the 3 great unbelievers of China: Yenjing bean juice, West Lake vinegar fish, and Northeastern winter wire rod. Ha 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 ha. From what you guys are saying, I'd like to know what it tastes like when the anchor makes it. The pop-ups were chatting feverishly, while Su Yang was also preparing in an organized manner. It's a good thing we have all the seasonings at home, and the missing side dishes were delivered quickly by ordering takeout. Su Yang's side was halfway done when the elder lady came over with her little sisters that she had just met. With them playing second fiddle, Su Yang's efficiency was significantly faster. It's also true that roadside stand cooking isn't as perfect as it could be. When Su Yang made the West Lake vinegar fish for damsel to taste, she was still a bit disgusted, but once I tasted it, I was immediately convinced by the flavor and praised the authenticity of the preparation. Soon, the middle-aged uncle also came. He walked in with a bucket full of fish. Yo, y'all got it on? Look how much I caught today too. After showing off, he didn't forget to try a bite of the fish Su Yang had made. This taste, it said something that even Su Yang couldn't strain himself to say. This fish is farmed. I'll let you try the wild fish I caught someday. As soon as these words came out, the older woman became so embarrassed that she tugged at the middle-aged uncle's coat. But the middle-aged uncle was so concerned about bragging that he didn't pay any attention to his old lady. Even the people who were dabbling together showed an embarrassed look for the middle-aged uncle. It's in your fishbowl that people are catching fish. Farmed? So you buy all the fish you need to win every day. At this point, the netizens in the broadcast room also figured this out and burst out laughing. Rich uncle, guess where this fish came from? Rich uncle, I'm pinching myself that this fish of yours today is also farmed. Seafood market, it's me who's maintaining the last vestiges of decency for anglers. Well, you're the one who's never in the Air Force. I went numb with laughter straight away. I wonder what the uncle's face would look like if he knew all these fish were from his tank. I guess they will kill and kill. After all, the anchor knows too much. Ha 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 ha. If the anchor isn't on tomorrow, I'll call the police for you. So, it's going to be an early start tomorrow. You guys are so calculating, I'm not even excited to break it down. In the end, Su Yang didn't mention where these fish came from. As for Uncle going back and finding out for himself, that's another story. After doing this, the beep in his head came on as promised. Mission accomplished. Get a chance to win a lottery. Proficiency, 99%. Seeing this proficiency, Su Yang was confused. Last time I did the quest it increased by 7 points. This time it only increased by 3 points? It can't be true that a few thousand people can't cut down that last 1%, like a certain amount, can it? Su Yang was originally complacent that he would be able to bind the system after this mission today, but it seems that he is still too young. It's a good thing that the damage the system did to him was made up for by the gifts from his online friends. It works out to be another $1 million or so. Forgive the world for now. Thanks for the gift of the king next door. Boss atmosphere. Thank you for the gift of the first deep love of Shenzhen. The boss is awesome. Thank you, families, for your gifts, and I wish you all joy, happiness, and prosperity. After Su Yang had finished thanking the first few bigwigs who had rewarded him as usual, he went off the air in a blaze of glory. Back in the bedroom, as soon as I lay down on the big bed, I opened the system. Start the raffle. As soon as the words left his mouth, the familiar wheel appeared in front of him again. The roulette wheel settles after a rapid spin. Lucky draw complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining divine acting skills. Another advanced skill. Not bad. It's just that the 2 advanced skills drawn so far, one singing and one acting, are both about show business. Do you really want to be a star in the future? No good. He's already taken a lot of anchors' jobs. Going to take another star's job? And weirdly embarrassed. It had to be said that Soo-young had reached a point where no one could match him in this aspect of stinky ass. Ideas also vary from day to day. Yesterday, I felt free to be an anchor. And today, after I drew the skill, I felt like I could try to kill it in the acting world. Typical hothead. Maybe sleep on it and get a new idea. Sometimes it's not just women who are elusive, but men too. Thinking of this, Soo-young was also at peace with himself and received his reward. Next moment, a great deal of specialized knowledge about acting slammed into his mind. Includes a variety of careers with characterizations. As if it was innate, it was integrated into Soo-young's muscle memory. Since there was so much content, it took him over 2 hours to absorb it all. After absorbing it, you instantly feel like a different person. If he wanted to, he could switch to another identity at any time and perform without a trace. Even if it's a profession or identity he's never been involved in before, he's able to pull it off without stress. He was the identity of the show, so to speak, for as long as he wanted to be. Whether it's the aura or the mannerisms, including any subtle gesture, people can't be picked on. To say it was full of acting would be an understatement. Because of this, it took Soo-young an extraordinarily long time to absorb these. It's not an exaggeration to say that with his current acting skills, he's good enough to crush 99% of acting teachers. The skills had surprised him enough. Unexpectedly, when Soo-young closed the system, another tip appeared. Detected 1% system proficiency left to complete binding. Now trigger the special mission. Complete it to be bound. Special assignments? Hoping that the proficiency to give dissatisfaction was waiting for him here. Okay. Soo-young had never seen any big storms and waves, and he was not afraid at all. What special assignment? Even though his mouth said so, he was still a bit of a wimp in his heart. The quests that the system usually gave were already inappropriate, and this special quest didn't know how outrageous it was. Soo-young had just finished asking when a panel similar to a netizen's message appeared in front of him. Requesting a resurrection scroll. It's been transferred. Surgery is useless. This life is just like this. Kind of sorry what's going on. Haven't done a big thing with a bang yet. Living is out of the question. But I'm hoping that if I hang up, I'm going to have a cardboard funeral, and it'd be best if another man shows up, all in a black suit, with sunglasses and Bluetooth headphones, with a black umbrella on a sunny day, silently watching my headstone, making the people who come to my funeral think that there must be a dark and interesting secret to my death. Wow. That would be super cool. After reading this netizen's message board, before Soo-young could issue a question, the system's voice sounded again. The netizen named seeking a scroll of resurrection. Real name, Zhang Jin, passed away 3 days ago after failing to be rescued, and his funeral will be held tomorrow. Zhang Jin is cheerful, likes to spoof jokes, and is also a fan of yours. Open a special mission after the system detects this message. Mission requirement, please form a morning team of no less than 10 people tomorrow, with uniform black suits, black shoes, black sunglasses and Bluetooth headphones, with a red flag car driving the way and an Audi car following, to show up at Zhang Jin's funeral, line up with black umbrellas, and lay a bouquet of flowers in his honor at the end of the funeral and observe a moment of silence for 3 minutes. Zhang Jin's funeral address, Magic City. After reading this mission, Soo-young's heart had mixed feelings. One is to lament the impermanence of life, dying young at such a young age. The second is that the indignation system is really going to make things difficult for people. People only ask for one person to be dressed up to attend. But when it comes to the system, it becomes a team of people, and it requires a red flag car to drive and an Audi to follow. A dozen men in black appeared at the funeral with black umbrellas. It's a fear that people won't get the wrong idea. Just thinking about that scene, Soo-young was already embarrassed. However, he didn't complain too much about this mission from the system, other than being too additive. The starting point was good. If Soo-young himself saw this message, he would also go for it. Seeing that the time was still early, Soo-young began to get ready. Let's finalize the car and crew first. Renting a car is still a good idea. You can rent any luxury car if you're willing to pay for it. In this regard, Soo-young was also very generous, and all of them were rented according to the top model, one each of red flag L5 and L9. Audi, on the other hand, opted for the A6 unified model altogether, 5 in all. He also made a point of telling the owner of the rental car agency to tie a small white flower to the right rearview mirror of each car. Think about it, if such a fleet of cars appeared on the street, I don't know how windy it would be. However, there was a lot of money spent. That's a little over 20,000 just for the rental car, not counting the deposit. After the vehicle was implemented, Soo-young pondered where to find someone. This has to be done professionally. It would be bad to laugh at something so embarrassing. Not only is the compulsion gone, but the effect will be greatly diminished. Must be looking for someone with a strong sense of conviction and can't be bad on the outside. Must be 5 feet 8 inches and stocky. It better look like it's practicing. Otherwise it's not like getting a couple of thin dogs to go and stand there. At this time, Su Yang suddenly remembered those scenes in the movie where the bodyguards were on a mission. That look would be handsome and fit him perfectly. So Su Yang started looking for a security company in Magic City again. Looked up one and dialed the number. At this time it was already 10 o'clock at night, and Su Yang wasn't sure if the other party would pick up. It's a good thing the security company works overtime too. Hello, strong security. Just by listening to this rough voice, Su Yang's mind associated it with a lanky figure comparable to Stallone's. That's exactly what he wants. Hello, I need to hire 10 bodyguards. Su Yang didn't hide it and directly stated his intentions. Upon hearing this, the other party visibly froze, speaking again in a much more respectful tone. May I ask who you are protecting? The other party might think that Su Yang was some kind of great man of great power, or perhaps the person who needed to be protected was a great man of great power. But Su Yang's next words made him silent for a moment. Don't need to protect anyone, just hire to follow me. Su Yang was being honest, but the other party must have misunderstood. He said righteously, Sir, we are a regular security company. If you are having some kind of personal dispute that needs to be resolved, my side suggests that you call the police. Also, fighting won't solve the problem. Now it was Su Yang's turn to freeze. What with what? He thinks he's hiring people to fight in groups? How is that possible? Knowing that the other party misunderstood, Su Yang immediately explained the intention of hiring bodyguards. I'm an anchor, and I need to hire 10 bodyguards to help me achieve my intended broadcast. Don't worry, in my script all they had to do was stand there in black suits with sunglasses. Definitely won't do anything illegal. After hearing Su Yang's words, another uncertain voice came from the other end of the phone. It's really just a live broadcast? Seeing that the other party still didn't believe him, Su Yang cried and laughed a little and assured again. Yes, I was live the whole time. If you don't believe me, you can just come to my booth and stare. After saying that, Su Yang also told the other party the account number of his live broadcasting room. It was better if he didn't say it, but when he did, the other's tone changed completely. You are Su Yang? That really funny whole job anchor? Ha 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 ha, it's actually you? The change in attitude is so great that even the Sichuan opera changing faces are willing to bow to it. Su Yang helplessly rubbed his nose and admitted, Yes, I am Su Yang. Ha 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 ha. Is this the whole job you're going to do tomorrow? So am I the first to know? Tell me exactly how. I promise to cooperate. I'm not taking your money yet. Happiness came too suddenly. Had I known that my name was so good, I wouldn't have had to say so much just now. But the fact that there was no charge was very much to his liking. So Su Yang explained all the requirements to the other party. This includes dress code, facial expressions, umbrellas, and the ability to hold in laughter. It was all fine up front, but when he heard that he had to hold his laughter, the other couldn't help but laugh first. How funny is what you're going to do tomorrow? Probably also knowing that Su Yang was not at liberty to disclose it now. The other party didn't ask him to answer after asking, but instead repeatedly assured him that he would help him pick the one with a very smelly face and a high laugh point. After communicating some more details, Su Yang hung up the phone. With the car and the people taken care of, all that's left at the end of the day is your line. Su Yang usually wore only casual clothes, not a single formal suit. Looking at his empty closet, he wondered if he should go out and buy it in the morning. But the funeral valedictory is in the morning. Large shopping malls usually don't open until after 10 o'clock, so I'm afraid it's too late to go shopping at that time. But I had to wear it, and if I went to borrow it, I was afraid it wouldn't fit. A dozen burly bodyguards, and then he's wearing a suit that doesn't fit. So what's the compulsion? After thinking about it, Su Yang decided to ask Zhang Yan for help. She's well connected, there must be something she can do. As expected, Zhang Yan would never let Su Yang down. An hour later, she appeared in front of Su Yang with several tailors and hundreds of suits. Here, try them one by one. They changed them on the spot. Zhang Yan looked like she was rich and powerful. What's even funnier is that she's obviously wearing a set of cartoon pajamas, but she's purposely acting like a thug. That image, if you have a cigarette in the corner of your mouth and your hair curled up, a living, breathing version of a young chartered housewife. No need to be so dramatic. Seeing this battle, Su Yang's eyes went wide. So many suits, hanging in rows and rows on racks, a dozen racks that filled the living room. A quick look toward the door actually shouted for the van to pull in. Knowing that this Nell has money, but this build is definitely a moonshine. 2. Where is the exaggeration? Zhang Yan started to pickpocket Su Yang as she spoke. Quickly take it off and try. The girl's penchant for getting her hands dirty hadn't changed a bit. and her clothes were almost ripped off. Don't move, don't move, I'll do it myself. The suit must be tried on to see if it fits, but Jiang Yanyan was always next to him. Don't you have work tomorrow? Why don't we go back first? Just leave a master here. I'll settle the bill myself. Su Yang's desire to drive people away should not be too obvious, but Jiang Yanyan's ears seemed to have a shielding function, only choosing what she was willing to hear. No work. I'm idle. Hurry up and change. Said he was going to get on it again. Okay, I'll do it myself. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that this Nell was groping him. Knowing that he couldn't drive her away, Su Yang could only urge her to stay on the sofa. Humph. Petty. Jiang Yanyan also saw fit to nestle down on the sofa and start swiping her cell phone. You're on the hot seat again today, oh. Su Yang tried it on while returning a hum. He had long been accustomed to such things as being on the hot seat. Not much of a reaction. Ha ha ha, did you know that uncle is on the hot seat too? This Su Yang did not know. What happened to him? Jiang Yanyan held up her cell phone to face him. He sent a friend circle, saying he would never eat fish again. Su Yang smiled slightly. It seemed that he knew. Fitting, alterations, and working until the wee hours of the morning. And Jiang Yanyan's voice was getting smaller and smaller. By the time Su Yang's side was done, she had already nestled on the sofa like a kitten and fell into a deep sleep. There were several guest rooms in the place where Su Yang was currently staying. It's okay to let Jiang Yanyan stay overnight. But once he thought of her big star status, Su Yang gave up the idea. If we are photographed going out of the villa area tomorrow, that will give the paparazzi something to play with. After thinking about it, Su Yang still called Su Li. At 1 o'clock in the morning, an RV pulled up outside Su Yang's house. Sister Li, it's a big night to trouble you. Su Yang carried Jiang Yanyan to the car and covered her with a blanket before he whispered to Su Li. No trouble. Still, you've thought this through. She can't be left to her own devices. We'll leave you then. Don't worry. I'll take care of her. Su Li also got on the car and waved goodbye to Su Yang. Closing the windows, the RV started slowly and disappeared into the night. Su Yang returned to the house, and in the first moment after the caravan started, Jiang Yanyan's eyes were brighter than a 60-watt light bulb. Kicking off the covers with one foot, he began to mutter, "Is he no good?" Jiang Yanyan peeled off, revealing her white thighs. My skirt is bureaucratic up to here. I can't believe he didn't even look at it. Speaking of this, Jiang Yanyan felt a pang of aggravation. Once those tailors left, it was just her and Su Yang alone. Such an ambiguous atmosphere. And Su Yang didn't even look at her? When did her charm drop to this level? Knowing that she was pretending to be asleep, Su Li acted calmly and let her stagger around. It's a good thing Su Yang is a decent man. Otherwise he would have eaten you dry long ago. And pretending to sleep and seduce. Child's play. Su Li's disregard didn't stop Jiang Yanyan's brainstorming in the slightest, and after being quiet for 2 seconds, she exclaimed again. He doesn't like guys, right? This time, even Su Li couldn't tense up. Read less delays. My little ancestor. What a bit of internal conflict. Preferring to suspect that Su Yang likes men, rather than suspecting that it is he who is not pleasing to the eye. That, and the two of them are a perfect match. Then why do you think he doesn't get it when I'm so explicit about it? Seeing Jiang Yanyan reveal such an aggrieved expression, Su Li couldn't help but comfort. It shouldn't be your problem. That's. Jiang Yanyan had only picked up 2 words when she realized what Su Li meant. It was like a deflated ball. Wooden fish brain. What do you care about my sister? She doesn't even remember you. This hurdle that couldn't be passed made Jiang Yanyan lie down again. Just lying down and sitting up like a swindle. No, I can't give up. Get him drunk next time. These words directly caused Su Li to choke on her own saliva. What she was trying to say meant to give Su Yang time. He would figure it out. After all, such a relationship was nothing to some people, but it is taken very seriously by some. However, how did Jiang Yanyan's brain circuits deviate to such an extent? Pretending to be asleep isn't enough. Next time just get drunk? You're not a tiger. Su Li began to massage her temples. Her head ached. Early the next morning, as soon as the alarm clock rang, Su Yang got up from his bed. He even made a point of doing his own hair after changing into a tailored suit. Not to mention, it's still very human. Anywhere you go, you're a good-looking guy. However, handsome it is, but it's missing some content. How the role he needed to play today was an invisible big shot with a powerful identity background. That's not enough to be handsome. If it was before, Su Yang really couldn't do anything about it. After all, the age is there. Without enough experience, even if you want to pretend cannot pretend. However, he now had skills to add. Divine acting. Su Yang's setting for himself was that of a hermit with a mysterious background. When the thought came to him, his eyes changed and became stern. Though still young in appearance, the whole person became dripping with stories. making them completely impenetrable. His spine was straight, his expression was light and domineering, and the feeling of not being angry came over him. Seeing the performance, Su-yang nodded with satisfaction. Also at that moment, the doorbell rang. Su-yang looked at the antique watch on his wrist and knew that it was the security company's arrival. It wasn't just a suit that I worked on until midnight yesterday. The watch, the shoes, the cufflinks, the tie, they all match. Many of the antique-grade accessories were still lent to him by the old tailor from yesterday. All of these are on the body, especially show temperament, but also comes with a sense of mystery, combined with his acting skills. It was estimated that even the truly hidden masters couldn't see the cracks. Only after putting himself in order did Su-yang walk downstairs. Opening the door, there were 10 men standing neatly in the yard who were all over 1 meter 8 in height. Uniform suits, sunglasses, Bluetooth headphones. They were all so fit that even in their suits they could see the marks strung out by their muscles. A group of people like this can attract a large amount of attention just by standing there. Hello, I'm Sun Hao who contacted you yesterday. Sun Hao extended his hand to Su-yang. Hello. Su-yang backhanded his grip. This Sun Hao was worthy of being a security guard. There were large calluses on his palms. It's chock-a-block, but it also makes you feel very secure. After shaking hands, Sun Hao pointed to the brothers he brought. How's it? Still satisfied? Su-yang was naturally satisfied. These men, standing in the most standard military posture, each as upright as a pine tree. This made Su-yang, who was in front of them, couldn't help but straighten his back. Su-yang had this feeling, not to mention the grandparents passing by outside. It was a jaw-dropping sight to see them. It's fucking. Is it filming The Matrix? Very satisfactory. Can they drive? Will. They're all professionally trained, and they're all pretty good drivers. Hearing this, Su-yang was relieved. With all those cars, if you don't know how to drive, you still have to get a driver. That's fine. Just a moment. Su-yang took out his cell phone and prepared to contact the people at the car dealership. The people are in place. Just need the car. Yesterday it was agreed that the car would be delivered at this time. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Before Su-yang made this call, he saw a red flag L9 traveling over, followed closely by a red flag L5, and then the Otis. What's even more exaggerated is that the red flag L9 in the lead is actually flying a red flag. This made Su-yang's scalp go numb when he saw it. If he remembered correctly, private use of this car was not allowed to hang this, was it? Just when Su-yang had this doubt, a slightly fat middle-aged man came down from the car. He was also awesome, recognizing Su-yang as the person who wanted to use the car at a glance among so many people. Hello, I've got the car you asked for. All the other cars are fine, but this one I'd like to double-check the intent with you. The middle-aged man was referring to the red flag L9 he was driving. Listening to the voice, it seems that it is not the person who communicated with him yesterday. This person should be the boss. And his next words confirmed Su-yang's guess. As you know, this car has a special place in China. I'm the only one in the country that has one at my dealership, and I don't usually rent them out. But since my staff mishandled the rental to you, I'll have to ask you about your intentions for renting the car. If you rent this car for an impure purpose, I will unilaterally break the contract and pay you for breach of contract. This car dealership owner is a real person and has a very positive outlook. Willing to lose money, don't even want anyone to discredit the car. And what he said, Su-yang understood. How can I put this car's status in China? Driving down the road, traffic cops become polite to you. Moreover, Su-yang only realized after renting the car that there were only 6 of this car in the world. The only one in Magic City was rented by him by mistake. It shows how lucky he was yesterday. The other party was so honest. Su-yang did not hide the purpose of the car. But when the other man heard what he was going to do next, he almost slipped on his feet and fell to the ground. The owner of this car dealership had probably envisioned countless possibilities, but he had only never thought that Su-yang was used to do this. Eyes went wide. The way he looked at Su-yang was also like looking at a psychopath. But when he saw that there were already 10 men in black standing in the courtyard, he was also sure that Su-yang was not joking. Treadmill. The red-flagged car drove the way, followed by the Audi, with 10 black-clad men to pay their respects. The owner of the car dealership would understand if the person being mourned had some prestigious status, but the other guy is obviously just a small person. The owner of the car dealership couldn't understand or figure out Su-yang's purpose for doing this. Just think of it as him being out of his mind. The car dealership owner's eyes, Su-yang looked at him. His behavior was indeed incomprehensible to normal people, and in order to be able to borrow a car, Su-yang still had to try his best to fight for it. So he took out his cell phone, flipped out the message from the internet user, and handed it to the car dealership owner. When Su-yang was talking about what he was going to do today just now, the other 10 black-clothed men were all incredulous when they heard it. Finally, I realized why the boss had to deliver on holding back his laughter. It turned out to be such an outrageous job. Although they are just bodyguards, they have their own set of guidelines. Now that they were asked to accompany them to pretend, some people were not happy on the spot, but they didn't show it outright. Instead they came over to watch it together. At this look, the little bit of displeasure from earlier instantly dissipated. There was a moment of silence. It was the lad's last wish. Without friendship, without even knowing what the other person looked like, he was willing to do it just because of this message, and it's still done to the highest demand. The car dealership owner moved. He returned the phone to Su Yang. Your behavior is really admirable, but I still can't rent this car. Still can't impress? Su Yang's heart was apprehensive. I can't blame anyone else though. The car is so high profile that using it on air does pull it down a bit. Well, how about? Su Yang chose to settle for the second best. L9 couldn't be rented. Then L5 he would fight for it. It's okay to have a red flag. But before Su Yang's words could be uttered, he heard the owner of the car dealership solemnly say, "No rent. Count me as lending it to you. No charge. I want to do something for him too." The car dealership owner's words moved Su Yang, but his offer Su Yang still had to refuse. No, the money is still collected. Although Sun Hao also said he didn't want money, he would give it later. It's a favor not to take the money. It's a favor for him to give it. Two different things. Unexpectedly, Su Yang's refusal directly angered the owner of the car dealership, who turned around in anger. Pay up? Then I'm not renting. I'm driving back now. This temper of the car dealership boss made Su Yang cry and laugh. He hurriedly chased after him. Fine. No money. I thank you for him. Su Yang's words made the car dealership owner's mood change for the better. He also took the opportunity to ask for the car keys, fearing that this boss will change his mind again in a moment. Su Yang is expected to car dealership boss will be out of the way, but did not expect to come so fast. It's hard to drive this car without the keys. Car dealership owners lie without blinking an eye and even go so far as to discredit their cars for their own purposes. Su Yang could sort of see that he had something else. Straight to the point, he asked, "Tell me straight, Big Brother." The other party was quick, and Su Yang changed his name, called Big Brother directly. Seeing that he was recognized, the owner of the car dealership smiled a treacherous smile. "I also want to go and take a look, so arrange a role for me as well." Turns out it's a hilarious one too. But arranging roles? Su Yang made a mistake. Let him to be the black man, obviously not. To the group of professional bodyguards pile, short not to say, but also a fat circle. Watching it brings out the drama. But how are they going to add characters to the scene today when it's just themselves and the man in black? The owner of the car dealership seemed to have thought of this as well, and he frowned as he thought about it. And suddenly a light dawned on him. Let me be your chauffeur. Where a hermit big shot needs to drive himself, don't you need a driver? Someone opens the door for you when you get in and out of the car? The owner of the car dealership even performed a driving maneuver after finishing his speech, making it impossible for Su Yang to refuse. Such a big boss, full of luxuries. Come to drive yourself? Although Su Yang felt that it was quite metaphysical, since the other party had taken the initiative. Let's do it. Seeing Su Yang nodding, the owner of the car dealership hurriedly ran over to pull open the car door. "Boss, please get on the car. I'll be your driver today." Old Lu. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. It's pretty quick to get into the scene. Old Lu? Isn't that the name of the royal chauffeur in Mr. Bully's article? Well, you're all so good at this. But it was really time for them to get going. Su Yang turned to look at Sun Hao and the other men in black. "Brothers, you can take the car in the back. It's been a hard day." Su Yang was not polite when he finished speaking and directly got into the car. The convoy departed, and Su Yang also modified the title and opened the live broadcast at the first time he sat on the car, dressing up for that Ask for a Resurrection Scroll memorial. The moment he just opened the live stream, countless netizens flooded in. The anchor was not silenced and is back on the air. "It's good to be alive for another day. It's a bit late today, haha. Note for next time. Anchor, since I met you fans, I feel like going to work." Everyone is a social animal and can't see how easy it is for the anchor. As soon as I came in, I felt the strong sand sculpture wind, or the original flavor. Let me con the anchor to get the whole job done today. A memorial service? That's a long headline today. Can't even finish showing it. The netizens had just finished complaining when Su Yang posted the full title again in the public screen. Dressing up for that Ask for a Scroll of Resurrection memorial. A group of a dozen or so people, uniformed in black suits, black shoes, black sunglasses and Bluetooth headphones, with a red flag car in the driveway and an Audi accompanying them, appeared at his funeral, lined up in a line of black umbrellas, and laid a bouquet of flowers in his honor and observed a moment of silence at the end of the service for 3 minutes of silence. The title, which took up 5 rows, when Netflix read it, it bungled again. Crap. I'm going to call it straight up against the sky. Already I can visualize that image. It's just cool and dangling. If I were a family member of the person in question, I think he had done something untoward in his lifetime. Well, you city folk are all so playful now, aren't you? Do you accept reservations? I'd like to experience it after I die. Upstairs, you want to experience it before it's too late, just for today, so the anchor can work an extra shift and catch up. You want me to die now? It's not polite not to die after all is said and done. Hello everyone, I am a bricklayer in the psychiatric department of the People's Hospital, and in view of your state of mind, it is recommended that you come to me to register, and the anchors will be exempted from the registration fee. It's over. The neuroses are starting to appear to be passed from person to person. No, how can something so serious be used for a whole live blog? The pop-ups were hilarious, but when this one floated out, it took everyone a moment to realize the problem. Yeah, people's funerals, you go and make things like this to earn traffic. It's no different than eating human blood buns. Just as the netizens had a different opinion on this, another pop-up floated out. My brother would be so happy to know that you would actually help him realize it. When this pop-up appeared, more and more people who knew the inside story poured out, asking for a resurrection scroll. I was talking to him the other day. Why is it gone? I'm just going to cry my eyes out. You guys go check out his homepage. Full name requesting a resurrection scroll, synopsis, I want to live happily, and if that doesn't work, let me bring a little happiness when I die. Holy shit, I broke my defense off. This is his last wish? Anchor, you are righteous. I peeing what's going on. The netizens who came to understand felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. At the same time, he also admired Su Yang's pattern. It's a good thing they didn't just start cursing straight away. Otherwise you have to sit up in the middle of the night and slap yourself twice. The live room became silent at this point. A message that wanted to bring a little joy after death. Just casually, he probably didn't expect Su Yang to see it himself. Now that Su Yang is so hot, there are 80,000 fans without 100,000 who leave him messages every day. Trying to be seen by him is no different than finding a needle in a haystack. But it's such an extremely small probability that it's not only being seen, but it's helping him realize it. How does this not move the netizens? Not only was he touched by that netizen's optimism, but also by Su Yang's seriousness. At this moment, they felt they hadn't powdered the wrong person. The saying that fans lift him up high and he puts them at ease is materialized here in Su Yang. The netizens in the livestream were moved beyond words. While admiring Su Yang, he also expressed great regret for the young life that had passed away. What an interesting soul to have inside to think of living like this whole after death. At all times, funerals are somber. It can even be intimidating and taboo. However, after learning the cause and effect, they suddenly felt that funerals could be joyful. At least at this funeral, that funny soul wouldn't want to see nothing but sadness and crying. Netizens can even brainstorm a young man in a white shirt, standing on the lawn, glowing with white light. Hilariously, he looked at the group of black-clad men, snapped his fingers and said, I'll go. That's so cool, so cool. At the thought of it, many eyes reddened once again. At this time, there were nearly 5 million netizens online in Su Yang's live broadcasting room, ranking first in terms of heat. Just like that, the live room with super high popularity, but almost no one spoke. They all had mixed emotions and were sad, yet they wanted to smile and send that young man on his last journey. Until, Beak Up and Move On gives away 100 Dance Together. This is one of the most joyful gifts on the live streaming platform. The gift special effect is a joyful little chubby guy doing a twerking dance. The gift is not expensive, but the effect is particularly joyful and comedic. It was a moment when everyone realized with a jolt that wasn't this what the netizen wanted? For a while, all kinds of joyful gift effects swept in. Love light wave gun, call for you, and so on, takes up the entire screen. Even those tycoon bigwigs, who normally don't brush gifts that aren't expensive, are now brushing the hilarious and joyful gift of come and say boo. It used to be about quality. Now it's about quantity. $5 a gift froze as they streaked into the tens of thousands. The atmosphere is nothing like the old gift wars. The atmosphere in the live room instantly came back to life. The netizens in this session are so warm-hearted. I'll be netizens with you in my next life. I declare this broadcast to be one of my favorites. Upstairs, you said the same thing yesterday. I'm pinching myself that he'll say the same thing tomorrow. What do you know? It's called the human condition. And the main event is a bowl of water. Ha 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 ha. Still that familiar vibe, just the way it should be. Can't grieve a bit, everyone shows their big teeth and gives me a good laugh. Yeah, can't be sad, that internet guy doesn't want to see it. You can't cry, makeup is expensive. Hello everyone, I'm the bricklayer from the psychiatric department of the People's Hospital. You're all crying and laughing, sure you don't want to come and hang up a number? In fact, many netizens are forcing a smile. But when this bricklayer popped up again, all of them really laughed. I was having a good time and suddenly I saw this commercial and was directly interrupted from casting a spell. Now that there are commercials on the air as well, I'm just dying of laughter. I think I need a veterinarian to see me sick. You guys are ruthless enough to curse even yourselves? Why do you even have to register? Can't it be free? I pay one less and you get one more visit. Delu, 6. After the psychiatric bricklayer's gag, the atmosphere in the booth returned to its usual sandy splendor. On Su Yang's side, the caravan was also heading to its destination in a neat and tidy manner. Luxury cars traveling are already prone to attracting the attention of passers-by, not to mention the top-of-the-line red flag. There wouldn't be anyone along the way who didn't stop to watch and wonder about the people in the car. Just how big of a deal is it to make such a big deal out of it? At first everyone thought it was a wedding car picking up the bride, but the car was not decorated with flowers. As it happened, there was a convoy of wedding cars on the side road trying to pull onto the main road. In normal times, the driver of the lead car would not hesitate to turn in. After all, people are very accommodating to wedding cars. But today he chose to stop at the intersection first. What's wrong? We can still make them with this imported luxury car? The driver is also helpless. And then imported luxury cars can only mix the wedding. That car of his? It's a mix of National Day. Along the way, the red car reaped countless shocks. There was a lot of speculation about who was in the car. Magic City has a lot of luxury cars, and those who drive luxury cars usually drag a 2x4. Speeding, congestion, whatever dares to come. But when they saw the red flag car that Su Yang was traveling in, the big labor had to become a small labor. Don't even dare to get too close, let alone overtake. One can only cower and follow, then find a side road to slip away. And the place where Zhang Jin's funeral was held was at Phoenix Mountain on the outskirts of Mordor. It says suburbia, but it's really the countryside. It's over 2 hours away from the city. They left just after 8 o'clock and it was nearly 10 o'clock before they were close to arriving. I don't know if it was the countryside, but the weather suddenly changed, and the sky, which was still clear, became cloudy. Not a moment later, it actually started to drizzle. Su Yang pressed down the car window and stretched his hand out, feeling the light rain drizzle on his hand. Zhang Jin, God is trying to help you. Slowly exhaling a breath, Su Yang gently closed his eyes. Boss, we're here. When old Lu's voice came, Su Yang also opened his eyes. Only when he opened his eyes again, his aura was completely different from before. The eyes were stern, like a sleeping lion suddenly waking up. Comes with a very strong sense of oppression. Plus he's all dressed up in this elaborate outfit, just standing in place. It gave people the feeling of thunder and lightning, not angry and authoritative. Even old Lu, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but become respectful. Seeing Su Yang's change, the netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly dumbfounded. Crap, why does it feel like the anchor has changed? Look at the anchor's eyes. Why am I a bit scared? As if Uncle Dong is looking at me. Yeah, I feel the same way. I was just discussing with my coworkers that the anchor is like a rich second generation, not like a reclusive big brother, and said that we should hire an actor. But I didn't expect to suddenly be hit in the face. This is too much of a resemblance. He looked at me as if I were an ant, always feeling like he could crush me with one reach. This acting skill has to kill how many little fresh meat ah. Absolutely. I'm getting goosebumps already. It doesn't look like an act. Suggest the authorities come and check him out. I'm not kidding. I'd be out of my mind if the anchor was the funny man persona attending the funeral, but the way it is now, it's totally like the real thing. I just want to know where the anchor's ceiling is, and he can sing, and he can step in and act. Come on, that makes me look wasted. The netizens were buzzing, and the heat in the broadcast room was soaring. The gifts were never even broken. It was mainly because Su Yang had brought them so many surprises that netizens always wanted to do something for him. The most direct thing to do is to follow him. It was also at this time that Su Yang's fans surpassed 10 million, successfully stepped into the 10 million fan club and became a top anchor. At this time, in front of a cemetery in Phoenix Hill, friends and family of Zhang Jin's life are in mourning. The sound of rain, sobbing, and mournful music mixed together in an exceptionally sad atmosphere. On the tombstone, Zhang Jin's photo hangs among them, a young man in his mid-20s, average-looking, with a small tiger tooth when he smiles. The funeral officiant stood in front of the tombstone, his voice sadly recounting, "Dying young, even God has mercy on ah. Send down a light rain to send the departed on their way. Although Zhang Jin has left us, he will live in our hearts forever. Let us mourn him in sorrow." Just as the MC finished speaking, a middle-aged woman couldn't help but whimper and cry out. Her eyes were all walnuts from crying, but her gaze stayed fixed on the photo on the tombstone. Unable to move away for a minute, a middle-aged man stepped forward to assist her, his eyes equally fixed on the tombstone. The loss of his son in middle age afflicted him with such emaciation that he did not close his eyes for days. The whole person is thin and out of shape. They are none other than Zhang Jin's parents. Hearing the sadness, the two hugged and cried, and it was heartbreaking to watch. Some of the relatives and friends who came to the funeral saw this and came forward to comfort them. Old Zhang, you have to think about your own health. Jiner is such a cheerful boy. He wouldn't want to see you all in tears all day. People can't come back from the dead. Those who are alive should live well. It's sad to see him go at such a young age. He would have had so much left to do. So much scenery to see. Why are you talking about this now? You don't know any better. I'm not sorry for him. There are times when comfort doesn't make people more comfortable. And now the words of these relatives and friends are instead like a knife lynching Zhang Jin's parents' hearts. Zhang Jin's mother couldn't stand the stimulus, and all of a sudden jumped on the tombstone and hugged it and cried loudly and painfully. My son, it's my mother's fault. Why didn't she notice your body? If we had to do it all over again, Mom would have believed you. We would have gone to the doctor when you said it was hard, and we wouldn't have forced you to take a civil service exam when you weren't feeling well. Won't ask you to necessarily excel. No more comparing you to others. At this time, Zhang Jin's father also came over. Son, it's Dad's fault. Dad shouldn't have hit you when you failed the civil service exam. It still hits you when you lose money on a business venture. Shouldn't blame you for not getting a girlfriend. Shouldn't force you to go on a blind date. Dad was wrong too. Zhang Jin's parents are repentant. If I had been a little more lenient with my son back then, I might have caught the condition earlier. If I hadn't put so much pressure on myself, my son's condition wouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. They repented and watched those around them sigh. Indeed, Zhang Jin was not good enough and could be considered ordinary. From a young age, my grades were average, and I barely made it to a third-grade college. But after graduation, I couldn't find a job, and I was forced to go to graduate school and take the civil service exam. After failing several times in a row, the attempt to start a business lost money again. It could be said that Zhang Jin did not have a single flashpoint in the 20 years he was alive. It's also the opposite of what relatives used to teach their children. If I had to say one good thing, it would be his character. Even when he was hit, he was always happy. Now that I think about it, as long as the kids are happy, what's wrong with not getting married, not taking the public exams, not being a boss? If you have the ability, serve your country. If you don't have the ability, be happy at your knees. It's better than having no child at all. At this time, Zhang Jin parents are regretful. Relatives are also mixed feelings, and some of the other friends who came to mourn, they couldn't empathize with the sadness. Attendance is just for show. Zhang Jin, a person who had a low sense of existence when he was alive, now that he was dead, they felt no pain. It was always felt that such people who did not contribute to society died. No big deal. They even complained about why it was raining to hold the memorial service, causing their clothes to get wet. Just want to get it over with and go. 5 minutes later, the mourning stopped. The master of ceremonies said sorrowfully, the dead have passed away, and the living should mourn their loss. It will be comforting to the departed to see how much he is missed by all of you. Though the departed has gone, his spirit will surely remain in our hearts. The MC finished before everyone stopped their silence and looked up again. The memorial service went on and the basic process was sort of done. It should be followed by a memorial feast arranged by the host family for friends who have come to see the deceased off on his or her last journey. Sort of a thank you. But now the Lord's family was on the verge of fainting from crying. So where was the time to make dinner arrangements? Seeing this situation, the others could only wait. Although it was the same whether this meal was eaten or not, it was never good to leave now. It's not humane to say. So much so that none of them left. The MC was in charge, though, and seeing as the main family hadn't been able to slow down, he tried to step forward to remind them. But before he could say anything, he heard the roar of a limousine. The sound stood out in the silence of the Phoenix Mountains. In this part of the Phoenix Mountains, the roads are wide, less crowded, and winding, very popular with drag racers. The MC thought it was another drag race party outing and instantly narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He looked over in displeasure, but this look caused his newly narrowed eyes to suddenly widen. The mouth opened uncontrollably, full of incredulity. Seeing the MC like this, the people who came to the funeral all looked puzzled, and in curiosity they also followed the MC's line of sight. Then, everyone's expression was a copy and paste of the MC's expression. Mouth slightly open, eyes wide. Even Zhang Jin's parents were so shocked that they forgot to continue crying. Not far away in the open space, there were 5 brand new Audi S6s parked neatly. Uniform models, uniform colors, and neatly parked in the exact same spot. We all know that Audi is the official car of many leaders. Showing up with one should be a good guess as to which leader is micromanaging. Now that 5 of them appeared at once, it naturally made people instantly nervous. Thought 5 Audis at the same time was impressive enough. At that moment, a red flag car slowly pulled in. When the crowd saw this, they all stood up straight, and a few of those who were sitting under the trees to escape the rain unconsciously stood up. The shock of a red car is big enough. I didn't realize there was another one back there, and the red flag was still flying on the head car. This instantly put everyone's heart in their throats. Zhang Jin's parents couldn't be bothered to continue to be upset and wiped away their tears in a panic. Unmotivated, he tugged at the corner of his coat. His son is the only one holding a funeral here today. Could it be that his son messed with someone bad before he died? The crowd was unreadable and apprehensive. 2 red flag cars were parked firmly in front of the Audi. Just looking at the convoy gives you an extremely powerful sense of shock. No, oppressive to be precise. If it was just Audi, maybe it would just be nervousness, like the kind of nervousness the little people feel when they suddenly see an official. But the presence of the red flag car, but anyone who reads the news regularly knows. Who rides in that regularly? However, there are obviously people who don't know what the car means. Under a banyan tree, a boy of about 15 or 16 suddenly whispered to the man next to him, "Uncle, why don't you guys talk anymore? What's wrong with those cars, especially the 2 in front? I've never even seen the license plate. What kind of hybrid is it?" Hearing this, his uncle twisted his head incredulously to look at his nephew. Miscellaneous cars? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. You kid, uncle is still just using words. His cousin was not going to be nice and slapped the boy on the head. Open your titanium dog eyes a little wider. That's called a red car. You have to have insight without knowledge, and common sense without knowledge. In the future, if you don't know, open your mouth less. It's easy to reveal your intelligence. Cousins dislike their cousins in no uncertain terms. This dislike made the cousin even more confused. Red flag car? Isn't that a domestic car? What's not to like? Ow dash. What are you hitting me for, cousin? Before my cousin could finish, he was hit with another big pussy pocket on his forehead. The pain made him cover his head directly. In the past, when he was bullied by his cousin, his uncle would surely do him justice. But today my uncle just looked at it and didn't make a sound. And it was as if 2 words were still written in his eyes. Deserved. Beat you to make you remember. My cousin looked at the red flag car with envy. Don't look down on domestic cars. This car is not for the rich. One must be of sufficient status to qualify for purchase. I can say you're good when you make money and buy a Rolls Royce later, but I'll think you're an old bully if you drive a red flag. Especially the one on the right. If this car were to be driven on the street, even you wouldn't dare to overtake it in a Rolls Royce. Cousin was so full of longing that he could be so happy he wouldn't wash his hands for a week, not to mention driving a car like this, or even letting him touch it, and it's still top of the line. Do you know what that means? Think about what you just farted. But the car of God in his mind was said to be a hybrid. It made him so angry that he wanted to give his cousin another big pussy pocket. Seeing his cousin's progressively more menacing gaze, his cousin couldn't help but shrink his head. This car actually beats a Rolls Royce. Indeed, he has no vision. The surrounding relatives were even more respectful of that car when they heard their cousin say that. Knew this car was awesome, didn't realize it was this awesome. And the Audi, which is already awesome in their eyes, may still only be acting as a bodyguard. This couldn't help but appall everyone in their hearts. In fact, my cousin had been very restrained in what he said, and had not said anything about the status that would warrant such a ride. But we are all smart people and the answer is crying out in everyone's mind. Topping off with a red flag, they were no longer afraid to think down the road. However, shocked, they were puzzled. How did such a character come to be here? Suddenly, an impossible possibility surfaced in everyone's mind. Can't it be that he's here for Zhang Jin's funeral? As soon as the thought appeared, many people instinctively shook their heads. What a joke. The deceased Zhang Jin they know too well. Not to mention such a big man. It is estimated that even his teacher would not want to come to see him if he knew. No way. Absolutely not. Those present were even more inclined to believe that these people were on the wrong track. It couldn't have been to attend Zhang Jin's memorial service either. Just as those on the scene were speculating wildly, the door of the Audi behind them was opened. More than a dozen fish in black suits with black sunglasses came out. This scene made them unable to help but tense up again, and some of their palms began to break out in cold sweat. Some of the timid ones even covered their mouths. So many men in black look so fierce. What do they want? It's no wonder the crowd felt scared. The atmosphere at the scene was already depressing, and now there were so many people in black. They were all well built with powerful auras, and each of their faces had a solemn look. At first glance, it's highly trained. Even though they were all wearing black sunglasses, the intimidating pressure that emanated from them made them not dare to look directly at them. And the 10 or so black-clad men didn't do anything when they got out of the car, just standing neatly in a row, as if waiting for something. At this moment, it was so quiet around them that it was as if they could hear the sound of falling leaves. The light rain was still pattering. Those present felt that breathing became difficult. All of them were all scalp-numb and stony-faced, and they were biting their lips to death, afraid that they couldn't help but make a little noise. His face stayed calm, but his heart was beating wildly. They all stared intently at the 2 red-flagged cars in front of them, especially the one still flying the red flag. They wanted to see which big shot was inside. More than anything, I want to know what they're here for. Zhang Jin's parents, in particular, recalled their son from birth to adulthood in this short period of time. Make sure that your son is not talented, but he really doesn't mess with the big boys. And so, everyone waited in silence. No one dares to speak. It also made the atmosphere even more depressing, heavy in its oppression. Finally, with all eyes on the car, the door of the red flag car on the left was opened. A young man walked down, still in a black suit. But those who are careful will notice that his temperament is different from the next person, more domineering and with a stronger aura. It caught everyone's attention at once. Is this the mysterious big guy? How is it not what they thought it would be? A trace of doubt surfaced in everyone's mind, yet no one dared to go forward and ask, mostly because he's too young. After all, many people's stereotype would be that big people are older. While he gives off a stern vibe, it's still a bit of a departure from what people think. It might have been more convincing if it had come down to an old man with gray hair, but they still concluded that this person was no ordinary person. Just when the crowd thought he was the big man, his next move made people's jaws drop. He was seen turning around and taking a black umbrella out of his car. It didn't open right away, but walked with its head held high toward the red flag car on the right. After bracing himself, he respectfully opened the car door. That's right, respectfully, he opened the car door. Seeing this scene, it was as if everyone felt as if their necks were being pinched, and even their breathing began to become unsmooth. Both legs went weak and his lips turned even whiter. What's going on here? A youth with such a powerful aura is just a driver? The discovery instantly made everyone's heads spin. The strength in his legs also seemed to have been drained away, and he felt unsteady on his feet. A pang of fear rose in his heart. Who is the man sitting in this top-of-the-line red car? At this moment, all of them felt that the air around them was beginning to thin out, and it took a lot of effort to breathe. It's as if the people inside the car don't need to show their faces to create an extremely oppressive feeling. It was also at this point that a pair of vintage leather shoes caught everyone's eye first. Steady on the ground. Then straight suit pants, tailored suits, handsome sidekick, meticulously groomed hair. The moment they saw Su Yang, almost all of them felt an electric current drilling out of the ground, passing through their limbs and reaching the sky. The whole body began to tremble involuntarily. If the young man just now would have made them question a little. But this one coming down now clearly looks younger, and they didn't suspect a thing. It felt like as long as he stood there, he was the rightful superior without question, the big boss, the second generation of the rich, the second generation of the government. In front of him is simply weak. It's obviously very young, but it feels like it's been through a lot. The eyes had a stern impetuousness and an indifference of Tarzan. It gives a complex and mysterious feeling, like a tiger coming down from the mountain, sharp as attack. His aura, like an abyss like the sea, had a sense of unruffled authority that did not fit his age. Such a man is both feared and revered. It also looked like everyone had forgotten to breathe. Unlike the situation at the scene, at this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room could not live to laugh after seeing these people's reactions. Ha 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 ha. Froze. They all froze. 10 men in black with a red flag at the top. It's a wonder they don't freeze. Not that I'm bragging, but if this image were to appear in front of me for real, I could be scared to pee my pants. This still needs to be blown? The pussy is indeed so on point that I should be allowed to do this umbrella job. Did you see that driver? The owner of the dealership. He doesn't even deserve it. You do? Indeed. The owner of the car dealership doesn't have enough gravitas. Being short and fat, to be a faceless chauffeur, not with an umbrella. Showing your face, that's another price. Even if you're the owner of a car dealership, is there a possibility that I'm the fucking owner of the car dealership and you guys insulted me twice? Crap. Ha 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 ha. No umbrellas for you to post pop-ups. I'm going to laugh my ass off. The car dealership owner doesn't deserve it and neither do you. Chase and kill. There was a lot of laughter in the pop-up. Su Yang got out of the car and casually straightened his suit before walking towards the funeral site without a word. Sun Hao followed close behind with his umbrella, looking like a loyal little brother. At this moment, the 10 black-clothed men next to him also moved, uniformly holding up their black umbrellas. They formed a 2-column formation and followed Su Yang. See them coming. Everyone couldn't help but tremble, tried to get out of the way but found no strength in his feet. Zhang Jin's mother even needed support to barely stand. What are they doing here? Her son was dead, and even if she had offended them, she shouldn't be here at this time. As for the others, although they had thought over all the possibilities in their heads, None of them dared to come forward to ask about the real purpose of these people in front of them. Even the MC forgot to fulfill his job and stood frozen in place. Therefore, Su-young came all the way over unhindered. He didn't stop until he reached Zhang Jin's tombstone. Some have ventured to speculate that he may have actually come to the funeral. But again, can't believe it's true. Even Zhang Jin's parents didn't believe it. They even preferred to believe that they were here to seek revenge, not to mourn. Their son wouldn't know such a powerful man. Until a man in black holding a cluster of white chrysanthemums respectfully handed it to Su-young. After receiving it, he bent down and gently placed the white chrysanthemum in front of Zhang Jin's tombstone. Seeing this scene, a look of shock appeared on everyone's faces at the same time. All their speculations just now were answered with this action of Su-young. But the answer did and does make it very difficult for them to accept. I can't believe it, nor do they want to believe it. This mysterious man who seems to have such a strong background can sit in a top-of-the-line red flag and travel with so many bodyguards accompanying him. I can't believe I'm coming to a little person's funeral. At this moment, everyone's minds were like lightning strikes, and their hearts were even turning over. Some of them rubbed their eyes vigorously, fearing that they had misread the situation. Others even secretly pinched their thighs, thinking it was a dream. But no matter how much they tossed and turned, without exception, they proved that the scene in front of them was true. This mysterious young man did put a bouquet of flowers in front of Zhang Jin's tombstone just now. Dead silence. There was dead silence all around. All that could be heard was the sound of raindrops hitting the fallen leaves and the umbrellas. The rain seems to have gotten a little heavier, but the scene in front of them had made them forget that they were still drenched in rain, and even if their clothes were already wet, they were still oblivious. As for Zhang Jin's parents, after seeing this image, they were unable to react up to this point and could only look at this foolishly. Those old classmates and old friends who were dissatisfied with the funeral just now. At this moment, their hearts have long been turning over in shock waves. How could the person they despised the most know such an awesome character? What's his secret? How can you hide it so well? If he himself had more contact with Zhang Jin during his lifetime, is it possible that he himself could have benefited? Many began to doubt life and to chafe. People they once looked down on have abilities they could never have imagined. Ignoring their respective little thoughts, Su-young closed his eyes and lowered his head after putting down the flowers. Incredibly solemn silence rose. Just such a simple action was gut-wrenching to watch. And more than that, it was shocking. A young man in a black suit stood in silence at the headstone during the drizzly funeral. He was dripping with nobility and solemnity. The water misted around him, and he seemed to glow with a shimmering light when he was in it. And behind him stood more than a dozen men in black. Uniform black suits, black sunglasses, and Bluetooth headphones. Earlier there was an umbrella. At the moment their umbrellas were uniformly put to one side. One had a straight back, a cautious gaze, and a serious face. Stand around the young man in a protective stance. Seeing this scene, those present didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Time passes by. Finally, Su-young finished his silence. When he raised his head again, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves were slightly relaxed. It was also when Zhang Jin's parents and relatives were finally able to think. It also ruled out the possibility that the other side was coming for revenge. When the hell did my son meet such a big shot, and came to see him off for the last time in person? Seeing how solemn this person was, it seemed like they were still very close. Is it possible that the son is not as bad as they think? Mediocrity is just an illusion. Maybe something really bad happened during the years when my son wasn't home? At this time, Zhang Jin's parents and the brainstorming. But again, a lot of it doesn't make sense. If my son really meets a nobleman, how to start a business will not work, nor will the examination for public service and graduate school. This kind of thing is a lot of work for ordinary people, but for the person in front of me, it should be a breeze. But the son, Zhang Jin's parents were puzzled. Similar questions perplexed other relatives and friends. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they couldn't figure it out, and this mysterious person in front of them seemed to be in a mist, making them completely unable to see through it. What secrets are they hiding? Just as the crowd was frantically brainstorming, the netizens in the live broadcast room were about to crack up laughing. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to be laughed out of my mind. As much as I think it's unkind to laugh right now, I can't help it. Requesting a resurrection scroll, this netizen. You should want to see this kind of picture. We smile and laugh should be fine, haha. Don't ever come to me in the middle of the night, laugh. You guys, look at those black guys. Each one of them is holding back their laughter until their faces are red. This time the pretense is a big one. It's hard to keep from laughing when you know the identity of the anchor, isn't it? I'm afraid these black men have thought of the saddest things in their lives to hold back. I'm afraid they're also becoming skeptical about the identity of the network. For the first time, my own parents feel like they don't know their own son. Ha 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 ha. I'm relieved to see them confused. The anchor's acting skills are really great too. The know-it-all director is ready to pass the book. People on the scene are going crazy with their brains, and people online are bursting into laughter. Laughing and smiling, some people start to get sad again. Even if we know now that our son is unusual, it's too late. Don't get too vicarious. It was supposed to be fake, but at least after this, the parents of that online friend will be proud of him, and that's another consolation. Yes, and his relatives and friends won't dare to underestimate the family. Cherish the living. Tomorrow and the unexpected don't know which will come first. Come on guys, I was just laughing, and then I almost cried again at your few words. Allow myself to be sad for a minute. And in a minute I'm going to be as cheerful and optimistic as that online friend. Then I'll observe a minute's silence for him. I'm with 1 + 1. 3 minutes passed quickly. The mechanical voice in his head came on as promised. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. 100% proficiency. System complete and permanently bound. Su Yang raised his head and turned to leave just in time to meet the gaze of Zhang Jin's parents. He nodded slightly. Not a word was said, but the eyes were full of comfort. This makes Zhang Jin's parents just hold back tears again. Su Yang lifted his feet to leave, still Sun Hao holding the umbrella, still followed by 10 black-clothed men, until they were all back in the car. There was still a dead silence around them. To be precise, none of them dared to speak since Su Yang appeared, until the vehicle starts and the convoy leaves. It was only then that the funeral congregation seemed to come back to life, breathing heavily. Sister-in-law, who the hell is that guy? He's scary. We enter the child is never as simple as it seems. Need you say? How can it be simple to know such a big shot? Big brother, you guys are doing it wrong. It's too hard to hide it from us. I should have known how we would have made the funeral a little more grand. Relatives are talking next to each other, but Zhang Jin's parents did not listen to a word. They looked at the direction Su Yang had left and didn't know what they were thinking. For the son's untimely death, if he did do anything to contribute, they seemed to be able to release some of it. Su Yang turned off the live broadcast when he returned to the car. Acting is no easy job either. His muscles were tense the entire time, and one of the strings in his head was even more drawn full, afraid of any slip-ups on my part. Good to have a scare. In the face of Su Yang's sudden off-airing, netizens also said they were quite used to it, even against a black screen. It didn't stop them from continuing to chat freely. The anchor is still the same anchor, and funerals can give him a whole lot of work. Number 1 in the whole living world. No rebuttals accepted. Watching this live today is the most complicated emotions I've ever felt. Laughing and crying at the same time, moving at the same time. It's almost like I'm a nervous wreck. Who says it isn't? The anchor works harder than we do, and he still has to act. Yeah, so let him off the hook for today and get an early night. All the brothers get an early night too. We'll see you tomorrow. Withdrawn. Today's live broadcast though still followed Su Yang's previous style, but it's always a little sad to attend a funeral for an online friend. But the good thing is that the netizens are all very nice, comforting each other and amusing everyone with the whole job again. So much so that the pop-ups continue to be drawn still with joy. It was also because of this harmonious atmosphere that Su Yang's fans had already exceeded 12 million by the time he was off the air. The gifts received are countless. 2 hours later, the convoy was back in the city. Sun Hao left with his men while Su Yang was sent to the door of his house by old Lu. Brother Lu, thank you for today. You do not want to accept money I do not force. In the future there is something you talk, as long as I can do, will certainly help. Similar words, Su Yang had just said to Sun Hao. Thanks to their help today, the mission went so smoothly. Su Yang had wanted to wrap up a red envelope for them, but these brothers were true-hearted people and refused to accept anything they said. So Su Yang could only give away the favor. He's a bit of a celebrity now, and there are still some places where he can help. Alright, I've made you a friend too. Get back in there. The owner of the car dealership said this and drove straight away. Fear of being late, Su Yang continued to be polite. He could already tell from this incident today that Su Yang was a friend worthy of deep friendship. Since it's a deep friendship, it's not just a matter of a few words. It's a long time coming. After seeing Big Brother Lu leave, Su Yang returned home. Turn on the system before you even have a chance to change your clothes. Drawl. The familiar roulette wheel appeared at the end of the sentence. After spinning for a while, the pointer points to one place. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the advanced skill, Professional Old Driver. The primary skill Introduction to Old Driver has been converted into 5 points of reaction and added to the attribute panel. When he saw the skill, Su Yang had a moment to think wrongly. How is it that there is a career and entry level for older drivers? It's not just a matter of opening your mouth. And given the system's lack of morality, the skill was definitely not very formal. But then I realized that this old driver is literally the same thing. It's nothing like driving with your mouth. That skill is driving with your hands. Aha! It's kind of getting worse and worse. When I say old driver, I really mean a car that has reached a certain level of skill. The entry level may as well be just out of driving school. The career level now extracted is equivalent to the Akemason car god. Claim your skills. He'd like to see how good the Akemason car god could be. But as soon as he chose to collect it, 2 rows of large letters appeared in front of him. There are millions of roads, and safety comes first. 2 lines of tears for a loved one when driving is not standardized. Seeing such a grounded tip, Su-young laughed. But before he could laugh out loud, a myriad of driving-related knowledge spelled its way into his head. There's even specialized racing knowledge. It's not an exaggeration to say that he'd probably be able to get a good placement if he was asked to compete in a racing pro bid right now. The skill, it's great. With his new car, it's just right. After the lucky draw, Su-young withdrew his gift income for the day again. The live broadcast is now on track, and the daily income is relatively stable. Still more than $1 million today. Cumulatively, he has nearly $12 million in assets. Su-young even thought about making another effort to buy this house, because it's really a comfortable place to live. But that's for later. Right now, there's not enough money. On the other hand, this live broadcast of Su-young today once again went viral on the internet. In the past, people have watched his videos for fun, but when they watched today's replay, they realized it wasn't like that at all. This kernel has a deep meaning. Although on the surface it is still a whole job, on the inside it sends a different message to everyone, especially the message from the begging for one resurrection scrolled netizen. It has moved countless people. And Su-young's all-out effort in the face of such a request was exceptionally admirable. After seeing Su-young in solemn silence and the family and friends next to him all had a shocked expression, the scene that was originally full of laughs made it impossible to laugh at all. A myriad of complex emotions clogged his chest with mixed feelings. It's also an instant reminder to cherish the moment and the people who are alive. Never leave any regrets. Filled with emotions, netizens began to repost this video like crazy, so much so that more and more people are infected. At one point it even led to a discussion about bonding, the parent-child aspect of it. Many people are beginning to reflect on this and are beginning to correct it. This was only the influence brought about by an ordinary live broadcast by Su-young. Early the next morning, Su-young, who had slept enough, woke up early. In fact, he didn't have to get up so early. Now that the system was bound, the task didn't need to be forced to be completed on the same day. But he was used to the old pattern. I also know that many netizens wait to watch the live stream every day. So he was going to do what he always did. Wash your face, brush your teeth and tidy up. This was the first mission after the system was bound. And Su-young was still quite cautious. When everything was ready, he inquired about the mission. I would have thought that he would have an easy time without the time limit. However, the system was as beastly as ever. Today's live quest, find 2 gentlemen who tell fortunes differently, then pit the 2 against each other. Rather, Su-young had already been repeatedly abused and whacked on the outside by the system. Still, it was a bit taut when I saw the assignment. Letting yourself die socially is no longer enough to satisfy the system. But now you have to drag in people's fortune tellers. Is it easy for them to earn a couple of bucks? You would be great. However, Su-young's face was thick enough now. After feeling slightly guilty for so long, I chose to move forward. I have to say, his current state of mind is pretty much in line with Taoism. A dead friend of the road. Not a poor man. Buddhism, take it or leave it. Taoism, take it down. There's no fortune-telling Taoist priest. I'm coming. Opened the live broadcast quickly and modified the title. Today's portion of the whole job, find 2 gentlemen who tell fortunes differently, and then have them confront each other. Su-young walked out of the house at the same time he opened the live broadcast. Where do I find a fortune teller? Is there one of those specialized stores? Whatever. Let's get out first. Can't find a store anywhere without needing a car? It was time for his car to go out and get some air. As Su-young's live broadcast opened, the pop-up screen gradually became lively. Clang, this handsome man shines. It's still the same group of people who are the earliest every day. I mean, don't any of you have to go to work? What's the point of going to work? Going to work isn't as fun as watching a live stream. I can't win the role and I can't win the role. I'm showing my cards. I'm swinging for the fences. Upstairs, that number of yours appears to be at work. And you're so justified in groping at work. Ha 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 ha. You guys saw through it. The netizen noticed the title of the livestream after chatting for a while. The pop-up was quiet for a moment. Soon it was bustling again. Crap, I see something. No, doesn't he have that little creative bottleneck? This brain circuit of the anchor cannot be speculated by normal people. This beast, this time he's going to prank the fortune teller. Fortune teller, bad rushes me. I wonder if they could have counted on this happening today. Well, this is wanting people 2 fortune tellers to fight. My favorite people love hair pulling. Properly embarrassing for whoever isn't allowed. The thought of those two fortune tellers facing off is starting to make my toes tingle. I'm no longer afraid to look. The netizens in the live room were shocked. Even the netizens who stayed to watch the live broadcast every day found it unbelievable how he could do one trick a day. Every day. Without repeating the same thing. Yesterday's taking a bunch of black guys to someone's funeral. That hot search is still hanging on high right now. I didn't expect another tough one right away. There's no hint of a creative bottleneck and the transition is so silky smooth. Not to mention the fact that all that work used to be letting your own community die. Now it's good to let others die socially. What the hell kind of human can do that? The pop-ups rolled like crazy. Su-yang also came to his favorite car. And when he heard the CUI sound when he started, his heart simply exploded with satisfaction. There's no man who doesn't like cars. Su-yang was intoxicated. But the netizens broke their defenses again after seeing his new car. Crap. The anchors have cars. Tell me quickly that the car was assigned to you by the company. We're all poor together. Why are you like this? You guys break the defense what Wooling car just, and not expensive. Wooling? Dude, are you trying to be funny? That's a Corvette. Corvette? Doesn't that produce oil? Which is Kuwait you're talking about? Isn't Kuwait a van? That's Avik. Isn't Ivik a country? That's Iraq. Don't explain it to him. He should ask later if Iraq isn't a diamond, isn't it? Dude, did you guys just network there? The network, which was still breaking defense, was hardened and taken off course. The argument also went elsewhere from the car chat. This also happened to make it so that Su-yang didn't have to bother explaining. At this time, Su-yang is driving a car through the streets and alleys, and he has never told fortunes before, so he doesn't know where to find a fortune teller. So it's just a matter of wandering around. But after almost half an hour of spinning, there was still nothing. Seeing Su-yang like this, the netizens in the live broadcast room could not help but feel a little anxious. Anchor, you don't think fortune tellers still have a storefront, do you? Opened a chain of stores, the Magic City branch of the Divine Calculator. Ha ha ha, you guys are trying to kill me with laughter. How can that kind of feudal superstition be in plain sight? Listen to me, go to an incense fair or near a temple. There's guaranteed to be plenty of it. Overpasses or basements too. And in front of hospitals. What's in front of the hospital? Ask this question is do not understand. The hospital door of the magician is the most lucrative. Some people do not believe after seeing the doctor. Come out and immediately look for someone to calculate a fortune. Fortune telling said nothing he believed. So what if the fortune teller says something's wrong? I have a dirt square. Crap. You guys know a lot. Listening to you guys, I don't know for a second if the car fortune teller is the bad guy or the anchor is the bad guy. Su-yang was driving, but it didn't stop him from paying attention to the pop-ups. When he saw that someone had suggested he go to the temple, he thought it was pretty solid. After all, those who would go to a temple fair are all believers in Buddhism, so there must be quite a few fortune tellers around. But this thing he did today is still a spoof component in it. Dare to tell fortunes in the temple fair, must be more or less a bit capable. There's no need to go to these people yourself. If you want to find it, you'll have to look for a godly man. That way there's no guilt in spoofing. Making up his mind, Su-yang drove directly towards the largest hospital in Magic City. Not long after, Su-yang's car steadily stopped at the entrance of the first hospital. The hospital is large and there are many cars in front of it. Su-yang wandered around for 10 minutes before finding a parking space, then stood in front of the hospital and observed the surroundings. He found another Chinese hospital across the street. To get there you can take the footbridge above, or the underpass below. It's very convenient. So Su-yang planned to go over the footbridge first to take a look. Netflix is right. There are quite a few fortune tellers on the flyovers. In Su-yang's imagination, the fortune teller should be immortal, wearing a Taoist robe and a white beard. But what was in front of him wasn't that at all. There were Amazons in flowered coats, grandpas in tunic suits, and men in suits with briefcases. For the first time, Su-yang felt that his perceptions were skewed in this field. Good thing he took it all in so quickly. Not to mention, these fortune-telling booths are doing quite well, past several in a row with customers. There are all kinds of fortune-telling, from throwing coins, to drawing lots, to reading poems. He didn't understand it anyway, so he was going to pick one at random. Just as Su-yang was choosing who to patronize, the chatter in the pop-up screen didn't stop. Not to mention, there are quite a few fortune-tellers here. That's no joke. The fortune teller is the psychiatrist most in tune with the Chinese baby's physique. I know this well. I had a setback once before and went to a psychiatrist and he told me to adjust my mind. While I went to a fortune teller and he told me that there was a villain who would attack me. Ha ha ha, so true? I had a period of time when I especially hated leaders. I hated anything that pressed me. Went to see a psychiatrist and he said I wasn't generous enough, which pissed me off. And then I went to a fortune teller, and he said that I had the face of an emperor. which pulled the emotional value right up to the fullest. My friend is also. She fell out of love. Dying to live. How to persuade cannot persuade. I pulled her to go to a fortune teller. Fortune teller said that the man blocked her fortune. Simply do not be too effective. On the spot that scum, all the contact information are deleted. For fear of slowing down a little bit will affect her. That's not a fortune teller. That's a metaphysical doctor who never thinks there's something wrong with you. It's always someone else who has a problem. Psychiatrist, you have a problem. There is something wrong with you. You have to correct yourself. Fortune teller, put your foreign farts. There must be a villain harming him. There is nothing wrong with the child. So it seems like fortune telling is a better deal than going to a psychiatrist and picking up on what you like to hear. Ha 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 ha. The emotional value of this pulls right through. Fortune telling for 30, psychiatrists for 300, the king of value for money. Then it's kinda hard for the anchor to find two that count differently today. The pop-ups were hotly debated. It was at this time that Su Yang saw a thin old man. He wore a set of white lab coat for playing Tai Chi, with cloth shoes on his feet, and two long, somewhat grayish whiskers. A look of an immortal, worldly man. This was in line with the image of a fortune teller in Su Yang's mind, and beside him, there stood a piece of cloth streamer, on which a few big words were written in a dragon's flight. Iron-blooded divine calculator. Calculates all the past events. Not allowed to charge no money. I don't know if it's accurate, but the compulsion is there. Su Yang also noticed that in front of this fortune teller's stall, there was actually a collection code. Even fortune telling is so up to date these days. Su Yang looked left and right and finally decided that he was the one. So Su Yang took a deep breath and walked over. Seeing Su Yang finally make a move, the netizens on the live stream were simply more excited than him. Ha 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 ha. The first victim appears. Should I laugh now or later? Why am I so excited when I've obviously done nothing? An iron counselor. No uncollected money allowed. Gurus don't talk about money. Only karma. $30 a time. Ha ha. I could die laughing at you guys. Grandpa, if I were you I'd run. Don't say I didn't warn you. He's not going to run. And the anchor is not an ingrate in his eyes. That's right. It's so hard to get a fool to come to the door. How can I give it up? The fun is about to begin. As soon as Su Yang sat down on the small mat in front of his stall, the fortune teller's eyes immediately lit up. The young man is a fine-looking man. What kind of question is he asking? After saying that, he also stroked the beard under his nose and smiled in a pretense of sophistication. Marriage, fortune, or asking about luck? Actually, Su Yang didn't expect to ask anything. For a moment I actually didn't know how to respond. In-laws? Pull back. Fortune? He's exuberant. Good and bad? He eats chicken every day and doesn't even have to ask. Su Yang didn't answer. But it didn't stop the fortune teller from continuing on. Young man, I only need to take one look at you to know that you have the face of great wealth. The merit has its own share. The dragon's whiskers cultivate themselves thickly. Saying that, the fortune teller also squinted his eyes in a mysterious manner, and his tone became a few points lower. But despite your wizardry, you need to be steady in your actions. And I don't know if there are twists and turns in your wealthy destiny. Speaking here, the fortune teller also deliberately paused for 2 seconds before finally stating his intentions. Why don't you let me read your fortune and run down the road ahead, measuring good fortune and avoiding villainy. It only takes one fortune to set your future in motion. It's not too expensive. Only $100. The fortune teller was desperately trying to sell himself, not even realizing the seriousness of the problem. Hearing him speak so outrageously, the corners of Su Yang's mouth couldn't be suppressed. Who are you fooling when you can have your fortune told? Besides, his prospects are so cheap, they're worth $100? Who to look down on? Su Yang desperately tried to hold back his laughter. The expression on his face appeared to be still very much in recognition. That's so. Then there is indeed a great need for fortune-telling. But master, are you accurate in your math? Questioned about his professionalism, the fortune-teller was instantly offended. You don't ask around either. There is nothing my divine reckoner's fortune is not allowed to say. See my beard? It's just too much prying into the heavens that made me look like this. Hey, you think I like that? But someone has to go to hell. With these few words, he simply puts himself on a universal level. If Su Yang was a superstitious grandma and grandpa, he would probably believe it. Unfortunately, he's not. But the show must go on. Master, you are too good. Then do the math for me. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room completely couldn't hold it together, and one of them was about to crack up laughing. Ha 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 ha. No way. First time I've ever seen a victim rush to throw himself into the net. Pure and simple initiative to give head. I can tolerate the price hike of fortune-telling, but I can't tolerate you saying that snooping on the heavens has turned your beard white. I almost believe it. That mustache dyed itself. Why don't you dye your hair white together? Do the whole show. This nonsense is more powerful than the anchor. Why do you charge money when you make yourself sound so great? Buddha doesn't even ferry poor people anymore. And he's still free? What's wrong with people just trying to scam some money? Seeing Su Yang take the bait so easily, the fortune teller was in a very good mood. With a kind smile on the corner of his mouth, he moved naturally and held up the collection code from the stall in front of Su Yang. Please pay first. Seeing this scene, even Su Yang was a bit tense. Just now I said I wasn't allowed to not pay for it, but now I have to pay for it before I even count it. Row. Treat him like an ingrate. Forget it, $100 isn't much. Once he thought of what he was going to do in a while, Su Yang was very quick to swipe the $100 over. Master, it's okay now. How do you want to do the math? Birthdate or palmistry? The fortune teller took out his cell phone and made sure the money arrived before smilingly saying, I am reading faces. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but spit in his heart. This monkler, not even willing to make enough effort to perfume him. You can make some deductions with your birthdate, and you can tell a little bit about your palm reading. This one reads faces. Dare I ask Moncler Outlet Store how you should face a plastic surgery woman if she comes? However, after all, it was the first time he had his fortune told, so he was kinda looking forward to hearing something from this fortune teller's mouth. At this point, the fortune teller also began his performance. One moment he was staring at Su Yang looking left and right, and the next moment he was looking through the fortune-telling book on the stall that was as thick as a dictionary, pinching fingers again and looking at the sky. After tossing and turning for a good 4 or 5 minutes, he said, Young man, judging from your face, you're in for a big day in the near future. Aha! These words caused Su Yang to freeze for a moment. The system finished binding yesterday and no longer restricts him. This was great joy for Su Yang. Can it be that this fortune teller is not a magician? Is he really good? Su Yang is feeling that this fortune teller may have some ability, only to hear him turn the tables. But well, the familiar routine left him dumbfounded. It's exactly like the TV show. There's always a twist at a crucial moment. But what? Su Yang was curious. His reaction caused the fortune teller to stroke his mustache again in triumph. Shaking his head in a pretentious manner, he suddenly said with a serious face, This great joy doesn't seem to be that good. The so-called yin and yang are harmonized, and there is a balance in heaven. Great joy must be followed by great sorrow. Hearing this, Su Yang still quite recognized it. Thinking that the fortune teller was that good. The system was really good and gave him a lot of useful skills, but those quests he posted, dogs have to shake their heads when they hear it. It doesn't matter if he did the math or was blindsided. Su Yang still felt that there was something about this fortune teller. Su Yang recognized it, but the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't buy it. They even scoffed a bit. The words are still the same words. They haven't changed at all. I know these two tricks as well. If you're red-faced, I'll also say that you've had a happy event lately. And if you're sad-faced, you've had bad luck lately. In a person's life, good things will happen to them and bad things will happen to them. How can anyone be smooth all the time? Those who meet good things want to be good all the time and give money. What about those who meet bad things and want to turn their luck around? Or give money? It's taking people's psyche, and if it doesn't get the job done, it's not enough money. Crap. School's over. Side project initiated. Anchors are usually spooky. Is it possible that they really believe this? He believes in hell. You forget what he's here for. Ha 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 ha. I almost forgot until I told you. Oh master, why don't you dissolve yourself first? The thought of having two fortune tellers face off excites me to the point of rolling into maggots in my bed. Fight fight fight. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all watching the fun one by one. And Su Yang, after listening, asked, Master, what do you mean by great sorrow? The system was already bound. He couldn't really think of anything else. If it had been yesterday, he probably would have believed it. The system wasn't bound at that point, and it really wouldn't be a good thing to get uninstalled for not completing a task. But now it was like it was growing on him, and he couldn't shake it off. Then he really couldn't think of anything else bad that could happen to him. It had to be said that at this point in time, the fortune teller was the one who had fooled Su Yang. The fortune teller didn't answer Su Yang's question directly, but asked back, Which aspect do you want to ask about specifically? Su Yang thought for a moment. Career. All he wants to do now is make money from his business and nothing else. Hearing that it was a cause, the fortune teller directly came close to observe Su Yang's nose. Another set of pinched fingers and frowns after reading it. After a few seconds, the face was pleasantly surprised. In face reading, the nose is the house of wealth, lord of career and fortune. Young man, you have a high, square nose that doesn't show. That's a lot of career and financial luck. The future is designated to be rich and prosperous. After a burst of boasting, suddenly, the fortune teller began to shake his head, and after looking up at Su Yang, he continued to shake his head. This reaction looked hairy in Su Yang's heart. When he was about to inquire, He only saw the fortune teller let out a long breath. Young man, although your career luck is good, there is a great calamity in your life. If this robbery doesn't happen, the money will go down the drain if it's light, and if it's heavy, it will jeopardize the well-being of your parents. The time is also fate. If earlier Su Yan still had some recognition of the fortune teller's strength, at this moment, he was completely convinced that the other party was talking nonsense. Where did he get his parents' harm? He would have believed it if it hadn't revealed a breach here. But coming over to tell fortunes hadn't had any good intentions in the first place. So Su Yang went along with his words and continued on with the show. What about that? Su Yang's tone was slightly anxious. The fortune teller's eyes narrowed at the sight, and he shook his head again continuously before saying, young man, this calamity is not small, and I lost too much by snooping the heavens. Stop in mid-sentence. Su Yang understood in seconds that he had to add money. You can say anything you want, master. He was a mature and understanding man, so naturally he wouldn't let the fortune teller's words fall to the ground. Seeing Su Yan like this, the fortune teller slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, stroked his beard and continued to say slowly, it's just a thing. Seeing that you're so sincere, master, what's the harm if I use up some of my cultivation? Wait until I see where your hijacking is. Another handful of pinches after that. Young man, this calamity appears around the year of your founding, and once it is not handled well, that year will be a watershed for you. If it's light, you'll break your fortune. If it's heavy, your family home will change, and if it's serious, it will affect your destiny. Another tug. If Su Yang hadn't already recognized it, he really wouldn't have been able to carry it off a bit. It's so serious? Please teach me the method of dissolution. Master. He acted like it was real. The urgency in his tone could be felt even by the netizens in the broadcast room. Ha 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 ha. The anchor is acting again. If I hadn't watched yesterday's broadcast, I would have believed it. It's over. I'm out of my mind. I was actually fooled by this fortune teller. There are too many fools in this world, and not enough liars apparently. Get off the anti-fraud app. I'm not kidding. Anyone who believes in that kind of talk, come over here and I'll give you a hammer to sober you up a bit. Just the right amount of strength to sober up and not hurt your brain. Guaranteed. Dropping off a substitute for you. Seeing Su Yan like this, the fortune teller knew that it was already a done deal. He shook his head and said, it's not hard to dissolve it. Just do the following 3 things. First, pornography, gambling and drugs must not be touched. Second, keep to yourself and never meddle. Third, stay away from drunken friends. If you do these 3 things, bad luck will stay away and your family will naturally prosper. While knowing that the fortune teller was talking nonsense, but these 3 points are really fundamental for people, as long as they do, not to say that a great deal of money, people will absolutely smooth a lot. But well, that's when the fortune teller started selling out again. After a few moments of silence, he added, the doom and gloom is far away, but the situation of the broken fortune has not yet been solved. After saying that, a hint of worry surfaced on the fortune teller's face, as if he had made some kind of decision. He slapped his thigh. That's just it. Since you and I are destined to be together, I'll gift you my only remaining piece of luck-solving talisman paper. This talisman has been subjected to 77 and 49 days of incense at the Heavenly Master's Temple. Spirituality is unparalleled. As long as you ask for this talisman back, incense morning and night, it will keep you safe for the rest of your life. For nothing? Is that such a good thing? While Su Yan was still fantasizing, he heard the voice of the fortune teller again. The talisman paper can be gifted to you, but the incense money for offering to the Heavenly Master's Guan, you have to show more or less sincerity. In my opinion, $500 will do. Once the fortune teller's words were finished, the netizens in the broadcast room instantly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, here it is waiting. You still have to ask for money. My Buddha doesn't ferry poor people. He could have just robbed you of $500, but he had to give you a charm. He's so in love. After laying it out for so long, the fox's tail is finally showing. This abacus bead is crashing directly into my face. Master, how pretentious you are now. How much you will hit your face later. Ha ha ha, I'm getting excited. Anchor, this pretend to be a pig and eat tiger play 6 years from now. The fortune teller will still shake off an old tear when he remembers what happened on this day. Does anyone have a picture of that bursting into tears? It's very appropriate here. Even if you can't find the object, you can't even find the picture? A piece of broken yellow paper is asking for $500. Does anyone buy it? There is. Su Yang bought it. Payment was paid extraordinarily well. Knowing that it was a scammer and still paying, only a fool like Su Yang would do it. No way. He's still too nice. After all, the scene in a moment would make even he, the one who started it, buckle his toes in embarrassment. Think of it as paying him in advance for his emotional distress. The fortune teller's face was all smiles when he received another $500. Had he known that Su Yang was so stupid and rich, he should have asked for a higher price. Nor should I say there is only one. The fortune teller is remorseful. However, he didn't show it, and solemnly handed over the talisman paper to Su Yang's hands, kindly instructing, "Young man, remember, incense morning and evening. It shall not be burned or stained. I'm afraid that if anything goes wrong, the effect will be compromised." Su Yang nodded. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely do as you say." Seeing that he was so gullible, the fortune teller added, "If you want to ask anything else in the future, you can come to me as well. I'll give you 20% off. Su Yang smiled and continued to nod his head. "That's for sure. I guess I'll still come to you before long. That's the big truth. As soon as we find another one that doesn't do the same math as him, it's coming." Unfortunately, the fortune teller did not hear Su Yang's words, and happily thinking that when he comes next time, he must fool around a little more. When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, each one of them laughed so hard that they were about to jerk over. "Ha ha 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 ha, I'm proof that the anchor didn't lie. I've done a fortune telling and you'll see each other again soon. Upstairs, you're really good at math. Give me a fortune too. I count on you living to be 80. Really? Then I'll jump directly from the 8th floor after work. I'll live to be 80. Who the hell still takes the stairs? Yama, is that you had to cut in line? You don't die until you're 80. You pass at 30, and you make your own destiny. Go early and make a good impression on Hades." Nima, the live content was already hilarious, and you sand sculptures actually made it even better. My stomach hurts from laughing. Fortune teller, won't anyone speak up for me? The pop-ups were hotly debated, and Su Yang also took his leave after collecting the talisman paper. He continued to slink forward. Even now, the fortune teller still does not realize the seriousness of the problem, still happily eyeing Su Yang. It wasn't until Su Yang disappeared into the crowd that he realized with hindsight that the process hadn't gone too smoothly. There can't be anything fishy about this. It was a moment he suspected, but he didn't think twice about it. Looking at the incoming $600, the beauty of going back to continue to wait for business, Su Yang slipped from one end of the catwalk to the other. Midway through the journey, he had also found someone to tell his fortune, but they were all very different from what the fortune teller had just said. He now needs to find one that says it differently. After skirting the catwalk, I was ready to take my chances in the basement again. Su Yang was looking for his next victim, and the netizens in the live broadcast room weren't idle either. After reading around, I know all these words by heart. These fortune tellers are still too young. Let's see who the next victim will be. The big battle is about to start. Here wholesale melon fruit small bench. After being made such a mess by the anchor, these fortune tellers are afraid that their business will go down the drain. Wishful thinking. No way. As the live broadcast continued, the heat in Su Yang's live room increased. The number of online viewers surpassed 5 million. The pop-ups were densely packed and overwhelming. The gifts are never-ending. Su Yang had just entered the underground passage when he saw a goddess around the corner. Why do you call her a diva? Mostly because she's so weirdly dressed. The hair was pulled back in a Taoist head, and was held in place by a bone from an animal that could not be seen. The clothing he wore was of an unknown ethnicity, with flowers and bird feathers embedded in it. It looks extra thick. It was summer now, and although the underpass was cool, dressed like this, Su Yang had already guessed how much prickly heat had been covered under her clothes. At this moment, she was closing her eyes, not knowing whether she was sleeping or meditating. Su Yang hadn't wanted to find her, but just as he was about to go over, the goddess came in with a godly voice. "This little brother, I see that you have a black seal, and your year is not good." Su Yang froze for a moment. How did she see it with her eyes closed? But she'd said that, so it would be rude to leave again. After all the way over here he was looking for something different from the fortune teller's calculations. Just now that fortune teller said he had a great joy with a rosy complexion. This one said he had a bad year with a black seal. It doesn't just deliver itself. Su Yang stopped and saw that the advertising paper in front of her had a row of big words written on it in a dragon's flight. Divine calculator, he immortal none, calculate all the past events. Well, it's all divine math. Can't you do anything new with that title? Even the tagline is the same. He's met several of them. Su Yang was silently spitting, and the netizens in the live broadcast room also discovered this point. Crap, do these fortune tellers come out wholesale? Maybe they're siblings. There's not a terrier. I've got tens of thousands in my division. Ha 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 ha. I started laughing straight away. Divine calculator and online. N+1 standing by. There's no more N+1. I'm guessing she's victim number 2. Opening your mouth and saying someone is having a bad year is a recipe for a beating on our side. Knowing how to do the opposite. Some people eat that up. The two divine calculators are saying something completely different. I can already imagine the scene in a while, the ones that are really going to fight. The netizens were gleefully watching the jokes, and Su Yang obediently went to sit on the small horse sipper in front of He Xiangu's stall. What do you mean by that, immortal nun? Hearing the voice, He Xianfu's eyes slowly opened and closed silently again after glancing at Su Yang. Unlike the fortune tellers she'd met before, she didn't warm up and start talking right off the bat. Instead, he looked away and stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Su Yang also became interested. Playing mind games, waiting for yourself to talk, right? That's fine. He didn't say anything either. Let's see how long this fairy girl can pretend. Su Yang's unorthodox behavior confused the other party as well. In the end, it was Immortal He who was defeated and took the lead. This little brother. Just after saying a few words, He Xianfu shook her head and let out a long sigh. Hey, some things are long predestined. Karma is in the eye of the beholder. And God has a plan. You must be sensible when it comes to it. There were two more sighs after that. This way to fortune-telling over. Su Yang did not feel anything else, but felt that these fortune-tellers love to sigh, and it likes to look sorry for itself, just like the way this He Xian nun was looking at herself right now. Pity, heartache. A variety of emotions are included. The emotions were so on point that it confused the internet. Crap, is he saying the anchor is in trouble? Is it hard to meet a real Taoist priest? Seeing the anchor's ill intentions, don't be fooled into saying something ambiguous, waiting for someone else to be right. Shit, no wonder they say that fortune tellers are all masters of psychology. This desire to escape plays well. Anchors are being counted when they are counting on others. That depends on who has the deeper Tao. Su Yang was not superstitious in the first place. Having seen quite a bit along the way, he naturally wouldn't be fooled by her two sentences. But the show must go on. He put on a confused face. Immortal nun, I can't understand what you're saying. Can you make it clear? Hearing this, Immortal He shook her head with a look of heavenly knowledge. I can't tell you, 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 can't tell me. Just say the word. Fairy goddess. Su Yang was also very good at doing things. Took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code in front of her. Just as a bond. How much do you say? At this moment, He Xianfu's thoughts were the same as Su Yang's just now. She also didn't expect anyone to catch on and bite the hook. His heart was beautiful, but his expression was still a look of helplessness. It's just, I'm just a soft-hearted person who can't see people suffer. It hasn't grown on me after leaking several times before, but it's my fault. If I hadn't just talked too much you wouldn't have asked. Since I asked, I'll make another exception. I usually charge people 300 in cases like this, but we're destined to be together, so I'll charge you 200. As soon as Immortal He said this, a young man who had set up a stall next to her to sell toys couldn't hold back his laughter first. I guess I noticed that I was laughing too loudly, laughing and then covering his mouth in a panic. Pretend what just happened never happened. But it was still seen by Su Yang. Dude, what are you laughing at? The young man tightened the corners of his mouth. It's nothing. My mom just called to say that my family sows are having babies. Oh, congratulations then. Su Yang didn't ask much. Twisting his head over, he swiped over $200 to Yi Xiangu. The fortune-telling was only 100 just now, and this walk from the catwalk to the basement doubled it. After paying it off, he said, Immortal nun, you may speak now. Little brother, first give me your birth date. Receiving the money, the hexenbeist stance was put up, again with the Tai Chi disc and the Bagua diagram. But at this time, Su Yang was also speechless. Don't even know your birth date and you can make up so much shit. Shenanigans, proper shenanigans. It's even more outrageous than the fortune teller above. People can at least tell a thing or two by looking at their faces. This one doesn't even know his birth date and first concludes that he has a calamity. It's almost as if he's being treated like a fool. That's a loss of $200. Still the same idea. Think of it as paying for moral damages in advance. Su Yang immediately told the other party his birth date. Immortal He immediately pinched and counted. As she did the math, her face changed and her frown grew tighter. It's as if there's some kind of dilemma. Looking at Su Yang couldn't help but pull his heart out. The last time he'd seen an expression like that had been on a TV show when the doctor had to announce a terminal illness to the family. It was only after a long time that He Xianfu slowly lowered her hand and her eyes opened. At this point her eyes were full of disbelief and surprise. It was even more panic-inducing to watch. Fairy, what's wrong with me? In terms of playing psychological warfare, Su Yang was still no match for the other party, even if you know the other person is talking nonsense. However, seeing her look so godlike, she couldn't help but follow along and be on edge. Immortal He looked at Su Yang and said with a grave expression, Little brother, I have calculated that you have a plague of blood and light. In this birthstone of yours, there's a road robbery, said another long sigh. I'm afraid of scaring you by saying it, but if you don't say it, you're afraid you won't be able to get over it yourself. With this tone of voice, Immortal he was completely acting as if she was doing Su Yang a favor. Su Yang was also into the scene and immediately patted his chest. It's fine. Speak boldly, Immortal Aunt, I'm not afraid. Seeing Su Yang like this, Immortal he nodded. So be it. Then I'll be blunt. Young man, you were born to a bad life and have worked hard to get to where you are now. It could have been smooth sailing all the way, but you have a lack of water in the 5 elements of your 8 characters. If it goes on for a long time, I'm afraid it'll be a basket case, and people will lose both their money and their money. Hearing this, Su Yang almost laughed out loud, but the expression on his face was still one of anxiety. Immortal Nun, is this true? Originally, I was worried that this Immortal he was just like other fortune tellers, only picking up the good words. I didn't realize that if she opened her mouth, it would be a life of misery and loss of human life. Isn't that the exact opposite of what the fortune teller just said? Things are starting to get interesting. When he thought of this scene of them facing each other, Su Yang felt embarrassed and excited at the same time. Su Yang's reaction appeared to Yi Xianfu as him being worried about his future. She pressed on with her snub. Young man, it's fate that you met me, and I would never see death. After saying that, he pulled out a piece of talisman paper from the wooden box next to him. If you want to think of changing your fate against the heavens, you can rely on my treasure in the bottom of this box. Su Yang raised his eyes and almost laughed. Isn't this exactly the same as the talisman the fortune teller just sold him? Are they uniformly wholesale? Su Yang was speechless, and the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh when they saw it. Ha 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 ha, crushing treasure, right here? I'd almost believe it if I hadn't just seen it too. Simply laugh not live. This is Oliwu Unified manufacturing it. I thought there was only one, but it turned out to be a handful. It's so embarrassing. I feel my scalp tingle at the thought of these two going at it later. Oh, this fairy girl, don't you realize that the problem is that much more serious? The pop-ups are buzzing. Immortal he was also trying to brag about how powerful this talisman paper was. This is the charm of relieving luck that the presiding officer of Ganryu Monastery offers in front of the hall. Rare as hell. I only obtained one even after exhausting my chances, He Xiangu said while observing Su Yang's reaction, not noticing any impatience on his part before continuing to finish his sentence. It's not cheap when it's this precious. Just tell me straight how much it is. Fairy girl. Su Yang acted very quickly, and this wealthy and generous tone instantly made He Xianfu's eyes narrow. Still, she chose to sell it again. It's not about the money. Do you understand, Chance? He Xiangu looked at Su Yang and shook her head. I know you youngsters don't believe in this. It always feels like spending hundreds of dollars on a piece of crap. So blasphemous that I won't sell it even if you pay me. Nice guy. Doesn't move a muscle to tell the value of this piece of crap paper. Looks like I'm going to have to go in on credit for another couple $100. No profanity. I'm sincere. Su Yang's performance is simply not too serious. It's almost like you have to trust me carved into your face. Seeing this, immortal goddess, he nodded comfortably. I can also see that your heart is sincere. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't sell it for any amount of money. But I've calculated your fortune, so naturally I have to unlock your luck. When she said this, He Xianfu was still reluctantly looking at the talisman paper in her hand. After hesitating for a moment before ruthlessly stuffing it into Su Yang's hands, that's just it. Even if you're $500, it's cheap. This sudden scene, Su Yang hadn't reacted yet. The young man selling toys next to him couldn't help but laugh twice again. When Su Yang shifted his gaze to him, the young man touched his nose in embarrassment. Sorry about that. My mom just called to say that my sow has sired again. Su Yang nodded. Your family sow is quite capable of giving birth. That's 2 litters in a little while. After saying that, he looked at the talisman paper in his hand. It's really a bummer. It's going to be another $500. No way. Pay it. Upon hearing the crisp receipts, immortal he began to instruct again. Little brother, this talisman paper needs to be burned before it can be effective. It's best to find a place where no one is around. Burn it and then wrap the ashes in paper to carry with you. You must wear it for 77 or 49 days before you can change your fortune against the heavens. Burning? If Su Yang remembered correctly, what the fortune teller had just explained was that it could not be burned and stained, otherwise invalid. And now He Xianjun explained to find a deserted place to burn it, and then carry the ashes with her. Even if the fortune telling is different, even the usage is different. Being treated like a fool though. But it's going to be a good show in a minute. Yes, thank you, fairy girl. I will keep that in mind. After thanking her, He Xianqiu was about to send off her guests when Su Yang spoke up again at this time. Xianqiu, I wonder if you know how to read feng shui. Hearing that there was another job, He Xianfu nodded busily. Naturally, I will. The feng shui land I'm looking at will keep people prosperous and the family home safe. You need me to take a look for you, little brother? Su Yang nodded. Yes. I wonder if you're willing to come with me. It's time for him to make his move after being the wrongdoer all this time. Worried that he Xianfu wouldn't go with him, Su Yang added, money is not a problem. Perhaps the impression Su Yang had left on Yi Xiangu was that people were stupid and had a lot of money. She agreed without question. What money is there to see? If this feng shui is bad, I won't charge you a penny. Putting her fortune-telling stall away briefly, she was about to go with Su Yang. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room was also completely blown up. Ha 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 ha, both sides are about to connect. Oh, this immortal girl, do you know what you are about to face? It's not too late to run. The anchors are so lackluster. I can't even watch. A beast as always. Steady play. The greatest hunters often come in the form of prey. Watch the anchor if you don't understand. Gentlemen, you are about to witness a bloodbath. Now insert a commercial. Upstairs, you're the one who's got that TV thing down pat. Fortune tellers, don't come over here. You guys, the predestined duel is about to be presented. The live broadcast room was abuzz. Simply more lively than a food market at 8 in the morning. It's also weird as hell. It was clear that the next scene was going to be particularly awkward, but everyone couldn't help but want to watch it. And when Su Yang led Yi Xiangu up to the sky bridge, she still had a little doubt. Little brother, the road is not familiar. The underpass can be passed just now. There's no need to go around so much. Su Yang smiled without saying anything. If you really want to go through the underground passage, how can you find the fortune teller just now? Su Yang didn't say anything, but Yi Xiangu's mouth wasn't idle. Little brother, where do you want me to look at the feng shui? This time, Su Yang answered instead. Just ahead. Front? Hearing this, Yi Xianfu even looked back and forth. There are hospitals in the front and back. Where can I get feng shui? Just as she was puzzled, the divine calculator's stall was right in front of her. It was also at this moment that the netizens in the live broadcast room got excited. Almost there. Ha ha ha, peak showdown time. So excited I rubbed my hands together. Don't. I can't stand it. What's that weird sound? It's a kindergarten-bound bus? Crap. My heart is beating so fast. I'm so nervous. Damn. I wasn't even this nervous about stealing someone in the first place. Stealing people? Can't you be a little long-winded? Countless pop-ups floated by, and everyone in the live broadcast room stared at the screen dead on, afraid of missing a minute. The live streaming heat is also soaring. Finally, Su Yang brought Yi Xiangu and stood in front of the divine calculator's stall. At this time, the divine calculator still had no guests. He was sitting on the inside with his eyes closed, still with that immortal look. Yi Xiangu stood at Su Yang's side, and the first thing she saw was the divine calculator's cloth streamer. Couldn't help but curse after reading the words on it. Can you fucking copy something else? Exactly as she copied it. It's embarrassing for her, okay? In order to avoid Su Yang from discovering this, Yi Xiangu tried to urge Su Yang to leave quickly. That's right. Even up to now, Yi Xianfu only thought that Su Yang was just passing by to take a look at the place for a couple of moments. But the truth is, only to see Su Yang familiarly take a seat on the small mat in front of the divine calculator's stall, tap the table in front of him. Hearing the sound, the divine calculator opened his eyes. After seeing that it was Su Yang, he couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, immortal, he also revealed a puzzled expression. Seeing this image, the netizens in the live broadcast room all held their breath in unison. Don't even blink your eyes. Even if their toes were gripping the ground at this point, their attention was always focused on the screen. Finally, Su Yang still spoke. Two masters, I would like to ask. You guys tell me different fortunes, so who the hell am I supposed to listen to? As soon as Su Yang's words fell, the surroundings suddenly went quiet. The nearby stalls and vendors also looked this way in unison. At first they only thought it was just a simple fortune-telling, and after realizing it, they were directly shocked and confused by what happened. It's not enough that you've been fooled once, and change places to get on it again. The stalls know that none of these fortune-tellers have real skills. Relying on nonsense to deceive one is one. Those who have been fooled will admit their bad luck and then curse and say that they will never trust these again. He's good. He just got cheated here. And then he got cheated again. When I was scammed twice and realized the math was different, I even came back and asked. Let's just say he did what the vast majority of people are afraid to do. It was because of this that the people around them felt anticlimactic, and especially curious about what the outcome of the confrontation will be. As a result, everyone around them unanimously pricked up their ears. Even if there were customers, they didn't bother to entertain them. They just wanted to watch the fun. As for the divine calculator, after hearing Su Yang's words, he was first confused for a while. Guess it's just his old age and bad brain. He still kinda doesn't quite understand what that means. What counts is not the same. Who should listen to what? Of course you should listen to him. He's the God's reckoner. And so on. The The divine calculator realized with hindsight that the lad would be skeptical, not listening to the nonsense of amateurs, nor is it validation that reveals a problem. Instead, he got a fortune teller to do the math again. After understanding the words, the divine calculator was dumbfounded. His eyes were full of unbelief when he looked at Su Yang, and his whole body was in the wind. Not only the divine calculator, even the aside he immortal nun was dumbfounded. She looked at Su Yang dumbfounded and at a loss for words. 10,000 straw horses raced through his head, not knowing whether to leave or stay. He had just had his fortune told, and then he was pulled into a confrontation with someone. Is this a human thing to do? If he had known this, he wouldn't have taken this order for any amount of money. Are young people nowadays so unethical? Xianfu was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. Although it is known that 80% of fortune telling is nonsense, it is not put out in the open to say so. Everyone keeps each other decent, but now that they've been poked right through the window, both of them are fucked silly, especially with the stares of the people around them at the moment. Makes them sweat the whole time. Where on earth did such a demon come from? Come to the gods and take him away. The divine counselor and Xianqiu felt tormented, but the originator, Su Yang, still watching the fun and pulling out the 2 pieces of talisman paper he bought at a high price. 2 masters, this thing, all said that it was hard for you to beg for it. One has been subjected to 79 days of incense, and one has been consecrated by the presiding officer. They all sound awesome, but why do they all look the same? It was fine if they didn't take out the talisman paper, but when they did, the 2 of them were so embarrassed that they wanted to jump off the catwalk. Can it be different? It's all bought from the small goods market over there. You can buy several for $1. Sometimes people have 3 emergencies and run out of paper, and that's what they use. Now that it's being brought out, it's like a lingering death. It was said that peers were enemies, but at this time, the divine calculator and immortal nun felt that they were in the same boat. A hint of sympathy could actually be detected in the way they looked at each other. Had they screwed over too many people in the past and now send such a young man to clean them up? Seeing this scene, the netizens in the broadcast room exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha, help! The look on their faces. I just can't stop laughing. At this point, 2 highly respected, in quotes, gurus fell into deep self-doubt. Their eyes were filled with confusion, shock, disbelief and incomprehension, and the emotions shifted so quickly that I, an acting student, couldn't even hope. It's amazing how you guys can analyze so much in their eyes. I only see one thing, and that's the fact that you can't hide the eyes of someone who wants to knife someone. Ha 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 ha, all talent, then we'll analyze don't life. 2 masters, can you be human? Suddenly I feel a bit sorry for them. They're just trying to scam some money. What's wrong with that? Couldn't carry it off. I laughed myself silly straight away. Let's fight if we can't, and we'll trust whoever wins. The netizens are looking forward to seeing what's going on. The heat was rising in the live room, and the gift effects were overwhelming, and the 2 masters remained silent. When Su Yang saw them like this, his heart had already burst into laughter. It's okay to be publicly executed when you've cheated yourself out of hundreds each, right? You 2 mages, you're talking about different uses for this talisman paper. One for me to offer up for morning and evening incense. One more for me to incinerate immediately. Now I can't tell which one is from whom, so I'd like to ask the 2 masters to help me distinguish between them. Hearing this, the 2 masters were so embarrassed that they wanted to block out this old face, the exact same rune paper, where they could tell the difference. At this point they were standing around like they were being roasted on a fire. Not only do you not want to answer any questions, you even kind of want to die. What to do? The divine calculator's heart was beating as fast as a drum, and he looked helplessly at Immortal He, noticing that she had the same confused look in her eyes as herself. Silence. 2 by 2 silence. The sudden quiet is what I fear the most. Little by little, time passes. Su Yang didn't poke their lung tubes any further and just quietly waited for them to answer. But wait for, if the 2 masters were normally rivals, at this moment, they were teammates in the same trench. During the time they waited, they made a silent decision. Before Su Yang could react, they took a left and a right and peeled right through the crowd and ran. The divine calculator didn't even want his own stall. That speed was beyond even Su Yang's reach. They couldn't stay in this hellhole for a moment. Staying even a second longer could kill them. It's better to go out on a limb if you're going to die. It's also the young man who is so lacking. Then it's not their fault. Anyway, he's only one person, and one of them will always get away if he runs separately. With this thought in mind, the 2 masters exploded with amazing potential, one to the left and the other to the right. That footwork is so fast that the 800-meter physical test is absolutely perfect. Soon the 2 disappeared into the camera. Crap, actually ran away? Is not unable to play. Just leave? No explanation? With that athletic stance, you need to give up your seat on the bus and subway? Ha 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 ha. I was never expecting this. Not even the courage to go against the line. Thought I was going to get to watch a hair ripping. Not fun. You guys be people. This scene I but 1 second more. People have to ga. Harm. Forget it. It's not easy for old people to make money. The two masters fled. The system prompt also came as promised. Mission accomplished. Get a chance to win a lottery. Actually, Su-young didn't mean to cross the two masters. It's just a mission requirement. So when he saw them fleeing he didn't go after them. As long as the mission is accomplished. Su-young stood up and left amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. At this time, the live broadcast was still lively. Mouse I'm going to start shaving rewarded the anchor Carnival X10. Huang Wushan who likes classical guitar rewarded the anchor with a sports car X2. Star Ender rewarded the anchor Rocket X5. Looking at so many gift-giving bigwigs, Su-young continued to thank them one by one as usual. Then it closed the live stream. Overtime is out of the question. Driving back home, Su-young opened the system at the first opportunity. Drawl. The regular daily program came on time. Still the same familiar carousel. In fact, with Su-young's current situation, there was nothing more he needed. Enough money for a car. If he didn't have to live in a villa, with his current assets, it was enough to buy a suite in a better location. It just doesn't seem like enough money to maintain a good quality of life. It still seems to be working. Save enough money and retire. Preferably no older than 25. Su-young beautifully fantasized. Also at this time, the roulette wheel stopped. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 50% increase in bank balance card. The tone had just gone off and the cell phone text tone came on as promised. Huaxiao Bank, your current account balance with the last number 0318 is 20,112,715 renminbi and 41 cents. With today's gift income, there would have been just over 13 million in the account. Draw the increase card and it goes straight to over 20 million. At this rate, it's one step closer to early retirement. Early the next morning, Su-young habitually opened the system quest as soon as his eyes opened. Today's task, ride a shared bike to a car wash to clean it. And when you're done, resweep one to leave. In fact, Su-young's attitude towards the mission was now Buddhist. It's also abused out of habit. Thinking he could hold his own no matter what the task was. He used to have to wash his hands and face and clean himself up before taking on a task. Right now it's pure indifference. But when I saw it was this mission, I was still a little tense. That's just nuts. It's already anticlimactic to go wash a shared bike, and then have to ride away on a different one afterward. Anyone who saw it would have said something about his brain not being run over by a tire. One thought about the store clerks looked like a psychopath. Su-young then had to give the system then a praise. Really trampled to convince. Never the most outrageous, only more outrageous. The point is, he's very popular in the live stream right now. Every live broadcast has at least 5 million online netizens. To die socially over and over again in front of 5 million netizens. Even if he had a thick skin, he couldn't hold it together. Closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He needs to be quiet. 10 minutes later, Su-young got up and got out of bed. A man has to die. And a community dies when a community dies. It's not the first time anyway, so there's no need for the big girl on the brink. Only after everything was packed up did Su-young open the live broadcast and modify the title. Today's share of the whole job, ride a shared bike to a car wash to clean it. And when you're done, resweep one away. Su-young's start time is now stabilizing. It's usually at 8 or 9 in the morning. Many netizens will also wait before the start of the broadcast in their spare time. And now just as soon as the broadcast has begun, the long-waiting netizens are immediately excited. It's on. Ha 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 ha. The joy of the day begins now. Already prepared to have to die laughing in this live room today. A game that doesn't fall on terribly strong. Let the storm come harder. Let's see what kind of work the anchor is up to today. Needless to say, it must be quite anticlimactic. While the netizens were talking, their eyes also looked towards the title of the live broadcast. This look brought the already lively live stream to another climax. This headline is trying to create death. No more living. So blown up again. Anchor, what's in that head of yours? Can you dissect it and see? Just for me. It's just as well that the anchor has a strange brain. I didn't realize his fans did too. Not to mention, the anchor is number one when it comes to the whole job. It's at a level that mental hospitals are giving up on. I can only exclaim shock. It's the car wash's turn to be victimized again today. Car wash, I think I've offended someone. The title brought the live streamers to their knees again. Even if the old fans who follow it every day have developed a certain mental capacity, they will still be thunderstruck outside by such a title. The 3 senses and the 5 senses felt an overwhelming impact. You go to a car wash to wash your car, but you still wash the shared bicycle. It was counterintuitive, but it was still within their reach. But you finished washing the car and you've swept another one away. No matter how you look at it, It makes it look like the brainstem is missing. Retards look straight up retarded. The psychopaths look even more mental. It's not a job that humans can straighten out. That's the first thing that strikes all who see the live title. Can't even describe it as dumbfounded. It's totally like there's a semi-trailer running over their brains repeatedly. Zhang Nian felt the same way at this time. It's been a busy few days and I've been taking time to read a little bit each day. I had a hard time being free today to watch it from the beginning, but I didn't think I'd be straight up screwed by the title. Her old habit of embarrassing people on their behalf was back in full force. But how the more embarrassed I get, the more I want to see it. Not only did Zhang Nian feel this way, but Suli beside her did as well. The first time I saw the headline I couldn't help but look towards Zhang Nian. Are you sure he didn't have a brain injury when he was a child? Suli was originally a one-track mind, and her receptivity was far less than Zhang Nian's. She wanted to ask that every time she followed along and watched the broadcast. This one was the one that finally asked the question. This question made Zhang Nian even more embarrassed. She wanted to say no, but who would believe her? Just as the netizens of the live broadcast fell into deep suspicion, Su Yang also went out the door. It could be that he lives in an area where there is little demand for bike sharing, and he walked a long way before seeing the familiar little yellow bike. Sweeping up a random one, he rolled over and rode it, tapped the map, find a car wash and head out. The sun was just right today. Su Yang rode on the non-motorized road. The sunlight sprinkled on him through the dappled leaves. He looks extraordinarily youthful and energetic, so handsome that pedestrians on the side of the road can't help but look at him twice. This picture would have been beautiful, but then he thought about what he was going to do next. Such a huge contrast made each of the netizens in the live broadcast room unable to strain themselves to laugh madly. Can't even look at it. Can you guys imagine that this guy is going to wash a shared bike? What a beautiful image. But I just can't stop smiling. It's broken. I'm no longer in the mood to admire handsome men, and when I see a handsome man on the road from now on, I'll have to think about what outrageous thing he's going to do later. It's killing me. My brain won't allow me to think of a scene that anticlimactic. My whole thing is going to crack at the thought of what's going to happen in a minute. Heart the car wash clerk for a minute. The netizens in the live stream were bursting out laughing all the way. Su Yang, on the other hand, was completely unaffected and walked slowly towards the car wash, and extraordinarily observant of the rules of the road along the way. Wait for traffic lights and yield to pedestrians, putting the quality youth mold to good use. Of course, it's all about doing that unqualified thing later. Finally, Su Yang's little yellow car was parked in front of a car wash. If anyone else did this, they would probably just find a car wash in the middle of nowhere, preferably one of those self-service car washes. Less people see it, less society dies. But Su Yang preferred not to. He froze and found a place with a lot of foot traffic. When you look at it, almost all the cars washed inside are luxury cars. Now he's going to wash a shared bike? He hadn't reacted much yet, and the netizens on the air were nervous for him first. I'm going to go. The anchor is not giving himself away. Guts so big? Really not afraid of social death. Anchor, is there no one you care about in this world anymore? Ha 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 ha. This is the only way to look good. What's the point of washing it quietly? For the sake of the show's effect is also a fight. Anchor, I respect you as a man. Come on, give the car wash a little shake. Just 1 point? It's a billion points. Mom, yeah, don't dare look at it anymore. The anchor isn't even afraid of you guys, der. It's not like he's the one who's embarrassed. It's not us. That makes sense. In the midst of the netizens flirting, Su Yang rolled down and pushed his car towards the car wash. At this point in the entryway, a car wash was washing a BMW. Seeing Su Yang come in, he habitually went forward to receive him, but before he could speak, he saw the shared bicycle pushed in Su Yang's hand, and a trace of confusion immediately surfaced in his eyes. You? Hello? What are you? Looking at the shared bike, the car washer was a bit unsure. Car wash. Su Yang answered with a straight face. When he heard those two words, the car washer's face literally looked like he had just swallowed a fly. Ugly as hell. Car wash? He increased the volume to make sure, his eyes constantly switching back and forth between Su Yang's serious expression and the shared bicycle. There was a slight hint of expectation in the look. Expect to be overthinking it. It should have been his car stopped halfway down the road at dirty. Or maybe, thought of a few possibilities all denied by myself. The car is dirty. It's not broken. And park it somewhere else and not drive it? The car washer shook his head violently, the unbelievable thought in his head becoming more and more tangible. Seeing the car washer like this, Su Yang nodded awkwardly and helplessly. Yeah, car wash. Who says a shared bike is not a car? Who says car washes only wash 4 wheels? Thinking this way, Su Yang's chi was full again. The car washer was also dumbfounded when he saw Su Yang like this. Going to a professional car wash to wash a shared bike. What mental hospital did this run out of? He had also never encountered such a situation before. and for a moment he actually didn't know how to react. One could only look at Su Yang with dry eyes, and Su Yang, knowing that it was a bit difficult for people, didn't say anything, and just looked back at him. The scene became awkward for a while. Seeing the two standing in the doorway for a while, the owner on the inside stepped out. What's going on? The owner assumed that something unpleasant had happened between the employee and the customer and inquired with a stern face. Seeing his boss come out, the car washer reacted as if he had seen his savior. The old boss, he washes cars. Just wash the car. What's all the fuss about? Thought it was something. They don't open this car wash here to wash people's cars. Thinking that the other side is driving some kind of luxury car, employees are afraid to wash. The boss looked toward the door, but the doorway was empty. Where's the car? The owner was also puzzled. At that moment, Su Yang and the car washer moved at the same time. At the same time the car washer lifted his hand. Su Yang moved the shared bicycle he was pushing forward by half a point. That's obvious. The owner didn't react at first, but his eyes suddenly widened when he saw how obvious the target was. A crazy idea came to mind. This? At that thought, he also stammered out an inquiry. You don't have to get an answer. Just look at their expressions. For a while, the boss just felt dizzy. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly while his entire forehead tightened. Hidden. You could still see the veins coming out. Apparently, in all his years of running a car wash, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. His first reaction was that Su Yang had come to cause trouble, to peers sent to smash the scene. But washing a shared bike, what do peers figure? What actual damage can be done? The boss's brain began to run low, and the way he looked at Su Yang gradually became wrong, complicated, skeptical, scrutinized, inexplicable, and mixed with all sorts of emotions. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, another clueless one. He's obviously realized the seriousness of the problem. Not bad for a boss, reacting so quickly. For a moment I couldn't tell if you were complimenting him or scolding him. Naturally, I'm praising him. Those people used to take a long time to react before they understood. A little smarter than a fool. That sounds like a curse anyhow. Ha 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 ha. The boss only thought of the first half. How could he not realize that the anchor is not only going to wash the car, he's going to ride the other car away afterward. Just thinking about that scene gives me goosebumps all over. Stop it. Let me slow down. At this point, the car washer also noticed that the boss had a bad look on his face. He silently shrank back, afraid that he would become cannon fodder. But he wasn't the only one working at the car wash, and many of the car wash boys wanted to look good in front of their bosses, and that's when they came along. Boss, I got my car washed over there. Is there another one over here? Let me have it. Even the car washes are so rolled now that the employees rush to work. After all, washing one more car for more money also makes a good impression on your boss. In the past, the boss in this situation would verbally praise and then buy everyone a cup of milk tea or give a cigarette to console them. But when the boss heard this today, his face turned red. Bicycle sharing? Are you guys washing it? The owner was too speechless to say anything, but those car wash boys were a no eyesore. Keep looking out. Boss, where's the car? Outside the door of the car wash. There wasn't even a car grunt, let alone a car. Just as the boss was also ready to point at the shared bicycle in Su Yang's hand, he took the initiative to speak. This is the one. He also tapped the car seat when he finished. The cue to wash is this shared bike. I have to say, the quality of this open-door business is high. The car washers at the beginning were puzzled when they realized he was there to wash the shared bikes, but they didn't just kick him out. The owner did the same. Even if he thought it was a peer coming to make things worse, he didn't do anything bad. Su Yang had a good impression of them. Thought I would definitely patronize it in my own car in the future. Su Yang was in a good mood, but he didn't seem to realize the shock of his words to the others, especially the little car wash buddies who just came over and wanted to get started. The two sounds of Su Yang slapping the car seat were like a muffled stick hitting their brains. It hit them in both eyes and a shower. It was several seconds before they responded, reacting directly afterward. His eyes went wide and his mouth fell open. Also at this time, someone incredulously shouted, "Wash the shared bike?" The whole lot of them were bad after the shout. The look in Su Yang's eyes was like he was looking at a psychopath. Previously it was just a guess, but now that he heard Su Yang say it with such certainty, the excitement was simply like a lightning strike. Everyone was dumbfounded, eyes clearer than a college student's. The boss also rubbed his temples helplessly. Is this business delivered to the door to do or not to do? Not doing so says he's a shoplifter and refuses to wash cars when it's obvious that it's a car wash. But the next words that were washed were shared. This will be laughed at by your peers? The boss's head was starting to hurt. Had I known I wouldn't have come out just now. Leave it to the employees. Well, now, it's hard to ride the tiger. The boss was worried to death. But the netizens in the broadcast room were laughing heartlessly one by one. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's a shame that the insurance business doesn't come to this live sales pitch. Anchor, I'm begging you to be a human being. Look what it's driving the boss to. The boss looks like it's about to break. Sooner or later, you guys are going to die laughing. Screenshot taken. Thanks to the boss for contributing the emoji. The pop-ups are cracking up with laughter. The gifts haven't died down either. Carnival, rockets, airplanes, Porsche. Countless gift effects exploded on the screen. Gorgeous. The live feed was a hoot. But the atmosphere of the scene remained serious. Finally, the boss's shocked 3 views were eased, and he looked at Soo-young after he took a few big gulps of rough air. I'm a car wash here. Although it was just stating a fact, the rejection in his tone was simply not too obvious. It means I'm in a car wash. Do you understand car wash? Washing of motor vehicles. There is no need to wash your bike. If you really want to wash it, just rinse it with a basin of water. The average person would have backed off when they heard that. But Soo-young was not an ordinary person. He had a thick skin. Once again, he patted the seat of the shared bike and replied with a straight face. It's a car. That almost took the boss's breath away. Can it be the same? Ever seen any car wash a shared bike? The owner, whose 3 views were created to fly, even found it easier to accept that it was a bicycle. After all, it's your own car. But you're washing a shared bike. What do you figure? You don't even own the car. Are you kidding? The boss was angry again on the head. Did not get mad and kicked out people already counted him as having quality. It took several deep breaths to ease his emotions before he resumed. The car I was talking about. It's on 4 wheels. This car of yours? No. The boss has put the word out. Soo-young couldn't continue to play dumb either. Just tentatively asking again. Really not washing? No washing. The owner also answered firmly. Soo-young was helpless. If it really didn't work, he could only find another store. However, there was one last way that hadn't been tried. I'll triple my price. Soo-young gestured a 3. The expression on his face was solemn. The boss sniffed and his serious expression began to break, the corners of his mouth twitching twice before. Wash. Then with a big wave of his hand. Wash him, and make it newer than a new car. Soo-young's request had already made these surrounding car wash boys dumbfounded, and now that the boss had demonstrated his Sichuan opera face-changing skills, they were even more staggered. The car wash guy looked dumbfounded. The sudden reversal also made the netizens in the live broadcast room laugh and not live. Boss, are you going to hold out any longer? 3 times and it's compromised? Heroes don't bend their backs for 5 buckets of rice, but they can't help it if people give them 6 buckets. Boss, it can't be helped. He's giving too much. A small amount of money in the area has bought you off. Where's your bottom line? As long as the money is there, the bottom line is there to be broken. Well, that's how you all play. Live broadcasting teaches us the truth that there is no problem in this world that money can't solve. And if there is, it's the need for more money. It's just watching a live stream. Don't make it sound so real. The body is starting to feel sick. The pop-ups are going wild and the heat is rising. Soo-young's live room had originally been unrivaled throughout the platform, but there's no way to beat his last record every time he goes live, proving the saying that the only one who can beat him is himself. Seeing that the boss agreed, Soo-young also breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, that first step was finally taken. Next it was just a matter of waiting for this bike to be cleaned and riding away on a different bike myself. It didn't feel like doing so before. It's only now that I realize with hindsight that this is outrageous. Silly in its intellectualism. Embarrassment overflowed from the silliness. At the boss's command, the car wash guy moved too. They are also rare as hell. A shared bike actually surrounded 3 people. Flush for flushing. Lather for lathering. It felt awkward and fun. But they missed the point that the pressure of the water gun used to wash the 4-wheeler was too high. Just opened it and the shared bike went straight through. It caused 2 more to join in to help hold the car. Sorry, they're inexperienced the first time, the owner explained awkwardly. He's had this car wash for more than a decade, and the most inexperienced employees have been working for more than 6 months. It's not like there's anything technical about the job of washing a car. What a shame for his face. Seeing 3 or 4 people gathered around to wash a shared bicycle, the netizens in the live room cannot live to laugh again. Laughing my ass off. Washing a 4-wheeler is unbelievably silky smooth. Washing a single car is such a pain in the ass. It's still not the right major. Ha 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 ha. Earning hard money. No wonder you have to pay triple. At the moment, the car wash boys are experiencing the biggest problem of their car wash careers. That's nothing. They don't know what they're going to face in a little while. At this point the car wash guy also has a lot of resentment towards his boss. What washes as good as new? Don't take me with you when you're bragging. Washing a car is nothing like washing a bike. Just hose down the car when it's parked. But the bike is so light that even when it's put down on the ground, it's a dash. It's not appropriate to secure it with your foot, so you have to get someone to hold it. Realize that the bike has a lot of clearance and people can definitely get watered down when they're next to it. It hadn't even been a moment's work, and already 2 people were staging wet seduction. You'll be a total mess by the end of the wash. It was also the first time they knew that washing a bike was actually such a hassle. Thought that made it hard. If they knew that the car that was so hard to clean ended up not being used, they would probably be pissed off with a heart attack. The car wash guy is a professional at this after all. I was not familiar with it at first, but I gradually got better at it after feeling it out. Bikes do wash better than cars too. Do it as a job and it can be done quickly. But there are external distractions that keep affecting them. The car wash is open to the public and has customers coming in and out at all times. Washing a shared bike at a car wash is outrageous just to hear about it. That's something anyone would want to put together if they saw it. When a guest sees 2 or 3 car wash boys, one with a water gun, one with foam, and one still holding the car, struggling to clean it, eyes all round. What is this? Washing a shared bike? When did this car wash become a public service organization? Or maybe this car wash has started to get bigger and better and has entered into a partnership with a bike sharing organization. None of the puzzled guests did the same. Back up, look at the sign. They rather suspected that they were in the wrong store than that this was something a car wash could do. This time, even the boss was embarrassed, constantly explaining to people. After they understood, their eyes were filled with shock, and the way they looked at Su Yang became wrong. Is this how young people play these days? That's a lot of tricks. It's good that you wash your own car, even if it's a bike, but you're partial to washing shared bikes. It's too anticlimactic. How much did the bike share give you? Enough to pay for the car wash? At this time, the onlookers at the scene were all messy-eyed, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were laughing happily. Don't be too surprised. If you read the anchor's previous whole job, you'll realize that he's not out of his mind for a day or two. Ha ha ha, how can I put it? Every day is funny and every time is different. The last time I saw such wise eyes was last time. Shock them for 10,000 years. Embarrassment doesn't go away. It just shifts. Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn to laugh at them. The atmosphere in the live room became more and more active. At the same time as the car wash guy is bored with cleaning, the gift war between the big gods is also on the verge of breaking out. The king next door is giving away a Carnival X100. Looking at the screen full of special effects, the netizens were shocked. Crap, 100 at a time. This shit. Old Wang has struck again. With this strength, who can look to him? Who can compete with it? The first deep love of the fragrant river. What about ordering me? Ha 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 ha. It's not enough to see the anchor live the whole job. You guys want to see a gift war? I don't have any money, but I like to see people spend it. This is the only time I'm going to fit in with the rich. Can't you guys make it work for me? Is deep love a no-no? I'm a pro at arching fires. The netizens on the live stream were simply watching the fun, and the guts are getting fatter. Not only did he flirt with Su Yang, he also encouraged the 2 great godly men to fight each other. A discerning eye could tell that it was stimulating spending, but these 2 godly men didn't seem to care at all. Excitement is excitement. It's not like we don't have that power. For a while, the great battle between the 2 great godly men began again. Gift effects dominate the screen. Su Yang's income also began to rise in a straight line. And on the spot, after a careful and meticulous cleaning, that shared bike was washed clean. Penny for your thoughts. For the right amount of money, even a bike can be made fully polished for you. You can't even see a bit of dirt in the cracks of the car coochie. It's like it just came from the factory. This effect makes the car wash little brother are very satisfied. But the netizens in the live broadcast room each cannot help but laugh. It's a shame not to go for a trip through the mud with such a clean car. It's nice to be able to trip through the mud. Who would have thought that after all the effort of washing the car it wouldn't ride? You'd say it's pissed off. Ha 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 ha. Hard to get. Oh, I guess they'll be in deep suspicion again in a while. Car wash guy, tell me, what did I just pay for? Just don't ride, just play. Substitute. So angry. If it had been me, I would have nipped him 2 miles with a water pistol. It's too lackluster. But it doesn't stop me from loving it. Netizens who know the plot development are on edge, and partly in anticipation of what's going to happen next. The car wash in front of him was just an appetizer, and the most explosive part was Su Yan leaving on another car. Many netizens have been so embarrassed that their scalps have gone numb at the thought of that image. But then you can't help but keep reading. It's just a tangle of constantly watching and being afraid of missing a second. How's the car after the wash? Looking at the masterpieces of the employees under his hand, the boss is also full of fulfillment. It's a professional car wash. From a variety of top-of-the-line luxury cars, down to shared bicycles, it all gets cleaned up for you. Not to mention dust, not even water damage. Su Yan looked at the shared bicycle that had completely changed, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Hard work. Said thanks and paid triple for the car wash. Fine washing charges 100 for a single wash. Triple, that is 300. Su Yang paid sharply. Receiving money, the owner is still thinking beautifully about how easy it is to make money. With the low cost and short time frame, it doesn't seem like a bad idea to open a bike washing business. Thanks, I'll be off then. While the boss was still thinking about conducting business, Su Yang also took the car from the car wash boy, pushed his way out the door to the shocked stares of the crowd. The crowd was relieved to see him go out the door. He couldn't help but shake his head at the thought that they had just washed a shared bike. Against the day. When people ask them later, what do they do? The car wash? What kind of car wash? Wash the shared bike. They couldn't strain a smile at the thought of such a conversation. But having this experience was enough. And they just thought that Su Yang had too much money to spend. Was going to go on about my business. But suddenly I heard someone say, what's he doing? The voice pulled everyone's attention back again. Together, they looked toward the door. Only Su Yang pushed the car to the return point. Click. Give the car back. It could be that Su Yang's previous behavior was already outrageous enough. Now seeing this scene, people weren't too shocked. After all, it's not like you own the car. You always have to return it. However, when they saw the next image, the whole group once again couldn't tense up. Returning the cleaned out car, he was seen turning to the side. Scan the code. Borrow a car. Unlock it. Pick it up. The action was a snap, and there was no delay at all. The motion of getting in the car was even a little bit sassy. Then stare at the car and leave. That's right, he rode off. The back is dashing. However, the people who saw this scene were a whole lot of wind in their sails. All of them seemed to have been nudged. All of them stood frozen in place, their pupils contracting with a shocked expression. There were even those who couldn't help but rub their eyes, fearing that they had misread the situation. Until Su Yang disappeared around the corner. They just looked at me in surprise. What did you just see? Their freshly cleaned shared bike was returned. Then he borrows another dirty, unkempt car and leaves. It's a fucking. If the car hadn't still been parked properly, they thought for a moment it was their own fault. Don't be so outrageous. At this moment, everyone felt an unprecedented shock. The wisdom in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The original shaky three views were completely shattered at this moment. Thought the operation of washing shared bicycles is already enough anticlimactic. Did not expect more anticlimactic here. It was the car wash owner who was most shocked. In most of my life in the car wash business, I've never encountered anything so outrageous. At the moment, he was in deep philosophical thought. The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at the place where Su Yang disappeared and couldn't calm their hearts for a long time. Although Su Yang rode away, he aimed the camera behind him. The expressions on these people's faces are in the eyes of the netizens. Ha 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 ha. I'm stumped with laughter. Laughing outright at goose calls. My mom thought someone's goose had come to our house. These people fall asleep in the middle of the night and have to sit up and curse. No, he's sick. The car wash guy is afraid that he will have a psychological shadow. And when he sees a shared bicycle in the future, he will think of today's scene. Car wash guy, I worked so hard to wash my car. And I'm disliked like this? Starting to get skeptical. Ha ha ha. Today's job is just a loop. I thought it was outrageous, but I didn't realize that even more outrageous was to come. Anyone who comes along has to be confused. In this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room were about to jerk over with laughter. I wonder how many hilarious emoticons they would have had to contribute if the camera had been on them. The pop-ups were already lively enough, and the gift duel between the two big shots brought the whole atmosphere of the live room to another climax. It's not like the anchor is interacting with us, so why don't we guess who the top spot goes to today? Of course it's our old king. The old king is flirty. The old king is strong. I'm framing the big wall for the old king. I beg to differ on that point. Deep Love has lost several times. I think he came prepared today. He's bound to take back everything that belongs to him. That's right. I'll raise the banner for Deep Love and see who dares to make an enemy of him. Good man. Even the slogan is out. It's simply unheard of. To powder the anchor on the line. I didn't realize that the anchor's fans were also powdered by someone. Just as everyone was speculating, there was a half-second lag in the broadcast. It was as if the scene had stopped, but then it quickly returned to normal. Crap. Who is this? Crap. Manhwa Jie. Isn't he not playing in the live circle anymore? Who are the Windjammers? Ancient God. The time when live streaming was just emerging. He could brush several 100,000 every day. A couple 100,000 isn't much. Tramp. That was more than 10 years ago. That time are brushing hundreds of thousands of people. Still not bull? How dare those who go up the mountain laugh at the gods who go down the mountain? The two big men who are now sparring a dozen years ago probably don't even have hair on their heads. One shot at 300 carnivals and you guys are saying people can't do it? Without further ado, I'll worship first. The appearance of the ancient gods caused the pop-ups to blow right up. Younger ones might not know who the Windjammer is, but those who have been watching the broadcast know. The records set by this great god at that time, even now when they are mentioned, are to the extent that they make people talk about them. Think about when he was trying to chart a favorite anchor. Swiped gifts all night. The most expensive gift back then wasn't a carnival, just a $500 dream castle. This big guy, brushing up all night, never stopped. The other side had changed several waves of people taking turns, and froze and didn't fuck one of him. He also became famous in one battle, so his appearance was predictably shocking to many. Crap. Interesting. Solo one-on-one is already very interesting. This triangle battle must be even more exciting. I climbed the wall all night long, and the great god Manhwa rose majestically. The netizens in the live broadcast room watched the fun and arched the fire with extra vigor. It's almost like yelling fight. The corner of Su Yang's mouth lifted high as he watched this. If it had been someone else, he might have even advised. But these three are not bad masters, so he is naturally happy about it. Fight it up. It's up to you all to get rid of poverty and become rich. Rode my bike close to home and returned it. Only then did Su Yang have the time to start thanking the tycoon bigwigs who gave him gifts one by one. Thank you for the reward. Big man Feng Hua. Thanks to the old king next door for the reward. Thanks mouse, I'm going to start scraping for the reward. Well brothers, that's it for today. I won't see you tomorrow. After a round of thanks it was decisively off the air. Mission accomplished. Back to the raffle. The system was lackluster, but the rewards it gave were pretty good every time. Netizens are also used to Su Yang's lack of overtime. Anyway, it won't be long before today's taping appears on all the major platforms one after the other. It'll create another buzz when the time comes. They are just continuing the discussion in a different place. It's not boring in the slightest. When he returned home, the first thing Su Yang did was to open the system. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Memory Enhancement. Seeing this skill, Su Yang froze for a moment. Memory enhancement? He has a pretty good memory. At least who owes him money never forgets. It feels like this skill is very weak, but in keeping with the idea of skill, he chose to pick it up. For a moment, a wave of warmth filled his mind. Compared to those previous skills where the effect was felt immediately, this one didn't react at all. Su Yang felt that it was only right that the system wouldn't give him junk. Immediately, he opened his phone to find a rather awkward literary text to look at. I didn't realize the skill was obvious. You can memorize it in one sweep. Read it again and you'll be able to memorize it. Even if there are rare words in the text, it doesn't bother him to memorize them. The skill, it seems, is not bad. After the lucky draw, Su Yang clicked on the live broadcast backstage again. The strength of the three tycoon fights should not be underestimated, and this fight also made his gift income exceed 3 million for the first time. In fact, Su Yang's current live broadcast income has gradually stabilized, normally at 1.5 million or so. It would have been a number he would have been happy with, but he wouldn't say no to a little surprise now and then. Decisively choose to withdraw your money. It was also when Su Yang withdrew his cash that a dialog box popped up. It was a message from Jiang Yanyan. A quirky emoji, to be precise. The paper man raises his gun and fires, another falls to the ground in response, and the one who was shot rises from the pool of blood and pulls out his still beating heart. Jiang Yanyan would often give him a love packet, and this time Su Yang didn't take it seriously. As I was about to reply to a random one, it occurred to me that I was withdrawing my gift income, so it switched back to continue doing what it was doing. Thought I'd get it done and get back to her. But he was so busy that he went to take a shower and left the matter of returning the message behind. As it turns out, the newly acquired skill is only for the things he wants to remember, and for such trivial matters, he should forget or not. And the other side. Jiang Yanyan stared at the cell phone screen in a daze. Several times I switched and refreshed and froze without receiving a reply. She'd read relationship bloggers earlier who said that the desire to share was the highest form of romance, but this move seemed to be useless on Su Yang. Whether it's a quirky emoji or a beauty selfie, the response is muted. I used to be able to return, but now I just don't. Sentimental bloggers aren't reliable either. Jiang Yanyan was so angry that she took the pillow and beat it up as Su Yang. She's a big star. She's not sought after anywhere. How is it that when it comes to Su Yang, he is so worthless? The more Jiang Yanyan thought about it, the more angry she became. The good mood accumulated from watching the live broadcast during the day was instantly gone, and she huffed and started to brush the short video. But these short videos were also against her. Swiping several in a row were all about Su Yang. Big data is just so scary to look at and push all of this on you. And it's not just today's, but all sorts of previous highlights. Reverse matchmaking, the first to overhaul the matchmaking market. I lift the table when others tell fortunes, and rock the fortune teller for 10,000 years. Outrageous. He's got all the anglers by himself. Looking at this, Jiang Nian was so angry that she was showing her teeth. She was already in a bad mood when she swiped singing love songs and selling roses. The title hadn't even been seen yet, and Jiang Nian already wanted to punch someone. That's when she suddenly thought of the live replay from that day. All of a sudden, the mood got worse. He's ignoring me. Could he be chatting with Zhou Siyu? It's also hard to guess what's going on in this woman's mind. Jiang Nian was rambling, but Su Yang was huffing and puffing without any knowledge. Slept until 8 in the morning. Su Yang had just woken up and habitually checked the backstage first. Concerns added another 300,000 or so. For a multi-million-dollar anchor like him, adding 300,000 or so followers wasn't obvious to look at. But for other anchors, a day can increase the powder of more than 30,000. Dreaming to wake up with a smile. Not to mention he's still hard to get up on the outdoor track. The most important thing is that there is no company operating behind Su Yang. And the fans that have risen are all live fans. More than 300,000 live fans, even against those big stars, is quite a terrifying existence. Putting aside the bot zombie fans, there weren't many that could really fight against Su Yang. They were experiencing the accumulation of a long time ago, while Su Yang went from 0 to 10 million followers in just 1 month. With such a comparison, Su Yang's strength was even more visible. After washing up, Su Yang began to check today's tasks. Today's task: find a lawyer for legal counseling and tell the lawyer about the plot of Legend of Donnie Yen. Seeing this mission, Su Yang's face darkened again. The task was inexplicably familiar. Isn't this the same routine as telling the story of Violet Swallow in order to penetrate the intelligence station at the entrance of the village? Now to tell this routine to the lawyers. He suddenly had the feeling that he was tired of living. Will he be asked to wear a hood to get money in the future? Or sell toy guns at the police station? Just thinking about it like that, Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head violently. Don't ever let the good not work and the bad not work. This broken system, too, was really refreshing his perception all the time. Su Yang helplessly rubbed his temples. How is this mission going to be accomplished? First, you have to change the story context. Absolutely not in ancient times, and in modern times you'd have to improvise a mansion out of it. And then you have to change all the names of the people, or else with the spread of the legend of Donnie Darko, a single name could be exposed. In the end it's all about tying the whole plot together in a way that makes sense. It's a good thing he's got a good head on his shoulders now. Otherwise so big brain movement. Eat as many as 8 walnuts cannot make up for it. Only after sorting everything out did Su Yang open the live broadcast and modify the title. Today's portion of the whole job, a legal counseling session using the plot of Legend of Donnie Darko. Just as soon as I turned on the live stream, some of my friends started bubbling. Today's portion of funny is now online, so please stay in line. Report, Atmosphere team in position. The Nod team is in position. The gift set is in place. The Salty Swing team is in place. Fork the upstairs out. You can live without it in this live room, but you can't live without it. And posing is definitely not allowed. Ha 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 ha. The anchor hasn't even started the whole job yet. I'm about to die laughing at you sand sculptures. The atmosphere. No live room can compare. It's just so joyful. I love it. Mud. After 2 days of watching the live stream, I've quit rubbing the ladies out. Watching anchors has this effect? Share those rubbing ladies of yours with me and I'll help you guard them. The abacus rang so loud I heard it abroad. It's all so funny. Am I watching the anchors or am I watching you guys? Watching the anchors of course. Crap. Against all odds. When the netizens looked to the title after a flurry of playfulness, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly became silent. The pop-ups exploded again after a few seconds of silence. Crap. I feel another strong shock to my 3 views. Against all odds. 2 against all odds. I can't imagine. I started laughing straight away. Still going after the lawyers? The anchor is ready to create fly every profession equally, without exception. Luckily I swing home without a job. Otherwise the anchor would be coming at me. So scared begging for protection from my brothers. Shut the fuck up about that manhwa upstairs. Hang on or die. Many netizens are exclaiming that this whole job is blowing up today. Using the plot of a TV show to consult with an attorney is completely outrageous beyond belief. They could even visualize the lawyer's astonished face at the thought of him hearing such a story. Just thinking about it makes me burst out laughing. The live effect pulls straight through. Many netizens just feel that this whole job is blowing up today. But there are a lot of 10th grade Jinhuan scholars on the air, and they're all catching up on the show with magnifying glasses. The plot was even brushed back and forth no less than 10 times. They know better than anyone that if they were to tell such a storyline to a lawyer, the shock would be palpable. One could even say it's not shocking, it's horrifying. Understanding this, the pop-ups completely exploded at this moment. I bet if I dared to tell this plot to a lawyer, the lawyer would have to say absolutely. The lawyer who has seen it all is going to fall into this little drama. Ha ha ha. Not that I'm saying, this plot would be boss in an 8 o'clock dog and pony show. Donnie Darko, let me tell you the story that my brother-in-law and I had to tell. Blown up. So blown up. Lawyer, it's bad. It's coming at me. I can kind of see that the anchors are not going to stop until they've given all the industries a billion-point shock. Want to see love? Speedy shifts. Sleepless nights. Su Yang hadn't done anything yet, and the netizens in the live broadcast room had already burst out laughing. There are actually a lot of netizens who are not the audience of Legend of Donnie Darko, but the backdrop is so hot that even if you haven't seen the original show, you know more or less pieces of the plot. Plus so many 10th grade Jinhuan scholars in the pop-ups explaining it, they immediately felt that today's job was really anticlimactic. In ancient times or so dog blood, if in modern times, the story my brother-in-law and I had to tell. Big brother killed his own brother. Remarried to her ex-husband's brother while pregnant with her brother-in-law's child. To avenge her brother-in-law's death, she killed her husband with her own hands. Crap. Any one of them is very tortured and torturable. I didn't think so when I watched it, but now that I recall it, it's an anticlimax. The anchor, on the other hand, is going to tell the lawyers about such an anticlimactic plot. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. What kind of brainwave is this? But no sane human being would think of consulting a lawyer about this legal issue. But as shocked as netizens are, they're incredibly excited to see it again. The outrageous ones don't like to read. The ones that are too outrageous, then you have to read them. This job today, even just brainstorming the image is already bursting with laughter. Not to mention seeing it with my own eyes. As a result, netizens urged Su Yang again. Anchor, hurry up. I can't wait. Rubbing my hands together in excitement. Going to take a piss first is the greatest respect I can show this broadcast. Ignoring the urging of the netizens, Su Yang was starting the task at his own pace. He started by searching online for law firms in the city. Dozens popped up at once. In a big city like Mordor, there are naturally a handful of law firms, but there are also big and small scales. Bigger ones charge more and smaller ones are naturally cheaper. In fact, just find a small law firm in order to get the job done. It won't take more than a few bucks to get the job done, but for the live broadcast to be more explosive, he still chose a top law firm. A senior gold medal lawyer was also selected. Practicing for more than 20 years with deep credentials and having represented many large-scale cases, a lawyer this good can charge as much as $12,000 an hour just for a consultation. Expensive is expensive, but the effects brought about will be more immediate. Su Yang is already well versed in the doorway of live broadcasting, and how can shocking a small law be as powerful as shocking a big law? Only play high-end games. Do it when you say you will. So Su Yang called directly to make an appointment. Soon the call was answered. A gentle female voice came. Hello, CZ Law Firm. How may I help you? Hello, I have a question that requires legal advice. Su Yang said truthfully. Yes, may I ask what area? I'm good for recommending lawyers who specialize in the relevant field. Hearing this question, Su Yang was still a little bit confused. So where does the plot count? Marriage? Ethics? Murder? He couldn't figure it out either. Solely, he said all the relevant words he could think of. This straight away made the young lady on the other end of the phone a whole lot less likely. Is it that complicated? And there's a murder involved? Su Yang nodded. Yes, that's why I need the best lawyer. Preferably your firm's ace. Lawyer Zhang Wei. He didn't dilly-dally at all, and went straight to the name of the lawyer he'd chosen. The other party was obviously well-trained as well, and quickly got over their shock. Attorney Zhang is very busy, so if you want to make an appointment, the earliest you can do it is tomorrow. Tomorrow? Obviously not. That was his mission for the day. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Can you schedule me for today? After Su Yang finished saying this, the other party was silent for 2 seconds, obviously a little embarrassed, probably also thinking that the problem Su Yang encountered was rather serious. The other party hesitated for a while and said, wait a moment, I'll ask for you. Another long wait. Su Yang wasn't in a hurry and just waited patiently, but the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh away when they saw this scene. Ha ha ha, marriage, ethics, homicide. The other side must think it's a big case. Laughing my ass off, can already visualize the other side in a tight formation. Lawyer, come alive brothers. Shudder to think what they'll be like when they realize it's Donnie Darko. It's going to work like that. Hoo. I'm getting excited again. The pop-ups were buzzing, and Su Yang quickly got a reply. Hello, Counselor Chang said he could draw 12 noon to see you. Do you have a minute? Noon? Su Yang looked at the time. It's almost 10 o'clock, and while the lawyer's office is not too far from his location, it is extremely easy to get stuck in traffic. How about setting aside an hour for the drive? It's just right to go out to dinner by yourself and then go over there. Yes, I'll be on time. Okay, please provide me with your name and phone number. Then I'll make an appointment for you. Su Yang reported this basic information. Soon the sound of tapping on a keyboard rang out on the other end of the phone. Half a minute later. Hello? I made an appointment for you here. The appointment information has been sent to your cell phone, so please come on time. Okay. Su Yang answered and hung up. Meanwhile, he was out the door. Seeing Su Yang take action, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but look forward to it. Counselor Zhang. You're confused. Why did you take it? The better the lawyer, the more he likes to challenge difficult cases. And this plot is hard to resist. Indeed, even when told to me as gossip, I can listen to it with great interest. Ha 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 ha. That young lady who answered the phone seemed to want to help. If she knew the truth, she could probably be pissed off. That's why anchors are animals, doing their best. Am I the only one who pities that soon-to-be lawyer Chang? Is this considered a gutter? What big case have they not seen? I did not expect to be planted in this small plot. Who's to say people will be fooled? Maybe they'll be recognized as soon as they open their mouths. When the anchor spoke about Violet Swallow before, did anyone here recognize it? If you guys are so smart you can't figure it out, how can a gold medal lawyer in the district? Mud, you've managed to convince me. I agree with you guys, but there's also a small part of the reason it's because the anchor said they don't understand and don't realize the extent of the problem. Ha 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 ha, now you're all horribly confident. A bunch of sand sculptures who try to laugh at old people every day. The story of Donnie Yen and Uncle Junior was already going to make me laugh, but I didn't realize you guys were even better. Lawyer Zhang absolutely must issue soul tortures and question what's wrong with the world. The anchor's pot is none of our business. Be a brother in mind and disappear if you have a problem. At this time, Zhang Yan got up with dark circles under her eyes. Out of habit, I wanted to turn on my phone to watch the live stream, but when he thought of Su Yang not replying to his messages, he huffed and put the phone down again. You're red, you're great. Don't even answer my messages. Look at you again, I'm a dog. Just after letting out the harsh words, his eyes went to his cell phone in a very unprofessional way. What's he broadcasting today? What's another fun thing to do? The live feed must have been hilarious. Aha! The mind simply goes out of control. It had become a habit for her to watch Su Yang's live broadcasts now, and she would hold her cell phone and watch it whenever she had free time. The heart is like a cat's paw when you have to force yourself not to read it now. Oh, so want to see it. The smack in the face can't come soon enough. It was only a 3-minute struggle to pick up the phone again. I'm a dog? No. I'm girl. Hey. A harmonic wit diffused. Let me con what you're up to again today. Lightly clicked into Su Yang's live broadcast, and after seeing the title, he almost couldn't strain himself. This is? Zhenhuan Zhuan Zhang Yan didn't watch much. This could have been her next play at one point. She had swiped it back and forth no less than 10 times. Not to mention the plot, even the lines she knew by heart. The protagonist says one sentence and she is able to pick up the next immediately without a moment's hesitation. She was well aware of how explosive that plot was. Now you're going to consult a lawyer with such a bombastic plot? Just thinking about it made Zhang Yan feel a rush of scalp numbness. Again, it's so outrageous and embarrassing that I'm sorry I didn't read it. The pop-ups on the live feed are still buzzing. The chat was also becoming more abstract, and before Su Yang even met the lawyer, they had already envisioned that scene. The images in their heads could make them burst out laughing, let alone the reality of Su Yang going toe-to-toe with a lawyer. Soon the time came to 12 noon. Su Yang also stood at the main entrance of the Zhanda law firm. As the top big law firm in Magic City, the office is also extraordinarily grand. Conspicuously large signage, imposing decor. The people inside the door were all suited up and in a hurry, but they were all dressed as elites, giving the impression that they were busy and professional. And the security guards at the door are not 50 or 60-year-olds, but young guys standing straight. Su Yang stopped at the door for a moment before pushing his way in. Facing him was the front desk, where a pretty-faced young lady was looking at him with a smile on her face. Su Yang approached to explain his intentions. Hello, I have an appointment with attorney Zhang Wei. When Su Yang finished saying this, one could clearly see the front desk lady's eyes light up. Perhaps it was the thought of what had happened to him that was then filled with sympathy. Hello, Su Yang is it? Counselor Chang is already waiting for you. The receptionist lady made a pleased gesture, signaling Su Yang to come with her. Su Yang nodded his head and followed. Walking into the elevator, the receptionist pressed and lit the 5th floor button. During the elevator ascent, she still couldn't help but comfort Su Yang. Don't worry, Lawyer Zhang is the best lawyer in our firm and an ace lawyer certified by the Bar Association, with a win rate of 85%. I've seen all the big cases. It will definitely help. The front desk lady sounded confident. Confident in Lawyer Zhang's strength, he was also confident that he could help the handsome man in front of him. In the face of the young lady's kindness, Su Yang still didn't look too good. All that could be done was a slight nod in response. Su Yang was embarrassed, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were about to burst out laughing. Beauty. You trust me. No one can help him. Ha ha ha. Even your lawyer Zhang couldn't have seen such a big case. Lawyer Zhang, don't come over here. Stop it now. I'm already dying of laughter. Don't be formal. Anchor, take out your whole living thing. I can't. I'm getting nervous already in my stomping grounds. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor amidst the buzz of netizens. This way. The receptionist lady led Su Yang to an office door and gently knocked twice. Counselor Zhang. The reservation is here. The walls of the offices here are uniformly made of glass. You can clearly see the inside from the outside. Just inside, behind the huge desk, was a middle-aged man in a suit. His hair was tucked meticulously behind his head, a pair of glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, and he was staring intently at the computer screen. Hearing a voice, he raised his head and said, "Come in." Upon hearing this, the receptionist lady signaled Su Yang to go in, while she herself turned around and left. By bringing Su Yang here, her job was done. Before leaving, she even made a cheering gesture to Su Yang. Looking at Su Yang, he almost didn't break down and directly laughed. Pushing the door in, Lawyer Zhang also stood up from his seat. "Mr. Su Right, please have a seat." Su Yang also greeted politely. "Hello, Lawyer Zhang. I have something I want to consult you about." Counselor Zhang nodded, his expression following suit as he became serious. "I just heard a little bit from Ing at the front desk, and it seems like what you're experiencing is very complicated. There's a lot involved." Lawyer Zhang turned around and poured Su Yang a glass of water on the table beside him. "Speak slowly, and be as detailed as possible." With that, he returned to his seat and prepared to record. The more complex the case, no detail can be spared. He even turned on the recorder, just to be sure. Seeing that Lawyer Zhang was taking it so seriously, the trace of guilt in Su Yang's heart surfaced again. I could tell he was a good lawyer and eager to help. "May yourself. Isn't that a bit much? But think of the 12,000 per hour consulting fee." That guilt was pushed back deeper. "What goes around comes around. You gained a share of the money and got to listen to me tell such a gossipy story. So you've earned it anyway." Su Yang shamelessly psychologically built himself up. The look was also back to normal, without the psychological burden. Su Yang also dramatized online. He was seen letting out a long sigh. "Yeah, I don't really know how to talk about this thing I'm experiencing." Seeing this, Attorney Zhang reassured professionally. "It's okay, just say whatever comes to your mind, and I'll help you sort it out together in the end." He also walked over to pull down the wall blinds after saying, "Don't worry, we're big on customer privacy here. Every word you say will not be divulged, and I, in turn, will use my 20 years of extensive experience to help you out." Attorney Zhang spoke earnestly, looking as if he was doing it for the good of his client. Didn't realize there was any problem in the slightest. It was because of this that the netizens on the air felt inexplicably amused. "Oh Lawyer Zhang, to tell you a horrible truth, every word you guys said was leaked, or was surrounded by 5 million people online. Sympathize with this lawyer online for a second. Vigilant awareness is too low. I advise you not to rush him. It would do you good to know later. Let the anchor teach him a lesson that there are still a lot of bad people in this society. Even the gold medal lawyers can't get away with it. And if the anchors come to snub us, a snub is a snub." "No kidding, that one's a warbler. They say lawyers can't be married. I think it's men like the anchor who are even more unmarriageable. Can't be played." Anchor, another day of victimized wind ratings. Hearing all that from Attorney Zhang, Su Yang also began to reorganize the plot in his mind. His failure to speak also caused Attorney Zhang to look puzzled, but it's understandable. Many of the things that come to him for advice are difficult to talk about. It takes time to think about it. Understanding this, Lawyer Zhang didn't rush and just quietly waited for Su Yang to take the initiative to speak. Rather, he didn't have to wait too long. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Su Yang raised his head, and his first words were, "I have a friend." This phrase must have appeared with great frequency in Attorney Chang's office. A lot of people who don't want to admit it's their business use this excuse. He also had just a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. But the netizens in the anchor room reacted differently. "Ha ha ha, classic opening line. Well, here we go again with the friend from nowhere. Dare I ask if your friend's name is Jinhuan?" Tai. You're quite well connected. You have friends in all the TV shows. You make it up. You keep making it up." After saying this sentence, even Su Yang couldn't help but converge the corners of his mouth. What's with the offhand remark? He didn't continue to get serious about the issue, though, and added calmly, "One of my sisters, to be exact. She's married to an old man 20 years her senior." Hearing this, Attorney Zhang nodded, signaling that he was listening. Forgotten love is not uncommon in this society anymore. Don't say 20 years older. Grandparents and grandchildren have it all. Remember the couple in the bayou, where the man was a full 40 years older than the woman, At one time it was the talk of many people's tea time. With a 40-year difference all around, a 20-year difference seems normal. Su Yang's voice continued. That old man doesn't really like my sister. He just thinks that my sister resembles his deceased ex-wife. They had a big fight when my sister found out. Hearing this, Attorney Zhang continued to nod. At the moment he had a preliminary judgment on the matter. It is thought that the couple is having relationship problems and are getting a divorce. Whenever there is a divorce, that involves property distribution. I'm going to go out on a limb and ask, what's the financial situation of your brother-in-law's family? Counselor Zhang was rather subtle in his question. The average family divorce case is a good one. After all, there are only so many assets. But when it involves a big, powerful family, it's intricate and complicated. It's an immense amount of work just to get the properties in your name straightened out. In no way will it be easier than representing a criminal case. Of course, the more property you help fight for, the higher your attorney's fees will be. So he had to ask more. This question rather stumped Su Yang. What's the answer to that? That there was a time when all of China was his? That's not going to go over the top. Perhaps seeing Su Yang's misgivings, Lawyer Zhang changed his words again. Now it's just a preliminary communication. Just describe it roughly. Even if it was just a general description, Su Yang had to think about what to say in a while. Lawyer Zhang was also thoughtful. He took the initiative to scope Su Yang. Worth $10 million? Su Yang shook his head. Only 10 million? Who are you looking down on? Seeing Su Yang's denial, Lawyer Zhang sat up straight and asked again. Worth over $100 million? Su Yang still shook his head. The gold medal lawyers have also seen the world. So how can they guess so conservatively? More powerful than being worth over $100 million. Lawyer Zhang couldn't help but become more serious. When he was still ready to continue speaking higher, Su Yang took the initiative to speak. Lawyer Zhang, I can only say this. My brother-in-law used to live in the first ring of Yanjing. Hearing this, Lawyer Zhang's eyes instantly widened. One ring? That's not. Halfway through his sentence, he dared not continue. He was also fooled by Su Yang, but where there was a little bit of sense, he was able to distinguish that the words were full of loopholes. Yanjing first ring? That's a 5A scenic area. Anyone who can live there is an emperor. If he thought about this, he wouldn't say he could guess the storyline, but he would definitely be skeptical of what Su Yang said. It's a pity that Mr. Zhang has read too many books but watched too few dramas. It was also misled by Su Yang to the point that he could only think of characters like the richest man, or the former richest man. But he guessed right. Who said Yongzhang is not the richest man? Spare a thought, but it also caused a cold sweat to begin to break out on Attorney Zhang's forehead. That's not a good way to go about a divorce case. Seeing that Lawyer Zhang was reacting like this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were doubled over with laughter. Ha 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 ha, if I hadn't seen it, I'd have to be cheated by the anchor too. It's only because he's so daring to say that he lives in the first ring of Yanjing? It's not rigorous. I should say living in Qingtai Ling. Qingtai Mausoleum? What the hell is that place? How dare you call the fourth master's tomb a haunted place? Isn't it? Seems like it's just a haunted place. A place where ghosts live. No offense. Don't take it personally. Fourth master. Drag them down and shoot them for 5 minutes. Netizens are flirting with the idea with impunity. And Su Yang also changed his words when Lawyer Zhang was about to carry on. Don't worry. I'm not consulting on divorce issues. Hearing this, Lawyer Zhang silently breathed a sigh of relief. But then the heart lifted again. Suddenly, he remembered what Ing at the front desk had just said. That the questions Su Yang wanted to consult also included ethics and homicide. Thinking about this, Lawyer Zhang instantly brainstormed a big drama in a mansion. The beads of sweat on his forehead grew larger as well. For the first time, the man who had been invincible in the courtroom had the feeling that his heart was in the right place. Seeing Lawyer Zhang showing such an expression, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh as well. That doesn't work? That's just where it's at. It took thinking about the saddest thing in 2 lifetimes to keep the raised corner of his mouth down. Su Yang continued. After they had a fight, my sister got angry and left the house. Out of the house? The word is so foreign to modern times. Attorney Zhang was all confused, and he tried to understand it as running away from home. But just as he thought so, he was mercilessly poked by Su Yang. It's at the temple not far from their house. My sister became a monk. It's pathetic. Took nothing with me and went with determination. Not even caring about my newborn niece. It's just so righteous. Su Yang spoke vocally and narratively. His voice is deliberately lowered when he gets emotional. Listening to Lawyer Zhang, that was a blur. Not only was his forehead sweating, but even his eyes were clueless in a way that didn't fit his persona. Seeing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't tense up again. Ha 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 ha, I laughed straight out of the pig. This lawyer can't imagine how anyone could still be out of the house. Running away from home because of a fight is common. Running away from home? This track is too niche. It's clearly just misunderstood. With a sense of powerlessness where the brain can't keep up with reality. Let's just say that Chinese is so profound that it confuses anyone who listens to it. And our Princess Hazuki's part. Hazel Moon, VI 50. Listen to me. Imperial for mother she pushed Lady She. I'm only $5. Don't ask me why it's so cheap. Ask as there's no middleman to make a difference. Finally, Lawyer Zhang still reacted. Just literally. Though he could not understand it, he did respect it. It was good that he had also experienced great storms. And after a short period of shock he quickly returned to normal again. Got out of the house. Didn't you? Good. And what happened after that? Attorney Zhang took a few deep breaths and continued recording. However, the attentive Su Yang still noticed that his fingers were trembling slightly. Hey, this barrister's Taoist heart is unstable. He still needs to practice. Then my sister got pregnant in the temple. Su Yang's narration brought Lawyer Zhang's thoughts back to the incident itself, and he began to analyze it again in earnest. With children, there are custody issues involved. Then the woman will invariably have more of an advantage, at least in terms of property division. But it's not my brother-in-law's baby she's carrying dash. While Lawyer Zhang was still pondering, his pupils were thunderstruck by Su Yang's sudden remark. No, prominent barristers were made to talk. And Su Yang also nodded his head incomparably seriously at this moment, adding, the one who is pregnant is my brother-in-law's younger brother's child. Clunk. By accident, Lawyer Zhang knocked his glass of water over. Tea spilled all over the floor. No. Sorry. Lawyer Zhang shook his head, and for a moment, he actually didn't know whether to pick up the water cup first, or to organize the already chaotic thoughts in his head first. They say there are a lot of secrets in the mansion, but it still feels like a blast to hear it now in person. I'll do it. Su Yang helped pick up the water glass, peeking at the computer while placing the cup back on the table. Found the top empty. It seems the drama has left the barrister with nowhere to write and just gossip. Thanks. Lawyer Zhang awkwardly touched his nose, calm on the surface, but inwardly he was turning over. The wife is pregnant with her brother-in-law's child and then has to fight him for the family fortune. It's also too doggy. Is the circle of the gentry that messed up? This is going to be on the front page for days if the paparazzi find out. That's what the internet loves to see these days. It's not just Netflix. He loves it too. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to remain professional in his profession, he even wanted to pull Su Yang into an open conversation. Attorney Zhang's mental activity was unusually active. The nagging, gossiping, and extremely restrained look made the expression he showed a little weird. Netizens were most eager to see such reactions. And for a while the pop-ups were lively again. Look for our lawyers to be dumbfounded. It's too much information to digest. Where is this going? The climactic episode is yet to come. I wonder if we will talk about the blood test. That's a famous scene. Speaking of which, that's a whole other price. Don't forget the consulting fee of $12,000 an hour. It's only $12,000. The anchor is not bad. Why do I get the feeling that the state of lawyering is being gradually taken off the rails by the anchors? Ha 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 ha. It's a strength to be able to take a barrister askew. After a period of silence, Mr. Zhang gave a soft indicating that Su Yang could continue. This thing really blew up, and it took some work for him to put himself in the right place and try to make his judgment objective. It's just that he himself didn't realize that he was somewhat led by Su Yang by the nose. The information received was what Su Yang wanted him to know. This has resulted in the otherwise chatty man having no words other than him and go on. In other words, Su Yang made him whole won't. One can only continue to listen as a listener. Speaking of my brother-in-law's brother, it's pretty complicated, too. He just met my sister after she got married and fell in love with her. My sister and brother-in-law had this fight that made my sister angry and go to the temple, and he thought he had a chance and went after her. Speaking here, Su Yang also pretended to have an expression of a person who has been there and understands it very well. It's really especially easy for women to be taken advantage of when they're vulnerable. Caring for her more, taking care of her more, froze my sister's guard down. One thing led to another and they got together. Then, too, came the pregnancy. Su Yang even let out a long sigh after finishing. I don't know what the sigh is for, but he did stir up Attorney Chang's brain again. It was so informative that he had to comb through it more than once to hear one more word. The woman was not divorced when she came out of the house, and then she stayed with her husband's brother and got pregnant. A monk? You can still play like that, or with my own husband's brother. Ethics and morality can't restrain them. Is it really that much love? Well, love comes first. But he was confused as to why he didn't pay attention and got pregnant. This would not have ended well in ancient times. I have to say, this is the moment of truth for Attorney Zhang. Too bad he didn't take it seriously. He thinks more about the fact that cheating in marriage is the party at fault and is bad for splitting the family fortune. It's likely to net out. There's no way around it. Who asked for these things to be done already? And then, Counselor Chang has listened. Seeing Su Yang speaking slowly, he would even urge. And then there were more twists and turns. Su Yang picked up the water and took a sip to moisten his throat. Then continued. Then my brother-in-law's brother left the country because of something. When my sister found out she was pregnant, she tried to contact him but realized she couldn't. My sister didn't want to abort the baby again, thinking that the baby couldn't be without a father and that it would have to be registered. So my sister went. Hearing this, Attorney Zhang's finger lurched. He looked up at Su Yang, his eyes full of unbelief. Lawyer Zhang was such a stable person, and for him to be able to show such an expression, it also meant that his heart had long been in shock. Even though he had seen a lot of similar things, he still felt absurd when he recounted it from Su Yang's mouth. And that feels different when you guess it yourself and when you hear it intuitively. Counselor Zhang, I'm sure you've guessed it. My sister made up with my brother-in-law after a little trickery. It also succeeded in making my brother-in-law think the baby was his. Hearing it said with such certainty, Lawyer Zhang was also completely speechless. This is still a small trick? If this is put in those palace dramas, it's still a noble consort even if it's lower. Needless to say, Attorney Zhang once again had a brush with the truth. A cuckold of that size is too big for just any ordinary citizen to accept. Not to mention the hoi polloi. Even if he had doubled his headache as a listener, it was finally a bit of a top. Getting up, he poured himself a glass of water to ease his mind and refilled Su Yang's glass in passing. Just trying to use this short gap to give myself a reprieve. I've been a lawyer for over 20 years, and I've seen a lot of outrageous and bloody things, but compared to this, the others are younger brothers, and the story doesn't seem to be over yet. Attorney Zhang was already psyching himself up. Whatever you hear in a moment, be sure to keep it steady. Seeing Lawyer Zhang's expression that was more determined than going to war, netizens with a god's perspective couldn't hold their breath for a whole. Ha 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 ha. Lawyer Zhang is already skeptical. A dog would have to shake its head at such a doggone story. Help! I'm dying of laughter. Attorney Zhang wants Jing Jing. Don't ask who Jing Jing is. Can't carry this off? It's what comes after that's even more explosive. Counselor Zhang. Do you not watch any TV at all? Don't you realize the plot is familiar? Television comes from life, and he's just seen so much of it that he can't tell the difference. It's like this. Authorities. That can't be helped. But I do envy him for having eyes that haven't seen Donnie Darko. It also suffers from this aspect. Another brief period of silence fell over the office. All that could be heard was the ticking sound of the pendulum on the wall. Another minute passed before Lawyer Zhang barely digested the blasted information, and he slowly exhaled and said, "And then what?" It's not easy to say those words calmly, knowing that there was more explosive content to be heard later. His entire body tensed up when he finished. Thought about recording it before, but he couldn't afford to have his brain and his hands working at the same time at this point. Solely just give up and prepare to listen to the recording later and then slowly sort it out. The thought of having to listen to the recording all over again caused his breathing to go haywire again. Lawyer Zhang's tangled expression made Su Yang want to laugh, and that kind of bad taste of successful trickery made him feel a sense of accomplishment. He only nodded, then continued his output. My sister is very good looking. In addition to my brother-in-law and his brother, she has a hairdresser who is a doctor. Harry loves her too. And when he heard that my sister was remarrying her ex-husband for the sake of the baby, he actually wanted to take over. At the mention of this, Attorney Zhang's fingers twitched slightly. It's messy enough as it is. And a hairdresser? Instantly it felt like the world was too magical. Su Yang's voice continued. Of course my sister disagrees. As good as the doctor profession is, it's still not as rich as my brother-in-law, but he's a pretty good person. Even after being rejected by my sister, he still chose to protect her. Not only did he help fake the baby months, but even when my sister gave birth later on, he was the one who did it all. Leave my brother-in-law in no doubt at all that the child is not his. Hearing this, Lawyer Zhang still didn't have much of a reaction, but the netizens in the live broadcast room took one step to explode with laughter. Ha 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 ha, absolutely. How come I didn't realize that Dr. Wen was so licky when I was watching TV? The grandmaster of the dog-licking world, who loves and fights to protect. Blow up. This cuckold is still grabbing for it. Let's just ask you if you're convinced. Shocking Attorney Zhang for 10,000 years. Jinhuan 10th grade scholars like me are now listening to it again and already feel that their 3 views have been created to fly. It's killing me. Why didn't I realize this episode was so explosive when I was watching it? Starting to worry about Attorney Chang's mental state. Su Yang's words caused Lawyer Zhang to fall silent once again. After all, I have seen less of the world. It was also the fact that the water in the mansion was so deep that a random episode was an eye-opener for him. As for whether this is the plot of a TV show, he didn't even think about it that way. It's also the idea that it's impossible for someone to have an idle fart and be willing to spend exorbitant consulting fees to amuse him. Let's just say that the world is a big place. After being repeatedly whacked by this thunderous plot, Lawyer Zhang's resistance to blows has improved significantly. Unlike earlier when he was always staring in shock, he seemed much more calm at this point. Go on. The latter plot began to become complicated, and Su Yang thought for a few more seconds before speaking. People like my brother-in-law are naturally popular. Men. It's common for the red flag to stay at home and the colorful flag to fly outside. There are just so many warblers surrounding my brother-in-law. Aside from that, his former wives and honeys were great masters. Ahem. Hearing this, Lawyer Zhang really couldn't hold back his dry cough. This family is so messed up. The woman is having an affair with her brother, and there's the hairy receiver. The man has an ex-wife and a mistress. Can't imagine how rowdy this would be if it came together. Noticing that his cough had interrupted Su Yang's rhythm, Lawyer Zhang smiled apologetically and gestured for him to continue. In a powerful family like theirs, more children would be more of a share of the family fortune. And they're thinking about my brother-in-law's money. Just a rumor that my sister's baby isn't my brother-in-law's. It's my sister's and my hairdresser's. And encouraging my brother-in-law to take a paternity test. They're also great at getting it right. Nope, only half right. The baby is his brother's, not Hare's. Though this was skillfully diffused by my sister. But Harry was suspected. And he was so cruel to give his thingy to my sister so he could stay with her. That scene felt bloody when I watched it. So Su Yang didn't say it directly. But Lawyer Chang still got it in seconds. That's incredible for a man to say. He stood up with a mischievous look of horror. That hard? He also couldn't help but look down at his lower half after saying that. From Su Yang's side of the viewpoint, his legs were clearly clenched. That expression goes with that action. Su Yang thought about the saddest thing in his 2 lifetimes one more time before he held back from laughing out loud. Su Yang endured hard, but the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't have so many scruples, and one of them laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, he's numb. His face has changed. All I felt when I saw it, there was egg on my face. There were shadows all over it. And my brother was out of it for days. It's over. I can't believe I got it in seconds. I'm not innocent anymore. Don't set up any innocent persona in this live room. It's all old drivers. That's the anchor's problem too. He's managed to bring a barrister askew. Let alone us. So true, you guys. The main fight is one where you don't have a problem. It's everyone else who has a problem. Never an internal conflict. You people are simply ahead of your time mentally. The pop-ups were buzzing and Su Yang's voice continued. This one is over. That honey even got fired by my brother-in-law for it. And my sister is getting better every day. And my brother-in-law not only lets her run the house, loved both kids too. Speaking here, Su Yang's tone lurched as he looked at Lawyer Zhang, but after all, it's not biological. As soon as the baby got older and his eyebrows grew, someone else noticed the problem. Although my brother-in-law and his brother are blood brothers, they are very different in age and don't look alike. One old and ordinary, one clean and handsome. And my sister's child is on the other hand. He's so handsome and civilized, and his features are even carved from the same mold as his brother's. And so the gossip started again. Lawyer Zhang listened extraordinarily attentively, and when he heard this he also raised his heart, and would speculate worriedly. Suspected again? Su Yang nodded. It's a man's suspicion when a child doesn't look like himself. But my brother-in-law learned his lesson this time, and instead of asking directly, he got someone to secretly investigate. This investigation has really turned up something fishy, and my sister sensed this. To save the baby, my sister actually poisoned his brother. There is not a hint of padding, no twist. Su Yang then plainly said this out loud. Shocked, Attorney Zhang's pupils suddenly grew large. Poisoned? Poisoned? Just a few simple words like that made Attorney Zhang feel like a thunderbolt had struck him straight in the sky. It made his mind go blank for a split second. The ones mentioned earlier, he was barely able to accept. After all, anything can happen in this society nowadays, and he's heard a lot of similar ones as a lawyer. Even if it's not as outrageous as this thing, it's kind of mental in that regard. At best, it's a dog-eared bomb. However, when Su Yang blithely said that his sister had poisoned her brother-in-law in order to cover up the truth, his whole being was bad. This is a society governed by the rule of law, and although there are constant conflicts, there are still only a few people who get people killed directly. Of those few, there are either blood feuds or they are just pathologically out of control. Killing people like this to cover up the truth was something he couldn't understand at all. He, as a professional lawyer, believes that carrying someone else's child, while immoral, is never illegal. Even if they are broken up, the worst consequence is nothing more than a divorce and netting. There was absolutely no need to kill anyone. He would have been slightly more understanding if the facts of the debunking had involved the lives of his family. But this is something that clearly doesn't kill people. How about that? Lawyer Zhang was too shocked and his brain went down at the moment. Or is he thinking too simply? A civil case becomes a criminal case in an instant. His eyes also changed completely. looking at Su Yang as if he was looking at a monster. What a ruthless character he was to be able to make something like the murder of a close family member so lightly. Slapped his cheek to clear his head. Poisoning. What kind of representation is that? Attorney Zhang's mind was scrambled again, and for a moment he lost expression management. Seeing that Lawyer Zhang revealed another confused look, the netizens in the live broadcast room cracked up laughing in unison again. Ha 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 ha. The shock comes in waves, giving no respite at all. Another double dope. It just cracks me up to see his little hands going nowhere. Not bad for a barrister. I could be scared enough to call the police if I were. Attorney Zhang, this pussy shift just kinda makes you wanna call the police. Police, bless me. What do you mean by blowing up? This is blowing up. Such a heavy drama, just ask if you're convinced. Let the shocks come thick and fast. The pop-ups were going crazy, and the netizens were all laughing so hard that they were close to rolling on the ground. Lawyer Zhang was in a daze, and Su Yang couldn't be bothered. Boredom can only look at pop-ups. That look at the corners of that mouth made it harder to press. It was thought that the shock from this episode was too great, and Lawyer Zhang slowed down for a full 3 minutes before coming back to his senses. After a moment of hesitation, he asked with immense care, "How many people know about this now?" Pursing her lips, she added, "Wouldn't your brother-in-law be suspicious if his own brother died?" Doubtful? Su Yan thought for a moment. My sister killed his brother. My brother-in-law knows about it. It's even understandable that he authorized it. Ha! Attorney Zhang was once again thunderstruck outwardly by this information. The decency maintained. The forced composure is slowly chafing. Only his eyes were wide and his mouth slightly open. Fingers clenched around the glass of water. The soul had long since wandered outside the body. He couldn't even begin to imagine. Is this going to happen for real? It's true that a wife having an affair with her brother is unforgivable, but it's not a mortal sin. How can you conspire to kill someone? Moreover, authorizing your wife to kill. Is there any law in your eyes? Why had he never heard of such a shocking case? This question Su Yan quickly gave him an answer. Plotted against the brother-in-law, but the child remains unsaved. Wanting to put an end to it forever, my sister, in a fit of ruthlessness, knifed my brother-in-law again. Clunk! Lawyer Zhang didn't sit still and fell straight to the ground. Even though there was a sharp pain coming from his ass, he still couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. He even felt like it was becoming difficult to breathe. Lips turned white. Fingers trembled. The whole thing looked like it had been greatly stimulated. And even the sight spread. Lawyer Zhang, are you okay? Su Yang got up to help. However, Lawyer Zhang regarded Su Yang as a flood beast and kept shrinking back when he saw him approaching. That avoidance look is hilarious in the eyes of the netizens. It's over. The anchor overacted and scared the barrister. Ha ha ha, if the sister is so cruel, what good can come from being a younger brother? I'm afraid this barrister has brainstormed a murder mystery. Lawyer Zhang, someone help me. This scene is simply amazing. It's your misfortune to meet the anchor. It's kind of helpless when it comes to this kind of client. At first listen it's love. Then it's a case. No. Lawyer Zhang took several steps backward before stopping. It took several large breaths to stabilize his emotions a little. No. I can do it myself. Strongly bracing himself, he climbed to his feet and sat back in his chair in a sorry state, hanging his head and wondering what he was thinking. This time it was Su Yang's turn to help him pour water. By the looks of it, it was obviously terrified. What's he got to do with his sister's murder? Don't think so badly of him. Lawyer Zhang's silence was obviously longer this time, and the minute hand turned several times before he looked up again. What about your sister? A hint of trembling could be heard in the tone of voice that asked the question. The words "the most poisonous woman's heart" materialized in this moment. My sister? Su Yang converged the corners of his mouth. She didn't ask me to come find you. Despite being prepared, he closed his eyes at the words. What can I do with a lawyer? The natural thing to do is to file a lawsuit. But how do you fight a case of this magnitude? He doesn't have the life to earn it. Seeing Lawyer Zhang's entangled look, Su Yang also had the bad taste to continue to add more fuel to the fire. Just now, that young lady said that you are the most powerful lawyer here. Whenever you take on a case, there's no case you can't win. A high hat was put on, and Lawyer Zhang's face changed. I wanted to refuse, but his previous record of excellence made the instinctive blurt out. Not guilty. Defense? Said he was confused himself. How dare he? For what his sister has done, she could be shot. The defense of innocence finished as completely singling out the entire criminal code. He can't. Not to mention him. All the lawyers in Mordor together won't be able to do it. Lawyer Zhang's mind was completely messed up, full of drama of sister-in-law stealing Haru's pregnancy, poisoning her brother-in-law and murdering her husband. It's so pedal to the metal. It's unbelievable. The plot fought in Lawyer Zhang's head while Su Yang silently observed from the sidelines. The story's been told and he still doesn't see the problem? Not only did I not realize it, but I was thunderstruck by the drama. Now it was Su Yang's turn to be taught. You lawyers watch TV shows when you have time. Actually, I really don't blame Attorney Zhang for not realizing it. He'd been skeptical for a moment, but he'd also been underestimating the cost of what humans were willing to put into pranks. Who would have thought that spending a lot of money on an attorney's consultation would be the plot of a TV show? And with an episode this explosive, the first thing he thought about when he heard it was that he hadn't seen enough of the world. Instead of wondering if that plot was made up, just like that by mistake, the world where only lawyer Zhang was injured reached. At the moment, he was all anxious and gripped off several strands of his hair. This case of yours? His sister wouldn't kill herself if she refused, would she? Just thinking about it, lawyer Zhang felt a pang of scalp numbness. The words of refusal gurgled in his mouth for several turns before he could get them out. What to do? His heart was doubly tormented. Suddenly, Attorney Zhang glanced at the cell phone on the table and an idea crossed his mind. Surprisingly, he felt the urge to call the police. It does seem a bit unheard of for an attorney to want to call the police after hearing his client's account. But there's no way. This thing was so blown up that he couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention helping with the defense, he didn't even have the courage to meet his client. Attorney Chang began to get tangled up. The atmosphere in the office also became weird for a while. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry, so he waited for him to slowly slow down. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. While Su Yan was calm and relaxed, lawyer Zhang's frown deepened. I think it's been tortured by the drama to the point of breaking down. The netizens who know the truth, on the other hand, are all happy to see the fun. Anchor this set. Enough for me to learn for a year. Except no disciple. I'm not kidding. Yes. Learn to live the whole job. He'll eat the meat in the front and we'll drink the soup in the back. The entry fee is $50,000. Come to me to pay. 50,000 is too expensive. I only want 500. Let's think about it. Is being a crook also rolled up now? Then I'll only charge 50 and take shut-in disciples. Men to teach shut-ins and women to teach shut-ins. But, you Godkin made me laugh a little. What a live room. Even the scams are so funny. There are noticeably more wrinkles at the corners of my eyes since I started watching live. The live broadcast room was buzzing, and lawyer Zhang looked up after 10 minutes of silence. Not guilty plea. I'm afraid not. His throat was already dry after just that one sentence. Sorry, just a moment. Pulling open a drawer and pulling out cigarettes, he walked over to the window and opened it. Even after easing up for so long, his heart still couldn't calm down. Couldn't even care less about smoking in front of clients. I can tell this is affecting Mr. Chang's attorney a lot. Couldn't even maintain a superficial composure. Click. Ka-ching. Ka-ching. Maybe the mood swings are so great that the hands are no longer working. It took 3 consecutive hits before the cigarette was lit. Taking a deep breath, he looked out the window with a blank expression. It is indeed true that cigarettes can calm people down. And lawyer Zhang's face finally recovered a bit, and his voice smoothed out a lot. This thing with your sister, it's complicated. Su Yan looked at him with a smile. How so? Lawyer Zhang thought about it again, his muddled brain trying to ponder over the relevant legal provisions. After organizing his words, he said, marital infidelity, falsification of evidence, intentional murder. The stakes are breaking the law, especially with premeditated murder, which is quite egregious. Although your brother-in-law was involved in the poisoning, it was your sister who ultimately carried it out. There's no way this is a mitigating circumstance. Speaking of which, Attorney Zhang took another drag on his cigarette. When the smoke ring was slowly exhaled, he added, a plea of not guilty, almost impossible. No death penalty then? Before lawyer Zhang could finish his words, he was preempted by Su Yang. This also managed to choke Attorney Zhang. Although it's rare to get the death penalty straight away in this country nowadays, given the egregiousness of this case, combine that with the identity of the victim, we'll definitely ask for a stricter sentence. If public opinion spreads any further, it will be even harder. Lawyer Zhang wanted to say that he could try his best, but there was a limit to what a small lawyer like him could mediate in this kind of evidentiary matter. It also depends on the evidence the other side has. Eventually, he nodded. I need to look into their chain of evidence. I'll do my best to keep your sister from being sentenced to death. However, even if it's a prison term, the sentence won't be short, so you have to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, it was Su Yang who was silent. It's still good to have money, even in a case of such a bad nature. Someone will find a way to help you. It doesn't matter if you're the abuser or the victim. It's just a plot. If it's the real thing, it's not a wrongful death. Su Yang's silence makes lawyer Zhang misunderstand that he is distressed that his sister is going to suffer from prison. In the end, he could only sigh. The mansion, horrible as it was, lawyer Zhang's side was still in messy thoughts. I didn't expect Su Yang to ask again at this time in a good way. Lawyer Zhang, how much property do you think my sister will still be able to share in this situation? Attorney Zhang was confused. The breathlessness under his eyes couldn't be hidden. How dare you think about property when your sister has garnered the man, and avoiding the death penalty is going to take a good deal of effort. Can't share. Attorney Zhang replied through gritted teeth. This young man looks so smart. How come he doesn't have any legal knowledge? Not only property, inheritance, even a needle in the man's house. His sister can't share. Not at all? Su Yan was not afraid to die again and continued to ask. Naturally, he knew he wouldn't get a share of anything, but he couldn't help but want to spoof it on his back. It would be a travesty if this were still possible. The fourth master was afraid that he would be able to crawl up from the ground in anger when he realized that someone had tried to get their hands on his estate after murdering him. Lawyer Zhang will also be more interesting when he learns the truth in a while. Su Yan was doing it for the live broadcast effect, but Lawyer Zhang didn't think so. He gritted his back teeth. Not at all. Definitely. Surely as well as definitely. When he finished removing his glasses, he started rubbing his temples. He had a headache again. What if I call my brother-in-law my ancestor? Clunk! Attorney Zhang stumbled and almost fell to the ground without sitting down for the third time. It was a good thing he was quick to hold the corner of the table. Not a word came out of his mouth, but his expression said it all. Eyes wide and face tight. Live and let live as if you've seen a ghost. Silence. Quiet. The office was so quiet you could hear each other breathing. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also reached its climax at this moment. But, can you step on a horse and still be okay? Why don't you just call your dad? No. It's too late to call Dad, my charming old ancestor. Sorry, wrong movie set. Call him outrageous. He's pretty rigorous about the whole thing. And call him rigorous. He's outrageous in every way. The anchor kills crazy. The lawyer didn't say a word, but I got the feeling he was swearing dirty. If Lawyer Zhang is out of the live broadcasting world from now on, the anchor takes the main responsibility. I didn't realize that the aftermath of Donnie Darko could affect the bar. It's almost too much of a laugh to live. Attorney Zhang, it's harder to earn this nest egg than it is to fight a 10-year lawsuit. Su Yang's sentence of calling his brother-in-law an ancestor once again made Lawyer Zhang whole. Been a lawyer for so many years that I thought I'd seen it all. But I didn't realize that his perceptions were being refreshed in the course of an hour today. Knowing that many young people nowadays have no bottom line. They can call each other father as long as they give money. Which knows that this one is even more ruthless. Directly shouting ancestor. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. I'm afraid not. Upon hearing Lawyer Zhang say these words with difficulty, that familiar mechanical tone also resounded in Su Yang's mind. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. While hearing this voice, Su Yan looked at the time on the wall. A little short of a minute. An hour is just right. Not wanting to spend one more share of wasted money, Su Yang got up and prepared to leave. It was also to see that Lawyer Zhang had been fooled by him too much, and that skeptical look on his face thought it would take a long time to heal. At this moment, Lawyer Zhang did not notice Su Yang's actions in the slightest. The convoluted information in his head had burnt him out, and the more he tried to make sense of it, the more it turned into a mush. Don't say analyze it with professional legal knowledge. Even now it would be difficult to get him to say a 1, 2, 3, 4. Calling your brother-in-law an ancestor? Just the thought of those words had my brain buzzing. Counselor Chang? If that doesn't work, then forget it. I'll go first. Su Yang's voice pulled Lawyer Zhang's thoughts back briefly. He nodded woodenly. Oh, yes. What earns money? What a big bill. None of it is as important as staying alive in this moment. If he hears one more question like calling his brother-in-law an ancestor, he's going to have to go crazy. Not to mention the brain-burning issues of talking about how to mount a defense and how to reduce a sentence. It's also the first time I realized that being a lawyer is not a good career. Seeing this, Su Yang turned around and left the office. Walking downstairs, the receptionist lady saw him with one sharp eye. How was the chat? Lawyer Zhang can help you, right? Su Yang nodded. Yes, hard work for him. It's just hard work. It's still up there and hasn't slowed down. That's good. You guys have been talking for exactly an hour. Please follow me over here to pay the bill. The lady at the front desk led the way, not forgetting to continue chattering as she did so. Our Lawyer Zhang is just so efficient. How can it take 2 or 3 hours for others to talk about their cases? Get to him in an hour. Perhaps he sensed that he was suspected of flirting with overcharging. After all, their lawyers are notoriously expensive. So the receptionist rushed to find another compliment. But we have flexible counseling hours here, too. There will be no additional charge for less than half an hour over. Finished with what he thought was a humorous quip. You can still go up and talk some more if you want. Su Yang waved his hand. No need. Still talking? You don't have a heart for your family's lawyer, and he can't stand to keep persecuting. Su Yang was sure that Lawyer Zhang should not want to see himself again. And himself, he didn't want to see him again. After all, that's a really expensive consultation fee. Thank you for your trust and contact us with any future questions. We will certainly be at your service with all our heart. The front desk lady kept sending Soo-young to the door. There is no telling how many times a day the words spoken will be spoken. But this time, it drew laughter from the many netizens on the air. Missy, you might as well pray he doesn't come. Really, and listen to advice. You go and see Attorney Chang before you say that. Lawyer Zhang's life is also a life. Attorney Zhang, let him go. No one wants to serve him. Furious and super loud. I can't stop laughing when I think of that image just now. I guess the anchor is going to be blacklisted. Ha 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 ha. For a moment I actually didn't know who to sympathize with. Walking out of the law firm, Soo-young said goodbye to the receptionist lady. Just send it here. Thanks. You're welcome. The young lady was just about to turn around and go in, when Soo-young couldn't help but ask again. Doesn't that lawyer of yours usually watch TV dramas? This question caused the young lady to visibly freeze for a moment, not knowing why Soo-young had asked this question, but she also honestly replied, Lawyer Zhang is so busy, how could he possibly have the time to watch a TV series? Hearing this, Soo-young nodded his head and smiled. Then tell him for me that I suggest he go and watch Legend of Shenhuan, he said and walked away without looking back. The front desk lady was left alone standing in place in a wooden voice. Donnie Darko? Attorney Chang? Are the two related? The lady at the front desk didn't understand, but she did do her job. Turning around after seeing Soo-young walk away, he headed towards Lawyer Zhang's office. Only after leaving the law firm did Soo-young have the time to pay attention to the live broadcast. Oh, brothers, give it a go. So many more gifts. Thanks. Soo-young again thanked the bigwigs from all parties who gave gifts as usual, and the netizens are responding positively to him. You're welcome. Saving money and sending gifts every day just so the anchor can say thank you. Once the gifts stop, the feelings go to zero. I get that one. You guys make the anchor sound so realistic. He's never offered to ask for a gift. I can see you're new here. Playing terrier. Get it? Well, in this live room, the anchor's words can't be trusted, and neither can the fans' words. Everyone swipes their gifts within their means, and to receive that much, they just can't get enough people on their backs. Your uncle favors his father. Gifts to the anchor will become the bride price for him to marry his daughter-in-law in the future. I'm not sour. I just hope that when the cave is open a live broadcast I will see. I'm afraid it costs money to watch this. Why don't I swipe some more? Brother doesn't watch it for nothing. They're all talented. The live broadcast ended amidst the buzz of netizens. Today's tasks were completed quickly, and it's only 1 o'clock. Looking at the fact that there was still most of the day left, Soo-young pondered on what to do. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten to return Zhang Nian's message yesterday. This ninny won't be mad, will she? Pulling out his cell phone, he tapped 2 words and sent them. Unsurprisingly, it didn't come back. After a few more minutes of waiting, there was still no reply. Soo-young took a look at the neighborhood and realized that it was quite close to her company. Figured I'd go over there if there was nothing else going on. Soo-young was also a proper man of action, setting off when he made up his mind. 10 minutes later, he was standing downstairs at Starlight Entertainment. Once again, he took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Nian. No one answered. So angry? Soo-young looked up at the building of Starlight Entertainment. No one answered the phone. Not sure if she was there. Should we go up then? Soo-young was hesitating when he felt a tap on his shoulder. Yikes! It's really you. Seeing Soo-young, Soo-lee was pleasantly surprised. I thought I was mistaken when I came over, but I didn't realize it was true. Lee. Soo-young greeted politely first, then pointed his finger upstairs. Is Nian here? Yes. She's recording a song. It should be over soon. Soo-lee couldn't help but pull Soo-young away. The security of entertainment companies were all relatively strict, and without Soo-lee leading the way, Soo-young might not have been able to enter. But with her leading the way, she was being talked about along the way. Did Sister Lee dig up another newcomer? So handsome. Why does it feel so familiar? Like I've seen it somewhere. Is it your not yet masked husband? Ha ha ha. It is. Pull back. It's not your turn to be like that. Get your mouth shut. Harm. Why can't a handsome man like that come and wreak havoc on me? What are you dreaming about in the middle of the day? All along the way, I heard similar comments. In fact, a big netizen like Soo-young, hanging on the hot search every day. There should be a lot of people who know him, but when you walk down the road, few people recognize it. Soo-young also discovered this problem. Maybe it's the camera. He'll give off a different impression in terms of appearance when he's live and in reality. In girly terms, it's too heavy on the filters, unless it's someone who knows him well, or has met him. Otherwise it's hard to connect the two. Then again, everyone is so busy. Who would think that deep? It took getting into the elevator to shut out the chatter. Soo-young, I've also watched a few of your live broadcasts and realized that you're quite good at singing and acting. Have you ever wanted to come over to the entertainment industry for fun? Suli is straightforward and says what she thinks, without even trying. The question came straight out of the mouth. It was something she had thought about many times, and now that it was such a good opportunity, she was naturally unwilling to let it go. Soo-young thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it for now. It's nice to be a little anchor. In fact, with his current strength, mixing with the entertainment industry would not be a problem at all. He'd thought in that direction before, but in the end, it didn't beat the inertia in his bones. The anchor circle was his comfort zone and he was used to the pattern. It would be very uncomfortable to have him change suddenly. Besides, Soo-young was the kind of person who was easily satisfied, and he was already very content with what he had now. As for later, that will come later. There was still a contract on the line anyway, and he didn't want to toss it. When she heard Soo-young say that she was a small anchor, Suli couldn't strain herself to laugh. He's the little anchor, what are those other ones? Soo-young's refusal was also within her expectations. Instead of continuing to lobby, he instead talked about another topic. Soo-young, when did you stop calling Nyen Nyen your sister-in-law? This question stumped Soo-young. When? It seems like it was after the mass confession text, and it seems like it was not that long ago. He himself didn't know when his address to Jiang Nyen Nyen had changed. No, I don't know. There was a bit of embarrassment in saying that, always a bit of embarrassment at being caught in the act, and Suli didn't ask much, just a look of I get it. Looking at Soo-young became more and more uncomfortable. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Luckily, the elevator quickly reached the designated floor. Here it is. It's the one at the far end. Go on your own. I've got a few things to do. Soo-young nodded. Okay, thank you sisterly. Walked to the innermost one and pushed the door in. The moment the door was pushed open, there was a sudden rustling inside. It seemed like they were organizing things in a panic. A few steps forward, he saw a petite figure shoving something under the couch. The air smelled vaguely of fried chicken. She's stealing food? This discovery made Soo-young dumbfounded. Just stand still and be quiet and watch her toss. Jiang Nyen Nyen thought she was moving quickly, and nimbly hid the half-eaten piece of fried chicken that was still left under the sofa, then turn around as if nothing had happened. Li, when she met Soo-young's smiling eyes, her eyes obviously brightened a few points. Soo-young, auntie. I don't know if it's a psychological problem, but those two words are now shouted out in a different way. Jiang Nyen Nyen didn't notice anything strange. Her attention was still stuck on Soo-young not replying to her messages, and her rambling thoughts in the morning, so she purposely made a face. What are you doing here? I'm a very angry man right now. Seeing her like this, Soo-young couldn't help but smile, dragging over a chair to sit down. It's not just that I didn't reply to your message. It's not like you didn't reply to me just now either. Just so slight defense of a sentence. But it is evoked Jiang Nyen Nyen that play the temper of the small nature. I didn't return it, either because I didn't see it or I saw it and thought I returned it. But in this day and age of cell phones, if anyone doesn't get back to my messages, it's definitely intentional. A few days have not seen. Jiang Nyen Nyen, this crooked reasoning is a set of set. Okay, so what do you want to do? Soo-young put on an appearance of being at your disposal, which made Jiang Nyen Nyen's heart turn over with joy. The expression on his face was still feigned anger though. What to do? I'm angry, eh? Coax me. Deliberately puffing his cheeks out roundly, he showed his teeth threateningly. I'm warning you, I'll do anything when I'm angry. Jiang Nyen Nyen acted fiercely, but in Soo-young's eyes, she was no different from a fried kitten, and deliberately teasing her. Are you really capable of doing anything when you're angry? Aha! Two little chicken-pecking nods. More like a kitten. That. Soo-young stifled a bad smile and looked at her. Jiang Nyen Nyen also came over at the right time. Then you make a sweet and sour pork. Gah! Not understanding for a moment, Jiang Nyen Nyen's eyes glazed over. No? That spicy hot pot? Jiang Nyen Nyen? The eyes widened while the mouth opened. And this won't? That high school paper? Annual summary? Calculus? Gold box conjecture? Every time Soo-young said one, the confusion in Jiang Nyen Nyen's eyes increased by 1 point. All that was left at the end was an instinctive shake of the head. Seeing how she was flabbergasted by herself, the corners of Soo-young's mouth lifted high, pinching her puckered cheeks. She asked, you don't know how to do any of that, so you're still saying you can do anything when you're angry? Hearing this, Jiang Nyen Nyen realized that she had been teased. Slapping Soo-young's hand away, she gamely averted her face. You're just going to bully me. Who dares to bully you? Missy, older daughters are brought up in the palm of their hands. Ask for the stars and don't dare give them to the moon. The biggest pain in the ass I've ever suffered was the ice Americano. It's good that she doesn't bully people. Who would dare to bully her? Okay, I was wrong. I apologize. Rule number 1 for saving your life. When a girl is angry, apologize and be done with it. Never mind who's right and who's wrong. And Zhang Yan has always been to give steps down. Just a moment ago was still angry, and then turned his head with a smile. Well, then I forgive you. It was only after making so much noise that she asked in an afterthought. What are you doing here looking for me today? Wrapping up early, came by to check on you. Su Yang said and glanced under the sofa. I was thinking of taking you to a meal, but it seems unnecessary. It's necessary. They guys are good. Zhang Yan lied to look extraordinarily innocent. This near's acting skills were also a masterpiece, and she even intentionally rubbed her stomach and said pitifully, Sisterly mistreated me and made me eat grass every day. I haven't eaten meat in days. He would have believed it if the smell of fried chicken hadn't still lingered in the room, but Su Yang wasn't that low-spirited to break it down. You're telling you to control your diet and you're going out to eat with me? This will work? Sister Lee must have her intentions for doing that, and Su Yang was worried that good intentions would lead to bad things. But when this was heard in Zhang Yan's ears, it was no different from agreeing. Pulling Su Yang, he headed out. It's fine. Big deal. I'll come back and run another 10 kilometers. Seeing this, Su Yang did not say anything else, but when he saw Zhang Yan dressed like this, he stopped again. You're going out like this? Light-colored suspenders, athletic shorts. It does look energized, but it doesn't seem right to go out dressed like this. Zhang Yan also realized this. Wait for me. With that, he dug into the room next to him. Not 2 minutes later, a tightly wrapped man stepped out. Sunglasses, masks, tracksuits. There wasn't a single piece of skin showing on his entire body. It works now. It's still early. Let's go play and then eat. It is so happily decided. Probably due to the limitations of her status, Zhang Yan was rarely able to go out and play. This one comes out and everything is rare. Arcade, amusement park, escape room, buy what you like when you see it, play when you see fun. Hit 5 or 6 places in one afternoon. If it wasn't for Su Yang's physique being stronger than normal people, he really wouldn't be able to carry it off a bit. We're going to have a barbecue. There's a nice barbecue upstairs. When it was time to eat, Zhang Yan pulled him towards the mall again. For these, Su Yang's main focus was a companion. Even now that he is wealthy and free, he eats alone however simple he can. Now that Zhang Yan wanted to eat roasted meat, he naturally wouldn't have a problem with it. Anything. I'll take you home after you eat. Su Yang's answer was normal, but Zhang Yan glared over unhappily after hearing it. After glaring and then change face as if floating on a trace of shyness, even the voice has become delicate. Su Yang, today the playground is to spend your money. To see the movie is you bought the ticket. Later dinner or you pay the bill. Is it unintelligent of me to just go back? How about? Zhang Yan just wanted to shamelessly say that she wouldn't go back tonight, but Su Yang was surprised at this moment and said back, Zhang Yan, how come I didn't realize you were so stingy before? What? The midnight snack is still on me? A sentence of the night snack still needs to be on him, directly letting the blush that just climbed up on Zhang Yan's face quickly fade away. Is his brain made of wood? You don't get it? Zhang Yan was so speechless that she rolled her eyes. They say a woman chasing a man is a veil. How come it doesn't work when it comes to her? She was just about to be pissed off. Little face bulging like a dolphin. Why are you angry again? Looking at her bulging cheeks, Su Yang couldn't help but want to pinch them. Nice touch. You control me. Not allowed to touch. Zhang Yan was so angry that she twisted her head and left. What's wrong? Su Yang quickly stepped forward and tugged on her sleeve. I didn't realize she was going faster. Aha! Su Yang seemed to have discovered a new continent. Tap the left shoulder. She turns right. Tap the right shoulder. She turns left. Chase her to the front. She turns around. To get her to slow down, yell 1, 2, 1 to the frequency of her footsteps. Su Yang was having fun, but the consequences were predictable. After sending Zhang Yan back home, Su Yang pasted off his top and stood in front of the mirror. Several red pinch marks could be clearly seen on the defined muscle lines. This Nell is hitting it pretty hard. Shaking his head helplessly, he then stepped into the shower and flipped the switch to douse himself. He really wasn't lacking in this area. He understood what Zhang Yan meant. Before it was the lack of money that was a concern, but now it's the fear that the nymphette is just a whim. Torn between that and the option of staying put. We are all young and the future has infinite possibilities, so there is no need to rush. After showering and withdrawing today's gift income, open the system. Start the raffle. As his voice fell, the roulette wheel floated into view. After spinning, the pointer lands in one spot. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top skill, Master Calligraphy. The word is as good as the word. Writing a good hand not only cultivates your body and mind, but also allows you to write couplets for re-employment. When he saw the writing of couplets for re-employment, Su-yan was really a little taut. Good advice. Don't suggest it next time. But it was an advanced skill, so Su-yang wanted to try how advanced it was. Pick up. As his words fell, countless knowledge of calligraphy instantly poured into his mind. Running script, cursive script, clerical script. Various fonts are available. With the slightest movement of the fingertips, muscle memory of how to hold the pen and how to write follows. It made him want to write 2 words at once and see. Rummaging through the box to find a pen and ink, he spread the paper flat on the table and began to hang his wrist and wield the brush. Within a few moments, a row of large, dragon-flying letters came into view. The late emperor's business was not yet halfway but demise in the middle way. Today the next 3 points. Ijo is tired. This is the autumn of the critical survival. This was the very same ancient text that Su Yang had memorized yesterday. Yesterday you could just memorize it. Today you can put it on paper in a flowing manner. The ink color is light and thick. The brush strokes are interfering with the degree. One horizontal and one vertical are full of flesh and blood, and one stroke shows the strength of the bones. At first glance the rigidity and flexibility are natural and stretching. Look sharp again, like a sword coming out of its sheath. It's amazing how different meanings can be seen in the black and white calligraphy, giving it a unique aesthetic. The more Su Yang looked at it, the more he liked it. The very low-key man took out his cell phone for the first time to take a picture and post it to social media with the caption, "I have nothing to do. Practicing my handwriting." On social media platforms, countless netizens would have been discussing the content of today's live broadcast with gusto. When this information appeared, it caused an instant sensation. Crap, this is the anchor writing? Damn it, the anchor writes calligraphy so well that he was loaded to the hilt. I don't believe he wrote it unless I am sent one. Go to bed early. What are you dreaming about in the middle of the night? It's a shame that it's so well written that you don't use it to rub pages. I beg to differ. I think it would be more useful to use it to write a review on your behalf. Can sing, can act. What else can't he do? Won't have kids. Well. I'm not sleepy if we talk like this. Although the netizens were spitting, they also realistically thought that Su Yang's handwriting was good. And there is no shortage of calligraphy lovers among Su Yang's fans, who are even more well aware of the power of it. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Eventually even many calligraphy experts are participating in the discussion. It has been recognized that this is the kind of effect that takes decades of calligraphy immersion to write. This wins praise. But when they realized it was coming from a young man in his early 20s, each one of them was shocked to the core. For a while, the name Su Yang became famous in the calligraphy circle. Along with the content of his live stream today, it's on the hot seat. And Su Yang in turn gained hundreds of thousands of fans. All this he did not know until the next day. What's with all the extra grandparent dust? When you see the portrait of new fans, 70% are over 50 and 30% are over 60. Even 10% of those over 70 years old. Su Yang was shocked. Are seniors so hip these days? All watching live? With a little understanding, I realized that it was the calligraphy that brought about the effect. It's good to be up in the air. But when he thought of so many old people looking at his whole job with loving eyes, Su Yang felt strange. How is this any different from being asked to perform a program in front of your elders on New Year's Eve? Su Yang man went numb. I should have known that I would have appreciated it myself. So what's the point of pretending? Pretend to be struck by lightning. Let's have a normal mission, so we don't scare these grandparents. Su Yan finished praying and opened the system to check today's quests. Today's job, invite a goddess with a face value of 90 points or more for a ride. Seeing such a normal task, Su Yan was quite satisfied. What a ride, it's like a vacation. And he knew a few girls with face values above 90. Thought it was a handful of welfare bureaus. But Su Yan was still too happy too soon. Mission requirement, drive a Rolls Royce to pick up the goddess. And when she shows up, take out the children's twisted car from the trunk and take her for a ride. Shit. After reading the mission requirements, Su Yang's entire body was bad. Look at the first half of the sentence. There's a compulsion. A ride in a luxury car. Of course. After reading the second half of the sentence, 10,000 grass horses gallop straight through my heart. Twister? The kind of kiddie car where power is all in the butt wiggle? Stuff that only kindergartners play with. Kids look good with a twist. And he's an adult with a pretty girl. Just thinking about that image made Su Yang want to curse. Dog system. I'm blessed to have met you. What's even more odious is having to drive a Rolls Royce to get there. In front of the beautiful woman. Under her joy-filled gaze, he took out the twisted bike in the trunk and said, "Come on, I'll take you for a ride." Oh, my god, she doesn't think she's retarded. Against the day. Blow up. Su Yang didn't even dare to imagine that picture. Where the hell is the bottom line on this system? The headache is back. How about a strike? When this idea of Su Yang appeared, he was still a little heartbroken. It won't uninstall without doing the system, but it also doesn't refresh new quests, and you can never get a reward again. After thinking about it, he chose to continue. So many blow-ups have been done. It's not so bad. So he started looking for victims. The first reaction of Su-young to a girl with a face value of 90 points or more was Jung Yin-yin. Thought it was just a joyride when the first choice was also her. But after reading the specific requirements, Jung Yin-yin was excluded by him. She's a big star. She can't be approached for something so humiliating. The entertainment industry is so complicated. I guess this will be used by the right family to make a reckless speculation. And the black people and water army will also rise up to attack. He didn't want Jiang Yin-yin to suffer this undeserved disaster. So, Jiang Yin-yin can't. That, Chao Si-woo, she's good enough in the face. Except that she's already screwed her over once last time. It's not good to do it again. And she's introverted and sensitive. So someone like that wouldn't like to be made fun of. Neither can Jo Si-yu. You can't always catch one person griping. Then who? Su-yang took out his cell phone and prepared to rummage through WeChat. After all the messy friending in the past, it finally comes in handy. I hope the photos in the circle of friends aren't photoshopped. Su-young flipped through every beautiful woman's circle of friends like a peeping Tom. The pictures look pretty, but when you ask the system, they say it's not up to par. Several of the ones he'd looked okay at had system scores in the 70s. P is so over the top that the most basic trust between people is absent. Su-yang spat madly in his heart. Also at that moment, a WeChat message popped up. Picture.jpg. Phongran, you wrote this? Su-young clicked on the picture to take a look, and it was clearly the same pair of characters he had casually written yesterday. Right. Su-yang returned a word. Phongran, then can you write one for me? My grandpa loves your writing. Seeing this, Su-yang couldn't help but smile. Someone is asking for ink so soon. It's just a word. It's nothing. Just as he was about to reply that he could, something suddenly occurred to him. What's Phongran's face value? Phongran, 92 points. Temperamental beauty. Seeing this score, the corner of Su-yang's mouth lifted up a bad smile. How about you? Having his own little mind, Su-young agreed with alacrity. Okay, what's the content to write? I'll write it and send it to you. Su-yang wasn't afraid that she wouldn't agree. Regarding Phongran, he still knew a little bit more or less. People are very upright and quick and don't like to take advantage of people. Su-yang gave her a piece of calligraphy, a favor she would definitely return. When the time comes to offer to go for a ride, I'm sure she won't say no. Phongran, just write a toast. How much? Su-young, no need for money. It's a gift. After thinking about it, he sent another one over. Su-young, if you're embarrassed, do me a favor. Before Su-young could say what favor he was doing, Phongran's message sent over again. Phongran, okay, I'll have a meeting first. Later. Just by reading the messages, you can feel as if she's really busy. No longer sending messages to disturb. Su-young decided to go over and say it in person. It was a bit of a rush, but I did her a favor myself. Keep in mind that his inking is now at the level of a master. If someone else had written it, they would have asked for $30,000 to $50,000. A little bit of social death to have it at no cost to her. She earned it. Just like that, Su-young managed to convince himself again. To show his sincerity, he also wrote this piece of writing with extra care. The lines are flowing and majestic, very much in the style of everyone. Not boasting. This word even Wang Shijisi all have to praise his sentence. Crikey, well written. After writing, Su-yang began to think about the car again. Not his own car? It doesn't really seem to work. Sports cars are rear-engined and don't have trunks. How do you put a twister in the trunk without one? That's a key part of the equation. Su-young suspected that the system knew this before specifying the model. What a dog. Good thing renting a Rolls-Royce isn't that hard. The owner of the car dealership he met at the funeral he left his phone number. With all the red flags, I'm sure Rolls-Royce is not far behind. Su-young called and asked. And there really was. Not only is it available, it's a limited edition. Knowing that Su-yang wanted to use it, he let the driver drive over without saying a word. Estimated half hour. If you don't have to do that whole job, taking a girl for a spin in that car is just plain awesome. Only after everything was ready did Su-young slowly start washing and brushing his teeth. Soon, an imposing Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Su-yang's house. Thanks, man. Su-yang gave thanks to the staff who came to deliver the car. And I couldn't help but run my hands over the smooth bodywork. There really is no downside to this car except that it's expensive. You're welcome. If our boss was local, he'd have delivered it himself. While handing over the car keys, the staff member lowered his voice and asked in a thievish voice, "Is it another funeral today?" Hearing this, the corner of Su-yang's mouth twitched. Hopefully, these people haven't gotten over the funeral part yet? Turn the page. No, today is another. Su Yang pretended to be mysterious, and the staff understood it in seconds. Okay, then you get busy. I'll go back and wait to see. Say it and go. It really comes and goes. Got the car and it's just one last prop left to go on the air. The moment he thought of the twisted car, Su Yang's mood, which was just a little bit better, began to break down again. What's with the counterintuitive brain circuits? Driving around in a Rolls-Royce he accepts. Driving around in a twisted car for the whole job he also recognizes. But why the extra step? Drive over in a Rolls-Royce and then take the goddess for a ride in a twisted car. It's a horse. What a difference from a retard. Just like that, cursing and swearing, Su Yang drove his car towards the children's market. The impact of driving a Rolls-Royce for a children's toy car is also overwhelming. Just as he drove in, he saw many people saluting him. Short videos of rich people walking all over the place in Lamborghinis are worse than dogs. But still, it's rare to see such top-of-the-line luxury cars in reality. Not to mention the fact that the children's market isn't exactly an upscale place, which makes it even more of a rarity. They were even more surprised when they saw that it was a young man in his early 20s who got out of the limo. So young to be driving such a luxury car. Fucking rich kids again. It's also something that many people can't help but envy and be sour about. The world is fair, and while he has wealth, he has lost poverty. He's also lost the annoyance and disqualified himself from hitting the screws. The biggest hurdle to cross in this life is the McDonald's threshold. I think casting is a skilled job. I used to think that high school was the watershed, but now it's the amniotic fluid that counts. Su Yang didn't realize that these people were cricketing him behind his back. Invariably, he was also allowed to pretend once. Walking into the store, Su Yang asked, "Boss, do you have a twisted bike?" At this point, the boss's eyes were still fixed on the Rolls-Royce at the entrance and couldn't take his eyes off it. It was only at the sound of the voice that he came back to his senses. "Yes, which one do you want, handsome?" Thinking that a big customer had come, the boss smiled attentively and brought out 5 or 6 different styles of twisted cars for Su Yang to see. It was also warmly introduced. This body is polyethylene. That frame is aluminum. Both are very durable. For all this, Su Yang didn't understand either. Pointing to one that caught his eye, he said, "Let's go with this one. How much is it?" 500 of these apiece. How many? Just one. The owner was confused for a moment when he heard it was only one. I thought it would be a big bill, but I didn't realize it was just one. But it's okay to sell one. Seeing Su Yang's quick payment without even returning the price, the boss asked again with a smile, "Buying for a child? It's good for kids to play this while." "No." Su Yang interrupted the boss's words and returned with incomparable seriousness, "Buy it for myself." Hearing this, the boss's smile instantly froze on his face. Su Yang put the twisted car into the trunk and drove away, leaving the boss alone and still in a daze. "Buy it for yourself? What a game. Everything is ready." Taking advantage of the gap between the stoplights, Su Yang modified the title and opened the live broadcast. Today's job, to take a goddess for a ride on the air. The reason why he didn't write in such detail was still afraid that Fongran would not agree if he saw it. It's really quite a social death after all. Keep it under wraps for as long as you can. And as soon as the live broadcast was opened, countless netizens flooded in. "Guys, wake up. It's on. Anchor, finally. I've waited for you. I have a friend who wants to ask for a pair of inkwells." "Yes, I have a friend. Don't come with that no neutrality routine. Be bold. It's what you want." Generally speaking, the ink treasures of calligraphy masters are not very valuable as long as the person is still alive. "It's okay, I can wait for him ga. It's enough for the anchor to meet fans like you guys. I just want the anchor GA a bit, not the stars in the sky. Can't you make it work for me? Ha ha ha, then you might as well ask for the stars in the sky." As soon as the show started, the pop-ups were hilarious. Once the field was warmed up, it was time to start focusing on the jobs that were going to be straightened out today. With this look, countless singles began to break their defenses. "I came to see you live a whole life, not to be fed dog food. Is the world that intolerant of single dogs? I'm going to start making a mess of this live content today. Oi, I poured out my heart and lungs to you, and you're stabbing me in the heart and lungs." In the end, Marong split her legs and cheated on Bao Chang behind his back, and there's no going back. Never again. Angry, can't be coaxed. Take off and refund your ticket. Even if the refund window is in Afghans, refund the ticket. Fear of brothers suffering and fear of brothers driving a Land Rover is the mentality of the netizens in the live broadcast room at this time. Everyone is single and fine, and they're used to touching left and right. But Su Yang actually came up with a whole set of live to take the goddess for a ride. How can this be tolerated? But these people are crying out to be taken off the air and taken off the air. But the heat in the broadcast room is increasing instead of decreasing, and they have shown the mouth to be too much. In fact, many netizens watch the live broadcast has become a habit. See the anchor hole live. And netizens against the line. Feeling is an atmosphere. Even if they occasionally think the job won't work, it won't deter them from watching in the slightest. After all, with their understanding of Soo Young, they also always felt that his holding back a big move would not just be a plane ride. And the other side. After Suli saw Soo Yang's title today, she couldn't help but tease Jiang Yen Yen, the goddess he's going to bring with him. It can't be you. If it was before, Jiang Yen Yen would have started to rant like a fried kitten. But today she was uncharacteristically not only calm, but she didn't give a single look. It can't be me. Went out yesterday and wouldn't let me take my mask off the whole time. I'd like the paparazzi to get a shot, but he doesn't give a damn. Hearing this, Suli couldn't help but giggle. That's pretty reliable. He's so protective of you. It looks like you're not the leading lady in something as high profile as today. Jiang Yen Yen cut out. Who cares? Then you're not jealous? Suli even teased her on purpose. Jiang Yen Yen likes Soo Yang as a person knows. It's not sad to see him take another girl for a ride. Not to say it's sad, but it's uncomfortable in any way. Which knows that Jiang Yen Yen deflated her mouth disdainfully when she heard it. It's just a live broadcast effect. He specified that he didn't hold back any good farts. To say that they knew Soo Yang well, it had to be Jiang Yen Yen. Netflix was still in the middle of a big defense break, and she had already guessed the truth of it. After a 2-second pause, Jiang Yen Yen added, just a straight steel man like him. No one can tease him. These words made Suli interested. She approached with a gossipy face. How do you ruffle feathers? Jiang Yen Yen guessed that she also wanted to find someone to execute Soo Yang's behavior, and she huffed and puffed as she took out her phone and flipped through the chat logs. See for yourself. Suli took a look. The first message was sent by Jiang Yen Yen. Jiang Yen Yen, I kind of wanna fall in love. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend and say something to me? Pretty standard teasing routine, but anyone who can breathe should be able to understand what she means. Just borrow a slope and this could be a done deal. You've learned it all. Isn't it a sure thing to send it over? Haven't looked underneath yet, but Suli already feels it's a done deal. Who is Jiang Yen Yen? The most pleased artist in her hand. Looks, body are not lacking. Good character is still so rich. Himself, if he were a guy, he would want to chase her. Look down. Suli thought beautifully, but Jiang Yen Yen replied with a bit of gnashing of teeth. Sniffing, he turned his fingers down. After seeing Soo Yang's reply, she first froze, then couldn't strain herself and started laughing. Ha 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 ha, why is he like that? The more Suli laughed, the more Jiang Yen Yen became enraged. She began her performance as a one-woman show, recreating the play, with a shy face and love in her eyes. Soo Yang, I kind of wanna fall in love. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend and say something to me? The position changed, following Soo Yang's example of slating his face and furrowing his brows. Really want to hear it? Switching back to her own continued petulance. Aha. Change again. Drink lots of hot water. I'm going to take a shower. What's wrong with playing games? Not tonight. I'm a little tired. I can't help it if you want to think that way. She's just my sister. Jiang Yen Yen learned Soo Yang's tone of voice to perfection. Those words kept popping out like machine guns, too. And after learning it, he got so excited that he stood up on the couch and crossed his arms and raged. Do you want to hear what he's saying? Seeing her like this, Suli tried to hold back her laughter. So you didn't correct him that he would be wrong about the meaning? It was fine not to talk about this, but Jiang Yen Yen became even more angry when he talked about it. She pointed to her phone. Can't you see I sent him a flaming emoji? Look how he came back. Suli was about to continue to turn down the page, but before she could turn it, Jiang Yen Yen had already given the answer. Impatient aren't you? Not with my ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? He can say it. Even just reviewing and recalling it, Jiang Yen Yen was already so angry that she was about to storm out. Do you think he's a straight man of steel? She wanted to ask Suli to judge her, but the response came from Suli's crazy laughter, laughing and affirming at the same time. Not to mention, that's a real catchphrase for a lot of guys. It's so funny. These two are simply a joy to watch. No wonder she was so confident that Soo Yang's live broadcast today was just a whole job. Can't ruffle it at all. So what do you do now? Cool. Jiang Yen Yen spat out these two words in exasperation before picking up her cell phone. Let's first see what tricks he's pulling today. On the screen, Soo Yang had already arrived downstairs at Fongran's company. This place was already familiar to him. After all, the last time he sold roses was also here. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Fongran. I'm downstairs at your office. After waiting for a while, Fongran's message came back. Fongran, wait for me for a moment. I'll be right down. Soo Yang returned the word good and waited in the car. I also wonder if a word could fool her into helping. If it doesn't work, then he'll have to find someone else. It was almost noon, and people were still coming and going around the office building. Instead of driving the car into the basement, Su-Yan parked it on the street. This led to a situation where anyone passing by would look his way. This business district also seems to be a very high-end place in the whole Magic City, and there is no lack of luxury cars in and out. But even the most luxurious car was a younger brother in front of Su-Yang's limited edition Rolls-Royce. Unless a top-of-the-line red flag comes along, they'll all be second-guessed. If the impact just created in the children's market is only enviable. Now, then, the car is like a blooming flower that's starting to attract butterflies. Su-Yang was in the car, and if he didn't pay special attention, he wouldn't have realized that there was someone inside, and because of that, he was treated to a lot of hilarious scenes. Selfie in front of the car. Use the rearview mirror to touch up your makeup. All these Su-Yang could still endure, but who's a nice person adjusting their underwear to a car window? Su-Yang man went numb. Su-Yang was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look around, but the netizens in the live broadcast room had a good time. Holy shit, this girl's got a big belly. There's room for. You guys do describe it. Eyeballing 36D. My eyes are the ruler. There are thousands of LSPs, and this broadcast is half of them. Hey, from time to time, I look out of place with you guys because I'm not colorful enough. We can't be blamed for this. We have to blame it on the fact that there are so many beautiful women in Magic City. Just passing by one is so good looking. Yeah, well, just give me any one of them as a wife. I'm not picky. I'll submit to a transfer. Dude, you see that cleaning lady over there? That one's right up your alley. What's wrong with the cleaning lady? Maybe she sweeps her own building. What are you guys talking about? What cleaning lady looks like a college student? The pop-up chatter was hilarious. Su-Yang, on the other hand, was tormented. He understands about the non-corruption, but people are so close to disliking him in the face. And I don't dare open the window to warn you for fear of embarrassment. I'm also afraid of a molestation comment from the girl. It ended up being a hard carry until the girl left, and then a huge sigh of relief. Suddenly it doesn't feel good to drive a luxury car. Not only will you be mobbed and photographed like a circus monkey, but you'll also encounter embarrassing things like this. So Su-Yang still decided to go up and find Fengran. Almost half an hour has passed since I sent the message earlier. The snail should have arrived. Not wanting to wait any longer, Su-Yang picked up the piece of writing, opened the car door and headed for the office building where she worked. Zhou Siyu and Fengran are co-workers. I'm here, so I thought I'd go say hello. The elevator reached the designated floor. Su-Yang walked to the front desk. Hello, I'm looking for Fengran. I don't know if it was an illusion or not. When Su-Yang said the name, he felt that the receptionist girl rolled her eyes, and didn't really want to hitch a ride with him. I'm looking for Fengran. Is she there? Su-Yang patiently asked again. She called Fengran on the way up, but didn't answer. Otherwise he wouldn't want to put a hot face on someone's cold ass. She doesn't. Before the wording came out of the front desk girl's mouth, she heard Fengran's voice coming from her. Su-Yang, I'm sorry, I just had another impromptu encounter. Fengran's tone was slightly apologetic. She was dressed differently today again from what she had seen earlier when she was in the village of 5 Mile. I was dressed more casually that day, but today I'm very dry. A very textured professional suit with thin black heels. It made her already superior height now look like a model. The original straight hair was also slightly curled. Dry and at the same time more than a touch of flirty. That's okay. Here's the word you asked for. Su-Yang handed over the box containing the piece of writing. Fengran opened it and his eyes lit up. Even as an amateur I can tell it's very accomplished. Su-Yang, you're awesome. Fengran didn't mince her words of praise. Su-Yang only thought that she was being polite, and was about to respond with a couple of sentences to get down to business. But before he could say anything, he heard another slight cut in his ear. It's from that front desk girl. The voice was small, but it was also really dismissive. It was uncertain if Fengran had heard it, but Su-Yang could clearly feel her face stiffen. It was obviously a bit inappropriate to talk about helping in such an atmosphere. Su-Yang could only digress. Is Zhou Siyu here? After the last incident, Fengran would more or less notice Zhou Siyu. When Su-Yang asked this question, she didn't have to think before she could answer. There was an event in the next city. She went to help. Wait for me. I'll put this painting away for now, and if you don't charge me, it's always okay if I buy you a meal. Not allowing Su-Yang to refuse, Fengran turned around and left. Su-Yang could only continue to stand still and wait. It's just as well. We'll talk about it over dinner. The dinner table culture has a better chance of success. Seeing that Su-Yang was going to have lunch with a beautiful woman, the netizens in the live broadcast room were enviously numb. Mud, driving around isn't enough. You have to eat. Let people live. Are we part of your play? Draw your sword. Forget it. I can't fight. The anchor is eating with his arm around a beautiful woman, and we're staring at the screen zooming in. So bet. You're going to graduate school. Let me go in and play you for a while. No kidding. Anchor, truth be told, I'd like to go one-on-one with you, and I'll let you have both hands and feet. What? You're going to arch your ass over him? This time of day is also the time when their company gets off work at noon. Lots of people coming in and out of the doorway. Soo-young standing next to him would naturally attract the attention of others as well. When you see a handsome man, everyone talks about it. Soo-young didn't care either. Only, I don't know if it was because Soo-young's hearing was too good. There were always some words floating towards his ears. Don't look for Fongran. It's hard to tell. Fongran has changed her appetite for fresh meat. We need to change our tastes once in a while. Not to mention Fongran, I can't even resist when I see one like this. Doesn't she like old men? Old men are good. Old men have low income. What a lowlife. People like leaders or rich people who either promote her or spend money on her. No wonder you got promoted so fast, becoming a district manager in less than 25. If you want to go out on a limb you can too. Che, who cares? The company's main door was facing the elevator entrance, and their conversation while waiting for the elevator was heard word for word in Soo-young's ears. Soo-young also recalled at this time that Fongran had said earlier that she had been plagued by malicious rumors in the company. Although he didn't have much contact with Fongran, he believed that Fongran was never what they said he was. Rumor-mongering opens one's mouth, and dispelling rumors breaks one's legs. No wonder she was so upset when she talked about it. For this kind of war between women, Soo-young wanted to help but didn't have much to offer. What's he going to do about it when he's got a mouth on someone else? At this time, Soo-young thought the most about it. How about changing someone else? The one she'd make herself in a moment would surely get her made up again. Soo-young was mulling over the replacement, but the netizens in the live streaming room were also clamoring after hearing the arguments. Crap, have these people been eating shit and talking so hard? I don't think Missy is like that, and the fact that she would volunteer shows that she is caring. That's not necessarily true. You mustn't forget that all the old men over there are rich, so maybe they're volunteering for the money. You guys have such dirty minds. According to you, the anchor was running to the old lady that time? I didn't say that. It's not necessary, okay? With her face, what kind of girl can't she find? An old man? What? That he's old? That he doesn't bathe? Take a step back. People aren't married. It's up to them to find what kind of person they want, even if she changes boyfriends 8 times a day. That's right, there's still sobriety. Seeing that your 3 views are so positive, I am relieved. At first, there was a lot of bickering in the pop-ups, but gradually they all realized that it was someone's private business. Even if Fongran found an 80-year-old man, they would only curse and say that a flower had been stuck in cow dung, and then there would be no more. But in Soo-young's opinion, this kind of thing was very bad. The internet is calling for girls to help girls. Now it seems the stabbing is also done by girls. It would be even more disgusting if another boy or two showed up to make a yellow noise. Soo-young felt like he couldn't stand it after only hearing a few sentences. But Fongran every day in such an environment. Heart pressure can be imagined. Also at that moment, Fongran walked out from inside. Originally, she was still smiling brightly, but after hearing these murmurs, her face turned ugly. I'll make you look funny. The tone was also much lower. Is this the created Huang Yao you were talking about last time? Almost all rumors? Knowing that it was impolite, Soo-young still asked. Soo-young's distrust caused a flash of hurt to cross Fongran's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. She laughed. Be confident and remove the almost. These words had made Soo-young put down his heart. Originally he had come over to get Fongran's help, but now he guessed he would have to meddle in helping her with this first. There's no way around it. Broken women are annoying, and poisoned his ears. This can't be tolerated. The elevator is here. Go ahead and eat. Okay. This business district is inching up. The ground floor was dug down several levels. From the elevator of the office building down to the -2 floors is a large dining area. All kinds of dishes are available. There are also high and low grades. Fongran brought Soo-young to a very good Chinese restaurant. Let's eat this. This restaurant is delicious. Soo-young nodded, and the guest followed the host. He's never been picky about his food. However, it was also evident that Fongran was inviting him very sincerely, and looking around, this store was the one with the best decoration. Business is also the hottest. They were in luck. There was one last box left when they arrived. After being seated and ordering the food, let Fongran do it, while Soo-young was concentrating on thinking about how to help resolve this matter. It's hard, but you have to try. Ordering several signature dishes and beer, Fongran thought of the message Soo-young had just sent saying that he had something to ask for her help. He was about to inquire what it was about when he suddenly saw several people outside the box. She blushed again. What's wrong? Soo-young followed her line of sight. There were 3 men and 3 women sitting at the table outside. The men didn't recognize them, but the 3 women Soo-young had an impression that they were the ones who had just made up Fongran at the elevator entrance. One of them, is the little girl at the front desk. Before Fongran could answer, a voice from outside came in. Fongran's promotion order has already come down. When we see her in the future, we all have to respectfully call out Manager Fong. Yuck. Still Manager Fong. How she got up there is as if she doesn't know anyone. How did you get up there? Say that again? That night, in the old boss's office, that front desk girl began to describe it with her eyebrows raised as if she had seen it with her own eyes. The description is revealing and the wording is bold. It gave Su Yang the illusion of listening to a small yellow text. On the other hand, Fongran, at this moment, his face was pale, his fingertips gripping the table with force, trying his best to hold back the emotions in his heart. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room all started to get indignant. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's too much to bring up someone's personal business. Even LSPs like me feel that it's unethical to do that. Typical female competition. Can't see anyone else being good and relies on this kind of talk to discredit them. Rumor mongering when someone else is promoted. Underhanded. It's hard for women to get into the workplace. A little bit of success and they're considered to have slept their way to the top. Anchor, go rip her mouth off. This is just more outrageous than a village mom. If such a woman were to meet me, I would make her try my slap. Netflix is getting pissed off, but there was nothing they could do about it except get angry. And Su Yan wouldn't really rely on force to solve it like they expected. So it's only fair to suggest, should I call the police for you? Smiling, Fongran shook his head. It's useless. The police came to say a few words without pain. When the police leave, they will still say what they should say, and even more so. This was something Su Yan understood. The cost of rumor mongering is so low that it's useless to call the police. Being held to a grudge, I guess the little yellow version will be upgraded. Proper workplace violence. Seeing Su Yang's concern, Fongran still pretended to be strong and said, you said it. All that can't defeat me will only make me stronger. I remember it all. Hearing this poisonous chicken soup, Su Yang felt inexplicably heartbroken. The words he had casually used to comfort her were now actually being used by her to comfort herself. It was obvious that Fongran was in a really bad mood, and she tilted her head back and took a big gulp of the beer that the waiter had just delivered. A few drunken moments later, the words became more than enough. She pointed to a young man. He chased me and I didn't say yes. Fingertips moved to the middle-aged man next to him. The position I'm going to be promoted to was originally his. The ability to not be able to be cut off by me. Then pointing to a few others, they violated the company's discipline just because I criticized them a few times, and they hold such a grudge against me. After saying this, Fongran tilted his head back and smothered another large mouthful. It was like trying to melt the aggravation in his heart and drink it into his belly. This drunkenness has unleashed his nature completely. Looks are given by parents. You are ugly. Go to your mom. My mother wears designer labels because my mother is rich. And my mother can sit in the manager's position because my mother has worked day and night to put it together. Some trash trying to get to the top by slipping up. In your fucking daydreams. Big deal. I quit. Want to go home. Those in the front. Su Yang only thought that she was venting her emotions. Let her speak her mind. It's a good thing it's noisy around here and you can't hear it outside. But when he heard that she wanted to quit, Su Yang disapproved. Quit? Worked so hard to get to this point. Wouldn't it be cheaper for someone else not to do it? How could Fongran not understand Su Yang's words? She knew more than anyone else how difficult it was to gain a foothold in Magic City. But it's too hard. A belly full of grievances poured out at this moment. Tears bubbling out like broken beads. I don't want to, but I really can't hold out much longer. Sooner or later, you're going to go crazy living like this every day. Seeing this scene, both Su Yang and the netizens in the live broadcast room were sighing. They say it's hard for women to mix in the workplace. But I didn't realize it was this hard. Just a few words can cause someone who looks so strong to break down his mental defenses and give up everything. And like Fongran, I'm sure it's not an isolated case. There have been reports on the news of people who have died lightly for this reason. This is clearly no longer a minor issue. But the matter definitely doesn't end with the departure either. Seeing that she had already reached for the third bottle of wine, Su Yang stopped her. If it were me, I'd drive someone else crazy more than I'd drive myself crazy. What do you mean? Fongran froze for a moment, bewildered. There was no way to understand Su Yang's meaning, and she continued to spit out her bitterness to herself. Do you know what it means that people's words are fearful? Even if it's not true, if you hear it a lot, others will believe it 3 times. I'm so mentally debilitated now that when I see them talking, I automatically assume they're talking about themselves again. I really kind of can't carry it anymore. Fongran's eyes were dead gray. Even if she had stopped her tears, her entire body was not half as energetic. She didn't even want to force herself to smile anymore. Now she doesn't look like an elite executive. She's totally a very helpless little girl. Seeing her like this, the netizens on the air were heartbroken. She's breaking and wants to hug her, the innocent version. G may be strong. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's so pathetic. It's all mental. Sooner or later you'll get a mental illness if it goes on like this. That's how I got depressed and I'm still on medication to this day. It's just too good to be jealous. And these octogenarians are so hateful. Hey, there's a sense of powerlessness that comes with slapping the screen. There was a lot of pop-up talk. And Phone Rant's situation was something Soo-young could very much empathize with. Being at the office for nearly half the day, there is always the possibility of hearing someone chewing the fat. Not to mention the reputation-conscious girls. But even a thick-skinned one like him couldn't stand it. But leaving a job doesn't solve the problem. Soo-young can't accept the fact that he is a victim and the perpetrator of the crime is not punished, but also loses his career. Actually, I have an idea that will help you. Fortunately, Soo-young's brain was good, and it really let him think of a damaging trick. Since it's a damaging move, it's going to take a bit of an unusual route, but Phone Rant didn't think Soo-young could help her at all. It doesn't work. I've tried everything. Calling the police, even suing, I've used them all. There's no way to take them at all. Perhaps thinking about it, Phone Rant's mood eased up quite a bit. A trace of blood color returned to her face, but with Soo-young's next words, her lips suddenly trembled with anger again. Since they've said so, why don't we give them what they want? When these words came out, Phone Rant's face froze. She couldn't believe that Soo-young would say such a thing. The color of blood that had been easily restored to his face swished back to pale. She's obviously misunderstood. And she wasn't the only one who misunderstood. There were also netizens on the air. What does the anchor mean by this? They rumored that Missy was being suborned. So to their liking, isn't it just for Missy to go and be suborned and turn the rumor into the truth? What kind of a way to step on a horse? You can shut up if you don't know how to talk. Don't fall on your sword if you can't help it. My filter on anchors is starting to shatter. Hey, men can't empathize with how women feel in this area, and expect them to help? It's a good thing they don't use you as dream fodder. I didn't realize the anchor was like that. Off the charts. For real this time. In the past, netizens shouted to take off their powder, and it was all a whole living mouthful of high spirits. But this time it was for real. In just a minute, Soo-young's fans dropped tens of thousands, with the majority being female fans, and the number of fans dropping was still climbing. Even the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. Also for the first time, there was a reverse growth. Just now 6 million plus online, directly turned into 5 million plus. And the pop-ups were almost all voices bashing Soo-young. Of course there were some sensible fans who thought it was impossible for Soo-young to do that. It's just that everyone has a herd mentality, and the voice of reason is much weaker after being brought up to speed. But after a little bit of calm, the pop-ups were back in order. They desperately wanted to know what kind of medicine Soo-young was selling in this gourd. Soo-young also watched all this happening in the pop-up, but he didn't rush to explain, because his method was indeed very detrimental and anticlimactic. It had to be agreed to by Phone Rant himself. If she didn't trust herself, then there was no point in saying more. So misunderstandings were misunderstandings. At this time, Phone Rant's mood was also crazy ups and downs. Incomprehension, anger, sadness, aggression, all kinds of emotions mixed in. But when she met Soo-young's sincere eyes, those negative emotions were suddenly swept away. She believed that what Soo-young said was by no means what she understood it to mean. How do you do what they want? When he heard Phone Rant say these words, Soo-young knew that she believed in him. The corner of his mouth curled into a wicked smile. Literally, just admit it. What? Phone Rant still couldn't understand it. Seeing this, Soo-young smiled. The reason why some small problems go unsolved is because everyone knows that it can't cause very serious consequences. Then, to get to the root of the problem, you have to turn a small problem into a big problem. Pull more people down. The only time anyone cares is when their own interests are compromised, and they will help to work it out together. Soo-young had said it so clearly, but Phone Rant was still confused. Willow's brows were furrowed without a hint of loosening. She wanted to understand Soo-young's words, but she really couldn't. Soo-young was helpless and could only hook his finger for her to come closer. Phone Rant didn't know why, but obediently came over. So Soo-young muttered in her ear for a while. His voice was so low that even the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hear it. Hey, 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 what is it that my VIP can't hear? It was a mispayment after all. And the world of 3 is still too crowded for one of me. That's not very nice, is it? I'll pay for it, okay? I only scolded you just now. This is too much of a grudge. All the way through the support, I thought we had a good relationship, but I didn't realize I was still an outsider. Feelings fade, there is no love. The real chill is not the big fight. The netizens in the livestream were possessed with drama and staged one sad literature after another. No matter how much they made a fuss, Soo-young just said in a nonchalant whisper. At first, Phone Rant still didn't understand, but gradually, Her eyes grew brighter and her cheeks took on a nice pink color from excitement. This reaction made the internet even more anxious. One scratches his ear. Impatiently. Finally, Soo-young finished. He silently sat up straight and looked at Fongran with good humor. And Fongran was breathing heavily at this point, his eyes glittering. It took several seconds to ease up before she bit her lower lip and asked, "Is that really okay?" Soo-yang smiled. "Look at your acting skills." Such a mute conversation made the hearts of the netizens in the live room like cat's claws. As he was about to protest, he saw Fongran stand up in a mischievous manner, hands over his chest. He took a few deep breaths, then headed straight out the door. Soo-yang, on the other hand, directly sat in the position closest to the window and aimed the live camera out of the window. He himself leisurely began to eat, having already branched out. It was up to Fongran to play himself. No one should interfere with his dry rice. Although it feels close when you look out the window, you have to take a short detour to walk there. Vaughn walked around the corner and stopped first. I don't know if it was because Soo-yang's idea for her had made her excited, or if it was because she had drunk a little bit of wine. Her face was getting redder and redder. Again, because she had just cried. Her eye makeup was a little smudged, and the obvious tear stains at the corners of her eyes made her look broken. It makes you inexplicably want to protect. And the men and women at the table who were talking about people's rights and wrongs, I guess they were getting high and their voices were getting louder and louder. At this time, there were many people dining in the lobby and it was noisy all around. But it doesn't cover their voices at all. I saw it with my own eyes. In the old boss's office, the black silk is all scratched up and the underwear is lacy. I don't even want to describe the scene. You guys will definitely get nosebleeds when you see it. The little girl at the front desk even said and gestured. The people around us were listening with great interest, and every now and then someone would interject a few words about the, "This is more powerful than an island movie." In the office this time, last time I saw it was in the utility room. Where did you learn that? They're so fancy. Watch too much and watch out for pinpricks. A few people made up that restrictive image with reckless abandon, and it was even obvious that someone was reacting. Such a disgusting scene caused the anger of the netizens in the live broadcast room that had just subsided to rise again. Mud. I'm a rogue listening to a rogue. Rumor mongering a mouthful. These people are too much. Call the police. Cripes. Can't hold back a bit. It's useless to call the police. The police will only criticize and educate when they come. It won't work. Fuck it. I want to shove my roommate's stinky socks that haven't been washed in a month in their mouths. I'll pay for the medical bills if someone goes and beats the shit out of them. Ah! My lungs are bursting. Netizens are furious. The accumulated anger value could resurrect 10 evil sword immortals. I'm afraid. And each one of them was eager to come along the net to beat people up. Not being able to get on board themselves, they went wild with tips and the pop-ups. There were those who told Fongran to pull their hair, gouge their eyes, and even suggested that she kick people in the bottom with her high heels. I can see that netizens are really angry and have blown up all the male weaknesses just so that Fongran can take the heat. Just when everyone was expecting a big show of tearing and fighting. Instead, they saw Fongran rubbing his hair first. The netizens were dumbfounded. How do you toss yourself when you're told to pull those women's hair? We haven't even fought yet. We look like we're being bullied first. Getting your hair done wasn't enough. She'd wrinkled her dress again, and the collar was unbuttoned twice. It's made the internet whole won't. What's she up to? The netizens were in a daze, and only Soo-young couldn't help but laugh. Well, it's a shame the sister isn't an actress. She's really good at putting on a show, but this seems to be working quite well. Just get people to put her in the position of a victim and gain sympathy and this is half the battle. It was also at this time that Fongran stumbled towards them as if he seemed to be stimulated. A beautiful woman like Fongran has a high turnover rate everywhere she goes. Not to mention she still looks like she's being bullied. Straight away, over half the people in the hall looked toward her. Those few people were still chatting vigorously. When they suddenly saw Fongran walking towards them, one of them froze on the spot in fear. The embarrassment of badmouthing someone behind their back only to be caught in the act surfaced on their faces at the same time. Fong, Manager Fong, you, the receptionist girl was the first to react, and she greeted him with an awkward smile. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Fongran's near-collapsed voice. Fong, is what you just said true? I've really been. Fongran's acting skills are also absolute. Halfway through the words the tears are like no money keeps coming out. Why don't I remember anything? That man is Chairman Wang? Right in his office? Could I have been drugged? Seeing this scene, Soo-yang wanted to applaud her. You can cry and talk and still spit out your words so clearly. A well-timed desire to speak gives more room for imagination. And it still specializes in sensitive words. Don't remember. Drugged. Chairman. Just those few words were enough to whet the appetite. As expected, once Fongran said these few words, the people who had just eavesdropped on the gossip turned their heads. Some of the ones that were farther away were finding all sorts of excuses to get closer to them. It was packed all around. And the front desk girl named Fong Fong was also confused by these words. For a moment I actually forgot to react. Even the ones with her were dumbfounded. The fact that they didn't speak didn't affect Fong Ran's ability to soar in acting. Only to see Fong Ran grabbing the receptionist girl's shoulders and shaking them desperately. Fong Fong, speak. Was I forced to have a J by Wang Dong? You saw it all right. Tell me, why don't I remember anything? Fong Ran panicked and pulled out her cell phone. No, I'm calling the police. I can't let that beast go. As soon as she saw that she was going to call the police, the receptionist girl reacted. Don't call the police. The little girl at the front desk just spoke out to stop it, while the person she was traveling with moved even faster and directly snatched Fong Ran's cell phone away. Is it such a big deal to call the police? The fact that this statement is being said now is like a fuse that sets off a bomb. A middle-aged elder sister in the next position came over angrily when she heard it. She was forced to J-ah. Or is it a small matter? I heard you guys talking all the time just now. And you're actually trying to help? With some help. Fong Ran came even more energized. She did go out on a limb and sat down directly on the floor with complete disregard for her image, crying out, "You can't do this. You can't harbor him just because he's the old boss." Saying that, he looked at that big sister pitifully again. "Sister, help me call the police." After saying that, he sat down directly on the ground and hid his face and cried. This acting skill that was comparable to the level of a movie queen made Su Yang clap his hands, but made the netizens in the live broadcast room look confused. This is what the anchor said about making the issue real? But how is this going to solve the problem? It's over. My head hurts. And I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. I thought I said it was useless to call the police. Why do we still need to call the police? Do you guys think calling the police for a rumor is the same thing as calling the police for a rape? Holy shit. Absolute. That's what the anchors say. Turn small problems into big problems. Make simple things complicated. And pull more people down to solve problems. Bull. I kneel for the anchor. I still don't get it. Can you guys make it clearer? You all know I'm not good with this pig brain. Missy reported a warning about a forced sex, but it didn't happen. What do you guys think the other party will do with the rumor monger? Hiss. Anchor's intelligence is surprisingly scary as hell. Question the anchor. Understand the anchor. Become the anchor. You guys were cursing him just now? Who cursed? Who cursed who was a dog? When a great beauty like Fong Ran cried. Not to mention men. Even women couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Not to mention the big sister who was named by Fong Ran to ask for help. Sister, don't cry. With my sister here I'll see who dares to bully you. The eldest sister was so rounded looking that her arms almost caught up with Fong Ran's thighs. It took no time at all to pull her up off the floor and thoughtfully hand her a tissue. Only after doing this did he slate his face and look at the man who grabbed the phone. What do you want in broad daylight? You're breaking the law if you do that, know that? Nonchalantly snatching the phone back to Fong Ran, he added angrily, if she was really drugged. You guys are accomplices if you do this. Not one of them will escape. The older sister had a big voice, and with her out of the way, many of the people watching began to speak up. I thought it was subterfuge, but I didn't realize it was being drugged. That's so sad. It's also abhorrent that these people are preventing others from calling the police. They were going on about the details when people didn't show up earlier, and it was disgusting. Which company's boss is it anyway? Can't let him off the hook. If people like this aren't caught, who will dare to work in this neighborhood in the future? Be brave, beautiful. We are all behind you. We heard what they just said. We testify for you. As soon as someone starts to help, more and more people come forward. And Fong Ran played her victim role perfectly. Not only did she look pitiful, but those tears were unbroken. The picture becomes obvious. After all, no one would think a girl would pull something like that out. If she had gotten to the top by subterfuge and was brought up for discussion, she would have chosen to put up with it. Because it's really a taboo in the workplace, and it's just as hated as a mistress who destroys other people's families. But if she had been forced, or gotten in that nasty way, it would be a completely different story. A strong J criminal or a junkie J criminal is in existence wherever everyone is in the world. Not only were the girls angry, but so were the men in the room. So much for skipping meals and just rounding them up and having to get results. Seeing this scene, the few people in that line were all too scared to speak, especially the little girl at the front desk. She was just making up a couple of random sentences. How did it turn out like this? Want to say it didn't happen? Wouldn't that be an admission of rumor mongering? And it's not like there's a day or two of saying these things. Many versions of them, and everyone has provided material. False has been spoken by them as if it were true. How do you explain it now? They can't say it. Any one of these people who is innocent just has to come forward and say it's all made up. The consequences would just be a couple of scoldings. Unfortunately, none of them are innocent. No one opened their mouths under mutual excuses, and they could only watch as Fong Ran dialed the police. Vaughn is also doing the whole show. Even when the eye of the play wasn't on her, she still put on a good show. Another sob into the phone brought tears to the ears and sadness to the ears. Not only did he say that he was hooked on Jay when he was completely unconscious, but he also dragged a bunch of the receptionist girls down with him, saying that they were witnesses who saw it with their own eyes. This left a few people completely dumbfounded as to how they had become witnesses when they had only started a rumor. Fong Ran finished all the information before hanging up. The police said they'd be here in 10 minutes. Thank you. She choked back her thanks. This pearly appearance immediately aroused the protective desire of the surrounding people again. You're welcome. We'll wait with you for the police. They saw it with their own eyes. We heard it with our own ears. And that son of a bitch is not going to get away. We'll all testify for you. And we must see that beast fall today before you do. The people around them were righteously indignant, but the 6 men were pale with fear. You want them to testify? It's a complete fabrication. What kind of testimony are they giving? Tried to sneak out, but the place was surrounded. Thought the current situation was bad enough. Didn't realize it could get worse. Sister, I just heard you say that you work on the 15th floor above. Is that the import-export company? Fong Ran nodded. Yeah, our boss looks like a nice guy. I didn't think he would do something like this. Now that it's such a big deal, I no longer have the face to stay in the company. Indeed, sue your boss for forced sex and your job is designated gone. With such a scandal, it is very likely that the entire company will be implicated as well, and it is even possible for it to go out of business. By then the whole company will be out of a job. Now that the employment environment is bad, people who can work in this office building are not saying how well paid they are, but at least they have decent jobs. Many outsiders think that those who work here are elite white-collar workers. This leads to the fact that even some people doing ordinary jobs are superior because they are in this place. Now, the guys all started to break out in a cold sweat when they realized, as an afterthought, that rumor mongering would affect their jobs. They looked at each other, wanting someone to come up with something. It's just a shame that all of their brains are used in rumor mongering, and none of them are useful right now. They were on tenterhooks, but Fong Ran was reaping another wave of comfort as a result. Beauty, you can come to our company. We are hiring. Or you can come to us and I'll make sure none of them dare mention it. There's no place for a man here. There's a place for him. How can the company still be around when the boss is arrested? It's not that you can't stay, it's that you fired the boss. These people sympathized too much with Fong Ran, comforting and helping out with ideas at the same time. Each one was enthusiastic as hell, while the person in question, Fong Ran, covered her face and quietly made a face towards Su Young. Looking at Su Young, he couldn't help but laugh. When the idea came up, there was a fear that she wouldn't agree. I didn't realize she was having more fun than anyone else, and it's quite professional. If she didn't know the script herself, she was really fooled. Also at that moment, the older sister spoke. Don't worry, sister. I know your company's chairman's wife. She's the one in charge. I'll call her right away and show her what her husband has done. Hearing that the chairman's wife had to be called in, the receptionist girl was almost frightened into fainting. When that tigress comes, not to mention the boss, the whole company will have to shake. The point is, the owner clearly didn't do this. Once it turns out they're the ones who started the rumor? Just thinking about it, the receptionist girl's eyes felt like countless stars were shining. She wanted to faint a little, not face it. The little girl at the front desk was so, and the others were even more frightened that their pupils had already begun to lax. 2 of them even started to hold back their trembling. Confessions have to be made at the drop of a hat, and once you back off you never dare to speak again. They are now. Not only are they afraid to speak, they don't even have the basic ability to think anymore. They can't even imagine for the life of them how this thing could have gotten so big. It really wasn't actually Su Yan who wanted to make a big deal out of it, but this can't be solved without making a big deal out of it. If it's just being rumored to be a subterfuge, then others just listen and forget about it. It could be thought of differently as a forced J, or worse, a junkie J. That's a change in nature. One is a moral issue and the other is a legal one. Break the law. Then others have zero tolerance for it. Naturally, a lot of people would be involved to help out, and then Fong Ran wouldn't be fighting alone. The crowd of onlookers were as happy as they had been eating melon earlier, and now they were as angry as they could be. Some helped to enlighten and comfort. Some looked to see if the police were coming. Others contact the owner's wife and let her make the call. Seeing that things were getting bigger and bigger, those guys felt chills down their backs and sat on pins and needles. Knowing that this was not the way to go, they agreed to confess and let it go. But it's too late for them to come clean. Who reported it? As soon as the police appeared, the people surrounding them automatically made way. It's me. Fong Ran's freshly dried tears squeezed out again. Comrade police officer. I'm the one who reported the case. Next, She started another round of crying. Although the content is the same, people around you still get angry when they hear it again. Speaking of the key place, Fongran also pulled out the receptionist girl. Comrade police, I have absolutely no memory of the entire process. Or so she told me. If she hadn't said anything, I'd have been kept in the dark. And it didn't just happen once, said the man pulling out another man. He also saw the boss do it to me in the storage room. To me. Fongran sobbed, so sad that she couldn't finish a complete sentence. But everyone also understands. In the next few moments, Fongran was just like pointing out the locations they had choreographed, one by one. Rooftop, office, utility room. The policeman's face grew unusually serious as he listened. Good man, this is a big case. The point is that it is not enough for Fongran to say it, and those who have just listened to these people chatting are also helping out at this point. Yes, they just said it so clearly, down to what clothes they wear and what moves they make. It's impossible to know so much if you don't see it with your own eyes. The guy seemed to be asking if there was a video, so I guess it was caught on tape. What was filmed is hard evidence. Police uncle, you quickly ask them for it. That beast must be arrested. So many times without being detected. And I don't know how many girls have been victimized. Things have come to a head. And it's really too late if you don't come clean. The fat guy couldn't resist the urge to brush himself off. No, I didn't know. I just heard them talking. Someone opened their mouth. And one after another spoke. I don't know. I'd say it was just a little movie I watched. I don't know. I was just listening to a few things because I saw them talking so much. Nothing to do with me either. I didn't see it. I just followed the conversation. They're all desperately trying to set themselves aside. Even if they did rumor it, they either say they didn't or pass it off to someone else. Shirking comes and goes. But there are two people who can't be shirked. One was the receptionist girl, and the other was the young man who had courted Fongran. The backstabbing from his partner made these two men sweat all of a sudden. They'd like to follow suit, but those first rumors came out of their mouths, and there's no pushing it. Seeing this scene, the receptionist girl really had no choice but to hold on and say, actually, I made all of this up. There's no such thing. The younger man nodded right back. Just a joke between co-workers. These two are also shameless, describing rumor mongering as a joke. The tone of voice also suggests that it's not a big deal. None of the people around them looked displeased at this behavior, and the netizens on the air were outraged. Fucked up. A flippant joke and it's over? It's no different than cutting you and saying you're sorry, but by making them admit it was a rumor. Missy's innocence is preserved. That's good enough. At least no one will believe any rumors they make in the future. Yes, give the anchor credit for that one. The netizens all agree that this is a good enough result. Even the police were prepared to take the rumor-mongering incident as a verbal education and be done with it. But I didn't expect it. Fongran suddenly cried out with a wow, grabbing the front desk girl's hand and not letting go. Fong, why don't you tell the truth? You clearly saw it. Are you afraid your boss will fire you? Don't be afraid. The police are here. If you harbor him, there's no telling who the next victim will be. Even Su Yang couldn't help but want to clap at this set of words. She is taking the human nature completely. A few words turn these people's excuses into fear of their superiors to say anything. It also creates a sense of crisis in others. The means are reasonable and sensible, and there's no way to create any semblance of doubt. Upon hearing this, the police officer also became positive. He looked at the front desk girl with a serious face. Failure to report knowledge also constitutes a crime. Malicious harboring. I can arrest you immediately. Please be truthful. And where is your boss? I demand that he come and cooperate with the investigation. Thinking that this was the end of the matter, I didn't expect to see Fongran backfiring, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were boiling over. Crap. And, it's only the climax now? I thought giving a lesson would be enough, but I didn't realize it was a 1-2 punch. Missy is awesome. So valiant. I told you that just a lesson wasn't enough. This is the proper way to open a cool article. It's getting better and better, and I'm sure there's a backstory. OMG. I'm getting goosebumps just looking at it. Sisters, learn quickly. This is what you do when you get a yellow rumor in the future. The boss's wife, the police, the people involved are getting too good to watch. I can already imagine what's going to happen to these guys. Having been saved by Fongran's power in a few words, now no matter how they explained, they would be considered to be deliberately harboring the blame. In the end, there was no choice but to call another party, Wang Dong. When Wang Dong received the call from the police, his whole body was confused. He could be heard through the phone shouting angrily that it was slanderous. In order to prove his innocence, he let his big client go straight back, and the chairman's wife was still faster than him. With a man in a suit, he stormed in. The stance was such that a murderous aura was felt from a few meters away. The chairman's wife's temper Fongran was aware of. If she knew that she and her husband had an affair, I'm afraid that she could tear herself apart with her hands. So before she could lash out, Fong Ran jumped in front of her. Ma'am, you have to do something for me. If I hadn't heard them say it, I wouldn't have known that Wang Dong had done that to me. I really don't know. And I didn't seduce Wang Dong. Saying that, he also pointed to the rumor-mongering ones and continued to cry. They can give me proof that it was Wang Dong who drugged me, and that I didn't do it voluntarily. Fong Ran cried with a snotty nose and tears, hugging the chairman's wife and not letting go. From Su Yang's angle, she was still sneaking snot and tears onto the expensive clothes of the chairman's wife. He could barely keep from laughing out loud at the sight. At this time, the chairman's wife was also infuriated by what Fong Ran said, and her face turned into a pig's liver color. Without looking at Fong Ran, he instead pointed at the man and asked loudly, "Say, what the hell is going on? If there's a word of concealment, I'll never be polite." Mrs. Chairman of the board, this battle, not to mention those few people, even the onlookers watching from the side, couldn't help but be shaken by the shock. At this moment, where would anyone dare to speak? Say no. Plucking Fong Ran away, the chairman's wife reached out and pointed angrily at several people. A fingertip nearly poked one of them in the nose, causing them to lean back in immense fear. Now they're really riding the tiger. It's like it's all over whether you confess or not. They also started the rumor because they each had a bit of a conflict with Fong Ran. Either that or they're jealous of her good looks and her quick promotion and raise. Jealous that she took the position that was hers. Either that or they want to destroy it if they love it. It's always the little things that matter. She can't do anything to her on the surface, so she wants to make up some rumors to disgust her, so that she will lose her reputation and can't continue to stay in the company. But they didn't realize that the rumor-mongering did cause Fong Ran distress, but at the same time, it also pulled another party down. And the other one, still, was an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. Instead of making yellow rumors about Fong Ran, he should be making yellow rumors about the chairman. The chairman hadn't appeared yet, and the questioning of the chairman's wife had already overwhelmed them. At this moment, a few of them wanted to die. Seeing that a few people didn't say anything, the chairman's wife was even more furious. Okay, you guys are harboring him and not taking me seriously. Then we'll wait for that murderer of thousands to come. Today he's dead, and so are you. The chairman's wife was furious, her chest heaving violently. You could visibly see the spittle spewing out when you said that last sentence. The man in the suit who came with him even thoughtfully moved a chair. Auntie, don't be angry. Wait for Auntie to come and ask for clarification. Seeing the nephew who followed her, the chairman's wife was also aggrieved. And that killjoy. I followed him when he was penniless, and used my mother's family's money to start him a company. Now that I'm developed, I can't believe I'm being given this. Why is my life so bitter? All those years of dedication really fed the dog. Fong Ran stopped crying, now changed the chairman's wife with a snotty nose and tears to say endless. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. And halfway through crying I snapped, "Quick, call your dad and grandpa. I can't just let it go. Bullying no one in my mother's family. Are you? I'm going to fight him today." Seeing that the chairman's wife was still shaking people, those few people were so scared that they almost peed their pants. This is getting bigger and bigger. There are more and more people involved. Pissing off the chairman is just a job gone bad. If they messed with the chairman's wife's maiden family, then they wouldn't need to hang around in Magic City. You know, their company is where it is today thanks to the help of the chairman's wife's mother's family. At their word, who dares to hire? At this point, several people were all scared silly. Everyone's brain was as if it was filled with paste, completely unable to think. It's no longer a matter of being honest or not. The consequences of the fermentation to this point are just not something they can afford. It's a good thing that call from my nephew didn't go out. Wang Dong is here. I wonder who saw the other party appear in the distance and suddenly shouted this. It made everyone look that way in unison. So much for the nephew's phone call. Wang Dong is also after hearing such a ridiculous thing. Do not dare to delay for a moment to rush towards this side. And wiping the sweat off as he walked. Seeing Wang Dong appear, these people actually felt relieved. They all know that Wang Dong has a good temper. As long as they admit a mistake, I think they will not blame them. Just when they thought it was a good opportunity to explain, they wanted to take the initiative to go up and explain. The chairman's wife rushed over one step ahead of them and swung her palm to Wang Dong's face. "You beast! Look what you've done. I'll take it if you don't want your face." Wang Dong was directly confused by the two slaps. Before he could react, Fong Ran also rushed over. "How could you do that to me when I worked so hard for you? I'm going to sue you. I'm going to put you in jail." The two men chased Wang Dong and beat him up. This left the few people who had wanted to take the initiative to explain once again without a chance. All that was left was to watch it all with dumbfounded amazement. At this time, Wang Dong is also screaming. Inexplicably became a forced J criminal. Rumors are spreading. Several company executives have already called him to ask if it's true. He was already dry-mouthed and exhausted from explaining. Come over and deal with it before you have a chance to speak up and get chased by 2 more women. He was so bitter in his heart. Even with his temper he couldn't help but snap. Enough! Stop it all! Wang Dong and the police officer's voices sounded at the same time. Wang Dong is beaten, cannot stand. The police are unable to see someone fighting in front of his eyes out of the voice to stop. It was stopped just in time though. But these 2 women are horrible fighters. Scratching and scratching. Not only let Wang Dong's face hang color, clothes were also torn, making his whole person look woeful. Stop fighting and get the question out of the way first. The police separated the parties. The chairman's wife felt that she hadn't been beaten enough and was very upset. Fongran, on the other hand, continued to cry. The picture of the 3 looks comical. After a short pause, the chairman's wife pointed at Wang Dong. Quickly explain. We'll get a divorce when we're done here. Our family can't afford to lose this. The chairman's wife also started to cry when she finished. I was pressured to marry her husband because he was nice and motivated, and she really didn't miss a beat. Her husband not only treats her well, but he's also doing well in his career. The 2 couples had never once blushed in decades. It is recognized as a model couple with obedient children and a happy family that is envied by many. It also occurred to her that with her husband's status to this day, there were plenty of little girls throwing themselves at him. She'd been paying attention, but upon observation, her husband does keep himself clean and does not have contact with the opposite sex outside of work. Just now when I was playing mahjong with my little sister, I was bragging about how good my husband is. I didn't expect to turn my head and get hit in the face. It's not even womanizing anymore. It's forcible sex, which is against the law. Not only do you disgrace yourself and dishonor your family, but it also affects your child's future. How is this acceptable to her? Thinking of the sadness, the chairman's wife went from a small sob to a direct bawl, and crying and saying, I want a divorce. I want a divorce. The noise made by the chairman's wife made those few people not dare to breathe. And Wang Dong was also stimulated by these words, about to go crazy. Always good-tempered. He directly burst out foul language. Tramp. In the end, who was talking about me, forcible J? Also at that moment, the police came forward. It was reported by this young lady who claimed she was drugged and forcibly assaulted without her knowledge. And these are the witnesses. They saw it with their own eyes. When the policeman finished his first sentence, Wang Dong glared angrily at Fongran. Mouths are open. Instead, what he saw was Fongran's face as she cried to the point of breaking. The words that came to his mouth were stifled. But when he heard the latter sentence, his anger shifted directly, glaring viciously at them. Who saw that? Who saw that? Give me the time, the place, and pull the surveillance. If not, I'll sue you for libel. Wang Dong was so angry that he was about to jump up. After realizing that they were still employees of his company, he was even more furious and wanted to kill someone. With every word, he took a step forward, and the oppressive feeling that struck him immediately made several people shake like chaff. All the people who could talk when they were making up the story are now mute. The surroundings were also confused when they saw the scene. A beautiful woman sues her boss for forced sex, and the boss sues his employee for defamation. What the hell is going on here? Suddenly there's a feeling that you can't understand what you're eating. At this time, the police officer also heard the clues. He pointed at Fong Ran and asked, It's slander? You didn't perform a forced J on her? JJA. Wang Dong was about to explode, and then changed his words in a hurry when he realized it was the police. Nothing. I am very compliant. It was also at this time that the receptionist girl finally found a chance to speak. She bravely stepped forward. Yes, our chairman didn't force J. It's just something we made up. It's all a misunderstanding. The little girl at the front desk tries to blow this off with a misunderstanding. But how could Fong Ran just let it go so easily? As soon as the front desk girl finished speaking, she started crying and begging her again. Fong, don't be afraid. That's not what you just said. You said you saw everything Wang Dong did to me with your own eyes. How could you be making it up in that much detail? I have no recollection of it, and it's still all you told me. Please don't back down. We must bring him to justice. Fong Ran was tearful and earnest. It's like they want the abuser to be punished even if they lose their reputation. Watching everyone move, the front desk girl didn't react much, but many people around her were helping to speak up. I testify that they all just said they saw it with their own eyes. I heard that too. Now the sudden change of heart must have been bought. Look into it. You can't just let it go unnoticed. Seeing this scene, Fong Ran's heart was simply refreshed. Su Yang taught her to pull people down to muddy the water, and then someone will help you solve the problem. I didn't realize it was true. Even the chairman's wife held back her anger to demand a truth. And Wang Dong, at this point, probably understood. It turned out that it was all these people who were behind it, and Fong Ran had no memory of it and thought it had really happened when he heard them talk about it. What's wrong with her being brave enough to stand up for her rights? And these rumor mongers are simply abhorrent. Hearing Fong Ran come back to this set, the receptionist girl a whole 100 mouths to defend. Even the people who were with her started to get on everyone's nerves, because no matter how they explained, Fong Ran would bite the bullet and say that they didn't dare to tell the truth because they were afraid of the chairman. This, literally, is a dead end. Explaining half the time doesn't help at all. Not only does no one believe it, but it smacks of a desire to cover it up. A few people crumbled to their very core. In the end, some even initiated a poisonous oath in order to make people believe them. I'm telling the truth. I'm really making it up. If I tell a lie I'll give birth to a son without pain. Yeah, it's just a joke. If it were real, I'd go out and get hit by a car in a second. I just heard them talking. I didn't even see it. I don't have one either. Fearful of losing their jobs, these people are desperately trying to set themselves aside. From my ancestors down to my children, I didn't spare a single one that I could pull out and say, just to make people believe they are telling the truth. Such bottomless behavior that even the police shook their heads when they saw it. But with all this maneuvering, there are people who believe it. A few of them were about to breathe a sigh of relief at this when a banana peel was thrown out of nowhere and hit one of them squarely on the top of the head, making yellow rumors about girls. Nasty. Someone started it, and there was a flurry of cursing all around again. Don't you have any women at home? Who taught you to make such rumors? Disgusting. What's with the people in this building? Being a female myself, I can't believe you would denigrate another girl that much. No wonder I've often heard them say that this beauty is indiscreet. So it's all people like you spreading rumors. Take a picture of their ugly faces. I'm going to send it to the company group for everyone to have a good look. It's okay not to admit it, but I didn't expect the reaction of these people to be even greater after admitting it. Facing the wrath of the crowd, a few people didn't dare to talk back at all. By this time, the chairman's wife also understood. My own husband is being made up. That fire in her heart. She should know that she had even thought of dying together just now. She was suddenly relieved to know it was just a misunderstanding. It was heartbreaking to see the red marks scratched on my husband's face, and the way she looked at the guys. It was almost as if she wanted to eat them alive. She did not lash out on the spot because of the presence of the police, but you could see in the eyes that the consequences for these people would not be too good. When it was determined that it was just a rumor, the police officer's mood was lightened. Rumor mongering is much less of a problem than Strong J. For dealing with this kind of thing, he just followed the regular process. Is there any possibility of a private settlement between the parties for such an act as rumor mongering? Rumor mongering is not a crime. Private settlements are usually recommended. In other words, the victim can feel free to make any request at this time. Just agree and this will pass. But no sooner had he finished his words than three voices rang out at the same time. No, not accepted. I disagree. Fong Ran, Wang Dong, the chairman's wife, at the same time tacitly out loud put the police are frozen. Not to mention the police. Even the netizens in the broadcast room looked puzzled. Why not yet? If it were me, I'd have started picking out a car by now. Yeah, it's just cool to ask him for more than $100,000 for moral damages. And with innocence proven and money to be had. Wouldn't that be a big win? I would venture to guess that it's hard to believe that asking for compensation isn't the ultimate goal. Hiss, I suddenly feel horrible for the anchor who came up with this. IQ crushed to death. In everyone's opinion, the result was perfect. Rumor mongers are punished and victims are compensated while their reputations are salvaged. It's simply great. How can you still disagree? And it wasn't just Fong Ran who disagreed. There were also the two Wang Dong couples as well. Everyone saw that after knowing that her husband didn't do those things, the chairman's wife's attitude made a 180-degree turn. Being attentive to Wang Dong, by the looks of her, she must be making up for her lack of trust in her husband. Not to say how much it enhances the relationship, but in the future, Wang Dong's backbone will definitely be much straighter. Only the chairman's wife's objection was slightly more reasonable to everyone. After all, it was these people who had caused her to misunderstand her husband, and it definitely couldn't be let go so easily. But there were so many ways she could punish a few people that it was painless to object at this juncture. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Fong Ran emotionally stepped forward. Just now you said it was so true, and now you're saying it's a rumor. Is there a word of truth in your mouths? I don't believe it. I demand an investigation to clear my name. As soon as Fong Ran finished speaking, the boss also said with righteous indignation, yes, this matter has had a great impact on my reputation, and for that my wife is going to divorce me, and even lost a big order of tens of millions of dollars trying to get back in time to deal with it. It has to be investigated and I will pursue it to the end. Seeing that her husband had said so, the chairman's wife also rushed out to help. This matter is simply too egregious. Not only did it affect my husband's reputation, but it affected the image of the entire company. I've contacted a lawyer, and I'm not going to let this go. Several people were stunned to hear that the other side had gotten a lawyer. The young man was in a hurry and directly pushed the receptionist's little sister out. It's Fong Fong, she's jealous of manager Feng's good looks. That's why she deliberately made up the rumor. Seeing her companion letting herself take the fall in order to protect herself, the receptionist girl quit as well. With the idea of dying together, she began to explode regardless. You hypocrite, it's obvious that you're the one who couldn't woo and tried to ruin it. And then there's you, holding a grudge against manager Fong for taking your position and talking about her sleeping with different men every day. You're not innocent either. You made up a story about her being adopted by an old man after someone said something about you for a mistake at work. The little girl at the front desk also went out of her way to end them in one breath. Even if someone wanted to stop her, she couldn't, and she would have blown up whoever stopped her. Loving but not being able to love and being robbed of your position are reasons that sound reasonable. What's outrageous is that just because their boyfriends looked at Fong Ran one more time or were criticized in a meeting, it's a reason for them to start rumors. The way they dog-eat-dog and shrugged off each other made the onlookers feel incredibly sick. Things have become clear, and at the strong request of Fong Ran and others, the police also began a series of evidence investigation, pulling surveillance, looking at chat logs, visiting co-workers. All the processes went down to make sure that Fong Ran and Wang Dong were just normal superior and subordinate relationships. There is not a single overstep. Instead, it was learned from the chat logs of several of them that Fong Ran was not the only one they were rumor-mongering about. Which department has a beautiful newcomer who talks to the leader more than once? Both will be targets of their rumors. If Fong Ran hadn't made a big deal out of it, I'm afraid that all of these people would have just suffered a dumb loss and endured the pain of rumor-mongering alone. Well now, they are being hammered with solid rumors and I'm sure it won't be long before everyone knows what they did. No more woe to others. The moment she got the evidence with the help of the police, Fong Ran smiled gratefully towards Su Young. Exhale as if relieved. The dilemma that had been bothering her was finally solved. Then the next step is to prosecute. Apologize? Compensation? Who cares? She wants them to have a record and never be able to do anything wrong again. And the prosecution doesn't have to take matters into its own hands. Su Yang expected things to happen and had just said that someone would help her with justice. Sure enough, after the police had dealt with the series of events, the lawyer called by the chairman's wife arrived. Sue them for willfully damaging my husband's and the company's reputation. Send out a bulletin firing them. It's important to write a clear picture of what they're doing and caution their peers to be careful about hiring them. They're also responsible for all the damage this has caused today. Misunderstanding her husband. The chairman's wife was extraordinarily aggressive in dealing with the matter. It is also true that the two mouths Wang Dong thought of were all implemented by her fire. I'll look at the fact that not only will you lose your job, but you'll be facing a huge amount of compensation and possibly even jail time. A few people were scared. Wang Dong, I was wrong. You forgive me this time. I'll never dare again. I can't be without a job. I have a wife and child to support. Please give me another chance. I was wrong. I'm not human. I won't dare again. In order to beg for forgiveness, these people slapped themselves and knelt down. Now that you know you're wrong, what was that for? It's really a no-brainer. All they got in return for what they were doing now was the mockery of those around them. Wang Dong and his wife, moreover, are determined to be severely punished and do not look at their sympathy at all. These people are good to deal with. But on the contrary, Fong Ran makes Wang Dong not know how to face. Fong Ran is also a will come to things. Pulling the chairman down is forced. Now all the dust has settled. She will still take the initiative to give steps down. Wang Dong, I'm sorry, I also believe their words. If you think I'll be an influence in the company, I can resign. She just wants to prove her innocence. Now that it's been reached, it doesn't matter whether or not you want to continue working here. After all, that wasn't very generous of her. Losing my job was well deserved. However, she underestimated Wang Dong's pattern. After listening to Fong Ran's words, he waved his hand indifferently. You are the victim. You are not at fault, and I have you to thank for that. If you hadn't been brave enough to be more serious, you wouldn't have brought this to light. Immediately put down the rule that in the future, once such false rumors will appear in the company, everyone is encouraged to report them actively. Something like this should never be allowed to happen again. After Wang Dong finished speaking, the chairman's wife also added, in the future, whoever creates rumors will be dismissed. If we can't find the source, we'll dismiss whoever spreads it. I'll invite the media to report on today's incident, so those people will know the consequences of malicious rumors. The chairman's wife does have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. 2. This incident would have had a negative impact on the company, but after she did this, the company's image became instantly positive. Realize that this kind of thing happens in a lot of companies. Once it gets out, it's bound to generate a lot of discussion. This will invariably result in a wave of free publicity for the company, even save on advertising. The effect of the chairman's wife was obvious. and the onlookers at the scene unanimously applauded after hearing it. The old boss's pattern is just great. You deserve to make money. At my boss. Let him learn. That way those who want to start rumors will have to weigh them. Cool. Simply great. Hearing the praise of the people around him, Wang Dong's face also squeezed out a rare smile. He patted Feng Ran's shoulder. Let's forget about this matter in the past. You don't have to take it to heart. Give you 2 days vacation and an extra consolation payment. You go out for a walk and come back and work hard. Wang Dong's decision made the people around him enviously numb, shouting waves of applause. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also completely boiling at this time. Crap. I'm straight up bulls *** T. It's too damn good. I really want to kowtow to the anchor. It's really good of his brain to come up with this. Got a vacation. Got paid. And solved the problem. Hell. Who envies me for not saying? What's more critical is that the follow-up problems are also eliminated. And from now on, this company is a god company. Damn. This scene is especially friendly to my mammary glands. I wouldn't have depressed myself before if I'd known to do that. If I were a beautiful woman, I'd just give myself to you. Suggested for inclusion in textbooks. I'm not kidding. While netizens were frantically praising Su Yang, the gifts kept on coming. When Feng Ran returned to the box once again, it was a sight to behold. Thank you. What a favor. Feng Ran was thanking him, but Su Yang couldn't strain himself to laugh, partly because of her crying and laughing performance just now. The other side of the coin was her makeup that was so spent that it didn't look right. You're welcome, Su Yang kindly reminded. Why don't you go wash your face first? Upon hearing these words, Feng Ran realized the problem as an afterthought, hurriedly pulling out a mirror to take a look. He let out a miserable scream. Ah, my image is gone. With a cry, he took out a tissue and started wiping, looking for a replacement as he did so. Luckily, not many people saw it, or else you really don't have to live. Su Yang did not expect that looking cool her idol baggage is actually so heavy. It's just a little late for that. She's been surrounded by the live streamers for a long time now in this state. Missy, let me borrow a block of tofu from my side. I think you need it. There really aren't that many people who saw it. Just 6 million. Who says social death is not death? I recorded the performance just now. I hope you won't be angry if you swipe it later. Ha ha ha. Beautiful women look good. Beautiful women going crazy look better. When she sees it, I'm afraid she'll want to live on a different planet. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Missy is only ugly for a little while. Some people are ugly all their lives. How can you watch a live stream and still get yelled at? A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. And she looks good even if her full makeup is wiped off and she's left with a plain face. How do you want me to thank you for doing me such a great favor? Feng Ran said and deliberately moved 2 points closer. If Su Yang said that he wanted to go out with her now, it was estimated that Feng Ran would also agree without hesitation. It's not impossible to do her such a great favor and give her your body in return. Feng Ran's meaning Su Yang more or less understood a little. Unfortunately, he really wasn't attracted to Feng Ran. One can only pretend not to understand. You're welcome. Why don't you eat something first? The meal is reserved. Almost all of the dishes ordered just now were eaten by Su Yang. The ones on the table now were reordered after watching her return from her big win. Good. Crying is kind of physical. And I'm really hungry. Feng Ran picked up his chopsticks and ate. In fact, seeing Su Yang was such a reaction, she had a little bit of a small disappointment, but she knew you couldn't force feelings, so she just stopped talking about it and changed the subject. How did you come up with that move? It simply works. Speaking of which, Su Yang was able to chat a bit. In fact, a lot of small problems go unresolved because people know that such problems don't have very serious consequences. Plus people are more apathetic nowadays. They don't want to care much as long as it doesn't concern them. So to deal with a small problem like this, you have to find a way to make it a big problem, by getting more people involved. Then the chances of this issue getting resolved are a lot better. Su Yang thought that he had spoken clearly, but Feng Ran was at a loss after listening. Even though she had practiced it once just now, it still felt difficult to understand. Feng Ran couldn't understand, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were even more confused. Who says you don't need to bring your brain to watch a live broadcast? I brought it and still can't read it. Can you say something I understand? Yeah. My IQ doesn't allow me to think about such deep questions. The question may seem difficult, but it's not simple at all. Che, bullshit literature kind of plays it out for you. Feng Ran was trying to understand, but couldn't. Why don't you give me an example? Su Yang saw that she also needed time to eat, and it just so happened that he knew a little bit about it. So he simply took this opportunity to popularize a little trick in this area. So Su Yang asked, if your upstairs neighbor always likes to dry a mop outside the window, the water that drips down many times stains the clothes you hang out to dry. What do you do when you go up to communicate and people continue to do what they do without reason? Hearing this question, Ran instantly frowned. After a few moments of thought, he shook his head. There's nothing I can do about it. I'll just have to keep my clothes from drying outside. Communicate and don't listen. Hang out clean clothes to dry and they get dirty again. Then we'll just have to hold off on drying it out. Not only would Ran do this, even many of the netizens in the broadcast room gave the same answer. There's no way to meet someone so unreasonable. But Su Yang shook his head after hearing this answer. If it's me, I'll just pick up a basin of water and pour it downstairs. Then I went door to door with a reminder clutching my also soaked clothes. Have the whole building go after that family. After hearing Su Yang's words, Ran's eyes instantly lit up as she directly gave a thumbs up. High trick. You frame them like that, and straight away they've offended the whole building. I mustn't dare put a mop outside again. Su Yang nodded. Grafting doesn't count. It's just that it's not a conventional solution that was used. Sometimes aggravating conflicts is one way to resolve them. It's like a mouth ulcer. Healing is slow when you're careful not to even touch it. But you dare to eat spicy food and deliberately irritate it, and it heals rather more quickly. Because the immune system will only take notice if the ulcer worsens. It's the same thing as solving those little problems. Su Yang had made Ran's eyes overflow with adoration just by saying a few words. Seeing that the meal was almost done, it occurred to me that there were live assignments for the day. If you really want to thank me, do me a favor? What favor? Vaughn asked. Seeing this, Su Yang spoke with a little bit of weakness. I want to invite you for a ride. It was fine if he didn't talk about it, but as soon as he did, his mind involuntarily thought of the image of the two of them riding a twisted bike, which made him feel a chill of evil. Although he had bought enough twisties for two people, the scene had killed him socially just thinking about it. Hearing that Su Yang only requested that he accompany him for a ride, Ran froze slightly. Reacting, he agreed very quickly. Okay, then wait for me. I'll go change into some pretty clothes. Su Yang wanted to say that it didn't need to be that grand, but Ran had gotten up to check out by now. Su Yang could only follow after helplessly saying, then I'll wait for you at the East Gate Square. Okay. Seeing that Su Yang was going to continue the whole job, the netizens in the live broadcast couldn't help but protest. This dog food, is it a must today? It's a serious injury anyway to watch this live today. That's a live stream you just watch, one without a squeak. If you ask me, I'd like to thank the anchor for being merciful. Upstairs, what do you mean? You guys can't see it. That young lady is obviously interested in the anchor. The anchor didn't say that she wants to date and show love, so it's already mercy under the knife. So, I have him to thank for this? Thank you. Gritted teeth version. The pop-ups are buzzing. Su Yang got up and walked towards the square and sat back in his car, and back upstairs in her office. Ran began to fumble with her makeup. It was nice to go out for a ride together, even though my own hints weren't reciprocated. After touching up my makeup, I started to change again. The office has few spare clothes and they are all still mostly formal, which is fine for talking about work, but not at all suitable for driving around. So Ran clenched his teeth and ran straight to the mall next to him and started picking. Going up to the square, Su Yang idly began to pay attention to the pop-ups. Apart from some netizens who were souring on the fact that he was going to take a beautiful woman for a ride, more of them were still engrossed in the topic just now. The anchor does have a point, but it doesn't apply to all the little things. I live in a neighborhood with few parking spaces, and they are all public spaces, so every time I drive back to look for a parking space, I have to look for half a day. That's fine, but now a lot of people are actually locking public parking spaces for private use, leaving me with no place to park straight away. If we go by the anchor's way, then I'll go and lock up and take one too? I'm afraid that's not going to work. When this netizen said this question, the pop-up screen started another round of discussion. Just take one. Just be cheeky. This kind of will be scolded. And you have to be mentally strong to be able to do it. People say they can't do it for fear of being scolded. Just be afraid someone will add another lock to yours. And that would be fun. How did you know that upstairs? Tell your story. The netizens talk and talk, but not a single person has come up with a reliable solution. And that netizen is obviously too thin-skinned to do the whole taking up parking spaces together thing. Just as the pop-ups were arguing, Su Yang interjected, take a picture and send it to the property group. And then the incredibly sincere question, is it okay if I install one too? The pop-ups went silent at this statement. Some netizens didn't react, so they tried to deliberately flirt with Su Yang. How can a property owner give you permission to install a private car lock? Isn't it just an insult if you send it out? But before the words were typed, his brain suddenly reacted with a sense of enlightenment. Absolutely. Send the photo and within 2 hours, this floor lock will have to be removed. It's true that sincerity is the way to go, and that doesn't solve the problem. Anchor, I'm also experiencing a problem. Our school has a public laundry room with 8 washing machines. Both men and women wash their clothes in it. Originally, there were 4 for girls and 4 separate for boys. But recently I don't know which fairy labeled two of the ones for boys as girls only. We have so many men, 2 washing machines is not enough. Reflecting with the school is not effective. You help me also think of a solution. Soo-young didn't even need to think too much to give an answer to this question. All labeled for girls only. What boys want with washing machines. Some of the girls on the air were a bit complacent when they heard this answer. Girls should be privileged. But the boys can get angry. It's already unbearable to be occupied with 2 stations, and now you're giving them all up. It made them so angry that they wanted to open the mic with passion. But there are people who understand. Post them all for girls only, and the school director's office will be overrun with boys. I'm afraid. When this pop-up floated out, the crowd was enlightened. The power of one person is limited. That caused the anger of the crowd. Even the school will have to weigh. Convinced. The effect must have been immediate. Learning to scrap. I told you could learn by watching it live. Finally understand what it means to aggravate a conflict in order to resolve it faster. Just make it about others so others will come along and fix it. Absolutely. The ones who know what they're doing have already taken out their little notebooks and started taking notes. So let me summarize for you. To solve a problem, emphasize the facts if they're in your favor. Emphasize the rules if they're in your favor. And stir things up when they're both powerless. And you're welcome. I'll be the class rep from now on. You guys are so nice. I'm going to be online with you in my next life. This term's netizens are just smart. Watching them all understand thoroughly and still be able to learn by example. Soo-young also felt a sense of accomplishment. It was also at this time that he saw Phong-ran coming from the distance. Carefully dressed. She ditched her customary black suit and wore a plain white dress with nude heels. The long hair was pulled up high with only a few sparse strands hanging down. The dress was completely different than usual. If before it was cool and competent, now it is skillful and light. This, coupled with the delicate makeup, gave her the beauty of a hibiscus after the rain. Soo-young's vision was very high, and the ones that could make him feel good looking must not be bad. The surrounding passers-by were also looking straight at Phong-ran's stunning appearance. The eyes moved with her figure. At this time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast also exploded. Ah, I'm becoming a lemonade. It's sour. Does this still look like that crazy woman from earlier? It's an illusion. All of it. Damn. The anchor eats too well. Taking a step back, can I take over this task for a bit? Mud. If it was a few hundred years earlier, wars had been waged for the sake of erstwhile beauties. Indeed. The old patriarchs didn't fight the frontier for those 2 reasons. It's not too late. Brothers, rise with me. I'm just saying that. Are you serious? The netizens in the live room were numb. Envy is spilling out of the screen. It might also be the fact that Phong-ran had just put on that show that made them briefly overlook her face value. Now once they were well dressed, it suddenly caught their eyes. This face value, even in the entertainment industry, is a top existence. Even when compared to Sun Yin, the goddess of geeks and women, Phong-ran was not inferior at all. They are exactly 2 completely different types. One lively and passionate, the other cool and lonely. The point was, both of these beauties liked Soo-young. Drought kills drought. Flood kills flood. It made them envious and jealous. The passers-by were also amazed by Phong-ran's outfit, but there was also an infatuated gaze mixed in among them. The company was very efficient, and in just a moment's time, several people were all fired. The others are nowhere to be found. At this moment, that young man who had pursued Phong-ran was standing in the square holding his belongings in ashes. He couldn't take his eyes off Phong-ran's figure in fascination. With her own dismissal and a lawsuit behind her, the chances of seeing her again in the future must be few. The young man wondered in his mind if he should go over and apologize. He foolishly thought that maybe if he sincerely apologized, she would forgive him for his foolishness, maybe even as a friend. Then again, if you are touched by yourself, the relationship can go further. Phong-ran is single anyway, so maybe it will really work out by mistake. The young man daydreamed and hesitated to step forward, and Phong-ran, after scanning around and not seeing Soo-young, was ready to send him a message. Before the message was sent, he saw Soo-young open the car door and walk down. Here it is. Seeing Soo-young get down from a Rolls Royce, Phong-ran was shocked and dropped his jaw on the spot. She was just surprised that Soo-young would take her for a ride in such a luxury car. But that man not far away. But when he saw that the one who came to pick up Phong-ran was such a high-quality man, the fantasies in his head were shattered in an instant. With a man like that around, what makes her look at herself? Proper clowns, toads trying to eat swans, and rumors about her and Wang Dong. It's ridiculous. Wang Dong hasn't even driven a limited edition Rolls Royce yet. The seat alone had left them far behind. Not to mention the fact that he was tall and handsome. The two stood together as a match made in heaven. Now that I think about all the rumors they made, the heroes were either middle-aged, fat, rich men or old men. It's as if that's the only role that can balance their psyche. But the thing is, people are surrounded by the best quality men. handsome and golden. The young man's Taoist heart broke. For the first time, I felt like a mole being stepped on, and that my desperate tossing and turning might mean nothing in the eyes of others. No longer dared to think about it. Holding his things gray and slinking away. There was another one with mixed feelings. Jiang Nian Nian. Just now, she was still applauding Su Yang's approach, but when Feng Ran made her stunning appearance, she also died of acid. His cheeks puffed up involuntarily. This guy, he's like a butterfly. Hearing this, Su Li retorted in disapproval. Where is the flower? Such a plain dress. There's no extra frills. It's all held together by tailoring. Su Li had just finished speaking when she saw Jiang Nian Nian glaring at her with her teeth showing. Who told you about skirts? I'm talking about Su Yang. Saying he attracts bees and butterflies. He's a flower butterfly. The strong smell of vinegar came out, making Su Li laugh. Eat less. You'll have more to eat when you're driving around in a while. This time, Jiang Nian Nian became even more angry. A pair of eyes just stared at the screen. That look, as if as long as Su Yang did something out of the ordinary, she was going to take a knife and kill him. In the picture, Feng Ran, who had regained his senses, took a step towards Su Yang's direction. She had never dressed up like this before, and she still looked a little squirmy. It's that twisted look that gives passers-by room for association again. If Su Yang drove not a Rolls-Royce, but an ordinary car, they would most likely say something like, this man is a bit capable. He would actually take such a beautiful woman. But now that Su Yang was driving a luxury car, they would more likely think that the beautiful woman had finally lowered her head to money and was just trying to get money. Human nature is gossipy and complicated. In fact, by now, the netizens on the air just assumed they were simply going for a ride. No one even realizes the gravity of the situation. Even Feng Ran just thought that Su Yang was now developed and drove a luxury car to pretend. Luxury cars, beautiful women. Just don't be too envious. If it was someone else who had acted in such a thuggish manner, Feng Ran would still be a bit disgusted. But if it was Su Yang, she felt it was still acceptable. After all, he had helped himself so much, and she had a filter on Su Yang. So let's just go along with him pretending for a while. It's a good thing he's well-groomed and doesn't embarrass him. Vaughn is back in her drama queen mode. And don't open the door for me. Tilting your head back and revealing your beautiful swan neck. This little paradigm comes up in a flash. Su Yang's scalp tingled and hesitated to say it first so that she could be mentally prepared. Seeing that Su Yang did not move, Feng Ran wanted to pull the car door herself. Su Yang had no choice but to reach out and stop it. Wait, not this car. Feng Ran looked puzzled and looked around a bit. This is the only car parked here too. If not this one, then which one? Seeing this scene, the netizens and passers-by in the live broadcast room were puzzled. Especially the netizens in the live broadcast. They had watched Su Yang drive over in this car. Now say it isn't? Wait a little longer. Waiting for what? Waiting for another car to fall from the sky? Right in front of the crowd's puzzled gazes, Su Yang let out a long breath as if he had made some sort of determination. Then get back into the car. This sudden movement is even more unsettling. Feng Ran also frowned. Is it hard for Su Yang to trick her? A trick? After thinking of this word, Feng Ran's entire body was bad. How could she forget that Su Yang was a whole live anchor? And that last time he was here, singing love songs to trick people down, just to sell them roses? This time, was the victim himself? So what's he selling himself for? Singing love songs and selling roses. Is it hard to drive around in a luxury car? Where can she afford it? Feng Ran is going to cry. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room also noticed that something was wrong. I told you the anchor wasn't just taking a ride. It's all a horse's ass. And it's the same group of you who were so sour that you cried out just now. Not just a ride. So what's the anchor going to do? I'm guessing it's tricking people into coming down and driving off on their own. Crap. That's really something that beast of an anchor could do. Anchor, do your mom know you're so unethical? Miss Sister is so innocent, dressed up so beautiful, just so waste. If you don't mind, when the anchor that beast is gone, I'll come to pick you up. Don't be polite. This is what I should do. Just as everyone was making wild guesses, Su Yang pressed the trunk button inside the car and then stepped out of the car. He smiled awkwardly. Oh, I'll get the car. Seeing Su Yang get down from the car, Feng Ran was originally confused. Now I was even more confused when I heard him say he had to pick up his car. Thought it was going to be a car sale. It wasn't. Thought it was going to run. And it wasn't. She had just seen very clearly that Su Yang had gotten into the car only to open the trunk. What's the trunk for? In Feng Ran's puzzled gaze, he saw Su Yang take out from the trunk. Children's car? Or one of those kiddie cars that you sit on and wiggle forward on your butt? Feng Ran instantly stared in shock. A bad feeling came over me. At this moment, not only Feng Ran, including the netizens in the live broadcast room and the surrounding passers-by, were dumbfounded when they saw Soo Young take out a twisted car from the trunk. You can put anything in the trunk of a Rolls-Royce. They wouldn't be surprised if even a beautiful woman came out of it. But when you take out a colorful twisted car from inside, the sense of dissonance can literally drop one's jaw. If Soo Yang was an older married man, it would be understandable if they thought it was for their children. But he was obviously so young, and anyone with eyes could see that he was going on a date with this beautiful woman in front of him. Now pulling out a kid's twister? What's he up to? Is this some kind of exclusive fun? Passers-by around the area expressed their dismay. Not to mention the passers-by around them. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room who had already seen so many anticlimactic operations by Soo Young were all confused. For the first time there was no God's view to guess what he was up to. Thought he was going to run away, but he wasn't. The brain circuits of the anchor are indeed not something we can fathom. Well, now we're treated like outsiders. All unspoken. Go downstairs and buy a packet of salt because I feel like the anchor is fading on me. What else can I do? Suffer yourself. In the past live broadcasts, Soo Yang had written what he was going to do explicitly in the title. This time, because I was afraid that Phong Ran would see the rejection, I deliberately just didn't write it. So much so that the netizens, without a god's perspective, start making noise when they can't see it. As for Phong Ran, after knowing in hindsight that Soo Yang was broadcasting live, he hadn't had time to heart attack the scandalous situation he had just been surrounded by. Just by Soo Yang's actions, he was unable to think. She'd also quietly read it on her cell phone, but the headline said nothing. A puzzlement that also made her increasingly apprehensive. After all, she had also seen the scene of Soo Yang selling roses. At that time, he was still happily watching the fun, not expecting the boomerang to hit him squarely so soon. If it had been before, she might have pulled her legs out and run. But now, she owed Soo Yang such a big favor, and even received a piece of his calligraphy. It would be a bit unreasonable if she refused. It's also true to the saying that when you come out, you have to pay back after all. At this moment Phong Ran had a feeling of generosity to die. It didn't matter. She had done all that humiliating performance just now. Not this one. Phong Ran also went out on a limb and kept psyching himself up. However, she couldn't understand Soo Yang's routine, so it was useless to do more mental construction. Seeing him approaching with the twister, Phong Ran still instinctively took a few steps back. To sell my car? She asked awkwardly about her earlier suspicions. As long as she wasn't buying a Rolls-Royce, this was a car she could still afford. But, no car for sale. I'll take you for a ride. When Soo Yang said these words, Phong Ran's expression instantly broke. A ride? With this? Her face was horrified and her unbelievable eyes switched back and forth between Soo Yang's face and the twisted car in his hand, just to make sure he wasn't joking. Unfortunately, Soo Yang's expression was simply not too serious. Eyes so firm that they could even join the party straight away. Phong Ran was dumbfounded, and the barely squeezed smile froze on his face. And this short conversation made the surroundings extraordinarily quiet. Even the pop-ups died down quite a bit. None of them looked confused, their not-so-good brains struggling to make sense of the conversation. At this point in the broadcast, is that what I understand? Twister ride, is that it? Separately you know every word. Together how come you don't understand it? Don't understand. But respect. The anchor must have his reasons for doing so. Is it hard to believe that this is the anchor's whole job today? Arriving in a Rolls-Royce and taking people for a ride in a twister? Crap. Against all odds. This is even more blown up than the last time a dude said he used a bike share. This is really you twist uphill. I'll twist downhill. What a day's work. This operation is directly to me to fuck confused. The pop-ups all exploded, and the passers-by's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Everyone looked incredulously at the twisted car in Soo Yang's hand. 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in their hearts. The expressions were even more varied. Shocked, speechless, and incredulous. They looked at Soo Yang as if they were looking at a patient who had escaped from a mental hospital. Otherwise there's no way to explain his outrageous behavior. Suddenly, someone among the passers-by spotted Hua Dot. He was the same guy who sold roses last time after he tricked someone down by singing a love song. Wasn't he? The voice appeared and many people thought about it. That would explain why his behavior was so outrageous. This also caused many people to look at Soo Yang with another hint of pity in their eyes. So young, how the brain is broken. It was no wonder that they would think so. Mainly because what Soo Yang had done was too incomprehensible. Taking a pretty girl for a ride on a twisted bike? The thought of two adults, or handsome men and women in a twisted car going at turtle speed made them a little tense. If you don't have a car it's fine, so you can still think of it as a little couple's fling. But you came here in a Rolls-Royce. You have a luxury car and you don't drive it, but you use a torsion bike? Off the charts. Blow up. Even if they were just watching from the sidelines to see what was going on, they all felt so devastated by Tronfeld. As for the person in question, Fong ran, even though he knew that Su Yang was living a whole life. His brain was still uncontrollably and directly down. The look to the twister was getting lost. At this moment she finally knew where that ominous feeling had come from. She was actually naive enough to think it was just a mere joyride, and so beautifully dressed for it. The most crucial thing is that there are still so many onlookers watching. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my face today. Are you? Sure. Vaughn eventually tries to wriggle out of it, but Su Yang had no intention of letting her go. Yeah, let's get going. Su Yang approached with the twister, which made Fong Ran subconsciously take a step back. The body is honest. Seeing this, Su Yang was in no hurry to rush. It had taken him a long time to come to terms with the thing himself, let alone a girl. The scene is once again at a standstill. After about half a minute, Fong Ran finally let out a long breath. As if dying, I'm going to sit in the back. In the back, you can block your face, but in the front, it's a real social death. This was the biggest concession Fong Ran had ever made. Okay. Su Yang placed the twisted bike on the ground and sat on it himself first, then patted the back seat. Come on up. The movements were natural and smooth, but it made the corners of Fong Ran's mouth twitch. At this moment, Fong Ran's brain was a complete mush. There was no way to think at all, because but one more second of thinking about it gave her the urge to pull her legs out and run. So all that could be done was to gather her skirt and sit up. Fortunately, this twisted car was quite big, and Su Yang deliberately sat very far forward. Rather, it didn't stick very close. Still, splaying her legs and sitting back there brought an instant flush of red to her face. It made her have to bury her head low for fear of being seen. You have to hold on tight or you'll fall, Su Yang kindly reminded. The balance of this twisted bike is not very good, and it is easy to tip over if you are not careful. He doesn't want to roll over on this one. Oh, good. Reach out and grab his shirt. This time, Fong Ren even reddened her ears and her fingers were trembling slightly. God damn it. Why did she sit up here? Her back collapsed straight in order not to get too close. Not only did his hands have to grab Su Yang's clothes, but he also had to tug on his skirt to prevent getting naked. The point is, they're still being watched by a lot of people as they move. She swore that she had never died so socially in her life. What was even harder was that Su Yang had a smell like laundry detergent left on her shirt that kept going up her nose. It's very refreshing and nice smelling. It made it even more impossible for her, whose mind was already a mess, to think, then we're off. Seeing that everything was ready, Su Yang tried to turn the steering wheel. Seriously, riding this thing was also the first time for Su Yang to get into a sedan chair for a big girl. He'd only watched others play it, too. Always thought it was moving forward by the momentum from the butt wiggle, but he didn't realize that he had just turned the steering wheel and the twister nearly went out. Scared onlookers took several steps away. It was good that Su Yang reacted quickly and braked the car. Still, inertia caused Fong Ran in the back to lean forward and hit him on the back. Excuse me. Su Yang really didn't mean it. He also didn't know that this twisted car came with its own power. Even he was taken aback. No, it's fine. At this point Fong Ran's face had long been red like a boiled shrimp. Voices are starting to stutter. Su Yang might not have noticed, but she herself knew very well what part had just hit Su Yang's back. The place was still aching. For Fong, however, the feeling was complicated and tormented. I'll be careful then. Completely unaware of Fong Ran's change, Su Yang was rather interested in this twisted car, and after a little fumbling he understood the driving principle. So under the shocked gazes of the people around him, Su Yang cranked the twisted car and swaggered towards the non-motorized lane. Handsome men, beautiful women, and twisted bikes, all three of which are presented in an odd way in the picture. And Twister got two people on the bus, like two retarded people from Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Or maybe it's a patient who just escaped from a mental illness. It staggered everyone who saw it. Even when those two oddballs disappeared around the corner, those around them were still long in coming back to their senses. I'm sure this is a scene they will remember for the rest of their lives. It was a hot, dry afternoon, and the sky was tinted a stunning shade of orange. In that dusk, in the dappled shadows of the trees, a man and a woman rode a twisted bike. Crap, it's so pedal to the metal. Seeing Su Yang really use a twisted car to take a beautiful woman for a ride, and also in order to speed up a little bit faster, his hands and feet are making a lot of effort. The netizens in the live broadcasting room completely tensed up. Ha 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 ha, I'm about to die of laughter. Strongly urged to focus the camera on the back. I want to see the look of desperation on the face of a beautiful woman. Beauty, I want to interview you. The anchor takes you for a ride. Are you touched? Beauty, don't dare move. Don't dare move at all. It's not even a rejection. The beautiful people are nice. The anchors are wicked. The anchors are bad. It's hard to crash. The envy is real. The sympathy is real. And the hilarity is real. The point is that the anchors are still having a good time. A man is a teenager until he dies. and he likes to drive no matter what kind of car he has. Upstairs, you'd better be talking about a proper car. The pop-ups were scrolling frantically, and the netizens' little hands never stopped swiping gifts. The heat of the live stream went up. There were constantly new netizens clicking in, and when they saw the live feed, they were flaxenly frozen on the spot. What the hell is this? Two adults, speeding down the street in a twisty car? That's speed. It's almost as fast as a small donkey. You can ride it. The point is, you're still pressurizing the bends? Strong people never complain about their circumstances, as long as they have a racing heart. Even with a twisted bike is fine, right? Okay. Is that how they do it now? A twisted car can be made by Su Yang, the effect of racing, but also all rely on the body of the old driver skills and strength and physical ability to add. Plus it's downhill again. That's speed. It was like the wind. And Fongran, who was in the back, started to slowly accept it from his initial discomfort. It's kinda comfy. The breeze on her face gave her a pleasant feeling. Of course, one must first restrain oneself from ignoring their ride. That's for sure. The beach is just ahead. We can still see the sunset if we hurry. Hearing these words, a trace of yearning surfaced in Fongran's eyes. She hadn't seen a sunset in a long time, but this place is 5 or 6 kilometers to the beach. By this twisted bike? She didn't think she could make it. I was about to say another day, but then I suddenly heard Su Yang say, "Hold on tight, it's about to turn." Fongran was startled when she saw that the one halfway up the slope in front of her had a nearly 90-degree bend. Careful. As he spoke, he also tightly hugged Su Yang's waist. The next moment, it felt like the body was tilting to the right with weightlessness. Before she could exhale that breath, she realized that the road ahead was even steeper. How do you know so many trails? Fongran was dumbfounded. Did the non-motorized path affect his play? Just picking this pothole trail. My ass is sore from all the bumps. But Su Yang seemed to still be enjoying himself. Just by looking at the back of his head, he could tell that he was enjoying himself. Just go with brother. I'm not going to sell you. Su Yan was also in a good mood and his tone of voice started to become indebted. The incline got steeper and the twisters got faster and faster. Also infected by Su Yang, Fongran was also immersed in it. She even undid her long hair and let it fly in the wind. No one would probably believe it when they say that she actually finds riding the twister exciting. Work pressure, life worries, in this moment disappear. She even wished Su Yang was faster. This change was unbelievable to Fongran himself. Everyone is pushing her to grow up. However, Su Yang made her become a child again. This feeling made the corners of Fongran's mouth rise higher and higher. Yay! Faster! Faster! Fongran also got high and excitedly patted Su Yang's shoulder to make him cheer. The two were already attracting attention with their behavior, and this scene shocked the people on the side of the road for a million years. Eyes straight, jaws dropped in shock. Then there were the ones who were just looking at them, not paying attention to their feet. The ones who fell. The ones who crashed into trees. Don't mention how funny it is. I really don't blame the passers-by for being ugly. It's mainly because these two things are just so unbelievable. Two adults with superb facial features racing on twisted bikes. That would have been outrageous. The point is that they're still playing so high. It makes you feel spiritually worrisome while inexplicably wanting to join in yourself. Flaccid. Too flaccid. Against the day. It's too anticlimactic. Nowadays, people are under a lot of pressure, and they are exhausted every day in order to earn some nest egg. Stop a random person on the side of the road and ask, "What's the one thing you've been feeling happy about lately?" I guess there are a lot of people who can't answer that. Feeling happy can actually feel like a luxury. Now that they were seen to be so reckless and flighty regardless of what others thought, many people were actually a little envious. There were even a few moving vehicles that slowed down just to see a little more. Happiness is sometimes a feeling. Even if you don't join in yourself, just looking at it makes you feel a lot better. It's so cozy. Fongran opened his arms and shouted into the wind. It was the first time that she, who had always taken the high and cold route, had acted like this. It's just that one-time extroversion is still traded for a lifetime of introversion. When she was done with that, she realized that many people were watching them. Not only passers-by, but actually vehicles traveling on the road. She was suddenly abashed, embarrassed. He withdrew his hand to cover his face. How could she forget that they were still on the twister? It felt funny, but after all, this kind of behavior was so outrageous that if she was the one who saw such a scene, high or low, she would have to say a godkin. But now she was the star of the picture. That feeling made Fongran want to live on a different planet right away. Noticing that Fongran was uncomfortable, Su Yang said, "Hold on tight, let's change paths. I've been mobbed plenty of times before for the whole job." This scene didn't matter to Su Yang at all. As long as he's not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. But he had to take care of Fongran's mood. After all, people were helping. Besides, the system prompt hadn't sounded yet. and the mission hadn't been completed. He didn't want Fengran to be scared off. Hearing Su Yang's words, Fengran hurriedly nodded. Good. After saying that, he grabbed onto Su Yang's coat. There's an intersection right up ahead, so you can lose them after the light. There were quite a few people who wanted to go to the beach to watch the sunset. A lot of them still go in luxury cars. The moment the red light came on, a red convertible Ferrari happened to stop just outside the crosswalk. The owner of the Ferrari is a rich kid, a designer label with a flamboyant demeanor. The car had just stopped, and his hand was ungratefully feeling its way over to the passenger side. Ouch! Yuck! The dainty voice came from the passenger side. In the passenger seat was a little-known female internet celebrity, amassed hundreds of thousands of followers by dancing the rubbers. If you ignore the tech-filled look on her face, it's quite a beauty. The face can be left out, but she does have a top body. The winding paths and peaks make your blood run cold even just looking at them. Yo! Still shy. All men eat up the idea of refusing to give in. The more Netflix won't let it, the more rich kids have to touch it. Just kidding. It took days of swiping gifts to get this chick to ask out. Not only to touch, but to have an in-depth conversation after the ride. As far as he was concerned, there was no one he couldn't sleep with as long as he was willing to drop the money. When you get tired of playing, move on to the next one. He wasn't bad, and the resources of beautiful women were for the likes of them. Luxury cars, beautiful women. That's the life. Richie was still smugly enjoying himself when suddenly, he saw two people floating next to him. That's right, it's floating. When crossing the sidewalk, Su Yang had slowed down in order to avoid hitting passers-by, but his feet weren't on the ground again, and he was kinda floating through it as he swayed. As the two drew closer, Richie got a good look at the scene in front of him. In a flash, he was dumbfounded, eyes rounded, even the movements of his hands forgot to continue. What the hell is this? No way. That's not true. Thinking it was an illusion, Richie took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes before even poking up to look. It was clear that he could have been hurt only once, and this disbelief caused him to suffer a second blow. Just two adults on the sidewalk, sharing a twister, were crossing the street at a slow pace. The rich second generation was first shocked at this anticlimactic operation, and took out his cell phone and prepared to take a picture of it and send it to his friends. But when he saw Fengran's face, the movement to reach for the cell phone stalled. Indeed, at this moment, Fengran's beauty was a bit foul. The white dress lined her skin with snow, and her long hair whipped up by the wind gave her an extra touch of immortality. Three-dimensional and delicate features, clean like an imperial white moonlight coming out of a TV series. Richie has seen countless beautiful women, but this level of beauty, Rao had seen little, especially with a reference next to him. Net red artificial face and pure natural beauty a comparison. That Fengran is more all of a sudden beautiful to the heart of the rich second generation, but a beauty of this caliber is actually playing Twister with that guy? The rich kid looked at his Ferrari and then at the Netflix on the passenger side. He was instantly plunged into deep suspicion. Why? Where exactly did he lose? The live camera had been focused forward, and the netizens were kinda bored, but suddenly they saw the rich kid poking his head out. When they saw his skeptical expression again, they all burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, look, the tart who drives a Ferrari with one hand. He's playing me with that look. I was just so shocked. Are you sure he's in shock and not envious? Both drive cars with beautiful women, but how can the quality of the beautiful women vary so much? Shit, I get it with this analysis of you guys. If it was usual, I would be envious, but today, I can only say it's not as good as a hair on the anchor. Ha 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 ha, can't beat the car, but the female companion hangs on. I didn't expect to lose so completely in a Ferrari. It seems that picking up girls has nothing to do with cars. I won't buy the Ferrari. It's not that I don't have the money, it's mainly because I can't pick up girls. Poor in a hard mouth. Ferrari, I'm just a car. Why do I have to carry such a heavy burden? Until the two figures disappeared into the distance. The rich second generation had not slowed down from the scene just now. Staring blankly at the steering wheel, he was unable to calm his mind for a long time. Even the jump to green light was not seen. He didn't look back to start the car until an urging horn sounded behind him. After passing the stoplight, Su Yang turned into a small road. There were indeed a lot fewer people. This was also a shortcut that Su Yang knew, through which was the beach. With no one around to watch, Fengran was much more comfortable. Now it is not downhill. The speed is not so fast. See Su Yang carrying her laborious. She also took the initiative to follow along with the twist. It's not a very elegant move, but enjoy it. Who hasn't gone behind someone's back and done something that doesn't fit the persona? She's also completely letting herself go. Finally, their twister drove near the beach. Just got over here, and coincidentally, saw the red Ferrari again. After all, in a sea of vehicles that are either black or white, red is really conspicuous and flirty. However, Su Yang only took a faint look before withdrawing his gaze and continuing forward. It was after 5 p.m. and the sun was already slowly approaching the horizon. Many people come here to see the sunset. The beach was already crowded. When there are more people, it naturally attracts many stalls and vendors to do business. Barbecue, karaoke, children's play, everything. Especially the barbecue. The stalls are full of people standing in front of them. The fragrance that floats out Su Yang can smell from such a distance. The barbecue owner was grilling with great fervor when he happened to glance over and saw Su Yang's 2 men. This look stunned the owner a whole lot. The skewers in your hand are forgetting to turn over. The diners in front of the stall also turned their heads when they saw the owner like this. Then they saw a handsome young man carrying a beautiful woman in a twister, skidding toward the beach. At once, everyone's eyes widened. People who come to the beach have money to drive around and enjoy life. If you don't have money, you ride a bike. Petty people love life. But you come swinging on a twisted bike? There was silence from both the driver and the biker, and the rich kid in the crowd, who had just eased off, rippled again. Even though I've just seen it, I still feel like I'm having a heart attack. Nima, should we keep chasing and killing? Seeing so many people on the beach, Fongran's face reddened again and couldn't help but bury her head in Su Yang's back. Even though it was like that all the way through, being mobbed still felt like social death. Her face turned even redder at the thought that she had just twisted along with it. What has she done? Noticing Fongran's strangeness, Su Yang proposed, "Why don't we get off and walk around?" The sand was so hard to skate on that each step forward was more than 3 times as difficult as it had just been on the pavement. He didn't want to keep bothering, although the system prompt for the completion of the mission still hadn't sounded, but he wasn't in a hurry. The big deal was that in a moment he had the cheek to say that he would swing back again. Yeah, when Su Yang's proposal was heard in Fongran's ears, it was no different from an ancient emperor declaring a general amnesty. She was busy getting up, rubbing his already numb calves. He hopped in place again like he was stretching. It's kinda tiring to have your body in a constant state of tension. She's so active. Where's her usual high-flying goddess look? But then again, even the most high and mighty person can't be high and mighty when he gets into Su Yang's car and does such a sandy behavior. Thinking that he had gotten rid of the social death brought on by the twister, Fongran was about to rejoice. But in the next second, he saw Su Yang touch a rope from somewhere and tied it to the front end of the twisted car. And then, drag and drop. Fongran was dumbfounded. Did this twister save his life? And to carry it with you? Vaughn said it was very incomprehensible, but also respectful. Just like that, a handsome couple, holding a twisted bike, strolled along the beach. At this point in the broadcast, ha 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 ha, anchor I'm laughing my ass off. Walking this thing is too niche. Anchors are anchors, and you can find a track this small? There's dog walkers, there's baby walkers, you're walking a twisty bike? Get rid of your stupid bike. I'm not kidding. It's answering a commercial, isn't it? Or I can't imagine what he's holding it for. Can you change the scooter? I'll pay double for the ad. The TV show's business war hook, line and sinker. The real one. I'll offer twice as much. In the pop-ups, many netizens were telling Su Yang to throw the twister aside, because it's just an eyesore. What a beautiful image of handsome men and women strolling on the beach at sunset, but it can be hard to be destroyed by this holding of a twisted car. It wasn't actually Su Yang who couldn't be bothered to put it aside. It is really too many children on the beach. So fun twisted car, put aside absolutely will be which bear child to take to play. What else is the mission going to do if you can't get it back then? So regardless of the aesthetic impact, it's better to carry it. The two were speechless all the way. Fongran's mood was also quickly cured by the sunset in the distance and the brisk sea breeze. Even though they had gotten out of the car, the people looking at them still couldn't take their eyes off of them. Even the owner of the barbecue stand. Boss, you've got this string all mushy. I don't know who popped up with this before the boss came back to his senses. Excuse me, I'll rebake it. The owner awkwardly reinserted fresh skewers of meat. It was only when the aroma of roasted meat filled the air once again that the crowd put the scene from earlier behind them. Su Yang and Fongran walked to the beach and found a clean place to sit down. In the distance, the sun was already halfway in, and the evening sun tinted a large portion of the sky red. The occasional seabird passed over their heads. Everything was quiet and beautiful. Fongran was half lying on the beach, raising her delicate chin, the corners of her mouth containing a smirk if any. Half smiling, he enjoyed the rare peace. Seeing her like this, Su Yang didn't bother, sitting cross-legged and gazing into the distance. He didn't know what he was thinking, thought no one was paying attention to them, but the rich kid was standing not far away. He looked at Fongran who was comfortably enjoying himself, and then looked at the netizen next to him who was preening and pouting for him to buy new shoes because the sand had gotten into his shoes. The heart is really not in it. On what grounds? He couldn't get his head around it. Not to mention 4 wheels. Even driving a two-wheeled motorcycle to carry a beautiful woman around. He is not so difficult. Twister? Something his 3-year-old nephew doesn't even play with. I can't believe I can pick up such a high-quality girl with this piece of shit. Mud. The more I think about it, the more blocked I get. If eyes could kill a person. Su Yang had GA several times. And on Su Yang's side, after feeling this serenity for a while, Feng Ran felt a bit awkward not talking. So she initiated the conversation. So, what kind of girls do you like? Just after asking this, Feng Ran regretted it. With such a nice atmosphere and a lone man and woman alone, how is this question any different from a confession? She was worried that Su Yang would misunderstand, but she desperately wanted to know the answer. The heartbeat sped up by a couple of ticks, but Su Yang obviously didn't think about it that much, and after a little bit of thinking, he naturally returned. I like to like mine. I like to like mine. Hearing this answer from Su Yang, a trace of hope inexplicably rose in Feng Ran's heart. What kind of feelings she had for Su Yang? Perhaps she herself and not very sure. Is it simply gratitude for wanting to return the favor? Or do you have a good feeling and want to make contact? Or maybe you already like it and want to get closer? She doesn't know, but she was pretty sure that Su Yang must be a very trustworthy person, able to carry things and bring a sense of security, plus a great face and height. You don't need confirmation to know that he must be popular with the girls. Therefore, even if she wasn't sure about her feelings, Feng Ran wanted to fight for herself. There are many that like you. Is it hard to like them all? Vaughn asked snidely. While asking this, he was also quietly observing Su Yang's reaction. But Su Yang's reaction was always muted. But the tone of his reply remained indebted. Where are the people who like me so much? I'm not a softie. That's true. Su Yang was handsome, but he wouldn't be obsessively confident that everyone liked him. It's the soft money that kills both men and women. Everyone loves it. It's hypocritical of him to say he doesn't like it. However, the way Su Yang spoke like this had made Feng Ran bold. She smiled again and asked, so what if someone confesses to you? Of course I'm going to refuse. Su Yang answered directly without even thinking about it. Love was never a necessity with Su Yang. It also focuses on the idea of just going with the flow, meeting people when you can, and focusing on getting money when you can't. If you don't meet a compatible soulmate, then you'd rather make more money while he's young and then open a nursing home when he's old and hire a bunch of female caregivers under the age of 25 for the rest of his life. Besides, one needs to confess to him in order to be together. One must not feel it, so don't refuse to keep it for New Year's. At this point, a little girl watching the live stream gently shattered, and Feng Ran's smile was a bit unnatural as she whispered in a nebulous voice, confession rejected. I'm afraid that girl will be very hurt. Hearing this, Su Yang deflated his mouth in disapproval and secretly slandered in his heart, accepting that it was he who was injured. Between hurting people and hurting himself, he chose to hurt people. But while the heart thinks that, the mouth says something else. No, I'll be careful with the wording and decline politely. How's that for a euphemism? Feng Ran asked again. When she finished her question, she saw Su Yang actually climbed up from the ground, facing the setting sun, caressing his left chest, and even his accent was word perfect. Learn new ideas and strive to be a new youth. How can we talk about our children's love before our country is rich and strong? Seeing Su Yang being so solemn, Feng Ran's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What a euphemism. And no one else has anything to say about it. But any imposition is an obstacle to the progress of the new youth. What a drop of denial. And Su Yang's answer made the netizens in the live broadcast room laugh so hard that they were about to switch off. Fine. Learn to scrap. The black lettering gets redder the more you look at it. Ancestry of Shandong. Right. So we'll say you do not go to the examination of public pity. Anchor this beast is to see people's dishes. If it is his favorite, he will probably say again that he actively responds to the country's 3-child policy. Confession of dislike. How can a marriage be child's play? Confession of love, child's play. Crap. The double standard is well played. So, the question arises, who does the anchor like? Could it be Jiang Yan Yan? Jiang Yan Yan also confessed. The anchor didn't react. I think he only likes himself. Don't guess. It's me he likes. Geez crikey. The anchor shouldn't be that thoughtful. The pop-ups are hilarious and the netizens are chatting up a storm. Feng Ran, on the other hand, was a bit down, and undeterred. She was ready to give it one last try. It wasn't like Jiang Yan Yan who was so passionate and would say it outright. She would only be careful to try. I think I might like someone. Do you think I should initiate the pursuit? Feng Ran asked with a red face. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded his head seriously. Of course, if you like it, boldly go after it, don't leave yourself with regrets. This instantly made Feng Ran rekindle her hope. She pursed her lips and bravely asked again. Then what if I chase you? When she said this, Feng Ran was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. It didn't dare to look at Su Yang's eyes at all. Thought it would fall into a period of quiet. But I didn't expect Su Yang's slightly flirtatious voice to come quickly. Actually, sometimes giving up is also a virtue. Su Yang wasn't a fool. He naturally understood Feng Ran's hint. But his attitude remains the same. Everything is as it should be. And he's enjoying his current single status and really doesn't want to go through the pain of love. Reject it when you should. Never engage in the ambiguous stuff. Su Yang's straightforwardness had provoked Feng Ran's rebelliousness. She also became direct. But I like you. Su Yang had a sincere face. I thank you. Feng Ran was going to be exasperated. She puffed out her cheeks and emphasized again. But I really like you. Su Yang. Then I really thank you. The two of them were pulling back and forth. And the netizens in the live broadcast room were happily watching the fun. Never seen anyone confess so hilariously. That's an image I'd have to spit out high and low on anyone else. And it makes sense to me in the anchor. Our model is not a blow-up. Beauty, you're enough. Anchor, I'm not enough. I'm enough. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to die laughing. Tramp. Such a beautiful woman confessed that he actually refused. I was angry and a rage a little. Is it hard to believe that you expect him to say yes? That won't be necessary. Tried hard. Really can't. And Feng Ran recognized the truth. There was no telling who was going to be so lucky in the future. But she knew it wasn't herself. And Su Yang really didn't embarrass her. Changing the topic to talk about something else after a clear refusal. This made Feng Ran feel that it was good to be friends. Figuring that out was a lot more soothing. She's not a relationship brain. She can try to get it but never force it. The two agreed on this. But the rich kid not far away was not so nice. The excitement of one night after another had given him a heart attack. Driving a luxury car and dropping money to chase Netflix. People don't have cars and don't spend money. And they get chased backwards by beautiful women. The key is that he still does not agree. This damned find who to reason ah. The rich second generation felt that the sky had fallen. And did not react to how the netizen next to him was seduced. It was not until the last rays of sunlight disappeared over the horizon that the mechanical voice in his head came on as it should. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. Hearing this voice, Su Yang let out a breath of relief. The mission is finally complete. Well, let's go back. Feng Ran was still enjoying the moment of nightfall. After hearing Su Yang's voice, she was surprised and looked at the twisted car next to her. Not a word was said, but the look of disgust was obvious. One more time. Say nothing. Take a cab back. Su Yang also disgustedly kicked the twisted bike to the side and took out his cell phone to call Drip. Not having to ride this Feng Ran is still a pleasure. But the thought of going back is a little bit lost again. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. But there was nothing under the sun. And she was past the age of sentimentalism. That's it. It's fine. After sending Feng Ran home, Su Yang drove the Rolls Royce again to return the car. In the car, he went back to his reserved program before going off the air. Thanks to the old wreck boss for the reward. Thanks to the owner of Mouse, I'm going to start scraping for the reward. Thanks to the owner of Versailles of the rest for the reward. Thank you all for the gifts from Hikari and Yiffy. And I wish your mom's good health today. Mother's Day. If you don't know what to get for Mother's Day, consider leaving the house to send mom off for a day of peace and quiet. And of course, don't forget to take dad with you. Well, that's it for today's broadcast. See you tomorrow. After saying this, Su Yang decisively went off the air. After returning the car, it was almost 9 o'clock when I got home. Laid down on the bed, open the system, and start drawing. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the primary skill, Introduction to Legal Literacy. Aha! Legal literacy? Su Yang learned from the system that this skill was related to lawyers. The entry level is equivalent to a law school student. Not great, but what you should know about the law. The first reaction this skill gave Su Yang was that he would not be easily blackmailed in the future. Taking up the weapons of the law to protect yourself becomes more tangible. Skillful. Su Yang decisively chose, accept. Countless legal knowledge in basic cases instantly flooded into his mind after the voice fell. It took only 5 minutes to digest it all. When he opened his eyes again, the corners of Su Yang's mouth hooked into a smile. In the future, whether it's hands-on or reasoning, he'll do it. At this time on the internet, Su Yang's live replay today once again caused an uproar. In particular, he helped Feng Ran address the issue of being rumored, and the number of people involved in the discussion reached 1 million. It was even retweeted by many official accounts and became a classic case. Anyone who has watched the video has praised him for his wisdom. There was a steady stream of compliments, almost blowing Su Yang to the sky, until another video swept in from across the pond. That's right, it's a video of him racing down the road with Feng Ran on his twister. Is this the same guy? Ha. Is this the person I just bragged about in my endeavors? It's a bit rude, but it's really kind of stupid behavior. The fastest persona flop, bar none. How dare he? Isn't there anyone on this planet he cares about? I can be perverted online, but really not on the street. Not to mention, it's quite a walk to ride. This kind of bike is easy to flip if you're not careful. Practice makes perfect. Just like I've been an electrician for over 20 years. I know if there's electricity when I reach out and touch it. It's really the old grandmothers burrowing under the covers that make the master laugh. Such a contrasting move would have surprised netizens. And those fans of Su Yang were still all over the place, frantically posting those heaven-defying and ruthless jobs that he had done before in the comment section. This one made the internet even more lively. The related words are high up on the hot list and never come down. This also resulted in Su Yang's fans starting to climb rapidly. Last night it was just over 15 million. Su Yang woke up and had already reached 17 million. A full 2 million fans up. Scary as hell. When Su Yang saw this number, he himself couldn't help but smack his lips. It's a shame not to take a commercial with so many fans. That being said, he refused every time he was contacted by an advertiser. For better or worse, one of them is not short of money. The second is also that there are too many ads bursting at the seams, and he doesn't want to suffer that risk. There's also no team to help with the process, so it's a one-size-fits-all. After slowly freshening up and making himself a cup of tea, Su Yang checked up on today's tasks. Today's live mission: wear a black silk headgear and go to the bank to withdraw $50,000. Seeing that it was this mission, the tea that had just gone into his mouth was instantly sprayed out. Not bothering to wipe his mouth, he couldn't help but burst out first. Nima, you're playing for real. The good ones don't work the bad ones. He was just talking about it, not realizing that he had actually released this quest. With such a penal task coming up, is it far to go to the police station to sell toy guns? Just thinking about that image, Su Yang felt his eyes darken. Really? To not play like that? Just by seeing the content of the mission, Su Yang had already lost his temper. But after reading the mission requirements, it's a complete riot. Mission requirement 1, wear a black jacket, black silk headgear, and carry a large black bag to the bank to withdraw money. Mission requirement 2, ask a passerby how to get to the bank. Task request 3, ask the bank security guards how the bank security is. Task request 4, inform the bank teller that the money was withdrawn in order to be deposited in the bank across the street because the bank across the street said that a barrel of oil would be given for a deposit of $50,000. At this moment, Su Yang could no longer describe his feelings in words. It's a rhythm that's going to play him to death. Has the system been hit by a car in the head? How else could you come up with so many counterintuitive and ruthless jobs? Wearing a black silk headgear to withdraw money from a bank is outrageous enough. And ask a passerby where the bank is? Ask not only passers-by, but bank security how their security is? This wave is a real face opener. And at the end of the day, you have to say that the withdrawal was for a barrel of oil. Just thinking about that image made Su Yang's entire body crack. Unity son, let's not give up on therapy. It's just too scary for you. First time I hated black silk that much. Su Yang was flying all over the place by Missiontron. It also feels like the days are getting judged. Very tortured. Very torturable. However, he did thank the state system for saving his dog's life. If this was in Eagle Jam, the cops would have to empty their magazines on the spot. Using the skill to check, the mission looked criminal, but it really didn't break any laws either. There are no side effects other than being very socially dead and being treated like a psychopath. Who says you can't wear black silk on your head to get money? Freedom of dress, know what I mean? Su Yang started psyching himself up again. It also fulfills the saying that the system has abused him 1,000 times, but he treats the system like his first love. Finally, Su Yang still went from it. Open the live broadcast software. Modify the title of the live broadcast. Today's share of the whole job, live with a black silk headgear to withdraw money from the bank. After the modifications were made, the live stream was turned on decisively. For a while, countless netizens flooded in. Anchor, you're on fire again. Hanging on the hot search for another night. Yesterday's broadcast shocked the old man for 10,000 years. There are significantly more people today. It used to be just over $1 million at the start of the broadcast, but today it's just over $2 million at the start. Come on, thank me. I've been tweeting Anon all night. I just came in here after seeing the amenity post. Is this anchor as bombastic as you guys make it out to be? Of course I have. Let's see what kind of work the anchor is going to get up to today. As everyone's attention went to the headline, all went silent. The pop-up screen was quiet for a moment before it was instantly dominated by a screen full of question marks. Crap, that's too much torture. I give a straight thumbs up. You're tough. How badly does this troper want to go on a national diet? You don't have to be so euphemistic if you want to eat and live. Airy and safe sunny apartment. Modern minimalist pure jail style. Everyone is looking and cherishing. If the anchor isn't on the air tomorrow, he's probably just going in to step on the sewing machine. Drift away, and now actually play so big. The anchor is proving to us in action that there is never a lower limit to intelligence. Those new ones, let's just ask you guys if you're blowing up? This Tama, just looking at the title has already shocked me to the point where I don't know what to say. Why didn't I find such a treasure anchor earlier? If you don't know what you're talking about, is the anchor wearing black silk on her head to get money? Is it a proper money withdrawal? The netizens in the live room were shocked beyond belief, but when this pop-up screen floated out, they were dumbfounded. We all know that the process of withdrawing money is to queue up for a number, hand in your card and enter your PIN, and sign for your money. But the title just says to go in a black silk headgear? The netizen couldn't help but wince at the thought of a possibility. This withdrawal, it's not going to be a physical withdrawal, is it? The pop-up exploded at the thought. Holy shit, this is going to rob a bank. So those of us watching live won't be treated as accomplices? People sit at home, but trouble comes from heaven. Crossing the line, I'm just a stinking live viewer and you're actually trying to drag me into this? Prison burst preparation. At Magic City Police. Brother sorry, no idols before crime. Brother can only help you here. At Magic Police. Police uncle, you have a new order. Please check. I'll be on guard in the live room today, but if the anchor does anything illegal, I'll report it right away. Report? I'll just call the police. Don't ask. Asking is being aware. Looking at the pop-ups that refreshed in front of him, Soo-young cried and laughed a little. A progressive young man like him, born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, could do something that violates the law? But he doesn't explain. It's better to misunderstand the live broadcast. After making such a mess, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 5 million, and was rapidly approaching 6 million. The netizens were each glued to their screens, waiting in anticipation. Soo-yang, on the other hand, was slowing down and getting ready for work. Black jacket and black bag, readily available at home. Where to find black silk headgear? You can't buy a pair of black wires and button up 2 holes, 2 legs and a bow on top of your head? Fuck! How sick is that? Soo-young decisively gave up this idea and could only take out his cell phone to search on the same city online store. I didn't realize there was one. Clicking into the store and looking at the advertisement photo of the model with a black silk headgear, the corner of Soo-yang's mouth twitched in a few unseen ways. You can tell that no corners were cut on the black silk headgear sold in the store. Over the head only the eyes are exposed. The rest of the head is covered so tightly that you can't see it at all. Those who know you're in a headgear commercial. Those who don't think you're mugging. The image of a proper criminal. Thinking that only a few people would need to use this headgear. I didn't realize that the monthly sales were actually as high as 500 plus. By this? Soo-young was worried about the mental state of these 500 or so people. And after he placed his order, the store owner had the same concerns as Soo-young. You have successfully placed an order for 1 black silk headgear. Please check the delivery address. The store solemnly reminds that the product cannot be used for any illegal behavior. And once sold, it is non-refundable and non-exchangeable unless the quality of the product is questionable. Just after the order was completed, 2 store messages popped up. Seems like the owner has some legal sense and knows how to get himself off the hook. So Soo-young also replied a message to him. Urgent. Have the runner deliver it now. Pay on arrival. Requires brevity and conciseness. He wouldn't be looking for a store in the same town if he didn't need it right away. I guess this kind of request is often encountered by the boss. And he agreed to it very decisively. When the props were ready, Soo-young rummaged through the closet and put on his black jacket. Seriously, not cursing the system just because he's tired of cursing. What's the idea of wearing a black jacket on a 3-volt day? Go out in this, even if you don't do anything, and someone will think he's nuts. Who's good enough to wear a jacket in the summer? Soo-young sighed breathlessly, then turned around and walked to the basement, where he remembered seeing the large black bag. The memory is not off, but the size is off. He picked it up and giggled to himself. At this point in the broadcast, crap, such a big bag and you say it's not a robbery. The nylon material is waterproof and wear resistant. The leather carrying handle is not abrasive. It's simply a must-have prop for home trips and robberies. I can fix a black jacket. I really can't fix this one. It's such a big bag. It could fit me. How much is this going to cost to load? A couple million at a time. How much effort to grab cash? Just grab a card with a few $100 million in it and put it down. You're a big smartass for stepping on a horse. By that logic, in the future, instead of robbing money printing trucks, you'll be robbing trucks, right? Mud. Please shut up you live daddies. Talking about this on the air. Don't want to live. It's okay. It was the anchor who saw death first. There was a lot of pop-up talk. What started out as a righteous attempt to report and call the police was later engaged in a fiery chat. A lot of the content was even more criminal than Soo-young. Half an hour later, the errand boy delivered the black silk headgear. Soo-young paid the money, unwrapped the package and put it on his head. Not to mention, The quality is good, wearing a very comfortable, and does not affect breathing. You can give it a 5-star rating. Su Yang was feeling beautifully. It was only the errand boy who suffered, obviously already riding his bike and ready to leave, but for some reason he had to look back. This look is silly. Sunny Handsome exploded the robbers. Images of seeing the robber look silenced came to mind. With fear in his heart, he started the little donkey and darted away, so fast that he could see the stumps. Su Yang returned to his room. He couldn't help but look in the mirror. This photo, that mood began to be unspeakable again. Wearing a black jacket with a black silk hood and carrying a large black bag. Dangerous people any way you look at it. Su Yang people numb. Just this dress. A whole walking third class. Seeing Su Yang in this outfit, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't live to laugh again. See, this is a serious money withdrawal? Ha 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 ha. It fits the image of a robber in my mind too well. Promise me you'll lose a little less face if you don't take the hood off when you get caught. Today's live broadcast is a rare sight in the country. Everyone gifts away. Yes, yes, yes. Not for nothing. After all, the anchor behind the lawyers also want money. Counselor, please bring your shitty headgear to court. Cop, come on, come on. I'll listen to your sophistry. The netizens in the live chat room were all a no-brainer, arching fire to the fly. But while they were arching their fires, the gifts weren't being swiped. Various gift special effects once flooded the entire screen and Su Yang, in the arching fire of the netizens, went out of the door fully armed. It was fine in the neighborhood. Not a lot of people. If you go around, you still won't run into anyone. But once out of the neighborhood, people came and went on the street. And with Su Yang's outfit, the turnaround rate directly reached 100%. The passers-by were strange, but no one said anything. Magic City is a very inclusive city. There are groups of people who seek alternative wearing strange costumes. There are not a few who like cos. And there are many performance artists. That's why Su Yang's outfit looked just a little bit strange to passers-by. Don't really understand it, but definitely respect it. After all, with such good security, no one would think to associate his outfit with the bank. Roadrunners are indeed good roadrunners. But Su Yang didn't see it. Taking the first step, he followed the system to complete the task. The first step is to find a passerby and ask for directions. Su Yang looked around and found a young man sitting on a bench by the roadside playing with his cell phone a dozen meters in front of him. Just him. Young people are better mentally. Figured it wouldn't be intimidating. But the truth was that Su Yang had overestimated. Hello, crap dash. The young man just happened to raise his head at the same time Su Yang uttered his greeting. Under the four eyes, the young man was directly taken aback. The entire person leaned back, just to get away from Su Yang. Are you okay? Su Yang asked knowingly, trying not to look like a bad guy. There's no way around it. The whole face just shows the eyes. At this point, the young man looked at Su Yang with a scrutinizing face, from his clothes to his headgear, and then to the black bag in his hand. What does this guy do? People scare people to death. It was already scary enough to have someone pop up next to you, not to mention dressed so strangely. It was also that the young man had not been subjected to the beatings of society. And even though he was frightened, he still did not think in terms of crime. At most, they thought Su Yang was cosplaying a character from Crossfire. Eyes full of defense. Hello, is there a bank in this neighborhood? Su Yang's polite tone made the defense in the young man's eyes weaken a few more points. The leaning back body slowly sat up straight. Banks, huh? Reaching out, he pointed to the end of a road on the right. There's an ATM machine just around the corner there. It's true that young people these days are defensive. And it's also true that they're enthusiastic. If Su Yang's dress wasn't too weird, he probably could have helped lead the way. It's just that Su Yang was not looking for an ATM. He's looking for a business office. The kind with a counter. Su Yang once again explained his needs, which now made the young man puzzled as well. It's easy to withdraw money right at the ATM. ATM? Su Yang shook his head. No way. I want to find the business office. He said no because of the mission requirements, one of which required him to say the anticlimactic phrase to the teller. In order to accomplish the task, naturally, you can't use a self-service ATM. Su Yang's can't meant this, but it became different in the young man's ears. He was even more puzzled. Why not? ATMs are convenient and can be much more efficient than the counter. Whether you're depositing or withdrawing money, why do you have to go to the business office? The young man couldn't figure it out, but also gave the answer again after a few moments of contemplation. Then if you go ahead about 200 meters further, there's a farmer's bank. Halfway through the sentence, I don't know if it was the strings in my head that suddenly gave way. The young man shut his mouth in horror. The voice ended abruptly. Bank, masked, large black bag. He began to realize something was wrong. A bold guess comes to mind. Is there any other way to go to the bank dressed like that? The young man's eyes widened more than twice their original size at the thought. the body couldn't help but shrink back. No wonder you don't go to the ATM. That machine is hard to smash after all. When you go to a business office, you throw a big black bag into the counter, so you can pack as much as you want, right? If 2 more shots are fired, the image in his mind made the young man about to suffocate, and his entire body couldn't help but shiver. When they saw this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room, however, laughed miserably. Ha 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 ha, he's confused. It's too much of a Tama show to dress up like that to ask someone how to get to the bank? Why don't you go to heaven? The anchor has a bit of a conscience. He didn't bother to ask an old man, or he would have had to be scared out of his wits. True, a little conscience, but not much. Boy, do I deserve it? Ha 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 ha, you didn't deserve it. Meeting the anchor is what you were destined to have. Boy, you can't rob me after you robbed the bank. Oh. The live stream was already hilarious and the pop-ups were so funny. Is this the legendary two-way run? It's not always love that runs in both directions. It can be a condition. The pop-ups were frantically refreshing, and Su-yeon thanked him after getting the answer. Farmer's Bank, right? Thanks. After that, he headed straight for the place. It was only when Su-yang left that the young man felt the air around him return. He looked at Su-yang's back, breathing heavily, his face confused. It's not really going to rob a bank, is it? Scared and curious at the same time, wanting to follow and watch. Eventually the desire to survive overcame curiosity. It doesn't matter. You can watch it even when it's on the social news. According to the road the young man pointed out, Su-yeon really saw the sign of the agricultural bank after turning the corner. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The super high turnout along the way made him feel socially dead. Good thing I found the place, just across the street. At this time the business hall of the Agricultural Bank of China. Only a few customers in line to do business. And to one side, in the reception room, an older security guard is browbeating the bank receptionist and bragging about it. Back in the day, my name rang a bell on the road. The security uncle spat and bragged about his heroic past back then. From catching thieves with his bare hands, to catching white knives with his empty hands, to stopping 2 gangs from having a firefight. It's a gushing, wonderful thing to say. Listen to that receptionist laugh her ass off. Just as they were talking, the glass doors of the bank were pushed open. Hello, what business would you like to? When a customer comes to the door, the receptionist's mouth is quicker than her eyes and she gets out of habit. But when she welcomed up and saw Su-yang at the door, a hole stayed. Jin, what's wrong? The security uncle saw her stiff back and walked out of the reception room. Upon taking in the sight of the doorway, the cells in his body instantly tensed. Crap, what's going on here? Just in front of the bank, a young man wearing a black silk hood on his head, a black jacket and a large black bag stood there. The security uncle suddenly swallowed hard. Come on, you can't play hard to get for $2,000 a month? The security uncle was still frozen, not knowing how to react when he saw Su-yeon walking towards him. This time, the security uncle was even more confused. What are you doing here? You want to rob? You go to the counter. There's a lot of money in there. He's nothing more than an outsourced temp whose usual job duties are to stop takeouts. Stopping robbers is not in his job description. Just go over there with confidence and boldness, and you're guaranteed a smooth ride. The security uncle was crooked in his heart, but Su-yang was still walking straight towards him, without a hint of hesitation. Just so firm. The security uncle was even more flustered, secretly thinking, does this person want to take him as a hostage? Is this robber out of his mind? He's looking for a good hostage. That receptionist is good. No hands, no strength, and a soft body that's easy to push down. Innate hostage, sacred body. However, he doesn't even seem to look at the receptionist. It's all about coming at yourself. In that case, the security uncle's hand quietly felt for the baton at his waist. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused, even though they had been arching fire saying that Su-yang was preparing for a robbery. But no one actually believed he would actually rob it. Just like before, pure and simple for the whole job. Just for the hell of it. However, obviously in the whole live joke. But now see the security uncle touch baton. Netizens some taught. Anchor, take it easy, don't play it off. Aren't you spoofing to get money? What are you looking for the security guard for? Play for fun. Don't joke with your life. Be careful of getting a smothering in a while. This security uncle doesn't look young, but he's a real big guy. Are you sure you want to make it harder for yourself? I didn't understand the anchor's behavior before, and I understand it even less now. It's over. The anchor is going to get punched. I really can't bear to see that image. Wait for me to close my eyes first. What do you say, you figure? The netizens in the live broadcast room all raised their hearts for Su-yang. They knew that Su-yang was doing the whole job for the live broadcast effect, but the security uncle didn't know. If he were to call out with a stick, with Su-yang's current outfit, it would not be wrong at all for him to receive this stick. Seeing Su Yang getting closer and closer, the security uncle's baton was already half felt. Netflix even slowed down his breathing. The timid ones even closed their eyes. Finally, half a meter away from the security uncle, Su Yang stopped his footsteps. Netizens are relieved by this. The atmosphere in the live room was relaxed, but the atmosphere in the scene was even weirder. Unable to figure out Su Yang's way, the security uncle's whole body's muscles tensed up, and the hand holding the baton didn't dare to slacken at all. However, as Su Yang stopped advancing, the baton did not continue to draw out. The two form a stalemate. At this time, the receptionist lady on the side was also scared and held her breath. They, the bank employees, are usually exposed to some relevant training on emergency measures. It also includes what to do when confronted with a robber. Yet, in a country with such good security, the last bank robbery was 20 years ago. That's why learning this was not taken seriously at all. I even sometimes joke among my coworkers that I would like to experience it once. Otherwise I will have regrets in my career. But now when it really comes up, you don't even have the guts to move. The receptionist lady had already brainstormed a big play in the short time she had been there. It also managed to equate Su Yang with the robbers. And the same goes for the security guard uncle. Just as they were standing by, suddenly, "Hello, where do I get a number to withdraw money?" Gah! The receptionist lady's jaw dropped on the spot. Fetch money? The security uncle also stared blankly at this moment and silently put his baton back. He rubbed his ears exaggeratedly, afraid that he had misheard. But after seeing the equally dismayed receptionist, he was sure it wasn't a hallucination. "Are you a cashier? Is this the right way to withdraw money?" He almost had a heart attack, constantly soothing himself, trying to stabilize his overly fast heartbeat. The sudden quiet is what I fear most. After Su Yang said this, he also stopped making a sound. He even began to enjoy with mischievous amusement the transformation of these two men's expressions from horrified to hijacked. Extraordinarily interesting. About half a minute more passed before Su Yang spoke again. "Please ask, where do I get my number?" Hearing this again, the receptionist lady came back to her senses. Questions that you would normally have to answer hundreds of times a day and could form a conditioned reflex could now be so intimidating that you could forget to answer them. It could be seen how much of a shock Su Yang had brought. She hastily took several deep breaths to find her voice and put a professional fake smile on her face. "It's on the machine over there. Swipe your ID for a number." Su Yang nodded. "Thank you. You're welcome." Seeing Su Yang turn around to get a number, the receptionist lady and the security guard uncle let out a sigh of relief at the same time. It's good that it's not a robbery. Otherwise it's really hard to know what to do. We all have old people and young people. You can work hard, but you can't sell out. Just when they all thought that it was just a misunderstanding, Su Yang, who had taken a few steps, suddenly turned around. He looked to the security uncle and spoke again. "Again, may I ask, how is the security at your bank?" These words managed to make the security uncle's heartbeat, which had just decelerated, go wild again. "What?" The security uncle was confused. Unbelief once again surfaced in the eyes that looked at Su Yang. "Ask a bank security guard how the bank's security is. Want to hear what set of questions you're asking?" It's hard not to. The security uncle swallowed hard, and the thoughts he had just suppressed surfaced again. Could this guy have meant literally what he said about taking money? Fetch money. The security uncle felt a wave of dizziness, and hurriedly took out the antihypertensive pills from his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. That frightened look also made netizens burst out laughing again. "Security, bad. Or at me. Security, must we account for this today? Ha 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 ha. Anchor, this beast is so bad. Scaring people like this." The anchor didn't do anything. He totally scared himself. If you don't have a god's eye view and you see someone dressed like a robber, just ask if you're scared. Being a security guard at 40 is 20 years less of a detour. It's less of a detour. It's not a direct send-off to the brink. The anchors are pulling crazy. It's unkind. But still, I want to laugh. Life's ups and downs are all too bald. For what the anchor did, he deserved the beating. The pop-ups were hilarious, but the scene was as quiet as a pin drop. The commotion over here has also been noticed by customers coming in for business. However, they couldn't hear Su Yang's counterintuitive question. There was nothing so counterintuitive about each other's behavior that they didn't take it seriously. At most, he thought Su Yang's costume was a bit weird. From there, it didn't make much of a difference. The staff at the counter was alert and kept an eye on this side at first. Unfortunately, the receptionist young lady was so pulled by Su Yang that her CPU was burning, repeatedly jumping sideways through uncertainty, suspicion, danger, and danger lifted without a single definitive message back at all. So much so that the staff at the counter didn't take it seriously. In the entire business hall, only the receptionist lady and the security uncle injured world reached. Look at the security guard's uncle who's on antihypertensive pills. Su Yang didn't dare to play too much. and hastily added, "If the bank's security is not good, I'm planning to change the bank to deposit my money." Successful finders, drippy, logical and self-contained. Perfect. Su Yang was secretly marveling at his reflexes, but the security uncle had 10,000 grass mud horses racing through his heart after hearing this. "You stepped on a horse. Damn it. Can you say something in one breath?" The big gasp scared him to death. "There was a moment just now when I almost saw Tainan. What's the shock he's in if that's the only reason? What's with the anti-hypertensive pills? What's the bitterness left in your mouth?" The security man is numb. The eyes that looked at Su Yang could not wait to be quenched with poison. This guy really wanted to poison him. The security uncle cursed Su Yang enough in his heart before he squeezed out a smile with incomparable reluctance. "You can definitely rest assured of our bank's security." To think that back then, it is customary to want to brag about one's previous great accomplishments, but when he thought about how he was about to be scared out of his wits just now, the security uncle directly shut his mouth. "It's so humiliating. How dejected you were when you bragged. How humiliated you are now." Even the receptionist lady was speechless. "I just talked myself up so much, but people just put on a hood and said a few words, and it got to the point where I had to take a blood pressure pill." Men's mouths, lying ghosts. Nor is it aimed at individual minorities. She means, deathlessly aimed at everyone. Equality trumpi. But although the receptionist lady spat mercilessly in her heart, in reality she still gave the security uncle face. "Yes, the security at our bank is very good and the security staff is excellent, like the one in front of us." The receptionist lady began to blah 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 relaying the words that the security uncle had just bragged to her about. Hearing the security uncle a whole blush. Nowadays, these little girls, who read a lot, curse so advanced. Not one dirty word, but dirty. That's good. Su Yang nodded and turned around to continue walking towards the machine to take the number. Seeing him take out the number, the receptionist lady and the security uncle could not help but exhale the breath stuck in their throats. It's a day and a half, and going to work is more nerve-wracking than going to the grave. It's not easy to earn some nest egg. However, Su Yang didn't go and sit and wait for his number to be called after taking his number. Instead, he looked at the two again. At this look, they immediately tensed up again. Before they could mentally prepare themselves, Su Yang's finger counter popped out another sentence. "That glass, is it bulletproof?" Hearing this, the receptionist lady and the security uncle were once again dumbfounded. "What do you mean when you ask a bank employee if the glass is bulletproof? Can the curiosity stop? What does this guy want? Can you give a pain in the ass?" Not to mention that these two staff members couldn't tense up. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room were numbed by Su Yang's repeated tugging show. "Come back. You come back. Can't you just take a long drive and give it a go? What's the point of being so slow? Upstairs, are you sure you're talking about the anchor? I can't understand what you guys are talking about. But this behavior of the anchor is really not something. Anyone with a heart condition has to have a relapse on the spot. I'm already feeling sorry for this young lady and the security guard uncle. How did I come across such a thing? Who's a nice person to ask if the counter glass is bulletproof? Properly looking for trouble. Didn't knock him out. Still quality staff. Numb with laughter. Once again, the atmosphere of the scene became subtle. Su Yang waited for them to reply, but their hearts were cursing at this moment. No one opens their mouth. In the end, it was the security uncle who couldn't help himself and came over in a huff. "What the hell? I think the glass on the counter has to be bulletproof. After all, my money is in there too. And it's safe inside in case of a robber." The security uncle had only popped out 3 words when he was interrupted by Su Yang. He crackled a lot, hearing the corners of the mouths of the security uncle and the receptionist lady twitch and twitch. "Robbers? Do you want to look in the mirror and see who looks like a robber? The glass in their bank is not only bulletproof, it's also fireproof, and the quality is unbelievably good. Need you to be salty and ask questions here. If you come in dressed up and normal to ask, they will be sure to answer patiently. But you're wearing all black and a black hood." For the first time, the security uncle felt that this behavior was too offensive. Heart upset to death, set out more or less with a bit of gnashing of teeth. "Sir, you can rest assured. Our bank's glass, the gun cannot be penetrated. Fire cannot be penetrated, even if you use a hammer to smash." The security uncle wanted to say that the quality of the glass was exceptionally good, but he just shut up at the end of the sentence, because he was really afraid that Su Yang would use a hammer to smash it. Guns are hard to find, and setting fires is difficult. But the hammer? No hammer, no fire extinguisher yet? This young man can't be touched, so I'm afraid he's a mouthful and a superb man of action. If we do it for real, we're screwed. He works as a security guard at a bank and has sort of met a lot of people, but like Su Yang, it was really an unprecedented first time. And Su Yang's flirty maneuvers one after another also made the receptionist lady afraid. After the security uncle finished speaking, She also added, "Sir, you can put your money in our bank. You can put your heart at ease. Not only does our bank have a high level of security on all hardware, but the surveillance is directly connected to the police station. The slightest movement and the neighborhood police will be here soon. You can rest assured." The knocking in the receptionist lady's tone was simply not too obvious. There's no way around it. It's really easy to misunderstand the plausible things he says. Moreover, Su Yang's repeated temptations had also caused the alarms in the two men's heads to go off. If it's really a robbery, then be prepared. However, when in the midst of them waiting sternly again, Su Yang just nodded his head and walked to the hall to find a random seat to sit down and wait for the number to be called. Sometimes people are just kinda twisted. Su Yang doesn't trouble them, right? They're not used to it. The two men looked at each other and saw 4 words in each other's eyes. That's it? It's tempting to smack yourself again after reading such an expression. Is it hard to expect something to happen? Both men shook their heads helplessly before returning to their respective posts. It was just that gaze that from time to time, it would look towards Su Yang's direction. At this time, Su Yang was also in a good mood. So far, 3/4 of the mission had been accomplished, and as soon as the number was called to him, this mission would be completed, because he knows the rules of the bank now. As long as the withdrawal of 50,000, the bank staff must ask a question about the purpose of the withdrawal. Su Yang had already organized his language and was waiting for a moment to play well. Su Yang was honestly waiting in line. At that moment his neighbor was sitting in the seat of a big, muscular man with tattoos on his exposed arms, not to be messed with at first glance. Su Yang originally didn't have much interaction with him. He lowered his head and concentrated on his cell phone, while Su Yang was watching the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. But just because they leaned on their legs in the same direction, Su Yang goes right, he goes left. All know that the legs will go numb after crossing the legs for too long, and when the muscular man tried to change his feet, he kicked Su Yang directly. Originally, he was the party at fault, but he wanted to find Su Yang unpleasant, relying on his tallness. But when he looked over angrily, the expletives that wanted to soar out of his mouth were swallowed back hard. The muscular man looked around incredulously. Make sure you're not in the wrong place. This is the bank. But how did such a thing get in the bank? The hood he wore already allowed him to brainstorm the plot, not to mention the sight of a large black bag. I don't know if it was just his eyes, but he always felt as if the bulge had a weapon mounted in it. The muscular men were also scared that they all broke out in a cold sweat. The feeling Su Yang gave him could no longer be described as explosive, dangerous, to be precise. He, who had always been a bully, felt scared for the first time. It's hard to sit still when your ass feels like it's on fire. Obviously a big guy, but bounding around trying desperately to minimize his presence. Eyes kept darting around, hoping to see the security guard. Where's the security guard? Is there no one out there to take care of it? Is it subdued? And so on. Another question occurred to the muscular man as he looked for the security guard. They're in a waiting area where numbers are called. What are the robbers doing here? It was also at this moment that the muscular man suddenly realized that Su Yang was holding a white piece of paper in his hand. This piece of paper looks familiar. It's exactly the same as the one in your own hand. He, also in line? The muscular man was in a trance. These days, even bank robberies have to wait in line for a call sign? For a moment the sky was spinning. Has society turned upside down like this now? At this time, people kept coming in one after another to do business in the bank. An old man on crutches trembling came to the waiting area after taking the number. When he saw Su Yang, the crutches in his hand were scared off. Too late to pick it up and run deeper and deeper for the door. That speed, and it wasn't slowing down at all. Hearing the movement of the cane hitting the ground, Su Yang turned his head just in time to see the oldest man escaping. He was confused, but the internet laughed themselves silly. Ha 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 ha, a medical miracle. Moncler outlet store, the leg is healed. Man, there are still infinite possibilities with a little excitement. If I were, I would just lie down on the ground and say that the anchor was scared and did so many beastly things, and also let him know that he knows the evils of society. Spaced out bumper? Obviously didn't take a hit. Doesn't the fact that you didn't get hit mean you're not liable? Crap. If you say so, then I want to join. The oldest man had just been scared off when another older woman came in. Then young ladies, middle-aged men, without exception, all of them were shocked by Su Yang's outfit. Those who had been right there in the business office hadn't realized anything was wrong, but under their horrified gazes, a cadre of people thought of that worst-case scenario. For a moment, the entire hall was quiet. They were first horrified, then shocked, because everyone saw the number list in Su Yang's hand. You're a heavily armed robber, taking a numbered list of numbers in the queue? I'd say you're a man of quality. You robbed me? Call you unqualified, but you're robbing and standing in line. At this moment, the dozen or so people in the bank hall all looked at Su Yang. Those eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. So many hot gazes Su Yang naturally noticed. There was no way to react, only to carry on, just hoping to call his number faster and finish the job and leave. Su Yang was on the verge of social death, but the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, but they were laughing and spraying in unison. Ha 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 ha. Screenshots, all emojis. See that big sister next to you. She changed her expression 3 times in a minute. Onlookers, first to run or first to watch? Still too full to eat. Learn from the old man a little sense of danger. Anchor if really robbers. Here there is account 1. Are hostages. Watching everything will only hurt you. Suddenly I wish the anchors would actually mug a bit. I don't want to see their disappointed faces. Yeah, hijack it. Just for me. Ha 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 ha. I can't. I'm cracking up laughing. What blew up the most was the fact that they all thought the anchors were waiting in line to be called before they robbed them. And it was just disgraceful to watch. Little brother, can the boss do it now? Boss, wait, my number hasn't been called yet. But, ha 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 ha. The netizens in the live room were laughing like crazy. Whole living, arching fire. The expressions on the faces of the passers-by were more than enough to make them watch and laugh all over again. The netizens had God's perspective and knew that Su Yang was simply withdrawing money, but the passers-by at the scene didn't know. Their shocked expressions were all heartfelt and too real to be true. This pulls the comedy straight out of the bag and has the internet bursting with laughter. Once the netizens had a good time watching, rewards followed. It was also at this time that a sharp-eyed netizen saw a familiar figure appear in the camera. Isn't that Counselor Chang? Which lawyer Zhang? The victims of Donnie Darko. Ha ha, trigger keyword. I remember. Why is he here? Come to the bank either to deposit or withdraw money. You think everyone is like the anchor. Come to rob. Ha 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 ha. I actually think you're right. Lawyer Zhang's appearance brought the atmosphere of the live broadcast room to a new climax. After all, this man who was persecuted by Jin Huanjuan was really memorable to them. Even the newcomers who hadn't seen the previous live broadcast, they knew the whole story after the popularization of the other netizens. In an instant, the amount of pop-ups exploded. Ha 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 ha. Whoever stepped on the horse nailed my laughing point, so I can't stop at all. How can you look so funny when you're obviously serious and suited up? After that live broadcast, Lawyer Zhang should have slowed down. I don't know what his expression would be if he knew that the anchor was doing something so counterintuitive again. What expression I don't know, but definitely confused plus skeptical again. To fall into the hands of the same person twice. I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. It seems that the headgear is the best umbrella for the anchor. Don't take it off. It will be humiliating in the acquaintance game. It's okay, the anchor will weasel out. Anchor, Attorney Zhang. This is my first time doing this too. My family doesn't know. Ha 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 ha. Alcoholic dad. Sick mom. Bookish sister. Broken, he's got that flavor. The pop-ups were already flirting away. But Lawyer Zhang knew nothing about it. I just feel like there's something weird going on in this bank today. But the more I walked inside after picking up my number, the more confused I felt. What's going on here? There's obviously a lot of people in the hall. So why aren't they talking? It doesn't even move. Is the quality of the people of Mordor so high now? While Lawyer Zhang was wondering, he saw Su Yang wearing a black silk hood. As a lawyer's customary vigilance made him feel as if he was struck by lightning at this instant, and the hairs on his entire body stood up. He couldn't help but take a step back. This is the robber? Lawyer Zhang's first reaction was to try to escape, even though his profession required an extremely strong sense of justice. But when faced with danger, human nature still wants to retreat. To live to do justice, to die would be stupid. So Counselor Zhang tried to leave quietly. Also at this time, the number was called to Su Yang. The moment he stood up, he happened to make eye contact with Lawyer Zhang. Su Yang was also startled. How did he still need an acquaintance? Not only did Jin Huanjuan leave a shadow on Lawyer Zhang, but it also made Su Yang somewhat avoid the profession of lawyer for a short period of time. A lawyer trying to key in on words. That behavior of Su Yang was more or less illegal. Even if it's not illegal, the moral dimension doesn't make sense. Now that Su Yan ran into Lawyer Zhang, just like an elementary school student running into a teacher, his body instinctively stiffened and his eyes became evasive. Obviously, he was a bit vain, but in Lawyer Zhang's eyes, it turned into another layer of meaning. If it wasn't a robbery, why so afraid of eye contact? The discovery made Attorney Chang sweat. You're not going to kill him to silence him because you just saw the eyes. Just as Lawyer Zhang was frantically brainstorming, Su Yang walked out carrying that big black bag of his. He deliberately lowered his eyes to avoid eye contact. At this time, the Lawyer Zhang has been too scared to move. Do not dare to look at Su Yang's eyes. Just in the heart of the crazy cry, you do not come over ah. His legs went weak and he was close to falling to his knees. However, Su Yang just brushed past him and headed for the counter. Counselor Zhang was confused. That's it? Is this a sign of disdain for him? That he poses no threat? Or are you confident that you have the situation under control? He's a barrister. Just ignored? It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. And when the staff at the counter saw that the next customer was Su Yang, their faces tightened up. Without moving, he placed his hand on the red button under the table, but he didn't hesitate to press it at the slightest hint of trouble. He had noticed Su Yang from the moment he entered the door. Other than being dressed strangely, there were no other strange behaviors. But it's better to be careful. Counter staff are not like passers-by. They are much more stable. Even if it's really a robber, this glass will stop it. Hello? What kind of business are you doing? Take the money. Take 50,000. Hearing the word withdraw money, the staff at the counter did not have much of a reaction. But lawyer Zhang was dumbfounded first. It's not a robbery. It's a money withdrawal? Seeing the ID card Su Yang placed on the counter, he was sure that Su Yang really came to withdraw money. The thought of the image I had brainstormed made me instantly cry at my own stupidity. Don't play like that. Wearing a black silk headgear to get money. Something so bombastic. He'd only seen it twice in his life. Previously. Don't mention it. And then encounter that brat who speaks of legend of Xinhuan. He had to tell him properly. A mountain was recruited. 2 pieces of jade in the passing of the love pass. The 3 sides of the power to fight cheerfully. 4 monks go to break through the pass. See if he can guess the plot. Lawyer Zhang was in a state of indignation, with everything written on his face. Unbeknownst to him, the netizens had been laughing so hard they were about to jerk over as his expression changed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Lawyer Zhang's 3 views are once again on the verge of breaking. It's too shoot. How do you keep catching a man griping? Good news. He didn't recognize the anchor. Bad news. Still shocked for a million years that he didn't. Counselor Zhang, so brave. Whose ministry is it anyway? In one's life, one is never right not to fall twice at the hands of the same person. But if that person is an anchor, that's a different story. It's okay, take a nap wherever you fall. The pop-ups continue to be hilarious. At this moment, everyone in the hall was looking at Su Yang with a fearful yet curious gaze, because half a minute had passed and he was still standing at the counter without moving. I have my ID card, but where's my bank card? I've felt my pants pockets, then my shirt pockets, and I've even searched my big black bag. The action was horrifying for anyone else. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. And the bank staff's hands, too, were already shaking slightly. What is this? Looking for the murder weapon? That staff is numb and highly strung. Finally, found it. Don't you move. At the same time Su Yang pulled out his bank card from his fart bag. The staff member excitedly stood up and shouted. But when he saw that Su Yang's hand was holding a bank card, his whole body was bad. Click. The taut strings in his head suddenly snapped. Under the strong mental pressure, the brain began to supply insufficient blood, only to feel a wave of dizziness. Thought he was pulling out a murder weapon, but it turned out to be a bank card. This shock made the staff themselves embarrassed. What's wrong? Su Yang asked knowingly. Seeing how he reacted like that, I think he must have misunderstood. I really don't blame myself though. There are so many banks and picking this one was random. You have to find a bank card to match? Otherwise it wouldn't really be a riot. Su Yang was quite reasonable, except that his actions almost scared people out of their hearts. That red button was so close to being pressed. The staff was about to collapse, but Su Yang's behavior couldn't pick a single fault, and in the end, he could only helplessly squeeze out a smile. It's nothing. Processing for you now. Take Su Yang's ID card and bank card, put it on the machine and scan it. Seeing Su Yang's information displayed on the computer screen, his eyes were once again complicated. Obviously such a handsome young man, why the headgear? Or this misleading black silk headgear? And the ID is clean. Not wanted. After Su Yang entered his password, the bank balance showed a few $1 million, and he wasn't someone who lacked money, so the staff wondered even more about what he was trying to do, but that wasn't his concern. Now that the danger is out of the way, let's get on with the business. Mr. Su, there are now bank regulations. Withdrawals of 50,000 by 50,000 or more need to be told what they are for. The staff member inquired while tapping on the keyboard, and Su Yang happens to be waiting here too. He coughed lightly twice and said, take it and deposit it in the bank across the street because the bank across the street said deposit 50,000 and get a barrel of oil free. As soon as the words fell, the staff member's hands, which were still tapping on the keyboard, hung in midair. He looked at Su Yang with a bitter smile, obviously dressed as a robber, but said such words that collapsed his persona. All this fuss for a barrel of oil? Hearing Su Yang say that he was withdrawing money just for a barrel of oil, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded with laughter. You're a horse. Do you really want to laugh at me? You better really only want a barrel of oil. Row, row, row. It turns out that waiting for me here is simply anticlimactic. The job show made my head spin. And the look on the bank staff's faces just played me. You're giving away a barrel of oil for depositing $50,000? Then if you deposit $100 million, you'll get a free car? Laugh it up. What do you need oil for when you have $100 million? You deposit $100 million, not to mention a carload, and have the governor squeeze it for you personally, and he agrees. Can't you be bold when you've saved so much money? Listen to me and ask for another load of rice. This session's netizens are rich, but overly cautious. There was a lot of pop-up talk. The mission completion beep also came as expected. The mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. Hearing this voice, Su Yang was in a good mood. However, he didn't take the hood off right away because he knew that lawyer Zhang hadn't left yet. He didn't want to be caught discussing Donnie Darko any further. Seeing that Su Yang didn't look like he was joking, the staff member could only politely say, Mr. Su, if you're just doing it for a barrel of oil, it doesn't need to be that much trouble. Our bank can give it to you. Hearing this, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Still, he was just supposed to get the job done. It didn't matter if it was oiled or not, but if he really wanted to give it away, he would gladly accept it. If there's a bargain to be made, son of a bitch, yes, that's fine. Seeing Su Yang's agreement, the staff hurriedly had someone bring in a bucket of oil. Then symbolically, he asked, Mr. Su, do you need any other business? As long as Su Yang said no, he would return the card and ID. Send this great Buddha away. But just after he asked, Su Yang blurted out, yes, take another 50,000. He also stuffed the bucket of oil into the big black bag after saying that. Not to mention, it's just the right size. Take another 50,000? The staff was confused. I just withdrew 50,000 to deposit a barrel of oil in the bank across the street. So now, a bad feeling came over me. This feeling had just surfaced in his mind when Su Yang's voice came over. I heard they're giving away a bag of rice for depositing 50,000 at ICBC now. You fetch me 50,000 and I'll go over and collect the rice. Put. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a poof of laughter came from behind him. Su Yang turned around to see that it was an old woman with gray hair. Just now, thinking that Su Yang was a robber, everyone was nervous. But now that the suspicion was lifted, the atmosphere naturally returned to normal. Seeing Su Yang looking over, the old lady smiled and said, deposit 50,000 in the CCB now and they send 2 boxes of eggs. When the old lady spoke, the others were happy to share the information they knew about the Farmers and Merchants Bank can now deposit 100,000 to smash the golden egg. I went to deposit yesterday, smashed out 100 shopping cards at CBC is now giving away thermoses, free small appliances with credit bank deposits. They also have big customer rebates at the bank, as long as the deposits are over $500,000, and none of these tellers will volunteer it. You have to ask them for it. Everyone was talking about it, and Su Yan listened with a smile on his face, but the staff inside were so embarrassed they wanted to find a crack in the ground. These grandparents, old aunts, know all the activities of the major banks too well. He guaranteed that if he left the 50,000 deposit with another bag of rice, the young man in front of him would ask for another 50,000 to be withdrawn in exchange for 2 cartons of eggs from CCB. The staff is going to have a meltdown. When he thought Su Yang was a robber, he hadn't been so devastated, but now he was really feeling ahead of 2. Banks are now pulling out all the stops to solicit deposits. He can't give away his savings. A big client like that has to stay in their line. So, the staff immediately said again in a tone that was for your own good, Mr. Su, in order not to delay your precious time, it also prevents you from walking around insecurely with cash. All these gifts are available to you in our line. Includes big client rebates. The staff finished almost cried. This person came to scare him, not to mention, but also a penny without depositing basket away so many things. In this instant, he suddenly felt that the young man in front of him was no different from a robber. It's just that he robbed legally. Yes, Su Yang was almost about to laugh. I didn't realize there was a windfall. The rest of the time was Su Yang constantly loading things into his big black bag. Oil, rice, thermos, souvenirs, tea. The bag that was so deflated when I arrived is now stuffed to the gills. Seeing a scene, the netizens in the live room couldn't live without laughing. Ha ha ha, thought you were here to rob, but it turns out you're here to stock up. You have to pay to get in. Did you see him pay? Rounding up is robbery. It can still be played like that. I'll try it someday. Do you have millions on your bank card? Crap. Can you stop asking questions that are so detrimental to unity? Let's just say it's too much of a show. The first person to pull the wool over the bank's eyes. After packing up his things, Su Yang even politely thanked the staff at the counter. Thanks. You'll have to let me know the next time there's a deposit giveaway. Also next time. The corner of the staff member's mouth twitched. This $0 purchase is still addictive. Mentally, he was spitting, but on the surface, he still smiled and replied, okay. Carrying his bulging bag, Su Yang headed for the door. Seeing Su Yang coming over, Lawyer Zhang even subconsciously made way. The main reason was that the shock this young man brought to him was too great. It also gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't remember where the familiarity came from. It was a good thing he hadn't thought of it, or he would have had to break his defense once more. It was not until Su Yang's figure disappeared in the doorway that the bank hall returned to its previous noisy state. Young people nowadays, they just love to engage in this kind of abstraction. It's scaring me to death. Times are different, and the behavior of young people is more and more difficult to understand. But he's really fishing for something good, and we'll manage to get the bank for it later. Yes, and if you don't give it to us, we'll withdraw the money and deposit it elsewhere. Ha ha, well, my house just happened to run out of gas. Just after walking out of the bank, Su Yang couldn't wait to remove the headgear. He was really afraid that the security guard would call over with a stick just now. Despite having the skill on his side, it hurts to take a solid hit. Suffice it to say, this was the highest risk factor he had ever had since he had been live streaming his entire life. A friendly reminder that it should not be tried lightly. Don't say Su Yang taught you even if you try. With the mission complete, he had time to look at the live interface that he was glancing at. That look was a shock. Normally his gift income from a live broadcast was around 1.5 million. But today, it was over 3 million as of now. And all kinds of great gifts are still coming in. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that the netizens are arching the fire again to get the bigwigs on all sides to start a gift war. Old Rek launches a sneak attack later and cuts Deep Love right down. Time is like the wind. Age is like porridge is not to be outdone. And the false move is once again against the odds. Chaiyuguan of Wuchao Mountain, don't you dare to go wild. When autumn comes on the 8th day of the 9th month, I'll kill all the flowers in bloom. 1 second you're high-minded, the next you're alive or dead. The battle is raging and Porky Pig is clearly out of his depth. So hold your horses, we're inserting a commercial. 30 merits and fame dust and earth. Sorry, I just finished watching Man Jiang Hong and I strung out the channel. The first time I watched the live stream I had the illusion of hearing a book. The gift war battle is fierce. Netizens are also each show their skills to start the whole live flirting. The pop-ups were hilarious. Su Yang took a look at the gift list. They were all familiar people. These IDs were not only famous in their own live rooms, but were also heard throughout the platform. It's a lot of anchors competing for attention. But at this time, they were in a bloody battle to kill in the live room. This also allowed Su Yang's income to start climbing. The big battle continued until Su Yang returned home. Seeing that the pop-ups had died down quite a bit, he thanked all the bigwigs one by one before going off the air. As of today, Su Yang's income through live streaming was nearing 35 million. This is basically wealth freedom for him who has a very low materialistic drive. But no one is too rich. What if this is the time for a balance doubling card? Just after having this thought, Su Yang hurriedly opened the system. Start the raffle. As soon as the words left his mouth, the familiar roulette wheel appeared before his eyes. After the roulette wheel spun rapidly, the needle landed in one place. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced skill, Game Master. The skill came as a surprise. Wanted a balance doubling card and was given a game to play. I've drawn one before, but it was a beginner. And this advanced one is obviously even better. Let's take King for example. A beginner Game Master can put you on King or even Glory with ease. Advanced Game Master, on the other hand, is the equivalent of a professional player. Don't look at the number of people who play the game, but there are only a handful of people who make it to the pros. Overall, it's awesome. Although Su Yang felt that there was no use for it other than to use it to bring a sister to act like a pussy. But there's no such thing as too much skill. More skills are better. The advanced skill replaced the beginner one, while the previous one, the beginner Game Master, was converted into a reaction to be added to the attribute. Let the reaction go from 100 points to 105 points. Claim your skills. As soon as the words left his mouth, all kinds of game operations and sparring awareness were instantly poured into his mind. Even the muscle memory of the fingers reacted as they should only after tens of thousands of matches against each other. Su Yang couldn't resist and wanted to give it a try. Also at this time, Jiang Yanyan's dialogue box in WeChat suddenly popped up. 2 short and succinct words. Open the door. Su Yang froze for a moment, walking to the window and looking down. A woman in a floral dress and sunglasses was standing in the doorway. Who is that if not Jiang Yanyan? Afraid that Jiang Yanyan would come uninvited like last time, Su Yang didn't leave her a key. Seeing her appear, Su Yang hurriedly walked down and opened the door. Not working today? It's hot. It's hot. Jiang Yanyan ignored Su Yang, opened the door and quickly barged into the house towards the refrigerator. pulling it open and removing a bottle of soda. He tilted his head back and took a swig. The coolness of the soda cleared away the heat, and she let out a satisfied wow before saying, "I didn't work. I went back to see my sister today." Su Yang let out a hum and didn't react too much. He naturally knew who the sister in Jiang Nian Nian's mouth was, but he just didn't care. The original owner had a mother-son plot, not him. As long as it doesn't bother him. Love it. It is also seen Su Yang did not chat about this interest. Jiang Nian Nian and changed the topic. "I heard that you robbed a bank today?" These words managed to choke Su Yang. "What do you mean? Rob a bank?" That's where the rumors come from. But his behavior was similar to robbery, and the loot was still plainly over there. Su Yang helplessly admitted. "Yeah, and robbed quite a lot." Never spoiling the fun is one of Su Yang's strengths. And when you say rob, it's rob. Ha ha, kinda. It just so happens that I don't have any dinner. So you'll cook for me tonight? Su Yang nodded. Okay. He's not in the habit of ordering takeout. Plus with his skills, his cooking tastes pretty good. So he fires himself whenever he has time. Cooking for one is cooking for two anyway. And it was a quick yes. Then I'll have the northeastern food. Northeast famous cuisine. Jiang Yin Yan wasn't polite at all, and was very picky about having famous dishes. But this cuisine made Su Yang frown. Northeastern cuisine is fine. Northeastern famous cuisine might not be so good. Why not? You won't do it? Su Yang gave him a blank look. It's not impossible. It's very penalizing. A moment cannot. A moment and very criminal. Directly Jiang Yin Yan confused. What do you mean? Su Yang sighed. If you want to eat a pot roast, a bone stick with sauce or something, it's okay. But the famous dishes. Speaking here, Su Yang paused for 2 seconds, then asked rhetorically, do you know why there is no northeastern cuisine within the 8 major Chinese cuisines? Why? Jiang Yin Yan's eyes glazed over, a curious look of an inquisitive baby. Seeing her like this, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. There's a dish in the northeast called chicken stewed mushroom. It wasn't called that before. It used to be called mushroom stew with flying dragons, but flying dragons weren't allowed to be stewed anymore, so it was changed to mushroom stew with chicken. And then the grouse became a protected animal, too, and it became what it is now, chicken stew. The ingredients of the famous northeastern dish, the big ones know martial arts, the small ones know spells, and the not so small ones are protected by the law. How dare you eat? Eat one without squeaking. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Jiang Yin Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, that's indeed very criminal. Former northeastern cuisine, steamed deer antler, steamed bear paw. Current northeastern cuisine, pot roast, iron pot stew. You don't have to pick. I'll just fix you a few random dishes for dinner. Su Yang took out his cell phone to place an order for ingredients when he finished speaking. He would like to go to the market and pick fresh ones himself, but he can't help it that the sun is too strong outside and he really doesn't want to go out. Jiang Yin Yan also good to talk, as long as you can eat ready-made, anything. After buying the ingredients, Su Yang was idle, thinking of the skills he had just acquired. He proposed, why don't we play a game? When it came to playing games, Jiang Yin Yan's eyes lit up. Playing games? Cosplay? Escape rooms? What young people like she likes. Now when she hears that she's going to play the game, she's more motivated than anyone else. Hurrah! What's the game? Toward the king. Sister already 50 stars. Sister take you ah. Jiang Yin Yan was so outspoken that she actually started calling herself sister. This made Su Yang helpless and amused, but he didn't take the name calling seriously, and responded obediently. Okay, sister take me flying. Su Yang wanted to lie down and win, but he had really overestimated Jiang Yin Yan's level. The war record was red. Ah, what's with today? Jiang Yin Yan was so angry that she wanted to drop her cell phone. In the past, even if they lost, they wouldn't be abused so badly like today. Even if Su Yang reported points to her, it wouldn't change the fact that she was kneeling in a row. In the end, it was only thanks to Su Yang's fielding that things slowly got better. I have to say, this skill is really good. Glory and above matchups can also easily crunch messy kills, and throughout the game, Su Yang was crunching kills and Jiang Yin Yan was crunching. They were playing pleasantly on their side, but Su Yang's live broadcast today caused a furor on the internet. None other than Su Yang's behavior today was suspected of causing panic. It's a bad influence after all to have people misunderstand that it's a robber going to the bank to get money. Some marketing numbers that like to bring the tempo started to open their mics passionately in response to this behavior. Many official numbers are also being retweeted. But what made people facepalm was that it was obviously the same group of people who praised Su Yang yesterday. A 180-degree turn in attitude just one day later. This caused their own credibility to be questioned before what they reported could have an impact on Su Yang. Dabble in whatever has heat. Before Su Yang realized it, the fans had already disliked those marketing numbers and deleted their statements. And Su-young didn't know he was being criticized since the beginning. The next day, Su-young slept until 10 o'clock before waking up. Yesterday and Zhang Niannian played the game until more than 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Already on the 80-something stars still do not know enough. If Su-li hadn't come over to pick her up, it was estimated that she could have dragged herself through an all-night fight. You're 20 years old and you're still so addicted to the internet. After spitting, Su-young rolled out of bed and walked into the bathroom. Su-young opened the system to check today's quests while washing up. Today's task, get help from a mentor for internet addiction. When he saw the first few words, Su-young also felt that the mission was quite fitting. Just after spouting off about Zhang Niannian's internet addiction, a quitting mission came along. But when he read the entire mission, today's mission, ask a web addiction mentor to help Spider quit his web addiction. But Su-young was still brushing his teeth, and the water in his mouth directly sprayed out after reading it. It's a horse's ass. Su-young cracked in place, giving Spiders a break from web addiction. How many years of brain clots does it take to come up with a job? It's so anti-human. Is this the net that people's addiction instructors quit? Su-young man went numb and kept pressing his temples. But in the end, it was a resigned acceptance. After shuffling around, open the live streaming software and change the title. Today's portion of the whole job, live streaming a mentor who helps Spiders quit web addiction. Due to the late hour of today's broadcast, many netizens had already flocked in and waited before the broadcast even started. Su-young's failure to show up didn't affect them in the slightest to start a hot chat. Anchor is late today. A little bored. So let's give you a fill-in-the-blank question to do. .com. Is this proper fill-in-the-blank stuff? I can do this question. I was horribly strong at filling in the blanks when I was a student. .com. So please savor it. I'll go. Thank you, righteous father. Friendly reminder to close the door before you look. But a few moments later, postpartum care for sows? I've got my tissues ready and you're showing me this? I'm with you heart to heart and you're playing with my head. Sand him. I'm going to sand him. There had never been any live room like Su-young here. Even before the show has started, the pop-ups can be hilarious. Also at this time, Su-young opened the live broadcast after revising the title. This time, the netizens who had just been teased had a place to sue. Anchor, look at him, dead green tea sound. Anchor, he bullies people. I urge you to talk properly or I'll have to draw my 40-meter machete. You guys are screwing the anchors out of their minds. It's better to see the job the anchor is going to straighten out today. The pop-ups were already lively enough, but when they saw the job Su-young was going to organize today, it couldn't be described as a blow-up. Ha 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 ha, what do I see? Weaning Spiders from web addiction. Is this something a human being can do? Against all odds, why don't you ask a monk to turn on the light bulb? This can be had. The anchor will be whole this tomorrow. Crap, the anchor's whole rebellious and ruthless job was already rebellious, and you guys are still providing material? It's true that with every kind of anchor, there is a fan. It's so worrisome that you guys are in such a state of mind. The pop-ups are blowing up. Some of the newer fans who hadn't seen the world had been completely dumbfounded. Even the old fans who had been following Su-young couldn't help but shudder every time they saw a new headline. Every day is so explosive. Don't you want to die? Ignoring the pop-ups that flew by in front of his eyes, Su-young had already taken out his cell phone and searched for various internet addiction recovery organizations on the internet. In a big city like the Magic City, all kinds of organizations abound. Even a cold turkey organization like Internet Addiction Recovery has one. Nowadays, this society is flooded with all kinds of electronic products, and there are all kinds of games on the internet. There are few teenagers who suffer from internet addiction. Every now and then, there are news reports about who's underage addicted to games and what happened to them, and who recharge tens of thousands of dollars to spend all their parents' hard-earned money. Abound. So, such institutions have come into being. Su-young carefully understand. This kind of institution mainly focuses on psychological counseling, from the heart to help people eliminate internet addiction. It looks professional and formal. However, as far as Su-young knew, the institutions for quitting internet addiction in the past were not so humanized. Counseling? It doesn't exist. Militarized management in the case of minor cases, or direct electroshock therapy in the case of major cases. Simple and brutal. When he first saw the news, it was so scary that he didn't dare to touch his cell phone for a day, for fear that it would be electrocuted if he touched it when it was electrified. Just looking at it has such an effect, let alone trying it for yourself. That was unbelievably sour. Good thing it's becoming more humane now. Su-young chose a formal-looking internet addiction treatment organization from among them and called the number over. The phone was quickly answered and, hello, this is the Tai Chi Internet Retreat Center, specializing in helping people quit internet addiction. May I ask if you need help with this? The lady who answered the phone spoke in a very formulaic way, her voice sounding sweet but without any emotional ups and downs. Seems like a numb beatnik. Then again, It's almost always little kids who need to quit internet addiction. What's not crazy about working with little kids day in and day out? Yeah, I need help. Su Yang tried to make his voice sound proper. It's annoying enough for people to work and then to meet a piece of shit like him. That's even more annoying. Su Yang's conscience only lasted for a second, and immediately began to be inappropriate again, directly setting the other party up. I wanted to ask, is it true that you guys can help with total internet addiction over there? The professionalism of the organization was questioned and the lady who answered the phone didn't seem too happy about it. The reply came with a few more confident tones. That's for sure. The instructors at our organization are professionally trained. With complete cooperation with our treatment, you can definitely succeed in quitting internet addiction. Noticing that she said too full, the lady who answered the phone and immediately changed the topic. In fact, the child can get addicted to the internet, and the parents cannot be separated from the relationship. A lot of parents nowadays are on their cell phones every day, not to mention kids with even less willpower. So to get your child off the internet, you need the cooperation of the parents as well. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, do you and your child usually communicate much? This question caused Su Yang to freeze on the spot. Communication? How do you communicate with spiders? Su Yang froze, but the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed themselves silly in unison because of this sentence. Ha 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 ha, I'm proof that there really isn't enough communication. Can't communicate. Language barrier. Bricklayer said that animals can't become sperm after the founding of the country. It's only scary if you can communicate. And the whole live broadcast explodes into a freak show. This internet addiction is not an internet addiction. Big sister, if she knew it was to wean the spider off the web, the image would look good just thinking about it. The netizens were grinning from ear to ear, and Su Yan responded calmly back after a moment of reaction. We do have a great lack of communication, mostly because I tried to talk to it and it wouldn't talk to me. What Su Yang said was the truth, but when he heard it in the other party's ears, he was properly categorized into the target customer group. The child doesn't hitch a ride for their agency to work. Just by the sound of her voice, I can feel that Missy is in a better mood. So that makes it all the more important for you to have our help. If I guess correctly, you must have no patience with your children's education. You might even scold in a hurry, right? Su Yan thought for a moment. Cursing is not a problem. It's usually a direct hand-to-hand fight. Sometimes there are coppers, like slippers, and... Wait. Su Yang was still giving examples when he was interrupted by the other party. The young lady's voice became serious. This parent, scolding won't solve the problem. It's probably because of attitudes like yours that your child is addicted to online games. In the face of the accusation, Su Yang's attitude was good, and he asked sincerely with another stifled smile. You're right. So will you have a way to communicate? Of course. I told you we're professionals. The young lady was confident and finished by initiating the invitation. You see, when you are free to bring your child over for a visit, it's better to quit this internet addiction thing sooner rather than later. And it's also good for easing your relationship and better for your child's development. The young lady said it all, said Su Yang's heart. Except, really, with spiders? Wouldn't that scare the shit out of someone? A lot of internet addicts are cranky and irritable. He can't afford to scare people. Then again, you don't want to be treated like a psycho. And there's a difference between being treated like a psycho by one person and being treated like a psycho by a group of people. So Su Yan simply asked the other party if he could come to his home. Faced with such a request, the young lady appeared to have encountered it for the first time, and she froze so much that she didn't know how to react. In order to convince the other party, Su Yang also thought of an excuse. I'm sorry, its internet addiction is just too serious. Point blank. The rest is on its own. And Su Yang's words also made the other party successfully think that the person they were trying to help was a heavily internet-addicted teenager. They have come into contact with such internet-addicted teenagers, and coercion only produces a rebellious mindset, and in severe cases, a tendency to self-harm. This made the young lady extra cautious as well. Wait a minute. Wait for me to ask. There was silence on the other end of the line. Su Yang also did not destroy and waited quietly. Soon the young lady brought a reply. Yes, our tutors can come to your child's home. Only, the cost will be as you say. Before the young sister could finish, she was interrupted by Su Yang's voice. For the outrageous things he was about to do next, he was always more than willing to spend a little extra to minimize the guilt. Su Yang's generosity also pleased the young lady. Okay, I'll set you up right away on my end. May I ask what your address is? Address? Su Yang raised his eyes and looked around. The place where I live now is so clean that there isn't even a speck of dust. How is it possible for a spider to make a web? After thinking for a moment, Su Yang said another address. It's the apartment he used to rent. The house is no longer rented, but his rent is paid until the end of the month. The landlord hasn't come back to take possession yet either, so now is the perfect time to use it again. That room was backed by shade and used to get cobwebs when it wasn't cleaned for a week. And now that it's been most of a month since he moved out, I'm sure there are quite a few cobwebs hanging around. That's exactly what he wants. The address was given, a time was set for the visit, and the call ended there. And Su Yang went out the door. The entire call was followed by netizens throughout, and by this time, they had long been laughing uproariously. Ha 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 ha, are these two chatting across the board trying to kill me with laughter? It's like the error code I wrote is running in a weird way. When the anchor talked about using slippers, it straight up made me sputter with laughter. Before you read it, this father abuses his children and beats them with slippers. After you read it, what do you use if you don't use slippers? I sometimes use a broom. Ha 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 ha, can you stop rehashing? My wound is splitting open again from laughing. Can you sympathize with the wounded, victimized and still watching the live broadcast? You are quite addicted. A moment to ask that tutor to give the upstairs also electric. Put. Each one of them is talented. Take care of yourself. Wounded. And it'll be even funnier later when the web addiction tutor sees that it's for spiders. Others crack up laughing. You really crack up. Mud. So much to look forward to. The pop-ups were buzzing. And Su Yang drove his car towards the apartment he used to rent. Half an hour later, Su Yang stood at the door of the room he used to rent, opening the door and going inside. It was pretty much what he thought it would be. The living room was fine, but there were already several cobwebs hanging in the corners of the kitchen and bedroom. Seeing that there were still spiders spitting silk on it, Su Yang felt that everything was ready. Laid back on the couch, he waited for his sobriety mentor to come to his door. After about another half an hour, Su Yang's phone rang. It was the guy from the addiction treatment facility who called, decisively pressing the answer button. This time it was the voice of a middle-aged man. Mr. Su, I'm already downstairs in your neighborhood. I can't find out exactly which building it is in. Their neighborhood was huge, with nearly 70 to 80 high-rise buildings in it, so if it was someone who wasn't familiar with the place, they wouldn't really be able to find it. Then wait for me. I'll meet you downstairs. Hanging up the phone, Su Yang once again went out the door. Seeing that the victim had appeared, the netizens in the live broadcast room were once again talking. Ha 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 ha, the victim showed up. Don't come if you can't find your way. You'll regret it. It's over. I'm getting nervous already. Mentor for internet addiction. You are about to meet the worst Waterloo of your career. I can even guess that in a moment he'll point to a spider and ask, you call that a baby? At the risk of asking, is the baby's mom human? How presumptuous of you. Ha 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 ha. I can't stop laughing just thinking about it. Seeing that Su Yang was about to meet with the mentor for internet addiction, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all excited and looking forward to it. There's no way around it. Who told them that the images they brainstormed were too explosive? Can't wait to see the shock of the mentor when he sees it's a spider. The netizens are holding their tongues, just waiting to see what's going to happen for a while. Finally, under the eager anticipation of a crowd of netizens, a middle-aged man wearing a blue t-shirt and carrying a workbox appeared in the camera. Seeing the logo on his clothes, Su Yang was sure that he was the mentor of the Internet Addiction Institution. Su Yang took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Hello, I'm the one who called for help. My last name is Su. The middle-aged man was quite serious, much like a head teacher in a school. The voice was also mid-range. Hello Mr. Su. I'm Teacher Lu from the Taiyi Internet Retreat Center. Teacher Lu was secretly observing Su Yang as he spoke. He was amazed that the person asking for help was so young. The youngest kid in sobriety should be about 5 or 6. His age? Was this an early birth or adoption? Or a stepdad for someone? Teacher Lu was also curious and asked directly when he thought of this. Mr. Su, may I ask how old you are? 22. Su Yang answered truthfully. This answer left Mr. Lu confused for a good while. Is it hard to have a child at 15 or 16 if you go by that age? Teacher Lu had just thought that this was a possibility when Su Yang's voice came over. That's not my baby. Adopted? Mr. Lu asked again, but after asking he shook his head first himself. He wasn't eligible for adoption at his age. Then there's only that one possibility. Noticing that Teacher Lu had been guessing wildly, Su Yang could only explain stiffly. It just lives in my house. So I will. Educated by the way. Hearing this, Mr. Lu came to a realization. Guilty that he had just thought so badly of Su Yang. There was a hint of apology in his tone. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so responsible at such a young age. It's so rare. In the face of such a compliment, Su Yang could only respond to him with a bitter smile. Let's hope Mr. Lu still thinks so in a moment. So we go up first? Teacher Lu nodded. Okay, first go and check the child's condition. Early treatment is better. He couldn't wait to show off his skills. Under Su Yang's leadership, they returned to the rental house. The house had been unoccupied for half a month and there was dust all over the furniture and floor. Su Yang wasn't a diligent person. Even after a trip back just now, He didn't clean. This made Mr. Lu frown. You don't usually stay here. It looks like the kid's got so much internet addiction that he doesn't have time to clean up the house. Look, it's all knotted up with spiders. When it was too late, Mr. Lu took off his shoes and huffed over to the spider. The movements are ridiculously skillful. Spiders and webs were not spared from his clutches. Seeing her masterpiece, Ms. Lu even let out a breath of contentment. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't live without laughing when they saw this one of God's hands. Teacher Lu, you're afraid you don't have OCD. Like me, it's going to be hard to see the cobwebs and not get them off. But it was his own client he shot. Put, I forgot until you didn't mention it. He's here to give Spider a break from his web addiction. Is it okay to just take it all in one pot? I get it. Strangling in place is the ultimate withdrawal. It's so criminal. Who can tell the difference between you and a murderer here? Netflix automatically turned on the read mess back. And Mr. Lu also began a crazy brainstorming when he saw that the home was such a scene. Putting his shoes back on paced the room. One moment he touches the ash on the table. The next he looks at the kitchen without any smoke or fire. Sigh after sigh. It seems the kid's internet addiction is worse than he thought. Thought it was just a case of playing around the house on my cell phone, but I didn't realize it was worse. The cell phone doesn't satisfy him anymore, and he's now hanging out in some dark internet cafe. It's been a long time since this family has been back, but think about it. Borrowing from someone's home must be something your parents don't care about or are too busy at work to manage. Once a child lacks love and care, it is easy for him or her to find spiritual support in another place. And the illusory online world is the best option for these undiscerning minors. It was obvious that Su Yang, the young man, wanted to help this child. Keep in mind that treatment at their facility isn't cheap, but after all, he had no experience as a father and didn't know that much about the psychology of children. Lack of communication notwithstanding, it's also a matter of love and blame, and it's also a matter of being forced to do something if you say you're in a hurry. If it's your own child, hit it. I'm afraid of this not-so-near relationship, when it's clear that sometimes hitting a child is for the child's own good, but other people just don't understand. Not to mention being held in contempt by their children and misunderstood by others, inside and out. Just by the fact that Su Yan was able to do this without fear of gossip, Teacher Lu was extraordinarily impressed with him, admiring and at the same time worried about the future of the child. He has been in contact with too many cases and knows that internet addicts are rebellious, and the more you say something the less he listens, and many times it gets worse. There's no such thing as a kid who doesn't have a headache, but that's okay, he likes to be challenged. Lu clenched his fists and secretly gave himself a pep talk. This battle must be won. Mr. Su, since you entrusted this matter to me, you have to listen to me. Su Yang nodded his head. Inviting you here naturally means listening to you. The stage is yours. You perform. Seeing Su Yang being so cooperative, Mr. Lu was satisfied. He spoke again. Then I have a little request for you. Hearing this, Su Yang froze for a moment. It's not like you're the one who's quitting the internet, and you have to demand it of him? Though doubtful, he said honestly, okay, go ahead. When you see the child in a moment, please make sure you have control over your emotions. Never hit a child in public. It's important to realize that children have high self-esteem, and scolding will only make their resistance worse. This is very detrimental to the follow-up. Teacher Lu looked at Su Yang with incomparable seriousness when he finished speaking. It was just that Su Yang was silent after listening. Hitting a child in public? This big brother has already brainstormed so far? Su Yang was silenced by Mr. Lu, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were about to turn off in laughter. Ha 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 ha. If you don't understand, ask, what was Mr. Lu thinking? He's right in thinking that the kid is just a serious internet addict and hangs out on the internet to this day. Yeah, just ran into the internet cable trying to disconnect him from the bar and he's throwing me off. Gas shaking cold. A montage of lies. Indistinguishable. Simply indistinguishable. Don't worry, the anchor won't hit the kid. He's too dirty. Upstairs, but in any other scenario, you'd be cursing. But here, I think you've got a point. The more you brainstorm now, the better it'll look in a minute. The pop-ups are hot. They were all talking about what kind of images Mr. Lu had brainstormed. I don't blame him for being cerebral, after all. It's unlikely that anyone would have thought that spending a lot of money on a web addiction tutor was for spiders. As Netflix said, it's also true that they were blinded by a montage of lies. What kind of lies are most believable? That's the truth. Everything Su Yang said was true. Only he didn't inform who the protagonist was. Just get blindsided by the right number successfully. It's what made Mr. Lu stray from the truth. And Su Yang also nodded after a moment of silence. Teacher Lu, don't worry. I will definitely control my emotions and never make a move. But you, my dear Mr. Lu, you must also keep your emotions in check. You have just killed one. A hit is a hit. Who needs to control their emotions anyway? Getting Su Yang's assurance, Mr. Lu was more confident. Okay, let's get going then. After saying that, he was about to walk out of the room. He had obviously decided that the child was in some dark internet cafe and was going to arrest him. This put Su Yang in another hole. Where are we going? What the hell is this big brother brainstorming? Seeing Su Yang did not follow, Lu teacher also surprised to urge, hurry up and then late in case you know the wind ran away how to do? It shouldn't run. Su Yang's tone was certain, still standing still. This also caused a trace of doubt to rise on Mr. Lu's face. What do you mean? Perhaps guessing teacher Lu's brain circuits. Su Yang awkwardly coughed lightly twice before saying, it's right here. Here at. Lu looked at the modest room. One bedroom structure with a tiny living room and a small bedroom next to it. He pointed incredulously at the bedroom door. At home? Inside? Su Yang nodded. It's in there. Still climbing pretty high up on the beams. Getting this answer, a trace of anger could not help but surface in Mr. Lu's heart. They'd been standing in the living room for half a day, but the kid inside had managed to hold steady and play the game, without even the most basic courtesy of coming out to say hello. It is simply outrageous. If you're so young, you'll grow up. No wonder Su Yang couldn't help but do it. If it was his son, he would have hung up and beaten him long ago. Raising a child is not a father's fault. When a child is unqualified and impolite, others will be the first to scold the parents for failing to educate them. Mr. Lu was also quick-tempered, and pushed the door and rushed in directly after the fire came up. I said. Both were prepared for a stern rebuke, but when he opened the door and took a good look inside the house, the sound of his mouth came to an abrupt end. Where are the people? Teacher Lu looked at Su Yang in surprise, because at this point in the bedroom, not only was there no one there wasn't even a ghostly shadow. The bedroom is simply furnished. A bed, a desk, and a cabinet. Nothing more. Let's not talk about kids suffering from internet addiction. Not even a computer in sight. Teacher Lu was dumbfounded and looked at Su Yang with burning eyes, hoping that he would give himself a reasonable explanation. The way things had developed to this point had made Su Yang go from embarrassed to having thick enough skin. He wasn't flustered when confronted with such stares. Instead, he spread his hands and shamelessly replied, it's right here. Here? Mr. Lu couldn't help but increase his volume. Disbelievingly, he searched the room again. He was sure there was no one in there at all. Also, there were no signs of being lived in. The few pieces of furniture that existed were covered with white dustcloths that collected dust. Say someone lives here. Hell no. Ghosts? When he thought of that word, a chill went from the soles of his feet straight to his head, causing him to shiver. As if realizing something, the pupils began to tremble violently. He watched the room breathlessly as another horrifying speculation came to mind. Is that the kid with the internet addiction? Already, he didn't dare think about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt a rush of creepiness. I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but his hands and feet were starting to get cold, especially his legs, which were as if they were filled with lead, and there was no way to move half a step. The idea would have been enough to drive him to despair. Suddenly, he thought of another, even more horrifying place. That Mr. Su. It can't be that he can't accept the loss of his child and is already having mental problems from the shock. You know, it is not illegal for a mentally ill person to even kill someone once they have a seizure. Mr. Lu forced himself to calm down as he tried to recall every word Su Yang had said. We have no way to communicate. It's usually a straight-up fight. You guys can really communicate with him. It's not very convenient for me to bring him. The more I think about it now, the more normal the words felt before. At the end of the thought, Mr. Lu could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating frantically. He didn't even dare to look back at Su Yang for fear of an eerie and bloodthirsty gaze he would see. Ms. Lu's mental activities had been active to the point of flying, but Su Yang was oblivious. Seeing that he had stayed standing there for 7 or 8 minutes, Su Yang still felt strange. Is it hard to guess? It shouldn't. The spider was right above him on the right and he didn't even look at it. Then what's the point of staying there? Teacher Lu didn't give a reaction, and Su Yang had no way to pick up the conversation and continue on, so the two just stood there. At this point, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also in disbelief. Fortunately, there were many people who were as clear as Mr. Lu's brain circuits and quickly got the point, and the pop-up screen burst into laughter. Maybabe, ha 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 ha, Mr. Lu's imagination is too rich. I didn't react at first, but when I saw his shivering back, isn't that damn near what I look like when I'm watching a ghost movie and get scared to pee my pants? I didn't laugh knowing that Mr. Lu thinks a lot. I really laughed when you peed your pants. Ha 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 ha, can't hold it in. Family, it can't be blamed on Mr. Lu. Just anyone can be scared to death. It's mainly the anchor who is to blame. He's too much of a brute. White cloth, and dust everywhere, and the anchor has a conscience for not bringing people over at night. It makes sense when you think about it. The internet addict dies because of his addiction to the game. And the anchor is devastated and mentally deranged enough to hire an internet addiction mentor to kick the kid's addiction. Crap. You guys don't make up too much. I'm getting scared already. Too damn scary. Jade Emperor bless me. Uncle 9 help. Uncle 9 is a zombie catcher. Not the right specialty. Then Grandpa Tai bless me. I will definitely burn more paper for you at Qingming. And I will also burn mansions and beautiful women for you. Does your great-grandmother know about this? First time I've ever seen a pie in the face for my ancestors. A good whole live broadcasting room is hardened into a ghost movie screening room. The writers who know what they're doing have already started writing the script. The pop-ups were all abuzz. And the live effect was pulled straight to full effect. Thought that was scary enough. I didn't realize there were passers-by to add to the drama. Since the window of this bedroom where Su Yan lived was connected to the aisle of the apartment, if someone passed by outside, the sound of footsteps could be heard clearly. It just so happened that a young man walked by at that very moment. Seems to be on the phone with someone. The contents of the call came into the house. Baby. Taking the elevator the other day I actually ran into the undertaker coming to pull the dead. It was so scary. I don't even dare to live here anymore. How about I move in with you? Hearing this, Su Yang also stirred for a moment. He still knew from the pop-ups that Mr. Lu's brainstormed images were that outrageous. Heaven and earth. It wasn't something he'd arranged on purpose. Apartments like theirs, anything goes. Not only are there young people living there, but there are also a number of older people. If suddenly an accident hangs in the house, it's normal for funeral homes to come and pull people in. Just avoid it if you come across it. But it was just at this juncture that Mr. Lu, who likes to make associations, heard it. The consequences. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Lu's face paled a lot with the naked eye. Having a preconceived idea and now hearing such a conversation, it undoubtedly confirmed his earlier guess. It's too scary. I was trying to make more money, but I didn't expect to meet a psychopath. It's okay if it's a psycho, but I'm afraid. Mr. Lu's eyes kept looking around. That kid, he wouldn't be gone yet. He was about to be scared out of his wits. Says he's here to get his kid off the internet. Where is the kid here who needs to get off the internet except for a psychopath? The cobwebs are down to a few. Cobweb? A thought flashed through his mind. But unfortunately it flashed so fast he didn't catch it. With things having come to this point, Su Yang didn't dare to let him go on with his rambling thoughts. Sometimes people scare people. It would be better to just pick it out and say that he could complete the task. And Mr. Lu wouldn't be scared by the images he imagined. It's been associated so badly anyway, that knowing that it's for spiders to quit their web addiction, I'm sure it won't be so much of a problem. So Su Yang pointed at the spider's web on the wall and said, Teacher Lu, can you see if it can quit its web addiction? Su Yang's sudden outburst really startled Mr. Lu. After listening to what was being said, it was followed by a stare that didn't seem to register. It's as if the mind thinks one thing and hears another. It took nearly a minute of reaction before Mr. Lu's eyes suddenly widened. The mouth was also slightly open. His entire body was dumbfounded. And he slowed down for almost half a minute more before he incredulously looked up in the direction of Su Yang's finger. His movements so slow that it was like dropping frames, and his line of sight moved inch by inch to the corner of the wall. Looking at the cobweb that had formed in the corner, there was a spider spitting silk on the web. Heck of a lot more. Mr. Lu was messed up. He couldn't believe his eyes and ears. That expression was 100 times more wonderful than thinking Su Yang was a psychopath just now. Sobriety? For the spiders, this is a horse. At this moment, 10,000 grass mud horses raced through Mr. Lu's heart. Now recalling what Su Yang had just said, I can't communicate with him. The internet addiction is so strong that I don't come down as long as I'm online. Usually not scolding, but hitting when I see it, and fucking guys to hit, like slippers? Thinking of this, Mr. Lu couldn't help but look down at his shoes. Just now it was rightly said that violence should not be resorted to and that communication should be good. But he himself, Mr. Lu, is numb. Turns out, he was talking about spiders all along. Every word is true, and every word fits the symptoms of an internet addict. But why spiders? Weaning spiders off the web? For crying out loud. It's the first time I've encountered something so outrageous in more than a decade of practice. Ms. Lu's face turned red with anger. What's even more infuriating is that he actually thinks giving spiders a break from their web addiction makes sense. Don't spiders web? Weaving webs day by day is addictive too, isn't it? By the time Mr. Lu thinks it makes sense to give Spider a break from his web addiction, his mental state has already begun to go out of whack. The brain goes into brief downtime. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also completely dumbfounded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. He's confused. He's confused. Who am I? Where did I come from and where am I going? Well, philosophizing again. This tutor, is the spider's web not a web? If you want to put it that way, I can't refute it, and it even makes sense. Same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so showy? It's the anchor that's too showy. Give me 100 brains and I wouldn't be able to think of such an abstract job. Simply explosive kill. It's too nerve-wracking for a mental patient like me. Then the question arises, what is the psychological shadow area of Mr. Liu at this moment? I can't find out the psychological shadow area, but I can tell that Mr. Liu's expression right now looks like he hasn't been on the big one for 3 days. It's a flavorful pop-up. Mr. Liu didn't say a word, but I think he should have cursed dirty. It's not easy to make money as an anchor. As netizens have teased, Mr. Liu's feelings at this time are quite complicated. I'm afraid giving Spider a break from his web addiction is going to be the biggest problem of his career. I don't know what to do. I can only stare. Silence fell around them. If Spider could understand it, he'd probably have to curse along with it. After a lifetime of properly spitting silk, it's amazing that anyone would want to give him a break from internet addiction. What a day. Silence. Liu and Spider were silent. Now this situation had made Mr. Liu not know what to do. But there was also Su Yang, who was watching the fun. Ignoring the embarrassment on his face, Su Yang smiled and spoke. When I called over for counseling just now, the young lady who answered the phone said that your success rate in quitting internet addiction is very high. All of them can be 100% if they work together at full strength. It also says, you can communicate with it effectively. When he finished saying this, Su Yang himself couldn't strain himself to laugh. Communicating with spiders. It's a very niche foreign language. Hearing Su Yang say this, Teacher Liu was furious. The guy who answers the phone at the front desk. Next time you brag about something, don't take him with you. Serves him right for seeing such a high fee and not having a shred of judgment. It's okay now. Planted. At this point, Mr. Liu was in tears. In his heart, he kept praying to God and Buddha, wanting someone to come and collect this demon. What's all this about? Had he known it was for Spider's web addiction, he would have said nothing to come. What's the point of having that kind of money? In fact, Mr. Liu can completely leave his job. The big deal is not to earn this money. However, the blow after blow made his brain run slow and he didn't think of this at all. Even if you think of it, I'm afraid you can't pull that face. After all, the service industry doesn't like to offend customers, so he's riding a bit of a tiger right now. And Su Yang also saw fit not to continue flirting to get him down. The two stood in a stalemate for a while, and finally it was Teacher Liu who spoke first. Mr. Su, I'm afraid I can't give it a break from internet addiction. The corner of Su Yang's mouth smiled. Mr. Liu, you said no without even trying? These words caused Mr. Liu to look embarrassed as he shook his head helplessly. The internet addiction I'm quitting is the internet's internet. If this is a spider's web of webs, it's not the right specialty. The point is, I don't think it wants to quit too badly either. These words made Su Yang resist the urge to laugh again. It said as if people who quit internet addiction are voluntarily trying to quit. In his mind, he did, but he didn't say it out loud. Seeing that Su Yang didn't say anything, Mr. Liu took a deep breath before enduring the pain and said, I can refund you the full amount of the money you paid. How happy I was when I received the money just now, and how bitter I am now when I get my money back. Not making money is terrible, but spitting out the money that comes in is even worse. The key is that Mr. Liu also retired impatiently, took out his cell phone to transfer money, for fear that a little later Su Yang will continue to seize him to give the spider to quit web addiction. At the same time, the familiar mechanical voice in Su Yang's mind sounded, mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. The completion of the mission put Su Yang in a good mood. He pushed Mr. Liu's cell phone back. It's also because I'm sick and desperate. I don't blame you for this. You can keep the money. In the past, when he did these shortcomings, Su Yang would also give some moral damages in various names. Otherwise he'd feel bad about spoofing him so much. This time is naturally no exception. This treatment fee is considered as an appearance fee for Mr. Liu. Seeing Su Yang's refusal, Teacher Liu was a bit disbelieving. Gave it to me? I didn't do anything. You get paid for not working? And it's still a lot of money. It's nothing like skyrocketing. At this time, the corners of Mr. Liu's mouth were a little hard to suppress. This was much easier than actually giving those bare children internet addiction. Yes, you take it. Su Yang had just finished speaking when he saw Ms. Liu quickly put her cell phone back into her bag. Thanks. If it's alright, then I'll be on my way. Su Yang nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Mr. Liu carried his toolbox and left how he came. It was so fast that it was as if he was afraid that Su Yang would backtrack. In one breath, he ran to the entrance of the neighborhood before Liu stopped. Thinking back to what had just happened, the mood remained unsettled for a long time. There's no way around it. Something like giving a spider a break from webbing is just unheard of. One encounter gave him no less of a blow. Even if he earns money, it won't mend his broken heart. That's outrageous. Good thing he was able to get out in one piece. The mission was accomplished, but the pop-ups on the air remained lively. Ha 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 ha. He turned around and walked away, like he had made up his mind somehow. It's like having a ghost chasing you. It's still the anchor's fault for being so animalistic and scaring people like this. As long as the money is there, I'm not afraid to come and scare me next time. Yeah, it's not so much about the money. It's mostly about enjoying the thrill of being scared. If you think so, then I'll say something scary. The anchor is ready to go off the air again. Crap, it's still true. This guy is a bit of a shift now. As the netizens said, Su Yang was counting his gift income and preparing to go off the air. As usual, after thanking the gift-giving bigwigs, he decisively went off the air, without a hint of hesitation. You're just leaving? No more love. Want an anchor to work overtime unless the sun comes out of the west. In the past, they would still accompany us to chat and play games after the mission was completed, but now they are just walking away. Hey, after all, they don't cherish it when they get it. Anchor, less crickets behind my back. Crap, it really showed up as an anchor. Everyone disperse, and please be early tomorrow. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Even if the live broadcast has ended, the netizens can talk to the black screen for half a day. And Su Yang also opened the system at the first moment after driving home. Start the lottery. It's the same familiar roulette wheel. After a quick spin the pointer falls to one spot. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced skill, Basketball Master. Su Yang? Let him play basketball? Wouldn't he look a lot like an old friend if he drew another dancing skill? But then again, this skill made up for Su Yang's regrets when he was in school. At that time he was most envious of people who played basketball well. Scoring a single goal could attract countless girls screaming. The necessary skills to pretend. It's not in school right now, but I get to go to the ballpark once in a while to load up. The emotional value gained by giving those playing basketball a little jolt would be awesome for him too. Besides, basketball is one of the hottest sports nowadays, and having this skill gives you an extra row. Claim your skills. As his voice fell, countless information about basketball flooded into Su Yang's mind. From basketball knowledge to muscle memory, everything was integrated into Su Yang's body. After half an hour of digestion, the skill in Su Yang became one. After acquiring the new skill, he didn't have anything to do. He found a random basketball and went to the court in the neighborhood to play. It's just a shame there's no audience, but sweating from hitting the ball did make him feel good all over. Early the next morning, Su Yang woke up early. The quality of sleep after the workout is good. No dreams overnight. Woke up feeling refreshed. The mood is also extraordinarily good. Su Yang rolled over and got out of bed, washing up while looking at his cell phone. Without any surprise, the content of yesterday's broadcast has once again generated discussion on the internet. This was already commonplace for Su Yang, and he decisively retreated after taking a look. Tap on the live platform again. After these few days of live broadcasting, his fans had already exceeded 20 million. The figure of 20 million is a well-deserved top stream in the live streaming world. Not to mention 20 million. There are only a handful of anchors with 10 million followers. It could be seen how high Su Yang's head of influence was, but this was just a number for Su Yang to out. After reading this, he began to check the live quests for the day. Today's task, order 2 female escorts to play the game at the same time, and tell them that the other party is an ex-girlfriend who has failed them, so that they can help to target them. Su Yang? Seeing this mission, Su Yang man was dumbfounded, looking at herself in the mirror in a daze. Order 2 female escorts and then both say they are their ex-girlfriends and engage in targeting each other? Treadmill. Don't be so disgusting. Just thinking about that image, Su Yang already felt goosebumps popping up, realized that girls are horribly strong in 2 areas. Hands down scumbag and bloodline ex-girlfriends. If only the female escorts at the point were all still righteous. Wouldn't you be chopping wires with a kitchen knife in your hand, with sparks and lightning along the way? Even Su Yang didn't dare to think about the specific scene in detail. The good thing is that the system is still relatively user-friendly, just on the web. If this was offline, you'd probably be assaulting your breasts and pulling your hair. The system is just a little bit better. The rest is still a dog. Not being a human being, not being a heel. Su Yang's entire washing process was spent in the greeting system. After washing up and a quick breakfast, I was ready to start the show. Modify the title of the livestream. Order 2 female escorts to play a game. Tell them that the other is an ex-girlfriend who has failed them, and ask for their help in targeting them. Then turn on the live feed. Today's live broadcast doesn't have to go outdoors. So Su Yang opened the computer again and got the live broadcast software on the PC side so that netizens can see the computer interface. Not to mention, it's kind of like a game anchor when you mess with it like that. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, countless netizens flooded in. Yoo-hoo! It's pretty early today. It's finally on. I've been waiting for it every day. Now this broadcast is my spiritual food. It's hard not to watch it for a day. Guarding our best whole life masters. What kind of a man is the one who made me con to give Spider sobriety? This anchor can obviously eat with his face, but he wants to be the funny man. No, why is the live interface different today? How come it's even casting the screen? Is this going to be a game anchor? But with his caliber, he can be hot as a game anchor. No good. Spread the word. The anchor is coming to the gaming world to steal the job. Anchor, the year I had my hands in my pockets and couldn't be beaten back. Netizens were quick to notice a difference in today's live feed from the previous one. It used to be an outdoor broadcast, and even if you were at home when it first started, you'd go out right afterward. But today it was uncharacteristically casting the computer interface and shrinking its own screen to the bottom right corner. Isn't this the kind of footage that only comes from live gaming? Upon seeing this scene, netizens instinctively assumed that Su Yang's live broadcast today would be about playing games, and they talked about it. Today's job is to play games. Ha! I won't watch it then. Not interested in games. Playing games is really no fun. So let's pull out and come back tomorrow without playing games. Hold your horses for a second. Check out the headline. Those hands that wanted to quit paused when someone reminded them to read the headline. Just this look. Through and through. Froze. The pop-up exploded after a brief moment of silence. Ha 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 ha. Fuck. This Tama. Anchor, you really don't have a creative bottleneck? Okay. Start being inappropriate again. I already laughed when I saw the title. Report a trace. Just now the sound is too loud. I do not go. I want to see. I love to see. Against all odds. Isn't this a proper shura? This job is too doggy today. The escort girls are so cute. How can you bear to hurt them? Accompanying girl, don't you come over. The chaperone session will not forget this heavy day. Thinking that Su Yang was just live streaming a game. Many people were disinterested, but when they read the headline, one of them couldn't hold it together. The pop-ups were completely boiling. I've seen a lack of morality, but I've never seen such a lack of morality. Snubbing two female escorts, both claiming that the other is their ex-girlfriend and asking the other to help target them. That's too bad. The point is that it also gives you a persona of being let down. That chaperone has to fight with any sense of justice. What a lack of great virtue. But netizens cursed and cursed, but they were especially looking forward to wanting to see it. Just the thought of that scene can make a big grin start. The more embarrassing and lackluster it is, the more they like it. The netizens in the live broadcast room were hotly debating, while Su Yang also started to look for an accompanying player after getting his computer equipment. Nowadays, the gaming industry in China is developed, and the escort industry is also developing very hot. Nowadays, in this society, there is a lot of pressure from life and work, and many people like to play games to relax in their free time. But playing the game alone can't help but be boring, and the lack of understanding of the game also lacks the gaming experience. That's why the profession of escorting was born. Female escorts, in particular, are very popular with geeks who like to play games. In reality, no one asked for it, but in the game, if you spend a little bit of money, you can be called by the sweet-voiced young lady with a brother on the left and a baby on the right. A lot of times you can also be taken flying by the young lady. Double the pleasure. It was a feeling that no man could carry. Even Su Yang would feel that the fun would be significantly increased by having someone to play the game with. The escort industry was so hot, so Su Yang didn't need much effort to find an app that specialized in ordering escorts. The app was quickly downloaded to your phone, and when you clicked in, there were many escorts on the list to take orders online. Many of them also included photos and audio introductions of themselves. Beautiful women are rare in reality, but they're all over the place on this. Just click on any one of them and it's a high-quality beauty that can reach 90 points. The photo shows a princess cut, wide-eyed beauty sitting on her knees with a long-eared rabbit in her arms, looking especially cute. If you just look at the photo, it doesn't lose out to Zhang Yanyan and Feng Ran in the slightest. How much p-gramming is involved is unknown though. 1,000 Buddha countries sex change, stick countries plastic surgery, small days of makeup. Chinese PS collectively known as the 4 major sorceries of Asia. The strength of this is not a joke. Tapping on this beauty's voice introduction again. Hello brother. A clip with a milky sound came to the surface. Hearing Su Yang immediately gave him goosebumps. It was clearly not to his liking, and while he sought out escorts for the whole job, he had to take care of his own perceptions. Can't see the looks, but the ears should never suffer a bit of aggravation. Pass. Su Yang continued rummaging, possibly scared by the clip tone. He deliberately avoided the cute type of chaperone, so when he saw a female escort labeled as an oju, his fingertips chose to stay. Clicking on the photo to take a look, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black silk crashed into Su Yang's eyeballs first. It was also a credit to the photoshoot that her calves were stretched out close to the camera, and crucially she had no shoes on and her toes were clearly visible through the black silk. Such an impactful photo that one simply can't pay attention to anything else. Even if the face is slightly lacking, Such beautiful legs are the favorite of many men. However, this chaperone's face value is still high. With three-dimensional features and fair skin, she looks pure and lustful. Perfect dream material for many men. Su Yang looked at her name, called Crispy, and his surname is still a harmony. If the voice doesn't clip, then the first victim will be her. So Su Yang clicked on her voice introduction. Baby, play games with sister? Can be imperial and sweet? Can see will assist. Sister waiting for you. Oh, this one sounds much better compared to before. A standard imperial voice with a sappy flavor in the clear vocals. It's the sound that best pinpoints young people just starting out in society. As expected, when this voice reached the ears of the netizens in the live broadcast, the pop-up screen exploded. Ah, that sound. That must be a nice voice to scream. When I look at the pictures I don't give a shit. When I hear the sound I can't walk straight away. The photo can be pee. This voice can't be faked. There are voice changers for voices too. Think of those voice monsters. I don't care. I love the face and the voice. Especially the legs. I could play with them for a year. Sister, please put your foot in my face. My brother recognizes the face value as well. Stop. I want to get out of the car. This isn't the car that goes to kindergarten. Anchor, are you really going to lay your hands on such a sister? Where's your conscience? Where's your morals? What are you still dawdling about? Damn it. A beautiful woman is being bullied and I'm an accomplice. I've fallen. The netizens' mouths say no, but their bodies are honest. There were typed requests for Su Yang to just order her. No bad thoughts either. Just wanted to hear more sounds. After all, they knew how anticlimactic the job of the anchor was, and it must be especially good in a moment. In the midst of the netizens' expectations, Su Yang chose to place his order. Just after placing the order, Crispy's voice call came through. Baby, how are you? I know King, Chicken in League of Legends. I'll play anything you want. The voice is still as good, if not better, than before, because there's more than a hint of pleasure. There are a number of ways to order escorts to play, either on a per-game basis or as a time package. Su Yang has always been atmospheric for his victims and directly ordered her for a day. That's a good thing for an escort to do. You have to wait for the next boss after playing by the field, but you can be wrapped up for a day, so just spend some quality time with one boss. The owner has breaks when he's tired of playing and earns more, so she was naturally happy and didn't realize the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. Su Yang even froze for a moment when asked what game he was playing. I can't play Chicken in King of Kings when I'm done with my computer. Can I play League of Legends? It was a game he hadn't touched in a while either, so it was a good time to give it a try. Play League of Legends. Okay baby, what district are you in? I'll wait for you on the number. Crisp doesn't wear out his tracks either, and puts the professionalism of an escort to good use. But Su Yang was not there to play games. He thought for a moment, but spoke up. Excuse me, can I ask you a favor? Hearing this, Crispy froze as well and asked uncertainly, what favor? When they work as escorts, they often encounter strange clients who treat themselves as a big man after spending a little money and make a lot of excessive demands. Crispy thought that Su Yang was also like this, and his tone sank all of a sudden. This detail Su Yang did not notice. He continued to say to himself, it's like this. I have an ex-girlfriend, because I like to play games behind my back and a male netizen good, and then dumped me. Dumped is dumped, but now she's coming back to me. It pisses me off when she leaves and comes back when she wants to like that, and she keeps bugging me to play games with her when she gets back. When she heard that Su Yang wasn't trying to make those excessive demands, Crispy was obviously relieved. The tone was quite natural. And then what? What favor do you want me to do for you? Upon hearing this, Su Yang finally stated his purpose. She often plays games with other men to piss me off. Can you help me piss her off when you play the game with me? After hearing Su Yang's words, Crispy was silent. After being an escort for so long, this is the first time I've heard such a request. How to be angry? Flirting with the boss in the game? Although you need to be sweet-talking to be an escort. Saying something titillating and flirty to engage in ambiguity. Crisp was hesitant. That's not good. We have rules. If you help me, I can give you another 100 orders. No need to fight. Just send them to you. Without waiting for her to finish, Su Yang familiarly began to smash money. 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money. And if they can't be solved, then more money is needed. It's not about the money. Crisp still hesitated, but his attitude wavered a bit. 200 orders. Su Yang had looked at it, and by the field, her bid was $30 a single. 200 singles is a full $6,000. You know how it takes half an hour to play a game against each other. 200 games, all week without sleep. Now you don't have to fight. You get paid for nothing. Any fool knows what to choose. Crisp is also smart enough to know that there will be plenty of chaperones willing to do it even if she doesn't. It's better to cheapen someone else than to make the money yourself. She nodded instantly. Yes, Don't worry, I'm the best at being angry. I'll be sure to help you make her cry later. Having taken care of one, Su Yang's tone was also much more relaxed. Alright then, I'll go and call her. I'll see you at the game in a while. Okay, wait for you. Su Yang hung up the phone and started searching for the next one. In order to avoid the fact that they are the same union will recognize, Su Yang also purposely changed the accompanying play app. Soon, she has her eye on another escort girl. The girl's name is Mariko, and from the photos it looks like she's going for the soft and cuddly style. Tiny, with big eyes underneath her bangs, wearing a very cute doll's outfit, a bit like the style of the one at the very beginning, but her voice sounded much more normal, not clipped, and lively. Su Yang also noticed that her IP address showed Sichuan in Chongqing. When he saw this place, his first thought was Raoji Shudao Mountain. Is this girl the legendary Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus Rex? Driven by curiosity, Su Yang decisively placed his order. Like Crispy, Mariko's voice call also called after the order was placed. Good morning, brother. This is Mariko. Hello. After a brief greeting, Su Yang repeated what he had just said to Crispy to Mariko. Mariko's Tyrannosaurus Rex attribute was activated straight away as soon as she heard it, and she didn't even bother to pretend for a bit. Brother, don't worry. I especially hate this kind of scum girl too. Get on the game later and watch me perform. It is said that Sichuan and Chongqing girls have a bold character, and it seems to be true that they have not mentioned any requirements, and they directly responded to them. To show his appreciation, Su Yang also gave her 200 orders. It made her so happy that she soared out of her dialect. Both victims were already in place, so Su Yang logged into the game. Two chaperones with very different personalities go toe-to-toe. Not to mention the netizens, even Su Yang himself was looking forward to it. At this point in the broadcast, already I'm starting to sympathize with these two sisters, who are completely oblivious to the seriousness of the problem. It's over. My embarrassment on behalf of people is back, and I can stub my toe on a set of magic fairy castles. Blasted my head off. The point is that these two girls still have different personalities, and it would be nice to see them fight. Who is actually stronger? Let's wait and see. I have an immature suggestion. Can you take me with you? And if asked, then I'll take a loss and you can just say you're taking dad with you. I thought about saying I'd take my son to play, but I didn't realize you'd become a father straight away. In that case, bring another ex-boyfriend. It's not like the law says boys can't have ex-boyfriends. You guys are so full of it. Are you watching the anchor's whole job or are you? What kind of demons and devils are in this live room? The pop-ups were buzzing, and the heat in the broadcast room was going crazy. The number of people online exceeded 8 million. The more people, the more rewards. The gift effects just don't stop. Su Yang had just logged into the game when he received two friend requests. One is called Crispy Duck, one is called Crayon Mariko. Just by looking at the ID, you can tell that these are the two escort girls. Go through the application, create the room, and pull them all in at the same time. Crispy, here are the pills. Mariko, she's crispy, afraid of wearing out. Su Yang didn't dare to say too much and just gave a simple synopsis. There was a sudden silence after the introduction. In the end, it was the straightforward Sichuan and Chongqing girl Maru who spoke first. Crispy, hello, I've heard a lot about you. It must be said that Sichuan and Chongqing girls have their own unique advantages in this aspect of yin and yang. It's the old yin-yang man when he opens his mouth. Unfortunately, Crispy didn't hear it. Hello, you're Mariko. Nice to meet you. Crisp was clearly not in the zone yet, and was actually polite enough to say hello. The imperiousness didn't come out at all. Her being so polite apparently also screwed Mariko up. She was ready to do battle and people actually didn't pick up on it. It made her feel as if she'd punched cotton in the face, and it was unpleasant. At the same time, I don't know how to answer. The atmosphere fell back into awkwardness. They lapsed into silence, but the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't live without laughing one by one. Ha 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 ha, I feel awkward through the screen. Help! What kind of a fixer-upper is this? It's so suffocating already when it's clear that nothing has been done. Maybe both sisters were thinking at the same time. What should I do? Just start cursing? Chaperone, inexperienced first time. Let me think. No more, no more. It's awkward and funny. Or the anchor is too much of a dog. He doesn't know how much fun he's having watching this scene. Seeing that the two didn't speak, Su Yang also felt that he couldn't be so stagnant and took the initiative to propose. Why don't we start the game first? Su Yang's proposal made the two men light up. Yeah, they are escorts and the best thing they can do is play games. It does seem awkward to start a tear for no reason, but getting into the game is different. With more interaction and more opportunities, usually you can still get into a fight with a passerby playing a game, let alone an ex-girlfriend. Both of them said yes in unison at the same time with this in mind. So Su Yang tapped start match. None of the three of them had a very high account segment, and they couldn't match for more than a moment before they had an opponent and entered the PB stage. Su Yang hadn't played League of Legends since he obtained the skill of Game Master, just in time to try it this time. Perhaps because neither sister had thought about what to say yet. The PB phase was peaceful and there was no fighting over grabbing a spot. Su Yang's position was ADC, and he picked a Shadowhunter Vayne. For her part, Crispy chose Lulu, the fairy witch, to play support for him. Since the other two teammates on Su Yang's side, one chose Raven to play top single and one chose Desert Emperor to play mid single. Mariko can't choose a position, so she has to play a snowy twin Nunu to play the field. Loading is complete. Enter the game. Su Yang was playing with a normal mindset, and after buying his exit equipment, he took Crispy and headed down the road. It was also at this point that Mariko, who had slowed down, started messing around. Crispy, why don't you go play the field? I want to follow my brother. Mariko didn't know if it was unintentional or intentional, but she actually turned on the free mic. It made the whole team audible. As for Mariko, as long as the Tyrannosaurus Rex attribute is well concealed, her voice sounds like that soft, sticky, cute girl voice. It sounds good on any scene. But now, the most bombastic words in the softest voice. Even Su Yang was confused. Letting a secondary go to the field? Not to mention Su Yang being confused. The other two players on the same team and the netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. As for the party in question, Crispy, those words made the hero she was operating just stand still and forget to move on. Mariko fucks over everyone by herself alone. It took several seconds for Crispy Cuisine to respond. Play the field? How does this hero play the field? It's going to lose. Being an escort takes care of the boss's gaming experience and takes winning and losing very seriously. But Mariko didn't care about that. The boss didn't order her to win. Firmly fulfilling what the boss explained was also what she should do as an escort. It doesn't matter. It's just a game. It's not important to win or lose. Having fun is most important. I'll go all the way with my brother. Not caring if Crispy answered or not, Mariko directly operated the hero to run towards the lower road. Even if Crispy reacted slowly, she felt it from Mariko provoking her. So many resources in the wilderness are indeed tempting, but wouldn't it be humiliating to go if she asked her to go and she did? So he followed suit. I'm a secondary. I don't play the field. You're being unreasonable. There was originally a hint of anger in Crispy's voice, but it immediately changed to a petulant tone when he got closer. Brother, I'll protect you. That voice was just like her name. It could crisp up to one's bones. Seeing that the two had already locked horns, Su Yang only felt his scalp tingle. Crap. Did the system consider his feelings when it released the mission? A soft and cute lowly and a black silk royalty, at the same time fighting over him. If it were anyone else, how would they feel happy? But why did he just feel creepy? It's so damn embarrassing. Su Yang is towing the ground. But Crispy and Mariko's fireworks are also getting stronger. Can you protect your brother? You're weak as a hero. The pills attack indiscriminately, and even the heroes of the game are not immune. But Crispy was obviously not a vegetarian either, and immediately disliked it. How can't you protect it? Auxiliary is there to protect the ADC. I'm going to be inseparable from my brother the entire inning. On the subject of exasperation, Crispy is fine at this level. Not only did she say it herself, she even dragged Su Yang into it. Brother, look at her. Why would she, a fielder, want to take my spot? Trying to play assist and not saying it just now. She's just doing it on purpose. It's really like that when you tee it up with a crunch. Not to mention she was in the right. But this was not the time to be reasonable. Even Su Yang knew that women had no reasoning to do. Sure enough, Mariko's counterattack came. Brother, look at how mean sis is. Even though I'm a fielder, is it wrong that I want to be with you all the way? Isn't the game all about having fun? Isn't it just tea talk? And she will. The soft voice carries the edge even more. It made even Crispy look good. People may be playing the field, but they just want to go all the way with you. Is that too much to ask? It's just to be closer to you. It's not like I want stars in the sky. Can't you fulfill such a small request? That's too much. Crisp froze, but the netizens on the air laughed themselves silly. Ha 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 ha. Against all odds, I can't tense up. What kind of godly shura is this? Anchor, I'd like to interview you. How do you feel about this scene? Anchor, I stand and watch, and I can lie down if I have to. No, doesn't anyone care about the feelings of the other two teammates? Eating watermelon affects the operation. All pressed to fight under the tower. I'm kind of heartbroken for the opposite ADC. Coming over and seeing three people straight away. The pressure pulls full. First time I've watched someone play a game that wasn't about maneuvering. It just wants to kill me with laughter. Now that the question was thrown back to himself, Su Yang banana numbed. Thinking about it half the time only popped out a sentence. How about, I'll go down the road? Don't. This comment put Crispy on the spot. And, On what grounds? How can you mess up so much when every position in the game is in its place? The substitution is so strong that she's already getting angry. But angry as he was, the words still came out in the same tone of petulance. Petulance tinged with condescension. Brother, she's playing the field. We will not be able to keep up economically if we don't play the field. Compare tea ceremony. Who's afraid of who? Crisp also purposely wept a little, giving the impression that her eyes were already red when she said this. At this time, Su Yang was on the verge of collapse. One pouty, one condescending. What's to be done about it? Today's job was obviously to fix the two of them, but now how did it come to their own heads? It's so damn crushing. Su Yang scratched his head in annoyance. But the strife between the women has just begun. That's why you were told to play the field. I'll just assist my brother. We work well together and will definitely take this game. Maruko is the main one who is justified. Letting the assist go to the field is as grand as she dares to say. Bye, please. How am I supposed to play the field with the e-skills I learned? And I don't have my punishments. Even though Crispy was stuttering with anger, she still maintained a shred of sanity to reason with Mariko. There wasn't much sanity left, though, and when she finished she added, "You just see your brother with me and you're jealous. There's no use being jealous. I'm the only one who can be by my brother's side." Crisp was also getting into the swing of things, and words like that came naturally, and Mariko was clearly not a pushover. Reason could not be persuaded, so he simply played a rogue. "I don't want to play the field. I want to follow my brother. And don't get ahead of yourself. Brother didn't say he wanted to be with you." Mariko's voice was petulant, distinct from the oppressive nature of Tyrannosaurus attributes. "That's really dainty. It's like a little schoolgirl being irrational, so you can't do anything about it." Hearing such a voice, Crispy gave in. "Brother, she's mean to me." "You scold her quickly." Royalty exploded to change the small craftsmanship. This crispy and whiny voice entered Su Yang's ears, directly causing him to shiver. Someone save him. Thought this was a good task to accomplish. Just watch two women tear each other apart. It was at this moment he realized it was good to finish a ghost. It was hellish. Who the hell is this torturing? At the moment, Su Yang's ears were as if there were two flies flying around, leaving him without a clean slate. It also didn't help him in the slightest. Silence. Tactical silence. No one wants to go to the field. So love to follow. Seeing all three surround the lower road, the other two teammates began to frantically snap their question marks. They expressed speechlessness and incomprehension. At this point, the netizens in the live stream were about to crack up laughing at this scene. Ha 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 ha. The team is speechless. What bad luck to meet these three big babies. I can see that these two teammates have already greeted their ancestors. It's kind of a waste of mom to play games like that. Sexy teammate. Online jail. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. I can already brainstorm my teammates cursing. It's me. I can get so mad I can smash my keyboard. Why don't the ones who just shouted to go in and play together stop talking? Are they naturally nonverbal? It doesn't matter if you mouth off. It's just that someone is helping you remember. Ha 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 ha. Just laugh and get rich. Just from the question marks that kept floating out on the screen, netizens could brainstorm the mental state of the other two teammates. It's the same color as the question mark. Like you ate shit. And in the face of such provocation from Crispy, Mariko was not to be outdone. My brother wouldn't want to scold me, but he can't afford to let me play the field either. Just as soon as Mariko finished speaking, Crispy immediately disliked her. In a pinpoint, undying manner. Crispy obviously took the route of a royal lady, but now she was also jealous and fighting for favor like a little woman. Mariko, on the other hand, is outspoken and fiery despite her soft and cute exterior. Tea on its own is enough. I didn't realize it was more tea across the street. It made her so angry that she went to her head. In the midst of this back and forth cutting, she also felt like she saw through everything. The boss's ex-girlfriend is a green tea whore, running off with another man and then coming back for him. A competent ex should consider himself dead. Her coming back to get back together now isn't some kind of a conscience. It's 80% that she's trying to hang on to her boss as a spare tire. After all, there are still few people who are as generous as the owner. Women know best. You don't know how to cherish it when you have it, and you regret it when you lose it. Even more so, I can't see my ex looking again. It is always assumed that even if you have broken up, your ex can't pursue your own happiness. It takes a miserable life to make her happy. This kind of selfish scum Mariko hates the most. Emotionally driven, she instantly decided to pull full fire value. It is everyone's responsibility to punish scum. Don't take yourself too seriously. Mariko took a deep breath and directly picked out the violent output. Not only does he want you to play the field, he wants you to stay away from him, but your cheek is thicker than a city wall, and you're sticking around. At these words, there was silence. Even the question marks from his teammates stopped coming out. Su Yang was also dumbfounded throughout. Thicker than a city wall. Can't even drive it away? That's no less powerful now than the takeaway man's phrase fathead. If we put it in reality, I'm guessing both of these guys would have already started pulling their hair out. But even on the internet, the power of this is not diminished in the least. Crispy's side went quiet on the spot. And even the hero he was operating didn't move. Even Su Yang had to say that Maruko's fighting strength was too strong. At this point in the live broadcast, the pop-up screen also completely exploded. Crap. Dislike the face output. Well, it's finally time to fight. The previous tryst was like scratching an itch through a sock. It wasn't enjoyable at all. But now it's good. It's a straight fight. No girl can stand that. Can she? Our Sichuan and Chongqing girls are just strong in battle. And the other one is no match at all. It's so catchy. I'd love to have two girls fighting over me in a big way. I'm afraid it's not possible to make a big fight for you. But it's possible to have a big fight against you. Ha 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 ha. Chinese is profound. Maruko take the hitter to beat the auxiliary. Force the auxiliary to go to the field. And 3 people go down the road. I'll be damned. No dude. You really came to see play a game. Isn't this a live game? Please go out the door and turn left if you're watching the playing of the game. Crisp's hair was on fire at the comment. How can this woman be so shameless? Obviously she was the one who stalked her ex-boyfriend to death. And then deliberately made a fool of herself in the game. And now they're backtracking and saying they can't get rid of it. I've never seen a woman like that. No wonder she can do something like run off with someone and come back. Crispy's fire came up. Who are you calling cheeky? You don't even look at yourself. Being used to the imperial voice. Even when she said something like that it seemed less offensive. And at this time, Crispy also realized that this matter itself was also his own possession. So he pulled Su Yang in again. Come on, brother. Who exactly do you want to go down the road with you? Passively joining the battlefield again. Su Yang was a raw mess. What's that supposed to say about yourself? Whatever is said offends the other one. In the end, Su Yang decided to make peace. Why Don? We go together. It doesn't matter if we share some experience. I will eat the wild area together, and the economy will make up for it. This mission is too hard. They're on the verge of a fight. How come the mission isn't done yet? It was obviously air-conditioned, and he was already starting to break into a cold sweat. You see, my brother won't let me go to the field, and you're the one who'll be sharing the experience when I'm out of my support outfit. The world is too crowded for 3 people, so you'd better get going. Crispy now has to say one thing when she takes a chance, or else she'll be sorry for all the orders her boss sent her. Obviously, Mariko was thinking the same thing. Brother let go all the way even when he knew I'd share the experience. Aren't you clear on who's actually redundant by now? At this moment, Su Yan understood even more deeply what it meant not to reason with girls. The words and phrases that I said were so normal, but they were all interpreted to mean something in their own way. The point is it also sounds so reasonable. It's a hell of a thing. At this moment, those 2 roadie teammates were completely numb. Not being able to talk easily became the key to keeping their quality. I can only ask myself countless times in my mind why I clicked on this game out of hand. The mindset really breaks down when you meet a teammate like that in a game. The mind crumbles and actually gets a little envious at the same time. Gameplay aside, this behavior is hard dog food for them. It's still the filler irrigation method. Who can stand this shit? Damn dog man. It's even better to be overwhelmed by your opponent. But you also have to get hit by your teammates. While the world is a giant straw man, can you also be nice to NPCs? The world is so mean to single dogs. At this point the Shura is like a walled city, with those outside trying to get in and those inside trying to get out. Finally, they got tired of arguing intermission. Su Yang's ears had also gained a little bit of silence and could focus on clearing soldiers against the lines. Just want to end the game quickly. Crispy and Mariko weren't idle and started operating as well. Only when Crispy emptied his skill, Mariko's taunting voice came out again. Oh, and talk about protecting your brother. It's not like the other team is in position for this skill to be empty. I'm afraid you didn't have a part-time job at a rookie post. The taunt made Crispy's face go red. She was good at playing the game, but her mind was too preoccupied with arguing to operate properly. She admits to being called a vegetable. However, just as Mariko finished taunting, her opponent found a chance to take her away directly. Now Crispy was psychologically relieved, and immediately disliked it in kind. You're really better at delivering than MMT. And the next image. Crispy, you're not ordering the tower. Are you saving it for a place of fame? Mariko, probing grass with your face. Even though you're worthless, don't build it like that. Crispy, I sprinkle rice on my keyboard and the chickens play better than you. Mariko, please don't go out. Just eat low food at the resurrection point. The two disliked each other. It made the netizens in the broadcast room look happy, bashing teammates without a dirty word. Learned. Make a note in your little book. Go right to the line and wait for my good news. The representation of playing the game sounds inexplicably relieving. Women swear horribly. Not a single swear word the whole time. But every sentence pokes at the lung tubes. It's terrifying. And the Imperial Sisters' fighting skills are not bad. I now declare them a temporary tie. The battle is getting fierce. Perhaps he had run out of words from cursing. But in the end, Crispy gave in. Forget it, I don't want to be general with you. Any more bickering and the rest of the team will have to yell at us. As soon as Crispy finished saying this, 3 black lines fell from the heads of the 2 roadies' teammates. I see that they are still known to exist. Thought they had been treated like they were transparent. Mariko was also tired of cursing, and gave a soft grunt of agreement. Su Yang, on the other hand, hadn't said anything since the beginning and was just operating seriously. The sound of a keyboard being struck is crisp and pleasant, only to see him use his flash to adjust his position. The Dark Hunter raised his bow and fired a shot of E-skill Demonic Judgment. Miso sound, directly nailed the enemy ADC to the wall, so that it instantly fell into a stunned state. Crisp got serious too when he saw it, operating the Fairy Spirit Witch to put a shield on Su Yang while releasing her Q skills to make up the damage. Seeing that they were working so well together, Mariko also operated Nunu and pushed the big snowball and attacked the enemy ADC. Poor enemy ADC. Just after getting over the stun, he was once again controlled by the oncoming snowball. This kind of MOBA game, once controlled, not dead but also disabled. Just in the short time he was controlled, Su Yan operated Dark Hunter Vayne to hit a beautiful triple ring passive. A section of white damage floated above the enemy ADC's head. Real damage. With this set of maneuvers, the opponent directly staged the Bloodstripe vanishing technique, instantly dropping to an extremely dangerous position. Mariko saw this and wrote it out. Operate Nunu to bite up with a Q skill, biting the enemy ADC into Silk Blood. Finally had to flash to escape. Crossing the flash doesn't kill? That's someone else. Su Yan doesn't talk about that, only to see him roll with a Q skill. A precise arrow shot, directly penetrating the enemy ADC's torso and taking the head. Wow, brother is great. Seeing Su Yang take the head, Mariko cheered out in excitement. Excited and very dedicated to not forgetting her task, she added provocatively, "See, it's still me and my brother who work well together. Unlike you, who just hides behind a shield. Aren't you going to protect your brother? Why don't you stand in front of brother to resist damage?" Crisp was also dumbfounded to see Mariko still coming. She couldn't help but retort, "How am I supposed to block the front with one Lulu?" Seeing that the two were about to start the second half again, Su Yang couldn't help but intervene. "It's fine. Play as much as you want. It's a real headache when it comes to these two. The more I want to get it over with." With a head, Su Yang's rushed home to replenish his equipment and played more and more smoothly. In fact, with Su Yang's gaming skills, he was definitely a crushing level of existence in this segment. However, these two masterminds must go all the way with him and share a lot of his finances. It's a good thing he's a strong enough hitter, or he would have been crushed. Now not only were they not being pressured, they had the other team pinned under the tower. The situation started to get better and mending became easier. Adding to the fact that Su Yang's words had taken effect, the two of them temporarily called a truce again. With his ears cleared he was actually a little touched. The days when no one was arguing were simply blissful. Only the quiet didn't last long. "Brother, the fighters are coming to catch." Hearing Mariko's point report, Su Yang subconsciously looked towards the minimap. With just a glance, he saw the Sword Saint who was showing his head in the river. Sword Saint was originally coming to catch him, and when Su Yang saw it, Sword Saint was also dashing towards him with his big move on. The opposite side obviously knows how to work together as well. Seeing Sword Saint coming over, the two who were pinned under the tower leaned forward. It's easy to get caught when you press too deep, but it's not a big problem. Su Yan operated Vayne as he backed up while estimating the time for Sword Saint to arrive. Showing up at the river doesn't get you to the battlefield that fast. All it takes is dodging the hard controls of the assist and you're safe. Half of Su Yang's confidence stemmed from the sense of security brought about by his gaming skills, and the other half was due to the fact that the flash was almost ready. As long as the flash was there, he was extra bold. Anyway, the big thing is to cross flash and run away. It's no big deal. After all, his current equipment wasn't enough to take on 3 in 1. Even if you're playing a game, you can't be a hero. Just as Su Yang was analyzing the battle situation, he heard Crispy suddenly rush towards the river. Mariko was shocked and shouted, "What are you doing? Sword Saint has already leveled 7 by brushing both sides of the field. You're looking for death by rushing over as a support." The netizens in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded when they saw this operation of Crispy. "I'll be damned," the sisters sent up. "Isn't it just a couple of dislikes? How come you can't think about it so much?" Mind blown. This whole job by the anchor has made the chaperone autistic. The game will probably have to end early. At this point Mariko was also confused. The boss said his ex-girlfriend liked to play games, so in her perception, as long as she liked to play. Even if she was a novice, she would have some understanding of the game. But seeing what's happening now, this isn't even a dish. This is a deliberate delivery. Just now, he also scolded himself as Dry American Group is very good at delivering. Then she like this? Mariko was speechless. Can't even find a proper word to describe it. And in the time it took for Mariko's voice to fall, Crispy had already collided with Sword Saint. Almost everyone thought that the hero operated by Crispy was bound to die. But, the next second, with a flash, Crisp returned to the two. This operation confused both Su-young and Mariko. It's not. You're flashing now. Aren't you just properly flashing the line to move the grave? What's the difference between a dead river and dying next to them? Is it better feng shui? Not to mention they were confused. Even the Sword Saint was confused. It was a habitual set. And then he looked at Lulu, who was lying at his feet, with a puzzled look on his face. Is this tactical? Or is it a head delivery boy? If it's the latter, then you're a pretty good guy. Came over thinking I could only take one. But a flash from Lulu brought him in front of the two. The enemy was right in front of him, and the muscle memory in his fingers made him start leveling his head towards Vayne and the Yeti again. The slowing effect of the red buff instantly slowed down both of their alignment. It was also at this time that the two from the enemy's lower road joined the fray. There were already fewer people and now they are being slowed down. Without surprise, it didn't take a moment for Su-young and Mariko to fall to the ground at the same time. Looking at the game interface that had gone black, Su-young people went numb. This is a horse. These two or skills cannot bring the girl awe. And it was Mariko who was angrier still. Having just been killed, she stormed off. Can you play or not? What are you rushing up there for? Forget about not wanting to live yourself and bring people here. We're all dead because of you. Mariko gasped and her voice was no longer so soft and cuddly. If it was in reality, it would definitely go and fuck with Crispy. It was also completely clear to her that the boss's ex-girlfriend was a dish rag. There's no sense of operation at all. But angry she was confused again. With that level of game, how pretty is it that any guy would want to play with her? And while Crispy's next reply made Mariko even more confused, it also made Su-young feel a wave of headache. Geez, didn't you just blame me for not standing in front of my brother? Now that I'm in the way, why do you blame me? What exactly do I have to do to satisfy you? Crispy also started to perform a tea ceremony, and his tone was so exasperating. So it turns out that when in danger, some people just want to run. Not me. I can stand in my brother's way with my life. Hiss. Hearing this, Su-young felt a chill run down his spine. To counter what Mariko just said, this girl actually went to deliver it on purpose. That? Wouldn't it be a great deal of noise? His head was starting to hurt again. It can only be relieved by pressing on the temples. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room almost laughed and jerked over. Ha 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 ha. The first time I've seen an anchor with such an expression. It seems that the wicked still need to be warned by the wicked. These two girls, they use 10,086 hard eyes to play a game. Got it. Aiding in death isn't called sending. It's called protecting. Ha 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 ha. The anchor's face full of despair is going to kill me with laughter. The war between women is simply terrible. I said why didn't this girl return the favor just now? So she was holding back a big move. Roadrunner teammates, it's a blessing to meet you. Who understands? The corners of my mouth are literally harder than AK right now. That's so funny. I'll play like that later. This nice counter from Crispy pulls the live effect straight out of the air. The netizens in the live room couldn't live without laughing one by one. Upon hearing Crispy's words, Mariko first froze, seemingly not reacting. After a few moments of stagnation, a squeaky voice came out of the headphones. The experienced ones can hear that it's grinding their teeth in anger. Indeed, Mariko was furious. The boss's ex-girlfriend is really not easy to deal with. It's a great paragraph to hit yourself in the face with your own words. Hardly a head sender for protection. You said you'd give your life for your brother. And you're making a big deal out of it. Like you're in a TV show? Crap. She can't even look at it as a woman. That nausea is like some bad movie that forces sublimation at the end and feeds the audience like they're retards. I feel physically sick just thinking about it. The point is, lip service is paid to protection. And the people who are protected end up dead. That's too much of a catch even for a horse. Thinking about it, Mariko, who was pissed off, started disliking her directly. I don't want my brother to get hurt, but he's dead now. You're the one who flashed and brought the man here. What? Did you think it would be too much work to go back and purposely had your brother sent back? That's very sweet of you. When it comes to yin and yang, Mariko never loses. The call was instantly refreshing. No matter how you make it up, you're the one who caused the death of the ADC anyway. Want to make another excuse? Sorry, I prejudged you. However, she still underestimated Crispy's level of dedication. By now, she didn't know what it meant to be shy, and disgusting words came out of her mouth. I'm scared. Of course I miss my brother's embrace when I'm scared. Even if I have to die, I'll die by my brother's side. Crap. Crisp despised himself when he said that. It's disgusting too. But that was surprisingly effective, too, and it gagged Mariko right into speechlessness. It also subdued the others in place. Crap. Who said we can't fight with our crisps? It's not branched out? Sister stick, sister strong. I frame for my sister and hit the big wall. First time I've ever known the hookup to still be turn-based. League of Legends of Heroes of the Palace Edition. Speed shift. Sleepless nights. Mariko's so strong she got fucked up. She can do it. I can't bear to see my sister wronged. Come to my brother's arms. My brother will comfort you. Today I was charging in front of me when I was fighting the war, and the gunfire in front of me made it difficult for me to move an inch, so I could only find a bunker to hide in, and suddenly the helmet clanged with a big bang, and my heart was tight and my brow furrowed, and I hurriedly removed the helmet to take a look at it, only to see that the helmet had a very big dent in it, and I had obviously not been shot at. So where did this dent come from? Also at this time, I found a round thing on the ground, picked it up and looked at it. It turned out to be the abacus beads of the kid upstairs. Sure, Water has a good hand of pop-ups. It's a pity that she doesn't go to write novels. At this point in the live broadcast, the pop-ups were hilarious. The netizens were grinning ear to ear, and the person in question, Mariko, was in a state as unpleasant as swallowing a fly. In terms of gaming skills, the boss's ex-girlfriend is really not as good as herself. But in terms of hard eyes, there are more than 10,086 more than her. He's a beehive coal spirit, isn't he? He's got a black face and a big heart. Who can top this? No wonder you can hold the guys in check. Seeing Mariko fall silent, Crispy did feel a moment of triumph. Not a hit, but a hit says it all about her. Fight her. Ha ha, wait, she's just a chaperone. How did she even bring it in? What's she doing? How is this behavior any different from a woman who is competing for favor? It's the 21st century and you're still competing for favor? Crisp cried at his own stupidity. This recollection reveals that every word is socially dead. Is this some kind of hypnosis? She didn't used to be like this. His ears went straight red at the thought of calling himself brother in every breath. If I had known this, I would not have taken this order for any amount of money. At this time, Su Yang was also quite helpless. These two escorts really didn't make a mistake and were very dedicated. The display is also very good live. Aside from being a little embarrassed to be caught in the middle, everyone else must have had a great time watching. I don't know how many rounds of exchanges this was the end of, but my ears were quiet once again. Su Yang hurriedly went back to the spring to update his equipment and focused on the game. Just wanting this game to end quickly. The wave just now had allowed the opposite side's battering ram to take 3 heads, and their side no longer had an advantage. However, with Su Yang's superior level of operation and game comprehension, it didn't take a moment to pressurize the two opposite sides in the tower again. As soon as Su Yang focused, the advantage began to expand, completely not giving the opponent a chance to counterattack, directly and strongly hit the enemy base. Looking at the exploding base and the victory sound effects coming from his ears, Su Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Mud, it's finally over. No more fighting. I'll retire. He quit the game decisively after dropping this sentence, which was as fast as if a dog was shooing him. It wasn't that Su Yang ran fast, it was mainly because the scene was so awkward and suffocating that it was hard for him to stay one more second. The moment Su Yang exited, the familiar beep came as expected. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. Hearing this voice, Su Yang's hanging heart was released. If he had to do it again, he probably could go crazy. Today brought more than a little bit of a psychological shadow. Su Yang was out of the game, but the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were still abuzz. The netizens, one by one, were also watching the fun, and were still reviewing and commenting on the godly operation of the two girls just now. Mariko must be number one when it comes to yin and yang. What's a yin and yang? Look at the tricks Crispy played out back there. You know what that's called? It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. These two are evenly matched, I guess. In comparison, the anchor is the weakest. Yeah, didn't even dare fart the whole time. Vegetable and fun-loving. The anchor is not a dish. That last wave of operation is handsome. Crap, there are really ones that only look at playing games. What does this look like if not playing a game? Well, as long as you're happy, allow me to make one last comment. Anchors are animals. The review was spot on. The netizens in the live feed were mouthy as usual, but a bad mouth is a bad mouth, and a gift is not a bad gift. Rockets and supercars fly in the live room, and carnivals abound. Thank you, families, for your continued support. Thank you all Hikari and Yiffy for the gifts. That's the end of today's broadcast. See you tomorrow. Su Yang was ready to go off the air after thanking his fans as usual. Unsurprisingly, There was another wail in the pop-up. That's it? I haven't had a good time yet. Overtime, strongly requested. Drifting, really drifting, just playing a game live at home today. It was supposed to be easy, and then it's just one game? How can you let the next door playing all night be embarrassed? He was also going to find 2 sisters to accompany the anchor to eat chicken. He is not blessed. The anchor is not blessed. Then you take me. And not to see that there are girls. Mainly because I want to play chicken. Ha ha ha. Interpret it for yourself. It's a pity those 2 girls don't even know the animal thing the anchor did until now. It's okay, they'll all know when it hits the hot seat later. Soo-young naturally paid no attention to the netizens' request to work overtime. Overtime is out of the question. Besides, he's been tortured enough today. Gotta slow down. Closing the live broadcast, Soo-young directly opened the system. Drawl. As the words fell, the roulette wheel spun rapidly, and in a short while the beeping tone came. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mission remake card. Task-heavy card making? It's the first time I've ever drawn such a prop. As the name suggests, if ever you pick up a task that you are not happy with, or are too far gone to want to complete, it can be remade once with this prop. If he had drawn this thing before, Soo-young would be more or less disgusted. After all, it's not as real as money or skill. But today, after experiencing the game that made him catch a horse, he felt that the prop was simply necessary, because if another mission like this came up, he would definitely refuse to go through with it. And again, the system is set up so that you can't refresh the next one without completing it. So barring that, the prop is still useful. At least it would give Soo-young a chance to backtrack and not do the task he didn't want to accomplish. Pick up props. Props are automatically stored in the system once you receive them, so just use them when you need them. On the other hand, Soo-young's live broadcast content today was also hotly debated on the internet. The clips were played and reposted by many bloggers. Some of them are also being second created, and the heat is high. There are many netizens commenting below each video. This anchor is also too good at making 2 women fight. It's like grasping the traffic code. Ha 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 ha. I can watch half a day of someone arguing on the road from the sidelines, let alone online. It can't be helped. Liking to watch the fun has been etched into the DNA of Chinese people. It's not much better than those watered-down courtroom dramas. It's unbelievable. It made me laugh so hard when I watched it live, and now watching the reruns made me laugh again. Looking at the anchor's lifeless expression, for a moment I actually didn't know whether to sympathize with him or envy him. Am I the only one who feels the most sorry for these 2 young ladies? They don't even know the truth until now. Ha ha, I'm looking forward to their faces when they find out too. With the buzz of netizens, the related words also hit the hot search again without exception. There's no way around it. It's just that the presentation is so great live, awkward and hilarious. It leaves everyone who watches it wanting more. Not only are the 2 chaperones bickering, but bringing in the perspectives of the 2 roadie teammates is also full of laughs. The comedy is simply so good that you can't help but watch it over and over again. At this time, in the girls' dormitory of a college, a girl with a baby face was eating takeout while waiting for her order. Today, she met a rich boss who not only packaged only 1 fight a day, but also gave her an extra 200 orders. It made her a little rich, and she ordered more takeout than ever before. I even ordered a box of fruit that I don't usually eat. After eating the takeout and enjoying the fruits beautifully, Mariko recalled the game just now. Boss, I tried my best. Women like that aren't worth it. I hope you can see that. A thought of the image just now. Mariko crunched the apple in her mouth. That scumbag woman segment was so high, it was almost no match. It's a good thing he's still good at the game. Otherwise he wouldn't really be able to help his boss get back on his feet. Looks like the mouth has some practicing to do. You won't be so passive when you encounter it again in the future. Mariko was still joyfully thinking about this good thing again when her classmate came back. Mariko, did you just take an escort order? That boss said he wanted you to help target your ex-girlfriend? Hearing that, Mariko subconsciously nodded. It was only after ordering that he asked, very surprised, how did you guys know that? Her little sister in the dormitory when she was a gaming escort knew all about it. It's not uncommon, but how did they know the details of the boss's explanation? Mariko had just admitted it when a scream came from the dormitory. It shook her ears. The screaming went on for half a minute before it stopped, and then one of them came up to her with her cell phone raised. Mariko, you're on fire. There were nearly 8 million people watching that game just now. It's all over the hot seat now. As smart as Mariko looked, her brain was a bit short-circuited at this point. Her eyes widened in confusion, wondering what it meant. Seeing her confused look, another roommate squeezed in. Don't you know, the boss who ordered you to play the game is a big anchor with over 20 million followers, specializes in weird hole jobs and is incredibly popular. We're all still following him. You should be too. At the mention of this, Mariko was a bit impressed. I happened to click into a live stream before, and the anchor seemed to be fishing in someone else's tank. She found it interesting to follow as well. It's just that she doesn't have that much time to keep up with the live streams as a chaperone, so she can only watch the recordings or clips when she can. Now that she heard her roommate mention it, she remembered. Is it any wonder that a bad feeling came to Mariko's mind? To verify that premonition, she hurriedly took her cell phone and tapped on the short video app. No need to deliberately look for it. It's the first push when you open it. In the video, it was her familiar ID. The clip is also the exact same scene where she and Crispy are tearing each other's names. The video is just a minute long, but it's been edited extraordinarily well and set to brainwashing music. It makes you unconsciously repaint over and over again. For just one video, the likes are actually upwards of 2 million. The comments are also up to $800,000. Pop-ups slid by like snowflakes while the video played. Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. This anchor plays with flowers. What kind of brainwave is this, playing like that? The joy of the day was given by this video. This is a treasure anchor. Everyone can pay attention to a wave. Every day there are new tricks. Not the same every time. Yeah, every time you think he's running out of things to screw with, he's got something new for you. But these two girls are also really hardworking, disliking people at level 10. So hot. The escorting world is going to suffer. I guess there are a lot of anchors who will follow suit and play like this tomorrow. This kind of is fresh the first time. The second time is no fun. And just this proclivity for tearing each other apart is something that others don't always learn. Yes, especially that pill. And made and teared. And it's incredible for me as a woman to see. There were so many comments that Mariko felt she couldn't take it after reading only part of it. She acts as a chaperone. Pleasing your boss is a must. But, staging a tea master in front of millions of people, she immediately felt a blackness in front of her eyes. Shame on you. Shame on you. The most irritating thing is that he was so hardworking, but he was being snubbed. Who can I talk to about this? Mariko was momentarily furious, so she wanted to go and argue with Su Yang. Open the follow list to find Su Yang's live room. But where can I still see Su Yang's silhouette now? It's long gone off the air. The live stream went black, but there were still netizens lingering to chat in the comments section. I'm still standing Mariko. Cute adorable fighting girl. Probably not too tall. Maybe even pops up and hits you in the knee when she gets angry. Ha 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 ha. Great shoot. Crisp is a bit of heart. But dislike is the short board. There is no way to maintain the Imperial Sister persona a little bit unable to let go. In reality it's the crispy kind of girls that are the killers. The mouths that don't talk. Just the actions. What a pity. I didn't see them fight. Next time I'll ask the anchor to come offline. Ha ha ha. Shake a paw upstairs brother. Fellow traveler. After looking at it for a while Mariko gritted her teeth and backed out. What jumping up and hitting him in the knee? I'm not that short. Okay? Where's the shortness of 5 feet 5 inches among girls? It's the little ones that are cute. Originally, he wanted to come to Su Yang to find a theory, but the theory did not work. But even more angry, Soli gave Su Yang the special attention plus start broadcast reminder. It's not like I'm trying to settle scores with him. After all, the money is really in his hands. But she didn't want this to happen again. She had to take precautions first. Avoid giving any more flubs to cripples. However, in order to vent her dissatisfaction, Mariko still sent a private message to Su Yang. Can you be a person? Pressing the send button made Mariko feel a lot better inside. It's reasonable to be scolded for a line when you're surrounded by so many people watching a social death scene, isn't it? Reasonable is reasonable. It was a pity that Su Yang didn't even look at it. There are 8,000 private messages sent to Su Yang every day if not 10,000. So how can he read them over? On the other side, in a bachelor pad, Crisp sat in front of the computer. His head was empty and his eyes were staring at the screen with no emotion. The game is long over and she's still reviewing it. It happens to a lot of people. They can't say a word when they're arguing, and when they're reviewing their thoughts, they're pouring out of their mouths. Crispy bit her lower lip, her fists clenched, pissed off. I didn't play well just now. Just as she was reviewing the key, she suddenly heard the sound of an incoming message on her cell phone. Click on it. It's from my best friend. How's business today, shorty? Call out to your sister. She can back you up a bit. Being an escort is not a stable income. Some days you earn more and some days you earn less. Combined with her rent and other expenses, Crispy's days are often stretched thin. A lot of the time it's her girlfriends who are helping her out. No need. I took an order from a big boss today. The bag only played a handful of times a day, and gave me 200 orders. I'm a little rich now. I'll buy you dinner on your break. After replying to her best friend, Crispy was still thinking about the game, so she sent another one to her best friend. G May, teach me how to curse. I met a green tea in the game today and almost fell into her hands. After sending this message, Crispy waited for her BFF to reply. There is a special kind of friendship among girls that involves bad-mouthing another girl, especially since it also triggers the keyword green tea. Shortcake guarantees that as soon as BFF sees this message, the 60-second voice will dump it over. From asking why, to analyze the enemy and our situation, to summarize the evaluation, and finally began to search the friendly exchange. 60 seconds is the limit of the voice, not her limit. Not a big problem. A couple of voices done. Big problem. Probably could talk all night. This is something that Crispy is confident about. However, 5 minutes after her message, her best friend hadn't moved at all. It shouldn't be. Just as Crispy was wondering, her best friend sent over a link to a video with a text. You call that planting her hand? The 3 question marks indicate how the BFF is feeling at the moment. It's all called planting? So how is it not planted? Seeing the video link, Crisp was filled with confusion. Click on it and it's exactly the same words you teared up in the game. She winced to herself first when that carnal brother voice reached Crispy's ears. Crisp giggled. What the hell is going on here? Turns out, a lot of short video bloggers see the commitment, the heat, and the supporters on both sides of this story. They simply made the famous scene with Crispy and Mariko, and the link to this video that was clicked on was none other than Crisp's own. The fluffy man went numb. Her eyes suddenly widened when she saw that the video source noted at the bottom right was from Su Yang's live broadcasting room. She seemed to realize something. Su Yang, this person, she naturally knew. Suffice it to say that almost everyone who enjoys surfing the web knows him. Even if you haven't seen him live, you've swiped through his live clips. A lot of times she could laugh out loud watching herself, but she never expected to be fodder for the inside. And the one who disliked her was also a female escort. Crisp was completely dumbfounded. What an ex-girlfriend. What a letdown. It's all scripted. When she thought about what she had just said, Crispy's face couldn't help but roll. Ah, help. It's downright shameful. At this point she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She'd felt so social dying when she was in the game. She didn't realize it was just an appetizer. Being surrounded by millions of people looking at the joke is the main event. Crisp can't look at herself straight anymore. A thunderbolt will kill her. There are times when girlfriends can't be relied upon, and Crisp has been groundless to death. The BFF is still making up for it. I can't see it. Little Crispy actually has such a side. This brother is called Sweet. Sweet. So envious. Oh. Little Crispy in the future also want to be so to people. In the future with people to play the game also want to block in front of people. Not allowed to say again, you, go up to sell a wave. Crispy was already groundless, and now she was being teased by her best friend. The whole face was red as hell. Decisively send a red envelope with the text. Please don't say it. It's killing me. Her girlfriends have been laughing at her for at least a year for what she did today. The thought of the future where she would have to use it for flogging every now and then made her face raw. Crispy was thinking about later, but her bestie wouldn't leave her alone now. This anchor is very handsome. You don't lose out. I dream of you marrying into a rich family and then adopting me. At last it is giving me a little hope. Old mother rejoices. You've got a bit of competition, but that's okay. It's always good to try. Just in case the other guy is blind. You have to go on when there are difficulties, and you have to go on when there are no difficulties to create difficulties. The girlfriend's joking and flirting words popped out one by one, and Crispy's face was like a boiled shrimp. It's almost like a belly flop. Some people on the internet tease that BFFs are so out of touch too. Marrying Su Yang? She wouldn't dream of doing that. What kind of person is Su Yang? A big anchor with millions of fans, earning more than $1 million a day. I wonder how many people are thinking about it. Other than that big star Zhang Nian alone had already blocked out many people. Just her little chaperone? Forget it, she's still self-aware. Crispy is sensible, but inwardly, she will still fantasize about really being with Su Yang. So handsome and nice voice, and interesting souls. Just the thought of the two together made Crispy's face burn even more. What was left of her sanity cautioned her not to continue fantasizing, and she hastily shook her head, deliberately thinking of some of Su Yang's lack of virtue to curb those thoughts of his that shouldn't be there. Yes, lack of virtue. It is the lack of virtue. Fooled her into something. One is still very much brought in to target another girl herself. Is this something a human being could do? The thought of those tigers and wolves made Crisp so embarrassed that her feet snapped out of a 3-room set. Men like that. So bad. But, she had played the game with Su Yang. 1 second he's cursing him, the next he's being knocked back. Crisp knew she was done for. How could the ever-sensible woman be so flamboyant? Stop ignoring the bombardment of messages from your girlfriends. Crispy, on the other hand, quickly found Su Yang's account and sent a comment. You're so damned. Send it straight off. Don't look. Don't think. She can't hold a man like that. It wasn't until she remembered how much she'd earned today that Crispy's mood eased a little. Once the mindset was different. It was time to turn on the phone again and swipe through the short videos. Not to mention, this guy is hateful, but it's a great broadcast. It looks like it will be fun if you don't put yourself in the right place. Crispy's comment should have been drowned out in a sea of messages. But what kind of people are on the internet these days? All can idle their farts. One of the netizens clicked on Crispy's homepage and was shocked to find a new world, finding out that she was one of the victims. This was, again, hilarious. The rightful owner has appeared, and the rightful owner is now invited to speak. This victim, I'd like to interview you about your feelings at this moment. It's not even an interview. Look at her comments. They're filled with resentment between the lines. Well, Wawas do reading comprehension all their lives, don't they? I'm counting on my fingers that this young lady will never take on the job of angrily disliking her ex-girlfriend ever again. Once bitten, twice shy. Behind every outrageous rule, there must be an outrageous story. The internet has been buzzing all night, and Su Yang also slept until the great dawn before waking up. Stretch out of bed and pull back the thick curtains to let the sunlight in. Not to mention, it's a great time to be alive. It's also just a little bit of live quests to do every day and then you can take a break. There's a lot of free time to do your own thing. Looking back to my last life, 996 not to mention, but also every day dare not leave work before the boss. Every day to go home and fall asleep. There's not a bit of recreational time. Curled up with the whole thing lifeless. It's so nice to have money and leisure now. Just 1 hour of live streaming yesterday generated over $2 million in revenue. I can't tell you how much more enjoyable it is to have free time in the afternoon to play a game of soccer and then cook myself a delicious dinner. After briefly lamenting the happiness of the present, Su Yang checked out today's live mission. Today's mission, threatened to have your house haunted. Live stream to find a master to exorcise the ghosts. Seeing this mission, Su Yang was dumbfounded. Doesn't he know if his house is haunted or not? What are you looking for in a master? Now this system mission is really getting more and more abstract. Without even a hint, it just sends out the mission in such a dry manner. If you want to have a live effect you have to fix it yourself. How is this going to play? But missions like this one that gave him free reign were better than those that were set up. At least it would prevent what embarrassed him so much yesterday from happening again. After washing up and simply eating some breakfast, Su Yang modified the title of the live broadcast room to prepare to start broadcasting. Today's portion of the whole job, the house is haunted. The anchor invites a master to exorcise the ghosts. After revising the title, Su Yang also walked out of the house, ready to go to the master. And Su Yang, as a well-deserved top streamer in the live broadcasting world, attracted countless netizens to flock in as soon as he started broadcasting. It's on, guys. Pretty early start today. One verbal commendation. I laughed all night yesterday playing that game job. What's going to be the whole thing today? Let me conk out. When the netizens in the live broadcast room looked at the headline, unlike the previous shock, today instead, they were all puzzled. Haunted? Is that what I understand? Is this the whole job to be done today? I'm afraid this job is too evil. The whole job can be cold, but not evil. I'm timid. Don't scare me. Feudal superstition is not to be. So the question is, where are the ghosts? Live streaming a night's sleep in a graveyard is better than this, isn't it? Don't question the anchor. He must have his reasons for doing so. It would be fun to really exorcise a ghost. No way. Such a niche track was found by the anchor? Don't be fooled by the anchor. It's definitely not literal. Fine shiver. Many old fans have seen too many live broadcasts and have figured out Su Yang's routine, realizing that any live he's going to fix won't be as simple as it seems. This one is no exception. Some netizens immediately turned into Sherlock Holmes and began to dig deeper into what lurks behind this live. Where in this world are ghosts? You guys are forgetting that the anchor is the one who hired a web addiction teacher to give Spider a break from his web addiction. Yeah. That was the time that pretending to be a god scared the hell out of me. Could it be this time too? Can't guess. But I know there's about to be a master in trouble. The frog with a heart of gold keeps touching your stomach, and the truth is about to be revealed. No, on the contrary, I think the anchor is really finding dirt to make a whole job like this. Yes, there must be something strange about this matter if it's empty. The pop-up screen was full of opinions, but it confused the other netizens. But confused as they were united in the belief that today's job was not simple. In order to avoid being laughed at by others for not understanding, many netizens made their opinions known in a conciliatory manner. It seems so. The brain circuits of the anchor are not something one can normally fathom. Sparrowfood has a point, and Holmes gave it a thumbs up. All of you are damn talented. This would be no kudo if we put you in Conan, the man who survives to the last episode in a detective novel. Listening to the king is like Zhuangzhou with purification. It's not like I didn't get it. I didn't get it at all. You guys have really taken enough crap literature. There was a ton of nonsense in the pop-ups and everyone was in the clouds. They all had a question in their minds. What's going on? Is it possible to really meet a ghost? Everyone stared intently at the screen with questions in mind, afraid to miss a single image. And while Su Yang was leaving his home, he was also pondering where to find a master to exorcise ghosts. He wanted to go over to that overpass to see the fortune teller. A fortune teller is equal to a Taoist priest, and a Taoist priest can exorcise ghosts. After all, when a group photo of a purple-robed celestial master circulated on the internet at the time, netizens teased that ghosts used to have to kick the right foot. So Su Yang took it for granted that it would be right to look for a fortune teller to exorcise ghosts. You can read feng shui and geography, let alone exorcise ghosts. However, after the last confrontation with the two fortune tellers at the footbridge, I'm afraid that I've been blacklisted by the fortune tellers there. Go over there and you're bound to come up empty. For a while and could not think of where else to find someone. So Su Yang opened the almighty Baidu. Search for a master exorcist. Unfortunately, it's not searchable at all. It's no wonder no one is doing it. It's just too cold. After the founding of the country, animals were not allowed to become sperm, let alone ghosts and monsters. Sooner or later you'll starve to death in this business. Baidu is no longer omnipotent. He still has omnipotent netizens. 3 ignorant cobblers still tops a Zhu Guliang. Just nearly 3 million people in the live broadcast room, which does not top a million Zhu Guliang. So Su Yang turned his head and started to ask for help from the netizens again. Big brothers and old sisters-in-law. My little brother has run into another problem. Where can I find an exorcist? Any idea? Hearing Su Yang refer to himself as a little brother asking for help, the pop-up screen instantly boiled over. Ha 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 ha, he calls me big brother, eh? Pass it on. The big anchor with 20 million fans is my little brother. That's a bit of a big brag. Tramp, you guys are only listening to half of the sentence? The point is the latter. The anchor is looking for a ghost exorcist master. You've called me big brother. Can you not help with this? Allow me to inquire. Old sister-in-law? People are obviously little fairies. This I know. You said princess, please answer. Do we really need an exorcist? Something really dirty? Don't guess blindly. There are no dirty things for the anchor to introduce a ghost exorcist master to take a look. Not to mention, I do know one and have private messaged the anchor. Seeing the netizens say this, Su Yang hurriedly clicked on the private message, quickly rummaged through a sea of messages. I have an uncle who catches ghosts, but he lives farther away. In Runjia town, I'll inform his old man. You prepare the vermilion sand, peach wood, and the big rooster first. I didn't think anything of it at first, but the more I looked at it, the more it seemed wrong. Renjia town? If he hadn't seen all of Uncle Ying's movies, he would have been fooled. This term's netizens are so damn talented. The whole job is on his head. Keep rummaging. Dude, just contacted Pops for you. He's on a plane on his way here. This side suggests you get a tattoo and summon the Dark Legion to stay alive for a while. Su Yang? Look again. Anchor, monks can also exorcise ghosts and subdue demons. I know of a temple where the monks are very powerful. Even a 1,000-year-old snake demon can be caught. That temple is called the Golden Mountain Temple. Go and report my name. Just say I introduced it. Su Yang. Seeing these unreliable private messages, Su Yang only felt a headache. When one party is in trouble, 8 parties add to it. What kind of sins has he committed? They shouldn't be counted on. They can't be counted on when it counts. Just as Su Yang was about to give up, a new private message was sent over. I know a Master Wang. I've seen the feng shui for my family's ancestral home before. I don't believe in all this myself, but my old family members say he's very powerful. You can try it. Address, Magic City XXXX. Phone, 1XXXX. Seeing this private message, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. There are still dependable people in the crowd, regardless of whether it's powerful or not. Let's first find the exorcist master. Otherwise, how can this mission go on today? After Su Yang replied with a thank you, he called the phone number provided by the netizen. I don't know if I didn't hear them or didn't want to answer, but it took 3 calls before they were answered. Hey, who is it? By the sound of his voice, the person who answered the phone should be an old man in his 60s or 70s. The tone was slow and light. Hearing the phone being picked up, Su Yang busily said, Hello, is this Master Wang? I feel like there's something dirty in the house, and I heard you're good at exorcising ghosts. Just wanted to ask you for a favor. Su Yang directly opened the door and waited for Master Wang to reply after he finished. This Master Wang obviously also didn't expect someone to call because of this, and his tone was a lot more positive. How did you determine that the house was haunted? These words had caught Su Yang off guard, but the guru wouldn't have come if he hadn't said anything, so he had to make it up as he went along. It feels like it's been following me around since I was a kid, no matter how much I've moved. Speaking of this, Su Yang's aura appeared. Suddenly I knew what to do about this job today. He stifled a laugh as he continued to add, And there's not just one, there's two. I saw them once and they were actually naked. Hitting a ghost is supposed to be scary, and followed them from childhood, and two of them at that. Master Wang was more cautious. He was silent for a moment, then said, exorcising ghosts is my old profession, but this kind of thing is too mean and damaging to young life. I've long since washed my hands of it. This kind of routine was already familiar to Su Yang, so he immediately interrupted before Master Wang finished his words. Master, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. As long as you can do me this favor, the price is whatever you want. No one could refuse such wealth, including Master Wang. He coughed dryly. It's not a matter of money. It's mainly because it's abominable that these wandering ghosts are disturbing people's peace and quiet. It is also incumbent to root it out. As for the cost, Master Wang paused for 2 seconds, then said righteously, people who cultivate don't talk about money but only fate, so I'll charge you 18,000 yuan. Grandmaster Wan's righteous words almost made Su Yang laugh. They haven't even come to see it on the ground, and they're not sure if it's haunted or not, and they're asking for $18,000. What is this if not a deus ex machina? But the clergyman is good. There's no psychological burden in messing with the clergyman. Isn't it just 18,000? He's not bad. Master Wang's line about only karma and not money also made the netizens in the live broadcast room laugh. Ha 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 ha, that's 18,000? This money is too good. It's obvious that he could have just grabbed it, and he had to make it sound so grandiose. Expensive for a reason. Maybe this master can really exorcise ghosts. There are too many fools in this world and not enough liars apparently. It's not easy for anyone who cultivates. So what's wrong with letting him earn some money? You laugh at the guru for having a hard time, and the guru laughs at you for not having a Land Rover. What Land Rover? Maybe it's an Audi. I've helped think of the reason. The 4 circles represent the 4 great emptinesses. The master hits the money. Fuck it. That foul shot made my corpse uncomfortable. The pop-ups were buzzing, and Su Yang was quick to agree. No problem. So I'll come over and pick you up? Hearing that Su Yang was coming to pick himself up, Master Wang became even more complacent. Alright, I'm just about ready to get ready too. Exorcisms are not to be trifled with. After that, he gave his address. Su Yang checked, and it was exactly the same as the one provided by the netizen just now. The location is on the outskirts of the outer ring of Mordor. Not really close, and it's over an hour's drive. But it's okay, it's just a ride. Otherwise, I don't know how much longer it would take for him to dawdle over. Okay, see you in a minute. Su Yang drove off. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw that Su Yang had really gone to pick up someone, and they once again talked about it. Crap, really going? More money burned can be used for me. I've always thought that I'm in a hole living, but this battle of the anchor, I'm afraid that I've really met a ghost. I thought it was a gimmick too. Now tell me it's a real ghost? No, I'm scared. I still don't believe in ghosts. Look on the bright side. What if the anchor is crazy? Ahem. There's no way to be serious on this broadcast. It was getting scary. And you guys made me laugh a little bit more with one comment. Yes, how can there be ghosts? It must be the anchor's mental problems. The whole so many against the sky ruthless work. The mental state is worrying. Well, you'd rather believe that the anchor is crazy than that there are ghosts in the world. I'd rather believe in ghosts in the world than men's. Sorry, conditioned. I still think the anchor is encountering something dirty. Look how specific he described it. That ghost has been following him since he was a child. Or 2. It's impossible to say that without full proof. I feel the same way. In fact, there are a lot of things that even science can't explain. Just like my wife and I are both yellow, but we gave birth to a dark-skinned child, which is something that science can't explain. 6. Amidst the buzz of netizens, Su Yang arrived at his destination. Park your car and look for it according to the location shown on the address. This is a suburb that has not yet been developed, and many of the houses have maintained their original architectural appearance. It's quaint and worn. There were many large trees along the roadside that one person couldn't even hold, and the shade of the trees made the surroundings look a bit gloomy while shielding them from the blazing sun. Su Yang walked inside and turned a corner. He saw an old man wearing a yellow celestial master's robe sitting on a rock with his eyes closed. The old man's hair was white, his body was thin, and he was very immortal. Plus there was another straw house behind him, just more like a feathered immortal. Not to mention, it's pretty bluffing. Just by looking at this stance, it did look like a few ghost exorcising masters. Su Yang judged that he was undoubtedly Master Wang, so he stepped forward and did a cupped fist salute first. Hello master, I'm the one who talked to you on the phone just now. Hearing this sound, Master Wang opened his eyes. He looked Su Yang up and down for a few moments, then shook his head repeatedly. I see that your face is dark and your body is surrounded by a sinister aura. You must be haunted by evil spirits. Daring to make such an assertion after only meeting one side, Su Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. He tried to suppress the corners of his mouth and went along with his words. Master's Tao is profound. Please help me get out of this. Su Yang's compliment flattered Master Wang. He stroked his beard and added, I shouldn't have meddled. But see that your heart is sincere. What's the harm in sparing the loss of some cultivation to help you eradicate the demons? In order to reassure Su Yang to pay the money, he also took out his Taoist license and a group photo of all Taoist priests. I've been practicing for my whole life, so it's natural for me to exorcise ghosts. Look, this is my senior brother, and this is my senior brother. While Master Wang pointed at the group photo and started to talk eloquently, Su Yang was pressing the corners of his mouth harder. I spit on the purple-robed Celestial Masters ensemble only a few moments ago, but now I'm actually seeing it. It was just that this Master Wang was a bit too disrespectful to his intelligence and actually used a diagram downloaded from the internet to fool him. Well, seeing as you're an old man and a victim of today's broadcast, you're forgiven for now. Su Yang wasn't that easy to fool, but the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't see it. Crap, this old man really has two skills. Is this picture awesome? The one in the center in the purple robe is awesome? Let me put it to you this way. Uncle Ling, who has been catching up Piao all his life, can only wear yellow robes. Wow. This master also wears yellow robes. It seems to be quite a bull. Now please be careful with your words. No matter how yellow or purple the robes are, they can destroy you twice. Other places are haunted. This place is haunted by Taoist priests. To bring in such a powerful figure, it seems that the anchor has encountered something not so small. Netizens are like wallflowers. One minute they're calling people scams, the next they're blowing rainbow farts. And Master Wang had spoken for 10 minutes, making his mouth dry, but Su Yang just didn't react at all. It made his heart tremble with apprehension. He had prepared himself well, but it was hard to be dismantled? This set of his has passed the test of practice, and I don't know how many people he has fooled. A lot of experienced, older people bought into his line. Is it hard to be recognized by a youngster? Just when Master Wang was at a loss for words, Su Yang pulled out his cell phone. Master, I trust you absolutely. Please. Only after hearing Su Yang say this did Master Wang feel relieved. Just leave it to me. I'll make sure to exorcise it cleanly for you. After boasting about it, he didn't forget to turn over the collection code for Su Yang to pay. After hearing the crisp and pleasant sound of the collection arriving, Master Wang had a face full of smiles. Then he turned and pulled out a cloth bag and slung it over his shoulder. Let's go, please. Taking Master Wang in his car, Su Yang drove in the direction back to the city again. On the way back, Master Wang inquired about the specifics of the haunting of Su Yang's house. Young man, be specific for me. Like, when was the first time it was discovered? What strange things have been encountered? It wasn't so accurate to say that Master Wan was a godly man. After all, he had also been a Taoist priest for 30 or 40 years. More or less. I know a little bit about it. The Chinese people have avoided the matter of ghosts and gods. Even if they say that they will drive away the ghosts, do not see people believe. But now that you've taken people's money, you have to contribute. That's why he took it upon himself to ask for these. Whether or not they could be exorcised was one thing, but the attitude had to be taken out, or at least not be seen as money well spent. Hearing this, Su Yang pondered for a moment, then said, I can't remember when I discovered it for the first time. It seems like when I was very young. I saw 2 children in my family, sometimes on the air conditioner, sometimes on the refrigerator. The master was asked to look at it then, but unfortunately the master didn't see it. But those 2 kids were clearly on top of the refrigerator. I even moved because of it, and I really didn't see it again for a long time. But I moved to a new house the other day and realized those 2 kids were following me again, and I couldn't hide from them if I tried. Master Wang, you have to save me. Su Yang's tone was eager, speaking as if it was true. Grandmaster Wang's face also became more and more grave after hearing this. What you saw as a child is the same as what you see now. Su Yang nodded. Yes, I'm all grown up, but they're still childlike. The look is the same, and they're all naked and shirtless all the time, too. Hearing this, Master Wang's face changed slightly. Looks like he bumped into a pedo ghost. This kind of ghost is made of a child who died young and is very difficult to haunt. Although he had never seen it, he had heard a lot about it, and it's still 2 at once. If it's a twin, it's even harder to deal with. In fact, it's really rare to see a ghost like Su Yang. It's usually just inferred from oddities, such as chairs rocking by themselves when no one is sitting in them, or wind chimes ringing by themselves when there's no wind. But if they could be seen, it meant that the 2 brats were not shallow. Then how sure is he that he's a half-wit? Master Wang felt tricky. When he was a Taoist priest he did have a course in exorcising ghosts, but at that time he didn't think it was useful, so he didn't take it seriously. But he did remember the saying that people are 3 times afraid of ghosts and ghosts are 7 times afraid of people. In that case, it seems like it should be enough, even if he's only half-assed. After figuring this out, Master Wang was inexplicably confident again. At this moment, Su Yang's voice came again, and I've also noticed that whenever I see those two brats, the whole room cools down. The closer you get, the colder it gets. These words caused Master Wang to fall silent once again. That's awesome, it all changes the environment. Master Wang is also really bold. He is not afraid of ghosts. Instead, he is more afraid that Su Yang thinks he is fooling people to find him a refund. Thanks to the fact that he had read many ghosts and spirits, he was now able to make up a few sentences. It seems to me that the two little ghosts following you are afraid of the spirits. There should be some kind of depression that hasn't dissipated before they stay attached to the earth. And you don't have to worry. The fact that they've been following you for so long and haven't hurt you means you're still safe. However, although they don't hurt your life, they will definitely damage your Yang life. So this time, I will take those two brats down for you and return the favor. Master Wang spoke with conviction, his expression as resolute as it could be. Su Yang also nodded after listening. Then I'll trouble Master. At this point in the broadcast, crap, can't believe it, there really are ghosts in this world? Anchor, this is to go what bad luck. An encounter too, but also said that after the appearance of small ghosts the room is cool. Listen to really oozing. Do you guys think we'll be able to see the two little ghosts when we exorcise them later? Stop it. It's a little scary. Catching ghosts live? What a niche track. The good whole live broadcasting room actually engaged in ghosts and God's metaphysics. It's really killing me. Seeing it now, the atheist in me is shaken. There are so many things in this world that haven't been discovered that I wouldn't be surprised if there were ghosts. No. I'm going to watch it live in the sun. I'm really scared. The netizens in the live broadcast room were talking. There were those who believed and those who didn't. But more than that, they were curious, and they just wanted to see for themselves whether ghosts existed in this world or not. Even some people who were too timid to even walk at night braced themselves to continue watching. And some passers-by, upon seeing such a bombastic headline, are curious enough to click in. Live streaming exorcisms? Don't read the outrageous ones. But definitely check out the ones that are too outrageous. This directly led to the rising heat of Su Yang's live room, becoming one of the hottest live rooms on the entire platform. At one point the heat overshadowed those broadcasting international favorites. It's no trouble, taking money from people, giving them away. Grandmaster Wang displayed his high spirits, and even though his heart wasn't in the right place, the aura in his words wasn't weak in the slightest. Soon, Su Yang returned to his home neighborhood. The vehicle had just driven into the neighborhood when Master Wang's brows furrowed. TSK, don't look like this is a rich neighborhood, but it's heavy with yin qi. I hadn't even gotten out of the car yet and I felt the gusts of wind. After saying that, he pulled out a token-like object from his cloth bag, and with his eyes closed his mouth began to chant. Su Yang took a look at it. The token looked a bit old, with complex patterns engraved on it, and he couldn't understand what Master Wan was reading from his mouth at all. But it's nothing more than writing about the urgency of Taishan Laojun or something like that. That's how it's done on TV shows. The car drove into the neighborhood, traveling slowly. It wasn't until he was almost at his own doorstep that Master Wang reopened his eyes. The first moment he opened his eyes he slapped his thigh vigorously. No wonder. The black dragon in this place covers the top and suppresses the earth's veins. The feng shui is indeed excellent, but it also tends to harbor evil spirits. Wonderful. And not so wonderful. Master Wang's words caused Su Yang to be confused, but there was no need for him to understand. Saying this is just to show that you're high and mighty. Otherwise you'd be sorry for the $18,000. That's something he understands. Although Su Yang had a clear door in his heart, he wouldn't be so low-spirited as to break it down. Instead, he followed Master Wang's words. Then there is a solvable method? No harm done. Master Wang stroked his beard and said confidently, I'll take care of it. Also at that moment, the car pulled up in front of the house. The two of them got out of the car, and Su Yang led Master Wang inside, pushing the door in. A cool air hit his face. Master Wang took a step back in fear on the spot. Evil spirit, don't be reckless. This shock from Master Wang startled Su Yang as well. It also quickly became clear why he was like that. The temperature outside was now in the high 40s, and the sun was so hot that standing outside was like being on fire. But indoors, Su Yang kept the air conditioner on, and the temperature stayed in the 20s. The moment you open the door there is a big difference in temperature, so naturally you will feel the cold air in your face. Just such a simple physical phenomenon actually startled Master Wang. Su Yang was a bit tense. He could only rub the bridge of his nose helplessly as a means of hiding his expression that was about to break. Su Yang understood why Master Wan was behaving this way, but the netizens in the live broadcast didn't understand, and so the pop-ups began another round of brainstorming and interpretation. No way. Even the master was scared. This ghost is very powerful. I'm suddenly a little grossed out inside. The anchor's expression has also become strange. It can't be true that he can see PPO. I'm going to be so nervous. Two naked brats. Shudder. Look at how it scared Master Wang to the point where his lips are white. Demons and monsters retreat quickly. I've heard that ghosts are afraid of child's urine. Does the anchor need it? It just so happens that I'm a virgin. Child's urine is a child's urine, not an old bachelor's. Run. This house is uninhabitable. Give me the key. I'm not afraid of ghosts. It's that time of the day and you still want to whore yourself out for nothing. You really want money. Master Wang's move really scared the netizens, and he himself watched the house with immense seriousness as he opened the door. So serious that he even stiffened his movements. A probing posture was maintained all the time. Those eyes were even more round, not daring to blink. Dead silence. There was dead silence all around. The image seemed to be frozen. Seeing this scene, not to mention the netizens, even Su Yang had to wonder if there was really a ghost in his house. Grandmaster Wang's movements lasted for a full 3 minutes before he called it quits. From the cloth bag, he pulled out another small mahogany sword. With the token in his left hand and the mahogany sword in his right, he cautiously walked towards the house. The footsteps were extraordinarily heavy. As Master Wang advanced, the hearts of the millions of netizens in the live broadcast room were all in their throats. It was clear that they had seen the situation in Su Yang's room many times through the live broadcast. In the past, you would only feel that the decoration is high class and tasteful. It's clean no matter what. But this time when I looked at it again, it all felt weird everywhere. It's all about psychological suggestion. It's obvious that there are no ghosts, but with repeated references from others. Those who don't have them believe 3 times. Su Yang followed behind Master Wang. He only looked puzzled even after he looked around the living room. It was indeed as gloomy as Su Yang said, and he also felt cold. But what about ghosts? Where are those 2 naked brats? After all, Master Wang had lived for so many years and quickly reacted. Every day I hear people talk about ghosts, but how many of them have actually seen a ghost? Not to mention in the middle of the day. And in his experience, many people who say they see ghosts are actually delusional. Or maybe it's caused by visual misalignment. Subtract that from the number of people who have seen ghosts and there are even fewer. After figuring this out, Master Wang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. And at the same time, he also put away that solemn look. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. And it certainly doesn't affect Master Wang's ability to continue his nonsense. So he turned his head to look at Su Yang. At this time, it's noon. The yang energy is too strong. The evil spirits don't dare to show themselves, but I can feel them inside the house. I'm afraid I sensed the danger and hid. Hide? Looking at Master Wang's serious nonsense, Su Yang was a little taut. Pressing down the corners of his mouth that wanted to raise, he reached forward and pointed. There's no hiding. They are right where they are. As the words fell, Master Wang's face instantly changed drastically. There was also a sudden silence around them. But at this time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room suddenly boiled over. In the house. Why didn't I see it? I didn't see it either. Does the anchor have yin and yang eyes? Can you see dirty things? It should be. Master Wang can feel it too, but he can't see it, while the anchor can. You guys don't scare people. I'm chicken. Don't suddenly go dark in a minute and then a grim laugh comes out of the house. That's how ghost movies are made. Stop it, stop it. Su Yang's sentence made the atmosphere weird. Master Wang swallowed a mouthful of water. His eyes looked in the direction of Su Yang's finger. His eyes were almost glaring out, but he still couldn't see anything. The room was obviously cold, but a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His breathing became rapid and he mechanically shifted his gaze to Su Yang. No. Master Wang himself didn't even realize that his voice was slightly shaking. This detail was successfully captured by Su Yang, who pursed the corners of his lips and took a few steps closer before pointing. Can't you see? They're right on the air conditioner. Just now just talking about it makes people tremble with fear. It's even more alarming now that it's so specific, because anyone with eyes could see that there was nothing on the air conditioner. The vertical air conditioner sits in the corner with not even a cloth on it to keep the dust off, let alone anything else. Master Wang felt like his heart was about to jump out. The legs also became weak and needed to lean against the table to barely maintain standing. Master Wang was scared to death. And the netizens in the live broadcast room were even more scared to cry and cry. Aha! Mommy help me! Bless me! Great Mother! I am afraid! 100 nobodies! All evils shun! Lord Rulai Buddha! Lord Tai Sheng! Sun Wukong help! Master Wang was truly afraid. Grabbed the cloth bag and tried to escape. But Su Yang were willing to just let him go. The money was spent. One grabbed Master Wang and brought him to the air conditioner. Master! Look! They're right up there. At this moment, Master Wang had a lifeless look on his face. Why don't you let go? One could only force himself to look towards where Su-young pointed. Still nothing. Thinking it was because he couldn't see, he tried to close his eyes in fear, but the moment his eyes were about to close, his afterglow caught something. That's the Hale brothers? A huge question mark came to mind. Hardly? Grandmaster Wang couldn't believe his guess, and his eyes took on a dull appearance. At this time this live broadcast room was also completely quiet. Some people catch the key points, but they are not sure. Silence. Everyone chose to remain silent. After a long time, a pop-up silently floated out. Isn't it the Hale brothers who are naked, who get chills all around, and who don't grow up for 10 years? When this pop-up screen came out, the live broadcast instantly exploded. Tramp. I'm too scared to even go to the bathroom, and now you're telling me it's the Hale brothers? Well, that's how it plays out, isn't it? Live streaming ghost hunting, and I'm part of the play? This Nima is too anticlimactic. Is that what you call a ghost? I don't get it, but big time. Ha 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 ha. I was never expecting this. It can still be played like this. Suddenly I feel like a fool for being afraid just now. I wouldn't have been afraid if you had said it was the Hale brothers earlier. Treadmill. I'll give you something different every day. Families who understand. Here's a beast who hired an exorcist to exorcise the Hale brothers. The Hale brothers, an unmitigated disaster. Simply an unmitigated disaster. Feelings for the whole job. Really. Pissed myself laughing pissed myself laughing now. Pissed myself scared just now. Master Wang, is there no one to speak up for me? Or beg for my psychological shadow area? Ha 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 ha. Straight up laughing out loud at the pigs. The netizens who understood it directly overturned the live broadcast. The pop-up screen quickly refreshed in front of Su-young's eyes. It's also outrageous that the ghosts I always thought were actually the Hale brothers. Is this something a human being could do? If it was someone else, the netizens would have to curse high and low. No, you're sick. But Su-young, they instantly felt reasonable. After all, he's done a lot of bad things before. But it's a really good live stream. 1 minute you're shaking with fear. The next you're rolling on the floor laughing. Gifts are rare when you can amuse your online friends. The gift effects didn't stop while the pop-ups refreshed like crazy. At this point in the picture, Grandmaster Wang's mood was also unsettled for a long time. The two kids he's talking about, they're actually the Hale brothers? It's nifty. Who did he invite to go through this at his age? I was ready to see a ghost, but then I saw the logo. Master Wang suddenly felt that it was not as bad as seeing a ghost. It's weird when you listen to it. What kind of ghost is naked all the time and follows when you move? It turned out to be the tramp Hale brothers. Don't want to follow what exorcist to hire. You change to jelly can't At this moment, Master Wang's expression was extremely ghostly, realizing with hindsight that Su-young was just making fun of him. 18,000 to watch a fun. Figure what? The point is that one's own performance along the way. Gloomy. Black dragon pressing on the vein? Another chanting and another practice. Especially that they're all hiding. Master Wang shook his head violently. It can't be recalled. And every time it is recalled it's a level of social death. After a lifetime of being a Taoist priest, I didn't expect to end up in the gutter. What kind of human suffering is this that he has to suffer? The most infuriating thing was that he still felt that every word Su-young said was the truth. Being followed all the time? Anytime there is a Hale brothers appliance in the house, it is not being followed all the time. The closer you get, the colder it gets? Who's near an air conditioner that doesn't get cold when you turn on the fridge? Grandmaster Wang was speechless to death. If eyes could kill, Su-young could probably be killed by 1,000 cuts. The young man is not martial, teasing an old man like that, but he gave $18,000. Master Wang collapsed, his face 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts anger, and 4 parts social death embarrassment. It simply doesn't look good. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't live without laughing when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. This layered performance is suggested to be included in the Northern film textbook. Doesn't anyone sympathize with him? After all, it's a handful of years old. Not only do I not sympathize, I even kind of want to laugh, knowing that's $18,000. If I had that kind of money, I could point to Old Spice and say it's a ghost, a female ghost, and it's hot. Not to mention the Hale brothers. Laban Ma, I'm not dead yet. Ha 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 ha. Counting murder for laughing someone to death. My stomach hurts now. No kidding. Let's just say, Thai pants are hot. It looked like Master Wang had already sensed it. And Su-young was really quite indebted sometimes. Even if he knew that Master Wang was so embarrassed that his toes were buckling to the ground, he continued to make things worse. Master, it's them. Not only do they stare at me every day, but they make me feel cool at all times. Can you do anything about it? Su-young's knowingly asked a dumbfounded Master Wang. The beard was shaking with anger. Looking at Su-young was even more like looking at the devil. You. It was hard to hold back a complete sentence. God damn it. Not going to let him go, are you? Treating an old man like that. And what's all this talk about being cool? Can you not be cool with your air conditioner turned up to 16 degrees? I'll tell you about the Shingamen Lozi. You tell me about the crotch and elbow. Can't really communicate a bit. However, he had just clearly blown all the bull out of his ass, saying that he would definitely help him get rid of these two little ghosts. But now, the temperature in the room was very low, and it was obviously very cold. But Master Wang felt like he was being set on fire. Can this thing be driven? Does gouging the markers count? But how can you gouge it all? Unless the manufacturer doesn't make it. Master Wang only felt a headache. Let him die a death. No kidding. Time passed, and the scene fell silent once again. Having been unable to wait for Master Wang's reply, Su Yan once again urged, "Master, can't drive it away." Master Wang replied firmly, as if he had made up his mind somehow. However, it was only these 3 words, and the tone behind them was pleading. "Young man, I'm shallow. You'd better hire someone else." Translation: you might as well go hokey on someone else. His old bones want to live a few more years. But what if Su Yang insists? After all, one collects the money. It's worse than killing him to ask for a refund now. But if you don't refund the money, what about the real drive? Hard drive? Open the altar to drive away the Hale brothers? If this were to spread, it would have to make the 90-year-old old man next door, Lee, laugh his last tooth off. Just thinking about that image, Master Wang was a whole lot of wind in his sails, taking a deep breath before re-emphasizing, "I really can't do it." After saying that he didn't know what to think, he picked up the cloth bag he brought and turned around to run. With those legs and feet, you can't even tell that you're already 70 years old. Seeing the fallen Master Wang, Su Yang finally couldn't help himself, sitting on his butt on the couch and laughing. It's lackluster, but also hilarious. At this point in the live broadcast, the pop-up screen also completely exploded. Ha 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 ha, another one got away. Not to mention, that's a much sharper run just a few steps than I can do. Encountering such an animal anchor, it's strange not to run away. Exorcising the ghosts of the Hale brothers. I'm a psychopath who sounds and feels sick. In retrospect, it was a setup that was a real defense. I was actually a little disappointed to learn that those 2 brats were the Hale brothers. Just shut up. It was the same group of you that just said you were scared half to death. The king of strong mouths. Please shut up. The pop-ups are buzzing. At the moment Master Wang fled, the system beep arrived as expected. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Yang's mood got better. Day after day he came up with all this fancy stuff and his psyche became extraordinarily strong. Then again, the job was really outrageous today. Threatened to have a ghost in your house and call an exorcist to get rid of it. The ghosts that turned out to be exorcised were actually the Hale brothers. Well, the outrageous one is him. The Hale brothers came to him suddenly in a flash of inspiration. But so what? He ended up taking the blame for all those lackluster quests issued by the system. There's no difference. After completing today's task, Su Yang glanced at the live broadcast. Netizens continue to buzz about that scene just now. It's so bombastic. What kind of brainwave is it to think of hiring an exorcist to exorcise the Hale brothers? Send the anchor to autopsy. I'm not kidding. No, I think we should send the anchor to the psychiatric unit to see what's going on. He's in a mental state that I can't understand. Indeed, there's not a whole lot of sickness in the brain to do a job like that. Looking at the constantly refreshing pop-ups in front of him, Su Yang was also quite speechless. Forget who brought them so much joy to spit on him. The good news is that the spit is not a gift. Finally, it's time for the last part of the broadcast. Thanks for the gift from _ thus leaving the abyss _ boss atmosphere. Thanks for the gift from Morning Glory and half a Shawa, the boss is rich. Thanks to all the old timers and families. See you tomorrow. After thanking him, Su Yang went straight off the air. It's a great day. Mission accomplished and people at home. He couldn't wait to open the system. Start the lottery. As soon as the words left his mouth, the familiar interface appeared in front of him. In a few moments, lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Go master. Go. Is this the rhythm of asking him to be good at everything? Su Yang's knowledge of the game of Go was only something he knew through TV dramas. You won't be able to get down on your own pressure. Seems like it's a pretty powerful skill though. According to the system, the level after having this skill is comparable to Alpha Dog. Can easily dominate the chess world. In a nutshell, it's pretty awesome right there. Skillful and decisive acceptance. In the next second, countless knowledge about Go flooded into Su Yang's mind. Includes a variety of chess theory and practical exercises. It was like a giant database pooled into his body. Smooth as if it owned itself. I don't know if it was because of having this skill. Su Yang felt his head clearing up a lot. In particular, arithmetic skills are clearly enhanced. As you know, Go is all about a big picture. where the next move requires you to think of several moves behind it. A lot of the time it's all about the one sun that makes the difference. So, arithmetic is especially important in matchmaking. As soon as he got an itchy hand after acquiring the skill, Su Yang couldn't wait to try it out. If you can't find someone to place it in reality, then go online. There are also many chess players in the platform. Su Yang found a fixed segment in the 8-segment chess players live room and clicked in. Professional 8 Dan. Already the best you can find in the platform. Its level is equivalent to that of a professional chess player at the national level, and it is still the best in it. Playing against someone like that, I thought it would be a good way to test if the skills were great. Right after Su Yang clicked into the live broadcast, many fans inside also recognized Su Yang. Crap, isn't that the hot hole job anchor? What's a live anchor doing here? Do you know how to play chess? Standing up a persona to come. All know that those anchors who rely on doing something strange to attract attention are generally poorly educated. Appearing here is probably just pretending. Yeah, how can any netizen no go? Can you not come and pollute this pure land of ours? Don't mind him. Let's watch chess properly. Mr. Kong has won 90-something consecutive games in the ring. Almost a grand slam. Let him watch. He can't read anyway. That's true. Can't see he'll be gone in a minute. Barriers exist in different circles. Don't look at Su Yang so hot. On the hot search every day. But here, he's not seen as popular. However, Su Yang's arrival has brought a lot of traffic to this live room. And the original live room with only a few thousand people online has actually risen to 20,000 for the first time. A live room with 20,000 people watching online simply wasn't enough for Su Yang's kind of high traffic. But for a cold broadcast let go, that's the ceiling. This caused Mr. Kong, who was setting up the ring, to look sideways. Thank you to so many friends for coming today. We have the usual rules. Those who want to play against each other please get on the mic. Mr. Kong wearing a Chinese mountain suit, age about 30-something years old, looks courteous and very scholarly. If one pays a little attention they will find that he regularly appears in many top international and domestic tournaments. There have been many notable achievements as well. It even beat the previous international champion. And the reason why he started the live broadcast is that he wants to refine his chess skills while meeting friends with chess. Therefore, it attracts many masters to play against each other. So far, though, not a single loss. And when Mr. Kong finished, the pop-ups went quiet. Even though there were more than 20,000 people in the live broadcast right now, it was mostly people who were watching, and there were almost none who dared to compete. Su Yang observed that the software they used to play chess was the entertainment software that came with the platform. As soon as you succeed in picking up the mic, you will automatically jump into the software to play the game. Su Yang glanced at his Go rank, Amateur Level 1. He couldn't help but laugh at the difference between that and a munchkin. Amateur Level 1 goes against Professional Level 8. What's the difference in other people's eyes to touching a stone with an egg? If we do this, we'll be laughed out of the room. Originally, entertainment anchors are looked down upon by these cultured people of theirs, and I don't know what will be said about them if they go up there. But he came all the way. Su Yang was hesitating, and at this point, since no one had been answering the battle, the picture of this live room gradually changed. Anyone up for the next hand? There's no shame in losing to the nationals. You're on if you're good. I'm just a chess watcher. Professional 5th Dan doesn't dare to show off in front of Mr. Kong. 5th Dan is already impressive. Go up and try it. Maybe you can even get guidance from Mr. Kong to go straight to 6th Dan. Too many TV shows, I guess. And now it's hard as hell to get on every paragraph. Indeed, it takes talent to play Go. And if you're talented enough, you can be under Mr. Kong's thumb. It's kind of zingy. The netizens in the live chat room were talking about it, but not a single person was on the mic. Even Teacher Kong couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the scene. Looks like we won't be able to find anyone to play chess with today. Just when he didn't want to waste time waiting any longer, a message popped up. Su Yang requests to go on the mic to fight you. Please accept or not? Su Yang? That anchor. Mr. Kong subconsciously looked at the list next to him, which showed everyone's Go rank. When he flipped to Su Yang, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Amateur paragraph? Is this supposed to be funny? Mr. Kong's pattern as a player on the national team was also really big. Ignoring Su Yang's anchor status, thought it was a newbie trying to get a taste of Go. After a moment of slight hesitation, OK was selected. Mr. Kong treated it with a normal heart. But the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still again the moment they saw Su Yang on the mic. What's wrong with this anchor? How dare he get on the mic? Anyone who hasn't been beaten by society thinks they can play chess with Mr. Kong? How dare an amateur level 1? People don't even dare to go to the 5th level of professionalism. It's also because Mr. Kong has a good temper. If anyone else would have kicked him out long ago. There's been an international Go tournament recently and there's been heat. So all these anchors are circling around like flies seeing shit. It's so annoying, you can't even watch a game of chess. This kind of sparring is a waste of time, and there won't be a single gain from watching it. Seeing that it was Su Yang who was about to fight against Mr. Kong, they were all very opinionated. However, there was also a small number of Su Yang's fans in the live broadcast room. They couldn't help but open their mics with passion when they saw their favorite anchors being so denigrated. What are you talking about? Now you have to divide a game of Go into 3, 6, 9 classes? Mr. Kong didn't even say anything. What are you guys jumping around for? Then please come forward if you say a fly sees shit. I won't say anything if you say Su Yang is a fly, but you say Mr. Kong is shit? It's amazing how you can't tell if you're pink or black for a while. Yes, we admit that there are tournaments that can be a bit hot, but don't you guys look at the fact that with Su Yang's hotness he needs to come and rub this in? Then again, are there fewer people who come to this live room to rub it in? What's wrong with letting Su Yang rub it in? Seeing that the pop-ups were all noisy, Su Yang was quite embarrassed. I hesitated to go on just now because I was afraid of that too, but he had just gained the skill hand itching to get a game from an expert. Finally, I mustered up the courage to choose to connect. I didn't expect them to argue before the chess game even started, but since he had come up, there was no reason for him to go down. He could only speak with an apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Kong. I heard that you are a great chess player, so I had the courage to come up and spar with you. Sincerity is a must. Su Yang's tone was respectful, pulling the respect right up to the fullest. This made Mr. Kong, who had been slightly critical just a moment ago, let go of his preconceived notions. It even affirmed Su Yang's guts, courageous for a novice to take on a master. What's the point of not just trying to get him to play a game of chess? His original intention of opening a live broadcast was to meet friends with chess, and he did not require that one must be a master to come. It's okay. But, Teacher Kong's smile was gentle as he looked at Su Yang's segment and asked, but it looks to me like you haven't played chess before. Do you play Go? Initial segment with zero field. While he didn't mind playing against newbies, he still had to ask, if the opponent doesn't even know the basic rules of Go, there's really no point in playing. Can play. Taught myself Go. Usually I would play against myself, and I felt pretty good about my chess skills. Su Yang lied without blushing or jumping, but he also received a wave of appreciation from Mr. Kong for this answer. Teaching yourself Go requires perseverance. The fact that he can still play against himself is a testament to his love of Go. That alone was enough to make him want to play this game properly. Okay, let's cut a deal then. After saying that, Mr. Kong clicked start and told Su Yang to play black. As a chess player on the national team, you are still quite confident in what is within your area of expertise. At the same time, everything Su Yang showed made him very gullible. Thought it was a handful of entertainment bureaus. However, after only 5 minutes of playing the game, the smile on his face disappeared. Mr. Kong's habit is to play chess while also explaining, but after just a few minutes, he no longer wanted to talk. The look became cautious and focused. 10 minutes into the game, Mr. Kong's moves began to slow down, thinking about each move for at least half a minute or more. Half an hour into the game, Mr. Kong's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing this image, the netizens in the broadcast room were shocked. It was important to know that with Mr. Kong's caliber, even if he was playing against top international Go players, he wouldn't even see such an expression on his face. At this point, Mr. Kong looked at his white discs, which had lost their momentum, and his opponent's black discs, which were alive and well. Eventually a helpless sigh escaped. I lost. This I lost was like a thunderbolt, directly causing the pop-up screen to explode. Mr. Kong lost? How can that be? It did lose. By half a point. Holy shit, he's just a whole live anchor. So good at chess? Let's just say that you can't tell the difference between people. And we do have a bit of an eye for it. Mr. Kong lost his 90-something streak. My god. Winning Mr. Kong. Such a powerful anchor actually caught fire by the whole job. Ha 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 ha. Su Yang is mighty. Suddenly I feel so proud to be your fan. So bullish I'm going to cross my arms. The pop-ups are boiling over. Since Mr. Kong himself set the connection to disconnect automatically once the game was over. So much so that he had just admitted defeat when Su Yang's avatar disappeared. It made it impossible for him to even think about pulling Su Yang for another hand. Su Yang, on the other hand, quietly left after testing the effects of the skill. Just get over it, there's no need to keep going down. He had no intention of moving in that direction. And this game Su Yang did not even put in mind. But in the netizens' push, the relevant words and phrases quickly on the hot search. Su Yang's daily video of the whole job was already hot, and now it's mixed in with the topic of playing Go to break the national team's winning streak. The amount of discussion exploded straight away, and the name Su Yang resounded through the Go circle. The next day, Su Yang woke up early, clicked on the phone to see the overwhelming hot search just like don't want money hanging all night. This kind of situation was not strange to Su Yang, and after glancing at it, he decisively retreated. Roll out of bed and wash up. View today's tasks. Today's task, live by condoms, whatever number you get. Ask the clerk if there's a smallest one. But, the mouthwash in my mouth spewed right out after reading this assignment. Treadmill. It was provoking his male dignity. And the smallest? Su Yang subconsciously looked down. Insulting. Simply insulting. Though having been tortured by the system for so long, one has become immune to it. But it was still a bit taut to see this mission. No man would admit that he can't or that his brother is small. But this mission is a clear attempt to make fun of him. Doesn't he want to lose face? And it's the kind of thing that's hard to explain once you've given it a built-in impression. You can't just drop your pants and show them. The most outrageous thing is that even if you ask, you have to purchase successfully. Doesn't this directly prove that you are using this size? It's a horse. Su Yang directly burst out in foul language. You big man. It's time to say no. The system still works. Su Yang has double broken the defense again. He could already imagine the comments of the netizens after seeing this live today. Damn it! Shall we try it with a reset card? As soon as this idea appeared, it was ruthlessly rejected by Su Yang, because he knew that with the system's pissy nature, he might just give him an even more outrageous one. The reset card is the last card one can't use. It's not just about buying condoms on the air. It's not just about being perceived as small. How big a deal? Giving himself a good mental build-up, Su Yang pondered how this task was going to be accomplished. Nowadays, the society is open, and things like condoms are available in supermarkets, convenience stores, and drugstores. He had to think about how to minimize the level of social death. You can't pick a store that's too close. After all, you'll have to meet people later. Not the drugstore. If he dared to ask that, the clerk at the drugstore was going to start pushing health pills. That's more social death. Su Yang knew that there was a kind of unmanlove store, but the system required that he also communicate with the clerk to buy the smallest one. This ironically won't work either. After thinking about it, Su Yang still felt like finding a convenience store that was farther away from his home. It's better to have less traffic around. So he took out his cell phone and tapped on the map. There were many such convenience stores in Mordor, and it didn't take much effort to find one. Located in the suburbs, it takes half an hour to drive there. After determining the location, Su Yang started thinking about when to go again. Finally decided on noon. Because sooner or later, you're going to lose face. After everything was arranged, Su Yang began to slowly make himself breakfast. The system tortures him, but be kind to yourself. Su Yang was grinding time, but the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't wait for him to start broadcasting and couldn't help but talk again. It's 10 o'clock. Why don't we start? Tired of playing chess? I guess. That stuff's kinda hard on the brain. I was shocked when I saw the hot search. The anchor actually knows how to play chess. How much else is he hiding from us? It doesn't matter. If you live long enough to know everything, treasure anchor is no longer an adjective. Alright then, let's wait honestly. Other anchors are afraid of fans running away. I'm actually afraid of anchors running away. Mean. So mean. Netflix can talk so hilariously to a black screen. And Su Yang drove to the convenience store he'd chosen after a full meal before getting ready to go live. Modify the title of the livestream, today's portion of the whole job, buy condoms, live and ask the clerk if there's a smallest one, no matter what number you get. Once those words were typed, that OK button never pressed. He knew these netizens too well. Their mouths were like hardened poison. There's no telling what kind of jokes will be made about him. Just thinking about that scene, Su Yang felt goosebumps all over his body. It's killing me. I don't know if I can live with that. It's just a big headache. Several more deep breaths were taken before the confirmation button was pressed. You're going to die sooner or later anyway, so you might as well do it sooner and be relieved. When Su Yang turned on the live broadcast, the pop-up screen became even more lively. It's finally on, and the sun is up my ass. Look at what time it is. I've waited for the flowers to bloom. Let's forget it this time. But not next time. Just in time for mealtime. While we eat. Why isn't the anchor at home? Is this straight to the outdoors before the broadcast? What kind of work is this going to be today? The netizens complained a few times, all unanimously looking toward the title. This look is collectively taut. But, old man is still eating. Directly give me a laugh spray. Ha 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 ha. No wonder it started late. So it held a big pile for me. Buy a condom? Is this something I can watch? Can the process of using it be streamed live? Nothing else? Mainly because I'm not very good at using it. No, don't you guys ever notice the flashy spots? Why did the anchor buy the smallest number? It says it's in the middle of a whole job, but it's probably just bought for its own use. Pass it on. The anchor is small. Pass it on. Anchors don't work. See, that's where the rumors come from. What's wrong with small? Tiny is cute too. Unsurprisingly for Su Yang, the netizens were unforgiving in their jabs at him. The point is that he has no place to talk about being so rumored. It's too suffocating. Trying to ignore the flirting and the pop-ups, Soo-young resolutely walked into the convenience store. This place really wasn't a bad choice. There were currently no customers in the convenience store, and the only cashier, a chubby girl, was catching up on her drama inside the counter. Soo-young quietly walked over to the shelf where the condoms were placed. Looking at what was laid out on it, one couldn't help but black out. Someone tell him how there are so many brands of this stuff even if there are so many specs? Lightweight, hydrating, granular. Even if Soo-young was a male, he looked at his old face and blushed. The selection process is so social, and I have to ask if there is a minimum size. Once this mission was completed today, he should be able to consider living on a different planet. It's really too social to die. Gathering the courage to take a random box and walk to the cash register. But while he was delayed, a group of young men who had just finished playing basketball walked into the store and grabbed the water to get ahead of the check. Soo-young didn't want to go up and make a scene. Just want to wait until they finish checking out. But these guys were obviously trying to rub the air conditioning of the convenience store as well, and stood around drinking the water after they bought it. The pressure is not going away. After checking out them, the cashier girl saw Soo-young not moving, but also took the initiative to greet that gentleman. Do you want a box of small raincoats? Check out this way. As soon as the cashier girl spoke, she let Soo-young himself experience what it means to want to find a crack in the ground. Before it was all about embarrassing others. Now it's your turn. The wind and water are turning. Especially since the boys playing basketball next to him all looked toward him in unison as soon as the cashier finished speaking. Isn't it true that life doesn't have that much of an audience? Why are all these people looking at themselves? Just watch it and look like I get it. The scene, simply, okay. Having been named, Soo-young had no choice but to tough it out. Walking over and placing the box in his hand on the counter, he was about to say his lines when the cashier girl picked it up in an eye roll and swept it up. Seeing her movements, Soo-young stopped in panic. No. Soo-young was too embarrassed to say a complete sentence, and the cashier girl clearly misunderstood him. Picking up the box and looking at it, ice and fire model. Not this one? The row on the left is the raised model, and the one in the center is water-soluble based. See which one you want? Or take a box all the same. There's an event going on right now. The cashier girl was obviously about the same age as Soo-young, but she said these words without blushing. But with every word she said, Soo-young's head lowered. God damn it. Why should he have to endure this? Soo-young's cheeks burned, knowing that one more minute of delay was one more minute of social death. He could only ask stiffly, is there anything smaller than this? I'll take the smallest size. The cashier girl froze on the spot at this statement. Eyes gurgled twice, obviously comprehending the meaning of the words. That's not really a hard sentence to understand. It just amazed her that someone was using the smallest size. These things were stretchy, and that was if they were still too big. That's why she's so confused. And Soo-young's words also made the few lads rubbing the air conditioner next to him start to stifle their laughter after hearing it. Use the smallest size condom? Looked handsome, didn't realize it was a fine dog. They didn't say a word, but that expression spoke volumes. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. At this point in the broadcast, ha 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 ha, is there no one in this world that the anchor cares about? It felt awkward through the screen. Kamikin. It makes my stomach hurt from laughing every day. No need to get the smallest size. Personally, I recommend getting finger cots. Put. Ha ha ha, damage is still yours. The domestic ones seem to be all even sizes. So if you want the smallest, you'll have to go next door for a little while. Upstairs. How do you know that? Can you expand on it? For the first time, I have the urge to buy traffic for the anchor. I can't watch such a social death scene alone. One person? There are over 6 million people on the air right now. The pop-ups were hilarious. The cashier girl also reacted that what Soo-young said was literally true. Couldn't help but look him up and down. Can't see it. Obviously it looks fine. How come? The cashier girl's gawking made Soo-young feel as if he had a thorn in his back. The task was not yet complete. He endured. So Soo-young asked again. Any? Want the smallest? That was a response, answered by a good long giggle. After laughing enough, the cashier girl said, Sir, this is an even size. No? After being laughed at so much by the cashier girl, Soo-young's cheeks thickened. He nodded. Yeah. The even size is too big. What the hell was he ashamed of when a girl could say this so openly? Despite his lack of real-world combat, he wasn't ignorant of anything. Then, I'm really sorry. No. She said she was sorry, but the cashier girl's face was on the verge of a smile. There's no minimum. So what's the mission going to be? Soo-young made a mistake. Looking at him with a frown on his face, the boys playing basketball next to him clearly misunderstood. Each one was enthusiastic as hell. Brother, if it's too big, you'll set up a few more. Less bad ideas. More sets and no feeling. but it's too big to grind a few times and fall off. I think the underlying cause has to be seen by a doctor. Yes, I was like bean sprouts before. I saw a Chinese medicine practitioner a little better. Brother, do you want me to introduce you? Young people nowadays, they're all overly enthusiastic. The starting point is good, but can you not start? Just when Su Yang was so embarrassed that his toes were buckling to the ground, the cashier girl even made up for it. Sir, there really isn't. If you can't do that, do you want to put some plastic wrap over it? Such a thunderous sentence came out of a girl's mouth. Su Yang directly flaxed and froze. But because of this statement, the live effect was instantly pulled full circle. Ha 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 ha, this girl is too daring. A bit of cling film over it? It's like I've discovered a new world. That pulls the snark value full circle. Cashier, today's pleasure is from the anchor. So let's thank the world's tiniest man. It's been a busy day on my toes. I haven't watched the live stream for long, but I've already snapped out a set of the Forbidden City. Anchor, I'm actually a friend of mine who commissioned me to buy it. A competent fan is one who knows how to help the anchor find a replacement. No, I remember a size 38 condom. That one was smaller. At this moment, Su Yang felt that Magic City was really a very inclusive city. The cashier girl thundered him to the ground, but the system beep for completing the quest was delayed again. Just as Su Yang was considering whether or not to ask again in a different store, he suddenly saw a pop-up floating out. 38? Su Yang looked at the box he had taken, and it said number 52. And the model number is also displayed on the back. Large, 55 millimeters. Medium, 52 millimeters. Small, 46 millimeters. And the netizens say 38. Tete-a-tete trumpet? Insulted yet again. However, this helped Su Yang with ideas to complete the task. So he pointed to the box again and asked, "It says 38. No?" Seeing Su Yang being so persistent, the cashier girl was helpless. "I'll check it for you." Fingers tapped on the keyboard and soon the cashier girl looked surprised. "It's still there. Wait for me." With that, he dug into the back of the warehouse. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were about to burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, this girl is fighting for the anchor's sexual well-being. Actually, it's not necessary. The anchor is faster than lightning. No wonder the show dawdled until noon. It was so embarrassing it made me scratch my hair. Anchor this fine dog title. I'm afraid I won't be able to shake it off. Laughing my ass off. Those guys next to me kept looking at the anchor with caring retarded eyes. He had his day. Always thought he was all powerful. But in this, my humble servant excels him. Suddenly it feels balanced. The anchor is so small. The future sister-in-law suffers. Ha 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 ha. It's so explosive. Amidst the netizens chortling, the cashier girl stepped out of it. It's still there. I didn't realize you knew quite a bit about it. $38. WeChat or Alipay. Netizens flirted with him just enough. But I didn't expect the cashier girl to leave him alone. Su Yang couldn't tense up. Hurriedly, he pulled out the payment code and swiped it, grabbed the little box and ran. The action is so silky smooth that it doesn't lag a bit. With Su Yang's falling away, the damn beep finally rang. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. Hearing this voice, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. Good thing it's done. And this mission was by far the shortest in terms of time. From the time you entered the convenience store to the time you came out, which was no more than 5 minutes. That means his live stream is less than 10 minutes long. But even after only 10 minutes of live broadcasting, the income from the gifts received is as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars. When contrasted like that, the embarrassment and social death just now wasn't so hard to swallow. Was about to get off the air after thanking his fans. But just then, detected host's mood fluctuation. Triggered entertainment task to combine work and rest for a bit. Shouldn't you take a vacation and rest from work and rest? You're on a mission. Just when Su Yang was about to curse, the system voice sounded again. Entertainment mission, take a locksmith to play escape room. Play with the opening. You will receive a balance doubling card upon completion. Doing quest. Su Yang wasn't a big fan, but the balance doubling card was really fragrant. The gift income and signing bonus for this period of time added up to more than $50 million in assets he already had. Now to double it. Crap. A small goal. This Su Yang could not resist. Keep in mind that the lottery spells probability. Now it's automatically given for completing a task. The difference is clear. Anyway, it was still early, so Su Yang decided to continue the mission. There's no way around it. There's just too much to give. Immediately revised the caption. Working late today to take the locksmith on an escape room. At this time the netizens in the live broadcast room were still in the midst of talking amongst themselves. I'm pinching myself that the anchor is slipping again. Back to doing his tasks and flaming off the air, like a ghost is whisking him away. Pluck and hang mercilessly, without a trace of attachment. You can't get an anchor to work overtime unless the sun comes out of the west. I just don't believe it. As long as the anchor works overtime, I'll immediately live stream the upside down hair wash. Washing my hair upside down is nothing. I'll eat shit upside down. Just as the netizens were yelling their heads off, the headline suddenly changed. This time, the pop-up screen suddenly floated out countless question marks after a short silence. The anchor seems to be working overtime? Be confident and remove the as if. Cripes. What a way for the sun to come out of the west. My heart goes out to the anchor with a clear conscience. Looks like the anchor still loves me. So happy that my mouth is watering. I was all set to pull out. Ha 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 ha. Keep watching. It's a bit of a buzzkill to say it, but please ask the one who's going to eat shit upside down to start a live stream so I can watch you first. Ha 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 ha. The truth tells us that flags can't be set indiscriminately. Seeing Su Yang's rare overtime work, the netizens in the live broadcast room were excited, but when they read the headline, the pop-ups boiled over again. Playing escape room. You bring a locksmith? To come up with a job like this, you're a real genius for stepping on a mother. Well, this is going down the road of abstraction. The escape room shop, broken and coming at me. I thought that buying condoms live on air was already blowing up, but I didn't realize that even more blowing up was to come. That was just the appetizer. The main event is about to take place. The pop-ups were hilarious, and Su Yang was working on finding a locksmith. Also doze off on someone to send a pillow. Just want to find the locksmith glimpse to the side of the pole on the small ads. Su Yang then dialed the number on it. The phone was quickly answered, and by the sound of his voice, it was a middle-aged man who answered. Hello, do you need to run a drain or unlock a door? Unlock the door. Okay, what's the location? I'll come over. The conversation between the two sides was simple and direct, but when asked about the address, Su Yang couldn't answer, because he wasn't sure which escape room store he wanted to go to. The one I accompanied Jiang Yanyan to last time was quite good, but what if you let the locksmith know that you are opening a lock in an escape room and don't come? So Su Yang still decided to keep it a secret for now. If we don't talk about the location, then we have to talk about something else. Big brother, can you open any lock? With so many locks in the chamber, of course he had to find a powerful one. Otherwise, if you get in there and can't open it, it's not a waste of time. Eating craft was questioned. Locksmith also excited. Not I blow. The whole Magic City there is no lock I cannot open. You can ask around at the police station. Of all the locksmiths on record, I'm the best. You could even ask me to open a safe deposit box in a bank and I could open it for you. Noticed that he blew a little too much. The locksmith on the other end of the phone and hastened to say, of course, the bank's safe deposit box I do not take. Illegal things we cannot do. Hearing this, the netizens in the broadcast room couldn't help but laugh away. Yo ho, this master's awareness is quite high. Oh master, don't blow it, you don't know what's about to happen to you. Opening a bank safe is a physical death, but opening the lock on an escape room is a social death. If I were you, I'd run right now. Master first don't run. Is it true that all locks can be opened? I forgot the password lock of my QQ. I didn't bind my cell phone at that time. I can't get it back. QQ password? You can retrieve it with the question password. That's a question set 20 years ago. And the question is, my favorite person? How would I know who I loved 20 years ago? Ha 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 ha. You jokers just want to laugh at me. Seeing him speak so confidently, Su Yang decided that he was the one. Master, why don't you give me an address, and I'll pick you up to unlock the door. Pick me up? Locksmith was surprised. Usually the customer reported the address he came to the door. First time I've ever heard of someone coming to my door to pick it up. The locksmith didn't think much about it, but still reported the location to Su Yang. It's not very far, a 10-minute drive. Okay, I'll see you in a minute. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang drove there. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the broadcast room also looked forward to it. Good lord. First time I've ever known it to work like that. Chamber of Secrets boss, I told you to use your brain to unlock the door, but you opened it for me? The anchor is on the verge of death every day, and this time he's going to be blackballed by the escape room store. It's so explosive, it's almost scalp numbing. Without the challenge of going to the house of millet to eat millet, I find it all very average. Wash your feet with a can of herring and then get a pedicure. This one just blew up. I've been at the anchor. I hope he gets it. The pop-up atmosphere is joyful. In the midst of their heated discussion, Su Yang's car stopped in front of a store. Honda Locksmith, specializing in locksmithing for 20 years. The doorway was completely worthy of the tone of that master just now. Su Yang walked into the store. There was a middle-aged man inside who was drumming the locks in his hands, looking quite focused. A few soft knocks on the door to attract attention. Hello, I called earlier. I'm going to ask for help with the lock. At the sound of the voice, the middle-aged man looked up. Hello hello hello. I am Locksmith Wang. What lock are you going to pick? Su Yang thought about it. The The last time he saw the locks there were passwords and magnetic strips. There were quite a variety. But as far as he knew, locksmiths had a way to open any physical lock. Seeing that Su Yang didn't say anything, locksmith Wang added, "What about my lock opening charges? They are priced according to the type of lock. If it's a regular mechanical lock, it's cheaper. I'm guessing a couple dozen bucks. But if it's a security lock, it's going to be expensive, hundreds of dollars." Hearing this, Su Yang nodded, expressing his understanding of such pricing. But he really wasn't sure what lock he was going to open. So one can only offer, "Why don't you come with me first, and you can see what kind of locks those are. I'll check out together after the drive." "Those?" Locksmith Wang also had sharp ears and heard the point at once. Su Yang nodded. "Yes, many locks." Locksmith Wang was dumbfounded. Usually the ones who let him unlock the door are just opening a gate. At the end of the day, it's just one more door to the room. Where did all these locks come from? Hardly. Normal brain circuits would associate it with crime. But this king locksmith was unusual. It may also be that decades of locksmithing haven't led him to a single crime, leaving him less guarded in that regard. After hearing how many locks had to be opened, offhandedly, "What valuable treasure do you have in your house that requires so many locks?" Hearing this, Su Yang himself was happy. Not to mention, he thought of a spoof video he had seen earlier. It is an ordinary iron box with locks all around it, and it is hard to find a locksmith to open it and find that it is still a box with locks all around it. Not to mention, it should work well if you spoof it that way yourself someday. And Wang Locksmith's words made the netizens in the anchor room burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, why so naive? Still don't realize the seriousness of the problem. Limiting, the idea is limiting. That can be more than just valuable treasure. That comes with a surprise. Or, of course, it can be a shock. I don't blame people for thinking that. After all, no one has the brain circuits of an anchor to think that it's to pick the lock of an escape room. Ha 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 ha. I wonder how good that look will be when I see it's a lock to open an escape room in a moment. Hurry up. I can't wait. The netizens burst out laughing at the sight of Locksmith Wang's confused look. Also looking forward to the next picture in parts. I can't keep the corners of that mouth down just thinking about it. And Su Yang wasn't going to answer his words positively, giving him an idea of what to do in case he ran away. It's not a baby. You'll see when you get there. After saying that, he also deliberately mentioned a mouthful. You charge a count. The more you drive, the more you earn, don't you? This spoke to Locksmith Wang's heart, and he smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. That's true. But don't worry. I'll give you a discount for driving more. Who would mind the money? As long as you don't break the law. Of course more is better. Maybe you can get a month's worth of KPIs done today. The corners of Locksmith Wang's mouth lifted even as he thought of this, and picking up his dinner piece and carrying it on his back. Then hurry up. Let's get going. Su Yang nodded. Okay. Inviting Locksmith Wang to sit in the car. He then started the vehicle and drove towards the secret room. Escape room is one of the popular entertainment programs nowadays. Brain-burning, tense and exciting. In turn, the two main categories of escape rooms are the most popular: horror and deduction. The horror staple is a thrill ride that doesn't require much brainpower. Reasoning, on the other hand, focuses more on analyzing and solving puzzles, where you have to reason out the answer to unlock the next level. This time they have to choose the reasoning chamber. The last time he and Zhang Yanyan went there, they saw the sign teasing that Baker Street escape room would be online soon. It is said to be the most brain-burning escape room, and many escape room enthusiasts have tried it. There are very few that make it through. Su Yang had always loved challenges, and that was what he was going for. It's not so much confidence, it's mainly because he's got the hang-ups with him. Not to mention, this mission was indeed the entertainment bureau, even if he was already having fun before it even started. After about half an hour, Su Yang brought Locksmith Wang to his destination. Master, we're here. The storefront of the secret room was being down the street, and every storefront on this street was far apart. Locksmith Wang got out of his car and took it for granted that he was opening the door here, perhaps a little nearsighted. Locksmith Wang squinted and looked into the lock hole. Coincidentally, when Wang Locksmith was looking at the lock hole, there was someone inside who pushed the door out. That push sent Locksmith Wang stumbling straight into the ground. When Su Yang parked his car and came over, he was just in time to see his reddened nose. Su Yang had only ventured out 3 words before he was interrupted by Locksmith Wang. Isn't the lock in good order? And there's someone inside. Knowing that he misunderstood, Su Yang touched his nose somewhat helplessly. Not driving this. Pulling the door open. The lock to be opened is inside. Still in there? Locksmith Wang was confused. He looked inside in confusion. Why was there even a lock on the inside of the store? Just as he looked into the chamber, he also happened to see the sign for the chamber. Just because he never patronized a store like this didn't mean he didn't know what was going on inside. With a jolt, Locksmith Wang seemed to realize something. A lot of locks? Hiss. Connect the ideas in your head into one piece. There was a rumbling sound, as if a thunderbolt had struck him straight in the sky, causing him to take a huge step back violently. You. Trembling, he pointed at Su Yang. Even his voice stuttered. This young man, he's no good. What I thought was a visit to unlock my home turned out to be a visit to unlock a secret room. It's outrageous. At this moment, he finally realized what that phrase about there being a lot of locks to open meant. Can there not be more locks in here? That's how people make money. What's the difference between asking him to drive it now and trashing it? Believe it or not, the owner of the store could beat it out of them in a minute if he knew they were here to do this. I really regret not asking earlier. Seeing that Locksmith won with such a reaction, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all laughing themselves silly one by one. Ha 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 ha, he reacted. You can't run away even if you react. You're an accomplice if you're on the ship of thieves. Look at his expression. Another fresh one. Already skeptical. If you can't resist then just submit. After all, it's only just begun. Today's secret chamber realm is destined to stir up a bloody storm. Master, hold on. I believe you can. I can't. I'm cracking up laughing. It's killing me really. The pop-ups are refreshing like crazy. And the gifts just keep on coming. Looking at Wang Locksmith with resistance written all over his face, Su Yang just said with a smile on his face, relax. It's just for fun. Just playing. Wang Locksmith's mouth corner straight draw. To play you go in to play greatly. Call him what for? He's the locksmith. Locksmith Wang swallowed hard. You still really want to open the lock inside the secret room? What answered him was Su Yang's incomparably serious nod. Pop. Unable to accept this answer, Locksmith Wang slapped himself on the head. First time I've encountered one like this in over 20 years of locksmithing. Strange things happen every year, and this year is particularly eventful. Master, just drive. I'll pay the money as it is. Hearing this, the frequency of Wang Locksmith's mouth twitching became faster. Is this about money? This is proper retarded behavior. When people ask later, what's the weirdest order you've ever taken? He couldn't even say it. What kind of brain is this to think of bringing a locksmith to unlock a secret room? It's so anti-human. Seeing how hesitant Locksmith Wang was, Su Yang's mood couldn't help but be apprehensive. If he drops the ball, he'll have to find someone else himself. Looking at Wang Locksmith's expression, it seemed like he really wanted to run. That can't be helped. Just because you're used to it doesn't mean others accept it. At this moment, Locksmith Wang took a deep breath. Sorry. Just when Su Yang thought he was going to refuse. Gotta add money. Ha! Su Yang froze. But this sudden reversal made the netizens in the broadcast room laugh. Gotta add money. Ha 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 ha. Laugh it up. Unlocking the chamber is fine. But that's another price. For the sake of money, don't you even want to lose your dignity? Wrongly said. For the sake of dignity do you even give up money? After all, it's a human hangout, so it's reasonable to be more expensive, right? Once again, the saying goes, there's nothing money can't do, and if it can't be done, then it's got to be added. Isn't it just a raise? Give it to him. It's not like he wants stars in the sky. Oh locksmith, I still like you untamed. Well, your uncle favors his father. Hearing that there was going to be an increase, Su Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded as well. It's just money, that's all. Yes, I'll give you double the locksmith fee. Double was just a test. Now this master, even if he wants triple, quadruple, he will give. The last thing he needs is money. And Wang Locksmith is obviously not a greedy one. Double is already satisfactory. Okay then. It was a little hard to take in at first, but it slowly became okay. It's a pain in the ass to go back anyway. Might as well make some money. Double the income. It's still pretty appealing. And, after accepting that it was to unlock the chamber, he actually got a little excited. The routine life is so boring. It's better to have a little excitement once in a while. Seeing that Wang Locksmith agreed, Su Yang led him inside. After rounding 2 corners, we arrived at the secret room junction, with a front desk lady at the entrance for guidance. Welcome. Do you two want to play escape room? Su Yang nodded. Right. Raising his hand, he pointed to a nearby billboard. Wanna play one of these? The Baker Street Chamber of Secrets. Sir is very discerning. The receptionist complimented first, then after a moment's pause added, that's a hard one. In our case it belongs in hell. I'm afraid it's going to take a long time if you're just the two of you. Why don't we try the medium difficulty first? The front desk lady was completely looking out for Su Yang and theirs. It's too hard. Not being able to pass it takes away from the game experience. The pass rate for this chamber is not typically low. The last time a group of enthusiasts who liked deduction went in, it took a long time before they could get out. The staff ended up bringing it out. It's just the two of them now, and one of them is still an older man. That's why the lady at the front desk doesn't look at them at all. No, that's all I want to challenge. I'm also sure I can get through it quickly. As soon as Su Yang finished saying this, the Wang locksmith next to him couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. With him, of course, it's a quick pass. You should know that he is an old locksmith who has been practicing for more than 20 years. So as long as it is a lock, he can open it. If he can't open it, he is smashing the signboard. And he doesn't want his signboard to be smashed. Seeing how confident Su Yang was, the receptionist lady couldn't say anything else. Well then, please follow me, both of you. Please leave your belongings here for a moment and then take a short rest. Because there are people in there who are passing through. And when they come out you can go in. After the receptionist lady finished speaking, she took out 2 more walkie-talkies and handed them. If you really can't think of any clues and want to give up after entering the secret room, please just use this walkie-talkie to contact us. Su Yang nodded and said, "Thank you." The waiting time was a bit boring, and Su Yang asked again in a bored manner, "What's the record for clearing this secret room?" These words instantly reminded the receptionist lady that there was something she hadn't finished saying, and she returned with a slight apology. The clearance record for this chamber is 1 hour and 23 minutes. According to our store's rules, whoever breaks this record will not only get a free order, but also an extra $1,000. Way to go you two. In the opinion of the front desk lady, saying this is completely redundant. She simply didn't believe that these two could get through that hellish chamber, and that record was only generated by the owner's friend with prompting. The time it takes the average person to get through the first time, even if you're smart, is at least 2 hours. Not to go far, just the group they went in with earlier. That group has all played it no less than 10 times, but I've been in there for an hour and still haven't come out. And these two, even less so. Even if they get through, it's definitely not a broken record. But knowing they can't do it, they should still say it to look professional. As for the rest, that's their business. Su Yang didn't think that asking more about this mouth had an unexpected gain. Free shipping and a $1,000 bonus? Pretty good. Mosquitoes are small, and he wants them. Okay, we'll definitely be cheering. After Su Yang finished speaking, he waited patiently by the side. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the broadcast room couldn't strain to laugh again. Ha ha ha, this young lady's face just about says you guys can't. Others don't know, but the anchor must be okay. After all, he's hung. The record is a little over an hour, and if you don't get through in half an hour, it's this master's craft that's not up to snuff. It's time to show your true skill. Burn. Suddenly discovering a new path to riches. If I also take the locksmith to break the record of the secret room, is it possible to earn that $1,000? Not to mention, it works. Ha 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 ha. The darkest hour of the secret room world is coming. When the anchor comes out in a while, this young lady's expression must be especially good. There was a lot of pop-up talk. After Su Yang waited for a while, he saw the staff leading a group of young men out. The leader had a smug look on his face. That record is still broken for me. Satoshi is awesome. It's not worth analyzing so hard every day. That's awesome. Breaking this record song's name is going to reign on the list for a long time, right? Whoever comes late has to see who the record holder is. So happy that Satoshi is buying. As these people passed in front of Su Yang, the front desk lady also spoke. It's okay, the last group of guests have already come out. You guys go inside. Then a staff member came to lead them, and that receptionist lady went after the group that just passed through. Wowza, that's awesome. I can't believe you actually did it. Please come with me and I'll check you in. When facing Su Yang, the receptionist lady was just polite and courteous. Do what you have to do. But when I saw that someone had broken the record, the attentiveness came up all of a sudden. After letting the other staff members take Su Yang and the others away, he himself trotted and chased after them. It was also Mu Chang's mentality that was at work. After all, this secret room was really difficult to pass, and the answers to each level were not fixed. The computer automatically resets the answers every time someone plays through. So even if you come out and go back in, you won't necessarily pass. And this secret room she had played was really hard. One of the secret rooms is called the real-life Wahoo, and it contains large and small chests. You can only slide according to the trajectory, and when you push the big box to a certain position, the box will open and the key to unlock the next level will appear. This logical and probabilistic level has been able to stop many people from moving forward, and such a level is still the easiest in the chamber. The later you get, the harder the level gets. It requires meticulous observation, an amazing memory, and rigorous reasoning. It even involves all sorts of complex cryptographic knowledge and criminal psychology. So, to pass you must combine all aspects of knowledge and blend them together. So much so that even though this group of young men played it over and over again a dozen times before they passed it, the gold standard remained high. Even the other staff members, too, gathered around when they heard the news. The praises were endless. Someone finally got through this month. Awesome. Putting the likes of us in there wouldn't even get us through. You guys are awesome. And break a record. Take a picture to commemorate it. 1 minute and 18 seconds. I bet that record hasn't been broken for at least a year. Send a friend to show off. Some people can't get through, keep thinking it's a secret room. Show them how others get through. The group was flattered by the compliments of the staff around them, especially the leader, Song, whose eyes were overflowing with smugness. The chamber was so difficult that he relied on playing it over and over again, reasoning over and over again, and only barely managed to break the record after all the pieces were rotten. The efforts made are known only to him, but being able to enjoy the scene now, Satoshi felt that it was worth all the effort before. Obviously, he was dying with pleasure in his heart, but his face didn't move. No, it's all about everyone working together. Although he said it modestly, the smugness in his tone couldn't be concealed. Even the people with him had a few more smiles on their faces after hearing that. This is enough to blow their minds for a month today. Too modest. I'll give you a waiver and a bonus as soon as the surveillance confirms that there's no problem. The receptionist lady opened the monitor after she finished. Just as they were looking through the surveillance, Su Yang also took Locksmith Wang on an escape journey. The first chamber was dark and looked like a murder scene. The floor and walls were covered in dried bloodstains, and things were cluttered everywhere. There were also bodies lying in the corner that the staff had pretended to be, missing arms and legs and dying a horrible death. The chamber gave off a feeling of horror and oppression that sent shivers down your spine. It was good that this secret room was on the line of deduction, so Su Yang wasn't worried that the corpse would pop up and scare people. Just follow the clues to find the key to open the door to the next secret room. But the door was behind the body. That alone has held back many a timid person. And at this point, come and give me a hand. Locksmith Wang was even quicker to get into the state than Su Yang. What a thread, not a thread. He didn't bother to look for it. The moment he saw the lock, the DNA had already moved. And now he was greeting Su Yang to go over and move the body to unlock it. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were a bit tense. Ha 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 ha. Move to the side. You're holding up my work. Corpses, are you polite? You moved me first without looking for clues? Completely out of character. I'm going to start laughing. I can see that the locksmith only has money in his eyes. At this moment he must be crying out in his heart, 80, 80, 80. Generationally, it's the level at which corpses have to sit up and curse. This is the right way to open an escape room. What collecting clues? Play aside. Ha 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 ha. Just can't stop laughing. Not to mention the netizens bursting into laughter. Even the staff playing the corpse were shocked. Who hasn't been screaming and looking around for clues lately? Just they come in and move themselves out first. He doesn't have a clue on him. The staff member was surprised, and he squinted over quietly. At this look, a million grass horses galloped through his heart. From his viewpoint, he saw a man pouting his ass off and drumming on something in his hand. Any fool knows what this is about. The staff was dumbfounded. Skip all the process and just unlock the door? This is a horse. Don't be so fucked up. What kind of brilliant mind came up with this pass? While the staff was in disarray, a click was heard and the lock opened. Without a moment's hesitation, the two went straight to the next room. The door to each chamber has a display board that shows the record of the least amount of time taken to pass the level. When your time above changes instantly from 5 hours 29 minutes and 6 seconds to 1 minute and 57 seconds, the staff is completely taut, not caring that he was playing a corpse. He just exploded. Crap. Enter the next chamber. The chamber was small, just a little bigger than a bathroom. Inside, there was only one table with a computer on it. At the moment a dim light was emanating from the computer. Anyone who has ever played an escape room knows that the clues between the rooms are intertwined. Take it to the second level by getting information in the first level and then get new clues to unlock in the second level. The design of a loop. Through the draw after the breakthrough success, that brings a sense of achievement that many people enjoy. But, it's not everyone's cup of tea either. When Su Yang and Locksmith Wang arrived at the second level, they didn't even look at the computer and walked straight to the door leading to the third level. Bend over, pucker up, unlock the door. The movements are ridiculously skillful. The two didn't need to communicate or even make eye contact to know what was going to happen. That's an understanding that can't be achieved without living together for years. 2 minutes later. Done. Passed the second level as well. Then the third level. The fourth. The locks are still the same, even though the difficulty of each level is increasing. It's no trouble at all to drive. I was expecting to get through in half an hour, but now it seems to last 10 minutes. But he was still thinking too nicely. Right at the last level, both Su Yang and Locksmith Wang froze, because there's no lock hole. P.S. I'm out of work. It's painful to write, and I'm going into slag shift mode. The ride over was so smooth that they all got a little carried away. But when they saw what was happening now, both of them froze. Seeing this scene, The netizens in the live broadcast room also watched and started laughing. Ha 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 ha, told you to stay out of the way. Sanctioned. Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. See what you do now. There's a visual sense of being open and blocked. Escape room shop, come on. Just play. Curbing you at the last hurdle. Letting you see hope and then letting you despair. This boss has studied Sun Tzu's Art of War, right? Well, I'm happy to upset the anchor. The pop-ups were hilarious. Su Yang was also scratching his head anxiously for a while. The locksmith can't play his role. What can we do? You know they came all the way over here all by boot, but they didn't look for any clues at all. It would be absolutely impossible to pick a lock by yourself now. Just when Su Yang was at a loss, Locksmith Wang slapped his head and laughed. Ha ha, if it were anyone else, it wouldn't really work. But met me. Hearing this, Su Yang's eyes instantly glowed. It really doesn't seem to be the wrong person. At this point, Wang Locksmith is like the kind of Frankenstein's monster played in TV shows. The harder he encounters, the more excited he gets. Also a lot of lock classes that are usually drilled. Now that it had come to him, he didn't see the difficulty, but was even happier. You can drive? Su Yang asked tentatively. Locksmith Wang looked at him with a smile and said with a showy face, I've seen this kind of lock in a foreign video. There's no lock hole and the key isn't a regular key. It's said to be rigged with a metal reaction inside that requires something specific to be near it, and then it opens. With these words, Su Yang's heart, which had just been put down, hung in the air again. What specific thing? Su Yang asked again, but he was answered by Locksmith Wang's repeated shaking of his head. It took a few consecutive shakes before saying, I don't know. It could be a screw or a pan. Hearing such an odd answer, Su Yang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Good answer. Don't answer it next time. It's a roundabout way to get around. Not still looking for clues. Finished. Bragged too soon and now it's going to roll over. Seeing Su Yang's advance being hindered, the netizens in the live broadcast room talked even more cheerfully. That's a level-headed thing for a master to say. Not to say it's very useful, but it's definitely ass-kicking. It's cool to see the anchors suffer. Ha ha, there can still be a lock like this. Where is it for sale? I want to buy it and play with it. That's more abstract than a Reuben lock. In the beginning I thought about having a Reuben lock, but I didn't realize it was still this boss who knew how to play. Stop making me laugh. It makes me pee. Watch it when you pee. Don't nuke me. In the midst of the netizens' comments, Su Yang's frown deepened, but Locksmith Wang was relaxed. Seeing Su Yang like this he was still puzzled. What's the point of dawdling? Find something to drive. These words froze Su Yang in his tracks. You don't even know what's there. How can he find it? Seeing that Su Yang still didn't understand, Locksmith Wang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Do you know anything about metal reactions? Whatever it is, as long as it's metal. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Why is your brain not working well at a young age? Now Su Yang finally understood. The screws he's talking about. The pan isn't an option. It's the material. Anything of this material will do. At this moment, Su Yang really felt that he was quite stupid and had complicated the issue. Even the netizens in the broadcast room only realized it at this moment. Well, it turns out that people have been saying this for a long time, and you're the ones who didn't get it. Don't be a horse's ass. You were all saying someone else wouldn't drive earlier. Ha 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 ha. I wanted to see the anchor suffer, but I ended up suffering myself. Still haven't given enough lessons. It's better to be honest on this airwaves because you don't know when you'll get punched in the face. This master still has a couple of tricks up his sleeve, from a netizen's affirmation. Little hacks. I'm going to sanction you on behalf of the anchor. Just as the netizens were buzzing, a pop-up slowly floated out. I said, don't you guys hurt yourselves when you punch yourselves in the face? Many netizens were silenced by this statement. Clicking into a random netizen's pop-up record is a back and forth, singing the praises of the world when it's in trouble, and blowing rainbow farts when it's solved. The face change becomes incredibly silky. What's even better than a face turn is their cheek. I'm schizophrenic. People, understand. I drool even when I'm cured like this. Leave me alone. The catch of the week is the Szechuan face. And I didn't want it. I am a descendant of Archimedes. Then I'm 70 years of the rice economy. Pop-ups are getting more and more abstract and unreadable without some culture. When a netizen explained that Archimedes' offspring metaphorically lifted the bar, and that the 70s economy of rice was stagflationary, retarded, one and all laughed and did not live. Ha 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 ha. Sooner or later I'll die laughing at this live broadcast, ruthless enough to curse even myself. It's so talented. I'm the first to disagree with anyone who says we like to watch live broadcasts uneducated. Or you readers will have fun. The live stream was 100% funny. And the Sandlot pop-ups were 100% funny. Mud. Laughing like I'm not even a depressive. The pop-ups were sandy and joyful. And the gifts didn't stop. and Su Yang began to look around for metal objects after realizing it. But just as he was foolishly looking around, he saw locksmith Wang looking at him with a caring retarded look. Su Yang prided himself on being smart, but this time he was really taken for a fool. No one else is to blame. It's also his brain that's short-circuited. Speaking of using metalwork to pick locks and being in a secret room, he instinctively started looking around the room. But it's just metalwork. Where isn't it? While Wang locksmith looked at Su Yang like he was looking at a fool, he casually removed the keychain from his waist. Enough to hold a dozen keys on a keychain. Without choosing any of them, he just carried the pile and headed for the lock. With that familiar voice, the door opened again. It was a series of moves that were less hurtful and extremely insulting. Su Yang couldn't stop laughing for a whole. It's a horse. A single person pulls down the IQ of the entire human race. Su Yang's expression showed an awkward unnaturalness, but the netizens in the live broadcast room were laughing louder than one another. Why doesn't the anchor smile anymore? Is it natural not to smile? I shouldn't get punched in the face if I pull a few stomps now. Ha 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 ha. Laugh, laugh. The anchor's defeat was finally seen by me. Have taken a screenshot and will send it to him to see when he's pleased with himself in the future. There's a visual sense of playing the king lying down. Anchor, how do we win? Master locksmith, as long as you don't move. Ha 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 ha. Who understands my shitty laugh? The door to the last level opened, and Su Yang was finally relieved. Thought it was over when I stepped out of the room, but as soon as they had left that last chamber, they heard hysterical voices blaring over the loudspeakers. Nobody's going anywhere. All of them are going to sleep here with me for a long time. Do you think that the clues you've been looking for all the way over here are so that you can find the light to come out of the darkness? No, it's hell you're headed for. Only seeing hope makes it more desperate. None of you will escape. Eerie surroundings, creepy sounds. Whether it was Su Yang or locksmith Wang, both of them were numb from listening. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air after hearing this sound. Crap. The sound was horrible. It scared the old man. It feels like there's a psychopath in white, dragging handcuffs and shackles from hell. Wasn't it the last level just now? How come? It should have triggered the secret room plot. It really is the hardest copy. Ha 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 ha. None of them are going to escape, are they? We can't wait for the anchor to not be able to escape. Look good. Love it. Make the fun a little more. The voice really startled Su Yang. He also played it for the first time and didn't realize there was an egg at the end of the game. The sound effects are really good though. The hysteria was sick and crazy. You can conjure up a frightening image of a demon just by thinking about it. The sense of immersion is excellent. And the information revealed in that voice is also intriguing. It's as if all the clues found don't lead one to escape the chamber, but lead one into a more desperate situation. It's a well-placed trap. It makes you think that all the clues you went through the trouble of finding earlier were conspiracies. If Su Yang was also looking for clues to pass the level step by step, he would definitely feel despair at this time. Just to think that all the effort put in is just a waste in the end. That feeling can be imagined. But Su Yang favored the unusual path and drove all the way over. You can't be disappointed without giving, much less the feeling of falling into a trap. He didn't feel it, no matter how horrible the atmosphere created and how unbearable the psychological pressure given. At that moment, the horrible sound continued. There is no escape. You will have to stay and be my slaves, but I'm in a good mood today, so I can give you guys a chance. There's only one chance. If you can't grasp it, then prepare to die in despair. My cue is dash. The horrible voice was still floating in the air when suddenly, only heard a click. Wang locksmith looked up with an innocent face. Opened. A total of 12 locks. Check out now or wait a while. As long as this lock opens and passes, King Locksmith was positive. As horrible as that sound is, overtime is even more horrible. Who the fuck is interested in listening to your stinky, long-winded hints that are worse than a shroud? Seeing this scene, even Su Yang was winded. That so-called escape or go to hell door that opens? The door opens before the queue is even finished? The door, it opened. Su Yang covered his forehead. He had to slow down. At this point, the netizens who were immersed in the horror atmosphere a second ago, this time directly laughed silly. Ha 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 ha. This is so fucked up it's trying to kill me with laughter. When the secret room is settled, the locksmith must be the MVP of the game. It's a live effect, bar none, blanking the atmosphere. Can't you guys give this chamber a little respect? The funniest thing is that the voice continues, and it straight up gave me the giggles. Terror demon, I'm only going to prompt this once. Locksmith, you hold your tongue. Terror devil, don't I want a face? Ha 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 ha. Family members who get it. I'm about to laugh myself silly. The pop-ups were buzzing, and Su Yang and Locksmith Wan walked out of the secret room door. Took 24 minutes. Not bad. After breaking the record, he thought they would be greeted with flowers and applause. After all, He had just seen the battle after the group broke the record in more than an hour. But when they came out, they didn't see a single person. With that $1,000 bonus in mind, Su Yang led locksmith Wang towards the front desk. Today Wang locksmith made a great achievement. He promised that the bonus will be sent to him as well. The front desk is also exceptionally busy at this time. A group of people gathered around the monitor and watched with great interest, with Satoshi explaining his passes at each level. The people next to me were listening to it with great interest. Needless to say, this chamber does have his unique charm. By collecting clues and then reasoning them out, you will eventually solve the puzzles and pass the levels. It was a feeling that you could vicariously experience even just by listening to it from the sidelines. The reasoning is already fascinating. And crucially, there's a lot of horror mixed in. Gets the adrenaline pumping while you're deciphering. Not only is the process hardy, but it also remains memorable when it's over. Most importantly, the replay gave them a real sense of how difficult this chamber was for once. Many people thought that if they went in by themselves, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to pass a single hurdle. So much so that they all admired Satoshi. After watching the surveillance, the receptionist lady looked at Brother Song with eyes full of admiration. You're really too good. It has now been established that you passed the level successfully without any prompting from the staff and set a new record. Now for you to be free and send a bonus. Thanks. Satoshi smiled smugly. Actually, he's not here for the freebies and bonuses. Mostly, it was the sense of accomplishment gained from passing the level that made him a little horny. What's more, it gets the girl. This kind of secret room didn't have to be entered by a group. He could do it alone. But he preferred to team up and go in. Not because he wanted to show his hand in front of the girls. The girls in the same group were now looking at him with stars in their eyes. Soon, the front desk lady took care of the registration. Already waived the bill for you. Here are the returned fees and the $1,000 bonus. Just as she was about to give her prize money with both hands, her afterglow saw the two of them, Su Yang, walking towards her. The hand stopped in midair. The hand retracted again, also allowing Satoshi to catch it. Everyone looked towards Su Yang. Didn't I just ask the staff to show you in? Why are you still out there? Thought it was a staff error not to bring them in and keep them hanging around outside. The receptionist's voice was still full of apologies. I'm sorry, I'll just... But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Yang. No, we're out. With one word, everyone was shocked. It was even harder to hide the dismay in Satoshi's eyes. These two people he had just seen when he came out. If he went in at that time, it was only half an hour until he came out now. How is this possible? At the thought of them clearing the level in less than half an hour, Satoshi froze straight in place. At this moment, along with his accompanying friends and the staff of the secret room all looked towards Su Yang with shocked faces. There was disbelief in all the eyes. A silence fell around them. How is it possible to pass in less than half an hour? Getting through it without staff prompting would have been awesome. Now it's not only no hints, it's a quick pass. It took over an hour for people to be that fully prepared. And you ended up taking less than half the time they did. Shouldn't it be so devastating? All around them were dumbfounded by the situation. And each one of them was speechless. It was Satoshi who was the most shocked. The corners of his mouth twitched and jerked as if they were leaking electricity. Half an hour? You're not fucking kidding me. Must be the way he opened it. All over again. You said it took you half an hour to get through? Satoshi asked apprehensively. Sometimes people just can't be serious. It's not that people don't give you face. It's that they have to catch up and throw it themselves. Right. Su Yang replied with sure certainty as well as certainty. A triple affirmation from Su Yang. But his affirmation was undoubtedly a bludgeon splitting Satoshi almost unsteadily. Thinking that's the end of it. Don't forget that Su Yang can still make up for it. 24 minutes. To be exact. Good lord. What a way to leave no one alive. Thought it took half as long as I did. But it turned out to be a third. It's a horse. Satoshi felt a strong sense of malice. How much you pretended just now. How much you're punching your face now. The cheeks were on fire. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also completely laughing. Look at the look on his face. It's not working. It's killing me with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Don't pretend. Pretend to be struck by lightning. How arrogant you were when you bragged just now. How much you're slapping your face now. The secret room is hard. And you're good. It's the anchor who's too animalistic. He's open. Finally, I understand why the major games are so adamant about resisting plugins. It's just screwing with people's minds. Poor kid. His newly built self-confidence is shot. Is there a possibility that the anchor has also been through something like this to make a whole job of looking for a scene like this? Reasonable doubt. Ha 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 ha. I don't think so. It's impossible to do something like that without taking a few hits. Anchor, don't give up on therapy. The pop-ups were a joy. The gift effects are also densely packed. At this point the front desk lady also reacted. It really took 24 minutes? She still can't believe it. How is that possible? With so many locks on the secret room, they had a good-sized bunch of spare keys in their hands. Even if she didn't look for clues to decipher, she wouldn't necessarily be able to open all the doors in 24 minutes just by carrying the key to the door. Now, in any case, she couldn't believe it was true. But Su Yang's eyes that answered her were extraordinarily sincere. Right. Su Yang nodded his head while asking, isn't it possible to get a free order? And there are bonuses to be had? Speaking of bonuses, a locksmith Wang rubbed his hands together in excitement. It cost almost $3,000 to open the lock, plus $1,000 for the bonus. That's up to a month's salary for a lot of people. It's simply awesome. And the front desk lady's face became embarrassed after hearing this. She did come up with this $1,000 bonus in her hand, but this is for Satoshi. But now it's halfway through and takes even less time. The receptionist was a little confused. No one used to break the record for months. Now 2 come in a day. It's kind of a metaphysical thing. 2. The front desk lady had a bit of a brain short circuit and couldn't think of checking the surveillance first or anything. Instead, he was first curious about how Su Yang had gotten through. Did you know the pass strategy somewhere or have you played it many times? The previous record was only possible because the owner gave the guide. And there's already one in front of you who played it many times before getting through it. That's why the front desk lady thought so. However, her inquiry was again denied by Su Yang. No, first time playing. He's just bringing the extras. But he doesn't talk about it, he just plays. Hearing Su Yang say that, the shock under everyone's eyes became even more intense. Who can tell him from Einstein when he gets this kind of score on his first play? After a few conversations, the front desk lady also found her form. Okay then, I'll look at the surveillance first. If there are no problems, you will be given a bonus. Speaking of looking at the surveillance, the others were interested. They were all incredibly curious as to how they managed to get through in such a short time. Even Satoshi couldn't help but come over. The guests, the staff, it's straight up surrounded. And at that moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room boiled over. Take advice. Don't look. I don't usually advise anymore, but I'll say it today. Don't watch it if you don't want to take the brunt of it. Not bad for an anchor. Still steady now. Aren't you afraid they'll kick you out with a broom after watching? Don't want the prize money. Run for it. In fact, the anchor is not trying to get a bonus. He just wants to put on a big show. Think about the look on our faces when we found out that he was going to take the locksmith to play an escape room? Fine. Play like that, huh? Really don't care about others. The anchor has a big bad conscience. Identified. The bad taste is unbeatable. The netizen was right. Su Yang really wasn't in it for the bonus. Mostly, I wanted to see the staff's reaction. Take the locksmith to play secret room and shock them for 10,000 years. Soon the surveillance was pulled. On the screen, Su Yang and locksmith Wang entered the secret room. Unlike Satoshi and his party, who entered the door as a light-hearted search for clues, knowing where to find clues and what would be useful as if they were back in their own homes. Su Yang and the others, on the other hand, entered the door but without a hint of hesitation. They walked towards the door leading to the next level. That pace is so firm you could join the party straight away. At first, they thought the two men were there to see if the door would open. After all, anyone would have the inertia of always thinking that if the door could just open, they wouldn't have to go through that trouble of looking for clues. The door certainly didn't just open on its own. Otherwise this chamber would be no fun at all. Just when everyone thought they were starting to look for clues after recognizing reality. Next, their eyes instantly widened as if they had seen a ghost. The door to the room, which had been closed, opened. They don't even know how to drive. But it did open. Everyone was dumbfounded. Several staff members couldn't help but rub their eyes. It shouldn't be. They would check first when the next group of guests went in. Make sure there are no problems before you dare to put someone in. But now, there's dirt. That was the first reaction of all the staff. You're pretending to scare people, but now you're in on it for real. The staff in are scaring themselves. It was only when someone finally zoomed in on the security footage that it became clear how the door had opened. Only to see that middle-aged man, holding something like a thin wire, pouting his ass against the lock hole as a drumming. It only took a few seconds for the lock to open. It's so fast it's smacking. This is in stark contrast to going through the trouble of searching for clues and finding the key and unlocking the door. Seeing such an anticlimactic scene, everyone present felt like their IQ was being rubbed on the ground. The three views were shattered to pieces. The brain is even more like a puddle of mush after a strong shock. Thinking is disorganized, as if even the ability to speak has been lost. Couldn't say a word. Dead silence. There was dead silence. Only Tsong turned his head like a machine, forcing his eyes to look at Su Yang. The shocked look in his eyes seemed to inquire, "Is that how you fucking got through? Are you here for the escape room or the lock-picking?" Not understanding and greatly shocked, the image also shook the front desk lady to her core. In the year or so that I've been working here, I've seen countless people who have tried to get through in every way possible. The only thing I've never seen is this. It's so anti-human. But when you think about it, it doesn't look like they explicitly state that you can't just unlock the door. The secret rooms are set up to be unlocked and broken into by decryption. Decryption is the process. Unlocking is the result. Everyone followed the process honestly, and everyone felt that this was the way it should be. But, skip the process and go straight to the results. There doesn't seem to be a problem. Does the process matter as long as the result is right? The more the front desk lady thought about it, the more confused she became. And not only her, but even the other staff members were lost in thought. Everyone's eyes became complicated when they looked at Su-young. No, it should be looking at the two of them. Where there is a crouching dragon, there will be a phoenix chick. If you get one of them, you will be able to protect the world. But if you get a pair, the road will be long. Even if Emperor Qin Shi Huang was resurrected, he would have to praise them. What a pair of great smarts. It's a shame that such a smart brain isn't made into a braised brain flour. It was also at this point that the pop-up completely blew up. No. Let me laugh for a minute. I quacked and laughed maniacally. Straight out of a duck quack. And my mom asked me why I had ducks in the house. I won't even hold up the wall. I'll take you. This whole job is a backhanded compliment. Beating up opponents, emo teammates, amusing netizens, anchors are too good. The escape room, I'll never forget this heavy day. I miss the old them, when they still had a light in their eyes. The netizens in the livestream were laughing so hard they were about to go off on a tangent. The gifts haven't stopped either. The netizens harvested joy, Su-young harvested gifts, the locksmith harvested rice, and everyone had a bright future. But unlike the atmosphere on the internet, the scene was a pin drop. All they could hear was each other's breathing as they watched the images jumping from the monitor. In the surveillance, Su-young and Locksmith Wang were unhindered all the way. There were no clues to look for. The goal was firm and singular. The door. Dislike the lock and open it. Totally numb at the end. What kind of sin did you have to meet these two? Completely out of order. People experience the process. They only see the results. It's outrageous. It didn't take long for the surveillance to play out. Thinking there would be a reversal, they watched patiently. As a result, not only did it not reverse itself, but it allowed its own IQ to be completely and utterly crushed. This assembly line-like operation is almost silkier than Dev. The most exasperating thing was that the young man they thought was the best was a throwaway the whole way down. Just take charge and follow with your hands behind your back. Not to mention unhelpful and sometimes stupid. The image is also simply amazing. Retards look at it and say retarded. After another moment, the receptionist finally slowed down after taking several deep breaths. Mister, you're out of line here. 2. After holding his tongue he finally spat out the words. Also really cannot find other words. Say he pass it. He find locksmith open hanging. Say he did not pass it. He is actually from the entrance into. From the exit out. The lady at the front desk had no choice but to move a completely non-existent rule. Do you have a rule that locksmiths can't play secret rooms? Knowing that it was a bit of a strong word. But Su-young could only ask with a hard head. It was also the fact that the mission completion beep hadn't appeared yet. So he could only continue to spend time. And Su-young's words, once again, silenced the front desk lady dry. There really is no rule that locksmiths can't play secret rooms. But he just unlocked the door. Isn't playing escape room all about picking locks? The receptionist once again fell into deep self-doubt. Not to mention the front desk lady, even Song was confused by the detour. Because the ultimate goal of playing an escape room is to unlock the door. Now it's logical to just let the locksmith do it. Looking at their confused expressions, the netizens in the live broadcast room once again became taut. Ha, clueless again. Sophistry, strong words, and crucially, sounding reasonable. Yeah, who says locksmiths can't go play secret rooms? Give it up. Speaking crookedly, you are no match for the anchor. Backroom store, so this one is still a high-end game. This operation show makes my head spin. The receptionist lady was not Su-young's opponent at all. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su-young also shamelessly asked, can I get a free bill? And bonus. And that really brings out the shamelessness to the extreme. It's not just a matter of hanging on. It's a matter of trying to get a bonus for being free. It's a good thing they don't get beat up. But they still want this and that. Also never encountered such a thing. Both the front desk lady and the staff feel very difficult. These things are naturally available if you pass the level properly. But he was immodest. After hesitating for half a day, the receptionist lady gritted her teeth and said, a free bill is fine. But, that was as far as she could go as a master. The boss was away and there was no precedent for this today. So she didn't know what to do. Just let them play for nothing once. But the bonus, she really couldn't do it. But that was enough. Because the system beep had arrived as promised the moment the lady at the front desk had spoken the word free. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a balance doubling card. Hearing that familiar voice, the corner of Su Yang's mouth hooked. Who cares about bonuses when you double your balance card? No longer serious about the bonus, took Wang locksmith to leave directly. Seeing their backs disappear in the doorway, the receptionist lady let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, she was afraid that Su Yang would mention the bonus again. While snickering about keeping the $1,000, a co-worker suddenly reacted. That's not true. Escape room is just a game. The selling point is deduction and crime solving. He's breaking the rules of the game by bringing a locksmith. It shouldn't be free. It wasn't until a co-worker said this that the people around them reacted. It's like solving a math problem. Can you call the answer right without the process? They're the ones who have the upper hand, and those two are the ones who are being slick. At this point, Song also finally woke up as if from a dream. This is a fucking escape room, then who is better at reasoning? And you just unlocked the door? Simply inverted the Big Dipper. But, by the time they reacted, Su Yang and locksmith Wang had long since disappeared. There are a lot of ways to be exempt, but being exempt in this way, that feels like enough. A bitter smile appeared on everyone's faces. There was a long silence. The receptionist lady took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Write a sign and put it on the door, which says that it is strictly forbidden for customers to bring locksmiths to play with secret rooms. Behind every strange regulation is an outrageous story." At these words, the other staff members kept nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice. It's enough to experience something so traumatizingly trivial once. In the end, how they determined the pass record. Whether Song got the $1,000 Su Yang does not know, because he was busy settling the bill for locksmith Wang. 12 locks. Originally opened one for 100. I said I'd pay double. So that's 200 apiece, plus the 1,000 bonus I promised. That's 3,004. Come on, I'll sweep you. Su Yang settled the bill painfully. Wang locksmith joyfully turned out the collection code. Laughed. Ha ha ha. Next time there is this good thing, remember to call me It's also playing high, and he's actually having a bit of fun with it. Completely forgetting that at the very beginning he was pushing back hard. That's a slap in the face. That's for sure. Su Yang politely returned. There shouldn't be a next time though. I'm sure after this one, a lot of backroom stores will have to pull the plug on him. Even if you don't pull the plug, there will be a new rule against bringing a locksmith to play secret rooms. After sending Wang locksmith away, Su Yang had the time to look at the live broadcast. Today's overtime was remarkable. Looking at the nearly 4 million gift rewards, even Su Yang was somewhat staggered. Usually it's around 2 million, but today it's straight up doubled. One would have to withdraw before using the balance doubling card. A proper little goal in hand. So rich, don't you have to buy the house? Chinese people carved in the bones of the house-buying gene always think that there is a house is considered a home. Although the place was now at his disposal, it was never his own. Buying a house is something that seems to be on the agenda. Su Yang was making plans for the future, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were still happily discussing today's events. Laughing my ass off, I just searched that escape room store and they've already put in the description that you can't bring a locksmith to play escape rooms. Ha 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 ha. So goddamn fast? It seems to be hurting them quite a bit. It's also bad luck for them to meet this beast of an anchor. It's like they've fallen into 8 lifetimes of bad luck. That's what they were meant to do. Laughing rats. My classmate Bakudu, because the class watched the live broadcast, laughed out of the cell phone without a ha 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 ha. Don't look. Be careful you lose yours too. The pop-ups were hilarious. And the day's broadcast was nearing its end. Thank you Thunder Roar Beast who loves to eat greenwood rolls for the gift. Boss Bull. Thank you Black Feather Immodesty for the gift. Boss Atmosphere. Thank you Foamy Rain AYY for the gift. Boss Get Rich. Thank you all for your support. That's it for today's broadcast. See you tomorrow. As usual, after thanking all the bigwigs on the gift list, he decisively went off the air. Having just returned home, Su Yang first withdrew the income from today's gifts. As of today, he has saved over $55 million in his kitty. Since the rewards given by this entertainment quest were given out directly, he had also thought about saving up his money a bit more before using it. But the system is also preventing him from this. The balance doubling card will expire if not used on the same day. And there's a limit on the balance that can be doubled. It must be by virtue of his own labor. That means that borrowing money and taking out a loan to get it doesn't count. This system pressed Su Yang's little mind to death. It's okay though. 50+ million doubled is not bad. Use the balance doubling card decisively. As soon as I used it, I got a text message from my bank. Huaxia Bank, your current account balance with the last number 0318 is 102,322,958.15 yuan. Looking at the soaring numbers in his card, The corner of Su Yang's raised mouth never came down. By the way, there's one more chance at the raffle. Drawl. At the sound of a command, that familiar roulette wheel came back to life. It landed in one place after spinning rapidly. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, lockpicking mastery. Su Yang, couldn't this skill have come sooner? And save a couple $1,000. But come what may, there's no reason not to. There were a ton of skills he couldn't use anyway, so he wasn't afraid of this one more. But not to mention, it's not a bad skill. Once you have it, you can unlock it with the help of cards, wires and other tools. And there are no restrictions on the type of lock, from small ordinary padlocks to complex safes. Well, one more craft to eat. Claim your skills. As soon as the words fell, countless knowledge about lockpicking was instantly poured into Su Yang's mind. Everything from the principles to the practicalities. It's no exaggeration to say that it's no problem to keep him licensed now. But of course he couldn't be a locksmith. Lockpicking where there is live money to be made, and live streaming can still be on the Hot 100. Just the two things he did today have put him on the Hot 100 list and he hasn't come off. The related discussions are all in the millions. It's on fire. This pomp and circumstance Su Yang has been accustomed to, and does not pay much attention to it. After receiving the rewards began to do their own things. And the first thing he did, naturally, was to buy the villa. The owner of the platform was also very nice, and when Su Yang offered to buy his house, he was very quick to do so. Maybe they also wanted to make Su Yang a friend, or maybe they wanted to thank him for the traffic he brought to the platform. A direct offer of $80 million. A 500+ SQ foot villa with top-of-the-line finishes and location. There are also pools and private gardens to the front and rear. As far as Su Yang knew, the value of the houses over here were all worth more than $100 million. $80 million is a cabbage. Of course he had to take it. The house kept Su Yang busy until late. A big hand deflated his small treasury again. The phobia brought on by the lack of firepower made Su Yang check the mission first as soon as his eyes opened the next day. There's no way around it. He's got to make money before checking out the quest. Though, he said a small prayer that there wouldn't be another one with a locksmith to play with the secret room. He still has to have some face. But, good news, the system heard his prayer. Bad news, the system didn't take it. Today's task, take a psychiatrist to play Wolfsbane. Seeing this quest, Su Yang froze for a moment. A slight smile followed. The day you step on a horse is the day you run out of inspiration. It's no different than taking a locksmith to play an escape room. All with physical extras for a change. The whole thing is fine. Next time, don't do it. However, Su Yang carefully pondered over the rules of werewolf killing and realized that it was not quite the same again. The secret room is based on finding clues and completing the game through careful reasoning. Werewolf kills, on the other hand, are driven by verbal descriptions and place more emphasis on eloquence and personal analytical judgment. While the outcome is all about whoever has the last laugh wins, there is a big difference in the way it is played. Thinking about it this way, Su Yang realized that the system was also a real dog. Whether or not you can win at werewolf kills depends a lot on whether or not you disguise yourself well. Now let the psychiatrists play. They can tell if you're telling the truth or not by your subconscious actions. What's the difference between that and being open? Or the system will play Today this live broadcast again do not know how many people's hearts collapse. Originally, Su Yang wanted to organize a situation where everyone was a psychiatrist and let them kill each other. But, to go live he has to get involved. They're all psychiatrists, and he's the only one who can't do anything. Wouldn't he be a lamb to the slaughter then? Probably not even able to survive the first round. What other gaming experience is there then? No, the live streaming works. After thinking about it, Su Yang still felt that he should just find a psychiatrist and let him lead himself to let the others break the defense. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Happiness must of course be based on the suffering of others. It's also not strong enough. If he knew something about psychology or micro-expressions, he would have to start a high-end game alone. Let's not talk about just hiring a psychiatrist. In those days, a psychiatrist, a criminal investigation police officer, a professional actor, a fortune teller, a private detective, a professional debater, one of each. Look who's good. Now, you can only bring a king to bronze to fry fish. For the first time, I feel like I'm not strong enough and I still have to work on it. After Su Yang decided to play this way, then the question came up, where to find a psychiatrist? Directly saying that he should go play werewolf killing with himself, the other party would designatedly resist. It might take a lot of talking or another bridge smash. Netflix didn't get tired of watching him get tired of himself. It is also at this time, Su Yang thought of before the whole have a job. In front of the psychological hospital stall psychological counseling. He also saved a jumper back then, for which he had a bit of a brush with the director of that hospital. If he asked for his help himself, he thought it would work, even if he doesn't step in. It shouldn't be too hard to soften him up and get him to arrange for a psychiatrist to go with him. After making up his mind, Su Yang was ready to start broadcasting. First, I'll change the title of the broadcast, Today's Share of the Whole Job, Taking a Psychiatrist to Play Werewolf. And then the live streaming began. Since the show started early today, many netizens are still surprised. So early today? I was still squatting when I got the alert that the show was on. Me too. I was still eating breakfast when I received it and ordered it in. It's so early. Is it hard to get a whole big job today? When that was said, everyone in the broadcast room looked towards the title. This look is collectively taut. Still coming. You still coming? Yesterday's secret room. Today's werewolf slaying. Anchor you do choose. Well. Woe is me from one to the next. Mud. Do you want to check on the hot search? Bring the locksmith to play. The secret room is still hanging in the high position. What kind of carbon-based organism comes up with this job? And you don't have a little creative bottleneck? It's so awkward. It's a direct hit early in the morning. Yesterday the faces of the secret room staff were still fresh in my mind. And today it's the turn of the werewolves to be victimized. Bringing a plug-in to a game again. Can't you do anything human? The anchor is not a human being in the first place. And you expect him to do his job? I can't believe I can't argue with you if you say that. The pop-ups were buzzing with discussion. And Su Yang was out the door. The air was good in the morning. Plus the mental hospital he was going to wasn't very far away. He then prepared to go on foot. But he had only just left the house when his attention was drawn to the commotion emanating from next door. The villas over here are uniformly 3-story. And there is a small yard in front of the villa. The yards are separated from each other by a fence. The fence couldn't even block the sight, let alone the sound. Su Yang stood on his side of the yard, could hear the next door talking very clearly. Master, try again. Where am I going to find a lock picker this early in the morning? Tried it. Really can't open it. This kind of mechanical lock imported from Germany is the most difficult to open. If you just said on the phone that it's this kind of lock, I won't even run this trip for nothing. Aren't you a professional locksmith? How come there are still locks you can't open? It really doesn't work. So hire someone else. If he had heard this conversation before, Su Yang probably wouldn't have bothered. But he only drew the skill corkscrew mastery yesterday. And the phrase corkscrew directly hard-charged him for 3 seconds. Looking at the early hour, and hearing the female voice next door talking in a hurry. We are all neighbors, so we went over to see if we could help. Su Yang was also a man of action, and with this thought, he headed directly next door. As he walked up to his neighbor's door, the 2 men who had just spoken came into view. That locksmith sat with a big bag, obviously want to go. The beautiful neighbor still asked the other party to try again. Why put an adjective in front of neighbor? That really isn't bad looking either. This was a common recognition from Su Yang and the netizens in the live broadcast. I'll be damned. Seeing a beautiful woman so early in the morning is too kind to my eyes. There's no such thing as an ugly rich person. Look at how well maintained they are. 30-something young women eat me up the most, and I don't want to make the effort. Sis. Shit. Malnutrition again. Can't pick a single lock. Report the address for me to go to. Not only can I pick locks, I can pass sewer. Excuse me. Is that a proper pass down the drain? I can't believe I got it in seconds. I'm not clean anymore. As soon as we saw the beautiful woman, the amount of pop-ups went straight up in a straight line. It's still a bit cheesy to say beautiful women, but more accurately it should be high-profile people with outstanding temperaments. The beauty was in her 30s, with big curly hair, a tall figure and 3-dimensional features. A decent and expensive professional outfit gives the impression of a female president. It's in the same key as the 3-star Rapunzel. Overall, valiant and beautiful. The moment Su Yang got closer, their conversation could be heard more clearly. Master, money is no object. If you can't drive it, then find me one that can. Even talking so bossy, but throwing money at it doesn't seem to help. That master teacher looked at the lock with a bitter face and kept shaking his head. No one can open it. Hundreds of processes inside this lock. Dare to sell you tens of thousands of dollars if you don't do everything to the extreme? If you're really in a hurry, it might be faster to get a firefighter to break down the door. The teacher master finished and left without looking back. Doesn't he want to make this money? I don't have the skills to earn it. The teacher left, leaving that beautiful woman standing at a loss for words. That, need a hand? Su Yang finally opened his mouth. He swore that it definitely wasn't the other guy's good looks that made him so hot. Mostly, I'm just trying to be neighborly. After all, he owns the house now and will live here. So what's wrong with doing a favor when neighbors don't see each other? Hearing the voice, the beauty turned her head in surprise. You can pick locks? There was distrust in his tone. Just now the teacher claimed to have opened locks all his life and said he couldn't open them. Can such a handsome young man do it? Being questioned was also expected by Su Yang. He spread his hands and laughed. Try it. I'm not charging you anyway. There was another reason why Su Yang was so enthusiastic. He'd been living over here for quite some time now, and when he went in and out he kept an eye out for who lived around him. And this family, he'd only ever met an old couple. Never even seen the beautiful woman in front of me. Curiosity made him want to know what was going on. What if people are in a real emergency? Something like an old man fainted in there with no one to help him. Or maybe the gas was left on. That can be a big problem if delayed. It's all a favor anyway. And it's a good time to help out and try out how the skills you just gained yesterday are doing. 2 for the price of 1. Su Yang's words made the beautiful woman have a little heart. Also with the idea of a dead horse. The beautiful woman nodded. Okay, then you try it. Open the money can't be less for you. No one can open it anyway. And if he can't either, then call the fire department to break it down. After receiving the beautiful woman's approval, Su Yang moved closer to the door of the room to take a look. This kind of imported locks are indeed expensive reason. Security level is comparable to the bank safe. No key to open is as hard as heaven. But this was small potatoes to Su Yang. It's open. Turning his head to the beautiful woman. But is this sure it's your house? Although Su Yang was enthusiastic, he was not ignorant of the law. Help unlock the door without being sure it's the owner. In case she's in there to steal something, won't you be an accomplice? The beautiful woman obviously understood Su Yang's meaning and hurriedly took out her documents from her bag. This is my parents' house. Their old couple went on a trip out of the country the day before yesterday, but the real estate license has been with me. You can check. This is my account book and ID card. By the way, you can have a look at my work license. 2. The beauty of a brain will be all the documents stuffed into Su Yang's hands, eager to let him quickly look at the open door. Su Yang was not ambiguous and immediately flipped through it. Owner Shin Yushu, Lu Feng. The pretty girl, on the other hand, was named Shin Yao, and her account showed that she was their only daughter. Nothing else is a problem. But when Su Yang saw Shin Yao's work permit, his eyes lit up. Counselor of the first degree, has its own counseling center. Isn't that a coincidence? He's looking for a psychiatrist, and there isn't one right in front of him. I wonder if the favor of unlocking the door would be enough to get her to go play a game of werewolf with herself. After having this little thought, Su Yang became even more enthusiastic. No problem. I'll get this lock out for you. Guaranteed. Returning the documents, just as he was about to unlock the door, Su Yang looked at Shin Yao again. That lockpicking is just a hobby of mine. It's not on file with the police department yet. It's purely as a neighborly favor. He also pointed next door as he spoke. I live right next door, so you can come see me if you have any problems back there. Having locksmithing as a profession needs to be filed, so if you don't charge for pure help, I think you should be fine. Okay, you drive. Shin Yao didn't care if he had filed or not. Opening the door was the most important thing at the moment. Seeing this, Su Yang also stopped talking nonsense and turned his head to look for something to unlock the door. Seeing Su Yang really want to open the lock, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also shocked. Anchor, we can understand that you want to perform in front of a beautiful woman, but can you live within your means? Can just anyone open this lock? Really not afraid of hitting your face? How pretentious you are now. How much you will hit your face in a while. Don't say that. What if he'll open it? If he could pick locks, he wouldn't have hired someone to play secret rooms yesterday. Seems like that anchor flipped the car for sure. Trying to play hard to get. Flipping the car is what he deserves. The pop-ups were all unfavorable to Su Yang. I don't blame them for being down on it. Mainly because the skill was only acquired yesterday and hadn't been shown in front of the crowd yet. It makes sense to not look good. But this couldn't affect Su Yang's play. The biggest problem at the moment is still the tools to open the lock. After all, he is not a professional locksmith. Even if he had skills to add to it, he couldn't just open it with his bare hands. How about something that fits in the lock hole? Just as Su Yang was looking for something, Shin Yao came over. What's wrong? No. Just after popping out a word, Su Yang noticed the hairpin on Shin Yao's head. This one is just right. That, lend. Su Yang pointed to the hairpin. Hearing this, Shin Yao froze for a moment. He didn't know what Su Yang wanted to send the card for, but he honestly took it off and handed it to him. Handing it over while snapping to mind something, he admonished again. This lock has an automatic alarm function, so be careful not to let it go off. Having said that, he felt that his exhortation was superfluous. How could she expect a young handsome man to open a lock that the old locksmith said there was no way to open? The point is that he doesn't even have a lock-picking tool, and he's unprofessional at first glance. At this time, Shin Yao also calmed down, and was indeed a bit sick and desperate. In the end, it was decided to follow the advice of the master just now and go straight to the fire department, but at the same time she pulled out her cell phone to make a call. All she heard was a crisp click. Immediately afterward, Su Yang's voice came over. It's ready. Get in there and check it out. Shen Yao? She looked at the door, which had opened a crack. In surprise, her mouth slightly open. Isn't it hard to open? How many seconds did it take? At this point in the live broadcast, the netizens were still expecting the face-punching scene of Su Yang's cartwheel, just waiting for the joke to damage him twice. All those hardened pop-ups were already hammered into the input box, just waiting to be sent. But, how come it's open? And it was fast. So fast that it took less than a breath. Netizens are dumbfounded. The pop-ups erupted after a brief silence. Open, open? Just a little shake of the hand and it's open? What the hell was it opened with? Why don't I see it? You may not believe it when I tell you. Just use one of Beauty's hairpins. Crap, that's a bit insulting. Who just said the anchor couldn't open it? Come out and get beaten? The anchor is really fast. This is so skillful that I suggest the authorities look into it. I'm not kidding. Report it. Report it for wanting to see him punch me in the face. And he ended up punching me in the face. Shen Yao also didn't expect Su Yang to open it so quickly. The cell phone he was holding was silently put down. Thought he was just talking about it, but didn't realize he had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Seeing Shen Yao not moving, Su Yang urged again. Aren't you in a hurry? Su Yang's voice pulled Shen Yao back from her daze. The expression also changed from shock to slight anger. Thank you. After dropping those 3 words, he pushed the door straight open and ran upstairs. These 3 words also made Su Yang whole won't. Just thank you and that's it? High and low have to be polite and say by dinner to show appreciation or something. Then he himself will say in a smooth manner. No need to thank. If you really want to thank, play a game of werewolf kill with him. That's the normal process. How does a thank you get rid of him? Su Yang was helpless. There was a sense that the planner had tipped the abacus over. Forget about it. You don't get rewarded for doing good. Looks like a trip to that hospital is in order. But just as Su Yang wanted to leave, he suddenly heard a scream from upstairs. That was Shen Yao's voice. Worried that something would happen, Su Yang hesitated for a moment before running up as well. But when he went up to the 2nd floor and saw the room, he turned his back in horror. Also cover the camera. I'll go. Su Yang couldn't help but burst out. The image in the room was just a flash in the camera, but it was still seen by sharp-eyed netizens. Who turned out the lights? Crap, what am I seeing that's so awesome? It's not an illusion. I thought I was hallucinating from watching too many little movies. I also saw 2 white bodies on the bed. No, there seemed to be more than 2. What? Shit, I should have known I wouldn't have blinked and lost $100 million. Anchor, turn the camera on, don't make me get on my knees and beg. I want to see it, super loud. Righteous Father, just let the child see it. Daddy, rice, hungry. Su Yang himself did not expect to see such a restrictive picture when he ran up in a hurry. That level, the level where but 1 more second of looking at the live room has to be blocked, and it's not even 1v1. How did the world turn upside down like this? Looking at the pop-ups that were flurrying for him to turn the camera around, Su Yang also laughed bitterly. Think about what? He still counts on this live room to eat. If it is blocked, the loss is great. What's more, it's not like he's eating alone. Again, he's not watching, but curiosity killed the cat. Su Zijie, do you want to be shameless? How dare you bring someone to my parents' house to fool around? I thought your behavior yesterday was erratic, and I didn't realize it was true. Come on, I'd like to see how I can explain it this time. 3 people naked in bed. Are they fighting the landlord? Shen Yao tried to restrain herself. Still, upon close listening one could detect a breakdown in the tone. But Su Yang's focus was on. Not a stitch? 3 more. Hiss. The city people are quite fancy. Su Yang also didn't expect to see a good show of catching adultery by helping people. This is something that if you don't witness, you will regret afterwards. He slowly turned around and the camera he was covering came loose. Delayed for such a moment but let the bed a few dogs and men to cover up what should be covered. And the male lead, named Su Zijie, also put on a pair of shorts for himself. Yo, listen to me. Say shit. He just said that he wanted an explanation. But as soon as Su Zijie opened his mouth, he was interrupted. Shen Yao looked like a cultural person, but her temper was also really hot. Su Zijie only said a few words. She slapped down a big ear. With that force, Su Yang felt pain even from a few meters away. Bitch of a man, daring to bring a woman to my parents' house to fuck around. The dare to unlock the door. You're so right. Shen Yao scolded while hitting, and the place where he hit even picked the key parts. Su Zijie has no power to fight back, and the 2 women who messed around with him are hiding in the corner, not daring to come out of the atmosphere. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the livestream couldn't help but clamp their legs. Hiss. Balls hurt a little. This woman is so ruthless. What is this? All caught adultery present. If a pot of hot oil to throw down to him. Crap. You can't mess with anyone but a woman. That brother who just said he liked this. Are you okay? Do Q. Carry the train overnight and run. Scared and in need of a comforting hug. The process lasted a good 10 minutes. It wasn't until Xinyao was tired of fighting that she let out a long breath. Hurry up and get out of my parents' house. I'll get a lawyer to talk to you about the divorce. After saying that, she was ready to leave, but only after a few steps her footsteps stopped again, her beautiful eyes glaring at Su Yang. Have you seen enough? Aren't you leaving yet? Caught eating melon. Su Yang touched his nose with some embarrassment. Go. He was too busy to follow. A thrashing didn't seem to make Xinyao dissipate his anger. Walking downstairs he was still complaining under his breath. I'm really blind to have found such a guy. Say, aren't all you men the same? How could Su Yang know how to answer when asked this question? Just as long as he's not like that anyway. Seeing that Xinyao must not be in much of a mood when she encountered this, Su Yang also gave up on the idea of letting her accompany him to play Wolfsbane. It's just that it's still a little hard to get out of it when he's given up, because Xinyao had been talking endlessly. I've been with him since college and I don't even mind that he doesn't have anything. There's a little bit of money to be made off of the contacts my family provides. It actually turned out to be like this in the end. Xinyao was on the verge of crying as she spoke. Su Yang is the most can't see girls crying, and quickly took out tissues from his pocket and handed it over. It's good to see that the old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come. Su can't comfort people, so he can only copy the same rhetoric that Rob used to use to comfort his lost brother. Good thing it's still somewhat useful. Shinyao's mood stabilized quite a bit. She looked at Su Yang sadly. Hey, my marriage turned out to be like this. Where exactly did it go wrong? This rather put Su Yang on the spot. But the biggest reason for marital problems is simply a fading relationship or a lack of communication or companionship. That reminded him of a better analogy. Marriage is like picking a lock. One key for one lock. If you want this lock not to rust, then the key has to be turned often. Su Yang thought he had no problem describing himself, but hearing Shinyao's ears was another layer of meaning. Only to see her pretty face blush, she suddenly said, so what you mean is, let someone else pick this lock of mine too? So it's fair and the marriage is stable? Shinyao's words were simply like a boring stick hitting Su Yang's brain. What the hell? Is that what he meant? Surprised by Shinyao's jumpy brain circuits, Su Yang was hard controlled for several seconds. And at this point in the broadcast, crap, such a straight ball. I love it. That's a proper hint in the treadmill. What are the anchors waiting for? Need someone to hold your back? Nothing else? Just wanted to do something for you guys. It should be okay for me to ask for a live stream of the process if it's played that way. You people, obviously take advantage of people. The quality is too low. The anchor will never do this. But I can, because I have no quality. This live feed at all times allows me to see the diversity of species. No, you guys are the ones who remember to eat and forget about the beautiful girl's little set of broken children and grandchildren moves? The netizens were still on a verbal high, but when they saw someone mention that scene just now, they all fell silent. This, fear of death became their standard for holding on to the bottom line of quality. At this time, Su Yang also slowed down from his daze. He was busy explaining. No, I mean, the locks need to be replaced when they rust. Being understood in this way, Su Yang was sweating a little. Lord knows he definitely didn't lead on purpose. People are vindictive. After bumping into their husbands stealing, many people have the monstrous idea that he can steal from them. Why can't they? If someone takes advantage of the situation at this time, not to say it's 100% successful, 80% definitely works. He can't do this. Feeling that this explanation wasn't enough, Su Yang hurriedly added, with the locks changed, people won't go in and mess around anymore. Yeah, that's right. Su Yang's expression was so serious that he was close to writing "you believe me, I'm a good person" on his face. Seeing him like this, Shinyao's mood was also much better. When he was in a good mood, he had a bit of a mischievous mind, knowing that Su Yang didn't mean it that way, but he couldn't help but want to tease him. No, I still feel at a loss. After a deliberate 2-second pause, he added, I'd like to have some fun now, too. Exciting? These two words directly caused Su Yang's adrenaline to soar. If he hadn't seen the playful smile on Shinyao's face, he would have almost been bluffed. Not to mention, it's a real thrill ride. So immediately, he put away that worthless expression and laughed. Wanna play for excitement? Then follow me. Without waiting for Shinyao to react, Su Yang turned around and walked towards his house. Seeing Su Yang like this, Shinyao's heart immediately missed a beat. No way. For real? Just because her husband did something so disgraceful doesn't mean she will too. Just like after a dog bites a person. In order to retaliate, the person cannot bite the dog. But now it seems to be playing off. What should she do when the arrow is already on the string? Shinyao was caught in a huge mental struggle. It was his own initiative to tease. The other guy is handsome again. To be able to live here shows that the other person is a capable person even if he is not a rich second generation. Plus, people are young and talented in their 20s and they are in their 30s and about to get divorced. It seemed like she was taking advantage of it any way she looked at it. Since it's taking advantage, how about an indulgence? While Shin Yao was rambling, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room exploded. Shit, for real? Oh beast, you still haven't held back. So the anchor likes this bite. No wonder all those beauties before didn't make it to her eyes. Can't watch it. It hurts. Drought kills drought. Flood kills flood. I was so busted out of defense that I wanted to quit, but then I remembered I have a friend. Can't share the blessings, but must share the hardships, right? Then again, can't you really let me in for a scene? The pop-ups are numb. Seeing them break defense, Su Yang actually felt a bit of dark pleasure. It was a slight revenge for being so detrimental to myself in general. But they were also guessing wrong. How could Su Yang do that? The other man said he wanted to play for excitement, but he was just fulfilling it. Who says only rolling in bed is exciting? Su Yang quickly returned to his house, walked into the garage, and drove out. Just now it was early in the day and I wanted to walk there, but after such a long delay, it was a bit late to walk again. He's thinking about wrapping up early and getting off work. When Su Yang drove out, Shin Yao was dawdling to the door. In just a moment, her face was already red. It was hard to gather enough courage to walk over, but he saw Su Yang driving out. You, not at your house? He said and lowered his head in shame. How come it feels like she's the one who's more impatient? Seeing this image, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. How meaningless it is to be at home. Let's change places. Excitement guaranteed. Such specious words instantly caused Shin Yao's entire ear to redden. I don't know what to think, but when she did, she pulled open the door and got into the passenger side. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room once again couldn't sit still. The anchor simply doesn't treat us as outsiders, and doesn't hide things like this. Will play, a villa that big limits play, doesn't it? And going outside. It's true what they say, it's not as good as dumplings, and not as fun as your sister-in-law. Another day of envy for the anchor. It's not right. Although the anchor is an animal, it's as far as doing something so unethical. I'd recognize that, but they're clearly. Have you guys forgotten the whole job the anchor is going to do today? A word to the wise. This time, the pop-ups were even more hilarious. Crap, the anchor is taking a psychiatrist to play werewolf today. Isn't this pretty girl a psychiatrist? I saw it when I was looking at the credentials just now. Ha 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 ha. So it is. This stimulus is not a stimulus. Sorry, I was the one who got it wrong. Just ask you if it's exciting. There's more than one person who's thinking the wrong way. The whole broadcasting room is thinking the wrong way. I wasn't trying to be crooked. I was simply out of my mind. The anchor is really a talent. The whole live room was fooled by him. Why am I still a little disappointed knowing it's a game of werewolf? The pop-ups were hilarious. While the atmosphere in Su Yang's car was a bit subtle, both of them didn't say a word. It wasn't far to travel, but it wouldn't do to be so stagnant. So Su Yang took the initiative to find a topic. Ms. Shun, I just looked at your documents. You're a counselor? Hearing the voice, Shin Yao nodded. She was really knowledgeable in psychology, and her level was ranked in the whole of magic. If it's in working condition, she'll see the breaks quickly. It's as if she's judging her husband's cheating by his demeanor and micro-expressions is the same thing. It's just a shame that she's been through so much today. Again, she was ruffled by Su Yang's few words that turned her brain into a mush, leaving her with no way to think at all. So it could only be led by the nose by Su Yang. And there were answers to Su Yang's questions. I heard that psychiatrists are able to tell if the person is lying or not by micro-expressions or movements? Seeing that Shin Yao did not speak, Su Yang asked again, talking about her knowledge within her specialty. Her whole body was visibly lighter. Right. Shin Yao nodded again, all knowing that words can be deceiving. But the instinctive reactions that people generate subconsciously don't fool people. In our opinion, these types of micro-reactions are much more credible. After Shin Yao finished, she looked at Su Yang again with some urgency. It still feels too sudden. While thinking about how to word his refusal to go over, Su Yang also spoke at the right time. That's good. I'll be counting on you in a minute. These words made Shin Yao a bit confused. What do you mean? Rely on her? Before she could inquire out loud, Su Yang's voice came back. You'll have to help me take a closer look at who's lying in the werewolf kill later. So many people in a circle acting off each other. Isn't it exciting? As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Shin Yao's mouth opened into an O shape. Werewolf killing? He was talking about something very exciting. Was it werewolf killing? Shin Yaorun was dumbfounded. Seeing her like this, the netizens in the broadcast room unkindly began to let out bursts of laughter. Ha 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 ha. What is it if it's not a werewolf kill? No thinking about those colorful things. Oh, it's all good when a beautiful woman is clueless. Why does it feel like she's still a little disappointed? Dual sports turned into multiplayer sports is just laughable. Got on the bandwagon, didn't you? And now you can't run away. Anchors are really dogs too, tricking people in to kill them. Not necessarily. The expression on this beauty's face doesn't seem very happy about it. As the netizens said, Shinyao's expression at this moment was complicated. To her death. She would never have thought that this was what Su Yang wanted to do with her. God damn it. Suddenly I felt so ashamed of the image I had just brainstormed. No one else meant that at all. For a moment expression management failed. Speechlessness, shock, and embarrassment shifted across her pretty face. It took her a while to manage to squeeze out a few words. You're not kidding, are you? She's a psychiatrist. Any micro-expression or small gesture can be interpreted in her eyes as several possibilities. You can tell if you're lying at a glance. Getting her to play werewolf kill is no different than turning on a physical plug-in. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Su Yang smiled sincerely. You need one thing to divert your attention. Playing a game of werewolf kill is just right. Indeed, after experiencing what happened in the morning, even if Xinyao acted cloudy, her heart was still hard. Su Yang also got to the point. Xinyao let out a breath. Alright, but we have to say yes. Just you play. I'll help you identify it at best. The psychiatrist coming straight down seems a bit of a bully. Offering advice from the sidelines is much the same, but at least it's a little easier on the mind. You can shrug it off and say you're just looking when you're recognized. Xinyao convinced herself with such a painless reason. Seeing her promise, Su Yang's heart then relaxed. Just now, I was really afraid that she would just throw up her hands and walk away. The absence of misunderstandings in turn made the atmosphere much lighter. And soon, the two reached their destination. Max Board Game Shop. This was the hottest one Su Yang had found online. The store was large and there were lots of people who came in pairs to play games. The waiter saw another guest and hurriedly greeted him with a warm introduction. What would you two like to play? Our side of the entertainment program has... Su Yang waved his hand to interrupt her words and asked right to the point. Let's play werewolf kill. Is there a game now? When it comes to werewolf kills, the service looks a little difficult. Werewolf is a multiplayer deduction game that usually requires a reservation first. There are few ready-made innings if you come over temporarily. However, adhering to the idea that the customer is God, the waiter still dutifully said, wait a moment, I'll take a look for you. Surprise showed behind his finger as he slid and pulled on the tablet a few times. There's a high-end game that's one short. His expression became difficult again when he said, but there are two of you. The waiter was worrying about someone not being able to play, not realizing that this was just what Su Yang wanted. Both people play still talk about openings. It's okay, this beauty is just keeping me company. Su Yang spoke without blushing. Xinyao also quietly rolled her eyes where no one could see. Beautiful to you and keep you company. The only one who showed envy was the waiter when he saw that Su Yang had a beautiful woman accompanying him when he played a werewolf kill. Okay, then I'll get you set up right away. During the waiting time, the livestream also set off a discussion about werewolf kills. Anchor line directly to the high-end game. It would be an insult to the intelligence to play a novice game when you're all open. You have to be careful even with the hangers-on. I heard that there are 800 heart eyes per capita playing high-end games. It's only good if your opponent is good. I don't want to watch if they're not. What's with the fertilizer? This sense of anticipation all of a sudden. Soon, Su Yang and Xinyao were brought to a room by the waiter. In the center of the room was a large round table, surrounded by people already seated. The only empty seat. Su Yang walked straight to that seat and sat down, and Xinyao sat behind him. The crowd was indifferent to Su Yang's move of bringing a beautiful woman to play the game. The game of werewolf itself doesn't prohibit people from watching, and many newbies improve by watching high-end games. Sister banding behavior happens all the time, and no one in the room thought it was unusual. Sure, they could never have imagined to death that the beautiful woman Su Yang had brought with him was a very powerful psychiatrist. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the host said, hello, everyone. Although all of us here are veteran players, allow me to briefly explain the rules of the game. In fact, Su Yang's knowledge of werewolf killing was only at the budding stage. Not a single game has been played, and the source of information is all variety. All he knew was that the game was divided into two camps, the werewolves and the good guys. The game will also alternate between night and day. At night, the closed eye phase, only werewolves can open their eyes, and they can choose to kill a person. When the kill is over, the werewolf closes his eyes and God informs the other gods in turn to open their eyes and then unleash their corresponding powers. Since it was all the werewolves who had their eyes open at the same time during the night, the werewolves knew exactly which ones were of their own kind. But the godfolk are the ones who open their eyes in turn, and aren't sure who's a werewolf and who's a good guy, so you can only recognize it by your own judgment. The whole game centers around the idea of finding the deviants and killing them. Whichever camp leaves the most people behind wins. It sounded complicated, But Su Yang also knew how to simplify things. Never mind the rest. Just remember who you are and open your eyes when God's point comes. As for the rest, that's left to the professionals. After introducing the rules of the game, the host pointed at the 3 players present and said half-jokingly, "These 3 guys are known as the Werewolf 3 hunters in our area. The win rate is 80%. Be careful during the rest of the game, guys." The moderator's reminder is also intended to add to the gaming experience by making people treat it with care. It also invariably allowed those 3 to pack a big punch. Li Fei, the leader of the 3, smiled and waved his hand. "It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Don't scare people away." Even though Li Fei said so on his lips, he didn't look the least bit humble. But to achieve an 80% win rate does give you the capital to fool around. During their conversation, Su Yang also learned that several other people had great battle records and were resident players here. On the contrary, it was a new face like Su Yang that made them a bit curious. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Su Yang smiled. "Can't compare to all the big brothers. I'm pure munchkin, so please be merciful." That's not modest, it's the truth. Coupled with the extraordinarily sincere tone of his voice, none of the people present were surprised. Courageous of a novice to come and challenge the high end of the game. However, no one looked down on Su Yang. Instead they even encouraged him. "It's alright, this thing becomes an expert after playing with it. You go for it." Su Yang nodded. "I will." The netizens in the broadcast room felt displeased to see him play the pig and eat the tiger like this. "Pretend. You keep pretending. It's true that you're a novice, but you're carrying a hangover. Beware of being struck by lightning for pretending." But they don't have any good intentions. Becoming an expert is not that easy. Newbies don't enter the high-end game easily. They will be abused. Except of course, you have a plug-in. That's okay. It's only fun if they think it's hand-to-hand. Still don't realize the magnitude of the problem. Let them be happy for a while. Eat your melon and eat your melon. The show is about to begin. Selling peanuts, melon seeds, mineral water, and feet. After a short conversation we all got an initial impression of each other as well. Also at that moment, the host said, "The game is about to begin. In order to keep the game fair, please ask your friends who are watching the battle to close their eyes together when it gets dark as well." At those words, Shin Yao nodded along with a few others. Once everything was ready, the host began handing out ID badges. The identity Su Yang drew was Hunter. "The game has officially begun. Close your eyes when it's dark." The crowd closed their eyes as soon as the moderator's words fell. "Werewolf, please open your eyes." At this time, Li Fei was the first to open his eyes. He started looking for his companion the first moment he opened his eyes. After seeing that the other 2 wolves were the other 2 of the 3 werewolf hunters he was known as along with him, a look of surprise appeared in the bottom of their eyes. Is there any point in playing? Crap, the 3 best ones are wolves? Not much of a problem. No matter how they act they can't hide from beauty's all-seeing eyes. Let them think they're going to win. That's what makes it look good. Having hope only makes you more desperate. Guess who they're going to knife first? My guess is the anchor. It should be. The persimmon has to pick the soft one. The pop-ups were hilarious. Also, as the netizens said, they wanted to knife Su Yang in the first round. However, thinking that Su Yang was a newcomer, they turned to someone else in order to give him more experience. "Werewolves, please kill." That first night, there was no analysis to be made of the killing. Li Fei pointed to number 4, and the other 2 made the same motion with him. Unbeknownst to them, this one act of kindness has been rewarded with a lot of trouble down the road. Seeing that Su Yang had not been knifed, the netizens in the live broadcast room were relieved. It would have been hilarious to get knifed out before the plug-in was even on. "Werewolves, please close your eyes." Li Fei and the 3 of them closed their eyes at the same time. The process continues. "Which, please open your eyes." Which number 4 opened her eyes. "Which, you have a bottle of poison and a bottle of antidote. Are you going to save him when he dies tonight?" The witch sniffed and nodded. "Witches, please close your eyes." "Prophet, please open your eyes." As soon as the host finished speaking, Prophet number 8 opened his eyes. "Who is the prophet going to verify tonight?" Being asked, Prophet number 8 instantly looked around and finally his eyes locked on number 4. The host nodded. "If he's good." A thumbs up gesture was made as he spoke. "If he's bad." Followed by a thumbs down gesture. "Then he's this." Prophet number 8 saw that the moderator made a distinct thumbs up gesture at the end. "That means number 4 is good." He nodded in satisfaction. "Prophets, please close your eyes." Only when the prophet's eyes closed did the host say in a loud voice, "Dawn." At this moment, everyone opened their eyes, and they all had a blank look on their faces. The 3 wolves, in particular, played it especially innocently. The game had gone on until now, and Su Yang still didn't feel much involvement. But then it's time for fun. With the end of the knife man, the player speaks session officially begins. Now for the first round of discussion. Starting with number 1. Number 1 was none other than Kung. one of the Wolfman's 3 hunters, dressed in a punk outfit, obviously a boy but with studs in his ears. While Ah Chang was speaking, Shinya came close to Su Yang's ear and, the wandering eyes are a lack of confidence in what they are saying. Speeches are accompanied by subconscious touching of the nose. His word cannot be trusted. Shinya sat up straight again after saying that. Her voice was so small that the onlookers couldn't hear her, but the netizens in the broadcast room could hear her clearly. Crap. Are there any professionals analyzing if what she said is true? I'm a psych student too, and she's right. Learned and instantly felt horribly strong at playing Werewolf Kill. I told you you could learn something by watching it live. Mud. Just looking at it makes me nervous along with it. While others have to rely on verbal logic to analyze and reason, the anchor already knows the answer in advance. It's so cool to be open that you take off. I'm numb from this wave of manipulation. The pop-ups were hilarious, and while each person spoke, Shinya would dissect them in his ear. This made Su Yang's heart bottom out. With the end of his speech, Su Yang coughed dryly before speaking directly. Let's vote out number 1. Hearing this, number 1 was not happy on the spot. Why vote for me? Number 1 was confident that there was nothing wrong with what he had just said. Just now, when he was preparing to knife Su Yang when it was dark, he was still against it. I didn't realize it was only the first round and he was going to vote himself out. Su Yang's proposal was also questioned by several other players. After all, in their opinion Su Yang was a novice, just waiting for him to come up with a plausible reason. But wait until. Vote for him and trust me. I'll call you dads if you vote wrong. These words made the already speechless crowd even more speechless. That's convincing? It's still true. Who can say no to a good extra doll for no reason? I vote number 1. It was still a girl who spoke first. After saying that, she looked at Su Yang with a teasing face. Sometimes girls are more enthusiastic than boys when it comes to being called daddy. Hearing Su Yang say such words, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't live to laugh. Ha ha ha, isn't that an overly hasty reason? Werewolf killing played as a father-son game. Really? People talk about reasoning, you go by your feelings. The last time I saw a brain circuit this clear was the last time. The point is that the temptation to call out to dad is really strong. And the cheap son my wife brought in to call me dad has put me on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars front and center. Upstairs, it's not even blood anyway. Would you mind having another 25-year-old son? The people in this live room just don't have a bottom line. Is dad something that can be shouted? There are taboos inside. You are only 25 years old. You are still young. Do not understand the setup here. Some words said, meditation will change the trajectory of your life. Seemingly a simple sentence will affect your whole life. You do not have the ability to grasp him. Listen to my brother, a word of advice. Withdraw this word. Let my brother say, my brother has been 26. Put. I'm going to die laughing in this live room sooner or later. Someone got a head start. And everyone cheerfully voted down number 1. The essence of playing games is to be happy. Besides, who could say no to such a great big boy? And the other 2 wolves, in order not to arouse suspicion, had to cast that vote against their will. It was a feeling that was worse than eating a fly. At this point, number 1 was also speechless to death. First time I've been voted down for a reason like that in all the time I've been playing werewolf. There's not even a reason for it yet, so you can say you're pissed off. The first round of voting did have a gambling element to it, and voting for number 1 made the player with the good guy card in his hand a little jittery. It's harder to play with less of a teammate. They're still worrying about it. But the next second, player number 1 is a werewolf. When the host announced the results, everyone in the room was shocked, especially the players with the good guy cards. They looked at Su Yang with light in their eyes. How did you know that? Don't tell me it's a blindfold. That's right. Number 1 just said no problem. I can't believe I was fooled. I thought he was good. I guess it's just luck that there's a rookie protection period. I don't think we'll be that lucky on the next hand. Keep going, keep going. Some people are happy. Some people are upset. While compared to the unknown players in the room, the netizens in the live broadcast were shocked at Shinyao's strength. Shake a blade of grass. There's something about this psychiatrist. A proper descending blow. And the others play a set. Come on. I haven't taken the locksmith to play Secret Room yet. And now I want to take the psychologist to play werewolf. For the first time, I think watching a live stream can keep a person busy. It just keeps getting better and better. Netizens chatting and swiping gifts. And the game goes on. When it was dark in the second round, another werewolf offered to knife Su Yang. Instead of reasoning and analyzing, they come up with a father-son bureau to bring up the tempo. Straight away they were disorganized. Active has also become passive. Now the knife's gone. Once and for all. But the proposal was once again rejected by Li Fei. He always thought that Su Yang was lucky, and luck wasn't always there. So they chose number 8. Just like that, Su Yang meddled down again. In the second round of the process, which number 4 did not choose to save the day. Prophet number 8 identified Su Yang as a good person. It's just a shame that number 8 got knifed by a werewolf. However, he left a last word as he went down, stating that Su Yang was a good person. So here's the kicker. The second round of statements began. I think the identity of Prophet number 8 is doubtful. Number 5 came up with a burst of eloquence. And while he was speaking, Shen Yao came back over. The corners of his mouth are up. Something must be exciting him. But then you shrug your shoulders when you speak. A subconscious gesture of trying to hide your true thoughts. Inconsistent expressions and movements are also problematic. Shen Yao was only analyzing. As for the final judgment, it was still Su Yang himself. How do you get excited when playing werewolf? Of course it's only if you mislead and make someone an ingrate. Doesn't doubting 8's prophecy status mean that the other guy is a werewolf blowing himself up? Another subconscious action to hide his true thoughts, which doesn't just corroborate 5's werewolf status. So, when it was time to vote again, Su Yang once again said, "Vote for number 5 this time. He's a werewolf. Trust me again." When these words came out, the faces of the others in the arena changed. Still coming? Some people were amazed at Su Yang's stunt. Liffey, on the other hand, was beginning to sit up and take notice. Just 3 wolves, and he threw out 2 by mistake. Why don't you go buy a lottery ticket with that kind of luck? The point is, one more pitch and it's game over. It's a horse. Suddenly regretting how he didn't listen to his companion and knife him in the first round. Unfortunately, there are no pills of regret in this world. And it's too late now. Li Fei was still quite stable, but number 5 was a bit sullen. He looked at Su Yang helplessly. On what grounds do you say I'm a werewolf? It's not going to be another mistake to recognize your father. First time I've ever played werewolf so breathlessly. It's obviously a brain-burning game. Why is it played like a house? The point is, he's a damn good guesser. But the death was unexplained. And he was defiant. Must struggle a bit. Number 5's thoughts were also the question of many people. And they all looked at Su Yang, always thinking that this time he would be able to explain the explanation. Explain? How do you explain it? Explain that he's open. Can't explain a bit. Su Yang was also really shameless. Just now he made peace with the situation. And it wasn't bad to do it again. Player 5. You dare say you're not a werewolf? I dare you. Number 5 was just about to retort. But Su Yang came in coldly at that moment. Then you say that Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people. You. The words 5 wanted to say hardened and were held back. At this time, the expressions of the surrounding people were also colorful. Have you played werewolf killing like this? Simply inverted the Big Dipper. The point is, how is it so funny? There were already giggles from the scene, and the netizens in the broadcast room were laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, how else can you be so sure? He was silent, and it was obvious that he really didn't want to be expelled from his citizenship. The silence at this point is deafening. You're being more or less intimidating. What's there to be afraid to say? Huaxia entrance, don't lie to Huaxia entrance. Upstairs, bring your pop-up and language teacher to court tomorrow. Amusing. Good thing anchors aren't Southwest F4. Southwest F4, what do you say? At this time, there were more than 5 million people watching online in Su Yang's live broadcast. For his behavior, many netizens are watching for fun and think how happy they are. But there are some veteran werewolf killers who are upset about such behavior. Stickface, off-court, off-set, really stepping up to the plate with a neat arrangement. This is the most disgusting thing to put on your face. And it's a real credit to the quality of the other people that you didn't get kicked out. Inhuman. Totally inhuman. Don't say you're mine when you get beat up later. No. Don't say I'm your fan. My favorability rating for the anchor is wavering at this point. The kind that no face can save. This job today. The whole thing is for us werewolf killing enthusiasts. Right? Send us a lucky bag to coax us. And as long as you do, I'll take it as if this was done by Zhang Dede. Hey. I stick 2 knives in my brother. But my brother has to stick 2 knives in me. I poured out my heart to my brother. But my brother had to pour out my heart. The pop-ups were hilarious. With laughter. And complaints mixed in. And on the spot, the hosts had extraordinarily good looks. Veins popped out of his forehead and the corners of his mouth twitched. Where the hell is this tease playing games like that? Know the rules. Not to mention the other players. The hosts have gotten angry. But, he came up and said he was a novice. Since it was just played, it seems reasonable to screw up like that. Also thinking of this, at this point everyone felt helpless. But there was nothing they could do about it. Being played like that, 5's mind was a little broken. Saying that word or not doesn't seem to matter so much anymore. Seeing that number 5 was a bit unable to carry on, number 7 Li Fei couldn't help but say, you have no basis at all. That backfired on people trying to divert attention. Of course Li Fei knew that speaking rashly would arouse suspicion. But if 5 is eliminated, it will be hard for him to continue with just 1 wolf left. And to hell with it. Is this new guy's intuition that good? One pitch. Li Fei thought that there was nothing wrong with his statement, but Su Yang detected a hint of difference in his and number 5's eye contact. And at this time, Xinyao muttered again in a whisper that only Su Yang could hear. The tone is very weak, questioning you while his sight was looking at someone else for a second, indicating. Xinyao's words verified Su Yang's guess. This game, it could be over. That concludes the statement and moves to the vote. When the moderator said this, everyone silently voted for number 5. Not saying anything speaks volumes, and no one is stupid. The only wolf left on the field was Li Fei. It was also caused by Su Yang that his mind exploded and became more and more indolent, leaving him completely out of the game again. When in the third round of darkness, Li Fei senselessly chose to knife Su Yang. If Su Yang was a civilian, or he would have a chance to struggle a little more. But it turned out that Su Yang was a hunter. Dawn is backhanded. As the ancients would have it, luck is part of strength. When the host announced that the game was over and the good guys had won, the crowd was still puzzled. That's it? After playing Werewolf Kill for so long, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. The crowd looked confused and speechless. Even the teammates in the good guys camp didn't see a trace of joy on their faces. Where's the gaming experience when you play like that? The room became quiet for a time. No one was in a hurry to leave, and no one wanted to start another round. Finally, someone still couldn't help but ask, how in the world do you judge? This question made Su Yang a little difficult to answer. Just when he didn't know what to say, Xinyao's phone suddenly rang. Sorry, said he was sorry and pressed the answer button. Hello? Yes, I'm psychiatrist Xinyao. Okay, I'll see you in a bit then. It's not unusual to answer the phone. It's the content of her call that's unusual. The words psychiatrist are no less powerful at this moment than dropping a lit cannonball into a powder keg. Everyone was shocked and stared as if they were living ghosts, especially Li Fei. Just now, when he saw that beautiful woman biting Su Yang's ear from time to time, he felt that something was wrong. Now it has to be known that the beautiful woman's identity is that of a psychiatrist. A wave of vertigo just went straight to his head. The beast, bringing a psychiatrist to play werewolf? If he didn't feel like he couldn't fight, he wouldn't hesitate to go up and punch someone. Seeing this scene, the pop-ups in the live broadcast completely exploded. Ha 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 ha, everyone's stupid. There's a word for it, the anchor is beastly, but this live broadcast is really good. Triple blowout. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. They're afraid they're going to want to kill someone. And the anchor has been repeatedly jumping sideways on the brink of a beating. Heaven is good. Heaven spares no one. You guys do it. We can't get over it if he doesn't get a beating. The netizens in the live chat room were laughing uproariously. The sound of arching fires was unrelenting. At the scene, the eyes of the other players looking at Su Yang became more and more stern. Su Yang has always been very alert to danger, and knowing that he had played it off, he immediately excused himself as having something to do and buggered off. Xinyao was originally going to leave as well, and seeing this, she also left right after him. When they disappeared into the doorway, the crowd reacted. He actually brought a psychiatrist to play werewolf. That's not cheating. No wonder he can be so sure. It really pisses me off. Thought it was a novice who didn't know better, but it turned out to be a pig in a poke. It's so lackluster that today's shadow will take a lifetime to heal. Next time the group must ask for identification first. Blacklist him first. The sound of the crowd breaking defense was deafening, and after Su Yang stepped out of the board game store, that familiar mechanical sound came as expected. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a prize. Hearing this voice, Su Yang let out a breath of relief before looking at Xinyao. How about that for excitement? Hearing this, Xinyao looked at him with a smirk. I don't know if it's irritating or not. I only know that you're going to get a beating if you leave 1 second later. Walking towards the curb to stop a cab as he spoke. Don't come to me for this kind of thing next time. I don't want another genealogy defense. After saying that, he pulled open the door of the car, got in, and left in a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, the netizens who were still arching their fires a second ago burst into laughter and cracked up again. Ha ha ha, it's different if you've read a book. Cursing is so skillful. She left with determination, like she had made up her mind somehow. See, telling you to be such a brute. The beautiful girl has a minus 10,086 favor with you. Seeing that balances things out a bit. It doesn't matter. Although the anchor lost the favor of the beautiful woman towards him, he gained the ridicule of the netizens at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Are they all yin and yang players? The moment you open your mouth, you're an old yin yang person. Laughing pulls the family members. P.S. I really haven't played it. The writing is full of holes. Please don't take the details seriously. Just have fun reading it. Only after seeing Xinyao leave did Su Yang have the time to pay attention to the live broadcast. Seeing the netizens trolling of his behavior just now, Su Yang couldn't help but purse his lips. I'm doing it for live effect. Don't you guys follow suit and don't blame me if you get beat up. Su Yang skimmed himself off the top. But the netizens on the air were not buying it. Do you want to hear what you're saying? It's your fault if you get beat up, because that's how you play. I didn't want to try it, but if you say so, this is a bitch I have to commit. Boss, why did you bring a psychiatrist to play werewolf? Me, please watch the VCR. Just a friendly reminder that psychiatrists are expensive, starting at 800 an hour. Then excuse me. Poverty makes me noble. In the midst of the pop-up buzz, Su Yang began the final thank you session of the day again. Even though I'm not human, there's one on this broadcast that counts. All good people. Sooner or later, you have to get rich. If you don't get rich today, you will get rich tomorrow. So, thanks for your support, bosses, and I'll see you tomorrow. After a series of polite words, Su Yang decisively went off the air. For him to operate like this, netizens have also long been accustomed to cursing a few words and then turn to other platforms to continue the discussion. Soon, a phrase about Su Yang's whole life today hit the hot search. Shocker. The whole living anchor actually brought a psychiatrist to play Wolfsbane. Unsurprisingly, the phrase is once again generating huge buzz. There are those who watch for fun and those who vocally criticize. It's hot as hell. One of the users with the ID of LeFace7788 spoke that positively. As long as Su Yang opens his mouth, you can see his comments. That comment, even just typing it out, felt like the resentment was so great that it could bring Evil Sword Immortal back to life. There's no way around it. He's a victim. Experienced this firsthand. Bringing a psychiatrist is already a blast, and the results are posted on the internet. It made him furious. But as he spoke more and more, he saw more and more whole life footage. It made him unable to resist starting to show his big teeth in joy as well. Not to mention, it's really funny to play like that. Su Yang's physique is also strange, obviously to be subjected to a wave of blackness. But he managed to escape with his sandy style of broadcasting. The discussion ended up actually increasing his fan base by a few 100,000. It's hard not to be envious. As for Su Yang, the first time he returned home, he also opened the system. It's MVP settlement time again. Start the raffle. As his words fell, the familiar wheels appeared in front of him. It settled after a few moments of spinning. Point. Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced skill, Master Culinary Arts. Cooking again? That roadkill skill he had acquired earlier had been useful to him. Every day, I make myself good food in different ways, and now he's been given a premium one. Then it will be better in the future. And that previous skill didn't go to waste, converting into 5 points of reaction added to the attribute. As for why it was added to the attributes, Su Yang didn't really understand, but Unity Sun must have its reasons for doing so. Accept the skill. With a single word, the cooking methods of the major cuisines began to pour into Su Yang's mind. Then there is France, Thailand, Japan. The specialties of each country were all successively accepted by Su Yang's mind. It's not just the way it's done, it's the knife work and all the rest. It's no exaggeration to say that it wouldn't take much to get him to whip up a state dinner now. Survival skills +1. When this was digested, Su Yang wasn't idle, and immediately walked towards the kitchen, ready to try the effect. I don't know how the dish tastes yet. First, I was shocked by the knife work. A potato sliced out thousands of julienne threads as if they were hairs under his kitchen knife. Crap. Yes, not only are the knives excellent, but the dishes are also excellent. In the past, the dishes made by that skill were heavy with pot gas. Tasty yes, but heavy in oil and salt, not very healthy. But now these are dishes that do their best to stimulate the flavor of the dish itself. It's more about pairing ingredients with each other to achieve a 1+1 effect. It's a lip-smacking treat to take a bite. This skill is simply great for foodies. Early the next morning, Su Yang, a laborer, gets up early to go to work. First Khan's mission for the day. To be honest, after experiencing so many social death missions, Su Yang was already used to being abused. There was no luxury of expecting the system to send him a normal mission. And the system didn't let him down. Today's task, order 10 maids to go to the pool hall to play a game of pool. And for every shot, whether it goes in or not, make them shout, "You're great, brother." Seeing this mission, Su Yang fell into a short silence. Playing awkward. Again, can't really get high on the system. It used to beg grandpa and grandma to get the system to give normal tasks, and it just gave you abstract ones. I had thought that if I pretended to be calm and not care, the system would be more normal. And no. Still more awkward. Doing the opposite doesn't work here. The system will only take him further down the path of social death. The point is, he can't play pool, can't play with a bunch of maids cheering him on saying his brother is great. Just thinking about that image, Su Yang then already felt his scalp go numb. It's a horse. Fine, be awkward. As long as you're not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. After doing the mental construction, Su Yang picked up his cell phone, opened the live room while also modifying the live room title. It's on, it's on. Being on guard every day to watch the broadcast is more punctual than me clocking in at work. I'm a fan of playing Werewolf Kill. I saw the video on the internet yesterday and waited for today's opening to scold him. But then I clicked on his other videos when I was bored and realized that he's not targeting Werewolf Kill as a game, but all games equally. Ha 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 ha. You just realized the anchor is ruthless not only to fix others, he also fixes himself. That brings me to a mention of buying condoms live. I still can't get over the look in that salesman's eyes. I wonder if the anchor is fixing someone else or himself today. Just as the netizens were talking, Su Yang finished revising the title of the live broadcast. Many netizens let out bursts of laughter at the first sight. Ha 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 ha. Taking 10 mates to play pool and having them cheer you on? What shouting and cheering is to say brother you're awesome. Crikey. The substitution is so strong that it's already starting to find the ground. See, the anchor's whole job is to create fly everyone indiscriminately, including himself. The old man at the next table is blessed to be able to watch the anchor load this one big. Anchors who can play are packing a big handful, and those who can't are pulling a big one. Put, that's a flavorful pop-up. When the title changed, the pop-ups exploded. The more normal ones would just find the task embarrassing beyond belief. But there are also some netizens whose hearts are red and brains are yellow. Upon hearing the main points of the mission, the maid was already thinking about it. What's the point of playing pool when you're ordering maids? That is, I can think of an exercise that works on pretty much the same principle. Want to try it? Fucked. I can't believe I got it in seconds. Not treating us like outsiders. Just 10? Iron and mortar have been sharpened. What are you talking about? Is this the bus to kindergarten? Don't understand? Go to the table with the kids if you don't understand. Looking at the pop-ups in front of him, Su Yang couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. They say that people come in all shapes and sizes, but they take up the last two words. No longer paying attention to the statements in the pop-up screen, Su Yang began to look for a maid store online. The maid store, born of a small life. Inside, many pretty girls will dress up as anime maid characters to serve customers, and will affectionately address customers as master. They are all soft girls with delicate bodies that are easy to push over, and then they call you master sweetly. That emotional value. Simply. Not to mention those maternal singles who had never even held a girl's hand. Even Su Yang couldn't carry it. If the mission wasn't too socially dead, this should be a handful of welfare bureaus as well. But the awkwardness of the task didn't affect Su Yang's request for a maid. The more socially dead the mission was, the better he had to be for himself. So I decisively chose the store with the most positive reviews. The higher the positive reviews, the quality of the maids shouldn't be bad. After finding the right store, Su Yang went out the door. At this time, the pop-ups in the live stream were getting more and more lively. I can't stop laughing at the thought of the anchor ordering 10 maids to play pool. Laughing? You guys are still laughing, and all I can think about is sourness. Being surrounded by beautiful women, or a bunch of them in maid outfits, is a bit of a zinger when you think about it. A proper winner in life. Others struggle to order one. He goes straight for 10. No, I'm going to break defense. The pop-ups were originally brought a bit heavy by the netizens, but when one netizen sent out why do you want to order a maid? Can't a tomboy? As soon as this immodest pop-up was posted, the picture became sandy again. That's right, what maid to order? Can't you cheapen a brother? Yeah, gender don't get stuck so dead. That's really good fun. I'm really worried about your brothers in the bunk. Heterosexuality is only for offspring. Homosexuality is true love. And I, meat and potatoes, am alright with that. Okay, so here's the world problem. Upstairs, if you were sleeping in a bed with a handsome man on your left and a beautiful woman on your right, what would you choose? Does it have to be together? Kind of hard to choose. That's a question I would. A good shooter will top the offense and play for output, whisper BB. Crap. You guys are too sick. There's a lot of talent on the air. From time to time I seem out of place with you guys because I'm not kinky enough. The pop-ups were hilarious. And Su Yang also felt a headache when he saw these perverted speeches. Whose problem is it that they're so sick? Simply worrisome. Soon, Su Yang arrived at the maid store. Looking at the quadratic decoration style inside, Su Yang took a deep breath before walking in. It's not that he doesn't like secondary, but he purely doesn't like pink. Maybe it's an inherent impression that he feels a little ashamed to look at the color pink. It's already a mental hurdle to overcome to set foot in here. There is a lot of space inside. Unlike other stores that will have a front desk, Su Yang came in and realized that there was no place similar to the front desk. Inside, the decor is modeled after manga, and the tables and chairs are all very second nature. Seeing Su Yang come in, a maid sister in charge of reception greeted him. Little brother. First time here we have a new feeding service. Would you like to experience it? Feeding? When he heard these two words, Soo-young automatically brainstormed a geek with a face full of oil lying on his computer playing a game. A pretty maid next to him served him a mouthful of rice. Just thinking about that image, Soo-young felt his eyes getting spicy. He refused in a huff. No, no, no. I just want some maids to play with me. Soo-young was also really shocked by the word feed, and the words that came out were a bit wordy. The word playable is really big on the imagination. The maid sister's face changed on the spot. They're a regular maid store, and the only thing they sell is service. Soo-young also noticed that it was inappropriate to say, and then hastened to explain. It's to accompany me to play pool. Luckily, the explanation was in time for the maid sister's face to change back. Playing pool. That's fine. We have a popular pool hall right upstairs. Every day stormed full, but I can help you book the stage. Bring our maid sister up to play later. You'll definitely be the hottest boy on the field. This maid sister is also weirdly enthusiastic and helps to set the table. But Soo-young was a bit scared when he heard that there were many people. He had planned to just find a pool hall with fewer people and get the quest done. After all, fewer people are less awkward. Popular pool halls are bad instead. So Soo-young asked again stiffly, "Can I take it out without going upstairs?" Hearing this, the smile on the maid-san's face once again paused. The words that were just in my mind now came right out. "Sir, we are a regular maid store." I don't know if it was an illusion or not. Soo-young listened to her with a little bit of gnashing of teeth when she said the words regular. I know. Soo-young also had a day when he ran out of words. I couldn't hold back a reasonable explanation. There's a pool hall right upstairs, and anyone would be suspicious if you tried to bring it out on your own. Good thing Soo-young's face saved him. Handsome and not sleazy looking, and a classy guy. Unlike some customers who come in and look around like they're horny as hell. Seeing this, the maid-sama's brain circuits shifted to other. It's not like they can't bring out the maids here, but there has to be a reasonable requirement. After all, the maids are girls and are responsible for their safety. The last time a young man had to bring a maid out, it was because his ex-girlfriend cheated on him. He led the way to the field. They are happy to help with such requests. Is it hard to believe that the handsome man in front of you is also? His ex-girlfriend was playing in some pool hall, which is why he didn't want to be upstairs. If you think about it that way, that explains it. I have to say, this maid sister has a really rich imagination as well. Think of all the excuses for Soo-young. The eyes that looked at Soo-young also changed from anger to a hint of pity. To be cheated on despite being so good looking. The other guy must be pretty blind. Seeing Miss Maid desperately brainstorming, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly laughed again without living. Ha 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 ha. This sister's expression is also too wonderful. I counted on my fingers, and she estimated that 365 odd possibilities came to mind. The point is that the anchor hasn't said how many she's ordering yet, and her face will look even better when she realizes it's 10. Maid, don't you come over here. It's back to being inappropriate. The pop-ups were buzzing, and after a moment's hesitation Miss Maid finally agreed. Going to another board game room would be fine, but there's a time limit. You have to be back by 4 in the afternoon. That's a reasonable request, but it doesn't even need to be 4 p.m. Playing a pool table, even if you're a novice, can be done in an hour. If the opponent is good, it's probably just a matter of minutes. When he thought of this, Soo-young came to a sudden realization. You have to be 2 people to play pool, and when the time comes to find a great opponent, a few shots are all it takes. Wouldn't that be one less social death for a while? After thinking about this point, Soo-young was very quick to agree. No need to be before 4 in the afternoon. If it's fast, I'll send it back to you within an hour. Hearing Soo-young say that maiden young lady was even more relieved. Well then, I'll be sure to find you the prettiest one. After saying that, he was ready to call a few maids out for Soo-young to pick, but just as she finished speaking, she saw another trace of embarrassment on Soo-young's face. Can you call out more? Ha! The maid sister thought that Soo-young was trying to call out more and have more options, but the next second, I'll take 10. Ha! Order 10 maids? The young lady was dumbfounded and rubbed her ears a little incredulously, thinking for a moment that she had misheard, until Soo-young repeated it again. I want to order 10 maids. Silence. There was silence all around. The imagination of the sky just now had already drained the imagination of Miss Maid. Now that she heard Soo-young order 10 at once, she was confused. The mind can't think at all. In fact, there are only so many services for maids, so order 1 and you can already enjoy master-like treatment. Be extravagant and order 2. But ordering 10 right off the bat? Isn't that a bit outrageous? So many ex-girlfriends? Seeing Miss Maid confused again, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed again. Ha 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 ha. Opening storm? I'll take 10. Good man. This is the level of respect that even if man hears. It hasn't even started yet, and this is already making Missy's mental state a bit worrisome. Ordering 10 mates to play pool is confusing for anyone. So the question is, how do these maids stand in line when the anchor is playing pool? In a circle? Just can't be lined up in a row 1 minute and then in a row the next. Ha 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 ha. There's a picture. The pop-ups were hilarious. And the dirtbags weren't idle. All kinds of expensive gifts are given like no money at all. And Soo-young saw that the young lady had been silent, and asked apprehensively, "Is that okay?" Soo-young's voice brought the young lady back to her senses. His lips moved slightly to speak. After hesitating for a moment he still nodded. "Alright then. Remember what you said about getting people back on time." The fact that the young lady can agree is also a sign of the mentality of a melon eater. How good was this ex-girlfriend that she had to order 10 maids to get her scene back? The maid here went with her and came back able to tell her about it. Who can resist the pleasure of eating melon? Plus, ordering 10 maids at once is a big order. There's money to be made. Son of a bitch. Definitely. Soo-young answered with his mouth full. Seeing this, the young lady also stopped saying anything and immediately called out a dozen mates for Soo-young to choose from. In fact, a dozen or so mates had little concept to Soo-young, and were only considered a number. But when they stood in front of each other in unison, the impact that came upon them made Soo-young couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Uniform made uniform. Clear white silk long legs. Tall, short, fat and thin. The key is that the face is still quite capable. Each one was smiling and well behaved. Soo-young only glanced at it, and a classic line from the king came to his mind. "Please feel free to command Dodgy." He felt that way, not to mention the netizens in the broadcast room. This strong visual shock instantly caused wailing. "Ah, I can't. So much white silk. SSHHHH. Split one of mine. Don't make me get down on my knees and beg. This is like the scene of a princess selection. That alone strengthens my resolve to beat the small life. Be sensible. Don't look like you've never seen the world. Have you seen it? No. That's why I'm not rational either. Damn. The anchor must be treating himself under the banner of the mission. Why do you want me to watch this? No. I can't be hurt alone. Put a friend in and watch it together." Netizens have been overcome with jealousy. Fear of their brother suffering and fear of their brother driving a Land Rover is their mindset at this time. 1 or 2 is okay. 10 at once. Even if they did nothing, the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women made them jealous. If you can't stop Soo-young from ordering a maid, then you can add to his problems elsewhere. Brothers, the time has come for us to unite as one. Isn't the anchor going to bring so many girls to play pool? How about we snipe? Just now I wanted to say, the anchor does not go to the upstairs pool hall, must be afraid of social death, want to find a place with fewer people. Cannot let him get what he wants. We can't control where the anchor wants to go. It's true that he can't control it, but you mustn't forget that it takes 2 to play pool, and the maid can't play with him, so who do you think he'll get? Nowadays pool stores have assistant coaches who play with them, so they must be looking for an assistant coach. So we just have to put him with awesome assistant coaches to give him some credit and not let him fake his way to success, being pressed and beaten. And then there's a maid on the side saying that brother is so great. Hell, that picture is absolutely amazing. Ha ha ha, this is fine. I've been to many pool halls in Magic City. I'll arrange it right away. For the first time, the netizens are so on the same page. There's absolutely nothing technical about doing this either. Pool stores in the Magic City can be found online. A phone call can be made, and a little money can be spent to give an anchor a hard time. There were even some netizens from the Magic City who had to go to the site to spectate. Want to reduce the number of social deaths? Not even the door. The netizens' whole thing also invariably made the broadcast more interesting. The popularity of the live stream is growing. The number of online viewers is also increasing. The crowd waited and waited for the show to begin. Soo-young and the netizens in the live broadcast room started the official battle. Netflix is leaving no stone unturned in making contact. Soo-young is hard at work picking people out. For the moment, both sides are happy. Soon, Soo-young had handpicked 10 maids, tall and short, fat and thin. The fee is not bad. Bring out 2 hours, $500 per person. 10 people is only $5,000. This was all small change for Soo-young. I found the guy, but where to play pool? Their current location was in the center of the city, and there were crowds of people just about everywhere they went. But to get to the outer ring, his car wouldn't fit. It had to be said that Soo-young was indeed a talent as well. If you can't help it, you'll find a way. Isn't it just transportation? Magic City has the most transportation. Soo-young was also a bit of a rebel in his body, and with 10 maids in tow, he went to take the subway. After all, it cost money, so you have to show it off. Take a cab, who can see it? So there was this scene on the road. A handsome young man with 10 beautiful women in maid outfits blasted their way down the street. Get into the subway, buy a ticket, go through security, get on the train. Everywhere we go, we attract a 100% turnout. It simply pulled off to the extreme. The place Su Yang was going to was a newly opened pool hall in the outer ring. In his opinion, the newer ones want to be less crowded. Unfortunately, he had revealed the location when he bought his subway ticket, and even the least crowded places were destined to be overcrowded. Brothers, it's time for you to play your part. Don't worry, it's already set up. Haven't even been this positive about work. Guaranteed to make the anchor skeptical. GG. Not long after, Su Yang stood at the entrance of the Flying Leap Pool Club with 10 maids. Before entering, he still confided with an embarrassed face. You guys will be in charge of one thing for a while. Just shout and cheer from the side while I play. Su Yang didn't even dare to meet their eyes when he said this. He knew all too well what level of pool skills he had. And let them say in good conscience that you were great. Brother, all of them would technically have to be considered workplace injuries. But there's no way around it. It's important to get the job done. Su Yang felt embarrassed, but the 10 sisters felt that this was a beautiful job. It's so much easier than feeding greasy, fat people. The key was that Su Yang was also so handsome that they didn't feel the least bit out of place when they shouted. Some of them even tried 2 voices right away. Brother is awesome. Brother is awesome. Brother is so handsome. Brother is great. Brother is strong. I'll clunk and hit the wall for brother. Okay, that's fine. Watching them all get louder than one another, Su Yang was a little tense. These girls are people per capita and too outgoing. Hurry up and get inside. Don't be embarrassed out there. Push open the door and a freshly renovated pool hall comes into view. It is assumed that the rent for this location is cheap and the owner has more spare money to spend on renovation. The entire style of the pool hall is understated in its luxury. The couches in the entrance lounge were actually still imported, and there was an unlimited supply of candy on the coffee table. The staff and receptionist were all dressed in uniform and looked very comfortable. Seeing Su Yang come in with so many girls, the eyes of the few people in the bar looked straight. Some people were looking at the beautiful maid, while others were looking at Su Yang. Hello, open the table, Su Yang said as he approached. No reaction. Hello, I'm going to play pool. Open the table. Su Yang increased the volume and said it again. Now someone finally reacted. Okay, the bar boy pointed to the people behind Su Yang. The meaning was obvious. What to arrange for so many girls? They're all here to play pool with me. The bar boy hadn't dared to think that way just now, but now he heard Su Yang finish with such certainty. I was so shocked that I could fit 2 eggs in one mouth. 10, playing pool alone with him? Crap, that's too much of a good thing to do with this treadmill. You're no more skilled than that. Seeing the bar boy like this, the netizens in the live room couldn't live without laughing. Ha ha ha, shook up another one. Little brother says he doesn't understand and doesn't want to respect. It is indeed overly abstract and embarrassing. It's a task that the average person can't do, like a social terrorist like me. Anchors are also social terrorists. Social terrorists. And don't be too busy laughing. Where are the people you've arranged for? Coming right up. While the bar boy was busy being shocked, another young man approached. Okay, I'll open the table for you. After numbly operating a few times, he signaled Su Yang. This way please. In the course of leading the way, the young man again inquired. Who are you going to play with? Sir, would you like me to introduce you to a teaching assistant? This question Su Yang had thought about just now, so he balked back when asked. Yes, find the most powerful one. A quick fight and a quick decision. Okay, we have the best assistant coach here in Mang. He happens to be free. I'll have him come over right away. The young man finished and took out his cell phone to make contact. Su Yang didn't think much about it. It was the same with whoever he was playing with anyway. Although this pool hall was newly opened, it was not like Su Yang imagined that there were fewer guests. Seems like business is good. People were playing at almost every table. Su Yang had wanted to keep a low profile and get through the mission. I hadn't realized that their table was actually still located right in the middle. Along the way, he became the center of attention again and was saluted by everyone. Su Yang's forehead began to sweat. Accomplishing this task was simply a test of the heart. How much of a pussy he was when he came over. How much of a wimp he is now. The thought of them all shouting in unison about how great you are, brother, made Su Yang want to find a crack in the ground. He was desperately trying to lower his presence the more he tried, but these maids had just as well engraved the sense of service into their bones. Just as he arrived at his position, someone came up holding a club. Master, would you like to use this club? The voice was fluffy and soft, causing Su Yang's body to get goosebumps. It also happened that 2 more young men came next to them to play pool, and the sound directly made the eyes of the 2 men stare rounder than a bull's eye. And then when you see more than one such soft girl, there was no hiding the harumph at the corners of his mouth. This image was truly captured by Su Yang. Even saw the knot in their throats move. You can see how maids kill men. Compared to their reactions, Su Yang felt that he was okay again. After all, he didn't drool. Reaching for the club, He also praised, "That's a good boy. Think it's over? Thirsty, master? What would you like to drink? Master, do you want to eat instant noodles? I'll make it for you. Master, you'll be tired from playing in a while. Let me help you press your shoulders first. Master." As they came around with a mouthful of masters, not only the two young men next to him, but the entire pool hall was tense. What kind of shame play is this? Who's interested in playing pool when you see this? Even the guests who were farther away from them couldn't help but come over to take a look after hearing the commotion over here. That look made me regret why I had such a heavy curiosity. Those who come to play pool are generally predominantly male, although they would also bring female companions or hire female assistants. That quality was nothing compared to Su Yang's carefully selected maids. The color is outstanding and the service is even better. Even before the pool game started, there were people pouring water, squeezing shoulders, and greeting each other with smiles and attentiveness. Even the maids who didn't find anything to do stood neatly on standby. The scene had a predictable impact on the males. Just now there were people who were overjoyed because they had made a beautiful shot. Now all of them couldn't laugh. Anyone who likes to play pool likes to compete on skill. But Su Yang hadn't even started fighting yet, and they already felt like they had lost. Thought that was the limit. However, a young lady in a pink-made outfit brought out a plate of chilled watermelon from nowhere. In the summer, watermelon is irresistible, especially since they had just exercised. Their mouths instinctively began to produce saliva when they looked at the still-cold watermelon. Ben was greedy enough, but that young lady, after approaching Su Yang, picked up a piece with her fork and fed it to Su Yang's mouth. "Master, come on, I'll feed you." Ah, the voice is soft, the movements gentle. The point is, feed the watermelon as you will. And she uses inflections like a mom feeding a child. That makes it a bit inviting. Those present were collectively dumbfounded. Eyes shocked and horrified. Treadmill, why are you showing them this? The watermelon thing really isn't that uncommon. You can get it for a small fortune. But is that a watermelon problem? The crowd was speechless to the core. It was also at this time that Meng, the assistant coach who had been bought by Netflix, came over. The netizen demands that he has to not only technically beat Su Yang in the next pool, but also not end the game that quickly. In other words, teasing him to keep him from pretending. It's natural to ask for a tip like that. He treated himself to a box of Cheerios, which he usually doesn't eat, on the spot after getting the money. It's over $100 for a small box. Expensive, yes, but that's really sweet. Just as he was walking over while savoring it beautifully, he happened to see the maid feeding watermelon to Su Yang. The first thing that happened was that the Cheerios in my mouth were not sweet. The person also froze in place. This. What I thought was a whole lot of hard work turned out to be emotional damage. At this moment, the entire pool hall, both customers and staff, their gazes all converged on Su Yang. All of them were quite dumbfounded by this heaven-defying operation of his. The large billiard room suddenly became quiet and eerie. Compared to the scene, the atmosphere in the live room was a different picture. Ha 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 ha, I'm embarrassed through the screen. It's something I can't do. It requires too much of a sense of conviction. How the anchor is holding back the laughter. Shock them for 10,000 years, to the extent that they are shocked every time they recall it. Pull dong joie. It's so damned anticlimactic. I'm not going to lie. The busiest thing I've watched this live is my toes. Advertise a rental online. 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. You name the location you want, and you'll be buttoned up on the spot. Well, the anchor didn't let the passers-by go and wasn't going to let us go. Tell that assistant coach to stop him. He's paid for it. Feeling the hot gazes of the people around him, Su Yang's face reddened to the roots of his ears. But there's no reason not to eat the watermelon that's been fed to your mouth. Taste. Yo, not bad. People, I guess, just can't try these easily. They can easily fall. At this moment, he also finally realized that those who were keen on maid service were really damn good at enjoying themselves. Here, have another bite. Sinfully stepping out, Su Yang also began to be shameless. Watermelon, sodas, candy to name a few. There's really nothing wrong with it either, except for the fact that it's a bit of a mixed bag of food. There are even people who wipe your mouth when you're done eating. The feeling, simply. This also strengthens Su Yang's idea more and more. Work hard on your live stream. Work hard on your money. And when you're old, open up a nursing home with just yourself and hire a bunch of 18-year-old female caregivers in maid outfits for the rest of your life. Seeing Su Yang enjoying himself so much, Xiao Meng, who was not far away, was simply so jealous that her eyes turned red. That was also when he received a text message. One look and more anger. How's he gonna stop it? He's just getting paid to play. Yeah, play pool. Almost forgot the business. Forcing herself to hide the jealousy on her face, Xiao Meng walked towards Su Yang. Hi, I'm Meng, the assistant teacher. Shall we start now? Seeing the assistant teacher arrive, Soo-young hurriedly stood up. Hello, just start now. Being serviced by a maid enjoyment is enjoyable, but completing the mission is important. Seeing that they were about to start, the netizens in the broadcast room couldn't help but get nervous. Do you guys think the anchor will keep his hand in? We thought he wouldn't, but it turns out to be a big kill in a while? It's really possible. Don't forget that the last time the anchor played Go, he froze the national team and won. At that time, did any of you know that the anchor could play Go? The anchor is accustomed to pretending to be a pig in a poke. Is the person you are looking for any good? That's a bit dangerous. This handsome guy is said to be the best fighter here, but compared to the national teams, it's just a giveaway. It's over. It's over. We're going to get another handful of big loads from the anchor. The netizens' worries had occurred to Meng. Making such a big show, definitely wanting to put on a show in front of a bunch of beautiful women. He didn't dare to take the enemy lightly, and could only be highly concentrated and careful. Okay, you take the kickoff. Meng wanted Soo-young to kick off, just to see what he could do first. No matter what the level, the first shot shows more or less what's going on. He may as well make a mental note of it. Fine, I'll drive if I drive. Hearing Xiaomeng ask himself to kick off first, Soo-young didn't refuse. You're that good yourself, and sooner or later you're going to have to show it off. The lack of level doesn't stop him from putting in enough prep work. Wipe your hands and put on gloves. Pick up a choco to polish the rod head. None of the processes that should be in place. Seeing how solemn he was, the gazes of the others all locked onto Soo-young in unison. They wanted to see just how powerful this kid was, worthy of the service of so many beautiful women. Seeing this scene, Meng's heart was in his throat. Everyone in the live room couldn't help but hold their breath as well. Under the attention of all the people, Soo-young stood at the head of the table. The face was serious, and the eyes were like torches. And then, bend over, set up the rod, and aim. There was a loud thud as the head of the cue struck the billiard ball. With the sound of the voice, the crowd's eyes instinctively shifted back. At this look, they were all dumbfounded. The neatly yards of triangles were untouched. Looking at the white ball again, it slid no more than a few centimeters in Soo-young's burst of fierce, tiger-like manipulation. This is? Slider bar up? Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent, and silence fell around them. The pop-ups in the anchor room subsided. A few moments later, ha 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 ha, I imagined a clear shot and you show me this? Forgive me for laughing unkindly. 100 points for styling, minus 100 for technique. Don't laugh at the anchor. It's inevitable that being served by so many beautiful women will overwhelm him, and he doesn't want to. Upstairs, you better be talking about Pool. I'm relieved to see this. So the anchor is not all-powerful. Even Pool? Then I really think I'm here on this earth to make up the numbers. I don't know Pool either. I'm the same as the anchor. You guys do know how to get yourselves a fix. The pop-ups were hilarious. And the scene. But I don't know who didn't hold it all at once and just burst out laughing. The laugh made the others, who were still doing their best to hold back, tense up. There was a lot of harumphing. Some even exaggeratedly covered their stomachs. Thought you were going to show your hand, but you ended up pulling it. Those who had felt hurt a moment ago were now all comfortable. Even the assistant coach, Meng, had a reassuring smile after being dumbfounded. At this level, it's not a hand-to-hand fight with him. Seeing that he had hit such a stinky shot, Soo-young was also embarrassed. Pulling your crotch like that? He didn't used to be like this. It's not always a ball in the pocket, but it's not like you can't even hit it. Must be a bad pull. It must be the table that's not level. It's all about other people. You can't have a problem yourself. The more Soo-young did, the louder the bursts of laughter around him became. Just now he was so pretending to be pissed off that he had to laugh back now. The guests around us simply stopped playing. One stood in a line with his arms folded, and the more subtle ones just put on a look of amusement. The ones that are a little more flamboyant, that's a straight slap on the thigh and a laugh. Don't even get me started on that scene. Just as the laughter reached its peak, suddenly, ni, that's great. Originally, Soo-young's horse lost its footing, making the group of maid sisters look confused for a while. But it was good that someone had thought of the mission they had come over for. Everyone else reacted after the sound. Ni is so good. Brother is fantastic. Brother awesome. A girl's voice is already penetrating, let alone 10 of them shouting together. Whiny voices, lowly voices, royal voices, all mixed in. That effect directly fucks over everyone. The people who had been grinning from ear to ear a moment ago all looked dumbfounded. The smile froze on his face as well. This horse? Can someone please tell me where his stick is? The faces of the crowd were comical as hell, thinking they could watch the joke, but they became the joke. And this scene caused the pop-ups in the live stream to completely explode. Ha 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 ha, kill me. It's embarrassing. I could imagine the image would be awkward, but I didn't expect it to be this awkward. The The level of abstraction is so far beyond my imagination that Picasso would be a mere brother if he came. It just makes my scalp feel numb. It's just a matter of playing well. I'm afraid you'll play like shit and have people say it's great. But in any other scenario I would have thought the shouts of Good Stick were sarcastic. But only here. They shouted from the bottom of their hearts. Maid, it can't be helped. He gives just too much. This wave after wave of sound also thundered Su Yang. Goosebumps rose on his arms. Straightening back up, he rubbed his head somewhat helplessly. Been too long since I've played. I'm rusty. He is going to get himself a fix. Practice more if you dish. What an excuse. This reason also managed to make the corners of Meng's mouth twitch. Playing like this and having someone wave a flag if you drive a nice shot yourself? What happens then? He couldn't help but look at the 10 beautiful maid sisters as he thought about it. An image of what they had just shouted came to mind. Gollum. Meng gulped down a mouthful of saliva with some excitement. That strange desire to win among men came up again. He waved his hand in a domineering manner. It's fine. Just play. After a 2-second pause, he added, why don't I kick off? It looks like a relief. But it's also trying to act like one. He was ready to take a shot and experience the emotional value the maid brought as well. And, of course, incidentally, to fulfill the task given by the boss. Fine. You do it. Su Yang also happened to not dare to try again and hurriedly gave up his position. Still overestimating his level, he was not willing to make a fool of himself twice in a row. Seeing Su Yang move aside, Xiao Meng straightened his back and walked up. Not to mention, Meng does have a bit of skill in him. Whether it was the posture of hitting the ball or the aiming action, it was more than a little bit more professional than Su Yang. Plus he was that little bit handsome, so naturally he attracted everyone's attention again. The effect pleased Meng. Side aim, grip the club tightly, and hit the shot decisively after it feels like a 10 out of 10 shot. Only a crunch was heard, and the white ball popped out quickly and with lightning speed. The triangles that had been neatly placed scattered in all directions under the violent impact of the white ball. At one point all the balls on the table were rolling at a rapid pace. Moments later, a 6 ball landed in the center pocket, causing an immediate cheer. Then there's the 2 ball, and then the 7 ball. This time, the cheers got louder. A goal on the opening kickoff, and 3 of them at that. It was no less shocking than scoring a 3 in the opening minutes of a basketball game. The hooting and hollering was simply too loud. This time, Meng was even more pleased. He arranged his hair in a flirtatious manner, and his expression was incredibly dejected. The face is close to writing, look, this is called technology. Just played that what is called a set of trade. Meng is confident that he can pull off the upset. Just, how come no one yells at you brother for being so great? Xiao Meng looked at Su Yang and the group of maids with suspicion. This look, a whole lot of tautness. Indeed, his performance was also recognized by Su Yang. Both gave him a thumbs up. But Su Yang's current appearance was, sitting on the couch with his legs crossed like a grandpa. Someone behind him squeezing his shoulders. Someone to his left wiping away sweat. And someone to his right feeding him watermelon. There was a line of people with drinks next to them. His mouth was even more stuffed. And there was no way to speak before he had to give a thumbs up. The gesture was followed by a please gesture, signaling him to continue. Seeing this image, Xiao Meng's entire wind was messed up. The envisioned image didn't appear. And there was another blow to the head. It's really hard to earn this kind of money. Seeing Xiao Meng like this, the crowd followed his gaze. This time everyone's expression got weird. How can this one be so enjoyable? Shark them? Not a single one of them. The shock this scene brought to the crowd was absolutely unparalleled. The expression on each one's face was as if they had swallowed a live fly. What the hell? Is this still a pool game? A bunch of people serving and a flag waving. If it was a master, it would be fine to enjoy such treatment. The point is he's a weak as hell rookie. It's no exaggeration to say that 90% of the people here could beat him. But what's the point of winning the fight? Fucked. It's not about quality. It's about simply wanting to be foul-mouthed. The scene was about to crack with jealousy. But the live feed was a different story. Ha 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 ha. It's so explosive. Listen. To the sound of them breaking defense. Upstairs. Why you can voice it. I tap out and sing it straight away. Laughing my ass off. The way they're acting me out right now. I can only give these expressions an 8.5 out of 10 because they're all a little bit breathless. It's so awkward. The anchor is literally living reality as a no man's land. Isn't there anyone he cares about in this world? Guess not. Or he'd be more or less restrained. Netizens are buzzing with pop-ups. The heat in the live room was soaring as a result. And the gifts didn't stop. And assistant coach Meng's mind was broken after seeing this scene. Just thinking about getting it over with and hurting less. But again, he was paid to make a fool of Su Yang at pool. So here's the question. The slider was so ridiculed we're wrenched back. What else is there to make a fool of him? Tech crush? And not at all. Even if he played at a world-class level, Su Yang couldn't make a bit of a fool of himself. Instead, he's still more of a clown. Money is hard to make and shit is hard to eat. This was the moment he truly realized it. Unable to think of a way out, Meng's good mood is completely gone. So he thought of breaking the pot, play through it normally and forget about it. If the owner is not satisfied, then he refunds the money. That's money for whoever likes to earn it. With that in mind, Meng hit his second shot. This shot, it didn't go in. It was Su Yang's turn again. Seeing this, he stood up. Seriously, Su Yang really didn't want to get up. For one thing, it's nice to be served. And for another, I don't want the community to die. That battle just now. Not to mention that it was hard for them to watch. Even they felt embarrassed. He would have liked Meng not to give him a chance and just shave his head. But by the way, Meng didn't do that. This was something that Su Yang had misunderstood. Meng did want to finish early, but the boss asked for a little more time to stall. Who'd mess with money? If Su Yang had been making a fool of himself, it was naturally good to stall for time. Everyone watch for fun too. But, as it stands, who the hell is the whole thing? Looking at Su Yang again, there was that silky little combo again. With the lesson learned from last time, he became more cautious with his shots. The shot didn't slip, and the white ball rushed out solidly. Not sliding the bar is already a big improvement for Su Yang. Not looking to see if he hit it or not. This shot went down and he raised his hand straight up in a victory gesture. Yeah, according to the selection after teeing off, Su Yang should have played a fancy color ball. A discerning I can tell he wants to play number 9. Being so close and with so little cover, it's a little hard to get in the hole, but definitely not hard to get there. But it's such a no difficulty ball that even a kid could hit it. Favorably, Su Yang couldn't even do it. Running towards it, only to brush past it. Seeing this scene, the smile on Su Yang's face froze on the spot and his hand forgot to retract. A bit of progress, but not much. All of which in turn brought another low chuckle from around the room. They had long since seen that this guy wasn't an expert. Now it seems that not only is it not an expert, the accuracy is about as good as a newbie. Not being able to hit the ball would have been embarrassing, but no one expected the white ball to bounce back after hitting the edge of the table to fall straight into the hole on the right. The people around them were able to hold back their laughter a moment ago, but this time they couldn't hold it back any longer. Ha 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 ha, true hole in one. Still can't have too high expectations. It's okay, just practice more if you dish. Just have more fun. Ha 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 ha. These people are also remembering their mistakes and mocking on again. It was also true that Su Yang's operation was too thunderous. Even if you can't hit the ball, the white ball is still in the hole. Isn't that a deliberate attempt to make people laugh? The crowd was happy again. Seeing Su Yang make a fool of himself once again, Xiao Meng's mood was much better. When he was just about to show off and tell him the essentials of playing, he saw a young lady in a sky blue maid outfit go over ahead of him. Nianai is so good. He hit them all this time. Following. Brother has worked hard. Come and wipe your hands. Brother, have a soda. I'm sure you're the best. Still coming? Come again? Seeing that familiar scene again, Meng only felt the sky spinning and her eyes getting more and more out of place. The others were silent. What a mouthful. Why are you mocking him? Mock a sentence, and receive a bludgeon hundreds of times more than the ridicule. Let's just say, deservedly so. In fact, Su Yang was also embarrassed. It was true that he hadn't touched a club for too long, and his play was a bit out of order. But it feels like it's getting better. He was getting better and Meng was fried. It's unconscionable that people are praised for playing like that. All blind. When the mind blows up, the original technique will not be utilized. Start fumbling again and again. Instead, it was Su Yang who played steadily from shot to shot. And the maids were really good for what they were charging. Not only was the hooting and hollering so loud that it could be heard even outside, it also embodies service to a T. Drinks and fruit to be fed to the mouth. Poles to always be held when not playing. Always a shoulder to squeeze. There is no service that they can't do, but only what people can't think of. The people who had just gathered in a circle to watch the fun also went from watching the joke to cursing. Instead, the people in the broadcast room were getting more and more excited as they watched. Not to mention, the anchor is getting into the swing of things. Playing pool also depends on the mindset. And when you mess up someone's mindset, you win a lot. Also the anchor himself a little bit of skill. Just now that ball was hit very dry. Out of the club steady. Accurate angle. Not bad. Just a little bit worse than me. Yo yo yo. Still loaded. Don't pretend. Beware of being struck by lightning. What? Is it hard to admit that someone else is good? No. Are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Aren't we supposed to be watching the main event get ugly? The crowd only reacted once this pop-up floated out. They weren't here to critique Su Yang's pool skills. Watching him get beat up was the point. But on second thought, how to make Su Yang suffer? No matter how stinking a technique he plays, there are people who cheer and holler for him. What else can anyone do? Defeated. The net was swinging badly, and in the end it was Su Yang who won the set without any surprise. It's no fun. Break it up. We'll play. I'll do the same next time. You can pull it off. You want to play with a girl and you don't want to. Look at what you look like and then look at someone else. Are you calling me ugly? Smart. Not good looking but pretty quick to react. What's wrong with me being ugly? But I want to be beautiful. Ha ha ha. Then you're more abstract than that handsome guy.